Chapter 1. Beginning with Naruto, conquering all realms. Lin Xian, I regret to inform you that you lack the innate talent to become a ninja. The white-haired man expressed his apologies. It's all right, everyone will grow stronger in time. Indeed, don't lose heart. The sunny boy with orange hair and the somewhat melancholic figure with red locks chimed in. Strange memories began to awaken in Lin Xian's mind. He recognized their names. Jiraiya from Konoha, Yahiko from Amage Cure, Nagato. How peculiar. Where is Conan? Brother, I'm here. In the blink of an eye, time reverted to 7 or 8 years prior, when this body was still a child. Raindrops pattered down as the young boy cradled his unconscious sister in his arms. He had discovered her in a state of near-fatal fever, nearly reaching 40 degrees. Though they shared no blood relation, she was nonetheless his sister, his only family in this world. Years flew by, friendships were forged, and he came to know Jiraiya as a mentor. Yet, Lin Xian was informed that he possessed no aptitude for cultivation. Year 40 of the Konoha era. The ninja world had returned to a brief tranquility following the turmoil of war. Jiraiya had discovered promising students and chose to guide them in the aftermath of conflict, and 2 years had since passed. Brother, it's time to eat. As usual, Conan returned to their dilapidated wooden home. Oh, Lin Xian instinctively nodded, though a glimmer of brilliance occasionally flickered in his eyes. Lin Xian? No. He was not the Lin Xian of this world. He was a traveler from another realm. He hailed from a land known as Huaxia, inheriting the legacy of a once mighty, mysterious bloodline. Explorer, your current mission is as follows. A melodious and graceful voice resonated. The boy instinctively scanned his surroundings, noting the absence of any adversaries. His sister's serene demeanor indicated she had not heard the voice. Explorer, registered in the reincarnation space. ID number 51465145. This was Lin Xian's identity as a traveler. His initial mission world was Naruto, and he must complete a series of tasks to secure his return. Mission world, Naruto. Difficulty, A50. Difficulty level A, with the strongest boss not exceeding level 50. Current timeline, year 40 of the Konoha era. Description, this is a world of chakra, and ninjas explorers are encouraged to navigate it independently. Main task 1. Participate in the personal assassination of Hanzo. Task details. Hanzo is the current ruler of Amage Cure. Please engage in battle under any faction's identity. Option 1. Participate in the assassination. Difficulty, easy. Reward, 500 reincarnation points. Option 2. Personally execute the assassination. Difficulty, hard. Reward, 10,000 reincarnation points. Failure penalty, none. Brother, why aren't you eating? Conan's voice pulled the young man back to reality. It's nothing. Go ahead and eat, Conan. Brother is just lost in thought. Lin Xian offered his sister a reassuring smile, ruffling her short hair. There were many considerations weighing on his mind. Every decision he made henceforth would influence the difficulty of conquering this world. Explorer No. 51465145. Level 1. Lifespan, 1830. Vitality, 3. Soul, 15. Strength, 27. Constitution, 35. Agility, 22. Charisma, 1. Luck, 0. The level signifies the magnitude of one's energy, while vitality equates to the span of life. Is the soul akin to a concept of mental strength? As for the other attributes, their names suggest their meanings. Strength, constitution, and agility are inherently linked to physical prowess, whereas charisma and luck pertain to supportive qualities. Yet, why is my luck a mere 0? Lin Xian found himself perplexed at a lifespan of 1830. This is hardly surprising, for there exists a concealed attribute panel at the very bottom. Bloodline, divine blood fragmented. Rating, SS. Derived from the diluted lineage of the deity Emperor Jiang. It significantly amplifies physical attributes and exhibits remarkable compatibility with other bloodlines. Current attribute enhancements. Soul, 10. Strength, 20. Constitution, 20. Agility, 20. Development level, 3100. Negative effect. Divine punishment. Permanently reduces lifespan by 90. Evaluation. Despite being an S-grade bloodline, it is in truth a life-draining existence. Damn it, as if I had a choice in the matter. Lin Xian's lips twitched slightly. From the day of his birth, he has been burdened with a cursed fate, destined not to live beyond 30. This was not a choice he could make. Brother, you're not still pondering over the teacher, are you? Xiaonan gazed at the youth, whose complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and purple, mistakenly believing he was angry. Initially, Jiraiya had declared that Lin Xian lacked the talent for cultivation, offering no guidance and instead imparting ninja techniques to the other 3 children. 2 years have passed, and Jiraiya returned to Konoha a week ago, with the three students each having made their own progress. Lin Xian, how could he possibly be content with this? Xiaonan, dear. Brother isn't dwelling on that matter, he is merely contemplating what to do next. The boy's expression softened, revealing warmth and gentleness. This dilapidated house bore witness to their plight. The table was devoid of meat, consisting solely of vegetables. Xiaonan, still in the throes of growth, deserved more than such nutritionally barren sustenance, and the patched clothing, mended countless times, tugged at his heartstrings. Where to? Xiaonan blinked her beautiful large eyes. Her short, light purple hair was both unique and striking, possessing a soft texture that was delightful to the touch, adorned with a pale blue paper flower. With a slender build, skin as white as snow, and features as exquisite as a Barbie doll, she wore a light purple eyeshadow, her irises a gentle orange hue, radiating warmth and charm, but a remarkably beautiful yet exceedingly fragile child. Had it not been for Jiraiya, this child might have gone years without tasting meat. Lin Xian could hardly bring himself to complain about that fellow from Konoha. Unable to learn ninjutsu? Then he simply would not pursue it. Did Naruto rely on ninjutsu? No, he had his own advantages. The Nine Tails, his eloquence, the reincarnation of Ashura, and a father who was the fourth Hokage. The protagonists of this world are merely pawns. Why must he pursue the art of ninjutsu instead of cultivating his own bloodline? To be frank, Lin Xian believes his lineage to be superior, albeit at the cost of his longevity. Throughout the history of the Lin family, no man has lived beyond the age of 30. Those who have excessively developed their bloodline often meet their demise before they even reach 20. If it weren't for the constraints of lifespan, he mused, my divine blood must surely be of SSS rank. Lin Xian sighed, filled with a sense of melancholy. Brother, little Nan interjected, you're not running a fever today, are you? The food is getting cold. She scrutinized her older sibling with concern. Today, he was behaving oddly, lost in thought and muttering incomprehensible phrases. Moo. Without further explanation, the young man suddenly embraced his sister, leaving an unmistakable kiss mark on her fair cheek. Rest assured, little Nan, your brother is perfectly fine, Lin Xian chuckled. With a physique tenfold more formidable than that of an adult bear, he certainly wouldn't be deemed weak in the world of ninjas. So what if he lacks ninjutsu? He shall prove himself to be the strongest in this realm. And just because he doesn't possess that skill now, it does not mean he won't in the future. Is he really fine? Little Nan's cheeks flushed slightly as she regarded her brother with suspicion. While he has always doted on her, he had never acted in such a manner before. Had he taken some strange medicine today? You're truly adorable, little one. Lin Xian gently caressed her hair. In his eyes, a subtle flame flickered, a glimmer of bloodlight passing through his dark pupils. The 124th generation of the Lin family, the clan leader. An illegitimate child, possessing divine blood, a third-tier opener. Explorer number 5146-5145 of the reincarnation space. Beginning from Naruto, he shall shatter the boundaries of all worlds. Chapter 2. Choosing a faction, joining Akatsuki. Choose a faction. Akatsuki. Early the next morning, a decision lay before Lin Xian. Two young boys had arrived at his home, the same age as little Nan, both 15 years old, yet 3 years his junior. They were disciples of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Lin Xian, little Nan. Yahiko smiled as he regarded Lin Xian. The Akatsuki has just been formed, and we are in dire need of personnel. Surely you won't decline our invitation? Little Nan, who always followed her brother's lead, looked to Lin Xian for a decision. Though he lacked combat prowess and training talent, if he were to refuse, little Nan would not join the Akatsuki. Akatsuki? The ninja world? Despite it being the initial formation of the Akatsuki, Lin Xian was acutely aware of the organization's future ambitions. The Akatsuki symbolizes the antagonists and the bosses, while the ninja world represents the protagonists. If Lin Xian were to accept this proposal, altering that identity in the future would prove exceedingly challenging. Brother, little Nan asked, her heart fluttering with uncertainty. While he was her foremost priority, Nagato and Yahiko were also her friends. Moreover, they established Akatsuki with the aspiration of creating a world devoid of war, where true peace could descend upon the land of rain, and indeed, across the entire realm of ninjas. This dream was also shared by Conan. Lin Xian, there is no need for you to be overly concerned, Yahiko said cheerfully. Although you may not possess combat prowess, you can certainly assist us with your strategic insights. By joining us now, you will become one of the elders. Under the guidance of Master Jiraiya, Conan had mastered the unique art of paper jutsu, likely making her the sole ninja in the entirety of the ninja world to wield such a technique. With such talent and as a friend, how could they not recruit her into Akatsuki? Lin Xian, too, was quite intelligent and well-suited to serve as the organization's strategist. Those lacking in intellect had perished in the turmoil of war. Very well, Lin Xian concluded, from now on, both Conan and I shall be members of Akatsuki. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately chose this path of the antagonist. Current faction, Akatsuki. World reputation attribute activated. Current reputation. 0. Completion of hidden task guardian of Akatsuki. Successfully joined Akatsuki and became an official member. Charm 1, Soul 1. Side quests activated. Quest 1, Recruitment. Task content. For each lower-ranked, middle-ranked, or upper-ranked ninja recruited into the organization, earn 500, 1,000, or 2,000 reincarnation points. Quest 2, Elimination of enemies. Task content. For each enemy lower-ranked, middle-ranked, or upper-ranked ninja defeated, earn 500, 1,000, or 2,000 reincarnation points. Quest 3, The Blood Cloud Annihilator. Task content. Personally slay Hanzo to receive an additional 6,000 world reputation points. Note: reward for tasks involving those stronger than upper-ranked ninjas will be settled separately. How wonderful, brother, Conan exclaimed, her eyes narrowing joyfully, resembling a crescent moon. I will protect you within the organization. The girl gracefully leaped into her brother's embrace, displaying both affection and delight, while the two boys beside them wore expressions of contentment. I, Yahiko, he proclaimed, announced the establishment of Akatsuki today. The youth rejoiced exuberantly. From now on, I shall continue to support Yahiko. Nagato's voice remained as gentle and tranquil as a windless lake. Yahiko's dream was his own. He yearned for a world illuminated by hope. Thus he too aspired to that vision that have a dream. Lin Xian murmured softly, is indeed a good thing. Conan and the two boys were all training under Jiraiya, but when it came to strength, the person he was most concerned about was Nagato. Those eyes, faintly glowing with a purple hue and marked with black ripples, with a legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, yet these eyes did not originally belong to Nagato. Someone had performed a transplant when he was born, granting him this pair of eyes. He was but a tool chosen by a shadowy puppet master. Akatsuki was not established merely today. In the unseen book of fate, Akatsuki had been predetermined decades, even centuries ago. Nagato's eyes were entangled in a conspiracy spanning millennia. Yet, as the saying goes, the most perilous places are often the safest. Joining the ninja world does not inherently signify righteousness, nor does remaining here inevitably lead to peril. The puppeteers behind the scenes are concerned with Nagato, and they are unlikely to deliberately oppose him. On the contrary, his display of formidable power may even delight those shadowy figures. After all, the Akatsuki organization requires strong individuals. To infuse fresh blood into its ranks relying solely on Nagato is insufficient for the execution of their plans. As noon approached, the foundational matters of the Akatsuki were established. Their base was a concealed cavern located outside the Rain Village, a place suitable for stockpiling supplies and convening discussions. The leader of the Akatsuki was Yahiko, with Nagato, Conan, and Lin Xian comprising the upper echelon. For the time being, Nagato was assigned the responsibility of securing the cave, as he was a reticent and introverted individual, lacking in verbal eloquence. Conan was tasked with crafting explosive tags using her paper jutsu. These tags could be monetized or utilized by the organization's members, albeit with the limitation that Conan's chakra reserves were not vast, restricting her daily output. With safety and economic stability somewhat assured, the next step was to recruit new members. The organization's initial adversary was Hanzo, the man revered by ninjas as a demigod. Yahiko was not naive enough to believe that just a few of them would suffice against Hanzo and his assassination squad. The recruitment efforts fell to Yahiko and Lin Xian. Initially, Lin Xian's role was that of a strategist, but he had declined the position. While others deemed him incapable of learning ninjutsu, Lin Xian understood that under the right circumstances, he could swiftly eliminate a careless jonin. One force can shatter myriad techniques. When power and speed reach a certain echelon, even in the absence of ninjutsu and chakra, he could still vanquish formidable foes. Ancient divine blood flowed within him. Brother, she inquired, do you truly intend to venture outside? Conan was visibly apprehensive. Hanzo held dominion over the majority of the Rain Village, commanding thousands of skilled assassins. Previously, their activities had been restricted to the outskirts, seldom venturing into the village to avoid unforeseen complications. Moreover, Lin Xian was merely a normal person, which heightened the concern. Lin Xian, I understand your desire to assist, Yahiko interjected, but in times like this, it is prudent to refrain from overexerting yourself. If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Conan? After 2 years of training under Jiraiya, The three students had barely attained the level of Jonin, but they still lacked combat experience. Lin Xian, however, had not trained at all. How would he defend himself against malevolent ninjas? To put it bluntly, he might not even comprehend how he met his end. Alas, Lin Xian sighed. How about you and I have a spar, Yahiko? He raised an eyebrow. There was no alternative without displaying some degree of strength. They would not permit him, the strategist, to venture out. Are you certain? Yahiko asked softly. Could it be that Master Jiraiya had secretly tutored Lin Xian? But that seemed implausible. Jiraiya spent most of his time with them, and it was rare to witness him training alongside Lin Xian. Moreover, Jiraiya, known for his loud snoring, would hardly slip out at night to seek Lin Xian, descendant of the secret bloodline, Lin Xian. Please guide me. The young man clasped his fists and offered a slight bow, striking a combat stance that Yahiko had never before encountered. A barely perceptible crimson light flickered in his jet-black eyes, and the atmosphere crackled with rising battle intent. Divine Blood, First Tier State, Chapter 3, Astonishment. Lin Xian's Ultimate Fury. Be cautious, Yahiko. It seems Lin Xian is not merely putting on a brave front. He truly harbors great abilities. Nagato's expression was grave. His unique eyes could perceive what others could not. Each individual's chakra signature was distinct. Those who had trained and those who had not were laid bare before him. Indeed, Lin Xian had never practiced chakra or ninjutsu, just as Master Jiraiya had asserted to lack that particular talent. Yet, Lin Xian possessed something else. Within Nagato's vision, the boy's blood surged with an astonishing fervor. 38 degrees, 39 degrees, 40 degrees, 50 degrees. A tremendous energy erupted within him, causing his physical prowess to ascend at an unimaginable rate. This is a temperature that exceeds the limits of the human body, yet the boy shows no signs of discomfort. Instead, his expression reveals a combative gleam, like a lion in the jungle staring at its prey. He is eager to try, resembling a tyrannical king. At this moment, Nagato even thought that Yahiko was bound to lose. Before that boy, he looked like a harmless little rabbit. Taijutsu, taught by Master Jiraiya? Yahiko narrowed his eyes, his expression gradually becoming serious. Jiraiya had fought alongside his students many times, and Yahiko was very familiar with the aura he was currently feeling. This is the presence of a taijutsu master. No, he and Master Jiraiya had hardly met, let alone privately. Conan denied it. Aside from visiting her during her training, Lin Xian had never bothered Jiraiya with anything else. Such strong taijutsu. Is it the 8 gates of death that Master Jiraiya mentioned? No, Lin Xian still doesn't have the chakra aura. That power is very special. Nagato continued to analyze rationally. Lin Xian's physical fitness has skyrocketed, but that power is definitely not chakra. It comes from something in his bloodline. Let's get started. Yahiko, I can't wait to see your ninjutsu. Don't let me down too much. Lin Xian still had time to joke. His complexion had become an eerie fiery red due to the high temperature within his body, faintly mixed with a hint of pink, looking extremely strange. Those black eyes occasionally flashed with a trace of blood color. In that moment, Yahiko thought he was standing in front of an ancient king. Has it already begun? Lin Xian sensed the change in the surrounding aura. In the first stage of the divine blood state, not only was his physical quality enhanced, but his perception ability was also powerful enough to not miss even a whisper of wind. Yahiko's heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat, and the aura around him subtly weakened. This was not because he was intimidated. Rather, he silently used the shadow clone technique. Whoosh! A shadowy figure cut through the air, covering a distance of over 10 meters in less than 0.3 seconds. So fast! Nagato instinctively exclaimed, while Conan also showed a look of shock. Her gentle older brother had such a side hidden within him. He struck fiercely, like a lion king extending its sharp claws, instantly tearing apart the shadow clone left behind by Yahiko, which then splashed into puddles on the ground. Indeed, it was a clone. Lin Xian murmured, seemingly unfazed. He keenly sensed the change in momentum at the moment the shadow clone technique was used. Water style, water chaos wave. Yahiko's voice rang out from behind him. A water gun as wide as a waterfall shot from his mouth, as if a silver curtain was extending forward. He guessed that Lin Xian's taijutsu might be very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this outrageous. After all, he was a disciple of Jiraiya. Understanding both his and his opponent's strengths and weaknesses, Yahiko made a judgment in an extremely short time. With the shadow clone dispelled, it was the perfect opportunity for him to unleash a powerful water-style ninjutsu from his current position. This ninjutsu not only had a large range, but also had an extremely sharp attack. When Lin Xian dodged the sharp edge, He would throw the shuriken on him to further suppress his opponent, compressing the space for his retreat. By the time he approached the explosive tag he had set up in advance, the battle would come to an end. Of course, he wouldn't detonate the explosive tag in the end. He would declare the match over. Wait. Yahiko's eyes widened. He had miscalculated one thing. He had underestimated Lin Xian's body technique. That boy actually chose to force his way through his water release, which could easily shatter rocks. Brother. Xiaonan's heart had jumped into her throat, and her call was filled with worry. Was it confidence or arrogance? That usually gentle and cautious boy had actually chosen the most reckless approach? Just as he was about to act, Yahiko chose this ninjutsu, while Lin Xian charged straight toward the waterfall. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Bang! The collision produced a sound like an explosion. Lin Xian's physique was extraordinarily strong. Even the water waves that could slice rocks in half only tore through the unknowing coarse cloth of his clothes. His skin bore no scratches, glistening with water droplets and radiating a faint bronze hue in the sunlight. It seems the victor is me. What do you think, Mihiko? A devilish whisper echoed in his ear, like thunder suddenly striking. Mihiko swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping down his face. He had just formed a hand seal, yet the chakra within him had yet to activate when a scorching palm landed on his shoulder. In less than 0.5 seconds after the explosion, that lion-like youth appeared behind him. If it were a life-or-death struggle, that hand should have already pierced through his heart. What a magnificent yet brutal martial art. So powerful. Nagato was left speechless with astonishment. Extreme speed, extreme power, extreme violence. Ninja battles always emphasize timing and wisdom, the cooperation of companions, the restraint between ninjutsu, bloodline limits, and the advantages of terrain. Yet in that youth, he saw only 2 words, brute. The power of an older brother seemed like the bloodline limit that the teacher once spoke of. Konan came back to her senses and began to think. Nagato said that the explosive power was related to blood. It must be a bloodline limit without a doubt. However, if the older brother has no chakra, why would the bloodline limit still activate? Don't look at me. I have no idea. If Jiraiya-sensei were here, he might know something. Nagato smiled bitterly. After all, the bloodline limit is a rarer physique, and ninjutsu. These abilities may be bizarre, but ultimately still require chakra to activate. But Lin Xian clearly has no chakra. Is he a monster? It's been a long time since I've been this active. I'm starting to rust. Lin Xian stretched lazily, showing a relaxed demeanor. The divine blood was shut off, and his body temperature gradually returned to normal. In the blink of an eye, he would become that ordinary boy again. Yahiko walked over from behind with his head down, still unable to accept reality. He had calculated many scenarios and thought about how to deal with taijutsu ninjas. But Lin Xian was truly a freak, shattering his fantasies of victory with extreme violence. Chapter 4. The assassin reveals its Fang's Amage cure, located in the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain is a small country, situated at the crossroads of the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Wind. Because of this, the Land of Rain often becomes a battlefield for the great nations. With a surge in population and limited resources, the powerful nations, dissatisfied with their current interests. Natueli Vagatva. After the war, the great nations signed new agreements and returned to peace. What was left for the small country was only devastation and endless sorrow. During the Second Shinobi World War, Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko lost their parents and became orphans of war, while the village had never distributed even a penny in relief funds. That guy Hanzo, he should really die. In a certain restaurant, a young boy stared blankly outside. The village's buildings were primarily made of steel, with some stone materials, and were propped up by steel pipes of various sizes, forming a unique skyline. This city rains all year round, creating a distinctive architectural style. Customer, your ramen. A middle-aged man smiled as he brought over a steaming bowl of noodles. There weren't many customers in the restaurant. Including Lin Xian, there were only 5 people. Outside the window, heavy rain poured down, but the restaurant was particularly quiet. Hanzo the Salamander, known as the demigod ninja, taught assassination techniques to the village's ninjas and took on various missions. However, despite Hanzo's strong abilities, he was not a qualified leader. Amage Cure, the Land of Rain. Tragedy unfolds in this nation every day, yet that demigod showed no signs of sympathy. As long as his interests were not infringed upon, it mattered not how many starved to death. This was also the reason why Yahiko was determined to change the village. In a world without light, flowers wither. A village like this has no future. Clatter. A customer set down their chopsticks, seemingly entranced by the view outside, just like Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned slightly, and her hand that was about to move the chopsticks paused in midair. The man was not in a daze. His neck was sliced open by an invisible knife. His eyes glazed over, and he showed no signs of struggle before death. Warm blood soaked through his clothes, yet he maintained an upright posture, staring out the window. Tick-tock. More warm blood dripped down. This time, Lin Xian's slightly reddened eyes seemed to notice something. The killer was not completely invisible. At the moment the man was killed, she saw the white mist in the air ripple slightly. Mist? Why was there a faint mist here? It was a ninja's jutsu. Uncle. Lin Xian stood up, intending to remind the restaurant owner. The figure moved with a killing speed that had increased significantly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more customers fell into a pool of blood. In the next second, the noodle shop owner, who was not far away, widened his eyes and covered his neck, staggering as he fell, his eyes revealing despair before death. I heard you're from the Akatsuki organization. The assassin finally spoke, revealing his figure outside the white mist. Mise de conseil technique. It creates fog in a space, achieving an almost perfect invisibility effect, killing silently. Hans's dog? Lin Xian looked at the man in front of him with some confusion. He wasn't wearing a ninja headband, so, for a moment, Lin couldn't tell which faction he belonged to. If he was from Hanzo's side, then the primary target should be him. There would be no need to kill civilians. If he was a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, why would someone from the Hidden Mist Village be here? Have you heard of road ninjas? The lean man's eyes glinted with a cold light. At that moment, his body disappeared again into the white mist. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood his motive for killing. The so-called wandering ninja refers to ninjas who do not belong to any ninja village. They could be renegades, bounty hunters, or untrained half-baked individuals. The one before him was likely someone who had once studied in the Hidden Mist Village and then defected. The Land of Rain has a chaotic order, making it a paradise for wandering ninjas. Here, as long as you don't provoke Hanzo, you can kill as many civilians as you want without anyone caring. Lin Xian thought that today's events were deliberately arranged by someone. But it seems to be a coincidence. You don't seem afraid of me. Eerie sounds echoed around. At the moment he killed for the first time, the boy realized his existence. So he understood that this boy was the strongest in the restaurant, which is why he was left for last to enjoy. Why be afraid? Lin Xian's expression was calm, but the smile at the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of mockery and disdain. Dying at my hands is your honor. The voice in the white mist seemed a bit angry. He could never return to his village because he had betrayed his comrades during the mission. But so what? He possessed hundreds of advanced ninja techniques, was once an outstanding jonin in the village, and was just a step away from earning the title of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The life of a wandering ninja was what he truly desired. For him, the thrill of killing was the meaning of life, acting freely, crushing the pitifully weak opponents with absolute violence, blood gushing from their necks. That was the most wonderful and melodious music in the world. It was time to end it. Shang Chuan-gu, as if taking a leisurely stroll, declared the boy's death in his heart. He silently approached from behind, his left hand's kunai aimed at the boy's unguarded neck. Unguarded? Unprotected? Clang. The metallic sound of a sharp clash rang out, and Shang Chuan-gu looked at his left hand in disbelief. He had thrust forward at high speed, intending to cleave the boy's head in one strike, but what broke was the kunai in his hand. Still trying to escape? Lin Xian's eyes turned a faint blood red. For a moment, Shang Chuan-gu almost thought he was facing an enraged lion. His left arm was caught by the boy, unable to move at all. Is this a human hand? 1,000 pounds, even 10,000 pounds of pressure bore down, making his bones creak painfully. The boy slowly revealed a smile, showing his pearly white teeth. Who are you? The man trembled, losing even the courage to raise his head at that moment. He prided himself on being the reaper of souls, but this time he encountered a malevolent spirit from hell. Who I am is not important. What matters is I won. Lin Xian grinned. In order to sense this guy's movements in the mist, he directly activated the first stage of his divine blood state. An assassin? Every ninja can be considered an assassin, and what he fears the least are assassins. The mist concealment technique is strong, but it can't fool him. Perhaps this guy has other hidden cards, but unfortunately, with his left hand rendered useless in a single encounter, he wouldn't have the chance to form seals. A ninja without ninjutsu is just a wild dog by the roadside. Roar. The man truly lives up to being A.J. Nin. In his final moments, he went berserk and resisted, ignoring his incapacitated left hand, trying to take them down with him. Lin Xian didn't give him a chance to take out his ninja tools or explosive tags. His movements were faster, grabbing the ninja's right hand, which was torn apart as the flesh and bones were pulled apart, leaving a bloody right arm thrown onto the restaurant floor. In the ninja's eyes filled with despair, the fist loomed larger, carrying the scent of death. Puffed. The man's head burst like a smashed watermelon. Nasty liquid splattered everywhere, and the already blood-soaked air in the room became even more foul. Side quest completed. 2,000 reincarnation points have been awarded. This reign really seems endless. Lin Xian found a relatively clean umbrella from the restaurant. With his clothes in this state, he would definitely be scolded by Xiaonan when he got back. Today has really been unlucky. He couldn't even enjoy a bowl of noodles in peace. The silhouette of the boy disappeared into the black curtain of rain. Almost half an hour passed. The ground outside the restaurant cautiously poked out a half-black, half-white head. It looked in the direction where Lin Xian had vanished and slightly moved its lips. Monster. Chapter 5. Blood of the Gods, Second Stage, Countercurrent. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The black curtain of rain washed away the smell of blood on the boy. Lin Xian recalled today's battle, and for a moment his eyes were somewhat dazed. With short black hair and slightly lazy, fragmented bangs, he wore a simple, clean robe that seemed ancient and ordinary, with dark red bloodstains resembling several vibrant plum blossoms. The puddle by the roadside reflected the youth's face, his eyes calm and undisturbed. Top, top, top. The hurried footsteps grew closer. A total of 7 men in black, moving in a disciplined and organized manner, were like a shadow army. You go. The middle-aged man at the front signaled, and his subordinate nodded slightly, walking towards the boy in the robe, holding an umbrella. Upon seeing this, Lin Xian frowned slightly. As far as he knew, Hanzo's forces wouldn't concern themselves with such battles. Just wandering ninjas, with no conflict of interest with the rulers of Amigakure. Are you people from Hanzo? Lin Xian asked uncertainly. In the territory of Rain Hidden Village, the appearance of such a trained ninja team made him think of Hans. However, they weren't wearing the ninja headbands of Rain Hidden Village. Did you kill him? The voice of the man in black revealed a strong authority. Their backing was Hans, and in Rain Hidden Village, this group of ninjas was the representative of the gods. So what if they killed him? Lin Xian murmured softly. Isn't it just a wandering ninja? Is it really necessary? Team leader, it's confirmed. The ninja sent by the Hidden Mist Village to communicate with us is related to that plan. This person has sabotaged it. I suspect he was sent by Konoha. That subordinate reported it like this. Lin Xian was taken aback. A communication ninja sent from the Hidden Mist Village to contact the Hidden Rain Village? This must be a mistake. That guy was just a wandering ninja. He told me himself before he died that he was nothing but a useless communication ninja. I see. The man in black, referred to as the leader, frowned, his expression shifting between dark and light. The Hidden Mist Village was plotting something significant and had promised great benefits to the Hidden Rain Village. But now that the envoy was dead, would the Hidden Mist Village continue to cooperate with them? Wait, the guy I killed claimed to be a wandering ninja, and he even killed local villagers. Sensing the murderous intent from several people, Lin Xian tried to defend himself. It wasn't that he was afraid of these ninjas. Rather, he didn't want to expose himself to Hanzo's gaze so soon. If it wasn't you who killed him, then who did? The man grinned, his face showing a mocking expression. In that moment, Lin Xian fell silent. It no longer mattered who killed that idiot he had never met, because, in the eyes of these people, he was already dead. They might be looking for a hapless scapegoat to claim they had caught the murderer, or they simply wanted to vent their frustration. They didn't care whether you were the murderer. They just wanted you dead. I once thought that ninjas were obedient puppets, cold-blooded robots, dogs under the rule of their masters. But now it seemed they were nothing but disgusting maggots. The boy expressionlessly closed his umbrella. The black rain curtain instantly disheveled his hair and soaked his clothes. 7 shadows stood before him, pulling out shurikens from their tool bags, their faces lit up with the excitement of hunters capturing a mighty lion. Thunder rumbled, and the rain poured. The ninjas silently surrounded the boy. Attack! The leader barked a command. They didn't even opt for the most ideal silent approach, treating the boy as a soft persimmon that could be easily handled. I should have bought a pack of cigarettes before crossing over. Lin Xian smacked her lips, a hint of regret on her otherwise plain face. She instinctively reached into her pocket but found no lighter or cigarettes, only the incessant drip of wet raindrops, making her vision increasingly blurred. Before a fight scene begins, isn't it typical for the protagonist to calmly smoke a cigarette and then dramatically declare that everyone present is a bunch of losers? It's a bit of a shame. Lin Xian looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Rainwater gradually rose into white mist. The ninjas, holding kunai, had mocking and cruel smiles on their faces. In the next moment, the boy would be pierced by dozens of kunai, turning into a bloody hedgehog, and then dismembered into several pieces by the short knife in the leader's hand. When the crisp sound of a violent clash rang out like metal colliding. What the hell is this? Is the boy's underwear made of armor? The 7 ninjas were stunned. In the next second, they got their answer, as the boy's fiery red skin appeared in their eyes. The faint white mist around them was not due to a ninjutsu, but rather a large amount of rainwater vaporizing under high temperatures. That boy's body was like a piece of glowing metal. Has the game begun? It must be exciting. The boy revealed a childlike smile of joy. Beneath that innocent face, there hid the wrath and brutality of a king. He didn't want to expose his strength, but that didn't mean he would remain indifferent when someone pointed a weapon at him. Good people should be threatened with guns? Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. The leader's expression turned cold, and his eyes darkened, showing signs of displeasure. The turbulent water gathered from all around, transforming into a giant python with claws and fangs as the ninja formed seals. No, that was a giant dragon. Among A-rank ninjutsu, this technique could be considered excellent, as only elite jonin could master it as skillfully as he did. Crack! The sound of bones tearing echoed amidst the falling raindrops. The ninjas showed fear, and the 3 who were forming seals were so frightened that they stopped their movements. A head flew up several dozen meters and fell to the ground with a thud, its eyes wide open in disbelief, as if witnessing unimaginable horror in its final moments. So weak. The boy's sigh echoed softly. The rain fell on him, turning into steam in 2 seconds, and his figure flickered as he charged through the water-formed giant dragon. Water dragon? It's ultimately just made of water. Monster. It's a monster. Run. Go find Lord Hanzo, this person. The remaining 6 ninjas screamed and scattered. They chose to disperse and flee. This was a conditioned reflex from years of training, an instinct ingrained in their bones. As long as someone could survive to return, Lord Hanzo would know of the strong enemy that had appeared in the village. Rainwater slid down his forehead and through the white mist. A pair of blood-red eyes emerged. The owner of those eyes wore an indifferent expression, seemingly unconcerned about the fleeing ants, as if he was confident he could crush those insects at any moment. Should I chant a fatal technique or something? Their essay technique called water dragging. At that moment, the boy hadn't forgotten to make a quip. If the ninjas looked back, they would find his eyes full of laziness, yawning as if he were about to get up to peel an apple with a fruit knife, leisurely and content. The flowing water on the ground suddenly moved, like hundreds or thousands of mad snakes swirling and surging. Water is lifeless, yet at this moment, it resembled a victorious army under the command of a king. God blood first stage, fury. The initially boiling blood raised his body temperature to nearly 50 degrees, and human nerve perception climbed to the level of a monster. Enhanced dozens of times. God blood second stage, reverse flow. Body temperature approached 200 degrees. Bones and muscles evolved completely toward a non-human level, as if opening the gates of hell to release evil demons. In this state, the descendants of the god blood could even control elements. Shatter. Countless streams of water obeyed the emperor's command at that moment. The fastest of the 6 ninjas had already fled 300 meters away, but was still trapped in the elemental cage of water. The boy picked up his black umbrella, his steps light. 6 corpses lay in the rainwater and pool of blood. Chapter 6. The new member of Akatsuki, Afe. Rain-hidden village. Outskirts forest. In a dilapidated wooden house, Conan was preparing breakfast for the day. Yesterday, her brother didn't return until late at night, and his clothes had almost turned into mere strips hanging on him. They were already too poor to buy clothes, and yet her brother didn't care at all. But in the end, Conan still said nothing. Although the rain had washed away most of the blood scent, it couldn't erase it all. Smelling the blood, one could guess what Lin Xian had gone through before returning home. Yahiko had good eloquence and found 3 chunin for the organization. Conan said casually. The atmosphere at breakfast was somewhat eerie, as Lin Xian seemed lost in thought, pondering something. What about you, brother? She asked again. Didn't he find anything? Lin Xian shook his head. He had been wandering around the village for half a day, but hadn't found a suitable target to approach. He had planned to grab a bowl of noodles, but instead encountered a murderous madman. Just as he came out, he ran into Hanzo's subordinate, who had just finished a killing spree and went straight home. Yesterday's enemy. How strong are they? Xiaonan finally asked this question. She knew her brother had kept a low profile all these years, but she was still very concerned about him getting hurt. Hanzo's subordinates were no pushovers. It was just SOSO, about 8 elite jonin levels, which could be considered as clearing obstacles for the organization in advance. Lin Xian lazily replied. The strongest ones are that wandering ninja and the one referred to as the leader. He doesn't have chakra energy, but he can sense the strength of the ninja's chakra, which allows him to gauge the specific strength of most enemies. There are a total of 8 hostile Jonin, contributing a total of 16,000 reincarnation points. However, there are also confusing aspects. If what those ninjas said is true, who exactly killed the Mist Village envoy that came to Rain Hidden Village? 8 Jonin? Xiaonan's mouth formed an O shape. She stared at her brother as if she were seeing him for the first time. Jonin are clearly synonymous with elites and masters. Yet hearing it come from her brother's mouth made it sound like a few insignificant bugs. What kind of bloodline limit has her brother awakened? Lin Xian noticed Xiao Nan's expression and thought for a moment but still didn't explain. The secret of the divine blood is better kept from as many people as possible. Good news. Good news. Yahiro cheerfully pushed open the door, so happy that he even forgot to knock before entering. What's wrong? Xiaonan came back to her senses and looked at her partner. We encountered danger in the village yesterday, but fortunately, we met him. Otherwise, we would have been dragged away by that Jonin before the reinforcements arrived. Nagato still felt a lingering fear, his face showing some apprehension. Next to the 2 boys was a strangely featured young man. That's right, strange. Dressed in a black robe, he had a thin build, and his head was wrapped in layers of white bandages, leaving only his left eye exposed, resembling a living mummy. This outfit cannot be called anything but odd. Nice to meet you. Just call me Fei. The man's slightly hoarse voice sounded, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xian and Xiao Nan. What happened yesterday? Lin Xian had a guess in her heart, but on the surface, she remained calm and composed. Fei? What a joke. You're clearly Uchiha Obito. You should only be 12 years old this year. In the Third Shinobi World War, which ended a few months ago, Konoha ninja Uchiha Obito sacrificed himself in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, half of his body crushed by falling rocks, and before dying, entrusted his right eye to his friend Kakashi Hitaki. Damn, Kakashi. Zetsu's movements are really quick. Before Madara's true death arrived, he finally found a qualified tool. The next target for control should be pain, right? Lin Xian was thinking about all of this and subtly glanced at Nagato. Yesterday, Nagato and I were recruiting new members and promoting Akatsuki. Everything was going smoothly until we encountered 8J Nin from the Hidden Mist Village, who was closely associated with Hanzo. We crossed paths, and a battle was about to break out. Nagato and I managed to eliminate a few CH Nin, but we couldn't do anything about the guy from the Hidden Mist Village. If this dragged on, the situation would become extremely unfavorable for us. Luckily, Toby intervened, or Nagato and I might have ended up in a dire situation in the village, and it would have been impossible to kill the envoy sent by the Hidden Mist Village. Then, we brought Toby back with us. Yahiko recounted the story. From this tale, Lin Xian sensed an unusual aura. Why did Toby happen to appear there so coincidentally? Akatsuki had only just been formed, right? Why would a powerful person like Toby join without hesitation? Toby must have known about all these plans in advance. Moreover, perhaps the 7 ninjas that Lin Xian encountered were deliberately guided to target Lin Xian as a vent for their frustrations. Even the wandering ninja in the restaurant was not entirely a coincidence. What a clever scheme. The conspiracy planted 1,000 years ago is not something that can be easily speculated upon. They indeed noticed the abnormalities in themselves. Brother Toby, welcome to Akatsuki. Lin Xian revealed a friendly smile and shook hands with the strange person in front of him. Please take care of me from now on. Fei looked deeply at him. He had not possessed the power of this body for long, but with that person's help, he was confident he was invincible. No matter how strong brute force was, it was still brute force. He was the absolute void that could not be touched, standing on an unbeaten ground. Congratulations. The organization has gained another strong member. Nagato smiled happily, a smile that came from the heart. Yahiko was the leader and the hope of Akatsuki. Akatsuki's dream was everyone's dream, and one day it would build a bridge of peace leading to any part of the world. Fei, for now on we will be companions. Yahiko also shook hands with the strange man, feeling very excited. Fei was the first elite ninja recruited by the organization, and among the elite, he was one of the strongest. That overwhelming chakra, powerful fire techniques, and meticulous combat details were truly rare talents. Brother, you also need to work hard. Just killing enemies 1T make Akatsuki grow stronger. Conan chuckled. Like Nagato and Yahiko, she was immersed in joy, forgetting to examine the abnormality of Fei's identity. I will pay more attention next time, but don't hold too many hopes for me. I can't compare to Yahiko when it comes to making witty remarks. Lin Xian shrugged and smiled casually. After all, talents like a Fei are extremely rare. The young man deliberately elongated his words. Lin Jun laughed, saying, "How can I compare to the taijutsu monster in Mexico's words? I only know a bit of fire release." A Fei's hoarse voice was somewhat eerie. He knew about Lin Xian's apprehension and suspicion, but he chose not to respond to the young man's sarcastic remarks. Whether it was Mexico, Nagato, or Conan, they were all disciples of Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, but their temperament was simply not mature enough. Ultimately, they were just inexperienced newcomers with little combat experience involving life and death. With the help and guidance of White Zetsu, a Fei easily deceived and approached them. However, Lin Xian was different. Zetsu had been secretly observing this guy for quite a while. This boy was a true outlier, and even Zetsu couldn't figure out his background. His power seemed to emerge out of nowhere. One moment, he was a mere mortal, and the next he had transformed into a dragon. Chapter 7. The Youngster's Lord Hanzo. There is a letter from Konoha. One day, the ruler of Amegakure received a mysterious letter from Konoha, proposing a trade. The person from Konoha hoped that Hanzo would lend his support during the Hokage election, publicly standing on their side. In exchange, Konoha would help Hanzo consolidate his rule in Amegakure. This deal was truly mutually beneficial. Was it successful? The rain fell incessantly, seemingly without end. A vague white figure lingered in the rain, neither holding an umbrella nor moving forward. Everything was according to plan. From the figure, another distinct voice emerged, coming from the white bandages. If someone were to observe closely, they would find that the bandages seemed to possess a life of their own, suddenly coming alive and moving strangely. The development of Akatsuki was flourishing, thriving vigorously. All of this was within Mexico's expectations and the calculations of the people behind the scenes. Years of war in Amegakure had left the lives of civilians ignored, and there were far too many who harbored resentment against Hanzo. Indeed, Hanzo was known as a demigod in the ninja world. The poison of his salamander struck fear into countless ninjas. During the Second Shinobi World War, he faced hundreds of Konoha ninjas and the Sannin alone and defeated the enemy. However, Hanzo's rule was a failure. He was recognized for his strength, but that was all there was to it. The world had long suffered under Qin at this moment. Akatsuki was like Chun Sheng of the past. Lin Xian stood on the rooftop of a building, gazing in the direction of rain-hidden village. In just 2 months, Xiao had recruited over 100 ninjas, including 13 high-ranking ninjas. The rest were all middle-ranking. Their activity range had expanded significantly, and they now had their own territory. Who was Chun Sheng? Fei emerged from the shadows behind. He always did this, moving mysteriously and suddenly appearing from unexpected places. Sometimes he was a reliable man with a hoarse voice, and other times he was a cheerful child with a playful personality. No one in the organization could decipher his thoughts. How would I know who he is? I was just talking nonsense. Lin Xian gave a perfunctory answer. He had little patience for Uchiha Bido and no intention of befriending him. The combination of a schemer and a tool held no appeal for him. The meeting was about to start. Both of you. Nagato climbed up to the rooftop. Recently, the Akatsuki organization had been developing too smoothly, with every aspect being perfect. More and more people in the Land of Rain were learning about this organization and the great dreams of these young people. For the sake of peace, the organization had gained more and more partners and comrades. Even Hanzo of the Salamander could not underestimate the power of this organization. The meeting is starting, Senpai. Akatsuki was in good spirits, with only his left eye slightly squinting. Although his expression was hidden, it still conveyed that he was smiling. That smile was rather smug. Senpai, I can't really consider myself your senior. Lin Xian stretched lazily. Obito's master was the soon-to-be 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Minato's teacher was Jiraiya. By this logic, Conan, Yahiko, Nagato, and Minato are of the same generation, and Obito should call them Shirshu, uncle, while Lin Xian should also address him as uncle. Of course, standing here is Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito is his past identity. On the night Rin Noera died, the name Obito lost all meaning. After a moment, second floor of the building, conference room. In the dimly lit room, a dozen figures were seated in an orderly manner, each one a trained jonin with rich combat experience. And each person's life could be turned into a novel. Now, they were members of Akatsuki, fighting for a common goal, bleeding, and risking their lives. Once everyone arrived, the meeting officially began. Yahiko, as the leader, naturally started to speak. During this time, he glanced at Akatsuki, a momentary confusion flashing in his eyes before quickly disappearing. Akatsuki was a strange person. It was true that he had made considerable contributions to the organization, but he was not doing it with all his effort. This is why Yahiko felt confused about this guy, not knowing what he was thinking or what he was hiding. This matter was unusual. Conan's brows furrowed. Oh, what happened? Lin Xian kept a lazy gaze, sitting next to his sister, gently rubbing her hair. In a world of ninjas, the world of conspirators, those things had nothing to do with him. Only his sister mattered. He would not allow anyone to harm Xiaonan. It's Hanzo, Nagato said in a deep voice. Surprise appeared in his Rinnegan, and the ninjas at the conference table were also shocked. Hanzo, that guy wants to end the war with us? Deciding who the true ruler of the Rain Country is? Wahahaha. Afei let out an excited screech. For a moment, Lin Xian thought the person across from him was just a lustful monkey. No, Yahiko's expression was serious. The ninja villages of the great nations had already noticed the existence of Akatsuki, and Hanzo could no longer ignore them. He sent an invitation, hoping to form an alliance with Akatsuki. Nagato quickly added, Hanzo hopes to establish a new management system centered around Akatsuki, to win the hearts of the people of the Rain Country in a different way, and to sign a peace treaty with the great nations to eliminate the tragedy of the Rain Country. Is this considered a compromise on their part? Given the current situation, they have no intention of fighting us. Janine frowned. What if it's a trap? The methods of rulers are always ruthless, and it's entirely possible they set a trap with cunning schemes. That's why we are having this meeting. Yahiko scanned the ninjas at the conference table. Lin, what do you think? The leader looked at the guy who was playing with his sister's hair. He always seems so lazy. A trap? That's for the leader to figure out. After all, I'm just a brute. Lin Xian is very humble. Humble? It's more accurate to say that his face is marked by laziness. The ninjas didn't respond, seemingly used to the words of this monster of a boy. Although he hasn't practiced any ninjutsu, his physical skills are surprisingly strong. The kind of strong that is outrageous. This boy is also one of the elders of Akatsuki, deserving of respect from any member. Bro, we're in a meeting? Be serious. Xiaonan tugged at the corner of his shirt. Oh. Lin Xian sat up slightly to express her attitude, and then nothing happened. There was no doubt that it was a trap, just waiting for Yahiko to step into it. Someone like Hans would never allow a second ninja force to emerge in his territory. Some were scheming, some were calculating in the shadows, and some were waiting for the opportunity. The inexperienced youths were facing the longest living and most terrifying conspirator in the world, completely unaware of it. An invisible beast revealed its ferocious fangs to the newborn dawn, declaring the turning of the wheel of fate. Chapter 8. Scheming against my sister? The meeting ended. The ninjas and the leader discussed a lot and ultimately decided to keep the appointment. The conditions promised by Hans were simply too tempting. If both sides could reach an agreement, it would put an end to the years of turmoil in the Land of Rain, marking the first step towards peace. Nagato deviated from the path set by Madara. We need to bring him back to the right path. Obito, are you ready? On the rain-soaked ground, a white-black half-white head suddenly emerged. Zetsu. It is said to be a special creature created by Madara, a trusted subordinate left in the world. Peace. People as naive as them could never achieve peace. Don't worry, I will make Nagato do what he needs to do. Obito replied coldly. Rin's death revealed to him the cruel truth of this ninja world. As long as the ninja system exists, tragedies will continue to unfold in this world. Madara's thoughts were correct. Only infinite Tsukuyami could truly change everything. In order for Uchiha Madara to be resurrected and to use that ultimate illusion technique, Obito needed to collect the nine-tailed beasts and guide Nagato to become a qualified leader of Akatsuki. What do you think of Lin Xian? What bloodline does she have? Obito suddenly spoke. That guy is Conan's brother, supposedly without blood relation. Years ago, even a decade ago, Lin Xian behaved just like an ordinary person, never showing any abnormalities. But now, that guy's taijutsu made Obito very wary. According to Zetsu's intelligence, that guy could engage in combat with someone at the level of a Kage solely based on taijutsu, and he had also demonstrated a special ability to manipulate water, which might be his Kekkei Genkai ability. Bloodline? Zetsu smiled bitterly. Kekkei Genkai, chakra, these things come from the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Tsutsuki, who is his mother. However, even Kagaya didn't have such abilities. Lin Xian's bloodline limit couldn't possibly come from her. The energy within that boy is not chakra either. I see, what a mysterious guy. Seeing Ju's silence, Obito also understood its meaning. Even with Ju's intelligence, it was still unaware of where that guy's bloodline originated from. In this plan, that guy clearly noticed something, but he did not stop Yahiko. Perhaps he is not our enemy. Obito continued to speak. Lin Xian has helped the organization eliminate quite a few troublesome enemies. But does he really care about the development of the Akatsuki? That boy doesn't he spend all day talking about justice and peace. Most of his free time is spent with his sister, or rather, protecting her. Conan. His weakness is Conan. Absolutely certain. A person like him may have never cared about the naive dreams of a few little kids. He joined the Akatsuki because Conan wanted to join. A person like him would never easily intervene in matters he isn't interested in, unless it involves his sister being in danger. He is like a dragon. A dragon only cares about the gold and gems hoarded in its cave. The world may change dynasties hundreds of times, but it has nothing to do with the dragon. Obito continued to analyze. That's right, he doesn't care, but Conan does care. If Conan wants to be involved in that matter, then he will inevitably go to protect her, and at that time, Hanzo that fool will anger him again. Absolutely no way. Once things develop to that point, the plan will be ruined. Nagato won't fall into despair. Instead, some enraged monster will sweep through Amigakure, turning the city upside down with corpses everywhere. Huh! Obito suddenly laughed disdainfully. A mere woman. How can she affect our grand plans? Conan is the gem that Lin Xian protects, so let him protect her. We just need a bait to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Hard to imagine. These are the words of a 12-year-old boy. Less than a year ago, he was still a nobody at the Konoha Ninja Academy. What to do? Conan has a good relationship with Yahiko and Nagato. Although we have people in the Akatsuki, it's not that easy to operate. Absolute fell into deep thought. Even if we want to kill Lin Xian, this is definitely not the right time. The most important thing right now is Nagato. He is the most crucial part of their plan. ISNT Hanzo raising a salamander, exposing that summoning beast's location to the Akatsuki, and then our people subtly hinting to Yahiko, wouldn't that solve the issue? Using Lin Xian's words. The title of demigod in the ninja world belongs to the salamander, which has a connection with Hanzo. Controlling the salamander means controlling Hanzo's lifeline. The Akatsuki won't miss this bargaining chip. Obito sneered. Dark clouds loomed, and the rain grew heavier. A bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the monstrous face in the rain, with 3 black tomo appearing in the crimson left eye. How to ensure the Akatsuki will send Conan to subdue the salamander. Absolute pondered the feasibility of the plan. Hanzo's subordinates also have our people. Negotiation, requiring Yahiko and Nagato to be present. Who else could the remaining high-ranking members be? Obito couldn't help but burst into laughter. Once a boy, now a ruler of the world. Akatsuki. Headquarters. Urgent news. Leader. The subordinate rushed into Yahiko's room without even knocking. The orange-haired boy was meditating with his eyes closed, a method taught to him by Jiraiya, emphasizing the need for calm in critical moments. Speak. Yahiko slowly opened his eyes. Recently, he has been feeling uneasy, always sensing that the negotiation would go awry. But which part exactly went wrong? Is it Hanzo? Upon careful thought, is that guy really trustworthy? Is it too reckless to go to the meeting like this? The informants found out about the breeding location of the salamander in the cold lake deep in the mountains, about a day's journey from here. The subordinate respectfully replied. Hanzo's strength primarily lies in his toxic ninjutsu. Ordinary people, if they come into contact, wouldn't survive for more than a few minutes, where the poisonous mist passes. Not even a blade of grass grows. It is said that only Tsunade from Konoha and Chiyo from Sunagakure have resisted the toxic attacks. This salamander is Hanzo's Achilles heel. If we can threaten its life, even if Hanzo has ulterior motives during the negotiation, we will have enough leverage to prevent him from acting rashly. The subordinate suggested quietly. Hearing this, Yahiko's eyes brightened. This is indeed a good idea. However, the meeting starts tomorrow morning, and Hanzo's side is requiring all high-ranking members of the Akatsuki to attend, even specifically naming me and Nagato. Yahiko furrowed his brows tightly. Lin Xian and Conan have hardly gone out on missions, right? The subordinate reminded again. With his head lowered, no one could see the man's expression. Conan rarely goes out and is responsible for making explosive tags. Lin Xian is even more unnecessary to mention. In any mission that monster participates in, not a single enemy survives. Han still doesn't have any specific personal information about Lin Xian. Having these two deal with the pufferfish is simply perfect. Isn't Lord Conan skilled in paper jutsu? If we set thousands of explosive tags in the pufferfish's belly, threatening its life, Hans will definitely not be able to contend with Akatsuki. The man continued to guide him patiently. Good, good. Yahi finally nodded in agreement, showing an expression of regret for not meeting him sooner. Is this the leader of Akatsuki? Huh, just as that adult thought, pitifully foolish. After leaving the room, the man couldn't help but smile. Snap! At that moment, a warm hand landed on his shoulder. The boy behind him yawned, as if he had just woken up from a nap. Is there anything you need, Lord Lin Xian? The man restrained his smile and lowered his head to show respect. Nothing much. Lin Xian rubbed her eyes, her expression full of laziness. It seemed like just a normal greeting. This is Shao, where there is no distinction between high and low among the upper management and members. Everyone is a loving family, striving for the same dream. It's perfectly normal to greet each other and pat each other's shoulders. The man maintained a hypocritical smile, waiting for Lin Xian's next words. If Lin Xian asked him what he had for lunch, he would answer that it was delicious bread, thanking the great organization for its grace. If Lin Xian said she wanted an apple, he would bend at a 90-degree angle and then go to the storage room on the first floor. Mountain pepper fish? Calculating against my sister? The boy's whispers echoed in his ears. At this moment, the man's soul trembled in fear deep within him. He opened his mouth, but could not speak for a long time. That gentle hand rested on his shoulder. If the boy wanted to, he could tear him in half a second. Speak. He must say something. If he says the wrong thing, he would die. Adjust. The man painfully uttered a word, as if countless invisible hands were gripping his neck. Adjust what? Lin Xian looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Adjusting. The tiger leaves the mountain. Chapter 9. Capturing the salamander. The next day, early morning, Yahiko and Nagato, the two of them, participated in Hanzo's meeting with most of the Akatsuki forces. Lin Xian received another task. He was responsible for going with Xiao Nan to capture Han's summoning beast, the salamander, and to place a large number of explosive tags inside it. They traveled through the night and finally arrived at the edge of Han Lake this morning. Brother, do we really not need to go over there? Halfway there, Xiao Nan still felt a bit worried. It wasn't that she was afraid of the salamander, but she was concerned about what unexpected events might occur on the other side. This was a command issued by Yahi. Lin Xian shook his head. He had heard that conversation outside the door yesterday, and subsequently received the answer to lure the tiger away from its mountain. It seemed that the person behind the scenes did not intend to deal with him, at least not in the short term. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used this method to divert Xiao Nan. Since Xiao Nan was not participating in the frontline battle, Lin Xian naturally could not disrupt their plans. This actually wasn't a bad thing. The person behind the scenes wanted to use Nagato. What harm could it bring to Lin Xian? They fancied themselves as the controllers of the world, but in Lin Xian's eyes, they were nothing more than clowns. Hans was called a demigod, and 90 of that was due to that summoning beast. If we could capture the salamander, the negotiations with Yahiko would be much smoother and safer. Lin Xian continued to explain. He didn't care at all about the lives of Nagato and Yahiko. Rather, having Nagato as a tool was more beneficial to him. However, he couldn't just tell Conan this outright. Understood. Conan had a look as if she had come to a realization. Unfortunately, how far could her eyes really see? The truth she saw was merely what others wanted her to see. Put on the mask. Ahead lies an area shrouded in poisonous mist. Lin Xian took out the gas mask that had been prepared long ago. In the distance, the air appeared light purple, and the mountains from here were covered with withered vegetation and trees, barren and silent. Unless it's Tsunade and Chiyo. Being infected with this deadly poison means death without an antidote. Once I locate the newt, I will quickly subdue it, remembering to prepare the explosive tags in advance. Set up the traps, and then place them inside its belly. Lin Xian explained the task details. Yes, Xiao Nan's expression was serious, her beautiful face revealing a cold elegance. Today she looked like a true ninja. No, she was originally a ninja, and a formal one at that, having received systematic training. Has my little sister grown up too? Lin Xian smiled silently. In his eyes, Xiao Nan needed protection, but in the eyes of others, this girl was also a shining genius ninja. Don't sleep anymore. It's time to get up, everyone. Lin Xian took a deep breath and suddenly slammed his fist into the ground. The first stage of divine blood quietly activated, and the earth trembled as if in response to the punch. Suddenly, a massive black shadow appeared in the lake deep in the mountains. It was a brown monster fish over 100 meters long, covered in bumps, with thick limbs that looked somewhat clumsy. Brother, Xiao Nan exclaimed. The monster clearly sensed the disturbance, opening its abyssal mouth to spray a large cloud of purple mist. From a distance, it looked like a shower of purple rain falling this way. Enemy attack. Someone is attacking Lord Han's summoned beast. In an instant, a dozen figures emerged from the cave in the mountains, all wearing gas masks and protective uniforms, with conspicuous ninja tool bags on their bodies. The rain-hidden ninjas. It seemed Hans had specifically left them here to protect the mountain pepper fish. Even if they couldn't fight back, at least they could send word. That old immortal is indeed quite cautious. Lin Xian complained, these guys are not even capable of dealing with the enemy. If they can't even defeat a mountain pepper fish, what use are these dozen or so ch? Their role is just to relay messages. Xiaonan, get ready with the explosive tags. The young man rubbed his fists together, a hint of disdain in his eyes. The boiling blood surged again, bones and muscles tearing under a mysterious force, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The water elements in the world gathered to form a white curtain, isolating the poison in the air. The newcomer is not simple. Hurry and send a message. The ninjas were startled by the boy's abilities. He looked like a young child. Yet he could use this water-style ninjutsu so casually without even performing the hand seals. Just a mere ant. Lin Xian stared at the enormous giant salamander that emerged on the surface of the lake, not even sparing a glance at the smaller fish. The water element is not just the lake water. The power of the elements exists everywhere. Wherever there is matter, there are elements. The air also contains water. Splash. Like a toppled domino, with the first one down, the second, third, and fourth follow. Without warning, 15 Chunin fell to the ground during their escape. Their breaths extinguished. 15 enemy Chunin were killed. Gain 15, 000 reincarnation points. A notification sounded, but the boy's expression remained unfazed. Brother, that strange fish seems to be trying to escape, Xiaonan cautiously reminded. Lin Xian finally snapped out of his daze and discovered that the strange fish from the lake had crawled onto the shore, moving its massive body in the opposite direction. The toxicity of the toadfish was extremely bizarre, to the point where Lin Xian had to wear a gas mask. The third-tier state of divine blood could ignore such toxins. But he wouldn't be foolish enough to go all out just to kill a fish. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? That said, the toadfish wasn't particularly strong in terms of stamina, and moving its dozens of tons of mass was very laborious. In Lin Xian's eyes, that strange fish now resembled a toddler taking its first steps, although this child might be a bit overweight. As a summoned beast, does it have no dignity at all? They hadn't even started fighting yet. Lin Xian complained and swiftly chased after. The mountain pepper fish felt like cursing. Damn it, the best thing about me is poison. And now it's useless against you. If I don't run, am I just waiting to be chopped up by you? Although it wasn't human, it had a smart head. Usually, the mountain pepper fish could kill ordinary ninjas with brute force without using poison. After all, its weight was substantial. But someone who specifically sought it out couldn't be a good person, right? The mountain pepper fish sensed a dangerous aura from this human. So weak. Lin Xian had completely lost interest in the fight. This fish was too timid, leaving him with constant disappointment and sighs. The only advantage of this creature might be its toxin. Apart from bullying the weak, it was nothing. On second thought, this fish seemed quite fitting for Hanzo. Give me. Stop. The boy's blood-red eyes seemed to burn with fire. This was the king issuing a command. The absolute pressure from his bloodline made the salamander feel as if a mountain was pressing down on it, causing its crawling body to come to an immediate halt. The earth trembled. At this moment, the earth element seemed to come alive, more advanced and faster than any earth-style ninjutsu. The specially crafted cage bound the monster's massive body. At this moment, it was the hardest metal in the world, capable of even suppressing tailed beasts. The fish's head let out a mournful wail. Chapter 10. The Wrong Path. Is everything set up? Lin Xian yawned. He maintained his second-tier divine blood state for nearly 10 minutes, during which the spicy fish remained completely motionless. That's enough. Xiaonan wiped the sweat off her face. She had specifically brought 5,000 explosive talismans and set up a mechanism using paper escape ninjutsu. By sending this into the spicy fish's body, she could control the life and death of this summoned beast at any time and place, unless that thing was removed. Preparation was complete. Lin Xian's fiery red skin gradually returned to normal. The boiling blood turned warm again. The cage on a mountain pepper fish disappeared, and the immense pressure also vanished, but still dared not move freely. This human is a monster. It couldn't understand what the other party meant. If you want to kill, just kill. What is the point of coming over to bury explosive symbols in its belly? The mountain pepper fish's intelligence struggled to comprehend such complex matters. Don't worry. This is just a means. If Hans behaves, your life will not be in danger. Lin Xian grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He knew that the salamander could understand human speech. If the salamander had not been summoned by the spirit technique, it meant that Yahiko's side was safe. In the worst-case scenario, if the salamander was summoned, Conan would activate the device to kill it from within, and what Han summoned would be nothing but a corpse. Ugh. The salamander let out another mournful cry. Whether it was just an illusion or not, Conan felt an overwhelming sense of despair in the fish's cries. What was it despairing about? Hidden Rain Village. At the negotiation site, the Silent Cliff was divided into two factions, with ninjas on high alert. Their gazes focused on the two leaders. One side was Hans of the Salamander, the ruler of the Land of Rain, a demigod in the ninja world, commanding thousands of elite ninjas with an illustrious military record. In the era when Hashirama and Madara disappeared, he was considered the strongest of his time, thus earning the title of demigod. On the other side was the newly formed Akatsuki. Young people, fueled by dreams and passion, had gathered this not-so-small organization, becoming a rising star in the Land of Rain. The leader was a young boy with orange hair, only 16 years old this year. Are you Yahiko? A man wearing a specially made gas mask stepped forward. The Rain Ninja, forehead protector, special sickle ninja tools, and an imposing presence made it clear he was the legendary man. Yes, I'm the leader of Akatsuki. Yahiko stepped forward, staring intently at the man before him. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he still felt nervous at that moment. Very good, very good. Han suddenly laughed strangely. According to intelligence, Akatsuki had only about 100 members, and today all of them were present at the scene. When Hans received this information from his subordinates, he knew he was absolutely destined to win today. His opponents were merely a group of young hotheads. Aside from spouting a few lofty ideals and having some talent in ninjutsu, Akatsuki was nothing but a disorganized mob. Talp, talp, talp. A large number of footsteps echoed from the high cliffs. Yahiko's expression suddenly darkened. Hans had not only brought the ninjas beside him, but had also prepared reinforcements nearby. The number was 100, 200, no. Over 300 ninjas. Those masks, could they be Konoha ninjas? Nagato's voice was heavy. The ninjas on Hanza's side were clearly divided into two groups. One group did not wear the Rain Ninja forehead protector, but instead resembled Konoha's Umbu masks. Under Lord Danzo's orders, a total of 130 Umbu ninjas are at your service. Please give the order to exterminate Akatsuki. A Konoha ninja stepped forward. His voice was loud, showing no intention of hiding it. Everyone in Akatsuki would die in this valley today, and the dead wouldn't expose any secrets. Very good. I will fulfill my promise to Danzo later. Han squinted his eyes and smiled. Although the village had many ninjas, most were on missions, and there were actually not many subordinates he could mobilize. To be safe and eliminate the budding Akatsuki in one fell swoop, Hans contacted Danzo. That guy had approached him before, hoping he would support Danzo in becoming the fourth Hokage, and this time he finally had a use for that guy. By borrowing Konoha's people, the extermination operation would be foolproof. Genius? A genius that hasn't grown up is no better than a pile of dog poop on the roadside. And Hans would not allow Akatsuki to continue expanding. He was the ruler of the Land of Rain, the only absolute ruler. As for Danzo's matter, even if he regretted it later, what could Danzo do to him? It was always Hans who used others. Yahiko, what do we do now? Nagato clenched his fists, his expression cold. The ninjas from both sides were on edge, and a chaotic battle could erupt at any moment. The opponents were all elites, while most of Akatsuki's members were merely nin. Not to mention they were outnumbered 3-1. If it really came to a fight, their chances of winning were 0. Yahiko, is that your name? Do you have any last words? Hans displayed a victorious smile, seemingly mocking the naive and immature young man before him. A demigod in the ninja world? A friend once said something interesting. He said the title of demigod should be given to the salamander, not some scoundrel wielding a sickle. Yahiko inexplicably smiled. I sent him to find your precious salamander. If you dare to harm Akatsuki, I guarantee your summoned beast will die. Upon hearing this, Hans fell into an unusual silence. The ninjas behind him also dared not make a move, waiting for their lord's command. What do you think? If you let us go, the salamander will be safe as well. Yahiko spoke again. Originally, this was a bargaining chip to be used only in the worst-case scenario, but unexpectedly, it was actually put to use. Tick, tick. The dark clouds loomed above, and the rain fell, seemingly calming the ninjas a bit. The salamander, that is Lord Hans's treasure. Killing his son might not make him hesitate like this. A large amount of rainwater would wash away the bloody smell in the air. Zetsu poked its head out of the ground, observing the ninjas from hundreds of meters away. Currently, Akatsuki was merely a toy created by children. Only under my leadership would Akatsuki become a true Akatsuki and ultimately realize that plan. The man in the black cloak spoke in a hoarse voice. He was not wrapped in bandages today, wearing an orange whirlpool mask to conceal his face, with a brilliant scarlet gleam in his left eye. I once thought that killing his parents would be enough to incite his hatred, but Nagato still walked the wrong path. Yahiko and Jiraiya saved him. But a person like him clearly didn't need saving. He just needed to use the power of those eyes to make this world understand his pain. I disdainfully laughed at that child's naive dreams and friendships. A stumbling child always needs someone to lead. Obito said softly. Chapter 11. Nagato awakens. Outer path. Heavenly Deva. After 2 minutes of confrontation, both leaders remained silent. Have you made up your mind? Without the salamander, Hans of the salamander, those you have offended will probably not let you go. Yahiko gradually gained confidence. If Hans exterminated Akatsuki at the cost of the salamander, his good days would likely come to an end. Ha ha! The man suddenly burst into laughter. He looked contemptuously at the boy harboring a glimmer of hope. His face twisted with madness. You don't think I only have one salamander, do you? Hanzo coldly pronounced the death sentence for all members of the Akatsuki. That's right. In his earlier years, he indeed only had one salamander, and he had never summoned any other on the battlefield. But a few years ago, he began to cultivate new salamanders. Although they're only a few meters long today, still in their juvenile stage, they're already capable of producing toxins. He kept this secret, not even revealing it to his wife and children, to prevent any unexpected situation with his summoning beast one day. It seems he has truly laid the groundwork for success. Akatsuki? It's just a joke. Yahiko's pitiful gaze, filled with hope, was like a delightful world-renowned painting in Hanzo's eyes. Attack! Hanzo waved his hand. Including the Konoha Umbun Ninja Army, over 300 elite members immediately entered combat mode. The sounds of shurikens and swords clashing erupted. The killing intent was overwhelming, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Dead. Many people are dead. Familiar faces fell one after another. Many of these ninjas have families. They have their own clans, wives, husbands, and children. They heard about Akatsuki's doctrine and were inspired by that passionate young man to join the organization. The future of Akatsuki is a bright future, and it is also the future of the Land of Rain. Everyone believed so. Yahiko! Yahiko! Nagato barely blocked the incoming rain of shurikens with wind release. All around him were cold corpses, blood soaking his clothes, both enemy and comrade. The enemies were too many to bring despair. In the end, only 2 people were left alive. No, perhaps just one. Survive, Nagato. You must survive. Akatsuki is not completely annihilated. Yahiko coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth. To protect Nagato, he inevitably fell victim to the enemy's jutsu, with several poisoned shurikens piercing his chest. Yahiko! Nagato cried out in despair. This shy and reticent boy was left only with sorrow at this moment. He seemed to return to that desperate black night, unable to do anything, watching helplessly as his parents were killed by Konoha ninjas. You are the savior of this world. This world? Yahiko smiled contentedly. At the moment his breath stopped, there was a smile on his face. Jiraiya-sensei was a gentle person. He had never said who among his students was the best, nor would he belittle anyone, treating everyone equally. But Yahiko knew that his talent was mediocre. Even if he trained hard to become a jonin, he was merely a jonin. Nagato was different. He had eyes that would astonish even Jiraiya-sensei. They were the eyes of the sage of 6 paths. He always spoke grandly, always talked about peace, and he had become the leader of Akatsuki. But Yahiko understood in his heart that the true savior was Nagato. He had thought about one day helping Nagato grow up, telling him that he was the true hero, the hope of Akatsuki, the hope of the Land of Rain. But he never expected that day would come so soon. Yahiko! Yahiko! Nagato's calls could no longer reach him. The comrade in his arms had lost their breath. The rain was taking away the warmth of the corpse, and warm blood continuously oozed from the wounds. I have a huge dream, world peace. The red-haired boy. Did someone bully you? It's okay, eat up, it's free. Nice to meet you. I'm Yahiko. Ha! That fruit stall owner, we always steal apples from him. Hey, did you see that girl? I think her name is Conan. She has a powerful brother. Nagato, don't be so gloomy. Jiraiya-sensei said you one T find a girlfriend like that. Akatsuki is established. Remember to call me leader. You are my little brother, dressed in black robes with a black umbrella, and you'll be stylish on the streets. Attack! Hanzo calmly ordered. The operation went smoothly. The enemy was left with only one person, and even the leader had fallen in battle. Meanwhile, they had only suffered single-digit casualties. Swish, swish! Dozens of shurikens flew from the ninja's hands. Even a body made of rock would be pierced like a hedgehog. Moreover, the opponent was a defenseless, fragile boy. If this world is in constant turmoil, I will become the god of this world. Nagato recalled his companion's words. Almost instinctively, The boy stood up. The shurikens were blocked by an invisible barrier, clinking as they fell several meters away. Did it actually deflect? How'd he do that? Hanzo frowned, and the ninjas around him also showed surprised expressions. Rebound? No, even the struggles of a dying person wouldn't produce such an ability. I've never heard of this. He was not an ordinary kid. Those eyes. Hanzo seemed to connect some dots, but he couldn't recall them at the moment. It felt like he had seen or heard of those eyes somewhere. Kill him. Go. The Konoha Umbu ninjas could not wait any longer. Just one person. They wanted to resolve the trouble here and return to the village to report. No need to waste more time. Summoning technique. Outer path Gedomazo. In the face of life and death, Nagato's Rinnegan ability was completely unleashed. He summoned a forbidden existence. A gigantic hand rose from the ground, ruthlessly crushing Konoha's ninjas like squashing ants. Named Gedomazo, it was a colossal human figure over 200 meters tall, with 9 closed eyes on its head, skin like withered wood, and 10 column-like protrusions on its back. This was a true monster, possessing divine power. Black rods shot out from Gedomazo, piercing the red-haired boy's back, extracting his chakra. Every power comes with a cost, and the price of using Gedomazo was Nagato himself. The boy's body visibly shrank, his life force rapidly draining. This was the power of the Rinnegan. Obito watched the scene from a distance. Zetsu was the best information gatherer. His ability to conceal his presence was top-notch, so he was not worried about exposure here. Those were chakra rods left behind by Madara, and now, Nagato was using that power as Madara had anticipated. Zetsu whispered softly. A purple dragon emerged from Gedomazo's mouth, a powerful sealing technique at the soul level. Hundreds of ninjas seemed like a lot, but as soon as they touched the dragon, their souls would be instantly absorbed, becoming food for Gedomazo, turning into nutrients. This was a massacre of one person against hundreds. Chapter 12. Only power is everything. Roar. The roaring dragon stared at the last enemy on the battlefield. Hundreds of ninjas were devoured by it, with not a trace of resistance. Their souls were taken away, and not a single cut marked their bodies. To possess the Rinnegan is truly astonishing. Han sighed, as if lamenting today's defeat. Akatsuki has been destroyed, but as long as that boy is alive, Akatsuki can be rebuilt at any time. The dead are merely useless. Rather than saying the threat has disappeared, it is more accurate to say the threat has become greater. Aoyawa. The only response to Han's was the boy's furious roar. The red-haired boy, blinded by rage, continued to command the purple dragon to bombard his location. Body flicker technique. At the critical moment, Hans formed hand seals with one hand and brought out his life-saving secret ninjutsu. The chaotic battle ended with earth-shattering explosions. Only 2 remained alive. This was destined to be the darkest day in Akatsuki's history. Hidden Rain Village. Outskirts. The land, just after battle, was stained red with blood, and corpses piled up like small mountains. The red-haired boy leaned against a rock, cradling the lifeless body of his comrade. What a good show. A sudden voice echoed. Nagato wearily turned his head and saw the strange man wearing an orange mask. Toby. It was clearly him. Who exactly are you? Nagato's voice was left with only weariness, cold and devoid of emotion. At such an odd moment, if he still couldn't see that Toby was problematic, Nagato might as well find a block of tofu to slam his head against. Uchiha Madara. Toby's voice revealed a special clarity. His left eye shone with a fierce scarlet. 3 black tomo quietly resting, defiantly meeting Nagato's Rinnegan gaze. What is your purpose? Nagato had no surplus expression left to show surprise. He only cared about the corpse in his arms, his most important comrade, but now he lay silent with closed eyes, never to speak again. Uchiha Madara, even if the Sage of 6 Paths resurrected and stood before him, Nagato would not want to look at him again. It's really coming down hard. Nagato, Obito, said casually, reaching out to catch the falling raindrops. Yahiko's death was like this drop of rain, falling to the ground without any ripples, regardless of what kind of person he was in life. Don't you think this world is wrong? On the other side, Lin Xian and Xiao Nin left the deep mountains. The pepper fish was not summoned at all, so the 2 naturally assumed that their actions went smoothly and let that guy off the hook. Of course, they didn't take out the detonating talisman. However, when they returned to the Akatsuki organization's territory, they found the base empty. Not a single figure was present. Where did they go? Xiaonin suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. To that cliff. Lin Xian's expression darkened slightly. The person behind the scenes had indeed carried out the plan. And perhaps Nagato was with Obito now. Maybe even Zetsu was on site. If he and Konin rushed over now, They would only see a ground covered in corpses and bloodstains. Perhaps the bodies had already been dealt with. Half an hour later, outside the village. No, how could this be? What lay before him was nothing short of a hellish scene. The explosion marks caused by the clash of numerous ninjutsu, along with dozens of terrifying deep craters, looked as if they had been struck by a giant's fist. Corpses and blood soaked the ground, and the aftermath of the battle had been handled by some advanced fire-release ninjutsu. Even the heavy rain could not conceal the stench of burnt bones. The black curtain of rain grew heavier, and Lin Xian silently held an umbrella beside his sister. The corpses were so mangled that it was almost impossible to identify who they were. Obito, Zetsu, they had already taken Nagato away. There should still be Yahiko's body. Brother. Why'd it come to this? Conan fell into his arms, her tears soaking Lin Xian's clothes. The boy could only hold her, hoping to provide her with some comfort through his warmth. If he had disagreed with Conan joining Akatsuki back then, would it have been less painful tonight? A fleeting moment of regret flashed through Lin Xian's mind, but it quickly vanished. No, Yahiko was destined to die. This was what Zetsu and Obito hoped to see. The tragedy was unavoidable. Lin Xian? He doesn't want to collide with the world's greatest villain at this stage, especially not for a Mihiko. If you don't have the ability, don't act tough. He knows very well his current capabilities. Xiaonan, no matter what happens, your brother will protect you, and will absolutely not leave you. The gentle words of the boy echoed in her ears. No matter what, he doesn't mind what those behind the scenes do, as long as it doesn't involve his sister. He won't turn against them unless absolutely necessary. On the contrary, he will use them. From the beginning, Lin Xian was not a good person, nor did he have a saintly heart. He wasn't before, and he won't be in the future. Brother, brother. Xiaonan cried and fell asleep in the boy's arms. To put it another way, she fainted. The members of the Xiao family were like her family, but now those people are gone. A separation between heaven and earth. After watching the show for so long, aren't you coming out to see me? Lin Xian held an umbrella, carrying his sister on his back. Without activating his divine blood, his perception abilities weren't particularly sharp, but he didn't actually need to perceive anything because the other party wasn't trying to hide anything from him at all. This wasn't peeping or surveillance. It was an invitation. Nice to meet you for the first time. You can call me Ju. The white one is Bai Ju, and the black one is Hey Ju. Lord Ban hopes to have a chat with you. A figure draped in a black cloak emerged from the ground, barely recognizable as a human shape, with its body split into black and white colors in the middle. Bon. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Uchihamadara. Ju seemed to guess what the other party was thinking and replied in a hoarse voice, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. As long as one is a ninja, it is impossible not to know the name of Uchiha Madara. He should be dead, killed by the ninja god Senju Hashirama himself. Lin Xian said coldly, "You're right, Madara was defeated in that battle, but he not only survived, he has lived to this day. By the way, he likes to call himself a Fei." He continued speaking confidently, as if he could completely predict the other party's reaction. He would definitely come to see a Fei. Uchiha Madara joining Akatsuki, I think this is part of a larger scheme. Lin Xian looked at Ju. After tonight, could it be that Lin Jun did not see the truth? Only power is everything. Only by being strong enough can one survive in this world, become a ruler, and take fate into one's own hands. The newly formed Akatsuki still needs your participation, and of course, your sister as well. On behalf of Lord Madara and the new leader Nagato, I invite you to become a member of Akatsuki. Akatsuki will change this world. Ju revealed a brilliant smile, and the last sentence was not spoken by him. A figure appeared in the black rain curtain, gazing at Lin Xian with a crimson left eye. Lin Jun, you are a smart person and know what my invitation represents. Afe, Obito, Madara. Any of those titles are fine, but there is one thing that is the most important. This young Uchiha with a kaleidoscope, Sharingan indeed has enough capital and strength. Of course I will join. Rather than secretly guarding against you demons, it's better to join you. That way, if I die, I can at least understand why. Right? The boy responded with a smile. Lin Jun is truly humorous. Are we friends? Afe also grinned. Perhaps so. Chapter 13, Side Quest. Journey to the Land of Wind complete the hidden mission to become a formal member of Akatsuki. Gain 2,000 world reputation points. Current level, 21. Available attribute points, 100. Note, charm and luck cannot be allocated. I see. In a dimly lit room, the boy looked at the white light screen that only he could see. He slightly tapped his finger on it, pressing a certain plus sign 100 times. Explorer 5146-5145 level, 21 lifespan, 1830 blood chi, 3 soul, 16 strength, 127 constitution, 35 agility, 22 charm, 2 luck, 0 reincarnation points, 43500 world reputation, 2,000 in the previous battles. Lin Xian had killed quite a few Chunin and Jonin, but according to that voice, reincarnation points are used in the reincarnation space for transactions. World reputation only takes effect in the current world and will awaken enhancement attributes after reaching a certain level, but for now, it is not very useful. Senior, the meeting has started. A sudden voice echoed in the room. A comical man emerged from the void, wearing the newly established Akatsuki uniform, a black robe with red clouds. Afe, or should I say Uchiha Madara. Temporarily a preparatory member of Akatsuki, he is subordinate to Lin Xian and the others in rank with unknown strength. But he has shown the ability to become intangible, making any physical attacks ineffective against him. What meeting? Didn't we just have a meeting 2 days ago? Lin Xian muttered quietly, somewhat impatient. He preferred assassination missions rather than sitting around a conference table with a bunch of big men all day. The senior really has a poor memory. Wasn't Nagato supposed to find suitable henchmen for the organization? Look, he brought back a pretty capable bastard, but his personality is a bit off. Afishukud. Is it Kakuzu? Lin Xian speculated. The current time is the 41st year of the Konoha calendar, and the newly formed Akatsuki has been established for half a year. Orochimaru has not yet defected from the village, and Itachi Uchiha has not even been born. The strong individuals that Akatsuki can recruit are indeed limited. The first is Kakuzu, who has lived since the era of the first Hokage, relying on his unique Earth Grudge Fear technique to replace his heart and extend his life, making him older than the third Hokage. The information about that guy was thanks to the intelligence officer Zetsu within Akatsuki. The second is Sasori, a genius puppet master from Sunagakure. He has only recently gained fame in the ninja world. Sasori's parents were killed by Konoha's White Fan during the Second Shinobi World War, and he initially sought revenge against Konoha, but the White Fang inexplicably committed suicide. Afterward, Sasori blamed the third Kazekage for his parents' deaths. If it weren't for the Kazekage's negligence, how could Sunagakure have been defeated, leading to his parents' deaths? The subsequent events were straightforward. The third Kazekage was assassinated by Sasori, and the ninjas of Sunagakure still do not know his whereabouts or who attacked the Kazekage. Raza was appointed as the fourth Kazekage in a crisis, and Sasori soon defected from Sunagakure. Thanks to Zetsu's intelligence network, Akatsuki was able to discover these outstanding talents. Everyone has arrived. In a concealed cave, an orange-haired man opened his eyes. His body was pierced and embedded in a special black rod, with black ripples appearing in his eyes, radiating a faint purple light. Pain, Devapath. Yahiko. After that night, Nagato seemed to have become a different person, frantically digging into the potential of his eyes. The original body should not be easily exposed to human eyes, so he used 6 corpses, inserting black rods that could transmit chakra, allowing them to utilize the Rinnegan's abilities. Among them, Yahiko's corpse was made into the strongest Deva path. Let me introduce myself. As soon as Yahiko finished speaking, a shadow holding a ring exclusive to formal members stepped forward, wearing the forehead protector of a rogue ninja from Takigakure. On his left hand's middle finger, the ring was engraved with North. Kakuzu will be responsible for the financial management of Akatsuki in the future, the man said in a low voice, scanning the surroundings. He was invited to join Akatsuki by the Deva path, and he was impressed by this strong individual's power, while also being quite interested in Akatsuki's plan to rule the world, so he chose to join. The Deva path, which is Yahiko, has a ring engraved with 0. A half-black, half-white figure that does not resemble a human has a ring engraved with Xian. A beautiful girl with blue-purple short hair has a ring engraved with white. An ordinary boy with black hair and black eyes, beaming with a radiant smile, has a ring engraved with Lin. Lastly, there is a young man wearing an orange whirlpool mask. He is merely a reserve member of Akatsuki, so he does not have his own ring, but has been issued Akatsuki's uniform. This time, everyone was called not only to welcome Kakuzu, but also for a task. Zetsu has found out Sasori's hiding place. Who among you will go to recruit him? Yahiko stared intently at Lin Xian. The newly formed Akatsuki has now somewhat redeveloped, but the strong individuals available within the organization are still limited. Zetsu is purely skilled at collecting intelligence and is not a combatant. As for Tobi, that guy's thoughts are utterly inscrutable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to be a reserve member. Kakuzu is new and needs to be observed for a while, so such an important task can only be entrusted to someone trustworthy. After excluding others, the remaining candidates are Lin Xian and Xiao Nan are a duo that won't be separated no matter where they go. All right, I'll take on this task. Don't look at me with that kind of expression. I didn't steal your rice. Lin Xian couldn't stand the gaze of those reincarnation eyes and couldn't help but complain. Seriously, a task he enjoys, like killing, is really not suitable for this kind of pacification work. Brother, I'm going to. Xiaonan indeed spoke up like this. Ah Fei and Zhu Dui were not surprised by this conversation, and Mi Yin just nodded slightly. Then let's go together. Lin Xian yawned and took his sister's hand as they left the conference room. Side quest, Favor of the Wind. Quest content, go to the target location. Defeat and recruit the scorpion from the red sand. Difficulty, normal. Rewards, agility 5, luck 1, reincarnation points 8,000, world reputation 2,000. Increased luck? The young man smiled silently. Although he didn't think this intangible attribute had much effect, 1 is always better than 0. Wait, did that last sentence have ambiguity? 2 days later. Land of the Wind. All that met the eye was yellow sand, and the relentless sandstorm swept indiscriminately over everything. Under these conditions, suddenly felt that the days in the rain-hidden village weren't that bad after all. Lin Xian sighed. This kind of place is only suitable for ascetics to cultivate, not for human habitation. Living here for decades would definitely drive a person mad. The red sand scorpion should be nearby. Xiaonan held the meticulously drawn map. In the border village of the Land of Wind, a large number of village massacres had occurred, with hundreds of thousands of civilians dying overnight. This is precisely the work of that rogue ninja. Those villages are truly pitiful. Not a single person can be used as material. But it seems I'm lucky today. A cold voice, resembling that of a poisonous snake, sounded in astonishment. Lin Xian didn't seem surprised. Staring directly at the unexpected guest in front of her, a handsome red-haired boy, dressed in a gray-brown puppeteer uniform. His bare arms were wrapped in white bandages, and he carried several ninjutsu scrolls on his back, seemingly the collection of this talented puppeteer. The village near the Land of Wind was destroyed overnight. At least that's how the rumors describe you. A faint appreciation flickered in the girl's beautiful eyes, identical to her brother's expression. Young man, are you interested in joining Akatsuki? Joining now comes with a limited-time pains rice distribution event. Lin Xian grinned. Chapter 14. Scorpion, is that it? Who are you? The young man with red hair showed some interest. These two are good materials for making puppets, but they don't seem to be afraid of him. In fact, is their goal him? Under the command of the leader, we came to invite you to join Akatsuki. Akatsuki can protect defected ninjas like you, allowing you to complete the tasks you should do within the organization and do whatever else you want. Lin Xian sized up his opponent. Scorpion's defection happened many years ago. He had been lying in wait for a long time, and his biggest trump card was a puppet made from the body of the third Kazekage. It sounded impressive, but wasn't your tone a bit too arrogant? Furthermore, Scorpion seemed more interested in the two prey, pulling out a scroll from his back. The scroll unfurled, revealing a space ninjutsu that had been set up inside. He bit his finger and used his own blood to seal it. Ready to fight? Lin Xian had a look that clearly said as expected. Geniuses are all proud. One could say they are proud to the bone. It is impossible to submit to others without a fight, no matter how you think about it. You will find, my strength is more than enough to protect myself, and after today, I will add 2 collectibles. Scorpion's 10 fingers extended out colorless threads, connecting to the summoned puppet. The third, Kazekage. This is Scorpion's most prized work, at least before today. The bloodline limit of the third Kazekage is magnet release, allowing him to freely manipulate iron sand as weapons. Anything containing iron can be controlled by him. He was made into a puppet, but retained that ability. Conan whispered, that Kaga-level ninja was also a well-known powerhouse in the ninja world, and his abilities are not secret. Don't worry, when have I ever lost? Lin Xian stretched lazily. That puppet had impressive combat power, capable of withstanding attacks from dozens of jonin, with both offensive and defensive capabilities impeccable, almost perfect. But a puppet is just a puppet. The strength lies in the puppet, not the puppet master. Scorpion himself is too weak. Underestimate me? You will pay the price. Scorpion sneered. At this moment, both sides revealed their true intentions. Lin Xian dashed across the sandy ground like lightning, and Scorpion's puppet instantly sprang to life. Magnet release. Sand iron shield. Scorpion shouted. A large amount of chakra was injected into the puppet's body, allowing it to perform the jutsu. A 2-meter-thick wall of black sand iron formed, encircling Scorpion in a perfect 360-degree defense. The opponent's speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. He was clearly a master of taijutsu. Scorpion only needed to manipulate the sand iron for defense before using it to form giant needles, gyroscopes, and piercing barriers. He had countless ways to kill. It's over. Xiaonan shook her head and took a few steps back, instinctively closing her eyes. The Akatsuki organization had many talents, but even more monsters. Lin Xian was a brute who excelled in extreme violence. All he knew was to charge in, either knocking you out with one punch or following it up with a second. Unless one had a bizarre ability, like Madara's that allowed for phasing, other physical defensive means were no different than thin paper in front of her brother. Moreover, her brother had grown stronger recently, breaking chopsticks several times during meals. That was a sign that his body was still adjusting to his increased strength. Crack! In an instant, Scorpion thought he was hearing things. Sand, iron shattering. How could that be? This was 2 meters thick of sand iron, and his enemy was barehanded. The cracks widened like a spreading spider web, and Scorpion's pupils unconsciously constricted. But before he could react with an emergency jutsu, that wall crumbled, and his pride was crushed by brute force. The young man rushed forward, threw a punch, and broke through the defense. Less than 2 seconds had passed for Scorpion. Bang! Wow! It was incomprehensibly fast. No, it was divine speed. Scorpion felt a shadow suddenly appear before him, and the next moment, he was hit in the chest and sent flying dozens of meters away. Blood gushing from his mouth like it was free. Now, can you come with us obediently? A voice echoed in his ears. Scorpion, who had just landed, felt his vision darken and nearly fainted from fright. What was this man's speed? And that incredible strength, able to destroy his proudest defense. How could a fragile human body do this? You. Scorpion used all his strength, but couldn't get up. His vision grew increasingly blurry. His mouth filled with the taste of his own blood, and his chest felt like it had been pierced through. His limbs were paralyzed by the excruciating pain. What is your relationship with Tsunade? Scorpion coughed blood as he weakly asked. His voice was intermittent, almost like he was delivering his last words. Tsunade? I don't know her. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback, then decisively shook her head. That woman also had great strength, but that was due to Tsunade possessing the bloodline of the Senju clan, and she just happened to have awakened it. The two bloodlines had no connection at all. Scorpion opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but then fell into a coma. Are we being too much? Conan slowly walked over, her eyes revealing sympathy. Poor guy, his proud ninjutsu was shattered by someone else's punch, and he almost lost his life. Is this the genius of Sunagakure? The murderer of the Wind Country Massacre? This isn't too impressive. Too much my foot. Young people need to be toughened up by society. Otherwise, how can they understand the greatness of the Akatsuki organization? Who is Kakuzu? When he was young, he even dared to assassinate Hashirama Senju, although he ultimately failed. After being beaten up by pain, that guy must have become more sensible. Lin Xian hummed dismissively. Shao needs geniuses, but not arrogant ones. Scorpio's attitude of I am the best in the world won't change unless taught a lesson twice. When did Shao become a bandit? Xiaonan couldn't help but complain as she wiped the sweat off her face. We are not bandits, because we are more despicable and shameless than bandits. Shao is a war organization made up of madmen. Whoever pays us, we help them kill. As the leader put it, our current job is to prepare for the future. We are the rulers of the world. It's just a matter of recruiting a few talents. A little violence in our methods doesn't matter at all. Didn't we say before? Severed hands and feet are fine as long as there's breath left. Anyway, that guy's also skilled in medicine. Lin Xian was mumbling to himself. He didn't know where he found 2 burlap sacks, one filled with scorpions and the other with his puppets and scrolls. The boyish way of doing things was just like his fighting style, simple and brutal. Those who had seen him had to admit it, because those who didn't were beaten into submission, some even to death. Bro, you're getting more and more like a bandit. Watching Lin Xian drag the 2 burlap sacks along the ground, Xiaonan couldn't help but feel astonished. The once gentle boy from the Hidden Rain village had just defeated a shadow-level opponent, yet he didn't seem to care about it at all. For most ninjas, defeating a shadow-level opponent was a lifelong pursuit, but on his face, it seemed like only the words "I'm hungry" mattered. Xiaonan, do we have any rations left? Yes. What about water? Yes. Wait, that's the one I've already drunk. Can't I drink what I've already drunk? Lin Xian made faces and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Brother, if you don't mind, I don't mind either. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly. Where did that idiot go? He wouldn't want me to carry 2 sacks back to the Hidden Rain village, would he? If he doesn't come to collect the goods soon, I'll just set fire to this sand-hidden village's genius. Under the blazing sun, the strange brother and sister walked through the desert. Chapter 15. The tyrant in the blood mist in a distant country, in a bustling and lively village. It was deep in the night, and a man could not fall asleep for a long time. his silver hair shimmering in the moonlight, perhaps due to the nature of dreams. The wandering person chased after phantoms. The Hidden Mist Village, now also known as the Blood Mist. The Land of Water is a country built on islands in the sea, remote in terrain, usually without disputes of interest with major countries, in a relatively peaceful state. However, since the Third Shinobi World War, everything changed when the fourth Mizukage, Yakura, returned to the village. This all began a few days ago. That day, strange-looking ninjas arrived in the village, acting oddly, seemingly searching for something. Who were they? The fourth Mizukage personally set out to greet them. Holding a black stick weapon with barbs at the front, his innocent and youthful doll-like face made this long-famed strongman look like a 13-year-old child. Ugh, this weather is ridiculous. Is this Hidden Mist Village all just fog? 2 meters away, people were face-blind. Beyond 5 meters, they couldn't distinguish between humans and animals. And at 10 meters, it was as if you were blind. A certain lunatic shivered and complained incessantly. Brother, the Mizukage is watching, be serious. A pretty girl with a helpless expression appeared. She had short blue-purple hair, with a delicate small white paper flower tucked in. Perhaps made by herself? The Mizukage? Is this the Mizukage? I would believe you if you said this was the Mizukage-san. The boy rudely pointed at the highest authority in the Hidden Mist Village. For a moment, Yakura was dumbfounded. Is this a suspicious enemy? He felt he had encountered a goofball. Oh, and a beautiful goofball sister. You guys. Yakura wanted to say something more, to ask about the ninjas' intentions. Perhaps they were just tourists visiting the Hidden Mist Village. Those in the Umbu seemed overly sensitive, seeing everyone as an enemy. Mizukage-sama, what were you just saying? A third figure in black stepped forward. He also wore a uniform decorated with red clouds, but with a strange orange whirlpool mask on his head. And nothing. Yakura left in a daze. From that second on, Yakura's life would be completely different, becoming a toy of the Uchiha. Is this the Sharingan? TSK, TSK, TSK. The boy laughed. Even the Mizukage couldn't resist the Sharingan's Genjutsu, truly worthy of Lord Madara. Shounen also exclaimed in surprise. This time, the three of them were ordered by Nagato to find usable talents in the Hidden Mist Village. Just Kakuzu and Sasori wouldn't satisfy the organization's needs. In the anticipated plan, the Akatsuki organization needed at least 10 formal members. I can't leave Yakura for too long, otherwise, the control of the Genjutsu will fade. You guys handle the recruitment. After dropping the last sentence, Zetsu's figure completely vanished. Manipulating Yakura, as if nothing happened, he returned to the Hokage's office, and no one knew that the master of the Hidden Mist Village had changed at that moment. Brother, aren't we going to take care of him? It seems that Madara has other ulterior motives. Watching Madara walk away, Shounen finally dared to voice her thoughts. You're right. He didn't come here to recruit talents at all, but what he does has nothing to do with us. We just need to do what we should. Lin Xian casually replied. A Fei's true identity is Uchiha Bido, and he came here for revenge. During the Third Shinobi World War, an unexpected incident occurred. He was struck by a rock and nearly died. Before dying, he gifted one of his Sharingan to his friend Kakashi Hitaki, which caused Kakashi to become known as Kakashi of the Sharingan. That's not the main point. The main point is that Obito did not die. He was saved by Uchiha Madara and Zetsu, who was still alive at that time. Obito merged with Zetsu's body and survived. However, when he recovered and returned to the outside world, he was met with the death of Rin. Rin was captured by the people of the Mist Village, who sealed the three tails inside her body, attempting to incite a rebellion in Konoha using the tailed beast, with the goal of destroying the village. Kakashi was present at the scene, but he could not stop those ninjas, nor could he bring himself to kill Rin. In the end, Rin willingly died under Kakashi's jutsu, and when Obito finally arrived at the scene, he was like Nagato on the night of Yahiko's death. The boy's heart was completely shattered. Madara was right. The Eye of the Moon plan is the redemption of this world. A vengeful person who has gained power will not allow their enemy to live for even a second longer. Lin Xian said again, is Misty Hidden Village the enemy of Ban? Xiaonan was even more confused. It's nothing. You'll know the truth later. But it's not the right time to tell you now. Lin Xian smiled and ruffled her sister's hair. Xiaonan's strength was steadily improving, but it wasn't enough. Her acting skills were simply too poor. If she were to tell her the cruel truth of this world, would she still be able to communicate normally with Obito in the future? There would definitely be flaws exposed. The ninjas of the Mist Village forced Obito's most beloved girl to her death, even though it was guided by someone with ulterior motives. Now, it was time for them to pay with blood for their debts. The bloodline limit. Who would have thought that Madara could be so ruthless? Only a madman would do such a thing. Xiaonan's face was filled with bitterness. This was the third day since she and Lin Xian arrived in the Mist Village. But the air was thick with the smell of blood, and the entire village could sense it. Under Madara's manipulation, Yagura issued an order to massacre the Bloodline Limit clans. The Bloodline Limit is a cursed lineage, and anyone with a Bloodline Limit must die, whether it be a 1-year-old infant or a respected elder. Kill, kill, kill them all. The Kagaya clan, who possessed the Shikatsumiako Bloodline Limit, and the Kirigakure clan, known for their special water body, whose ancestor, H. Getsamutsu, was even the second Mizukage. Additionally, there was the Terumi clan, which historically had awakened the bloodlines of dissolution and boiling. These three clans were merely a part of the victims. The entire ninja clan of the Mist Village, all Bloodline Limit clans, were attacked and slaughtered without exception by their own village's ninjas. The once glorious and prestigious clans were reduced to only a few survivors under the butcher's knife of the fourth Mizukage, barely existing in the world, hiding their identities. The tyranny of the fourth Mizukage led to a rebellion. A large number of ninjas fled, risking their lives to leave this mad village. There was nothing surprising about it. Lin Xian remained calm as always, even drinking tea at this moment. It's just dead people. People die every day in this world. And for the vast majority of them, whether they are alive or dead, has no impact on this world at all. This is the tragedy of the week, isn't it? Brother, I take back what I said about you being like a bandit. In the Warring States period, you would be called a tyrant. Xiaonan weakly lay on the table. The restaurant was operating normally, but the atmosphere inside was very gloomy. The common people wore expressions of sorrow, clearly subdued by the iron-fisted methods of the rulers. An invisible panic was spreading through this village, and even throughout the entire Water Nation. When a tyrant is not so bad, at least someone remembers your name, even if they remember it with gritted teeth. Look, the tyrant has come. Lin Xian chuckled lightly as she looked out the window. That was the mastermind behind the blood mist, a man who called himself Uchiha Madara. Chapter 16, The Beginning of Revenge. Is Lin Jun talking about me? Ah-Fei seemed a bit surprised, not expecting someone to secretly refer to him as a tyrant. It's not you, who else could it be? The air quality has been declining these past few days. Lin Xian shook his head and signaled Xiaonan to pour a cup of tea for the guest. The more than 10 families that were exterminated, when combined with the various people, numbered at least over 10,000. 90% of them had not awakened their bloodline limits, and many of them were not even ninjas. Yet, not a single bug managed to escape from these families. Everything was manipulated by Ah-Fei. Lin Jun joked that people who accomplish great things should not be bogged down by trivialities, and that the air quality would soon improve. Ah-Fei scoffed, revealing his killing intent without any restraint. He intended to disrupt this village and let it self-destruct without having to wield the knife himself. This village was already half destroyed. How's the investigation I asked you to do? Lin Xian seemed to casually mention the Zhao family. I ordered Yagura to command the Umbu ninjas to investigate, but there were no leads. If what Lin said is true, and there is indeed a genius from the Zhao family with a bloodline limit hidden in Kirigakure, it definitely wouldn't escape our eyes. During the massacre of those families, he was basically present to observe. Besides a few stragglers who were on missions outside the village, those in the village were completely wiped out. Since that's the case, let's end this matter here. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Although the village hidden in the mist seemed to have been destroyed by the tyranny of the fourth Mizukage, it wasn't as unbearable as imagined. The woman named Terumi Mei was undoubtedly a genius ninja of the Terumi clan. In the future, she would become the fifth Mizukage, relying on her Kekiai Genkai of lava and boil release. This village runs deep. There are some things that even Yagura doesn't understand, which is why Obito couldn't investigate that woman. Brother, are we going back? Conan propped her head up with her hand and blinked. The current hidden mist village was too oppressive, even worse than the land of rain. She would come back here again. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. Since we couldn't find Terumi Mei this time, perhaps we will next time. Obito's rule will definitely not last long. Even the Kage cannot command all the ninjas in their village. This is true in all the great nations. Just like Danzo from Konoha, the root ninjas under him completely obey his orders, and when necessary, they even dare to draw their blades against the Hokage. The current chaos in Kirigakure doesn't mean it will always be in disarray. A mere Yagura cannot turn the tide. A long 3-day journey. Lin Xian finally returned to the rain country with Xiaonan, back to this city that is always rainy. The cold buildings stood in groups, yet at this moment, they seemed somewhat familiar. Originally intending to rest quietly for a while, Xiaonan's cooking skills have improved. Lin Xian affectionately patted her sister's head. The ring emitted a chakra fluctuation, indicating that the leader Nagato, Pain, was summoning the members for something. Let's go meet Yahiko first. Conan also felt somewhat helpless. Nagato was still considered their friend, but it seemed to be just that, friendship. He was utterly convinced of what Uchiha Obito said and had disregarded everything to achieve that goal. After a while, Lin Xian and Xiao Nan arrived at the secluded cave. Pain of the Heavenly Path was indeed waiting there. I have already obtained detailed information about the mission in the Hidden Mist Village from Ju. Next is the second task I am giving you. Akatsuki is no longer the fragile organization it once was. Some accounts need to be settled. The Heavenly Path said coldly. Akatsuki had disappeared from the public's view, and countless people believed that the organization had been annihilated by Hanzo. But in reality, the current Akatsuki is many times stronger than before. Killing Hanzo is just a matter of a command from Nagato. What should we do? Lin Xian was slightly interested. Killing, well, that's great. He was practically born for it. After all, he was a professional. In his previous life, he was also an assassin, nurtured by the Lin family. And then he inexplicably crossed over. Here are the mission scrolls. You just need to follow the instructions, and the rest is up to me. Time passed quickly. Lin Xian and Xiao Nan only had time for a hurried dinner before embarking on their journey of murder. In a black curtain of rain, two figures silently approached the Rain Shinobi base. Hanzo not only had grown old, but was also a coward. He knew that the boy with the Rinnegan would eventually return, yet he was unwilling to give up his power. Therefore, Hanzo set up layers of defenses outside the hidden Rain village, making it difficult for even passing ants to enter the village easily. Have you smelled something burning? Inside the room, a young ninja's expression changed. He was the leader of this base, named Sato Tani, an elite jonin. You guessed right, but unfortunately, there is no reward. A sinister voice echoed in the darkness. Damn it, there are intruders. When did they get in? The moment Sato realized this fact, flames ignited in the room. Indeed, something was burning, and at an astonishing speed. It wasn't just a child's firework. It was hundreds of explosive tags. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion resonated in the night sky of the Hidden Rain village. The ghosts of the past, the organization known as Akatsuki, had come to claim Hanzo's life once again. This time, it was really burnt. Hiss! Lin Xian stood atop the ruins, next to the culprit who had placed the explosive symbols. Xiao Nan's paper technique had been improving continuously, even evolving into a technique that allowed her to transform her body into countless sheets of paper, soon gaining the ability to fly, making her movements extremely stealthy. No one would suspect a few sheets of paper flying in the sky. I think I understand Nagato's meaning now. Countless white sheets gathered together, eventually transformed back into the form of a girl, who sighed softly. What's wrong? Does our action have a deeper meaning? Lin Xian scratched his head. Hanzo was never someone he took seriously. The strength of this demigod was overly pathetic. Aside from his poison, he was just a waste. In the ninja world, there are plenty of tough guys who could easily take him down. Our appearance was to inform Hanzo that the Avenger from the past had come to his door. That man would live in constant fear, seeing everything around him as a threat. He knew his death was near, but he could never guess when it would come, maybe in the next second, maybe 6 months later. Every moment of his life was a negotiation with death. He exhausted all means, set traps, established strongholds, and arranged for his subordinates. But in the end, all of it was futile. He was destined to be killed by Akatsuki. This was Nagato's revenge. The girl was very smart. She had been clever from the very beginning, a likable child. Was it like that? Lin Xian reached out to catch the falling raindrops, the cool sensation spreading from her palm to her entire body. This rainwater has remained the same for many years. But humans are different. Humans are capricious beings. Uchiha Obito is a prime example. The once glorious Uchiha Madara, who shone throughout an entire era, is also. The stage of a ninja world is actually a chessboard for conspirators. They enjoy fabricating destinies, leading specific individuals down specific paths, ultimately turning them into pawns, while they themselves do nothing, only needing to appear with a smile in the final act to reap the rewards of victory. Yahiko is a victim, and Nagato is no different. Conan is an innocent child, completely unaware of conspiracy theories, but at least she can ponder her brother's thoughts. Lin Xian does not intend to save Nagato. Chapter 17, the first battle of the 6 paths of pain in a surprise attack. Lin Xian and Conan eliminated a Rain ninja stronghold. They did not delve deep into enemy territory and return to the Akatsuki base. Long time no see, Nagato. Entering the cave at the mountain's peak, Lin Xian assessed the red-haired man in the room. The Uzumaki clan has a strong vitality, which is also the reason Nagato was chosen. But even so, the burden of the Rinnegan is still immense. Nagato's cheeks are sunken, his complexion pale, and his already thin body has become emaciated. Several black rods are embedded in his back, connecting to the 6 panes, allowing them to transmit chakra and perform ninjutsu. Master Lin Xian, Master Conan. A white Zetsu in the room respectfully bowed and saluted. This is a clone of White Zetsu, responsible for taking care of Nagato's diet and also monitoring him. You've lost weight again. Concern is clearly reflected in Conan's eyes. My matters. No need to worry. Nagato waved his hand, stopping Conan from continuing. This is God's first battle, and also the first step for Akatsuki to dominate the world, allowing no mistakes. Nagato fixed his unwavering gaze on the two. He wants to collect the tailed beasts and then achieve that ultimate goal, bringing true peace to this world. For this, what does his life even count for? Understood. Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly, and he nodded with some helplessness. God? Generally, those who claim to be gods don't have a good ending. No matter how powerful you are, can you be more powerful than the protagonist? They can talk their way out of anything, and if they can't win, they can insult you, directly lowering your intelligence and brainwashing you until you reach enlightenment, all in one go. The plan is as follows. Nagato's first step is no different from what Conan said. The goal is to make Hanzo feel anxious and have him torment himself. The second goal is much simpler. All the 6 paths of pain will be deployed in a week to wipe out all the range shinobi and become the new rulers of Amigakure, especially Hanzo the Salamander. That guy will be exterminated along with his entire clan. Amigakure, in a grim underground basement. Has there been any movement from Akatsuki? Hanzo's face was exceptionally grim. Upon hearing that news, he immediately moved to the underground level of this hidden building. And the only person who knew his true location was his son, who was also a Nin of Amigakure. Returning to father, there is none. A man wearing a ranged shinobi headband knelt a few meters away. Hanzo was even cautious of his own son. He did not allow anyone to enter a 10-meter radius around him. Continue gathering intelligence. The old man on the wooden chair slowly closed his eyes. Yes, the young ninja closed the door behind him. Hanzo remained seated in that chair, eyes closed and silent. He was old, had been old for many years. In his childhood, his body was implanted with the poison sac of the salamander, relying on it as support. He not only conquered the salamander as a summoning beast, but also killed countless enemies with poison, changing the course of war single-handedly. But the poison sac was still harmful. That toxin spread within Hanzo's body. Not enough to kill him, but as he aged, it affected his bodily functions, leading to a decline in his overall abilities. People are always greedy for power, even if their abilities do not match that position. The Lion King in a pride will not voluntarily abdicate. He will only be killed by the next Lion King with sharper claws. The toxin is not invincible, especially since his enemies possess the Rinnegan. On that rainy night, when the Akatsuki was destroyed, Hanzo knew he was being targeted by a ghost. An invisible knife hung over his neck, and that red-haired man would kill him no matter what, seeking revenge for his comrades. The Rinnegan belongs to the sage of the 6 paths, while he was just an old man who used poison. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a week had gone by. Several members of Akatsuki gathered here, with the gates of Amigakure ahead. Yahiko's dream was to become the god of this irredeemable world, and soon, I will help him achieve that. Pain calmly narrated. The animal path, hell path, Azura path, human path, and hungry ghost path. 5 figures in Akatsuki uniforms stood behind Pain. This battle will be completed by Pain. You just need to pay attention to any possible escaped fish, though the likelihood is very small. Pain's cold gaze swept over a few people. Conan, Lin Xian, and Zetsu. Zetsu was just here to join the fun and observe how well Nagato had mastered the Rinnegan, treating it as a show. All right. Lin Xian opened his mouth and tried to speak several times, but ultimately gave up. His mission included content related to Hanzo, and personally slaying that guy would be the best. However, since Nagato had already made a decision, he felt it would be inappropriate to argue. Even if he couldn't obtain the thousands of reincarnation points and world reputation, it wouldn't affect him much. There was no need to create conflict with Nagato over such trivial matters. The pain we endured back then would be paid back to Hanzo tenfold, 100-fold. Up. The animal path was thrown into the sky by the Deva path and launched like a cannonball. His ability was to manipulate gravity and repulsion, making this kind of feat easy. Summoning technique. In the sky, the animal path used the technique to summon the other pain bodies, thus brazenly invading Amigakure. A total of 6 figures descended upon Amigakure and immediately began slaughtering. Hanzo had been reinforcing the village's defenses, summoning his subordinates and confidants, thinking it was as solid as a fortress. However, To the Pains, it was merely a lifeless graveyard. Anyone who tried to resist the will of God would become a casualty, ending up like Hanzo's clansmen, leaving no bones behind. Zetsu laughed sinisterly. Conan remained expressionless and unusually silent today. Someone tried to escape. Zetsu suddenly turned his head, staring at a certain spot. Several ordinary-looking people hurriedly emerged, appearing to be nothing more than typical refugees fleeing. With fires raging and explosions occurring in the village, fleeing itself was not suspicious. But the suspicious individuals moved a bit too orderly and coordinated. Only a trained army or ninja would act like that. Hey, don't steal my kills. Lin Xian took the initiative to offer his help. There was no hope for Hanzo's head, so a consolation prize would be good enough. It's up to you. Zhu Duo glanced at the young man, but showed no intention of making a move. Regardless of who killed him, it was still a kill. If Lin Xian felt the urge to act, he could leave it to him. Besides, his identity was originally that of an intelligence officer. Fighting was not his strong suit. He came and went in a hurry. In less than a minute, Lin Xian returned, not a single drop of blood on his clothes. Just a few chunin. They were Hanzo's subordinates, and having recently caught wind of certain news, they unhesitatingly sold out Hanzo when the crisis struck, planning to escape far away. It seemed like it would end soon. Despairing, he headed towards the village's interior. Chapter 18. Crushing, a battle without suspense. Didn't you die? In a dim, underground room, Hanzo stared at the figure before him, his eyes filled with rage. The orange-haired boy, once the leader of Akatsuki, was now being overwhelmed by countless ninjutsu right before his eyes. Confusion, anger, pain, various emotions flashed across the old man's face. But there was no regret. He simply couldn't accept that he was so much weaker than the other, yet he never regretted his choices. You should feel honored to see me. Tiandao looked at the ninja known as the demigod, not in a hurry to make a move. The entire Amage Cure was under his control. The animal path had summoned a large number of giant monsters, rampantly slaughtering Hanzo subordinates. The hungry ghost path could absorb chakra. No matter how strong the ninjutsu, it would be devoured. The Azura path was covered in mechanical guns and cannons, firing at full power, while the human path's ability was to capture souls. The Hell path could summon the King of Hell to repair and resurrect pain anytime during the battle. Don't think about escaping. You will definitely die here today. Tiandao slowly took out a black rod from his sleeve. Water release, water burst wave. Hanzo obviously couldn't just sit and wait. The man quickly formed hand seals, his flying hand seals dazzling to the eye, ready in just a few seconds. Meanwhile, Tiandao watched him with a mocking expression, his gaze full of disdain. Boom! A large amount of water appeared out of thin air. Hanzo was skilled in water release ninjutsu in addition to his mastery of the salamander, which was another of his strengths. The water quickly rose, nearly flooding half of the underground room. Even in the water, Hanzo could swim like a fish. This was his prepared battleground, but his goal was not to fight, but to escape. He had no confidence in defeating a man who had died and come back to life. Moreover, this man had a pair of Rinnegan. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, shadow clone technique, water prison technique, body flicker technique. One by one, ninjutsu was being used by Hanzo. The clones and water dragon were responsible for stalling, while his main body used the body flicker technique to escape at a speed of 50 meters per second. In response to all this, Tiandao merely raised his right hand slightly. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsion field expanded, centered on Tiandao. The giant water dragon was effortlessly crushed and exploded like a fly shaking a tree. Hanzo's shadow clones were also rendered useless before they could complete the water prison technique. They were shattered by the repulsion field, turning into a white smoke that dispersed. Summoning technique. Hanzo, 100 meters away, felt the shadow clone dissipate, his expression darkening. The largest salamander died from the explosive tag inside it. The trap set initially would automatically explode 3 days later, even without an outsider triggering it. The summoned creatures this time were 2 juvenile salamanders, each only 4 meters long. Childish. Tiandao did not dodge. The toxic mist could not approach him at all. Within the range of Shinra Tensei, the 2 summoned beasts and 2 tadpoles were no different, being subdued on the spot. That guy is too timid. A figure, utilizing excellent earth release, quietly approached the battlefield. Hanzo's reputation surpassed his strength. Moreover, he had betrayed his own beliefs and didn't even have the courage to fight. Kuroju said coldly. The current ninjas had never seen Hashirama and Madara. Anyone would dare to provoke the gods. Baiju chuckled maliciously. Hashirama was called the god of ninjas because he conquered the world with strength, Even the eternal Mangeki Sharingan-wielding Uchiha Madara was not his opponent. But what about Hanzo? Was this kind of guy even worthy of being a demigod? That panicked, fleeing fellow was even worse than a stray dog. Universal pull. Pain shouted. Hanzo, hundreds of meters away, suddenly stopped as a sudden force pulled at his body, pushing him toward the embrace of death. Damn, is this also one of the Rinnegan's abilities? Water release. Water. Puffed. Hanzo, in the midst of forming hand seals, was pierced through the left shoulder by a black rod. This thing was made of an unknown material, capable of affecting the flow of chakra in his body, preventing him from forming seals. Thud! Hanzo coughed up blood, his face contorted, barely managing to stay above water. Tiandao stood atop a pile of ruins. The previous Shinra Tensei had turned this place upside down. The buildings above completely destroyed, leaving a giant open pit. It had started to rain at some point, and the sound of water was incessant. I will become the god of the land of rain, and you, just a pitiful, ugly ant. Tiandao sneered. 5 black rods shot out from his sleeve, pinning the old man to a wall, the rods piercing through his heart and lungs, red liquid mixing with the falling rain. Hanzo was dead. Died justifiably. Died without suspense. Died unpleasantly. This kind of guy was not even qualified to be humiliated by me. Tiandao took one last pitying look at the gradually cooling corpse against the wall. He once thought the feeling of revenge was exhilarating, a process of hearty enjoyment. But he found Hanzo was nothing more than a joke. He had never intended a fight. He was just desperately trying to escape. Ridiculous to the extreme. The battle ended in less than half a day. Hanzo's family was annihilated, and all the high-ranking members of the Rain Ninja were killed. The remaining ninjas were just small fry. The 6 Paths of Pain took over the rule of Amage Cure and proclaimed himself a god. Unexpectedly, Hanzo was killed so easily. Scorpion felt a bit emotional. A ninja demigod should be a strong figure in imagination, when he had not betrayed the village. The ninjas in the village were also extremely wary of Hanzo, speaking of him with great caution. His grandmother Chiyo had also warned him never to provoke Hanzo, as that guy's poison was incredibly troublesome. Could it be sold for money? Hanzo's corpse could fetch over 100 million ryo at the bounty exchange. Jiaodu licked his lips, a flash of heat in his eyes. He volunteered to help the Akatsuki manage finances because he had a great interest in money. No, Hanzo's death cannot be publicized, nor can it be leaked to other countries. Although he is a waste, the reputation of a demigod indeed makes all nations wary, which just helps our Akatsuki gain enough time to lie low. Tiandao unhésitatingly rejected Jiaodu's proposal. Making the 5 great nations believe that Hans is still alive is the most beneficial for the development of the Akatsuki. Of course, this plan is absolutely suggested by Ju. The guy's always very clever. So, it seems my proposal to be a puppet won't pass either. Scorpion sighed and shook his head. He initially thought he had excellent material at hand, but it seems he was just getting his hopes up. This is a Kaga-level corpse. No matter how mismatched Hans's strength and reputation are, at least he was a Kaga-level powerhouse in his lifetime. It's not easy to find a corpse of such a character, especially a complete one. Brother, I'm a bit tired. Conan didn't want to stay in this boring place any longer. Hans was dead, yet she couldn't feel happy. She had heard Ju's report on the battle process, and she knew exactly what ninjutsu that person used to escape. The once demigod had long lost his original intent, lacking even the courage to face death. But what about the Akatsuki now? How much of the current Akatsuki still resembles the old one? Chapter 19. The thought process became clear. The ownership of Amage Cure changed, but no one spoke of it. The self-proclaimed god, Pain, took control of the city, and it was said that he could sense everything happening in the city through the rain. If anyone dared to disobey orders, they would become a corpse on the street the next day. Over time, no one dared to defy the will of the god. And since then, a long time has passed. 7 years. Obito returned to the Akatsuki 2 years ago, coming back from Kirigakure to where he belonged. Although he couldn't completely destroy that village, he successfully manipulated Yahiko for 5 years. The bloodline limit clan was wiped out, and the village was in disarray. A woman named Konan emerged. Among her guards was a ninja named Ao, who had transplanted to Byakugan and sought the opportunity to lift the Jinjutsu on Yahiko. Once Yahiko regained his sanity, he immediately began to salvage the village's losses. The high-ranking ninjas in the village also kept quiet about this matter, unwilling for the scandal to be known to the outside world. Konoha Year 48. Amage Cure, a tall man, stood by the window, gazing at the gloomy rainy day outside. The ring engraved with the character forest suddenly trembled twice. Let's go, Conan. The leader has another mission for us. Yes, a woman responded, her hair a rare bluish purple, cascading down to her waist like a waterfall. Her orange-yellow eyes sparkled in the faint sunlight, and, as she stretched, her voluptuous figure was fully revealed until she put on the black cloak with red clouds, which concealed her allure. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Conan asked, her expression a mix of smile and a tease. "Looking at my lovely sister." Lin Xian smiled calmly. The atmosphere was warm, yet somewhat eerie, as if the siblings each had their own secrets, yet seemed to share a silent understanding. A faint, elegant female voice echoed from the distant sky. Side quest, the blessing of the undead. Quest content: defeat and recruit the Konoha S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru. Difficulty: hard. Rewards: Charm 1, Soul 5, Reincarnation points 8,000. World reputation 2,000. Charm, like luck, is an extremely rare attribute. It cannot be increased through attribute point allocation and can only be obtained from occasionally appearing quests. Lin Xian had accumulated quite a bit of reincarnation points and world reputation over the years, but unfortunately, so far they had not played much of a role. Rather, they had been of no use at all. Watching his lifespan increase from 1830 to 2630, Lin Xian felt heavy and complex emotions. His level had just reached 23. Ever since reaching level 20, it seemed he had hit a watershed, making leveling up exceptionally difficult. Explorer 5146-5145 level, 23 lifespan, 2630 blood chi, 3 soul, 19 strength, 157 constitution, 41 agility, 35 charm. For luck, 1 reincarnation points, 86740 world reputation, 9700 bloodline, divine blood, incomplete. Rating SS. A thin bloodline from the deity Emperor Jiang, which comprehensively enhances physical attributes and has a strong compatibility with other bloodlines. Current attribute bonus: Soul 10, Strength 20. Constitution 20, Agility 20. Development level 3100. Negative buff: Divine punishment. Lifespan limit permanently reduced by 90. Evaluation: although it is an SS level bloodline, it is truly a life-consuming player. All aspects of attributes have increased, but luck remains at 1 so far. Additionally, Lin Xian's divine blood still maintains a development progress of 3,100. This is not due to his unwillingness to develop, but rather his fear. With only 4 years left of lifespan, continuing recklessly could mean losing his life. The pressure from the divine blood on this body is, in some sense, even harsher than the reincarnation eye. Nagato, although looking emaciated and weak, seems to have no problem living to 30. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had already received a notice of critical condition. What can be done in 4 years? Orochimaru will betray the village and join Akatsuki. Obito will trigger the Nine Tails incident, and Naruto and Sasuke are about to be born. Akatsuki's period of dormancy will last at least another decade, but Lin Xian has little lifespan left. Dying in such a suffocating manner is unacceptable. Wait, didn't I just mention a certain guy's name? Orochimaru. The man's eyes brightened, and a wicked smile suddenly appeared on his lips. This is great. The thought process became clear all of a sudden. Akatsuki, Pain's Lounge, located at the bottom of the tallest building in Amigay-Cure. A special conference room was open here. When members needed to be contacted, Pain would choose to meet here. "You're here." As he watched a young man and woman enter the room, Pain's indifferent gaze swept over them. "What are we doing this time?" Lin Xian asked straightforwardly. He urgently needed to find the S-rank rogue ninja who betrayed Konoha and didn't want to waste too much time on other tasks. Borrowing his power to save his life was the most important thing at the moment. "Find Orochimaru," Tiandao replied calmly. The formal members of the Akatsuki organization are often powerful rogue ninjas from various villages who are not accepted in the ninja world. But Akatsuki can provide them with a place to rest. The recent uproar in the ninja world regarding Orochimaru's betrayal was also well known to Akatsuki. This. Lin Xian was immediately stunned. It was like wanting to eat, but the spoon was already brought to her mouth, or wanting to sleep, but someone handed her a pillow. "Is there a problem?" "You should be restraining Orochimaru." Tiandao was somewhat surprised. Lin Xian is a task fanatic, especially when it comes to killing missions. He takes on as many as he can. Regarding the information gathering by the Akatsuki organization on Orochimaru, he poses almost no threat to Lin Xian. That slippery snake just has many ways to save his own skin, but his proficiency in illusion techniques is quite shallow. The lack of powerful illusions means he is not a danger to Lin Xian at all. It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered something happy." Lin Xian smiled and nodded. He was originally considering simply declining this task, but unexpectedly, the leader's mission was to have him win over Orochimaru. So he should go quickly and come back quickly. Tiandao didn't think much of it. Every member had their own secrets and selfish motives. As long as it didn't affect Akatsuki, he wouldn't interfere with unnecessary matters. For example, Kakuzu liked to kill for bounties. For example, Faye was mysterious and elusive. And for example, Scorpion often killed innocents outside in search of materials for puppets. After a while, Lin Xian and Xiao Nin returned to their cabin and began to pack their luggage. This time their destination was the Land of Waves. Following the intel from Ju to search for Orochimaru's whereabouts. "Brother, are you hiding something from me?" Xiao Nin suddenly asked, her beautiful eyes fixed unwaveringly on the man in front of her. "Girl, if I told you I only had 4 years left to live, would you believe me?" Lin Xian's smile was filled with bitterness. It was time to tell Xiao Nan about the hidden dangers of divine blood. She would find out sooner or later. Because of your bloodline limit? Xiao Nan seemed to realize something. No wonder her brother always looked melancholic, but never said anything to her. In recent years, her brother had not taken on any overly difficult tasks, only choosing enemies at the Jonin level, avoiding anything related to the Kage level. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he no longer dared to use that power. Each time he unleashed his blood, it came at the cost of his lifespan. Living at 26, I was already considered long-lived in my family. Lin Xian's gaze drifted far away. So, brother's going to find Orochimaru, who studies forbidden techniques. Even if the leader doesn't mention it, you will still go looking for him. Xiao Nin felt a mix of happiness and sadness. The happiness was that her brother's illness could be cured, but the sadness was that her brother still wouldn't give up that bloodline power. In a sense, this was treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. As the saying goes, disasters can last for 1,000 years. Someone like me should at least live for 100,000 years. Dying young doesn't fit my character. The man smiled broadly. Chapter 20. Has Orochimaru given up his humanity? Take this punch. Land of Waves. Somewhere, a rather sinister-looking middle-aged man was confronting a young girl. The man had long black hair, skin as pale as paper, bright golden slit pupils, and purple eyeshadow extending to his nostrils. He wore violet-colored Magatama earrings. His thin frame exuded an oddly fragile feeling. "Ondu, do you want to leave with me?" Orochimaru uttered in a chilling voice. He looked cold, spoke coldly, and of course his heart was even colder. He was a cold-blooded creature inside and out. "No, please don't." The girl in front of him trembled in fear. She was Orochimaru's student and a test subject with the Heaven's Curse seal. As a street orphan from the Land of Waves, she was saved by Orochimaru on a whim and taught ninjutsu, becoming a ninja of Konoha. It was precisely because she understood Orochimaru that she felt fear deep in her soul. Orochimaru had betrayed the village, but she was unwilling to do the same. What a pity. The sinister man suddenly showed a smirk. A jinjutsu was cast, and the girl fell to the ground, unconscious, with part of her memories erased. Hongdo had value in surviving. However, to prevent certain Konoha ninjas from extracting information about human experiment from her mind, he had no choice but to seal her memories. From the day of his betrayal, Konoha had already dealt with everything that needed to be dealt with. The laboratory exposed to the third Hokage was merely something he deliberately let Konoha see. It contained no important research materials. He had always been cautious and meticulous in his work. "Your Excellency, as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless toward your own student." A voice came from outside the room. An uninvited guest arrived without an invitation. Being able to find out my location, this guest's background is certainly not simple. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and chuckled as he walked out the door, directly ignoring the unconscious Hongdo on the floor. The time was dusk, and the sky was gradually darkening. In the distance was a vast lake, and nearby were 2 young people, wearing the headbands of the Rain Village and cloaked in robes adorned with red clouds. The man was about 25 years old, and the woman was of a similar age. "Our organization's intelligence network is the best in the world." Lin Xian chuckled. "That old geezer has lived for over 1,000 years, and even a ninja of Hashirama's level can't detect his concealed aura. He is like an encyclopedia. There's almost nothing in this world that he doesn't understand." "Organization?" Orochimaru seemed a bit confused. "I am Lin Xian, and this is my sister Konan. We hope to make a deal with you, Mr. Orochimaru. I wonder if you're interested in the Rinnegan?" Lin Xian did not hesitate to sell out the leader. The Heavenly Path hoped he would recruit Orochimaru, but did not specify how. The Rinnegan? Orochimaru's pupils slightly constricted. The eyes said to be possessed only by the sage of 6 paths and legends, wielding godlike power, are the strongest ocular jutsu. "Why should I believe you? How could someone like you have information about the Rinnegan?" After calming down a bit, Orochimaru questioned. According to the history he understood, from the Warring States period 1,000 years ago to the ninja era, no one had ever awakened a Rinnegan, nor had anyone seen it with their own eyes. It was essentially like a myth. To take a step back, if Lin Xian really knew about that kind of thing, why wouldn't he seek it out for himself? Instead, he can't make a deal with him? He doesn't have anything more valuable than the Rinnegan. It looks like a fight is inevitable. Lin Xian gave Xiaonan a glance, signaling her to step back. I was also curious about what kind of outstanding young talent would have the courage to challenge me. Orochimaru licked his lips, revealing a hint of battle intent in his eyes. The ninja world has never lacked geniuses, but very few dare to provoke this long-established Sannin. Through the study of various forbidden techniques, his body has transformed into the Orochi, and he has long since become a non-human being. Those golden vertical pupils are the best proof. Whether it's perception, strength, speed, chakra, vitality, or ninjutsu, Orochimaru considers himself invincible. Divine Blood, first stage. A deep whisper came. Lin Xian's figure disappeared from Orochimaru's sight, leaving only the deafening sound of the sonic boom. The fierce wind howled and turbulent currents surged. And for the first time, shock appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. Even he couldn't comprehend the young man's physique. His dynamic vision could only capture a blurred shadow, as if the opponent was a ghost walking through a rift in time. Summoning technique, ten en snack. With a cold expression, Orochimaru bit his finger, intending to use a ninjutsu. The large-scale ninjutsu would cover a radius of 100 meters. As long as the opponent got close, there would be nowhere to escape, and there was no need to determine the enemy's location. Bang! The explosion sounded, and a hint of bitter laughter appeared at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. He had still underestimated the opponent's speed. As Lin Xian jumped and twisted, his unadorned fist had already embedded itself into the enemy's chest, creating a gaping hole. Orochimaru had just begun to form hand seals, and he hadn't even completed the ninjutsu. With a thud, Orochimaru's body fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. And at the same time, a notification sound rang in his ears. Defeat Orochimaru, task progress 12. He can't be dead, can he? Conan walked over slowly, scrutinizing the gruesome corpse on the ground. The heart had been completely shattered by an extremely violent punch, and he hadn't even had time to react. He won't die. Lin Xian's body temperature gradually returned to normal, and the light red in her eyes disappeared. Suddenly, under their gaze, a hand covered in mucus stretched out from the corpse's mouth, the pale skin indicating the identity of its owner. The corpse's mouth was torn wider and wider, until, like the process of a snake shedding its skin, a man covered in slime crawled out from the corpse's mouth. The Great Serpent Flow Substitute Technique. A special ninjutsu exclusive to Orochimaru. It can be activated without hand signs and only consumes chakra. This technique is a perfect life-saving method. As long as the chakra does not run dry, he can never be killed. Very strong. You are the strongest taijutsu ninja I have ever seen. Orochimaru brushed aside the hair glued to his face with mucus, staring at Lin Xian with great interest. To be able to take his life, and in such a swift manner, is not something an ordinary ninja can achieve. Disgusting. Conan couldn't help but roll her eyes, turning away from this slimy guy. Orochimaru, Orochimaru. No different from Snake at all. Can we sit down and talk now? Lin Xian smiled faintly. Of course. I am very interested in the reincarnation I mentioned by Lin Jun. Orochimaru extended his tongue, over a meter long, and made an even more disgusting motion, licking the slime off his body bit by bit, then putting on an expression as if nothing had happened. This bastard has truly lost his humanity. Chapter 21. Just kidding, I'm super brave. In the dimly lit room, 3 people sat around the table. On the floor lay the unconscious Hondo, but no one had the time to pay attention to the girl. You want the cells of the first Hokage? Orochimaru was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the other party was looking for materials from his laboratory. Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konohagakure, was known as the god of shinobi, having fought invincibly across the world with Wood Release and Sage Mode. Orochimaru had also researched Hashirama cells, transplanting them into humans to cultivate flesh and blood. The experimental conditions were extremely difficult. The cells of the first Hokage had a strong corrosive nature, almost like cancer cells. If one could not control the power of these cells, the human body would be rapidly assimilated and ultimately turn into a tree. Among the more than 300 test subjects Orochimaru sought, only one root ninja with the code name A survived, and he was a failed product. That boy's Wood Release was like a child's play, insulting the very concept of Wood Release. After that, the experiments were completely shelved. Although Orochimaru's experimental base still retained materials of Hashirama cells, no further related experiments were conducted. That's right. I need you to help me perform a transplant surgery. Lin Xian nodded affirmatively. It is said that Senju Hashirama could create a vast forest in an instant, allowing trees to grow almost without limit, reaching heights of hundreds of meters. The first-generation cells represent powerful and vigorous life force. In his later years, Hashirama fought against Uchiha Madara, although he achieved victory. He had also reached the point of exhaustion, which is why he died so early. If it weren't for that battle, Hashirama would likely have been an extremely long-lived Hokage. Transplant? Linkuin, do you know what you're talking about? Orochimaru's expression was strange. He had personally conducted such experiments, with a success rate of less than 0.5. Even if successful, what you get is just useless wood release, which is of no practical use in combat. The risks do not outweigh the benefits. Do you want information on the Rinnegan? If you want it, follow my instructions. If I die, you won't be held responsible. Lin Xian glanced at him with a flat tone. I once conducted an experiment, and the success rate was extremely dismal. In the end, the one who survived was still a useless person, which made me work hard for several months for nothing. Orochimaru continued, observing the expression on the young man's face. And then, just do what you need to do. Lin Xian still insisted. Ha ha ha. Interesting. I haven't seen such an interesting young person in a long time. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes shining with brilliance. Why does Lin Xian need the first-generation cells? What did he gain from this? With his proficiency in physical techniques, there is really no need to take such a risky action unless there is a special reason. All right, I agree. After a moment, Orochimaru revealed a meaningful smile and nodded in agreement to the deal. The cells of Hashirama are not precious, as long as there are some materials. More can be cultivated at any time. Helping with a transplant surgery could yield information about the Rinnegan. What could be a better deal than this? The transaction is pleasant. The black-haired boy and the pale-skinned man exchanged glances, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Conan remained silent throughout, occasionally glancing at her brother with concern. I hope everything goes smoothly. If this experiment fails, then her brother would need to resort to more extreme measures, such as cloning technology, or even using impure reincarnation or dirty reincarnation directly. That night, Lin Xian and Xiao Nin traveled all night with Orochimaru until they reached a small island in the sea 100 miles away. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This rogue ninja from Konoha has many experimental bases. Even if one of the bases is exposed and destroyed, it doesn't affect Orochimaru at all. He originally planned to abandon his base in the Land of Waves, and now he just happens to want to squeeze out the last value of this base. Are those humans? Xiao Nin exclaimed in surprise. Entering the cave on the island, what lay before them were glass containers, each containing the bodies of humanoid monsters soaked in green liquid, some with fish tails and others with octopus-like lower halves. Oh, it's nothing, just products of my whimsy. Merging marine genetics with humans, all failures. Orochimaru seemed indifferent to discussing his past. He had conducted countless experiments in pursuit of science and immortality. But for now, his focus was on the technique of reincarnation and finding suitable vessels. The lifespan of an ordinary body is too short. His current body is already over 40 years old. The atmosphere here is quite nice. Lin Xian commented. The internal passage of the cave is intricate and arranged like a maze. 2 candles flicker in the passage, casting dim light that reveals dark doors and countless bodies soaking in a solution. The eerie atmosphere feels like a haunted house. Inside here are the flesh and blood cultivated from intercolumnar cells. Upon entering a secret chamber, Orochimaru pointed at a glass container and introduced, it's the same green solution. But inside is a mass of white flesh tissue that occasionally trembles, as if it possesses a unique vitality. Indeed, they are alive. Noticing the confusion in their eyes, Orochimaru smiled and explained, the vitality of intercolumnar cells is extremely strong, and in a sense they are entirely different from ordinary people, much like disease cells. This also leads to the difficulty for a normal body to accommodate them. Those who fail will be consumed and then assimilated by the intercolumnar cells, triggering wood release, turning the human body into trees. Orochimaru continued. As soon as he finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on the young man in front of him. I'll ask one last time, Linkuin, do you really want to undergo the transplant surgery? Even my ninjutsu cannot save those consumed by wood release. Seeing his serious expression, Lin Xian instinctively touched his nose, finding it somewhat amusing. No matter how powerful the first Hokage cells are, can they be stronger than the blood of a true deity? That is the blood of a real god. He did not expect to gain eternal life and had no interest in wood release. He merely hoped that the vibrant and vital cells could at least restore a portion of his lost lifespan. With his body constrained by a special power, he intended to introduce something with an opposing attribute, similar to the principle of raising a goo. Come on, I'm mentally prepared. Don't be so wishy-washy like a woman. Lin Xian lay cleanly and neatly on the experimental table, taking off his outer robe and shirt, revealing his muscular, bronze skin. Explosive strength was hidden within this body, with a muscular beauty that was not bulky or unattractive, but rather very proportionate and harmonious. So you're really brave, huh? Xiao Hanan suddenly chimed in. Just kidding, I'm super brave. Lin Xian had a teasing expression on her face and laughed easily. Orochimaru was confused by the conversation between the siblings, feeling bewildered for a moment. Hey, this is the Hashirama cell. It's super dangerous. People can die from this. Why aren't you afraid? Aren't you scared? Chapter 22. Absorbing the Hashirama cell. The surgical process was quick. Lin Xian didn't even feel much pain before it was already over. First, a piece of flesh was taken from his right arm, and then the gap was filled with blood and flesh cultured from interstitial cells. They called it a surgery, but the whole process took less than 5 minutes. It felt pretty good. The divine blood within Lin Xian naturally activated, battling against the cells of Hashirama. One side wanted him to have a short life, while the other aimed to extend his lifespan. Absorbing the Hashirama cells, physique 10, blood, energy 10. Lifespan, 2650. The lifespan limit increased by 20 years, and this was still due to the influence of the divine blood, which caused the Hashirama cells to only have a 10% effect. Theoretical lifespan is 500, but because the divine blood only has 50 left, at least in this world, that's enough. Lin Jun, do you feel anything special? Like awakening would release? Orochimaru observed the young man. It shouldn't be the case. Even if the transplant was successful, he should be showing a lot of pain. The corrosiveness of the Hashirama cells is no joke. Why is his reaction so calm? Can't he feel the pain? Would release? It doesn't seem like it. Lin Xian shook his head. Glancing at his attribute panel, his physique and vitality had each increased by 10 points. But there were no other changes. Orochimaru pointed at the flesh that had been cut from Lin Xian's hand. His intuition told him that this person's physique had issues, and he could study his body thoroughly. Dream on. The trading content does not include using my body as research material for you. Lin Xian gave a glance. Xiao Hanan immediately understood, took out 2 explosive tags, and stuck them on that thing, then threw it outside the room. With a loud explosion, nothing remained. What about the information from the Rinnegan? Orochimaru felt a bit annoyed. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but he still did not make a move against them. Lin Xian's taijutsu was truly astonishing, not even giving him a chance to form hand seals. The power of that punch was no less than Tsunade's. He had no Jinjutsu capable of instantly killing or creating control effects, leaving him with no way to deal with the opponent. Allow me to introduce again. Both Xiao Hanan and I come from an organization called Akatsuki. Feeling the abundant power and vitality within him, Lin Xian smiled brightly. As for Orochimaru, he isn't that impressive, but the resources he possesses are indeed useful. Is there a connection between Akatsuki and the Rinnegan? Orochimaru eagerly asked. That connection is enormous. Xiao Nan's gaze was strange. The leader of Akatsuki is the current wielder of the Rinnegan. Xiao Nan's words were like a bomb, stirring up waves in Orochimaru's heart. The latter's face visibly reddened, unable to suppress his excitement. He possesses the Edo Tensei. If he could use the Rinnegan wielder as a target for possession, wouldn't Orochimaru become invincible? Akatsuki is a war organization. Whoever pays us, we help them kill. The organization's rule is that there are no rules. The strong give orders to the weak. If you have the ability to kill the leader and take his Rinnegan, we won't say anything. Lin Xian added with a smile. Looks like I have to make a trip to Akatsuki. Orochimaru was even more excited. Although he could guess that the leader of Akatsuki was very strong, he couldn't be content without trying. After all, it was the Rinnegan. Such an opportunity was rare. Akatsuki's base was in Amigakure, and once you entered that village, someone would naturally welcome you and invite you to join Akatsuki. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin. Faced with the ruthless pain of the heavenly path, Orochimaru was directly killed, without even being able to touch a single hair of pain. From then on, there was one more sad person in the world. Orochimaru's code name was Zero. This character was also engraved on his exclusive ring, representing his formal membership. Lin Xian continued to live a peaceful life. In the darkness, Xiao Chun was silent, while Jiao Du operated as a bounty hunter in the hidden corners of the ninja world, taking the heads of ninjas from various villages to exchange for money at the bounty office. Scorpion was obsessed with puppets all day. Orochimaru spent every day in the laboratory, and Nagato maintained order in Amigakure. To this day, the news of Hanzo's death had still not spread. How's your body? Xiaonan's face revealed a hint of worry. Her brother's bloodline limit was very strange. Over the years traveling through the ninja world, she had collected quite a few professional books, but still hadn't figured out exactly what Lin Xian's blood was about. When used, the body would heat up and strength and speed would drastically increase. But the side effect was a significantly shortened lifespan. The most unusual point was that this bloodline was not activated by chakra. There was no second example found in the entire history of the ninja world. The power of the first Hokage was astonishing. Extending life by 20 years should be no problem. Lin Xian replied calmly. The first and second state of divine blood does not place a heavy burden on the body. As long as the third state is not activated, everything is manageable. Since his crossing until now, he has completed a large number of tasks, and his basic attributes have improved significantly. When facing most weak enemies, he doesn't even need to activate his divine blood. Brother, what are your plans for the future? Are we just going to keep working for Akatsuki like this? Xiaonan asked again, a hint of confusion appearing on her delicate face. Nagato completely believed in Uchiha Obito's words and had already fallen into madness for that goal. Will collecting tailed beasts and obtaining war weapons really bring peace to the world? There is no good ending for betraying Akatsuki, and besides, only by being part of Akatsuki can one qualify as a chess player. With the power to control the fate of the world so close at hand, I can't bear to give it up. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. I'm not against going out to have fun. There are still many years before the real show begins. I've been killing and completing tasks like a madman, only focusing on increasing my strength. This could provoke the mastermind's wariness. Although, that group should already be very cautious of me. Let's go travel. Find a dessert shop or CF, hire 2 pretty girls as maids, and live comfortably. Lin Xian smiled and suggested. Xiaonan was momentarily unsure how to respond. Has her brother finally entered a late adolescence? He actually said something like this. Don't look at me like that. Your brother is a normal person. Of course he likes beautiful women with good figures. A pair of long, fair legs would be even better. Although I don't think anyone in the world is prettier than you, my sister. The man in white smiled mischievously. You just said you wanted to find a maid. Xiaonan rolled her eyes. Her brother's thoughts were becoming increasingly difficult to guess, making it awkward for her as a sister. What maid? I never said that. Clearly, my sister is the cutest girl in the world. What do we need other women for? Lin Xian was completely unconcerned, casually ruffling Xiaonan's hair. Long hair is indeed cuter than short hair. After all, he is a long hair enthusiast. Silly big brother. Xiaonan blushed like a 16-year-old girl, lowering her head. Her voice barely audible. In front of her brother, no matter how old she is treated like a child and spoiled. Chapter 23. If there are no ties, then create one. Konoha year 48. Akatsuki member codename Lin, codename by went missing. In the same year, Konoha's 4th Hokage married the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina. Konoha year 49. On the night Kushina gave birth, a mysterious masked man attacked Konoha and summoned the Nine-Tails. Minato and Kushina sacrificed themselves, and the Nine-Tails was sealed again. Konoha year 55. Uchiha Itachi slaughtered his clan and defected from the village, joining Akatsuki as an S-rank rogue ninja. Every formal member of Akatsuki is strong, yet the internal issues of Akatsuki are also quite apparent. It's unclear how many partners have been killed on missions by Kakuzu, with their bodies later taken to the exchange for a box of money. This has happened countless times. Considering the money Kakuzu brought back, no one said much. Next, there are 2 recent events. Uchiha Itachi and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki, went to the hidden mist village on a mission. The 2 were ambushed by the 4th Mizuki Yagura and his forces. To protect Itachi, who was struck and immobilized by Yagura as Coral Palm, Kisame used his sword to confront the tailed beast transformation of the 4th Mizuki. Unfortunately, he was killed by his own sword when it rebounded off the tailed beast ball. Itachi defeated Yagura using Amaterasu and then fled. This is also a minor issue. Dying due to insufficient strength during a mission only means you deserve to die. The second event, Orochimaru became Itachi's new partner, with the real goal being Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan. During their battle, Orochimaru was killed by Itachi's Jinjutsu. And then Orochimaru announced his betrayal of Akatsuki. Betrayal is unacceptable to Akatsuki. Orochimaru knows many of Akatsuki's secrets, and if exposed, it would be extremely detrimental to Akatsuki. However, Orochimaru's escape techniques are remarkable. Even when Pain personally pursued him, it ultimately came to nothing. I hope that guy is smart enough. Pain's expression was grim. At this moment, he once again felt the emptiness of lacking subordinates. If Orochimaru is determined to escape, even the entire Akatsuki couldn't kill that man. Orochimaru won't leak secrets unless he truly intends to provoke Akatsuki. Zetsu confidently said. This usually cheerful and silly member today seemed particularly serious. Go call Lin and Bai back. That pair of siblings has been on vacation for so many years. It's time for them to come back and contribute to the organization again. Sasori said gloomily, letting out a sigh. Ever since that guy went missing, the pressure of missions has increased, even forcing me, a puppet master, to run around the world. In a land of water, a ninja claiming to be a follower of the evil god cult, named Haiden, has reportedly attained immortality. The local ninjas are helpless against him and have issued an S-rank bounty to seek help from the 5 great nations. This kind of person would be a perfect partner for Kakuzu. So, Kakuzu, you can go find him yourself. Zetsu produced a bounty notice, which featured the image of a white-haired boy laughing maniacally. He better really be immortal. Kakuzu sneered, turning to leave the Akatsuki meeting cave. The second person is Kisame Hashigaki, a ninja from the Hashigaki clan in the Land of Water, known as the Mist Monster. Like Kisame, he is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and wields the shark skin sword. Zetsu then revealed detailed information about the second person. Oh, senior, Kisame is a talent I discovered in the hidden mist village, Deidara said, waving his hands and jumping with excitement, like a child waiting for praise. This guy really can't hide his silly nature. Of course, no one really thinks that the owner of the Mangeki Sharingan could truly be silly. It's just a disguise. Itachi happens to need a partner, so let Kisame work with him on missions, Deidara said with a grin, winking as if he was genuinely considering Uchiha Itachi's well-being. In reality, Kisame had long been his subordinate. Kisame recognized the killer who had cast Jinjutsu on Yagura, which was the masked man, Deidara, who claimed to be Uchiha Obito and secretly controlled the terror organization Akatsuki. This silly guy and Black Zetsu worked together to inform Kisame about the Great Moon Eye plan and invited him to join. Kisame expressed great interest and soon became a subordinate of Obito and Black Zetsu. This time out was just to find a reason to bring Kisame back to Akatsuki. Oh, and by the way, let Kisame be Uchiha Itachi's partner to monitor this somewhat dangerous Uchiha brat, who will go recruit Kisame Hashigaki. ISNT, that guy's still a rogue ninja? Pain pondered for a moment, scanning the crowd. According to the information, Kisame's task in the Hidden Mist Village was to kill his own comrades. He has long been fed up with that kind of life. With a word from our Akatsuki, would he dare not defect? Deidara still smiled cheerfully. Lin and Bar just outside, right? Let them go to the Hidden Mist Village and bring Kisame back. Zetsu looked at Pain. After all, he is the nominal leader of Akatsuki. How to proceed still depends on his arrangements. All right, let us assign this task to them. Pain agreed. The strength of Lin and Bai is beyond doubt. Even if their power hasn't progressed at all over the years, they should still be able to handle a mere Kisame. Scorpion, you look for Orochimaru's whereabouts. The Akatsuki has given Scorpion another task. If I encounter him, can I kill him? Scorpion narrowed his eyes. That bastard set up a laboratory in the Akatsuki and stole a significant amount of his research funding, while also looking down on his puppet techniques as inferior to his forbidden jutsu, although everyone assumes that Orochimaru is difficult to deal with. Scorpion still wants to vent his anger. To this end, he has seduced a child named Kabuto who is close to Orochimaru and set up a jutsu to ensure the other's loyalty, so that Orochimaru would have Scorpion's eyes watching him wherever he goes. If you can kill him, feel free. Tendo looked at Scorpion with some surprise. Orochimaru isn't great at fighting, but his ability to escape is second to none in the ninja world. How can Scorpion, a puppet master, chase down Orochimaru? Heh. Behind his bulky figure, a metallic scorpion tail floated as the man retreated with a sinister laugh. With the mastery of the 100 machine manipulation technique, he is now capable of standing against a nation alone. I'm going out to play. Fate bounced and laughed joyfully, his figure gradually fading until it disappeared. He didn't know when he had burrowed underground. Ju, let us go see that kid Lin Xian. After leaving the rain-hidden village, Fei and Ju joined forces, their voices filled with cold authority. What is so noteworthy about that kid? He has been slacking off for years. Hey, Ju curled his lip. He had secretly investigated those two before, only to find that they were merely traveling and having fun all over the world. Such people pose no threat to them. If given the chance, I hope to manipulate Lin Xian into darkness like we did with Uchiha Itachi, ultimately making him a loyal tool under us. We first discovered his talent over a decade ago, when he could already defeat Janine and even Shadows. Such a person is still a friend of Nagato. He has the potential to free Nagato from our control. Faye systematically analyzed. Manipulating Lin Xian is not an easy task. That guy always says Jinjutsu is a weakness. But what if he isn't afraid of Jinjutsu at all? If you rashly use the Sharingan against him, it will only alert him. And the outcome will either be you leaving the Akatsuki or Lin Xian leaving the Akatsuki. Heiju disagreed with Faye's approach. The risk of doing so is too great. If something goes wrong, Faye could even be expelled from the Akatsuki. And then how would they monitor Nagato? There are other ways. Faye sneered. Are you planning to use Conan to threaten him? If you fail, it won't just be as simple as you leaving the Akatsuki. That man will hunt you down to the ends of the earth and might even join the 5 great nations to oppose the Akatsuki. Heiju sighed. Are all Uchiha members idiots? Heiju suddenly started to miss that man. Uchiha Madara was arrogant but strong enough. But what else with Uchiha Obito acting so cocky? Does he really think Kamui is invincible? The greater the danger, the greater the reward. However, why didn't he plan to capture Conan to threaten him? At this point, the man's gaze grew increasingly sinister. The bonds between humans can be created. We can find Lin Xian another sister or a woman he likes. As long as a bond is formed, the subsequent matters will be easier to handle. Faye laughed arrogantly. The power to control the world is in his hands. He can manipulate anyone's fate. Destroying bonds is easy, but creating them is not so simple. Heiju sighed deeply. This guy is really stubborn. He and Conan have been siblings since childhood. On what basis can you casually find another woman to achieve a similar status? And you want to use this to scheme against others? Lin Xian's husband is a fool, not an idiot. Faye underestimated his enemy too much. Chapitre 24. Surprise, Uchiha Obito. Brother, it seems we've encountered a Konoha ninja. A soft voice echoed in the jungle. It was a mature woman with long blue-purple hair. And even the loose robe couldn't hide her charm, her lovely eyes blinking playfully. Hataki Gokai, huh? Lin Xian seemed to be deep in thought. Just then, he received a task from the leader. Before he and Xiao Nan returned, they needed to go to the Land of Water to recruit the dried persimmon Zetsu. Unexpectedly, on the way, they encountered Hataki Kakashi in the Land of Fire. The white-haired man was engrossed in reading Ica Paradise while on the move, completely unaware that he was being followed. Xiao Nan's paper jutsu was very stealthy, and Lin Xian was able to control his body to not leak a hint of chakra. Brother? The woman looked at that figure with some surprise. Lin Xian used ninjutsu. He was still in his original form before, but after appearing, he transformed into a completely different appearance. The guy who had never practiced ninjutsu skillfully executed an almost perfect transformation technique. Kakashi immediately stopped in his tracks. The instincts of a ninja made him instinctively turn his head, and then he spotted the man in black wearing an orange whirlpool mask. Such a strange outfit. Such dangerous chakra. There's no doubt that the visitor means trouble. We meet again. Lin Xian imitated Obito's voice, staring at Kakashi, who had just completed a mission. Everyone thought he was a reckless fool, a brainless waste aside from his bloodline. Especially in recent years, he had been traveling the world with Conan for fun, while that guy had secretly monitored him for a full 3 months underground. As Lin Xian had anticipated, after learning the truth, the mastermind let down their guard around him. They had no idea that Lin Xian was studying ninjutsu. The energy in his body and bloodline was different from chakra, but it could also be used to perform ninjutsu. Lin Xian seems to be traveling, but in reality, he is learning ninjutsu from around the world. In terms of effectiveness, his talent is higher than he imagined. The essence of ninjutsu is manipulating chakra to create transformations. The more chakra a person has and the finer their control over it, the more powerful their ninjutsu becomes, and the faster it can be released. He doesn't need to manipulate chakra. He only uses the power within his body to form ninjutsu. Who are you? Why are you following me? Kakashi Hataki drew a kunai and looked at the mysterious person as if facing a great enemy. His instincts told him that this person was definitely not a mere underling. The Land of Fire is my homeland. As a jonin from Konoha, Kakashi Hataki. Can we walk the same path? Lin Xian sighed as he looked at Kakashi and the surrounding forest. His acting skills were excellent, enough to win an Oscar, but very few people knew this side of him. Do you know me? Kakashi took a few steps back in shock, completely adopting a fighting stance, revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan beneath his mask. He wore a mask and a uniform of the Konoha Anbu, yet the other party seemed to know him very well. His mind raced, considering all possibilities. Since the masked man was unwilling to reveal his true identity, it meant that his identity couldn't be casually disclosed. From his tone, it seemed he had known Kakashi before. A ninja from Root? But Danzo wouldn't need to approach him this way. The guy would directly invite him to the Root meeting room. There was another possibility besides Root. That would be a rogue ninja from Konoha, someone who had also worked in the Anbu and was familiar with Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi. This raised anew. Itachi always maintained humility and calmness. And, judging by the way he greeted him, the man in front of him couldn't possibly be Itachi. But Uchiha Itachi was a traitor. There were very few normal people in the Uchiha clan. You are Uchiha Itachi? Kakashi took a deep breath and provided the answer he had come to after thinking. His Sharingan stared intently at the man in front of him, wary of the dangerous figure who might launch an attack at any moment. Huh! Lin Xian shook his head. Through the mask, Kakashi could sense the disdain on that face. If you're unwilling to take off the mask, then I'll find the truth myself. Kakashi remained silent for a minute before choosing to take action. The masked man was very strange, his speed unlike that of ordinary people. As Kakashi moved, he immediately jumped onto a tree, his gaze gradually becoming dangerous. Kakashi, after all these years, you haven't changed. The pace of Itachi Kakashi's pursuit came to an abrupt halt, because he saw a face that should not have appeared before him. The masked man on the branch removed his mask, revealing a face half covered in scars, as if he had experienced a painful war. He had indeed gone through a painful war, because this is the face of Uchiha Obito. Kakashi, don't you recognize an old friend? Lin Xian recently slightly raised her eyebrows, revealing a hint of sarcastic smile. Kakashi gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling violently, and the kunai in his hand had fallen to the ground without him realizing it. With a clang, the painful scene resurfaced in this man's eyes. Before his death, Uchiha Obito had given him the Sharingan. Even though his appearance had changed over the years, Kakashi could still recognize his former teammate. The boy buried under the rocks many years ago could not possibly appear before him now. It seems that our Sharingan Kakashi has finally remembered his once underachieving teammate. Ha! The masked man laughed loudly, a mix of arrogance and a touch of melancholy in his tone. He now looked like a tragic protagonist. Obito, Hatake Kakashi moved his throat, his voice filled with bitterness and confusion. Faced with an old friend, he didn't know what to say. What could he say to someone who was already dead? Especially since he still harbored hostility towards him. Or rather, hostility towards the entire world. All these years, why? Wouldn't you return to the village? If only the teacher knew you were still alive. Kakashi felt somewhat dazed, his voice choked. Obito had died for him and Rin, even giving him his eyes, yet in the end, he couldn't protect anything. Rin was dead. The teacher was also dead. It seems my appearance has stirred up unhappy memories for this Nin genius. Why not return to Konoha? After all these years, Kakashi, your naivety hasn't changed at all. The Night of the Nine Tails was my doing. Obito's expression was mocking, announcing this cruel answer. His smile widened, as if pitying the man across from him who lived in memories. I personally opened the seal of the Nine Tails. It was I who manipulated the Nine Tails to launch the attack. You received the Manjiki Sharingan. How could I not have it too? That was a birthday gift I gave you. Kakashi nearly short-circuited. Obito's words were packed with shocking information. Watch closely, Kakashi. I will use my own power to change this damned world. We will meet again. The masked man erupted with an even more bizarre speed. It was as if he had teleported, disappearing completely from Kakashi's sight in just a few breaths. Obito. Kakashi came to his senses, desperately searching for the masked man in the woods. He had so many questions to ask, wanting to know what Obito had experienced over the years, and whether what he said earlier was true. Unfortunately, he was destined to search in vain. The real Uchiha Obito had never been here. Chapter 25. Zabuza Momochi. Not knowing how much time had passed, Kakashi completely lost track of Obito's whereabouts, and his mind gradually regained its rationality. First of all, Obito couldn't be an imposter. Obito had originally given Kakashi the Sharingan as a birthday gift, and only 4 people knew the whole story, with Rin and Minato already dead. That person had to be Obito. As for other matters, Obito mentioned that he caused the Nine Tails incident, and Kakashi felt somewhat skeptical. Minato had a good relationship with Obito, and Obito had no reason to attack Konoha and harm Minato. However, the Manjiki Sharingan could indeed control the Nine Tails, changing the world with his own power. Kakashi recalled their conversation, trying to extract the information he wanted. Uchiha Obito, despite having changed so much, seemed to have a limited increase in intelligence. He intentionally and unintentionally mocked Kakashi, yet did not realize how much information he had revealed. The one who killed Rin was a ninja from the Mist Village. Obito must have gone there. Kakashi quickly got his answer. Even if Obito was not currently in that village, It was very likely he had been there before, or he was planning to go to the Mist Village. As long as he went to the Land of Water, he would surely find some clues. Finding Obito would allow him to uncover the truth. It seems he needed to take a leave. Kakashi exhaled, looking towards the direction of Konoha. He couldn't tell the third Hokage about this, nor could he inform any Konoha ninja. After all, it concerned Obito, and he hoped to uncover the truth first to see if there was any chance for redemption. With Obito's personality, it was highly likely that he had been manipulated by someone. Kakashi did not know that his casual guess had indeed touched upon the truth of the ninja world. Uchiha Obito had indeed been used. The Land of Water, a small country near the Land of Fire, remote and poor as hell. Should they take on the business to the Land of Water? Money is not the issue. Lin Xian and Xiao Nin arrived at the dock, where they found the boatmen and their fishing boat. The boatmen exchanged glances, fearfully shaking their heads. The Water Nation is closed off. No outsiders are allowed to enter, and the ninja lord will kill us. No amount of money is worth losing our lives. No one is going there. These people were smarter and more cautious than Lin Xian had thought. Even though they lived in poverty and could earn a fortune with just one trip, they chose to give up in the face of life-threatening danger. What should we do? Xiaonan looked at Lin Xian anxiously. Without a boat, are they supposed to swim over? Idiot, if it really comes to that, we can buy a boat ourselves. Lin Xian smiled with annoyance and tapped her sister's forehead with her finger. Really? Xiaonan was smart in some ways, but at times she could be exceptionally dull. How much are you willing to pay? I could take you there. A voice rang out, and the crowd suddenly fell silent. The boatmen looked at the man and lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. His face was wrapped in white bandages, carrying a large knife on his back. And though he appeared thin, his muscles were actually well built, with a gaze that revealed no concealment of his murderous intent. The fierce man wore a mist-hidden forehead protector, but it had a cut in the middle, indicating that he was a rogue ninja. You don't seem like a boatman, do you? Lin Xian looked at him with a smile that seemed like a smile. Does it matter? As long as you know I can take you to the Water Kingdom. Zhang Lung let out a cold laugh. Behind him followed a silent young boy, wearing a white mask with red patterns. 50 explosive talismans, how about that? Lin Xian smiled as he took out a stack of papers from his pocket. Xiaonan's paper jutsu could create explosive tags on its own. Such items are bestsellers in the ninja world, essential for both lower-ranking and higher-ranking ninjas. Very well, I'll take you to the Land of Water. Zabuza was somewhat surprised. It was the first time he had seen someone using explosive tags as currency. The price of explosive tags varies in different places. They are relatively expensive in war-torn areas and cheaper in peaceful regions, generally ranging from 2,000 to 12,000 Rio. In the Land of Water, these 50 explosive tags are equivalent to 500,000 Rio. Let's get ready to set off. Lin Xian and Xiao Nin quickly sat on Zabuza's boat. The two of them tacitly stare at the weapon carried by this rogue ninja. The famous decapitation sword, belonging to the Mist Village, is held by one of the current 7 ninja swordsmen. After the death of Pipa Shirzong during a mission, the owner of this sword became Zabuza. However, Zabuza had had enough of that village and chose to defect. Do you recognize this sword? Zabuza commanded his subordinate, Haku, to row the boat, curiously observing Lin Xian. This guy had no ninja forehead protector and lacked the aura of a strong person, but still felt unusual. The decapitation sword, no matter how severely damaged in battle, can restore itself by absorbing the blood of enemies, with its function based on the iron elements found in human blood. Lin Xian earnestly popularized science. Zangetsu was somewhat surprised, and then his gaze gradually became indifferent. You know quite a lot. Not really, I don't know much either. For example, you're the mist-hidden ghost man, Mr. Zangetsu, and this is your adopted white. Lin Xian smiled casually. What seemed like a light-hearted remark completely darkened Zai Bujan's gaze. Since you know me, why do you still want to go to the Land of Water? What is your purpose in getting close to me? Did the Mizukage send you? Zai Bujan is a rogue ninja. The Umbu ninjas from Kirigakure could appear at any moment to hunt him down. Don't be angry now. Lin Xian remained relaxed and casual. No longer wielding the large knife, he was blocked by a single finger from that flesh and blood body, immediately causing his mind to tremble. Do you think you deserve a special trip for me? Lin Xian let out a cold laugh. With a broken knife, he really thought he was someone important. He was just a jonin. Bye. Make your move. Jean narrowed his eyes slightly, his killing intent even stronger. A powerful body technique doesn't mean everything, especially since he had subordinates with ice-release bloodline limits by his side. There was no need to act. Xiaonan sighed softly. Bai, who was rowing the boat, suddenly found himself wrapped in explosive tags, and his chakra was sealed by a sealing technique. He was just a 10-year-old child, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered under her ninjutsu. Should we still make a move? Bai possesses the ice-release bloodline limit. He's a piece you care about, right? Lin Xian's lips curled into a subtle arc, as if everything was under his control. Zai Buzhan is indeed a smart person. I will take you to the Water Nation, but the next time we meet, I want to let you go. After a moment of silence, Zai Buzhan finally put down the large knife in his hand. His opponent was a master of physical techniques, and the other woman's abilities were also very strange. Even he was unclear when the other side had acted against Bai. Most importantly, Bai was his most valued subordinate over the years, with immense potential, and he wouldn't give up that child's life out of spite. Your Excellency is indeed a wise person. Lin Xian leisurely lay in the boat. A gentle sea breeze blew, gradually thickening the white fog. The silent Zabuza continued to row. The silent one pondered the identities and backgrounds of the two opponents. Xiaonan rested someone's head on her thigh. Chapter 26. Kisame, slowly forming a question mark. The land of water. A small boat successfully reached its destination in secret, with Zabuza skillfully avoiding the ninja's line of sight. You have an intelligence network in the land of water, right? Take me to see Kisame Hashigaki. Lin Xian stopped Zai Buzhan, who wanted to leave. Our cooperation has ended. The mist-hidden ghost man frowned. What is this going back on your word? I'm only responsible for bringing these two to the land of water, unless you pay more. If you take us to find Kisame Hashigaki, these 500 explosive tags are yours. Xiaonan said expressionlessly, taking out the corresponding number of explosive tags from her space scroll. As the wealthiest member of the Akatsuki organization, she casually carried over 1 million explosive tags, a large portion of which she had made herself, and some were bought. Only she might know the exact amount. Tao Dizai Bu Zhan's expression fluctuated. These two bastards had threatened him once on the way. He couldn't forget this debt. But seeing the thick stack of explosive tags in Xiaonan's hands, he hesitated. Initially, he had been dissatisfied with the village, which led him to fail in assassinating the fourth Mizukage and become a rogue ninja. To make a comeback, he needed to gather more money. Only with money could he recruit ninjas. I will be responsible for finding Kisame Hashigaki's location. You all go find him yourselves, Zai Buzhan said in a deep voice. Kisame Hashigaki was the current wielder of the Samahata, his strength unfathomable. Even he did not dare to appear easily before that man. After all, Kisame was loyal to the Mizukage. All right, Lin Xian nodded with a smile. This is the deposit. You will receive the other half after you obtain the information. Xiaonan divided the explosive tags into 2 parts, temporarily giving half. 3 days later, we will meet at this coast, and I will tell you about Kisame. Zabuza took the explosive tags, cursing the 2 of them in his heart. If it weren't for the money, he wouldn't help these 2 at all. Next time we meet, I will definitely chop off their heads. Offending the ghosts of mist brings no good end. The land of water is vast, but the hidden mist village is not large. The blood mist period ended early, and the 4th Mizukage has regained his sanity, but still maintains the blockade order. The blockade order is to restore the village's vitality. During that great chaos, too many ninjas died in the village. Side quest: Bonds of Water. Quest content: ensure that Hozuki Mangetsu and Hozuki Suigetsu survive. Difficulty: normal. Reward: Soul 5, Reincarnation Points 3000. Main quest: The Land of Water chapter. Quest content: defeat the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Difficulty: hard. Reward: 30 distributable attribute points. Charm 1, Reincarnation Points 15,000, World Reputation 5,000. Lin Xian suddenly realized something in an instant. Seizing the moment before making any decisions, he and Xiaonan also didn't waste any time. Since Terumi Mei hasn't taken office as the 5th Mizukage yet, the main quest cannot be completed, but the side quest called Bond of Water can be attempted. Suijitsu Hozuki is not likely to die. He might just be captured by Orochimaru, so Lin Xian isn't too worried. As for Suigetsu's brother, that guy named Mangetsu, it seems he died of illness? Lin Xian was somewhat uncertain. Zuki Mangetsu is one of the current 7 ninja swordsmen, loyal to Terumi Mei's faction, and is skilled in using the 7 ninja swords, currently wielding the twin swords, Flounder. Perhaps it is the heaven's jealousy of talent. Mangetsu is young yet afflicted with a serious illness, destined to be fleeting like an ephemeron. Speaking of doctors, should he go find Tsunade to treat him? If the medical ninjas of Kirigakure can't cure it, perhaps only Tsunade and Chiyo in the entire ninja world have a solution. Never mind, let's just take him away first. 2 days' time, Lin Xian and Xiaonan were active within the hidden mist village, hoping to encounter Kakashi Mangetsu or Kakashi Mizuki by chance. However, the search was not going smoothly. While Lin Xian was sitting by the street, daydreaming, a graceful figure appeared in his line of sight. Mangetsu, are you really going to do that? with long reddish-brown hair resembling growing branches. A sexy woman wearing a blue strapless dress and a white belt caught his attention. Her skin was fair and tender, her curves full, her hair covering her right eye, and her eyes a clear green like a lake. I don't have much time left. A young man with white hair seemed resolute. If that's the case, then that task will be entrusted to you. And I hope you can come back alive, the woman said softly. Mangetsu was an exceptionally talented ninja, and to die in such an honorable way was his last dignity. Going on mission, dying for the village. Except for his brother Mizuki, everyone else was tacitly aware of this. Goodbye, Lady Terumi Mei. The young man bowed at a 90-degree angle, giving his final salute to his superior. The figure of Kakashi Mangetsu gradually disappeared into a white mist. Lady Terumi Mei is so gentle today. Shut up, idiot. Not far away, two of Terumi Mei's guards watched this tragic scene from a distance. Oh. The owner of the Byakugan was also the one who dispelled the Jinjutsu on the fourth Mizukage. C.H. Jur, a little fellow being trained, had decent talent. If only Lady Terumi Mei could be as gentle as today, all the time, everyone would surely like her. C.H. Jur muttered softly. As he grew older, his marriage prospects had not improved at all, and Terumi Mei's temper was getting worse. But there was nothing to be done. Terumi Mei hoped to find a handsome man who could withstand the abilities of lava and dissolution, which meant a man who wouldn't melt. Given these conditions, it wouldn't be surprising if she remained single until 70. Even the body of a tailed beast would struggle to resist lava and dissolution. C.H. Jur, what did you say? Terumi Mei had returned to this side without him noticing, her gaze seemingly murderous. In nothing. C.H. Jur blushed and lowered his head. Strange. Was that just my imagination? I always feel like someone is watching here. Terumi Mei frowned, not bothering to hold C.H. Jur accountable for his disrespect. Report, lady. There are no observers nearby. Upon hearing this, Ao immediately activated his Byakugan, scanning 100 meters around. The Byakugan had the ability to see through, rendering any hidden means useless under this ocular technique. During the Third Great Ninja War, Ao had acquired this by chance, and the Hidden Mist Village had paid quite a price in front of Konoha. Is it that I've been under too much pressure lately? Terumi Mei murmured, knowing Ao would never lie to her. Soon, this future fifth Mizukage hurriedly left with her two guards. What they didn't know was that the two observers had left with Mangetsu, and if Ao had used his Byakugan a bit earlier, he would have discovered the enemy was close at hand. After a while, why is Lin Xian looking for Kakashi Mangetsu? The mysterious masked man slowly walked out of the void. A figure appeared beneath the ground. Mangetsu's talent is decent, but only decent, not worthy of joining Akatsuki. Let my revenge begin. Don't go too far. Obito, rest assured, it's just about killing a Mizukage. The tailed beast will revive quickly. During the Third Great Ninja War, the temporary Jinchuriki Lin Yahara was killed. But within a year, the Three Tails revived and was sealed within Yagura. Obito came to the Hidden Mist again to monitor Lin Xian, and he also had thoughts of killing Yagura, making it another act of revenge against the Hidden Mist Village. After all, the tailed beast would soon revive, which wouldn't affect Akatsuki's plans. Is that so? Can your Akatsuki do anything? Chapter 27, the battlefield comparable to a level 9 earthquake. On the way, Lin Xian intercepted Kakashi Mangetsu. You really made us wait for a long time. Are you interested in Akatsuki? Or to put it another way, I can let you live at the cost of your betrayal of the Hidden Mist and following my orders. The mysterious young man grinned. There are no traitors in the Hidden Mist. Kakashi Mangetsu immediately used the water transformation technique, turning his entire body into liquid water. He harbored hatred towards the fourth Mizukage, because that bastard ordered the destruction of his family, even if he was being manipulated. But he was wholeheartedly loyal to Terumi Mei. Really not going to surrender? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. The full moon didn't continue to waste words, but quickly formed seals and used a ninjutsu. Water release, water iron cannon. A series of water bullets shot out, pouring down like a torrential rain towards the opposite side. Lin Xian didn't even move, allowing himself to become a target for the ninjutsu from the opposite side. Ghost Lantern Man used mouth twitched. Was the opponent a monster? They actually withstood his ninjutsu with their flesh and blood. The water iron cannon could even penetrate rock. This was really unsettling. Lin Xian sighed with some regret and waved at Xiaonan. It's only polite to reciprocate. Let the other side also experience the feeling of being bombarded. The art of the paper of God. Xiaonan immediately activated the trap. They followed the trail of Ghost Lantern Full Moon and had set an ambush in this small path in advance. Explosive talismans? Ghost Lantern Full Moon's expression gradually became serious. the surrounding forest trees, the ponds by the roadside, and even the land beneath their feet. All of these were disguised explosive talismans. He was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of explosive talismans. Is that woman insane? Under such an explosion, would they even survive? If the liquefied water evaporates completely, can you still survive? Lin Xian casually watched the mist ninja across from him. He retreated as if taking a leisurely stroll, each step covering several meters, quickly reaching a safe distance. Similarly, Xiaonan, located at the center of the explosion, transformed into countless fluttering pieces of white paper. 300,000 explosive tags. Xiaonan let out a light shout. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated throughout the forest, and dazzling flames shot up into the sky. After a long while, the smoke and dust cleared. The explosion created a massive pit nearly 30 meters deep, where the liquidized mist ninja lay in a disheveled state. At the last moment, Kisame used all his chakra for a water release technique. As long as there was some water remaining, he would not be obliterated by the explosion. It turned out his choice was correct. A large amount of water was evaporated, but a small portion remained, allowing him to survive this explosion. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly a genius of the Hozuki clan, managing not to get blown to bits. Lin Xian's figure appeared at the edge of the giant pit. The young man remained calm and unhurried. Little ghost, I'll give you one last chance. You seem to have a 12-year-old brother, right? It's best to think it through before making a choice. Upon hearing this, Manuel instinctively raised his head. His only concern was his brother. If Shueiyue were to be killed by this group of people, the Gazai clan would be doomed. If I defect, Shueiyue would suffer even more exclusion in the village. Manuel hesitated. He refused. Both brothers would die, and he had no doubt about the strength of the other two. But if he betrayed the mist-hidden village, would his brother's fate be any better? It seemed unlikely. Under the protection of Terumi Mei, the people of Mist-Hidden Village wouldn't dare to act against you. At most, they would just curse a few times. Lin Xian shook her head. Koizumi Mei has already grown up. She has the elder Yuan Shi of the Hidden Mist Village behind her, with a status and power equivalent to that of a Water Shadow Elder. As long as Shueiyue is under Koizumi Mei, she cannot be secretly harmed by people from the same village. I am willing to join Akatsuki. In the end, the full moon chose to compromise. There is nothing wrong with joining Akatsuki. At least you can survive. Xiaonan glanced at him. Loyalty? Can loyalty be eaten? Lin Xian is not completely devoid of humanity. She won't let Manu take action against the Mist-Hidden Village unless absolutely necessary, but will instead have him deal with other troubles. Although she also somewhat does not understand why her brother would invite such a weak person. The next day, after recruiting Manu, Lin Xian met with Zabuza as agreed, gave him the other half of the reward, and obtained the location of Kisame Hashigaki. Just like the ambush against Manu, Lin Xian and Conan arrived early at the scene. Kisame Hashigaki had accepted a mission from the 4th Mizukage and would inevitably pass through this island on his way out. This is a stronghold of the Mist-Hidden Ninja. In order to capture Konoha ninja Kakashi Hitaki, who appeared in the Land of Water, the Mist Village specifically dispatched 5 teams of ninjas to surround him. A total of 5 Jonin and 15 Chunin. What luck! Lin Xian was a bit surprised. He had previously disguised himself as a Beto and revealed quite a bit of information. But he didn't expect that Kakashi, that idiot, would actually charge into the Land of Water alone. That bastard Hitaki Kakashi. Does he not take us Mist ninjas seriously? He dares to infiltrate alone. Kill him. His hiding place doesn't have much space left. Just kill him. 5 ninja teams are searching on this small island. It seems that Kakashi has been trapped in this place for a while. You all are having so much fun playing the game. I wonder if I can join? Lin Xuanguang stepped onto the island from the small boat with great dignity. Xiaonan remained expressionless, as if looking at a group of dead people, while Manu wore a mask, unwilling to reveal her true face, feeling complex emotions at that moment. The Fog-Hidden Dark Department was at work. A fog-hidden Chunin walked over, raising the kunai in his hand as a threat. This was the territory of the Land of Water, and no one was allowed to act recklessly. No need for words. Intruders will be treated as enemies. An unknown Jounin ordered. Upon hearing this, the subordinate ninjas did not hesitate and immediately threw a large number of kunai at Lin Xuanguang and the others, even unleashing a freshly executed water dragon bullet technique. The essence of a ninja is killing to execute any command. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, appearing like an ant in front of the water dragon. Sigh. The quality of ninjas needs to be improved. He came to this small island to deal with Kisame Hashigaki. But now, some people are seeking their own death. Bang! The water dragon and shurikens shattered completely, and the young man who destroyed these attacks immediately attacked. He was unarmed, but the force from his fists made people take him seriously. This is a powerful taijutsu user. The mist ninjas nodded one after another, readying themselves to gang up on the enemy in an instant. The advantages and disadvantages of taijutsu ninjas are very clear. As long as they get caught in a melee, their stamina will quickly deplete until they are exhausted. Is that person seeking death? Kakashi, hidden underground, was bewildered, facing the assault of these elite mist ninjas. Even he had to act cautiously, yet that person actually rushed out alone. But the confusion on Kakashi's face quickly disappeared, because he witnessed an unforgettable scene. The black-haired youth descended like a deity, each punch carrying incredible force, even cracking the ground to create a fissure hundreds of meters long, making the battlefield comparable to a magnitude 9 earthquake. Is this still a human? Even the legendary Tsunade-sama is not like this, right? Poof, poof. One by one, the mist ninjas were violently blown apart into blood mist, and blood rained down from the sky. The mist ninja team annihilated in 20 seconds. Chapter 28. Is that guy human? Bro, this island won't sink, will it? Shaolin furrowed her brows. With this humanoid dragon, a mere small island really can't withstand it. Don't worry, I only used 30% of my strength. Lin Xian patted Xiaonan's head and confidently said, I'm fully prepared. Full moon. This genius from the Zuki clan was looking at the blood-soaked scene with a questioning gaze on life. No matter if they were Jonin or Chunin, none survived a single punch. They were all brutally crushed. Even more horrific was the ground, cracked like a sprawling spiderweb, with the longest fissure exceeding a kilometer and a depth of 50 meters. This moment could not be described with any words. Full Moon felt fortunate for his choice. If he had refused to join Akatsuki, his brother would likely have turned into a mist of blood. The young man gazed leisurely at the mist rising from the sea in the distance. Mr. Kisame, don't keep me waiting too long. Kisame Hashigaki. Currently, he was definitely in league with Obito and would later be responsible for monitoring Itachi Uchiha. In Lin Xian's plan, he needed Kisame as his subordinate to watch over Obito and J-Bai and bring back their intelligence. It's amusing to think about having spies trained by oneself turning around to monitor them. Moreover, Lin Xian indeed needed someone like him to provide information on those two. Finally, Kisame had appeared. He carried the large sword Samahata wrapped in white cloth and arrived at this small island wearing the uniform of a mist jonin. Suddenly, several explosive tags floated up from the ground with a hiss. In the moment Kisame dodged to the side, the sound of the explosion echoed. Nice to meet you for the first time, Mr. Kisame. Lin Xian slowly appeared, a casual smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Please join the Akatsuki organization, Mr. Kisame, or die here. Oh, the welcome ceremony of the organization is quite special. Kisame revealed a mouthful of shark-like teeth, his smile somewhat eerie. He looked quite frightening himself. Whereas Mr. Uchiha Madara, he was the one who invited me to join the Akatsuki. Kisame grinned. He only acknowledged Uchiha Madara and J-Bai. Those two were his superiors and the only ones he recognized. As for the other members of the Akatsuki, in Madara's eyes, those people were merely tools, completely unaware of the truth of the world. Once you join the Akatsuki, you will naturally see Uchiha Madara. Lin Xian said calmly, I will not accept an invitation from a weak. The ghost shark took out the shark skin from his back. The shark skin sword is not a useless beheading sword. This ninja tool can absorb the enemy's chakra, heal the owner's injuries, and even merge with the owner to become a fishman form. Weak? Lin Xian's expression was somewhat strange. Xiaonan covered her mouth and laughed, her body shaking with mirth. Man Yu was trembling even more, unable to imagine the fate of this senior, Kisame. I hope the weak ones you mentioned 1T make you too desperate. Regardless of the purpose of Kisame's battle, Lin Xian was also planning to let this future subordinate understand the methods of their superior. Whoosh! The young man's figure moved like a ghost from a time rift. Kisame didn't have time to see the movement clearly before he felt a tremendous force hit his chin, sending him flying 100 meters away, splashing into the sea. His head nearly got knocked off by that punch. This is really... Kisame slowly climbed out of the water, his gaze deep, but his face was somewhat ashen. Damn it. Uchiha Madara and Zetsu wanted him to test Lin Xian. Is this really a test? He almost got killed by a punch. Only by truly facing Lin Xian's fist could one feel the terrifying physique of this monster. Water release, great water explosion. Kisame reined in his thoughts, took a deep breath, and shouted. Since he was going to test the opponent's strength, he would go all out. After all, the other party shouldn't kill him. They were here to invite him to join Akatsuki. As expected of Senior Kisame, Manyu raised his head in admiration. Kisame's mastery of water-release ninjutsu was said to astonish even the fourth Mizukichi. Seeing it in person, it was indeed so. The entire sea area erupted, forming a 30-meter-high wave, as if it wanted to destroy the world, overwhelming everything and submerging the small island. Even in places without water, this ninjutsu could create a lake. And now, in the nearby sea, Kisame could submerge an island. Boom! Endless seawater flooded the island, creating a special duel arena. Kisame thrived in the water, his ninjutsu receiving boosts, while his enemies would find it extremely difficult to move. Even breathing would be incredibly hard. Paper transformation. Xiaohan used a special substitution technique, turning her whole body into white paper in the water, which was not afraid of water, but its only weakness was oil. Kakashi tried to break through with Chidori, but quickly failed, his expression grim. Manyu was indifferent. He could turn into water himself, so he faced no life-threatening danger here. This is my domain. Water release. Great shark bullet technique. Kisame quickly formed hand seals, dazzling to behold. This super-large shark ninjutsu, created from chakra, had the characteristics of the Samahata, capable of devouring the enemy's chakra to make the shark even stronger. This move would give even shadow-level powerhouses a headache, but unfortunately, he was facing a brute. Lin Xian didn't need to use any ninjutsu at all, and he didn't even like those things in his heart. If he could solve it with his fists, why use ninjutsu? There's no chakra in my fist for you to absorb. Is that guy even human? Countless questions that many had pondered appeared in Kisame's mind. No matter what means he used, any ninjutsu, it all seemed so pale and powerless under that guy's fists. Clearly in the sea, in his water prison. But that guy's speed was still incredibly fast. Damn it. At this moment, Kisame felt like cursing. He always grew stronger against strong opponents. The more humans there were, the stronger his ninjutsu would become. But that monster across from him just didn't play by the rules. He stubbornly wanted to beat you with his fists. Another collision. The entire massive water prison shook slightly, and Kisame's great sharp bomb technique was blown apart with a single hit from Lin Xian. Kisame, holding the Samahata, attempted to absorb the opponent's south chakra in close combat. But the Samahata in his hand actually told him, the opponent has no chakra. Bang, 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 bang. It was as if he were kicking a ball in the water. That man was ruthlessly trampling Kisame. The man who had once thrived in the realm of water and had never been defeated finally experienced the fear of being dominated at this moment. He suddenly recalled the time he had killed his comrades under the village's orders, numbly doing his job, including that girl who liked him. She couldn't believe he would make a move before she died. On that day, he lost all his ties. That was his lost youth. Bang! Another explosion occurred in the water, and Kisame's Samahata flew out of his hand. The seawater that submerged the entire small island also ruptured, returning to the ocean. As the water receded, Kisame lay on the beach, battered and breathless. At this moment, his figure appeared somewhat desolate. The full moon seemed to see its own shadow in this senior, and it lowered its head subtly. Kakashi, like a thief, awkwardly scratched his head, not knowing how to speak. Had he seen too much that he shouldn't have? Chapter 29. The Identity of Obito Exposed. Can he now honestly join the Akatsuki? Lin Xian didn't know where he found a cigarette, and placed it carelessly in his mouth. No smoking. A delicate white hand reached over and flicked the young man's cigarette away with a snap, just as he had taken out a match. Xiaonan stared at him expressionlessly. Hey, girl, show me some respect out here. Lin Xian was extremely frustrated. Seriously, is it easy for me to put on an act? Show some respect to your brother. I joined Akatsuki. Dry Persimmon Kisame had mixed feelings. He was 1,000 times more frustrated than Lin Xian. His original task was to test this person's strength. But he almost got beaten to death. That Uchiha Madara nearly killed him. That Lin Xian, he hasn't slacked off in his training these past few years at all. What on earth is he thinking? Obito wanted to curse. He had just assassinated the useless Yagura and then had Zetsu take his corpse away from the hidden mist village. As a result, he arrived here and was immediately startled. Arranging Kisame to test Lin Xian was meant to test his limits, but unexpectedly, his own arranged person almost got beaten to death. Wasn't he that person supposed to be indulged in pleasure? Wasn't he said to have neglected his training? The script is wrong. Obito, just as Akatsuki hesitated and hid in the shadows, he didn't notice that someone had suddenly appeared behind him. It was Kakashi Hitaki. This former friend stared at the masked man with a complicated expression and called out that name. Obito, tell me the truth. I came to the land of water for you. Kakashi, holding kunai, had a determined gaze. Looking at those Sharingan that belonged to him, Obito's eyes gradually began to doubt life. What the hell? How does Kakashi know his identity? Only Uchiha Madara and Zetsu knew his true identity in this world. But Uchiha Madara was already dead. Zetsu was still counting on him to realize the Eye of the Moon plan. How could he possibly betray his information? Akatsuki hadn't even started capturing the tailed beasts yet. Besides Zetsu, there were actually others who knew his identity. Just thinking about it made Uchiha Obito's scalp tingle. Had everything he did over the years been seen by someone? Was he also a member of Akatsuki? Full Moon muttered softly. Lin Xian and Shao Nan's uniforms are long robes with a black background and red clouds. The masked man referred to as Obito by Kakashi Hatake also wears such a uniform. Obito? Hoshigaki Kisame murmured, his shark-like eyes filled with confusion. Isn't he Uchiha Madara? How did he become Obito? Ah Fei, your real name turns out to be Obito? Lin Xian seemed quite surprised as she turned her head to stare at the two strange men over there. Kakashi's face was full of excitement and nervousness, while Obito remained silent and stiff. Kakashi-sensei, you might have forgotten to take your medication today. Obito tried to keep his voice calm, acting under the name of Uchiha Madara. He had not been exposed for so many years. Even Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, had been kept in the dark. And now was it all ruined by Kakashi? He couldn't accept that. Obito? Let me think. Wasn't he the Konoha ninja who sacrificed himself in the Third Shinobi World War? If I remember correctly, he used to be on the same team as Kakashi. Full Moon seemed to ponder. He was a serious genius ninja. Not only was he talented in ninjutsu, but he also scored full marks in history class. Moreover, Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja, was a celebrity. His deeds were known throughout the 5 great countries. Obito's mindset underwent some peculiar changes. Lin Xian really knows how to pick people. He immediately saw through Kakashi's true identity with just a few words. Doesn't Full Moon understand that the more one knows, the faster one dies? Oh, he is suffering from a terminal illness. So it seems he wasn't meant to live long anyway. Now that it has come to this, can you all guarantee that my true identity won't be leaked? Obito took a deep breath, and his crimson Sharingan transformed into a Mangeki. He stared intently at Lin Xian, the Shao siblings, and that Kageyami Full Moon. Kisame is his person, so he is naturally excluded. Why? Are you afraid of Nagato finding out that you are Uchiha Obito? Lin Xian pondered over Obito's words. Looking at his smug expression, Obito felt even more resentful, cursing Kakashi Hatake's ancestors from top to bottom. Nagato firmly believed in his plan because he was Uchiha Madara. If he suddenly became Uchiha Obito, who knows if Nagato would continue to be a puppet? Do you really have to be my enemy? Obito questioned through gritted teeth. Without absolute certainty of victory, he didn't dare to take action against Lin Xian. After all, he had his own trump cards. Did the other party not have any? It was still far from the right time to kill Lin Xian. Even if he were to act, it would be to manipulate that man through bonds. Who do you think you are? A clown who uses someone else's name to swagger around and deceive others. And you think you can be my enemy? Lin Xian coldly glanced at him. You will regret it. Uchiha Obito looked deeply at Lin Xian. Things have changed. He must immediately find Ju to discuss the next course of action, and then hunt down that bastard who leaked his identity to Kakashi and kill him. The mysterious masked man phased into the Kamui space. The people on site could only watch him slip away helplessly. As for Kakashi, he had only said that one sentence and had not been acknowledged by Obito since. Aren't you going to kill him? Kisame used the chakra stored in his Samahata to recover from his injuries. Kakashi is a leaf ninja, and today he has seen too many things he shouldn't have. No need. Lin Xian silently watched Kakashi escape from the small island. That white-haired monster was a good pawn. Being alive allowed him to fulfill his value. The young man suddenly frowned. Now, can you tell me about the report from Ah Fei? What kind of communication did you have with him during his self-proclaimed time as Uchiha Madara? Oh, you suspect me? Kisame seemed quite surprised. At that moment, he felt as if all his disguises had been stripped away, and all secrets could not escape that man's eyes. Mr. Kisame, do you believe that the Eye of the Moon plan is the truth of this world? Uchiha Madara is just a little ghost masquerading as a clown. Even now, do you still intend to believe in him and Ju? They're just using you. Lin Xian's face was full of indifference, seemingly unwilling to waste words with Kisame. You know quite a bit, don't you? On the surface, Kisame maintained his calm, but inside, a storm was raging. The Eye of the Moon plan was definitely something that Obito had told him, claiming that only the 3 of them in the whole world knew about it. But now Lin Xian casually mentioned it and exposed their conspiracy. Wasn't it said that the Akatsuki organization was just a bunch of tools? Those bastards couldn't have tricked him, right? Does this Lin Xian even have the slightest appearance of being a tool? Even Obito's identity was inexplicably revealed. Kisame originally thought he had grasped the true essence of the world. However, Lin Xian clearly knew more, even things that Obito didn't know. Chapter 30. The truth of a ninja world is a nested doll game after a while. Can you tell me the truth? About the Eye of the Moon plan, and about Zetsu and Obito. Kisame chose to ally with Lin Xian's faction. He didn't care about who he had to obey. Whoever could tell him the truth hidden in the mists of this world, he would be willing to listen to their orders. And now, Obito had obviously deceived him. He was not Uchiha Madara at all, and the plan they discussed had significant issues. Do you really want to know? I will have Conan set a sealing technique in your mind, and once you have thoughts of betraying me, you will hear the wonderful sound of your own brain bursting. Lin Xian smiled slightly, squinting his eyes as he made a gesture to Xiaonan. Not only had he learned a lot of ninjutsu, but Xiaonan was also making progress. He was the main attacker, while Xiaonan played the supporting role. Controlling subordinates required certain special ninjutsu, even if those methods were not honorable. This was a sealing technique integrated with paper-based explosive tags. Xiaonan explained slowly, taking out a scroll from her ninja tool pouch. Her slender and beautiful fingers lightly tapped on it. After infusing it with chakra, she produced 2 special red talismans. To prevent subordinates from betraying, and to stop enemies from obtaining information from captives, the world is not short of ninjutsu for controlling people. For instance, in a Hyuga clan of Konoha, the main family can kill the branch family members with just a thought. Do not harbor any illusions. Once this ninjutsu is planted, there is no escape. I can kill you at any time, Xiaonan reminded once again. The dry persimmon Zabu's expression was completely indifferent. Life and death were not important to him. Manu also consciously walked over. He was already on borrowed time, and knowing some secrets before dying, along with a slight chance of survival, was a kind of opportunity for him in a sense. After a while, the 2 talismans successfully integrated into Zabuza and Manu's brains. They would usually lie dormant in the brain in a form so small it was nearly undetectable, but once Xiaonan gave the order, they would generate hundreds of explosive tags worth of explosions. That would mean complete annihilation. Very well. I declare that you are among the first people in this world to know the truth. Lin Xian is very satisfied with the subordinates he has gained today. Full Moon is a genius from the Gazai clan, and Kisame is a humanoid-tailed beast. Both of them have special identities, making them more than enough as his subordinates. Humph. Conan looked at her brother with a hint of resentment. For many years, Lin Xian has kept certain things to himself, and today she learned about some matters, such as the fact that Uchiha Madara is an impersonator. Lin, the first question, can a Moon-Eye plan that Zetsu once told me really bring peace to the world? Kisame asked in a serious tone. Zetsu had once described it so gloriously that he was completely fooled. No, the Moon-Eye plan is just a conspiracy. Lin Xian decisively shook her head. What exactly is the Moon-Eye project? Xiaonan couldn't help but ask. Lin Xian smiled as she ruffled her sister's hair, her voice gradually becoming lower, using Nagato as a tool, leveraging the power of the Akatsuki organization to have those people collect the tailed beasts. Nagato thought he had revived a terrifying war tool, but in reality, he had revived the Ten Tails. At that time, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki would be born, and through the power of the Ten Tails, the infinite Tsukuyomi would be activated, plunging all the ninjas of the world into a false dream. This is the Eye of the Moon plan. Indeed, this is what Zetsu and Obito told me. Kisame nodded. Is there another conspiracy behind this plan? Full Moon swallowed hard. To trap all of humanity in illusion? Only a madman would think of such a thing. But there are actually other things hidden behind this conspiracy? The Eye of the Moon plan is a deception. Although the infinite Tsukuyomi does exist, it was never the true objective. For 1,000 years, a being called Kagaya has been lurking in the ninja world. The Eye of the Moon plan was just a fade he used to deceive the world. It manipulated Uchiha Madara, and then, together with Madara, manipulated Obito. After Mura died of old age, Zetsu and Obito began plotting Nagato's fate, and Yukisame, you are also one of their chosen tools. The Akatsuki appears to be a war organization, but in reality, it is just a tool of Zetsu and Obito. Lin Xian narrates a very long story. Has the ultimate skill lasted for over 1,000 years? Was Uchiha Madara actually deceived? Including Uchiha Obito, who was also used. Kisame only felt his scalp tingle from listening. The truth of the ninja world is a nested doll game. The conspirators clash on the chessboard, but in reality, It was Kagaya Otsutsuki who deceived the entire ninja world. What is that ultimate goal? What comes after the infinite Tsukuyami? Conan fell into deep thought. Kisame and the full moon were also contemplating. Will they resurrect Kagaya's mother? Well, it should be said that she is its master. After all, Kagaya's true body is actually a fragment of that woman's will, fused with the product of yin and yang release. Speaking of which, that woman is still the mother of the sage of six paths. Lin Xian stroked his chin, his tone very calm. Guijiao's mind was in chaos, completely unable to comprehend what he had just heard. It wasn't just him. Xiaonan and Manuel also looked bewildered. In just a few short sentences, a terrifying conspiracy had been revealed, but many details remained difficult to understand. So what about us? Absolute wants to resurrect a certain woman. So is our goal to stop her from being revived? Guijiao held back for a long time before finally throwing out this question. That woman must have some special qualities. Otherwise, Black Absolute wouldn't have spent thousands of years scheming and working hard behind the scenes. He guessed wrong, seeing the meaningful smiles from various countries. Xiaonan immediately understood the answer. Lin Xian's thought process is completely different from that of ordinary people. If he really just wanted to stop Kagaya, then why did he join the Akatsuki in the first place? Wouldn't it be easier to go directly to the ninja villages of the 5 great nations? He might even be able to play the role of a Kage. Just relying on his taijutsu alone, he could become a Kage, and the Cloud Village would be a great place to go. After all, there's a precedent. The youth's answer was indeed unexpected. What are we doing? We don't need to do anything, as long as Black Zetsu doesn't find us. It counts as a successful plan. So Kisame, you should continue to do what you need to do. Watch over Itachi Uchiha, and obey Obito and Zetsu's orders. At this point, Kisame and Matatabi finally understood their superior's words. First, Kisame must continue to be a pawn for Zetsu and Obito. At the same time, Kisame has to provide information to Lin Xian, a double agent. The Akatsuki will become more lively. Conan sighed softly. She is the person who understands Lin Xian the most in the world, but she does not know everything. Her deeply hidden brother is, in a sense, more terrifying than Zetsu and more suitable to be the mastermind behind the scenes. We still do not know who told Lin Xian the secret he mentioned that day. Chapter 31. Obito is a spy sent by Konoha. The projection technique, one of the abilities of the Rinnegan. Pain of the 6 paths receives the thought waves emitted by Akatsuki members converted from chakra, and pain amplifies these thought waves to present a colorful illusion. Is there something? The Deva Path slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Lin Xian's phantom. Many years ago, Lin Xian ran all over the world with Conan. This was the first time Lin Xian took the initiative to contact him. There was an unexpected turn in the mission. Conan and I encountered the Konoha ninja Kakashi, and when Akatsuki appeared here, he was referred to by Kakashi as Uchiha Obito. Lin Xian briefly recounted his recent experiences. Obito is unwilling to let me know his identity and even threatened you? Tiandao fell into deep thought. Nagato suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a huge conspiracy. In his most desperate moments, it was Obito and Ju who appeared before him, revealing that plan, and even guiding him on how to unleash the true power of the Rinnegan. But Akatsuki is not Uchiha Madara, it is Uchiha Obito. Calculating the time, when Nagato first met Akatsuki, the other party was only 12 years old. He was actually deceived by a child. Uchiha, Konoha. That bastard Obito can't be a spy sent by Konoha, can he? Nagato said coldly. He suddenly remembered the Uchiha Itachi that his organization had recently recruited. That guy also came from Konoha and also from the Uchiha clan. His parents were killed by Konoha ninjas. And the death of his friend Yahiko was also related to Danzo Shimura from Konoha. When it comes to Konoha, Nagato could only feel hatred. You and Conan bring back Kisame. As for Obito, I will personally inquire with Uchiha Itachi, their clan members. Nagato gradually regained his composure. In any case, he would not change his goal. He needed to find out why that bastard Obito deceived him and why he joined Akatsuki in the first place. And that Jew who was responsible for intelligence. Ju's relationship with Obito has always been mysterious. Perhaps Ju is also Obito's spy. Uchiha Itachi, huh? Lin Xian squinted. Speaking of which, this year Uchiha Itachi is only 13 years old. Borrowing the words of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan are all naturally evil little devils. TSK, 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 truly talented individuals emerge one after another. Unlike Uchiha Obito, who is just a tool, Uchiha Itachi is a real spy sent by Konoha. I wonder how Itachi would react upon hearing that the man who claimed to be Madara suddenly turned into the hero Uchiha Obito, who is sacrificed for Konoha. During the night of the massacre, Obito was the main force, while Itachi was merely an assistant, killing very few. In the land of rain, Amage Cure, the base of Akatsuki, Haiden has already been brought back by Kakuzu, and after passing the test, has become an official member of Akatsuki, forming a partnership with Kakuzu. Kakuzu can't resist using his teammate's corpse to make money when he gets itchy, but unfortunately, Haiden cannot be killed. These two are a perfect match. Scorpion returned to Amage Cure after failing to track down Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi has no recent missions. His new partner, Kisame Hashigaki, has not yet arrived, so he can only hide and rest in Amage Cure. The leader, sensing a powerful chakra presence, Itachi slightly nodded. Only the Rinnegan user can exert such astonishing pressure on him. Do you come from the Uchiha clan? Do you know the name Obito? The leader asked straightforwardly, his expression exceptionally cold. Obito? Itachi's expression showed some surprise. He vaguely recalled a senior he had seen in the clan, who was in the same team as Kakashi. He sacrificed himself in the Third Shinobi World War, giving one of his Sharingan to Hatake Kakashi before dying. Konoha regarded him as a hero, but in the eyes of the Uchiha, he was nothing but a waste. More of a failure than a success. Can a Sharingan be given to outsiders so casually? The leader slightly frowned. Itachi's reaction was not strange. He was unaware that Obito was the same person who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. In the Third Shinobi World War, Obito died in the battle at Kanabi Bridge, and his name is inscribed on Konoha's memorial stone. Uchiha Itachi pondered his words and recounted the information he knew. Continue. I want to know about that person's life and deeds. The leader waved his hand and simply found a chair to sit in the house where Uchiha Itachi was hiding. Based on Itachi's current performance, it is highly likely that he was also deceived by Obito. Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. What is there to say about a dead person? Moreover, he was just an ordinary Uchiha clan member. But a command is a command, and Itachi could not defy such a request. At that time, Uchiha Obito was referred to as the tail of the crane, while Kakashi and their team was a genius, becoming a Nin at the age of 12. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, and Rin Noara were all disciples of the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Itachi spoke while thinking. A somewhat tragic story of a tale of a crane youth. Clearly lacking talent, yet possessing a spirit of camaraderie, he never abandoned his companions at critical moments, ultimately sacrificing himself for the village and his friends, dying as a hero. Itachi has decent talents in various aspects. Of course, this includes storytelling. In his words, Uchiha Obito was shaped into the protagonist of a tragic story, representing the will of fire. Uchiha Obito, the leader, stared out the window in a daze, remaining silent for a long time. Isn't he just a simple-minded, hot-blooded fool? But that kind of person actually deceived me? Leader, why did you suddenly ask about that person? Itachi's expression was filled with confusion. This Akatsuki organization is full of dangerous individuals. Yet why is there also gossip? Itachi, you were introduced to Akatsuki by that guy, Obito. The leader turned his head and revealed a meaningful smile to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's pupils slightly constricted. There was not much emotional fluctuation on the surface, but a huge wave surged in his heart. Combining the previous conversation between the two, he guessed what Pain was about to say. That guy Obito is actually Uchiha Obito. He claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Since the first time I met him 15 years ago, he already called himself Uchiha Madara. At that time, there were still 2 years before your birth, and it was also the darkest period for Akatsuki. Back then, Konoha Shimura Danzo intervened in the Amage Cure Civil War. It was Danzo's scheme given to Hanzo of the Salamander that led to Yahiko's death, and it just so happened that during that time, Obito claimed to be Uchiha Madara and joined us. The leader's expression darkened, and his voice grew colder. Upon careful thought, Obito had been subtly guiding him over the years, and the underlying goal was evidently not simple. He was using him. Moreover, he was using the entire Akatsuki. Now I have reason to suspect that Obito is a spy sent by Konoha, and he is also a subordinate of Shimura Danzo. Chapter 32. Underlying currents. Uchiha Itachi fell into deep thought. The first time he met the man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara was on the night of the massacre. That man collaborated with Shimura Danzo and carried out that operation with the tacit approval of the third Hokage. Obito clearly knew that Itachi was a spy for Konoha, but still invited him to join Akatsuki. Looking back now, this behavior itself raises suspicions. If Obito were loyal to Akatsuki, how could he agree to let a Konoha spy join? Unless he is also a Konoha spy. Moreover, Obito is a spy loyal to Shimura Danzo. Obito did not die in the war. Instead, he was secretly saved by Danzo and then brainwashed to become Danzo's tool. Only this can perfectly explain everything happening now. No matter what Obito is plotting, I know he definitely will not be loyal to me. He is even using me. The leader said coldly. The aura he exuded was dangerous, and he could strike at Itachi at any moment. Then what about you? Uchiha Itachi, you who killed the entire Uchiha clan and defected from the village. Could it be that you were a spy for Konoha? Obito deceived me. I didn't know he was related to Konoha. The next time we meet, I can kill him to prove my innocence. Itachi calmly shook his head. Obito is very likely Danzo's subordinate, and Danzo is not a good person. If I can find a reason to kill Obito, it seems not bad. I temporarily believe you. Tiandao squinted slightly. The Akatsuki organization was in need of manpower, and Itachi clearly had considerable talent. He was willing to kill Obito to prove his innocence, which was also something Tiandao wanted to see. Then all that was left was Ju. Ju had always been an intelligence operative for Akatsuki. If it weren't for his delicate relationship with Obito, Tiandao wouldn't want to kill him. After all, his intelligence capabilities were very impressive. On the other side, Ju met with Obito. Obito had a dark expression and remained silent, while Ju was somewhat skeptical of Uchiha Madara's judgment. Kakashi knows Obito's identity? What the hell is going on? Moreover, the most important thing now is that Nagato also learned that information, and he can no longer trust Obito. You shouldn't have gone to the Mist Village. Killing a useless Mizukage is one thing, but what does it mean to let Kisame test Lin Xian? Don't you know Kisame is restrained by strong taijutsu users? Black Zetsu couldn't hide a hint of anger in his voice. Are all Uchiha so headstrong and arrogant? Where do their brains go? I didn't know I would encounter Kakashi, and he actually saw through my identity? Obito felt extremely aggrieved. Now this matter has implicated us too. Nagato is starting to doubt us. White Zetsu was also very displeased. He and Black Zetsu had been plotting for so many years, and it couldn't be ruined because of Obito. Can I return to Akatsuki? Obito slowly closed his eyes, contemplating everything he had done. He clearly hadn't done anything wrong, yet somehow it had led to this point. It's impossible. Although Nagato is uncertain of your goals and doesn't know if you're from Konoha, he only needs to know that you deceived him, and he even somewhat realizes that he has been used by you all these years. Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. The tool has realized he is a tool, which is not a good sign. Black Zetsu's gaze flickered. We need to quickly insert new spies to monitor Nagato, and that Uchiha Itachi cannot be out of our control either. This is simple. Obito finally found some solace. Hoshigaki Kisame is still willing to follow our orders, believing in the Eye of the Moon plan. He will help us monitor Uchiha Itachi. The troublesome thing is, why does Kakashi know my identity? He couldn't figure it out. Why was his disguise seen through by Kakashi at a glance? Why didn't you just capture Kakashi back then? Black Zetsu said coldly. That bastard wouldn't have softened up upon seeing an old acquaintance, would he? Obito, that bastard. When Kakashi appeared, he directly called my name, and Lin Xian's group was right next to him. What use would it be to capture him? Kakashi would never leak any information. That person would never betray Konoha, even if he died. Obito replied calmly. Black Zetsu was silent for a long time. I will tell Nagato that you deceived him to temporarily stabilize him. You should not return to Akatsuki. Hide for now and wait for my next plan. Yes. Meanwhile, Konoha. In a dark basement, Konoha's high-ranking officials were gathered around a table. Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gate-Kane. A crow raised by Uchiha Itachi delivered a message. Uchiha Obito is still alive. The plan against the Uchiha was initially his cooperation with Rude on behalf of the Akatsuki. Unexpectedly, Akatsuki didn't know his true identity at all. Danzo frowned tightly. Uchiha Obito, according to existing records, is a character with little presence. But someone like him actually joined Akatsuki and possesses a Mangeki Sharingan? The third Hokage and the two elders were also speechless. What is this? Uchiha Obito appearing in Akatsuki and being thought of as a Konoha spy. Konoha won't take the blame for this. They clearly sent Uchiha Itachi. How can they slander people like this? If I remember correctly, this Obito was Minato's student, right? Danzo casually tossed the information scroll into the fire pit to burn it. Minato's teacher is Jiraiya, and Jiraiya's teacher is the third Hokage. Calculating this way, Obito is part of the Hokage faction, but now he seems to have betrayed Konoha. Obito, what is his goal hiding in Akatsuki? The people on the Akatsuki side suspect Obito is a Konoha spy, but we have no idea that Obito is still alive. The third didn't pay attention to Danzo's provocation and just slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Why did Obito survive? With a Mangeki? What has he been planning all these years? Even Itachi mentioned in the intelligence that Obito seems to have been using Akatsuki all these years. Not long ago, Kakashi acted without permission in the Land of Water. It seems that guy also got news about Uchiha Obito, but he didn't report to Konoha, instead going alone. Hiruzen ha. Danzo continued with an ominous tone. He has long disliked this guy Hiruzen. His goal is to bring down the third Hokage. Kakashi won't betray Konoha. He just wants to clarify the truth of the past. Hiruzen sighed. But this third Hokage could never have imagined that Kakashi was too afraid to report. Obito personally stated that he was the one who caused the Nine Tails incident. Without confirming the truth, he didn't dare to tell the third Hokage. Even ninjas have their own selfishness. Hatake Kakashi is unwilling to give up on his former teammate. Obito is just a righteous, passionate, delusional idiot. How could he do those things? Someone must have controlled him. At least, that's what Kakashi thought. Chapter 33. A slightly sister complex neurotic 2 days later. Rain Village. Lin Xian and Xiao Nan met the new members and then returned to a peaceful life. However, there were still things to do. Manu was seriously ill, and only Tsunade and Chiyo in the entire ninja world could try to help. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to take a trip to Sunagakure. That woman Tsunade was not easy to deal with. She even had hemophobia. Moreover, compared to Konoha, Sunagakure was much easier to bully. Lin Xian? What are you planning to do? The beast responsible for managing the rule of Amigakure showed a look of confusion. This orange-haired man was a bit bewildered. Nagato, who was controlling from behind, was also pondering why Lin Xian suddenly came to such an office. Give me some subordinates from Amigakure. I plan to do something big. Lin Xian was not polite at all and directly demanded his subordinate. The Animal Path is temporarily the spokesperson of the gods and also the leader of the ninjas from Rain Hidden Village. What are you planning to do? Nagato asked while controlling the Animal Path. Lin Xian's way of thinking might be different from normal people. You'll never guess what he will do. He goes to the Land of Wind to find Chiyo, letting her see the disease of the full moon. If that group of ninjas doesn't know what's good for them, I wouldn't mind also taking out the fourth Kazekage. Oh, and I plan to package myself as Hanzo's successor, and I will use this identity to walk in the sight of the 5 great nations, taking advantage of that fool's residual value. Lin Xian shrugged nonchalantly. Among the 5 great nations, the Land of Wind could be said to be the least impressive and the easiest to bully. You can take charge of the Hydrangea team. Beast Path flipped through the village's ninja roster. Anyway, with Lin Xian's strength, having a few rain-hidden ninjas is just for show. Their combat power doesn't really matter. With that in mind, Nagato simply assigned a team of freshly graduated kids this year. Hydrangea, 12 years old. Hibiscus, 12 years old. Water Lily, 12 years old. The 3 girls had just passed the exam to become genin. Their combat capabilities negligible, but Lin Xian didn't need subordinates to be particularly strong anyway. Hey, what are you trying to do? Lin Xian took the 3 ninja profiles handed to her by Nagato and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Hydrangea was a little girl with short purple hair. In the photo, she wore simple, clean clothes, and her slightly thin frame couldn't hide the sharpness in her eyes. As a cold and proud ninja genius, she instinctively reminded people of someone like Uchiha Sasuke. Although her talent was certainly not on par with Sasuke's, and her strength was also inferior, she was still very cute. Her light orange eyes were the same color as Conan's. The other 2 girls were relatively straightforward. Furong had long black hair that covered the left side of her face. Her beautiful purple eyes slightly squinted, and her figure was decent. But her expression seemed a bit lazy. She was a lethargic little thing. Water Lily had messy green hair, wore a hood, and had a black mask covering her face, only vaguely revealing a slender face, suggesting she should be a pretty girl. Conan knew that having such 3 little girls as her subordinates would surely drive her to death, right? Lin Xian began to daydream again. Haven't you always hated traditional ninjas? So I arranged for you a girl full of vitality and youthful spirit. Nagato's voice came through the mouth of the Beast Path. At this moment, the voice of the Akatsuki leader actually revealed a hint of gloating. Ah, indeed. Lin Xian was actually unable to refute. A ninja is someone with great abilities who can endure exceptionally, willing to sacrifice everything for their missions and goals, even their own lives. The profession of a ninja has turned into a tool of war. Who still remembers that when the Sage of 6 Paths founded the ninja sect, it was hoped that everyone could use ninjutsu to improve their lives and move towards peace? Forget it. These 3 little girls will be my subordinates from now on. Lin Xian hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately nodded vigorously. The original fate trajectory of the Hydrangea Ninja team was to be completely annihilated several years later during an S-rank mission. If he intervened, the fate would change, right? The rain-hidden village was a peaceful village. How could he allow the lovely little girls to head towards a tragic ending? After all, Lin Xian was not a cold-hearted person. By Lord Hanzo's orders, ninjas from neighboring countries are prohibited from staying within our borders. We will launch a cleanup operation against the rogue ninjas. After leaving the rain-hidden village, Lin Xian, along with Conan and the ninja team, announced this shocking news throughout the entire land of Rain. That's right. Even after so many years, only the people of the rain-hidden village knew that Hanzo was dead. Even the other cities in the land of Rain had not discovered it. And now, Lin Xian was once again bringing out the so-called title of demigod of the ninja world for some waste utilization. In his eyes, Hanzo was useless. However, for this ninja world, Hanzo's name was still very useful. After all, the three legendary ninjas of Konoha had never defeated Hanzo together. Is there going to be a civil war in the land of Rain? It seems that Lord Hanzo is about to take action against some rogue ninjas. Things are getting unsettled again. Lin Xian and his group stirred up discussions wherever they went in the city. This group of fools. Hydrangea looked at those who were unaware of the truth with a bit of pity. Hans had already died. He was killed by Lord Pain from the village. Now, with the protection of Lord God and the beautiful and gentle Lord Angel, and Lord Angel's brother. In short, the true strength of Rain-Hidden Village is definitely not inferior to any ninja village. The work in the land of Rain is nearly complete. Conan breathed a sigh of relief. The news would soon spread throughout the land of Rain, and then to the 5 great nations. Lord Angel, what is the next course of action? Hydrangea looked at Conan with admiration and reverence. This gentle senior would occasionally appear in the village to distribute relief funds, giving alms to the poor and orphans. Whether in strength or character, this senior was the true hero that Hydrangea looked up to. Don't ask me, ask him. He is your superior, Conan said, curling her lip and reaching out to ruffle Hydrangea's hair. This proud junior only showed such a docile side in front of her. And although Conan also liked cute little girls, she felt a bit jealous when she thought about Hydrangea being adopted by Lin Xian. Conan herself found it inexplicable. Why would she be jealous of a 12-year-old girl? The next events are quite dangerous. Little girl, you should return to the village. We're going to Sunagakure. Lin Xian glanced at the last member of the team, Zuki Mangetsu, and slowly explained. They would come into contact with the sand-hidden village ninja, looking for an opportunity to go to the land of wind, where a battle between shadow-level ninjas was very likely to occur. Those matters were not something a lower-ranked ninja could participate in. Yes, Furong and Suolian were very aware and fully obedient to orders. Lin Xian rarely appears, and there is very little information about him. However, just by observing the attitude of the angel toward his brother, it is not difficult to realize that that man's strength is absolutely terrifying. Understood. Hydrangea feels somewhat unwilling, but also knows that this is not the time to show off. A genius should not only be proud. It is also very important to have a clear understanding of oneself. What kind of gift does Flower Sauce want? It's rare for me to go on a trip. Lin Xian imitated Xiao Nan and gently stroked the little girl's hair. Sauce. Hydrangea cast a puzzled glance. If she remembered correctly, it seemed that she wasn't that close to this strangely behaved boss. Only Water Lily and Hibiscus would call her that. The little girl couldn't help but blush slightly, looking a bit shy and a bit scared. Bro, a 30-year-old shouldn't bully a child. Xiao Nan suddenly complained, somewhat helplessly rubbing her forehead. It was now October in the 55th year of the Konoha era, and in a short while, Lin Xian would turn 34, which was truly a middle-aged uncle in the real sense, or it could also be called a creepy uncle. Damn, don't you know age is a personal privacy? Lin Xian seemed to be angry out of embarrassment. The 3 young girls, Hydrangea and Water Lily, looked at the young man in front of them with slight surprise and disbelief. With this appearance, it's possible to say he is in his 20s, and even if it's a bit exaggerated to say he is 18, no one would definitely doubt it. Lin Xian slipped away, his back looking a bit awkward, even forgetting to take his umbrella. Oh, Oni-chan, how old are you and still acting like a child? Xiaonan sighed. The 3 girls from the Hydrangea could only barely maintain calm expressions, not daring to laugh out loud. As high-ranking members of Rain-Hidden Village, this brother and sister pair seemed particularly approachable. The angel was very gentle, and her brother was like a lunatic. To be precise, he was a bit of a siscon lunatic. Chapter 34. What a good person. Everyone, you should leave here now. Oh, by the way, do you know where Chiyo lives? Lin Xian appeared in front of the ninjas from Sunagakure. These individuals were a team sent by the Land of Wind to gather intelligence in the Land of Rain, responsible for reporting everything that happens here. But now, Hanzo of the Salamander has announced a purge of rogue ninjas, and ninjas from other countries are not allowed to remain in the territory. Is there no room for negotiation? The leader of the ninja team still felt reluctant. The Land of Wind is located in a desert region and is the poorest among the 5 great nations. Sunagakure receives very few task commissions, and ways to earn money are limited, leading to an oversupply of labor. If it weren't for the annual funding from the Land of Wind, it would be difficult for Sunagakure to even support its own ninjas. The Land of Rain is suitable for retirement and rest. If it weren't for necessity, this ninja team would be unwilling to give up this position. Lord Hanzo has given us a strict order. No ninjas from any village are allowed to stay. Lin Xian said coldly. Now, he represents the will of the demigod of the ninja world, and his status is equivalent to that of the heir of the Hidden Rain village. So he naturally has to show the means he should possess. To intimidate these people, he subdued 2 Jonin the moment he appeared. This is what made the ninjas from the Hidden Sand village unusually obedient. I understand. The ninjas from the Hidden Sand village frowned, seemingly unwilling. Even if the Land of Wind is weak, it is still one of the 5 great nations. If this were not on the territory of the Land of Rain, the Hidden Sand village would definitely not back down easily. Do you people from the Hidden Sand village all like to play with puppets? You're all pitifully weak. Lin Xiaomon casually let go of the 2 Jonin from Ninja Team. This team consisted of 10 people, 3 of whom were puppet masters. In the recent skirmish, he quickly subdued the 2 Jonin puppet masters, and their puppets were undoubtedly crushed violently. You bastard! Don't underestimate puppet masters. The Sandhidden Ninja team glared with fiery eyes but dared not take action. Lin Xian had a disinterested expression, hanging his head and too lazy to talk any further. Years ago, he had already taken down the Scorpion, who was once considered a puppet genius by Sunagakure, but ultimately turned out to be a ruthless traitor. It turned out that the profession of puppet master was indeed not very effective. I'll ask again, do you know where Chiyo lives? I have something to find her for. Lin Xian asked again. Chiyo is the grandmother of Sasori, and Chiyo's brother is Chiyo's younger brother, both of whom are living antique-level figures in Sunagakure. After Sasori's defection, Chiyo chose to live in seclusion and no longer intervened in any matters of Sunagakure, and her brother, Ebizo, also went into seclusion. Why are you looking for Lady Chiyo? The Sunagakure ninjas were somewhat perplexed. What does Amagakure want with Chiyo? Suddenly, the Captain Ninja's expression changed. You guys aren't planning to assassinate Lady Chiyo, are you? Back on the battlefield, Lady Chiyo countered the poisonous effects of the salamander. So you want to kill Lady Chiyo and then wage war against the Land of Wind. Lin Xian seemed to be looking at someone with a mental disability. With your IQ, you could be a ninja? It seems I overestimated your Sunagakure village. It's been said that the Land of Rain is in a civil war. Although that was false information, it is 100% true to the outside world. Since the Land of Rain is in a civil war, how could they possibly assassinate the higher-ups of the Land of Wind? Then why did you seek out Lady Chiyo? The captain of the Sunagakure ninja team was even more frustrated. I have a subordinate who is suffering from an incurable disease, and I promised to save him. Lin Xian said calmly. The forehead protector of the Rain Shinobi village paired with a stylish black trench coat made him look like a small figure with some power. Upon hearing this, the Sand Shinobi exchanged glances. Was this treating Lord Chiyo as a doctor? That reclusive elder had long withdrawn from the secular world. Even the Sand village found it hard to summon him. Why should they let someone from the Rain village see him? May I ask who you are, sir? The Sand captain asked again. Although Lin Xian's request was strange, if his identity was not simple, it wasn't completely impossible. Moreover, this person was trying to help his subordinates, which made people involuntarily think he was a good boss. What a good person. To be honest, I am the diplomatic envoy appointed by Lord Hanzo. Lin Xian humbly waved his hand. The Sunagakure ninja was once again taken aback. This young man is impressive. He managed to gain the recognition of Hanzo the Salamander. In a sense, a diplomatic envoy is similar to an heir. Considering his age, Hanzo the Salamander is already quite old, and it is perfectly normal for him to find a spokesperson to gradually take over his power. Only Lord Fugaku knows the whereabouts of Lady Chiyo and Lord Chiyo's residence. If you must meet Lady Chiyo, you can accompany us to Sunagakure to meet Lord Fugaku. The voice of the Sunagakure captain became much more respectful. He was likely speaking to the next leader of the Land of Rain, so politeness was inevitable. This young man's strange body techniques can also be understood. Since he is the heir chosen by the demigod, how could he possibly be an incompetent person? A few days later, Lin Xian and Xiao Nan followed the Sand-Hidden Village ninja on their way to the Land of Wind, while Moonlight silently trailed behind his new boss. This man seemed genuinely intent on saving him. For this, he was even willing to seek out an old ninja who had retired in the Land of Wind. What a complex person he was, and also a charismatic one. A boss who dares to risk everything to save a subordinate's life is not rare in the ninja world, but nearly extinct. Once filled with despair from the mist-hidden village, Moonlight felt as if he had regained the meaning of life at that moment. Terumi May would take good care of her brother. With that, he had no more worries and could follow his new boss to make a name for the Ghost Lantern clan once again in the ninja world. Unfortunately, Moonlight would never know. Lin Xian's thoughts were actually, main quest, Wind Country chapter. Quest content, defeat the fourth wind shadow, Rasha. Difficulty, hard. Rewards, 30 attribute points to distribute. Agility 20, reincarnation points 12,000, world reputation 5,000. Side quest, the glory of the pioneer. Quest content, witness Chiyo using the forbidden technique. Self-life, reincarnation. Difficulty, easy. Rewards, cracked version of the forbidden technique. Self-life reincarnation, shares one's life force with others, but cannot reverse and take others' lives. Lin Xian is not simply considering the full moon's face, but more so because of these two tasks. Moreover, it's not just that. Not long ago, he received another notification. Complete the hidden task, the blessing of the Ghost Lantern. Gain the loyalty of the Ghost Lantern clan members. Reward, Vitality 2. Current lifespan has been updated from 3350 to 3355. This, Lin Xian subtly glanced at the Ghost Lantern full moon. Good brother. He had just joined his team and had already made a significant contribution, although he himself was not aware of it. The reward for defeating the fourth Kazekage, Raza, was already quite generous, and unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Chapter 35, Ambush Land of Wind, Sunagakure. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, sat in his office, contemplating the intelligence scroll in his hand. Many significant events had occurred recently. The Uchiha clan was annihilated. The fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure was suddenly deposed, and a woman named Terumi May was announced as the fifth Mizukage. There was also a civil war in the Land of Rain. Was that young man named Lin Xian really the designated heir of Hanzo? Raza frowned slightly. Lord Kazekage, I have confirmed this matter repeatedly. The ninjas of the Land of Rain hold that young man in great respect, and Lin Xian's strength has indeed reached the level of a Kage. Maki replied respectfully from aside. As a trusted subordinate of the Kazekage, he could guess Raza's thoughts. Raza was a true genius ninja and a Kazekage with burning ambition. Under his leadership, the status of Sunagakure was gradually rising. Go welcome the guests from the Land of Rain, and bring Gara along, Raza ordered. Lord Kazekage, now is not the time to go to war with the Land of Rain. Maki couldn't help but remind him. Go to war? What right does a small place like the Land of Rain have to go to war with us? Aren't they in a civil war? We are merely killing an heir. Isn't that excessive? Rasa sneered. The actions of the Land of Rain indicated that they were currently in chaos. At such a critical time, the heir of Hanzo actually dared to venture into the Land of Wind alone to treat his subordinates' injuries? Even if Raza killed that heir, what could the Land of Rain do? Did the salamander Hanzo dare to wage war against Sunagakure? They wouldn't dare. Understood, my lord. Maki lowered his head. The Kazekage's decisions had never been wrong, but this time he had an ominous premonition. Rationally analyzing, this was indeed an opportunity to strike the Land of Rain. Killing an heir of Hanzo would absolutely throw the entire Land of Rain into further chaos. With Gara here, nothing unexpected will happen. Maki could only find this reason to comfort himself in the end. Gara was the son of the fourth Kazekage and also the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. With his tailed beast weapon in hand, what unexpected events could occur? The tailed beast was a super weapon that could influence a war. Gara, Lord Kazekage requests you in the office. After a while, Maki found the red-haired boy in a corner of the streets of Sunagakure. His eyes were as cold as a beast. Understood. The boy remained silent for a long time before finally nodding calmly. He had lost his mother at a young age and had a monster sealed within him, growing up under the scornful yet fearful gazes of the villagers. His father was the Kazekage and also a bastard. He sent people to assassinate him to test his control over that monster. In the end, even Yashimara died, killed for trying to assassinate him. Gara had no feelings as a human. The only thing he understood was killing. As long as it was killing, it didn't matter who the target was. Just like the word love engraved on his forehead, all he needed was to love himself. Land of Wind. Border. Lin Xian and Xiao Nan are revisiting the place. When they recruited Scorpion, they had come to the Land of Wind once before, and this is their second visit. Xiao Nan frowned slightly and whispered something to Lin Xian. Her paper clone sensed a group of people approaching, including the fourth Kazekage Raza from Sunagakure, as well as a little boy with an unusually strange chakra presence. This welcome ceremony is really nice. Lin Xian's gaze suddenly became unfriendly. He hadn't figured out what reason to use to fight the fourth Kazekage. And suddenly Luo Sha came to his door? What was going on? Just when he felt a bit restless, the Kazekage proactively presented his head. This was not good, right? It was too courteous. Oh, and he even offered a Jinchuriki for free. Buy one, get one free. You must be Lin Xian, right? Soon, Luo Sha appeared in the desert ahead with a team of Umbu ninjas. This group showed no signs of concealing their hostility, looking at Lin Xian and the others as if they were a pile of corpses. With the chaos in the land of rain, you dare to appear in the land of wind. Should I praise your courage or call you foolish? Luo Sha sneered. Hanzo of the Salamander dreamed of obtaining the title of Rain Shadow, hoping the land of rain could also become one of the great powers. But that person was destined to be disappointed, because the heir he chose would soon die at the hands of the fourth Kazekage. The foolish one still didn't know who it was. Konan curled her lips. Facing two formal members of the Akatsuki organization and still able to laugh so easily, Luo Sha was probably the first. Thud! The sand ninja beside Lin Xian fell to the ground, as a shadow swept past him and simultaneously reached out to snap his neck. Lin Xian slaughtered these sand ninjas like harvesting straw, flowing like clouds without any delay. Just as the intelligence said, this guy is indeed a physical technique monster. But unfortunately, my technique specializes in restraining physical ninjas. Luo Sha's expression became slightly serious. As the fourth Kazekage, he inherited the magnetic release from the third Kazekage, but with some differences. The third Kazekage mastered magnetic release, sand iron, while Luo Sha's ninjutsu is magnetic release, sand gold, which is heavier than ordinary sand and can be used in countless variations. The one-tailed Shikaku has gone berserk in the village several times, revealing its complete form, and each time it was suppressed by Luo Sha alone. Magnetic release, sand gold burial. Luo Sha slowly formed hand seals and unleashed this ninjutsu towards Lin Xian and the others. The desert began to flow, and the dazzling golden sand formed a continuously sinking swamp. Anyone above the ground would be submerged 200 meters below the desert, or even deeper. Faced with such high density and high-pressure sand gold, even the strongest physical technique ninja would be powerless. The full power range of this ninjutsu is a radius of 1 kilometer. My lord, Manuel looked around with some trepidation. As the fourth Kazekage, Luo Sha was fighting in a desert environment, which was extremely unfavorable for them. The ground beneath them was continuously sinking, and in no more than 5 seconds, they would be engulfed by the tide of sand gold. Facing the towering sand gold wave over 20 meters high, Lin Xian and the others were as insignificant as ants. This is the means of the fourth Kazekage. If Kisame were here, you would see how terrifying an artificial ocean can be. It would definitely be a beautiful battle. The wave of sand was right in front of him, yet Lin Xian still made no move. At this moment, even Manuel was a bit anxious. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, being buried hundreds of meters underground was dangerous. Luo Sha had the advantage of time and place to unleash his ninjutsu, and he himself was the Kazekage. Is it really wise to underestimate the enemy like this? Never doubt your brother. He is more cautious than anyone else. When he appears reckless to you, it only means that his enemies are of no challenge in his eyes. Why should a lion care about the provocation of a mere insect? Just swat it away. Xiaonan calmly watched the approaching sand gold, which scattered into countless white papers with the wind. Manuel immediately activated his life-saving liquid transformation bloodline limit, turning his whole body into liquid droplets to escape. Chapter 36. The Man Who Exploded Shikaku. It's over. Gaara looked regretfully at the golden desert that had stopped flowing. He was well aware of his father's abilities. Those three seemed fine, but unfortunately, he had no chance to kill them himself. Buried hundreds of meters deep in the desert, even deities would find it hard to save them. The might of nature is not something humans can resist. I said, is my lord really okay? The droplets gathered together, restoring Manuel's body on the desert. He was still a bit worried about his superior's safety. He won't die, Xiaonan answered nonchalantly. Lin Xian's physique is beyond what ordinary people can imagine or comprehend. Luo Sha thought it was already ridiculous that this young man could easily crush AJ Nin, but he could never have imagined that Lin Xian could quickly eliminate Orochimaru and easily overpower Kisame Hashigaki in the sea. To be honest, can a legendary sage of 6 paths really kill a powerful Kaga-level ninja with just his hands, without using any ninjutsu? Well, maybe he could. What Luo Sha is facing might be a sage-level being with a physical body. And he actually dared to attempt to drown him with mere sand? Who is the naive one here? Today's events must not be disclosed by anyone. Luo Sha still hasn't realized the seriousness of the situation and ordered the ninjas around him. Yes, the ninja squad, led by Maki, nodded in agreement. Gaara felt somewhat displeased. They hadn't killed anyone this time, but he eventually nodded nonetheless. He hoped to leave the two remaining targets, Hanabira and Conan, to himself. Boom! A loud explosion faintly echoed from deep underground. Luo Sha's calm expression quickly turned to one of disbelief as he stared at the golden desert he had created. How could someone burst out from hundreds of meters underground? Bang! Lin Xian's muscles tensed all over as he forged a path with his body. Of course, humans couldn't perform such an action while bearing a mountain, but he was a descendant of the gods. With his divine blood in its first stage yet to be unlocked, he relied on his basic qualities to break through. Magnetic escape, sand gold spear. Luo Sha took a deep breath. No matter what monster lay underground, he wouldn't hold back any longer. The golden desert transformed, morphing into hundreds or thousands of golden spears under the injection of the fourth Kazakage's chakra. At this moment, they were sharp swords brimming with menace. But Lin Xian was faster. The ninja uniform of the rain-hidden village became bumpy, with faintly bronze muscles showing through the holes. The young man surged upstream, his eyes flashing with a king's killing intent. The golden spears fell like raindrops, aiming to intercept him midway. But he charged through in the most direct and brutal manner without flinching or dodging. Luo Sha's ninjutsu didn't even touch a single hair on him. In the face of absolute violence, any means were merely a pathetic struggle. The fourth Kazakage watched helplessly as that man appeared, effortlessly breaking his ninjutsu with overwhelming power. Gaara, use Shikaku. Luo Sha no longer hesitated and shouted angrily at his youngest son. His ninjutsu could only delay Lin Xian's speed, but could not stop him from approaching. Only the tailed beast, with its endless chakra, had a chance to deal with this man. Located in the desert, Shikaku also possessed sealing techniques. Only the complete One Tail had a chance to defeat this terrifying enemy. Even if they couldn't win, they could create an opportunity for escape. Understood. Gaara's expression was complex as he looked at the figure 100 meters away. Though he didn't want to admit it, he now had to rely on that raccoon to survive. Otherwise, he would surely die at the enemy's hands. Hypnotique technique. Gaara did not hesitate to use this high-level hypnosis technique on himself. When the Jinchuriki's consciousness fell into a deep sleep, Shikaku would briefly take control of his body and unleash its complete form. In Lin Xian's line of sight, countless sands coalesced around Gaara, and suddenly, a massive monster as big as a mountain appeared in the world. One Tail, Shikaku, prepare to retreat. Luo Sha waved his hand and ordered without hesitation. Shikaku would not consider Sunagakure to be friendly. It would attack everyone present. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Shikaku indeed mindlessly used a large-scale wind technique. Vacuum sphere, while not a tail beast ball, was still formidable and could be fired continuously. Oh, isn't that the little raccoon? Why is it so slow? Just as Shikaku was about to create chaos, a voice suddenly sounded above its head. Shikaku's massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up countless sands. Lord Kazakage, your village's pet is really impressive. It must have a lot of status for guarding the home. Lin Xian smiled playfully, completely disregarding Shoha. This yellow raccoon couldn't even withstand a single punch from him. How pathetic. Human, you're provoking me. Shoha's hoarse, sharp voice sounded like thunder. The body of a tailed beast is made of chakra, and even if killed, it can be revived after several years, allowing Shoha to fight without concern. Shut up. It's not the time to deal with you now. Lin Xian's expression turned cold. Shao is still in the stage of gathering funds and does not plan to take action against the people of each village, so as not to alert the snake. It is not yet time to capture Shoha. At most, I can only teach it a lesson. I will tear you apart. Shoha screamed and stood up again in the desert. Its bloated and fat body exuded an astonishing amount of chakra, and the yin-yang attribute chakra condensed in the air, quickly forming a deep purple giant ball. Tailed Beast Bomb. Has Shoha gone mad? It actually used the Tailed Beast Bomb at this distance. Luo Sha and his subordinates ran even faster. If it detonated at zero distance, even Shoha itself would be affected. That kind of explosion is enough to destroy a city. Pets must learn to be obedient, otherwise their owners will not like them. Lin Xian disappeared in an instant and reappeared below the tailed beast ball. Using this technique requires a lot of preparation time, and Shoha is destined to be interrupted. Go home, little raccoon. Lin Xian unleashed a punch that struck Shoha's head. and the massive body was shattered into countless grains of yellow sand. The tailed beast ball that was just about to be launched was also snuffed out. Shoha, who had barely managed to come out for a breather, was pulled back into the Jinchuriki's body, without even a chance to say goodbye. From a distance, Luo Sha, who witnessed this scene, found himself at a loss for words to describe his feelings. Was that even a person? Even he could only suppress Shoha with sand and then seal it away, but that man actually exploded the entire Shoha with his fists. Lord Kazekage, now we can have a proper discussion regarding the compensation issues for Sunagakure as the defeated party, as well as the ownership of the tailed beast Shoha. Conan suddenly appeared ahead, blocking the fleeing Luo Sha and other ninjas. Countless pieces of white paper fell to form a circular barrier, and the Kazekage, with a bitter expression, came to a halt, roughly estimating that there were at least over 1 million explosive tags, and that was just the number he could see from the other side. This road is blocked. Lord Kazekage, I am very satisfied with your welcoming ceremony. The ragged man flicked his hair, revealing a harmless sunny smile. Full Moon, being very considerate, brought over a set of outer clothing, which Lin Xian casually took and put on, smiling to reveal 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Chapter 37. Killing the Kazekage. Equipment system activated. No wonder he is the chosen successor of a demigod. Luo Sha's face turned ashen. The legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade. Each one of them was a renowned shadow-level powerhouse in the ninja world. Since Hans could easily defeat the legendary 3 ninjas back then, it was evident that his disciple was just as monstrous. Indeed, the title of demigod in the ninja world was not empty praise. The person closest to the god of ninjas, his insight is indeed sharp. Luo Sha gradually calmed down. The ability to cultivate a talent like Lin Xian undoubtedly attests to Hans's own strength. Don't you think that the Rain Village limits your development? The Kazekage suddenly spoke, a hint of mocking smile appearing on his face. The salamander Hans has pursued becoming a legendary range shadow his whole life, and if I'm not mistaken, you don't have much real power, do you? Hans is a selfish and power-hungry ruler. As long as he lives, you will remain in his shadow, bearing the title of successor while serving him. As the defeated party, Luo Sha did not give up on negotiations, even actively sowing discord between Lin Xian and Hans. Lin Xian is indeed powerful, but at the end of the day, he is still a young man. If Lin Xian is willing to let them go, or even willing to join Sunagakure and pledge loyalty, Raza wouldn't mind cultivating him as the next Kazekage. This young man is worth recruiting. However, Hanzo of the Salamander is already dead. Lin Xian even observed the corpse at the scene. Even if Lin Xian truly intends to infiltrate the 5 great nations, he would never choose Sunagakure. It's not only because they are weak, but also because they have no bottom line when it comes to betraying their comrades. Yakura, who possesses the Shikutan bloodline, is regarded as a hero of Sunagakure. Yet the 4th Kazekage Raza deceived Yakura under the guise of a confidential mission, sending him to Kirigakure and ultimately making him a target for their wrath, leading to his tragic death. If even the village's hero can be treated this way, who else would the 4th Kazekage not dare to scheme against? Lin Xian fell into deep thought, as if really considering Luo Sha's suggestion. Leave that weak rain country. Only the wind country is your stage. We can offer you more resources, greater power, and becoming the next wind shadow is not impossible. Luo Sha coaxed gently. There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. What good is the rain country, a small and impoverished place? Our wind country is one of 5 great nations. Hey, Xiaonan, this person is insulting Lord Hanzo. How should we punish him? Lin Xian came back to her senses, revealing a playful smile. Xiaonan ignored her brother's mischievousness and simply shot a cold glance at Fengying. The sand-hidden ninjas looked as if they had seen a ghost, their faces pale as they stared at the enemy. Even Luo Sha didn't dare to act recklessly, let alone this group of Jiaonan and Shunan. Lin Xian approached closer, and Luo Sha's expression became increasingly grim. His preaching had no effect at all. The person opposite him was completely unyielding, dead set on killing him. Do you really want to go to war with my wind country? This is certainly not what Hanzo the Salamander wishes to see, right? You're still in internal chaos. Luo Sha's pupils shrank slightly, and then he lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the arm that had pierced through his chest. This decisive young man actually dared to kill him like this. Had he really considered the consequences? Was he not afraid of triggering a new round of the Ninja World War? How could there be such a ninja in the world? Bang! Lin Xian took out a clean handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away the blood, while the 4th Kazekage lay on the ground with a shocked expression, lifeless. The fourth Kazekage, just like that, had lightly announced the end of his life. He didn't even manage to harm a single hair of his enemy before dying. Kazekage-sama. Maki's eyes were filled with rage, his fists clenched, but he couldn't move his feet no matter what. The Kazekage was already dead, but there was still Gaara. These ninjas had to protect Gaara and ensure he returned to the village. Even if the chances were slim, they had to try. It seems you really want this Jinchuriki? Lin Xian walked over, stepped on the head of the unconscious little boy, and turned him over. What do you want to say? Maki took a deep breath, barely maintaining the last bit of clarity in his head, and quickly reached out to stop his companion who was about to take action. Gaara is a Jinchuriki and also a war weapon of the Land of Wind. Even if the Kazekage is gone, another can be trained. But once a tailed beast is lost, it is hard to retrieve. With Rasha dead, Sunagakure might only be in a period of decline. If Gaara is captured, the Land of Wind might be expelled from the ranks of the 5 great countries. It could become a small country like the Land of Rain. The Jinchuriki will be temporarily kept here with me. You go find Chiyo and have her treat my subordinate. If she cures him, I will return the Jinchuriki. Conversely, if Chiyo can't cure my subordinate, don't think you can get the Jinchuriki. Lin Xian leisurely gave a gesture to Manyu. The clever little brother quickly reacted and hurriedly found a sack to throw Gaara into, then hoisted it onto his shoulder. The boss truly deserves to be the boss. The Wind Shadow was killed, the Jinchuriki was beaten, and a group of elite ninjas didn't even dare to make a move. Manyu was incredibly grateful for his choice, as he managed to have such a superior. Now you can leave, but remember, I'll only give you 3 days. Maki is a smart person, and the other Suna ninjas are not stupid either. Now that Sunagakure is the defeated side, reasoning is useless. If it weren't for the mercy shown by the other side, this group of elite ninjas might have perished here. The urgent task is to return to the village immediately and then find Lady Chiyo and Lord Eyes. Only those two can take charge of the situation. Main quest. Wind Country Arc completed. Rewards have been issued. Current allocatable attribute points, 30. Looking at the panel that appeared in front of him, Lin Xian silently pressed a certain plus sign 30 times. What else is there to think about? Explorer 51465145 level, 25 lifespan, 3355 blood chi, 15 soul, 24 strength, 227 constitution, 53 agility, 62 charm, 5 luck, 1 rebirth points, 157600 world reputation, 20900 bloodline. Divine blood, incomplete. Rating, SS. A thin bloodline from the Divine Emperor Jiang. It greatly enhances physical attributes and has strong compatibility with other bloodlines. Current attribute bonuses. Soul 15, Strength 30. Constitution 20, Agility 20. Development level, 4100. Negative buff, Divine Punishment. Lifespan limit permanently reduced by 90. Evaluation. Although it is an SS-level bloodline, it is indeed a life-consuming player. Warm reminder, world reputation has exceeded 20,000 points, unlocking the equipment system. Completed Hidden Task Wind Sorrow. Kill a Wind Shadow. Obtained Equipment Magnet Release Gold Ring. Equipment? Lin Xian looked bewildered at the ring floating in the air, surrounded by a faint blue halo. The ring was entirely golden, exquisite and small, exuding a hint of nouveau riche aura. Magnetic Gold Ring. Origin, Derivative Dimension Naruto. Quality, Rare Blue. Wearing Requirement, Level 20. Details, has a chance to drop from killing the Kazekage of the Wind Country. Equipment Attributes, Agility 10. Equipment Skill, Magnetic Release Sand Gold Ninjutsu, is fully accessible to the wearer. Equipment Rating, 350. Chapter 38. Full Moon. The barbecue burned to char night fell deeper. 2 tents were set up in the desert. The space scroll stored a large amount of fresh water and food, so Lin Xian's team did not have to worry about supply issues. Today was the 2nd day after the 4th Kazekage was killed, and it seemed that Sunagakure was acting quickly. Luo Sha was brutally murdered, and the entire Sunagakure was left without a leader. No, it should be without a head of insects. Chiyo had to come out of retirement to save the village and take power as the acting Kazekage. If even she was unwilling to take action, the Wind Country was doomed. They're guests. I thought I would have to wait a bit longer. Lin Xian and Xiao Nan sat around the edge of the campfire, listening to the footsteps coming from afar. Gaara, bound by ropes, remained silent, feeling both fear and hatred towards this group of scoundrel bandits, blending into the corner with no presence. Manuel was using all his skills to grill meat, occasionally wiping the sweat off his face. In the village, he was an arrogant genius, but under Lin Xian's command, he suddenly turned into a cook and a helper. taking on all the dirty and tiring work. However, Manua did not complain at all. In fact, he felt fortunate to have this superior. Is that Lin Xian, Your Excellency? Hans the Salamander has indeed trained a good disciple. The white-haired old woman slowly approached, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Lord Chio, how could Lord Hans not need your evaluation? Lin Xian lazily glanced at Chio and the other ninjas. Sunagakure was indeed cautious, sending 20 jonin to follow Chio this time. Were they that afraid of him? Who was the seriously ill brat mentioned earlier? Chio snorted coldly. According to the report, their Kazekage was killed by this young man. His strength unfathomable. Sunagakure truly seemed to be declining with each generation. Discontent aside, Chio couldn't just stand by and watch the village fall into despair or destruction. Therefore, she temporarily took on the role of Kazekage and prepared to reclaim the village's Jinchuriki. Lin Xian slightly raised her head, her gaze becoming more serious as she pointed to the boy who was grilling meat. Mizuki, the bearer of the bloodline limit of water transformation, is temporarily working under me. Heal his illness, and you can take the Jinchuriki away. If you can't heal him, then you all can stay here. Don't doubt my abilities. Upon hearing this, Chio's expression turned cold, but she showed no intention of refuting. Come here, little ghost. Chio signaled to the jonin behind her to remain calm and walked alone to Mizuki's side, glancing at Gaara out of the corner of her eye. Is that the son of Raza? How tragic. Lady Chio, Mizuki greeted politely. Don't move, don't resist my chakra probe. The old woman calmly approached the boy from behind, her hands glowing with a faint green light. Chio was skilled in medical ninjutsu, poison techniques, ninjutsu, pharmacology, and was also a puppet master, having raised the likes of Sasori. Who was her grandson? If even she couldn't heal Mizuki, it seemed there would be no one in this world capable of curing his illness. Perhaps they could also try Orochimaru's forbidden techniques? Half an hour later, the campfire was still burning slowly, and Conan added some more firewood. The desert was very cold at night. Chio occasionally frowned and then fell in a deep thought. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. As the time approached midnight, the ninjas of Sunagakure still stood trembling in the cold wind, not daring to let their guard down against Lin Xian and the others. They truly were a pitiful group. These ninjas, such complex beings. Lin Xian casually glanced at that group of unfortunate souls. Aren't you the real culprit? Don't you have any conscience? Little ghost. How do you feel now? Chio wiped a few beads of sweat from her forehead. Yu's situation was very complicated. She had put in a lot of effort just to barely manage it. That bastard really found the right person. There were no more than a handful of people in the entire ninja world who could cure such a terminal illness. Report, my lord, my illness is fine now. Yu could clearly feel the changes in her body. The weakness had completely vanished, and every cell in her body seemed to be cheering with joy. Even the flow of chakra had accelerated a bit. I see. Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully. Side quest, Bond of Water, completed, Soul 5, Reincarnation Points 3,000. My lord, I have fulfilled my promise and healed this little ghost. Shouldn't it be time to return the Jinchuriki? Chio let out a breath and stared intently at Lin Xian. She clearly hated this person to the core, but given the current situation, she could only choose to compromise. The current Sunagakure could only endure. Get lost. Take your time leaving. Lin Xian answered without raising his head, just gazing at the peacefully sleeping Xiao Nan. The campfire illuminated her charming and beautiful face. Her red lips were slightly pursed, resting on his leg with a faint smile. Truly a lovely girl. Now that the full moon issue was resolved, there was no need to linger in the land of wind any longer. He had no interest in these bugs. What are you staring at? Come and take the Jinchuriki away. Chio ignored Lin Xian's disdainful words. The most basic quality of a ninja is to learn patience. If one cannot act, one must absolutely refrain from acting. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. And for a ninja, even 30 years is not too late. Yes. 2 jonin stepped out from the group, cautiously untying the ropes around Gaara. The young boy had a completely indifferent expression, showing no joy at being rescued. His purpose of existence was to create slaughter, but not long ago his greatest support was destroyed with a single punch, and even his powerful father was killed, which dealt a heavy blow to Gaara. He did not care about the death of Raza. That kind of worthless father's death meant nothing. Gaara was subdued by Lin Xian's methods. He found it hard to comprehend that there were such powerful ninjas in the world. Was there really a chance to kill that monster? Hurry up, Chio urged, quickly leaving the place with the jonin. They were not concerned about Gaara's thoughts. They just wanted to swiftly take the village's Jinchuriki away to prevent that man from suddenly changing his mind. My lord, My subordinates are willing to go through fire and water for you. They would not hesitate to die 1,000 times. Man Yu knelt half-heartedly on the ground with a fervent look in his eyes, akin to a cultist. An 18-year-old boy making such a gesture toward the young man who appeared to be around 20, holding a sleeping woman in his arms. The scene was somewhat bizarre for a moment. In the silence, Lin Xian gently carried Xiao Nan into the tent and slowly walked back. He lit a cigarette. White smoke wafted around the campfire. Smoking was a habit, but unfortunately, Xiao Nan did not like him to smoke, so he had to do it secretly. Man Yue. Lin Xuanyu said earnestly, her eyes flickering as if she wanted to convey something important. Boss, go ahead. Man Yue maintained her kneeling posture. The barbecue has turned to charcoal. The young man sighed softly. Man Yue's expression suddenly became complex. There was regret, shame, confusion, and a hint of wanting to laugh but not daring to. This brother complex boss seemed to have some issues. Are we really discussing barbecue now? Shouldn't he be saying something like, "You should follow me well from now on. The ninja world is ours," something more in line with a schemer? Even if it was a lie, he'd be willing to listen. Do you know? The population of the Rain Country is 7 million, but there are only 80,000 pigs raised, which means almost 90 people can barely share one pig. It's simply not enough to eat. You don't know, you don't care, you only care about yourself. Manuel. Chapter 39. Can't let Senior Jew down. Yuan Village. The familiar black rain curtain covered the sky, and the streets were sparsely populated, with calm expressions that revealed no joy or sorrow. The self-proclaimed god, Pain, had killed Hanzo the salamander, and for many years, news had been sealed off, prohibiting private discussions about Hanzo. The village was now peaceful and stable. Honestly, much better than during Hanzo's time. People did not dislike Pain's rule. Hydrangea, I didn't expect you to have the talent for summoning and space ninjutsu. Conan praised her newly accepted disciple. It's thanks to Lord Angel's good teaching. The purple-haired girl humbly lowered her head, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Although she was nominally Lin Xuanyu's subordinate, she had recently developed a close relationship with Lord Angel, taking Conan as her master to learn ninjutsu. You haven't encountered any difficulties lately, have you? After the lesson, Conan casually inquired about her disciple's life. Hydrangea came from a poor background. Her parents left early, and her only friends were the ninjas in her team, Water Lily and Hibiscus. No, there are very few tasks in a village. We lower ninjas are quite idle. Hydrangea shook her head. Even if there were occasional tasks, it was the J. Neen and CH. Neen who executed them, not the freshly graduated kids from a ninja school. In some cases, lower ninjas didn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. Flower sauce, do you like the gift I brought? Lin Xian suddenly burst into the room, smiling as she examined Hydrangea. As Xiaonan's apprentice, she could be considered half of his apprentice, so he naturally wanted to take good care of her. The little girl's eye color coincidentally resembled Xiaonan's, making this master-apprentice pair look quite fitting. Alike, Hydrangea seemed a bit reluctant and stiffly nodded her head. Lin Xian returned from the Land of Wind, bringing back some local delicacies, including cured meat sealed in special clay, some expensive fruit wine, and 3 stone bracelets. One for each of the 3 girls. Cured meat? Does this adult have a foodie side? And wine? Doesn't he know that minors are not allowed to drink? Only the bracelets are somewhat decent, but they are clearly street vendor goods. It seems that the Angel Lord's brother doesn't really know how to win girls' affection. As long as he likes it, that's fine. Lin Xian seemed not to notice the resentment in the little girl's eyes and reached out to stroke the hydrangea's hair. The days suddenly became calm again, until one day, Xiaonan was teaching the hydrangea ninjutsu, and Lin Xian, feeling bored, wandered around. Suddenly, a head popped out from the ground. What? The organization decided to send me to recruit new members? Lin Xian scratched his head, wearing a puzzled expression. A few days ago, Xiao discovered a target, a rebellious genius ninja from a Wagakure, Deidara. It's not Deidara. Itachi and Kisame have already gone to find him. I'm looking for you to discuss something else. Black Zetsu chuckled ominously. What do you want to talk about? Lin Xian's expression of surprise deepened. The future of the Akatsuki organization, the meaning and truth of its existence, and the truth of this world. Do you know about the Moon Eye Plan? Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. This creature, neither human nor ghost, pointed at the moon with a mysterious and inscrutable smile that concealed a chilling laughter to the bone. The atmosphere became somewhat strange for a moment. What plan? Lin Xian's expression became more serious, seemingly intrigued. He behaved like a brute, whether in life or battle. The common impression of a brute is often that they are not very smart. Black Zetsu seemed quite pleased with Lin Xian's reaction, letting out a chilling laugh once more. What is the eye of the moon? It is the greatest lie in the world. a lie he has woven over 1,000 years. Even Uchiha Madara was deceived by him. How much of a storm can a mere Lin Xian stir? Speaking of the Eye of the Moon plan, it must begin with the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths, which records, Lord Uchiha Madara. 3 whole hours. Black Zetsu recounted the so-called Eye of the Moon plan from beginning to end, just as he had told Obito back then. In his words, he represented Uchiha Madara's will, and Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan and discovered the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths, leading to the Eye of the Moon plan. From that time forward, the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, and Obito came into existence. Of course, Zetsu concealed the conspiratorial elements within, not mentioning any of the bad deeds he had committed, such as plotting against Yahiko, the death of Nagato's parents, or the incident involving Rin Noera. Unexpectedly, it is in this way that the Eye of the Moon can create true peace. Lin Xian's eyes were fiery, and he was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Seeing this reaction, Black Zetsu was even more satisfied. Although Lord Madara has left, we will inherit his will and guide this world towards the direction hoped for by the Sage of Six Paths, ultimately achieving peace. Black Zetsu had a smug expression, constantly nodding with a smile. Indeed, a brute is just a brute. His head must be filled with muscles, right? Lin Xian is easier to deceive than he imagined. Absolute Senior has told me so much, and I can't let Absolute Senior down. I support the Moon Eye Project. Lin Xian had a determined look on his face, and his tone sounded almost like a vow. His acting skills had always been good. However, very few people knew this, because most of them were knocked out by his punch before they had the chance to find out. I just mentioned a matter with Obito. Although that kid is dull, he is still our companion and will help us complete the Eye of the Moon plan. Black Zetsu's mouth was about to split from grinning. If we could make good use of Lin Xian, collecting tailed beasts after the Akatsuki would be foolproof. Black Zetsu cleared his throat and continued with a serious tone. That bastard Obito is too reckless. He actually exposed his identity, which led to him being expelled from the Akatsuki by Nagato. But after all, he is a companion in the Eye of the Moon plan, and being able to continue working in the Akatsuki is the best for us. Lin Xian raised her eyebrows slightly and fell in a deep thought. Obito's strength is quite good, and as Senior Ju said, he is very helpful to our plan. However, Nagato already doubts him, and getting him to trust someone who has deceived him once again might not be easy. Lin Xian felt a bit troubled. It's okay. Even if Obito doesn't come back, he can still play a role. We just can't act openly with him, otherwise it will make Nagato suspicious of us. Black Zetsu comforted him. Nagato is treated as a tool, but that person is not an idiot, and Black Zetsu knows that it's difficult to make Nagato trust Obito again. It's best if Obito returns to the Akatsuki, but if he doesn't, it's not a big deal. Late at night, Black Zetsu had already left, and Conan, who had returned after guiding the hydrangeas, was resting after taking a bath. Lin Xian silently used the instant movement technique to arrive at the residence of Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Boss, the young man had just appeared in the room when Full Moon had already opened his eyes and respectfully greeted him. Full Moon, I have a task for you. Lin Xian casually tossed out a scroll, found a chair to sit down, and poured a glass of water for himself. The Full Moon silently waited for his superior's orders. Being disturbed in the dead of night, he showed no signs of anger, but rather felt a bit pleased. Finally, there was a decent mission. After constantly cooking, cleaning, and taking out the trash, he was almost forgetting that he was originally a ninja. You are to go to the Hidden Mist Village and gain the trust of Terumi Mei. During the mission, you will be defeated by the enemy and then healed from your injuries by them. Subsequently, you will act as an undercover agent by my side, always ready to bring intelligence back to the Hidden Mist Village. Now you have successfully uncovered a shocking secret and are rushing back to the Hidden Mist Village in a hurry. Lin Xian chuckled lightly and told Hikari Manzuki how to proceed and how to gain Uchiha Obito's trust. Manzuki was his subordinate, but now he had to disguise himself as a spy sent by them to Kirigakure, a spy responsible for monitoring Lin Xian within the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 40. The Public Enemy of the Ninja World, Uchiha Obito. I understand, boss, but what is this information? Manzuki raised a question. He was very confident in his acting skills. Deceiving Kirigakure was actually not difficult. This information is Uchiha Obito's data. You can take a look at it first. Lin Xian's smile was a bit eerie. This was the first time you had seen her superior show such a wicked grin. It was as if she was a completely different person. Uchiha Obito, the wielder of the Mangeki Sharingan, had once controlled the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, causing the blood mist incident. The more the boy looked, the more alarmed he became, his brows tightly knitted together. The intelligence included Uchiha Obito's age, appearance, clothing, and detailed records of the crimes he committed in the hidden Mist Village, even covering the events surrounding Obito's manipulation of the Nine Tails incident. Even more terrifying, this information also documented Uchiha Obito's ocular abilities. The principle of Kimui's intangibility, with the intangibility lasting about 5 minutes, and when Obito grabs an enemy, he is solid. Once this intelligence reaches the hidden Mist Village, it will definitely trigger a massive upheaval in the ninja world. Boss, is this Obito, our enemy? After reading the intelligence, Manyu's first thought was that Obito had offended Lin Xian. This action would make Obito a public enemy in the ninja world. Not now, but it certainly would in the future. Lin Xian replied calmly. Manu also understood the implications of the boss's words. Obito would definitely hold a grudge against what they did today in the future. I will complete the mission. Manuel revealed a sharp set of shark-like teeth. This time returning to the Mist Village, he could also take a glance at his brother, Shui Wei. Although it was unlikely for him to appear in front of him as a spy, he was still quite satisfied. The fourth Kazekage, Rasha, was killed by a mysterious person, and soon the entire ninja world received even more shocking news. This was a bounty notice issued by the Mist Village. The information about Uchiha Obito was made public. The crimes committed by Obito were unforgivable by any major nation. Current intelligence included the murder in the Blood Mist incident, the assassination of the fourth Mizukage, and summoning the Nine Tails that led to the death of the fourth Hokage. Who knows how many other bad deeds he had done behind the scenes. Not only was the Mist Village furious, but Konoha could no longer sit still either. The third Hokage acknowledged the bounty notice from the Mist Village and stated that Konoha would cooperate in the pursuit of the S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Obito. From that day on, Obito became the target of everyone in the ninja world. In White Zetsu's secret base, Uchiha Obito looked at the bounty notice, his expression dark and almost gritting his teeth. He had thought about personally igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War, but never expected to be exposed before that, becoming a public enemy of the entire world. Where did the Mist Village get their information? Obito couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. He hadn't shown any flaws. Where exactly did the problem occur? Lin Xian? That bastard might know his name and identity, but he definitely can't understand his abilities, let alone know his time of intangibility like the back of his hand. More importantly, Lin Xian has no reason to provoke an enemy for no reason, especially one who was just brainwashed by Kurojitsu. Who leaked the information? Is it Kakuzu? Did that bastard betray me? Obito felt a bit frantic. It was the first time in many years since Lin died that he felt this restless. He clearly sensed that someone was plotting against him, but he had no clues at all, couldn't guess who that person was, and had no idea why they were targeting him. Kuro, did you betray me? Obito suddenly turned his head, his scrutinizing gaze fixed on the half-black, half-white figure. If anyone could grasp his every move and know all of his trump cards, it would definitely be Kuro and Uchiha Madara, but Madara was already dead. Kuro's already unpleasant expression became even worse, especially when Obito pointed at him and questioned him. His not-so-great mood was instantly exacerbated. Is Uchiha Obito's brain made of tofu? How could such a fool have been chosen by Madara? How dare he suspect Kuro, who raised him? It's simply outrageous. This tool is not only useless and dumb, but now he even dares to doubt his benefactor. Is he raising an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf with Uchiha Madara? Kuro and I will investigate the mastermind behind the information leak. Recently, you must act low-key and wait for my intel before taking action. Kuro finally managed to suppress the anger in his heart. Now was not the time for internal strife, and arguing with Uchiha Obito was meaningless. The higher-ups of the hidden Mist Village definitely know the source of the information. I can kill another Mizukage. Obito was so furious that he seemed somewhat out of his mind. Obito, the entire ninja world is looking for you. You can't expose yourself anymore. Kuro frowned, acting recklessly, only thinking about revenge, and throwing aside the teachings of him and Madara when angry is not the behavior of a qualified tool. What Uchiha genius? He's simply a stupid pig. So what if I expose myself? I can escape, and no one can catch me. Obito was still unwilling to accept it. He had always been the one plotting against others. When did someone dare to harm him? Calm down, Obito. The enemy is using the strength of the 5 great nations. You should avoid causing trouble with those ninja villages. The ninja world has never lacked people skilled in plotting, Kuro advised earnestly. If Madara were still alive, he would really want to slap Obito across the face. With so little ability and such a big temper. If our collusion is exposed, the Eye of the Moon plan will probably be investigated right after. The always cautious Kuro would not allow any flaws in his plan to successfully resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. He had painstakingly plotted for over 1,000 years, and in these final years, there could be no accidents. Even a 1 in a million risk cannot exist. I understand. In the cave, the man in the whirlpool mask slowly lowered his head. The Eye of the Moon plan is the ultimate goal. As long as it can be achieved, what does it matter if I endure for a few more years? In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is a joke. No one knows about the conversation between Kuro and Obito in the cave. Of course, not many people care, although the 5 great nations have sent ninjas to investigate. They cannot find any clues at all. Kuro and his clones have the best intelligence network in the world, with Kuro secretly covering. The ninjas of the 5 great nations will never find Obito, not even a single hair. Year 56 of the Leaf Village calendar. The ninjas could not find Uchiha Obito, nor did they know who exactly killed the 4th Kazekage. The matter ended without resolution. But life must go on. Bad news. Naruto Uzumaki failed his final exam last semester. Good news. Naruto successfully advanced to the 3rd grade of the ninja school. Bad news. Sakura's beloved Uchiha Sasuke ranked 1st in the entire grade again, and Sasuke received Sakura's 57th love letter. Good news. Sasuke threw away Sakura's love letter. Bad news. Sakura also threw away Naruto's gift. Bad news. Lin Xian arrived in Konoha. Chapter 41. He smiled so happily. Year 60 of the Leaf Village calendar. The annual graduation exam. Naruto Uzumaki experienced the grudges and entanglements with Mizuki and finally successfully obtained the Konoha Genin headband. While also learning the shadow clone technique under the arrangement of the 3rd Hokage, the ninja world remained as calm as ever. The Akatsuki organization kept their heads down and made money, while Uchiha Obito seemed to have disappeared from the world. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura became Kakashi students and, as Lin Xian had predicted, defeated Zabuza in the Land of Water. Following that was the Chunin exams, hosted in Konoha, inviting ninjas from various villages to participate or observe. The Rain Village was no exception. Sir, the messenger from Konoha is waiting outside the village. Recently promoted to Chunin, Hanabi found Lin Xian. Pain was responsible for ruling the village, while Lin Xian, relying on his status as Hanzo's heir, was responsible for the diplomacy of the Rain Village. Konoha. They really dared to invite. Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. The Land of Rain had been closed off for many years. Yet it was still a target for invitations from Konoha. The Chunin exams were like an unspoken competition among the villages. The strength of a village was also reflected in the next generation, by observing the genin trained by each village. One could get an idea of what kind of figures would emerge in the future. Great nations always like to show off. Xiaonan sighed and shook her head. For years had passed, and her sister had not changed much, just becoming a bit more mature in figure. Calculating the time, Xiaonan was already 35 this year. Since Lin Xian had crossed over to the Rain Village, the 2 siblings had quietly walked through 20 years together. The young boy from back then was still lively and energetic, with an appearance seemingly frozen at 20, while Xiaonan had gained a touch of mature charm, making her look almost like Lin Xian's older sister. The 5 great nations wanted to showcase their outstanding talents of the next generation. This was not only a declaration of war, but also a test of our Rain Village's development over the years. Lin Xian chuckled lightly, narrowing his eyes. Sitting at his desk, he slightly rotated the pen in his hand, looking at the letter sent from Konoha, a smile spreading across his face. This was a great opportunity to enter Konoha openly. Huajiang, go prepare some information on the lower ninjas. I want to personally participate in this Chunin exam. Soon, Lin Xian made up his mind. This Chunin exam was filled with all kinds of characters, and he absolutely couldn't miss it. Brother, are you going to participate in the Chunin exam? Xiaonan was taken aback. Even Jonin couldn't survive a single move against Lin Xian. Wasn't this just bullying children? When did you develop such a bad hobby? It's not that I want to go. It's that I have to go. Lin Xian mysteriously shook his head. Orochimaru, the 3rd Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Kabuto Yakushi, Jiraiya, and even Danzo Shimura lurking in the shadows. Lin Xian needs to do certain things and must interact with those people. I can be your leading Jonin, but how will you arrange your other 2 companions? Xiaonan raised another question. Each village participant must send at least 1 Jonin as a representative, and a ninja team participating in the Chunin exam consists of 3 people. Lin Xian can't participate alone, right? As for age, that's not really a problem. Lin Xian's appearance is very misleading. There are quite a few adults in the Chunin exam, and being 20 years old is very normal. How about this? Xiao Nan will use transformation jutsu, and then with Huajiang, will just add me to form a ninja team. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian spoke up. Huh, I'm already a Chunin, sir. The hydrangea blinked innocently. She had just passed the internal assessment of the rain-hidden village not long ago and had become an official Chunin. Did she really have to take the exam again? Although, it wouldn't be unacceptable if she was with the two adults. All right, let's arrange it this way. Manuel, you'll be our Jonin team leader. Lin Xian smiled and announced, ignoring the protest from hydrangeas. The so-called intention of the drunken man is not in the wine. The Chunin exam is not really about taking the exam. There are other goals. Main quest, Land of Fire chapter. Quest content, defeat the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Quest difficulty, hard. Roa, 30 distributable attribute, point, Constitution 10, Réincarnation point 15, 000, World Réputation 8, 000. As expected, Lin Xian also triggered the main quest of the Land of Fire chapter. Taking advantage of this Chunin exam, Orochimaru also planned to carry out his plan to destroy Konoha, and Lin Xian could take advantage of the chaos to achieve his own goals. Side quest, Burning Will. Quest content, kill the Hokage of the Land of Fire. Difficulty, hard. Rewards, Divine Robe. Drop rate 30, guaranteed drop on the third kill, Divine Robe. Origin, Derivative Dimension Naruto. Quality, Rare Blue. Wearing conditions, Luck 1. Details, killing the Hokage of the Land of Fire has a chance to drop. Equipment attributes, Agility 50. Equipment skills, Flying Thunder God technique is completely open to the wearer. Equipment rating, 980. Undoubtedly, this is one of the best pieces of equipment Lin Xian can obtain at the moment, with a rating as high as 980, which is 630 points higher than the previous magnet release gold ring. Common, white, precious, green, rare, blue, secret treasure, purple, epic, orange. The drop rate for equipment is extremely low, unless it is a quest that actively drops equipment. In the past 4 years, Lin Xian has only updated his equipment twice, and his level has barely increased by 1. For those 2 pieces of equipment, he blew up 11 hearts of Kakuzu and beheaded Haiden more than 30 times. One could say the process was arduous. Oh, actually, it is Kakuzu and Haiden who have the tough mindset, and it has nothing to do with Lin Xian. He was very happy. Now, the members of the Akatsuki organization regard him as a lunatic, and a heavily sister-con lunatic at that. Black Heart Ring. Origin, Derivative Dimension Naruto. Quality, Rare Blue. Wearing conditions, Level 20. Details, killing Kakuzu has a chance to drop. Equipment attributes, Char -5, gain 30 distributable attribute points. Equipment skills, recover 10 energy when receiving a fatal injury, cooldown time 90 days. Equipment rating, 200. Although the skill of the equipment is quite useless, at least a considerable amount of distributable attribute points has been gained. Lin Xian unhesitatingly put on the ring and allocated all attribute points to strength. Next was the equipment obtained from defeating Fade Wan, Evil God Bracelet. Origin, Derivative Plain Naruto. Quality, Rare Blue. Wearing conditions, Charm 10. Details, has a chance to drop from killing Fade Wan. Equipment attributes, Constitution 20. Equipment skill, any attack will carry a curse effect, causing an additional 1 maximum health damage. Equipment rating, 260. The Constitution attribute provided by the equipment can enhance defense, and the skill performance is also quite good, perhaps having unexpected effects in certain future situations. After obtaining these 2 pieces of equipment, Lin Xian went through another round of 4 years of endurance. Here is Lin Xian's current attribute panel. Explore No. 51465145 level, 26 lifespan, 3855 blood chi, 15 soul, 32 strength, 275 constitution, 72 agility, 70 charm, 1 luck, 1 reincarnation points, 174400 world reputation, 28,000 chapter 42. I have forgiven the Land of Wind. Land of Fire, Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki is 12 years old this year, having experienced countless good and bad news. The best news is that he still has a chance to pursue Sakura. The worst news, well, the person Sakura likes is still Sasuke Uchiha. Oh, the worst news might add another line. Lin Xian from the Land of Rain arrived in Konoha today. Lord Angel, Lord Lin Xian, no matter what happens, I will sacrifice myself to protect you. Xianghua said earnestly while clenching her small pink fist. This girl is becoming more mischievous. She was quite aloof when she was young. How did she grow up to be such a silly goose? Sigh. She must have been influenced by Conan. Lin Xian glanced at Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan felt the gaze and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Her brother had become even more like a lunatic lately. How cute. Now, Zianghua and Xiao were like sisters. The man smiled and gently stroked the hair of the two girls. Zianghua was 16 this year, but she hadn't grown much taller, still sporting a lowly face that seemed to ward off strangers, though she had learned to act spoiled in front of him and Xiaonan. Xiaonan was currently using transformation jutsu, appearing as a girl around 16 as well. Her face was youthful, but her eyes were exceptionally mature, which didn't disrupt her beauty. Rather, it accentuated her cold pride. No, she wouldn't dare. The angel was her master. Xianghua's little face flushed, both surprised and a bit shy. The person she respected the most was Xiaonan. Gentle yet powerful, she was a flawless senior in every way. If you ignore her brother, let's find a suitable place to stay first, Xiaonan said calmly. Due to the upcoming Chunin exam in Konoha, the influx of people would be significant, and if they didn't find a good hotel, they'd have to sleep on park benches at night. For Xiaonan, this was just a minor detail in her daily observations and thoughts. Hey boss, there seem to be ninjas from Sunagakure ahead. I recognize some faces. Man, you suddenly spoke up from the front. Following his gaze, Lin Xian spotted a team of Sunagakure ninjas, led by the Nin Maki. With the participating ninja including Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki he had seen in the Land of Wind years ago. Speaking of which, Lin Xian had killed someone's father and blown up Shikaku, and now they were meeting again after many years. What a coincidence! Gaara's teammates were Temari and Kankuro, also the children of the 4th Kazekage. Boss, what should we do? Man, you patiently awaited Lin Xian's orders. He was merely the nominal leader Nin and didn't dare make decisions on his own. What else can we do? Of course, we greet our old friends. As the saying goes, a smile erases grievances. Let's let the past be in the past. I've already forgiven the Land of Wind. Lin Xian had a beaming smile on his face. The three who knew the truth were left there, at a loss. You really are a talent. You killed the 4th Kazekage, captured the Jinchuriki, and threatened Chiyo. Why does it feel like you're the victim? Does the Land of Wind still need your forgiveness? Hey, nephew, long time no see. Lin Xian waved his hand enthusiastically, appearing at the front of the Sand-Hidden team with a radiant smile on his face. The residents of Konoha looked confused. Did the Rain-Hidden village secretly sign some peace treaty with the Sand-Hidden? This young man from the Rain-Hidden actually referred to the Sand-Hidden ninja as his nephew. Hurry and report to Lord Hokage. The hidden Konoha Umbu signaled to their companions. The Sand-Hidden village's team came to a halt. Maki rubbed his eyes, looking in disbelief at the nightmarish young man in front of him, a face so familiar that it had appeared countless times in his nightmares. This was the guy who killed the 4th Kazekage, making the already disadvantaged Land of Wind even worse. Gaara showed signs of humiliation and unwillingness. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins. But Gaara was a smart person. He chose not to act violently, and instead signaled Maki to remain calm. What are you plotting by coming to Konoha? Gaara said through gritted teeth in a cold voice. He did not hate this man for killing his father. He just found his reference to nephew quite irritating. It was an insult to him. On the other hand, this enemy was someone Gaara wanted to challenge and defeat, even if it took him a lifetime to bridge the gap between them. The confidentiality work of the Land of Wind is perfect. I hope you will continue to maintain it and not say things that should not be said. Lin Xian shrugged indifferently. The truth about the death of the 4th Kazekage has remained unclear to many even until today, thanks in large part to the secrecy of the Land of Wind. Nephew, you've grown up. Luo Sha thought you would surely be comforted to see this. The young man spoke in a tone reminiscent of an elder, looking at the boy in front of him with a somewhat gratified expression. Gaara was indeed much more mature at 13. The child can be taught. Temari and Kankuro were already stunned. As Gaara's family, they knew best about his violent temper. Anyone who dared to act so arrogantly in front of Gaara would have already been buried 6 feet under. But in front of that Rain Village ninja, Gaara actually held himself back. Who on earth is that person? We'll meet again at the Chunin exams. I look forward to your performance. Let me see how much you've grown over the years. Lin Xian seemed to ignore Gaara's gloomy gaze and left with a smile. The Chunin exams allowed for killing. Unfortunately, in this test, no one could kill that man. Even if he released Shikaku again, there would be no chance. What is up with that guy from the Rain Village? Gaara, do you know him? Temari furrowed her brow, staring at the group of Rain shinobi as they left. What a cocky bastard. How dare he speak to Gaara like that? Kankuro was extremely displeased as well. Don't provoke him, or I won't be able to save you. Even though whether you live or die means nothing to me, Gaara warned with a distant gaze. In a daze, he recalled that desperate, dark day. In a certain desert, a man punched and shattered a colossal monster, and that was the first time he felt so insignificant. He had to report this matter to Lady Chiyo about the appearance in Konoha. Maki's expression was even worse than Gaara's. Lin Xian participating in the Chunin exams? This is no longer a wolf entering a sheep pen. It's like releasing a T-Rex in a kindergarten. A man who can obliterate the 4th Kazekage and Shikaku participating in such an exam? Is there anything more absurd than this? In fact, Sunagakure is not the only place wary of Lin Xian. In Konoha, there's also an old friend of Lin Xian's who spotted that inexplicably weak Rain Genin in the crowd, with a look of disbelief asking, "This is a Genin?" That person is Kakashi Hitaki, who recently took on the role of teacher for Team 7. Chapter 43, Goodbye Kakashi Hitaki. Tea House. Lin Xian's team chose a seat by the window. The leader, Full Moon, a Jainin, sat at the edge, while the 3 Chunin gathered together, looking calm and casual. Little Flower, is Konoha beautiful? Lin Xian casually asked. Rain Hidden Village is monotonous, especially compared to the bustling and lively Konoha Village. Rain Hidden Village hardly seems like a place where people live. The streets are filled with sweetly embracing couples, a variety of passers-by, local specialty food streets, affordable natural hot springs, high-end ninja tool shops, flower shops dedicated to studying flora, and tea houses and hotels are everywhere. Rain Hidden Village resembles an elderly, lonely person, while Konoha is a vibrant young person. Young people are always reckless. There are too many people. Hydrangea hesitated for a few seconds and finally gave an ambiguous answer. It's neither liking nor disliking. It's just that there are too many people. There's nothing wrong with having many people, right, Mr. 50-50 of Konoha? The young man tapped the table and casually threw a teacup from the table towards the next table. Clatter. The teacup landed steadily. It was caught by a ninja's hand. So you are a ninja from Rain Hidden Village, and you haven't changed at all over the years. Kakashi Hitaki had a complex expression as he slowly placed down the teacup and observed the young man admiring the street view by the window. Lin Xian once went to the Hidden Mist Village to recruit Kisame Hashigaki. It was during that time that Kakashi, who was trying to find the whereabouts of Obito Uchiha in the Land of Water, witnessed the battle between Lin Xian and Kisame, and also saw Obito Uchiha. The situation was quite complex. It seemed that there was some conflict between Obito and Lin Xian's group. Obito had once been part of the Akatsuki organization, which means he was once a member of the Akatsuki, right? Kakashi analyzed. In the years before his identity was exposed, Obito likely spent time in the Hidden Rain Village. That's right, Obito Uchiha once served Lord Hanzo, but later he defected and betrayed the Hidden Rain, and now I don't even know where he is. Lin Xian answered slowly, looking calmly at Kakashi. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and cracks appeared in the teacup in his hand. Akatsuki was originally a peaceful and bright organization, but Uchiha Obito deceived us. He has no loyalty at all. The current Akatsuki is no longer the same organization as before, that despicable thief. These words were half true and half false. There was some truth from the past, but also Lin Xian's embellishments. However, one thing was certain. Kakashi would soon be deceived badly by Lin Xian. Your visit to Konoha this time is to showcase the strength of the Rain Village, isn't it? Hitaki Kakashi did not mention the rogue ninja Obito much. Obito had been missing for years, and discussing him was meaningless. The focus now was on this Rain ninja. Hitaki Kakashi had witnessed Lin Xian's battle, completely crushing one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki, a shadow-level powerhouse participating in the Chunin exams. Thinking carefully about the implications behind this, it seemed that Hanzo wanted to announce a message to the world. Even though the Rain Village had been closed off for many years, it was not something that just anyone could bully. No one knew how much the Rain Village had progressed over the years. There had been a civil war in the Rain Village a few years ago, and Konoha must be aware that this turmoil was caused by Uchiha Obito. Fortunately, Lord Hanzo was wise and strong, repelling the formidable enemy by himself. Lin Xian followed Kakashi's lead and continued. Whether it is a lie or the truth sometimes doesn't matter that much. People only want to hear what is reasonable and what they are willing to believe. If it weren't for Lord Hanzo's order, who would be willing to participate in this group of kids game? We need to use the Chunin exams to showcase the strength of the Rain Country. Lin Xian calmly clarified the intentions of the group. Unintentionally, he touched his bag, intending to take out a cigarette to enhance the atmosphere. After all, he was currently portraying a lonely and helpless genius. However, Xiaonan reached out and took Lin Xian's cigarette away. The scene became quite awkward as Lin Xian's raised hand froze in midair, then slowly dropped, revealing a dejected side of him. Lord Hanzo said you are forbidden to smoke. Xiaonan's expression was indifferent. The melancholy man grasped the empty teacup, and the silent hydrangea picked up the teapot to pour him a cup. Kakashi felt a surge of sympathy in his heart, as well as a sense of camaraderie among ninjas. Life as a ninja in the great ninja village was not easy, especially in a small village. If Lin Xian were born in Konoha, he would likely become an outstanding jounin, perhaps taking on more dangerous missions. But he would certainly not be forced to participate in such childish exams. This was an insult to the ninja profession. Since Lin Jun wants to do this, it seems I can let go of my students to prevent them from encountering an enemy like you and losing their dreams at such a young age. Kakashi sighed with emotion. Don't worry, Mr. 50-50, Yuin and Konoha are allies, and this is Konoha's home ground. How could I possibly harm your genius? I'm just here to take care of them. Lin Xian revealed a sunny smile and waved her hand. Isn't it not good to go easy on them? Our ninja profession is very serious. Can we still be ninjas if we intentionally go easy? Kakashi also laughed. His laugh was a bit neurotic and somewhat inexplicable. By the way, don't call me Mr. 50-50, just call me Kakashi. The man in the black mask corrected again. Serious people obviously cannot go easy. Lin Xian nodded in agreement and then showed a smile. But what if I'm not a serious person? Kakashi displayed a knowing smile. The two ninjas each harbored ulterior motives, thinking they had obtained the information they wanted. Kakashi uncovered a lot of useful information, such as Lin Xian's likely significant status in the rain-hidden village, and that Lin Xian had a good impression of Konoha and would not be hostile towards it. As for Lin Xian, he initially shaped his image in front of Konoha. This would be a foreshadowing in his plan. Lin, what do you think of Konoha? Kakashi seemed to mention it casually. The scenery is great, the climate is pleasant, and there are a lot of people very lively. Lin Xian looked out the window again. You were sent here as a temporary genin, right? A genius like you should at least be an elite genin from the village hidden in the rain. Kakashi moved to another seat by the window. The atmosphere of the conversation was good, and he hoped to get more information about the land of rain from this man. Lin Xian's expression was strange. Then you guessed wrong. Actually, I'm only responsible for the village's diplomatic work, and most of the time, I just cultivate. The dull days have passed in the blink of an eye for so many years. This is my first time participating in the Chunin exam. Upon hearing this, Kakashi fell into deep thought. Clearly a ninja, yet spending most of the time on cultivation? Lin Xian's words revealed that he rarely took on missions, only helping Hans with political affairs. This makes sense. If Lin Xian frequently appeared in the ninja world, he would already be a well-known, strong figure. After all, Kakashi is known as Konoha's copy ninja, able to go toe-to-toe with anyone, and Lin Xian would only have greater fame and reputation. Wait, Kakashi's pupil shrank slightly. Upon careful consideration of Lin Xian's words, he realized something was off, especially when considering Hansa's advanced age. Yet Lin Xian had become the diplomatic representative. No wonder Lin Xian was sent to showcase the strength of the Rain Country. No wonder Lin Xian had been so low-key in the ninja world. And no wonder Lin Xian claimed he spent most of his time training. With a flash of insight, Kakashi suddenly connected the dots in his mind. All the facts pointed to Lin Xian's other identity. This man was the future leader of the Rain Country. Chapter 44, What About Quality? Hey, that guy called 5-5? What are you daydreaming about? Man, you looked at Kakashi with glee. I'm not called 5-5. Kakashi snapped back to reality, slightly frowning. He didn't understand why Manyu was looking at him with such a strange expression. Did he do something just now? No. Kakashi realized that Manyu wasn't looking at him. He was looking at Lin Xian, to be precise, at the book Intimate Paradise in Lin Xian's hand. He didn't expect Mr. 5-5 to be into this kind of thing. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and casually returned the book to Kakashi's ninja tool pouch. It's rude to take someone else's things without permission, Lin Kuan. Kakashi scratched his head, his expression becoming increasingly complicated. He was lost in thought for a few seconds and didn't expect Lin Xian to act so quickly. If that man wanted to, the thing he was holding could very well turn into his head. What a pervert. How old are you this year? Kakashi curiously looked Lin Xian up and down. After so many years, this person hadn't changed at all. Could it be that he used some forbidden jutsu? Age is a personal privacy, and asking such questions is impolite. Where's your manners? Lin Xian glared at Kakashi. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, his expression somewhat questioning his life choices. Did he just hear this guy talking about manners? This bastard really doesn't treat him as an outsider at all. Are they that familiar with each other, this Rain Village ninja? However, as he watched Lin Xian and his group walk out of the tea house, the silent Kakashi became aware of something else. Mr. Kakashi, they mentioned a friend would be paying the bill. The affable waiter cautiously spoke to Kakashi. Damn, was this part of your plan too? The man could only helplessly take out his wallet, ready to pay for Lin Xian's tea. After all, they were friends by now, just for a cup of tea. But Kakashi quickly realized he was being too naive. Lin, that's too much. The masked man shook the wallet in his hand, and there wasn't even a single coin inside, making the waiter's gaze turn strange. He suddenly recalled Lin Xian's gesture of returning the money to the heavenly paradise, the fleeting smile in his eyes. That guy wasn't mocking his taste. He was laughing at the fact that he had been robbed and didn't even know it. What a fool. Lin Xian, you motherf. Really aren't a person. Sir, are we being a bit too much? The hydrangea wants a laugh, but doesn't dare to laugh too loudly. Lin Xian casually tossed the money he had stolen from Kakashi to Manyu, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Those who achieve great things don't sweat the small stuff. How could Mr. 50-50 possibly hold it against us? The young man from the hidden rain displayed a sunny and cheerful smile, attracting the attention of several girls by the street. The already silent group became even quieter. Bro, Xiaonan shrank her collar slightly, and a hint of disdain appeared in her plain eyes. Can you be a little more mature? Lin Xian stroked his chin as if he were seriously contemplating how to respond. But soon, his face broke into a smile again. I'm quite mature. The night grew deeper. Tourists participating in the Chunin exams and people from various villages began to rest, while the Hokage building was brightly lit. In a not-so-spacious office filled with scrolls, amidst the drifting white smoke, the tired figure of the old man wearing the Hokage hat became visible. A pipe clenched in his mouth. Kakashi, you did well this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a large puff of smoke, the dispersing mist making it hard to see his expression. The old man's voice was as steady as ever, reassuring the ninjas. That person is too young. I just did what I was supposed to do. Kakashi was very humble. One could also say he was indirectly praising his own capabilities. The internal conflict in the Rain Village is not simple. If the one who stirred up the internal strife in the Rain Village back then was Uchiha Bito, even Hanzo would find it difficult to handle. That kid speaks lightly, but only he knows how many lives were sacrificed in the Rain Village. If the village wasn't so weak, why would they be in such a hurry to promote their strength, even allowing Lin Xian to participate in such a children's exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was flat, revealing little emotion. Lin Xian is very strong. Today, he deliberately demonstrated to me that if he wanted, he could kill me in just 2 seconds. As someone who witnessed Lin Xian in battle, Kakashi understood the terrifying nature of that man's taijutsu. His friend Might Guy was also a taijutsu master, but in Kakashi's view, Guy would need to open at least the 7th gate to have a chance to face that man, maybe even the 8th gate. What do you think of that person? The 3rd Hokage's tone suddenly became lighter. The Land of Rain is a small country, but is not a force that can be easily ignored. Supporting a new leader of the Rain Village who is friendly to Konoha would be good news for Konoha. After all, the Land of Rain borders the Land of Wind, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Earth. Hanzo the Salamander is half buried in the ground. How many more years can he live? Hokage-sama, if I may speak frankly, Lin Xian is an extremely complex and unpredictable person. He cannot possibly be the brute he appears to be. If we only discuss his attitude toward Konoha, I believe he is friendly. Kakashi said seriously. How could a simple brute survive in this world? Go down and tell the Umbu not to disturb him. The 3rd Hokage instructed as he put down his pipe. Yes. Kakashi's figure vanished into the darkness. The next day, the first round of the Chunin exams officially began. There were several noteworthy little ones from Konoha. Kakashi's team, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Waihai Kurenai's team, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata. Asuma's team, Narashikamu, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. Guy's team, Ten, Rock Lee Niji. All of Konoha's 12 little strong were present, although their current strength seemed somewhat pitiful in Lin Xian's eyes. Sinudo, is that Gaara really that terrifying? Sakura, along with Sasuke, Naruto, and a group of curious ninjas, was watching. Do had participated in many Chunin exams, so he was aware of the information about the ninjas from each village, detailed enough to know how many missions those people had completed. Yaoshi Do, Lin Xian smiled as she observed the white-haired young man as a spy sent by Orochimaru to infiltrate Konoha and one of Orochimaru's most capable subordinates. Kabuto Yakushi was undoubtedly a valuable asset, both for his medical talent and his intelligence. I need to ask about someone else, Sasuke Uchiha said coldly. The Pressure King was indeed the Pressure King. Even just casually brushing his hair made Sakura's eyes sparkle with affection. Who? Kabuto pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, looking at Sasuke with some surprise. Among this year's candidates, It seemed that only Naruto and Gaara had the most abnormal Jinchuriki, and of course Sasuke Uchiha could also be counted among them, as he was seen as a vessel by Lord Orochimaru. Ever since Lord Orochimaru was instantly defeated by Uchiha Itachi's Genjutsu, he had become completely obsessed with the Uchiha bloodline. Chapter 45. What if Sasuke gets killed? The genin from the Rain Village, Lin Xian. Sasuke replied expressionlessly. Before the Chunin exam began, Kakashi had specifically instructed them to avoid offending anyone, especially that guy, and not to engage in any conflict. An enemy that made Kakashi this concerned piqued Sasuke's curiosity. Lin Xian? Kabuto paused for a full second. A barely noticeable flash of fear crossed his eyes, and his body trembled uncontrollably twice. Lin Xian? Which Lin Xian are you referring to? Is it a coincidence? A namesake imposter? Or is it the madman who once punched Orochimaru to death, now appearing here as a genin from the Rain Village? This name, even he has only heard once. And Orochimaru has only mentioned it once in all these years. That man's taijutsu is so strong that it seems limitless. Even Orochimaru felt despair. Where did you hear the name Lin Xian? Do calmed himself down, trying to make his voice sound more composed. He didn't want to reveal any flaws. Kakashi told me to keep an eye on that bastard, but I really want to spar with him. Sasuke shrugged indifferently. Kakashi-sensei seems to have said not to provoke him. Naruto laughed heartily. Your teacher is right. If it's the one I know, he could crush all the candidates here with just a finger. Do's expression turned somewhat bitter. This is not good. Orochimaru, that bastard has shown up again, just as they're about to initiate the Konoha destruction plan. If that person stands on the Konoha side, Orochimaru will be furious, right? Nonsense. Uchiha Sasuke was very displeased. He previously thought Do had some ability to gather so much intelligence. But now it seems he is just a clown. What kind of candidates could possibly have the abilities Do speaks of? How could such ninjas participate in the Chunin exams? Most importantly, Uchiha Sasuke believed he would not lose to anyone. But not everyone thinks this way. Sakura's expression was complicated, as she knew Kakashi wouldn't lie to his students. Shikamaru's face was serious because he understood how much weight Kakashi's words carried. Hey, don't look so glum, everyone. Do forced a smile, his tone lightening up. Perhaps it's just a namesake? How could that person possibly come to the Chunin exams? Whether he was comforting himself or trying to reassure his inner Orochimaru, Do was reluctant to believe that person would coincidentally appear here. Talp! 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 The classroom door slowly opened, and the footsteps drew closer, until a handsome young man placed his hand on Do's shoulder. He wore the shining forehead protector of the Rain Village, and his clean, sunny smile was so easy to like. Nice to meet you for the first time, Mr. Do. Is the Lin Xian you know me? I'm quite curious about this too. The man was humble and polite, but unnaturally exuded an air of superiority. The reason was the two girls beside him. The short-haired girl with purple hair was as cold as ice, while the blue-purple one was like an eternal iceberg, her gaze radiating a faint killing intent. No matter how kind and approachable the man was, he couldn't overcome the two girls intentionally ruining his atmosphere. Ahem, ahem. Do coughed several times, cold sweat beginning to form on his forehead. He didn't need to confirm any identity because the hand on his shoulder was always ready to crush his life. I didn't expect Lin Xian to appear here. Do forced a smile. Very few people knew he was an undercover for Orochimaru, but Lin Xian might not be the same. This guy is an anomaly. The Rain Village has been too quiet for too long. Otherwise, I would have liked to hide in the village until I'm moldy. Lin Xian casually let go of her hand. Aren't you collecting intelligence on the ninjas from various villages? Why do you know my whereabouts? Do's eyes flickered as he thought about how to cleverly respond, while his mood gradually calmed down. Since Lin Xian appeared in this way, the likelihood of her killing was very low, and there was no need to be so tense. The Rain Hidden Village is very secretive. I can't obtain effective intelligence. And how can the characters recorded on these cards compare to you? A flattering smile appeared on Do's face. If everyone from Konoha were as interesting as you, that would be great, or someone like 50-50 would also be nice. Lin Xian took one last look at Do and walked towards an empty seat in the classroom. However, a certain annoying king spoke up. Are you the one Kakashi mentioned? Uchiha Sasuke looked displeased, sizing up the man who appeared to be around 20 years old. How could he still be a genin at this age? Is this the so-called guy who absolutely cannot be angered? The two women beside him might be a bit troublesome, but this bastard's strength probably isn't that great. Sasuke felt no pressure from him at all. Lin Xian stared at Sasuke with great interest. This younger brother of Itachi seemed to look down on him, really a kid who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth, lacking the harsh lessons of society. Even Uchiha Itachi had to respectfully call me senpai. What are you showing off with your single Tomo Sharingan? In the next moment, Izuki acted on behalf of Lin Xian. This girl from the Hidden Rain village, who was actually a Chunin, had made tremendous progress in strength over the years under Conan's guidance. If it weren't for Conan not allowing Izuki to take on dangerous missions, this proud disciple would have likely already been promoted to Jonin. Bang! The girl seemed to perform magic, summoning a large amount of white paper in her hands. Sealing technique, paper snow. She summoned a large number of explosive tags that had been prepared and sealed in advance, which had an unexpected effect in battle. However, Izuki's ninjutsu was somewhat different from Conan's. She couldn't use paper jutsu and couldn't create explosive tags herself. Those explosive tags were either bought with money or given to her by Conan for self-defense. What a strange ninjutsu. The onlookers were all secretly astonished, with Ino and Tintin looking at the scene in disbelief not far away. In the moment of engagement, Uchiha Sasuke was wrapped like a white mummy. Although the summoned items were paper, their speed was incredibly fast, leaving no room for evasion at this distance and not enough time to form seals. Once those thousands of explosive tags were detonated, Sasuke might be reduced to nothing but remnants. Stop it, girl. Lin Xian quickly stopped Hydrangea, as she really intended to detonate those explosive tags. It was still uncertain what the future held for Sasuke, but he definitely couldn't die now. He still needed to use this little brat. Konoha was a friend of Amigakure. How could they treat their friends so rudely? Little flower, you killed someone in an instant. But killing is wrong, the man said earnestly. Hydrangea gloomily retracted her ninjutsu. You guys. Sasuke gritted his teeth as he glared at the Amigakure ninja who dared to insult him. The pride of the Uchiha clan would not allow anyone to provoke them. Sooner or later, he would defeat these rain ninjas himself. The exam is about to start, Sasuke. Sakura was worried that Sasuke would lose his rationality and fight again. There would always be next year for the Chunin exams, and losing meant he could train hard to become stronger. But what if Sasuke got killed? Chapter 46, The Forest of Death. Soon after, as Marino Ibiki entered the exam hall, the first part of the Chunin exam, the written test, began. The rules of the exam were simple. If caught cheating a certain number of times, you would be eliminated, and if one person was eliminated, it would affect the entire team. Hundreds of genin employed various tactics, trying to cheat while ensuring they wouldn't be discovered. While most were scribbling away, two people surprisingly did not write a single word. One was Lin Xian, who already knew the rules for the 10th question of the exam. The other was Naruto Uzumaki. This guy couldn't solve even one question. The exam ended. Lin Xian and Naruto both passed the exam with blank papers, and the 10th question tested their courage. Choosing to answer the question allowed them to continue the exam, but if they got it wrong, they would be banned from participating in the genin exam for life. If they chose not to answer, they would have to wait for the next year's Chunin exam. After the first written test ended, there were still 78 genin left in the venue, which meant 26 ninja teams. The second exam would follow in the afternoon, competing for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls in the Forest of Death. There were a total of 26 teams, with 13 Heaven Scrolls and 13 Earth Scrolls distributed. To pass the second phase, they needed to collect a complete set of Heaven and Earth Scrolls within 5 days and reach the high tower in the center of the Forest of Death. The main examiner for the second phase was Mitarashi Anko. Each team leader received their scrolls, and Lin Xian got the Earth Scroll. Lord Lin Xian, what scroll do you need? Our team has the Heaven Scroll. Kabuto cautiously approached. Orochimaru was hidden among the Grass Ninja team and would seek out Uchiha Sasuke in the Forest of Death. It's better to deal with dangerous people like Lin Xian as soon as possible. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Lin Xian glanced at Do and replied expressionlessly. He was well aware of what this guy was plotting. Orochimaru didn't want him to ruin his plans, but he was determined to do so. Uchiha Sasuke was also one of his targets. What a pity. He hoped those kids wouldn't be disheartened after witnessing an adult's strength. Do shook his head slightly, not daring to insist. This guy wasn't an ally, but he wasn't exactly their enemy either. It was best to avoid provoking him, as it was a direct order from Orochimaru. Orochimaru had something I was interested in. Tell him we will meet again. Lin Xian gave a mysterious smile and casually patted Do's shoulder. Do's face broke out in a few cold sweats. Just a hint of killing intent from this man rendered him immobile, leaving no room for any thoughts of resistance. Over there, no private fights before the exam. The exam proctor noticed the situation and rushed over in an instant. Hongdo frowned slightly, sizing up the two young men, Do and Lin Xian. Once you enter the Death Forest, it doesn't matter how you kill, but if you cause trouble before the exam starts, your qualifications will be directly revoked. Do you understand? The woman's smile was somewhat cruel and a bit cold. Isn't this a bit like a middle school syndrome? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Understood, We won't cause trouble. Lin Xian had a very honest appearance, even seeming a bit obedient. Do just pushed up his glasses and bowed his head, not refuting Hong Do's words. This woman was a discarded pawn of Orochimaru, yet in reality, she was still a hidden piece in Orochimaru's game. As long as you're obedient, just don't die in this exam. After all, I still like handsome boys. Hong Do looked at Lin Xian kindly and glanced at her a few more times. Lin Xian instinctively touched his chin. The hydrangea laughed gleefully. Xiaonan's gaze seemed to grow a little colder. In the silence, Hong Do slowly walked away, muttering about the clueless man. Yakushi Kabuto also felt a bit helpless. How did someone like Hong Do become Orochimaru's student? Didn't she think Lin Xian was a dangerous person? Orochimaru, hidden within the grass ninja team, also had a flickering gaze. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Hong Do actually dared to speak to that guy. The man she considered clueless was, in fact, an absolute monster. After a while, all the teams gathered at the entrance of the Forest of Death, receiving their scrolls and signing the death warrants. The second round of the Nin exams began, with a time limit of 5 days. With Hong Do's announcement, the ninja teams entered the forest from different entrances. That Lin Xian, don't just die casually. I will challenge you later. Just as Lin Xian's team was about to enter, Uchiha Itachi's voice suddenly rang out. Kakashi warned Sasuke and the others not to provoke Lin Xian, but didn't say they couldn't challenge him. Sasuke's goal was to kill that man. If he couldn't even become first in the Nin exams and couldn't defeat his current enemies, how would he ever overcome Uchiha Itachi in the future? Challenge me? Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. If you can win, I can tell you information about Uchiha Itachi. The sky cleared up, the rain stopped. And Air Juzi felt that he was back in form. He didn't mind teasing this little guy. Itachi? You know Uchiha Itachi? Sasuke's voice suddenly turned cold, filled with rage and killing intent, his expression dark as water. Sakura and Naruto were startled by his reaction. I don't know him. Lin Xian's smile became even more radiant. It's not just about knowing each other. Over the years, Itachi and he have been colleagues, and Kisame has always been responsible for monitoring Uchiha Itachi. Once I defeat you, I'll make you spill that information. Uchiha Sasuke was full of fighting spirit. At that moment, his words resembled those of Naruto Uzumaki. But that is not entirely accurate. Sasuke was overly confident. If Naruto said something like that, it was simply because he was a passionate idiot. Is this really Itachi's brother? Are these two brothers really born of the same mother? After entering the forest, Manua couldn't help but speak up. Itachi excelled in every aspect in the Akatsuki organization. Filled with clowns and lunatics, Itachi gained everyone's recognition starting from the age of 13. 13-year-old Itachi could even make pain feel a hint of caution. 12-year-old Sasuke was still playing house with Gaara and Naruto. The gap between the two brothers is a bit too big. Itachi is a humble person. His brother currently seems unqualified to join us. Xiaonan gave her evaluation. Uchiha Itachi paved the way for his brother with his life, hoping that Sasuke would at least have the power to survive in the future ninja world. This was not a secret to Lin Xian, and of course, it wasn't a secret to Xiaonan either. Hey boss, can I beat up Sasuke? Manua suddenly became interested. From previous observations, Sasuke was just a little brat with a bad temper and weak skills, unable to bully Itachi, but could he not bully his brother? Especially a bothersome little kid. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian smiled playfully. Youthful exuberance is what young people are about. The fate that Sasuke bears forces him to be proud, even though he doesn't have that kind of strength. Uchiha Sasuke wants to kill his brother, who is his enemy, as the last honor of the Uchiha clan's revival. For this, he is willing to sever all ties and commit any evil deeds. How could someone like Sasuke endure? He must be proud and is destined to fall. Whoever has power, he will follow their orders. Chapter 47. Hinata's Memories, the Death Forest. Hinata's team acted according to plan as soon as they entered the field. Kiba and Akamaru had sharp noses. Hinata's Byakugan could survey the area, and Shino's bugs could also observe the environment well. This team's reconnaissance ability is the strongest in Konoha, and their execution is very decisive. The three first discovered Ninja Team, then set up an ambush on their path, eliminating a team just an hour into the exam, just as they gathered the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. A good start. Let's continue eliminating other teams. Kiba laughed proudly. This is only the second round. If they eliminate enough opponents here, the subsequent exams will be easier. Shino nodded slightly, agreeing with Kiba's approach. Their team's combat strength might not be that strong, but their sensing range is vast. They can quickly escape from strong enemies and set traps for weaker ones. Hinata remained silent throughout. This young girl had developed a bit of inferiority complex due to being scolded and looked down upon by her father since childhood. Woof, woof, woof. Just as the three were chatting, the little white dog on Kiba's shoulder suddenly barked, burrowing into Kiba's clothes. Coincidentally, Shino's bugs also sent a warning message. Someone is approaching quickly? This is the first time I've seen Akamaru so scared. Kiba furrowed his brow, anxiously scanning the surroundings. Byakugan. Activate. Hinata realized something was wrong and immediately activated her Byakugan. The moment her Byakugan was activated, the girl's expression changed subtly. The young man from the Rain Village who had appeared in the classroom was already standing on a tree branch just a dozen meters away. Under the branch where he stood, two girls looked at them with cold expressions. Don't be nervous. I'm a friend from Konoha. I'll just give you a good beating. The young man smiled as he approached. Friend? Kiba looked at the man in confusion, just about to communicate with Akamaru about whether to use their special jutsu. Suddenly, everything went black. As a fist enlarged in front of him, Kiba didn't even see how the opponent approached and threw a punch before he fainted. It was as if he was walking in a crack of time. The ghostly figure moved like a specter. Inazuka Kiba, along with Akamaru in his clothes, was sent flying and crashed against a tree with a thud. Secret technique, bugging out. Bang! The man used a hand chop to knock out Shino, who attempted to use a jutsu. In less than 2 seconds of combat, Kiba and Shino knelt down without any suspense, and the shocked Hinata didn't have time to make any effective resistance. With another punch delivered after Lin Xian teleported, Hinata Hyuga coughed up a bit of blood from the corner of her mouth and fell to the ground. The azaleas frowned upon seeing this scene. Shouldn't the script dictate showing mercy to a beautiful girl? Why did the attack become even heavier? With such internal injuries, it was basically impossible for Hinata to continue participating in the subsequent exams. Xiaonan had no expression. She was used to her brother's cold style. After all, they were going to be beaten to serious injuries anyway, so it was better for me to do it. Lin Xian mumbled softly. Even if Hinata wasn't beaten up by him today, she would still be half dead after being hit by Niji later. So it would be better if he just beat her up. Woof, woof. Just as Lin Xian was about to take the Heaven and Earth scroll from Ya's mouth, Akamaru, wanting to protect its master, barked out. And another little dog, come on, take my punch. The man expressionlessly swung a punch down. Akamaru howled in pain and was knocked out. Bastard, if you want to take the scroll, just take it directly. Why hit Akamaru? You don't even spare girls. Inazuka Kiba stood up with a heavy expression, holding his stomach with one hand. The pain was evident on his face. I will hit. If you're not convinced, then bite me. Lin Xian raised a middle finger. You. Inazuka Kiba was so angry he couldn't speak. How could this guy's strength be that of a genin? He wiped out their team in one encounter. Was he here to fish for trouble? Soon, Shino and Hinata also groggily woke up. The two boys were fine, but Hinata had suffered severe internal injuries, coughing and spitting out blood all over the ground. Kiba and Shino wished they could kill Lin Xian. What was a weakling like him doing as a ninja? Didn't I say that people like you should just be decorations? After all these years, you really haven't changed at all, Miss Hinata. Lin Xian ignored the two boys' angry gazes and simply sighed softly. Hinata's pure and innocent white eyes showed confusion. Was he talking to her? Bastard. He could no longer hold back his anger. This guy who claimed to be a friend of Konoha had repeatedly humiliated them. It would be better to kill them. Who does he look down on? Thud. Ya's abdomen was pierced by a kunai, and he fell to the ground again. Who do you think you're talking to? Xianghua said coldly, casting a threatening glance at Shino. Fortunately, Shino was able to endure and did not react as excitedly as Ya. He just quietly watched Hinata, who was the most severely injured. Unless they intended to kill, Shino would only use his last trump card to fight for his life. The current situation was actually not as bad as imagined. In her pain, Hinata seemed to recall something. She seemed to have seen that person somewhere before. A long time ago. Young lady, someone like you is not suitable to be a ninja. Just be a vase. Lin Xian's expression showed little emotion as he shook his head and left, with Xiaonan and Xianghua following closely behind. Watching the back of that rain-hidden young man, a fragment of memory vaguely appeared in the little girl's mind, overlapping with someone's silhouette. It was a day 7 years ago. At that time, Hinata had not yet entered the ninja school. She was just a simple young lady from a prominent family. Isn't this guy a child of the Hyuga family? Yes, those eyes must belong to Niji's cousin. Isn't she usually so arrogant? This person must have a terrible personality too, right? Because of her noble background and talent, she puts on an air of superiority. After being scolded harshly by her strict father, the crying little girl ran down the street. She bumped into a child's ice cream, and then she was surrounded, turning into a bullying scene. Usually, everyone would not dare to offend the Hyuga family. But Lone Child was different, especially since the child looked so weak. Wasn't she just asking to be bullied? And she wouldn't even report it. I'm not like this. The pink-cheeked little girl just lowered her head, unsure how to handle the situation. The older kids were grinning wickedly, making her very uneasy. How dare she try to run away without apologizing? How pathetic. Absolutely unforgivable. Hey, apologize. 3 boys, eager for trouble, grabbed the girl's hair and forced her to kneel on the ground. The little girl just kept crying, repeatedly saying sorry. Clearly, her Byakugan and gentle fist could easily take down these kids, but she was completely unaware of this and was too scared to even lift her head. The education of the Hyuga family was truly a failure. A voice sounded slightly lazy. Summoning technique. The shark of Elder Kisame is quite impressive, tis TSK. Another man's voice, but younger. Ah, a brief and hurried scream rang out. A cold aura quickly appeared and then vanished. It was the 3 boys who made the sound. When Hinata opened her eyes, she only found a few drops of blood on the ground, and the boys who had bullied her were gone. The 5-year-old girl didn't understand the concept of killing. She merely thought the boys were injured and ran away, never considering they might have been eaten by the shark summoned by the full moon. Thank you. The dazed Hinata was helped to stand up, and she looked at the young man in front of her. He wore a black robe with red clouds, his handsome face showing a bit of laziness, and behind him stood a man and a woman in the same uniform. The young man seemed to respect him, while the woman had a gentler gaze. Why don't you fight back? The young man ignored Hinata's gratitude, only showing a puzzled expression. Fight back. Hinata was still dazed. They bully you, hit you. You should hit back with your fists, right? You've practiced on wooden dummies before. The young man shrugged casually. My father said those moves are for killing people, and I don't want to hurt others. Hinata thought for a few seconds, and then cautiously replied, Don't want to hurt others? Then why are you even being a ninja, young lady? The young man sneered, and even 5-year-old Hinata could see the disdain in his eyes. Didn't he just save her? Why would he say something like that? Young lady, someone like you isn't suited to be a ninja. Just be a vase. The man waved his hand in disgust and walked away cleanly. The woman with blue-purple hair opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just silently walked away, the 3 figures in black gradually disappearing from view. Waves of memories emerged and faded. Hinata's consciousness shifted from blurry to clear and finally returned to chaos. Am I really not suited to be a ninja? Chapter 48. Clearly, you've been smiling all along. Side quest, Fallen White. Quest content, gain Hinata, Hyuga's loyalty, progress, 25100. Quest difficulty, hard. Reward, Otsutsuki bloodline injection. A pure-blooded Otsutsuki with Byakugan will unlock the Rinnegan. Once Lin Xian completes this quest, he can enhance the bloodline within him. So, in the future, when facing stronger enemies, he won't have to overly rely on the divine blood to fight. Side quest. Historically, darkening is 3 times stronger. Quest content. Use any means to make Naruto Uzumaki join the Akatsuki organization and darken. Quest difficulty. L. Reward. Derivative dimension Naruto World Crystal. World Crystal. Those who possess the World Crystal will lock the current dimension and gain permanent ownership. Undoubtedly, this is also a target that Lin Xian eagerly desires. Once an explorer conquers the entire dimension, it means that this dimension will forever become a unique existence, even if he leaves in the future. This dimension will not be reset or replicated, but will become his private territory. He is the first to come to the Naruto dimension, and he may also be the last. The Death Forest. Gaara's team from Sunagakure had just killed a ninja team. Gaara's sand is an invincible defense, and he slaughtered these weak ants with abandon. Young man, how can you kill? Daring to kill at just 12 years old. What will you do when you grow up? A certain person's sarcastic voice sounded. Gaara's pupils constricted, his face gradually turning pale. That guy was indeed relentless and had come looking for trouble. What do you want? Just take the scrolls. The red-haired boy manipulated the sand gourd behind him, forming a thin layer of defense with a large amount of yellow sand on his body. While speaking, he threw 2 heavenly scrolls toward the opposite side. Sunagakure was cooperating with Orochimaru this time, with the goal of destroying Konoha. Now is not the time to expose Shikaku. Besides, even if he used the One Tail, he would still be easily defeated by the other side. I'm not interested in the scrolls. I've already gathered them. Lin Xian curled his lips and shifted his focus, intently watching Temari and Kankuro. Gaara's gaze subtly turned cold. The man smirked teasingly. If I were to kill them, would you protect your brother first or your sister? Gaara indifferently stepped a few paces away. his eyes seemingly looking at strangers. Go ahead and kill them. It doesn't matter to me. After all, you've already killed Raza. They're no different from him to me. What? Temari and Kankuro were taken aback. They were not surprised by Gaara's attitude, as he had always been ruthless towards anyone. They were just questioning whether they had misheard. This ranged shinobi, the young man named Lin Xian, was the one who killed the fourth Kazekage years ago. Gaara, did he really kill his father? Kankuro was both angry and scared, trembling uncontrollably. Temari's reaction was not much different. Her pretty face turned pale. Yes, he was the one who killed Raza. The weak sand village could only be threatened and dared not spread this sad scandal. Gaara sneered a couple of times. He was a ninja from the sand village, but he had little fondness for that village. The only person who might have loved him was his mother. But she died the day he was born. Loving only oneself is enough. Everyone else can be hunted down. This is Gaara's way of survival. Here's your chance to make a move. Lin Xian provocatively curled his finger at Kanjiro. The man's face turned red, almost resembling pig liver, but in the end, he hesitated and didn't dare to make a move. A character capable of killing the fourth Kazekage and defeating the fully unleashed one-tail Shikaku was not someone that Kanjiro's puppet techniques could handle. And indeed, that was the case. The puppet techniques that Kanjiro toyed with were leftovers from Scorpion's practice decades ago, and even Scorpion himself was easily killed in front of Lin Xian. So weak. Why is Sunagakure so weak? Your courage is even less than that of a dog. Lin Xian looked bored. Chiwon dared to call out a couple of times. While Kanjulang was so scared that he looked like a wooden log. A quick dodge, a punch, and down he went. The whole process took less than 0.5 seconds, and there was already a fainted puppeteer on the ground. Gun Yulong. It was only then that Shimaru finally realized the situation was dire. Lin Xian really might have killed them. Wind release, Scythe Weasel. Witnessing the fact that Kanjiro was defeated, Temari finally took out her 3-star fan to use ninjutsu. No matter what, she couldn't just sit and wait for death. Your wind ends here, little girl. The bone-chilling, sharp gusts of wind completely failed to catch the enemy's trace, and only a low voice echoed in her ears. Temari, defeated. Next is you, Gaara. The man clapped his hands, somewhat disinterestedly discarding Temari's body. I admit defeat. Gaara took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he spoke. However, all he received in response was Lin Xian's fist. That shadow rapidly enlarged, and in the blink of an eye, Gaara was sent flying several dozen meters. The sound of a crack echoed from his arm, and it had directly broken. If I want to hit you, I will hit you. If I want to kill you, I can kill you. You don't even have the qualification to admit defeat in front of me. Lin Xian lightly shook her fingers. Gaara's eyes widened to the extreme, wishing he could jump up and eat this bastard alive. But in the end, he could only remain silent. What could he do? He could do nothing. Angering that man would really get Shikamaru and Kankuro killed. Kankuro didn't care much. The guy had been talking bad behind his back anyway. It would be a bit of a pity if Shikamaru died. That woman wouldn't secretly curse people. She would occasionally care about his feelings, asking about his well-being and such. Gaara didn't want her to be killed, and if anyone had to die, it should be him who did it. After finishing the task, the next genius ninja was called. After defeating the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Lin Xian didn't linger any longer. Killing these people was meaningless. It wouldn't fulfill the mission to earn rewards. So it was better to spare their lives. Hydrangea and Conan followed the captain on the road, feeling a bit complicated. Lin Xian is completely unconcerned about his senior status. Bullying these poor little kids. Doesn't his conscience hurt? To be honest, it's really insane to do such things. Lord Lin Xian, why don't we just go to the tower? We have all the celestial scrolls. The hydrangea whispered softly. Do you think I'm doing something meaningless? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. After a moment of hesitation, the girl gently nodded. The man shrugged. This is for acting. If it weren't for acting, who would be willing to do such a boring thing? You clearly look happy. You've been smiling the whole time. Hydrangea could only feel helpless inside. With the help of Shao Nan's paper clone, the three quickly found a nearby Konoha ninja squad. In the forest, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji were playing hide and seek. The three of them had ninjutsu that leaned towards control and support, which didn't play well in direct combat. Ino was hot-tempered, and Choji wasn't very bright, relying entirely on Shikamaru to plan their actions. The current optimal solution was to hide and see if they could find a weak team to sneak past the second round of the exam. Hey, good evening, everyone. Chapter 49. He blew up fish, and now he's hitting women. Who? Shikamaru's team was taken aback, looking at the man beside them in disbelief. Choji realized it was Lin Xian, still munching on a bag of chips, while Ino overreacted, so nervous she couldn't speak. You're a friend of Konoha, right? Shikamaru relaxed slightly. No wonder he's from an Ara clan, so calm. Lin Xian looked at him with admiration. The three clans of the boar, deer, and butterfly have existed since the founding of Konoha, and each generation of successors has been outstanding, especially the resourceful Nara clan. I believe in treating everyone fairly, so you should have the same treatment as others. Lin Xian smiled mischievously, and Shikamaru had a bad feeling in his heart. This man had no hostility towards them, but that didn't mean he wouldn't do other things like bullying them. I can give you the scroll. Shikamaru looked at the man across from him with a pitiful expression. Lin Xian did not answer him, but expressed everything with her actions. Thud, thud. Shikamaru and Choji fell to the ground one after another, having taken a heavy punch. Mind-body switch technique. Ino Yamanaka took this opportunity to complete her hand seals and activated the clan's secret ninjutsu. However, what the heck is this? Deliberately avoiding a beating from me? Lin Xian looked at the unconscious blonde girl, a hint of helplessness curling at the corners of her mouth. The mind-turn technique allows the user to invade the enemy's body with their spirit, briefly controlling the enemy's physical form. But the prerequisite for this technique is that the user's spiritual power must be stronger than that of the enemy. How could a 12-year-old girl have stronger spiritual power than Lin Xian? The backlash of the technique. Lin Xian was completely unharmed, while Jing Yi fainted on the spot. Very well, please bring in the next challenger. The man hummed a little tune and slipped away. Xiao Nan and Hydrangea quietly followed behind, their faces showing some helplessness. Had they known, they wouldn't have come with Lin Xian. Bullying kids everywhere wasn't fun at all. Konoha's team, Niji Tintan. Niji was the strongest newcomer from the last ninja school graduation. Tintan was a little rich girl who carried countless ninja tools, and Lee inherited Might Guy's taijutsu. With a personality similar to Naruto, being a hot-blooded fool. Hey, branch family trash, what are you looking at? Hyuga Niji, who was fishing by the river, paused. Their team easily defeated a participating ninja team. With good luck, they directly gathered the Heaven and Earth scrolls. As evening approached, the three found a place to rest, preparing for their evening operation, but unexpectedly encountered an uninvited guest while Niji was fishing. Who are you cursing at? Niji's hands tensed, veins bulging. He hated it the most when someone brought up his identity. The head of the Hyuga main family was trash, but it seemed the branch family wasn't much better either. Just a bunch of scum? Lin Xian was exceptionally arrogant and rude. The next moment, his figure disappeared from Niji's sight. Niji instinctively activated his Byakugan, assuming the stance for the 8 trigrams Gentle Fist. Byakugan, activate. As soon as Niji activated his Byakugan, he immediately discovered a despairing fact. He didn't even have time to form a defensive seal. At the moment he opened his eyes, the shadow of that fist had already appeared on his face. The Rain Ninja ruthlessly knocked the Byakugan boy down, then revealed a hint of mocking disdain in his smile. Impossible. How could a gap be so big? This is obviously the Chunin exam. The genius of the Hyuga branch family was so angry that his face turned red. Was the opponent hiding their strength? Or was he just too weak? He was supposed to be the first in this exam. How could he fall now? My fists specialize in taking down all kinds of geniuses. Lin Xian casually said, tossing the boy with white eyes onto the grass by the riverbank, and then slowly walked towards the place where the campfire was rising not far away. 2 minutes later, the newly appeared Rain Ninja instantaneously knocked out the fire-wielding Tian with a swift chop, leaving him unconscious. If I remember correctly, your name is Lin Xian? Xiao Li in his green tight suit stood ready. Faced with this suddenly appearing enemy, he didn't retreat at all. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. Little guy, aren't you afraid? Niji was just taken out by my punch. Lin Xian couldn't help but want to tease him. This is the disciple of Might Guy, who can open the 8 gates. He is an exceptionally hard-working civilian ninja, without any bloodline limits, without any talent for ninjutsu, and without a prestigious background. It is already quite remarkable for Li to reach this point. Even Lin Xian couldn't help but take a second glance at him. Niji? Li visibly trembled for a moment, his eyes flashing with hesitation before instantly regaining his determination. Teacher Guy said that youth will burn eternally. No matter how strong the enemy is, one must not shrink back. Protecting one's comrades with one's own strength is the true meaning of a ninja's existence. The green-clad youth took a deep breath and seriously prepared his stance to punch. He took off and spun 360 degrees in the air before landing again, standing straight. His eyes filled with burning flames. Rock Lee, please guide me. A brilliant smile appeared on his face, revealing a row of shining teeth. Yuin, Lin Xian. The man on the other side still appeared somewhat lazy. It wasn't that he didn't want to take it seriously. There simply wasn't a need to. If my guy were to come flying in with the 8 gates, that would be a different story. What could a child possibly warrant seriousness for? Konoha Great Whirlwind. As soon as they met, Lee unleashed a wide-range spinning kick, his fists and feet generating gusts of wind, as if aided by divine power. But this kind of strength was insignificant in Lin Xian's eyes. Violence? No one understands violence better than I do. Kicking him away with a powerful kick and then delivering a punch to his abdomen. Facing a monster that was very likely to have achieved physical sanctity. Shaoli was like a low-level monster respawning at the entrance of a novice village. The words were beautifully spoken, but unfortunately, youth also has its limits. Youth is not about burning. Youth is about your grandmotherly knocking on the door. Lin Xian casually picked up the unconscious Xiao Li and Tian Tian and walked to the grass by the river, tossing them beside Ning Si. You bully girls? Hugo Ning Si looked at the unconscious Tian Tian in disbelief. Damn, how can there be such people in the world? It's bad enough that he blows up fish, but he also hits women. Doesn't he have a conscience? So what if I bully girls? Do you know that Hinata was almost beaten to death by me? Speaking of which, you should thank me, right? I helped you beat up the main family members. Lin Xian's expression was calm and indifferent. However, this comment left a sour feeling in Ning Si's heart. Rationally speaking, as a servant of the branch family, he should protect the young lady. And it was his dereliction of duty if she was harmed. But emotionally, he despised the hypocritical people of the main family the most. His father was killed by someone from the main family. It was almost gratifying to see Hinata get hurt. And he even wanted to teach that girl from the main family a lesson himself. Lin Xian chuckled. What's wrong? Our genius Niji is silent? Hinata Niji remained silent. It wasn't until Lin Xian clapped his hands, intending to leave, that he couldn't help but say, Aren't you going to take our scroll? Then why did you attack us? The young man from the Rain Ninja paused, turned around, and revealed a harmless smile. I mean no harm to anyone. I just think that the younger generation of Konoha is trash. Chapter 50. Confused air Juzi the night deepened. The Forest of Death was unusually silent, having eliminated a large portion of the teams on the first day. Some who weren't eliminated still experienced the fear of being dominated. Let's rest for the night and continue onward. Team 7 had dealt with a team that ambushed them, significantly boosting their confidence, especially Uchiha Sasuke, who was determined to seek out Lin Xian tomorrow to challenge him for information about Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, told us not to provoke him. Sakura disagreed with Sasuke's decision. I have to find him. You guys don't need to come with me. It's my personal challenge. Sasuke said calmly. I think Sasuke is right. We shouldn't give up just because the enemy is strong. Only by defeating stronger enemies can we prove our ninja way. Uzumaki Naruto unusually agreed with Sasuke instead of Sakura. How could someone who dreams of becoming Hokage back down? Naruto said, What you said is right. Retreating in the face of difficulty is the act of the weak. If I can't even overcome the enemy now, how will I defeat Itachi in the future? Sasuke couldn't help but glance at Naruto a couple more times. This underdog had become quite likable recently. All right, then tomorrow we'll look for Lin Xian's team. Both members of the team were determined, and Sakura could only nod. Uchiha Brat, do you also want to defeat that man now? A sinister voice rang out. Sasuke and his companions turned to see a grass ninja, a pale-skinned, lanky man. Orochimaru was also sizing up his prey. Uchiha Sasuke is nothing compared to his brother. To think he dares to challenge Lin Xian, a ninja, even he wouldn't dare offend. Even Itachi might not be able to defeat him, right? But Orochimaru wanted to obtain the bloodline of the Sharingan, and Sasuke was the only option. Is this all you've got, Sasuke-kun? Orochimaru quietly released a hidden shadow snake hand technique, unleashing his killing intent to the maximum. Sasuke and Naruto were both frightened, while Sakura looked dazed. Is this really the kind of aura a genin can release? Even Kakashi is far from this guy. Watching the man approach, Sasuke's heart roared, his hand gripping the kunai, trembling. Move, move, move. Is this all you've got? Orochimaru slowly formed a hand seal, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He regretted his decision a bit. Even if Uchiha Sasuke was the last remaining Uchiha bloodline, he didn't seem capable of becoming his vessel. This kid's talent and temperament could be described as extremely poor. Or to put it another way, he simply doesn't deserve to be Itachi's brother. Poof! The sound of blood spraying echoed in the night, so clear. In a moment of crisis, Sasuke stabbed his thigh with a kunai, forcibly using the pain to eliminate the fear in his heart, then retreated with the immobilized Sakura, pushing Naruto aside in the process. Wind release, great breakthrough. Orochimaru expelled a whirlwind that Sasuke managed to dodge just in time. Don't underestimate the Uchiha. Sasuke's eyes turned red, his single tomo, Sharingan, gradually becoming a double tomo. Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction, suddenly taking a keen interest in this kid. As long as Sasuke could accept his Heaven's Curse mark, he should be able to cultivate him into a qualified vessel. Now he needed to test his limits. Sharingan, Control Windmill, 3 blades. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Sasuke unleashed a series of techniques, calculating to exploit a flaw and melting the enemy with flames. However, the trees were charred, creating a hole, and the man still stood. Sasuke-kun, you're starting to surprise me. Orochimaru discarded the melting disguise of a human face, revealing his true appearance. It was an extremely sickly pale face, and his smile sent Sasuke and the others into despair. Sakura couldn't contribute any combat power, and Naruto fell unconscious from a 5-element sealing technique, leaving only a desperate Sasuke silently awaiting an unknown fate. Orochimaru made a new move. He suddenly elongated his neck, his head flying straight towards Uchiha Sasuke, trying to leave a mark on the kid. Only by passing the test of Heaven's Curse mark can you qualify to become a vessel. If you can survive, we will meet again, Sasuke-kun. Only I can give you what you desire, the power of revenge. Orochimaru sneered. At that moment, someone blocked Sasuke's path, casually slapping Orochimaru back. In a hurry, Orochimaru bit into that person's arm. Lin Xian, do you really have to make an enemy of me? Orochimaru's face darkened ominously, nearly dripping with malice. This guy really came to Konoha to oppose him. Sasuke, Sakura, are you alright? Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Orochimaru and instead smiled and greeted the two little friends. He didn't care at all about being bitten. Divine blood itself was the most potent poison. Orochimaru's so-called heavenly curse seal would be assimilated by the divine blood before it even had a chance to take effect in his body. Absorbing the heavenly curse seal. Constitution 20, Agility 20. Thank you for saving us. Sakura looked at Orochimaru with lingering fear and then slightly bowed to Lin Xian. This Rain Ninja turned out to be a good person. Thinking back, Kakashi said not to provoke others, but didn't say this person was an enemy of Konoha. Thank you. Sasuke looked at Lin Xian in confusion, then glanced at Orochimaru beside him. Orochimaru said he was the only one who could give him power? What did that mean? For some reason, upon hearing that, Sasuke inexplicably felt a sense of goodwill towards Orochimaru, even feeling a bit of an impulse to ally with him. The reason was simple. Orochimaru was just too strong. Following Kakashi's lead was clearly not as good as following Orochimaru. After all, his goal was simply to kill Itachi Uchiha. How he achieved that was not important. Whether as a Konoha ninja, a rogue ninja, or something else, as long as he could kill Itachi, that was all that mattered. But now, Lin Xian seems to be stronger than Orochimaru, especially since Orochimaru's tone, full of caution, was keenly noticed by Sasuke. The Orochimaru that made Uchiha Sasuke feel despair actually dared not make a move in front of Lin Xian. Naruto, you need to work harder. If you can't even defeat Orochimaru, how are you going to beat Itachi? Itachi can take down Orochimaru with just a glance. Lin Xian deliberately mentioned an old incident that happened when Orochimaru defected. This guy tried to seize someone else's body as a vessel, but ended up being killed in return. And he was instantly defeated by a Genjutsu. Everyone in Akatsuki knows about this. What? Uchiha Sasuke was triggered, and his pupils shrank again. Lin Xian had a friendly expression, but started to speak sarcastically. Orochimaru and Itachi are both S-rank rogue ninjas from Konoha, but the strength of certain individuals might be inflated. Orochimaru remained unperturbed and did not care about Lin Xian's deliberate belittlement. Itachi's illusion techniques inherently counter most ninjas, unless one has a deeper understanding of Genjutsu. Losing to Itachi isn't a bad thing, as it allowed Orochimaru to recognize his own shortcomings. Chapter 51. Urain Hidden's enemies are quite numerous, Lin-kun. I don't think I've offended you, have I? And why are you protecting Uchiha Sasuke? Orochimaru asked in confusion. It's not impossible to want Uchiha Sasuke, but you'll have to give me these things in return. Lin Xian casually threw out a scroll. Sasuke and Sakura widened their eyes, seemingly not expecting this guy to expose his true nature so quickly. Did he really treat Uchiha Sasuke as a trade item? What happened to being friends from Konoha? Damn it. Orochimaru's face turned from green to purple, and he directly burned the scroll with fire release. Reanimation Jutsu, 8-headed serpent Jutsu, impure world reincarnation for symbol seal. Mutual exploding tag technique, flying thunder, god technique. Back when Orochimaru was a disciple of the third Hokage, he had seen all of Konoha's forbidden techniques. Even for techniques like flying thunder god that he couldn't learn, he still kept recorded scrolls. Lin Xian asking for so many ninjutsu at once is no longer a matter of robbery. It's a matter of wanting Orochimaru's life. The impure world reincarnation technique was originally invented by the second Hokage and then perfected by Orochimaru over several decades. It has only recently been successfully achieved. How could it possibly be given to someone else so casually? Lin Xian was already incredibly dangerous, and giving him the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, that would be disastrous. The Edo Tensei and the eight-headed serpent were the very foundation of Orochimaru's power. He would never give them up, even if it meant death. I must refuse the transaction. A mere Uchiha Sasuke isn't worth such a high price, Orochimaru said coldly. Without waiting for Lin Xian to speak, he used Earth Style to leave the scene, unwilling to endure further humiliation. Sasuke felt a bit complicated. It seemed Lin Xian intended to sell him, but Orochimaru rejected the transaction, believing that certain things were worth more than him. What does this mean? Don't worry, I knew Orochimaru wouldn't accept those terms, which is why I showed him the scroll. After all, I'm a friend of Konoha. I can't be responsible for selling out a genius ninja from Konoha in a place like this. Lin Xian smiled dismissively and reached out to pat Sakura's head. Really? Sakura came back to her senses. This range shinobi seems a bit strange. Can such a person really be trusted? It seems you don't have a good relationship with Orochimaru. What about Uchiha Itachi? Sasuke ignored those trivial matters and asked about what he was most concerned about, which was information on Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi is also considered my enemy, right? After brief thought, Lin Xian replied. Itachi is essentially a ninja loyal to Konoha and embodies the will of fire. Such a person would not be his ally and couldn't help him like Kisame does. You guys from Amage Cure have quite a few enemies. Sasuke glanced at the man in surprise. It's not just Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Obito is also our enemy. Lin Xian said calmly. Uchiha Obito? Sasuke frowned and began to recall the information he had collected earlier. That guy named Uchiha Obito seems to be the culprit behind the Nine Tails incident, and he also caused the Blood Mist incident in the Mist Village. He has been wanted for many years, but has never been found. Have you seen Uchiha Obito? Sasuke was somewhat interested in that Uchiha clan member. It was the first time he learned that there were other Uchiha clan members in the world besides him and Itachi. Didn't Uchiha Itachi kill everyone back then? Lin Xian seemed to notice the boy's confusion, and then spoke with a hint of malice. Itachi originally collaborated with Obito to slaughter the Uchiha clan. Although I wasn't present at the time, this matter is not a secret to me. Sasuke fell silent for 2 seconds, then his face filled with rage. Great! My list of vengeance just gained another bastard. The Uchiha boy indeed hated Obito, just as Lin Xian had anticipated. Although Uchiha Obito had disappeared without a trace over the years, that didn't stop Lin Xian from provoking hatred towards him. After a while, the group found a tree hollow to rest. The unconscious Naruto Uzumaki was placed at the innermost part, and Sakura also took a break. Her stamina was not her strong suit, so it was left to Uchiha Sasuke to keep watch for the night. One last question, Lin-kun, why did you save me? Sasuke asked, somewhat confused. He didn't know what Orochimaru intended to do to him, but if his intuition was correct, it seemed that Orochimaru planned to use his body for some experiments. You are the lovely disciples of Mr. 50-50. How could you not step in to help? Besides, even if it's just to annoy Orochimaru, I can't let him do as he pleases in Konoha. Lin Xian waved her hand and sat around the campfire with the 2 girls beside her. Sasuke stood at the entrance of the tree hollow, silently pondering the meaning behind the man's words. Is it really just for Kakashi's sake? Didn't Kakashi say that most of his friends were dead? You really want to go against Orochimaru, even though you wanted to sell me out for a deal before. Lin Xian was not sure what Erjuzi was thinking. Of course, even if she knew, she wouldn't care. The light of the campfire illuminated a few people, and Lin Xian absent-mindedly stroked the hair of the hydrangea. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke spoke again. Actually, I have another question. How big is the gap in our strength? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian also began to think. She thought about Orochimaru, whom they encountered today, and then about their Team 7 teacher, Kakashi. How should she answer this question? I don't know. The man finally just shook his head. Why? Uchiha Sasuke didn't quite understand what this I don't know meant. Shadow level is shadow level. Jonin is Jonin. If you say you're a legendary ninja god like Senju Hashirama, it seems reasonable to say you're super shadow level and can easily defeat other shadow levels. After all, this man made Orochimaru wary. If you're going to show off, you might as well have the qualifications to do so. But what does I don't know mean? Since Lin Xian became the leader and pointed out the rain-hidden diplomatic envoy, he has never been defeated. The hydrangea sighed softly. Hearing this reminder from the girl, Uchiha Sasuke finally understood that this man was contemptuous of the ninja system. Even the so-called division of strength was meaningless to him. The leader of the Rain Hidden Village seemed to be a guy named Hanzo of the Salamander, who had been famous in the ninja world for a long time. If Lin Xian had never been defeated, didn't that mean his strength surpassed even Hanzo? Sasuke felt a bit confused. This time, a big snake emerged during the Chunin exams. And now another Lin Xian from the Rain Hidden Village appeared, as if something he didn't understand was happening behind the scenes. At the same time, in the Forest of Death, the failed Orochimaru planned to meet with Kabuto to explain some matters. An unexpected incident occurred midway. Hidden Shadow, Snake Hands. A shadowy group of snakes attacked from the darkness, and Orochimaru barely dodged. It was a young female ninja with a bun hairstyle, wearing the headband of the Leaf Village, who was the proctor of the second round of the Chunin exams, Mitarashi Enko. Using the ninjutsu I taught you against me, isn't that too naive? Orochimaru assessed this former disciple of his, narrowing his eyes slightly. Enko still bore the curse mark on her neck. She had once been a decent experimental subject, but unfortunately, she had given up following him when she defected from the village. Chapter 52. I believe in Lin's character Orochimaru. What are you doing back here? Enko suppressed Orochimaru against a tree, making it impossible for him to move, ready to perform the twin snakes' mutual death technique. This was a jutsu that would lead to mutual destruction. Do you want to commit suicide? A second voice of Orochimaru came from behind. The person Enko had grabbed suddenly turned into a pile of mud. It was merely a mud clone used as a distraction, which caused Enko to abandon the thought of using the twin snakes' mutual death technique. Are you angry? Still blaming me for abandoning you back then? Orochimaru stepped closer to Enko, reaching out to pat her head. Enko remained silent. Her former teacher was one of the legendary three of Konoha. All her jutsu were given her by him, so how could she possibly kill him? Orochimaru was a madman studying forbidden jutsu. No one knew how much stronger he had become over the years. Did I come at a bad time and interrupt the delightful reunion between teacher and disciple? A young man from the Rain Hidden Village stood on a branch, a slight smile on his face. Orochimaru's expression turned cold. Was that guy a ghost? Why did he encounter that bastard wherever he went? Little Rain Hidden, what are you doing here? Enko seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly distanced herself from Orochimaru. The curse mark on her neck still throbbed, reminding her of some unpleasant memories. Her past memories had been affected by some ninjutsu, so she was unclear about the truth of what happened back then. She only knew she was left in Konoha, and the defector, Orochimaru, chose not to take her with him. In reality, it was Enko who had refused her teacher's invitation back then. I'm a candidate for the Chunin exam. Why can't I be here? By the way, I don't think the proctor has the strength to deal with Orochimaru. You should hurry and inform the higher-ups of Konoha. Lin Xian didn't mind Hongdo's tone. Can you handle Orochimaru? Hongdo subtly moved closer to Lin Xian's direction. He was right. The priority was to inform the Hokage that Orochimaru had appeared. This rogue ninja had returned after many years and was definitely plotting something in the shadows. My teacher is Hanzo of the Salamander. He is very pleased with my talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let me represent the Rain Village in Konoha. The man still had a somewhat lazy expression. However, Hongdo's heart was stirred up like a raging tide. A student of a demigod in the ninja world? No wonder this man could be so confident in the face of Orochimaru. In his younger days, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were easily defeated by that legendary ninja. And in the end, Hanzo spared their lives and granted them the title of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. Hey, that bastard student? Orochimaru's expression was unpredictable, seemingly not believing Lin Xian's words. When he first met Lin Xian, that bastard was already a member of the Akatsuki. Hanzo of the Salamander? People outside didn't know what was going on, but didn't he, who had been the Akatsuki, understand? What the hell? A student of a demigod in the ninja world. Hanzo had long been dead for many years. Speaking of which, was he grasping Lin Xian's weakness? If he exposed Lin Xian's identity, then this guy would never be able to participate in the Chunin exams again. He might even become a hunted dog like Uchiha Bito. Hey, Lin Xian, how about we kill Orochimaru together? At that delicate moment, Hongdo suddenly spoke with great enthusiasm. Lin Xian, is this woman mentally challenged? Not to mention that Orochimaru has countless methods to save his life. Even if I really wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be now. Orochimaru is a tool he has his eyes on. How could he just kill him? If I could have killed him, I would have done it already. As his former student, don't you know how difficult this man is to deal with? Hurry up and tell Konoha about what's happening here. I'll take care of stopping him. Lin Xian's expression was cold and serious as he advised. Hongdo was still somewhat unwilling, but after thinking it over, she agreed with Lin Xian. Yuan Xiao Gui. I'm going to find reinforcements, don't die. With a graceful movement, Yashuxi Hongdo disappeared into the night. Lin Jun, you have seriously disrupted my plans. As he watched Hongdo walk away, Orochimaru finally spoke again. He and Lin Xian had once been colleagues. This guy had quite abnormal physical strength. But he wasn't actually a person with ambition. Orochimaru didn't understand Lin Xian's reasons for protecting Uchiha Sasuke, nor why he opposed him. Are you talking about Uchiha Sasuke? It's simple, just hand over those ninjutsu to me, and I'll personally capture Sasuke and deliver him to you. Lin Xian innocently blinked. Impossible. Orochimaru decisively refused. If forbidden techniques became something common, could they still be called forbidden techniques? Ambitious people have their own bottom lines, and his bottom line is those ninjutsu he has studied for many years. Those forbidden techniques are the foundation for his survival in the ninja world. I won't interfere with your attack on Konoha, but likewise, you shouldn't meddle in my affairs. As a traitor of Akatsuki, you know what you should and shouldn't do. The man continued to speak to himself, regardless of whether Orochimaru would agree. The night seemed to grow a bit colder. There were very few stars tonight. Outside the Death Forest, Mitarashi Anko ran straight to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru's appearance during the Chunin exams was news that must be reported. That man is too dangerous. Our friends from the Rain Village have really helped us a lot. The old third Hokage exhaled a puff of white smoke, and his expression turned serious at the thought of Orochimaru. As Orochimaru's former teacher, he knew better than anyone how powerful that man's talent was and how ruthless his nature could be. This time he came to Konoha, he probably had extraordinary intentions. Hokage-sama, how should we handle that, Lin Xian? Since Orochimaru fears his strength, should we still allow him to participate in the Chunin exams? Senju Ibiki frowned. Although that Rain Ninja helped Konoha in this incident, he deliberately concealed his strength to participate in the Chunin exams, which is not a commendable act. Orochimaru is not a good person. Does that mean the Rain Ninja is definitely a good person? In fact, Kakashi and I had already suspected this matter. Hiruzen gestured for Ibiki not to be anxious, took another puff of smoke, and slowly exhaled. Lin Xian didn't mean to hide anything. Kakashi easily figured out the young man's goals and identity. It would be strange if Orochimaru didn't take him seriously. After all, he was the chosen successor of Hanzo. His strength couldn't be weak. Is that so? Kakashi, do you think he could become a friend of Konoha? Ibiki still felt a bit uneasy. Lin Xian gives off a feeling of being carefree and mysterious, as if he doesn't really care about anything. On the surface, he even looks like an ordinary guy, with a very weak chakra presence. I trust Lin's character. Kakashi paused for a moment and then nodded slightly. He had only met that person a few times, but he trusted his instincts. Lin Xian may be hiding some secrets, but as a ninja, who doesn't have their own secrets? As long as Lin Xian is friendly to Konoha, that's enough. Lin Xian is a good person. If it weren't for him, I might really be in grave danger. Hongdo also helped speak up for Lin Xian. That man is not only striking in appearance, but also excellent in other aspects, and indeed, very friendly to Konoha. Chapter 53. The gift received by Orochimaru the next day. Early morning, Xiao Nan and Hydrangea woke up from the tent, and Lin Xian also opened his eyes. His shadow clone was on watch. Although the fatigue would return to the main body when the shadow clone dissipated, it was not a big deal for Lin Xian, and he considered it a form of training. Is breakfast just grilled fish? Hydrangea looked at Naruto Uzumaki, who had caught fish from the river. This is all we could find. Naruto scratched his head a bit shyly. Lin Xian was daydreaming alone, while Xiao Nan silently took out a space scroll filled with a large amount of dry food and clean water, as well as a lot of dried meat. What kind of ninjutsu is this? So impressive. Naruto stared intently at the fragrant jerky. It's amazing that such a small scroll can hold so many things. This ability is quite enviable. Even Sasuke is no exception. The training of space ninjutsu relies not only on methods, but also on talent. Ninjas who can master space ninjutsu are truly rare. Sasuke seemed a bit regretful, coming from an extraordinary background. His perspective was certainly not something Naruto and Sakura could compare to, and he had some understanding of such ninjutsu. Indeed, the second Hokage of Konoha developed the Flying Thunder God technique, known as the fastest in the ninja world and the strongest space ninjutsu. Later, the technique was further developed by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who was called the Yellow Flash. Unfortunately, after the fourth Hokage's death, Konoha has not had any ninja capable of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Lin Xian opened his eyes and began to speak. Space ninjutsu completely depends on personal talent. The three legendary ninjas of Konoha each have their strengths. Tsunade studied In Sealing and the Baika no Jutsu, achieving remarkable success in medical ninjutsu. Jiraiya trained in the Sage mode of Mount Myaboku. Orochimaru researched immortality techniques, Edo Tensei, and cloning technology. The disciples of the third Hokage are indeed all extraordinary talents, but they also cannot master the Flying Thunder God technique. Not long after, two ninja teams finished their breakfast. Sasuke and Naruto still needed to gather the Heaven and Earth scrolls, and with their pride, they did not seek Lin Xian's help but planned to rely on their own strength instead. After agreeing to meet here at night, the two ninja teams parted ways. With the help of Conan's paper clones, Lin Xian quickly found his target. Yakushi Kabuto was not in a good mood today. He had met with Lord Orochimaru last night and discussed many topics about Lin Xian, and that guy had actually shown favoritism towards Uchiha Sasuke. Lord Orochimaru was unhappy. And of course, Kabuto was also unhappy. However, there was nothing he could do about it. That pervert. Kabuto rested in the shadow under a tree, contemplating the Chunin exams and their plan to destroy Konoha. He had been undercover in Konoha for many years and had participated in many Chunin exams. Once Lord Orochimaru's plan succeeded, he could return to work by Orochimaru's side. But for some reason, Kabuto always felt that his left eyelid was twitching. His restless mind could not settle, as if something significant was about to happen. Is it true that a person on the brink of death has such intuition? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and looked at the Rain Ninja team that appeared before him. A young man was looking at him with a teasing expression, playing with a kunai in his hand. This meeting was during the Chunin exams, and it would be reasonable for the other party to kill him. After all, the Rain Village and the Sound Village had no dealings, and Orochimaru would not stick his neck out for a dead person. Hey, Kabuto, are you willing to join me in changing this world? Unexpectedly, the man did not stab him with a kunai, but instead smiled and extended his right hand. It turned out that Lin Xian could also be so polite, humble and gentle. With a gentlemanly demeanor, his smile was sunny and flawless. If it weren't for Orochimaru's repeated emphasis on this man's danger, Kabuto might have thought the other party was genuinely trying to win him over. What does my lord need me to do? Kabuto shook hands with Lin Xian honestly, his tone a bit humble. Lord Orochimaru's dream had not yet been realized. He did not want to die before that day arrived. That was also his dream. The first step, well, as my pawn, monitor Orochimaru. I haven't thought about the follow-up yet. Lin Xian casually waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Do began to contemplate the feasibility of the plan, and within 2 seconds, he had determined his stance. Back then, the Scorpion of the Red Sand had tried to use the technique of manipulating sand with a mind on him, attempting to make him a double agent to monitor Orochimaru. But that ninjutsu was broken by Orochimaru. To this day, Scorpion still believes that Do is loyal to him, while in reality, the person Do truly respects has always been Orochimaru. Perhaps he could manipulate it that way again. On the surface, he would agree to Lin Xian, while in reality, he would still be loyal to Orochimaru. It is an honor for him to serve Lord Lin Xian. Pharmacist Do respectfully half-knelt on the ground. Lin Xian glanced at him, seeing through his thoughts but not pointing them out. He indeed did not have a means to control Do right now. But he would soon. Just accept this. Lin Xian took out a gold ring, and Do received it with a sense of trepidation. This is a product of magnetic escape, sand gold, containing my ninjutsu chakra. As long as you wear this ring, I can locate your position within 10 miles. Yes, thank you, my lord. Do maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, even showing some signs of gratitude. Lin Xian didn't mind his exaggerated acting and quietly watched his performance. Next is the first thing I want you to do. If I remember correctly, Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu is almost at its limit, right? After this exam, he will soon have to find a new body. Upon hearing this, Do was greatly shocked. How does this man know so many secrets about Lord Orochimaru? Has he planted a spy next to Lord Orochimaru? It seems someone is listening to our conversation. Lin Xian suddenly looked down at the ground. Xiao Nan understood immediately and quickly sent out one of her paper clones. Do looked at the two of them in confusion until 2 minutes later when Xiao Nan's clone returned with a figure covered in white, who appeared to be dead. What is this? Yakushi Kabuto curiously examined this creature. Its exterior was white, resembling a human, but its internal structure was completely different from that of a human. This thing is called White Zetsu. Zetsu is an informant of the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru should know about it as well, but in fact, Zetsu is divided into Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, with Black Zetsu being more mysterious, while White Zetsu can create countless clones of itself. The vast information network of the Akatsuki relies on those white Zetsu clones scattered all over the world. Xiao explained expressionlessly. Zetsu also monitors the various members of the Akatsuki from behind, and Lin Xian always discreetly eliminates those clones. I can't believe such a creature exists. Yakushi Kabuto seemed to have discovered a new world, staring intently at the corpse of white Zetsu. This thing has great value as experimental material. Even Orochimaru would definitely be interested. Isn't the adult a member of the Akatsuki? Why kill white Zetsu? Do suddenly realized a strange point. I hate being monitored. Lin Xian shook his head, then seemingly casually mentioned, if you like it, you can take this for your research, but be sure not to let Orochimaru find out. Baiju hides many secrets, and I will come and find you again when I need you next time. As soon as he finished speaking, the three-ranged shinobi gradually disappeared from Do's sight, looking at the gold ring in his hand and then down at Baiju's corpse. Do ultimately contacted Orochimaru and recounted what happened today. Do, you were deceived. He knew you would definitely tell me about Baiju's existence, which is why he sent you Baiju's body. Orochimaru laughed upon hearing this. As one of the behind-the-scenes bosses of the shinobi world, he saw through the truth at a glance. Do was a good actor, but he could never deceive Lin Xian. However, on the surface, I've already shown my loyalty to him. Why would he be so certain that I would betray him? If he really does not trust me, what is the point of having me as an undercover agent? Do's expression grew complex. Lord Orochimaru had naturally thought of what he was thinking. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't guess that man's intentions. What he wanted to tell us is right inside this corpse. Orochimaru seemed a bit pleased. Zhu was hidden very deeply. Even having been part of the Akatsuki, this was his first time learning about the existence of Baiju's clones. This creature is indeed very special. So, what exactly does Lin Xian want to convey by going through so much trouble to give him a gift? He eagerly awaited that answer. Chapter 54. That lord as night deepened, the campfire rose again, and two teams gathered around to enjoy dinner. Who will keep watch with me tonight? Lin Xian didn't use a clone this time. He planned to take advantage of the night watch to have a good chat with Naruto, Uzumaki, and subtly plant a seed. He was willing to use any means necessary to make Naruto go dark. Here I go. Sure enough, Naruto was the first to raise his hand. He had been knocked out by Orochimaru yesterday, and still felt ashamed that he hadn't accomplished anything. Naruto, you and Sasuke are the main forces in battle. So leave the night watch to me. Sakura suddenly interjected, leaving Lin Xian a bit confused. I can't do anything during battles. So I hope to do something within my capabilities, the pink-haired girl mumbled softly. Lin Xian's smile gradually turned to stone. So it's you, Haruno Sakura. Ruining my good plans, right? Useless during a fight, but popping up when I don't need you? Then let Sakura keep watch. Even that typically aloof, straight guy Sasuke actually spoke up. Naruto's emotional intelligence is a bit lacking, but he was quickly persuaded by Sakura. After all, he couldn't maintain his tough demeanor in front of her. Lin Xian was particularly silent tonight. He wanted to chat with the protagonist about life and ideals. But the protagonist was snoring inside the tree hollow. Haruno Sakura was a somewhat cute little girl and one of the future Konoha's 4 flowers, but unfortunately, Lin Xian had no interest in her. There were plenty of pretty girls around. Tintin was also very cute and was a little rich girl who could be considerate. Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, was beautiful, noble, and pure, not to mention a pair of sisters. Ino had a sexy figure and was the top girlfriend material, and Mei Terumi from the Mist Village was actually quite nice too. Of course, Lin Xian also remembered the 2 Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village. Senior, what is the Rain Village like? Haruno Sakura sat at the entrance of the tree hollow, looking at the man meditating with his eyes closed across the campfire. Lin Xian is enigmatic, yet surprisingly gives a sense of security. Being with him unknowingly brings peace of mind. It rains, a rain that has been falling for decades. Lin Xian casually replied without opening his eyes. He wasn't too keen on paying attention to Sakura Haruno. Once Naruto goes dark, the task rewards would be incredibly generous. What could he gain from flirting with Sakura? He wasn't willing to do something that had no benefits. A city where it rains all year round? Perhaps it would have a different kind of romance. He hoped to travel there with Sasuke in the future. The girl blushed, probably fantasizing about embracing and kissing her dream guy under the rain in a dark, quiet city. Lin Xian really wanted to tell her that Sasuke only has revenge in his heart, not women. But the words disappeared before they could leave her mouth. Wait a minute. The woman that Uzumaki Naruto likes is her, right? If she could start from Sakura, perhaps she could indirectly help Naruto darken. Right now, Haruno Sakura hasn't accepted Naruto, but she also sees him as a teammate and friend, thanks to Kakashi's balanced education. What if she made Sakura hate Naruto, or even refuse to interact with him? That would surely make Naruto despair. Sakura, do you remember when Naruto was knocked out by Orochimaru? At that time, the red chakra on him was strange, right? Lin Xian began to deliberately guide the conversation. It seemed like, but I also wasn't sure what was going on with Naruto. Haruno Sakura had a worried and confused expression on her pretty face. Naruto's identity was quite unusual. The adults in the village wouldn't let their children get close to him, and they regarded the matter of Uzumaki Naruto as a taboo. Do you know about Jinchuriki? Lin Xian was silent for a few seconds before speaking again. I don't know. Xiaoying answered honestly, shaking her head. Lin Xian suddenly felt an uncomfortable sensation, like a fist hitting cotton. This naive and ignorant little girl who admired Uchiha Sasuke seemed not so easy to deal with. That self-righteous little brat, Uchiha Sasuke, could gain his trust with a few tricks. On the other hand, idiots like Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura were harder to hook. If Lin Xian were to mention some of Naruto's dark secrets in front of Sakura, given Sakura's intelligence, she might directly go to Naruto to confirm it, or even ask the third Hokage about it. How could that be handled? If it was already so difficult to deal with Sakura, persuading Naruto to betray Konoha would be incredibly challenging, right? Uzumaki Naruto is a hot-blooded idiot. The next day, Lin Xian was still deep in thought when dawn broke. The third day, Lin Xian found several opportunities to chat alone with Naruto Uzumaki. On the fourth day, Lin Xian and Naruto Uzumaki discussed the Hokage and the Will of Fire. On the fifth day, Lin Xian gave up. That boy was more stubborn than Lin Xian had imagined, with only one idea in his mind: to become Hokage and gain the recognition of the villagers. Such a thick-headedness made Lin Xian feel exceptionally tricky. Fortunately, there was still ample time. The third round of the CHNIN exams was a month away. Lin Xian could try other methods to make Naruto Uzumaki turn dark. Damn, even Sasuke isn't that easy to deceive. He has deeply realized the saying that intelligence can backfire. If he wants to take Uchiha Sasuke away, all he needs to say is, "I can make you stronger." Because Uchiha Sasuke is currently blinded by hatred and hasn't been brainwashed by the Will of Fire since childhood. But Naruto is different. This idiot has been hearing about the Will of Fire and Hokage since he was little. As long as he becomes Hokage, he can gain everyone's recognition, bring peace, and protect his friends. What if I change the meaning of being Hokage? Looking at the blonde boy in the team, who is still laughing and joking, Lin Xian's eyes became somewhat dangerous. Uchiha Obito probably wouldn't mind taking the blame for a bit more, right? His situation is already so miserable. A little more suffering wouldn't be excessive. After all, it's not Lin Xian who is in pain. On the other side, Kabuto received Lin Xian's second order. He hurriedly made his way to find a red-haired girl who was fleeing in the forest of death, being chased by a pack of bears. A ninja from the grass village, Karen. Her companions had been killed, and she was left fleeing in the forest. As a fragile medical ninja and sensor-type ninja, the poisonous insects and beasts here posed a life-threatening danger to her. Bang! Suddenly, an explosive tag fell into the midst of the bear pack, startling the beasts. Karen leaned against a tree, revealing a smile of relief. Not far from her stood a scholarly boy wearing glasses, a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. No wonder that lord noticed you. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and revealed a mysterious smile. Being specifically named by that lord to come and rescue her must mean she has something special about her. So aside from the Uzumaki clan, what else could it be? Thank you. May I ask who you are? Karen cautiously sized up Kabuto. Come with me. That lord specifically sent me to pick you up. This is not an invitation. It is an order. Kabuto smiled gently, supporting the girl and opening his ninja tool pouch to help her treat the bleeding wound on her leg. Karen's face flushed with two alluring shades of red as she slightly lowered her head. It was the first time she received an invitation, and also the first time someone smiled at her. Moreover, Kabuto, with a little grooming, could be considered a handsome guy. Such people naturally easily win girls' favor. Just like Uchiha Sasuke. Where is that lord? Am I going to meet him? Karen wanted to hide her somewhat heated gaze, but how could she conceal it from Kabuto? As Orochimaru's confidant, Kabuto had a profound understanding of human nature. This was the fundamental quality of a schemer. This little girl clearly had a crush on him at first sight. I hope Lin Xian's order to find Karen isn't because he is interested in her body. Otherwise, that lord is probably still playing house, spending time with some Uchiha brat. You will meet him when the time comes. Kabuto proactively carried Karen on his back. She had been chased for 2 days and was nearly out of strength. Oh, the girl replied softly, resting her head on Kabuto's shoulder. Weariness, hunger, exhaustion, but her eyes were filled with more satisfaction. Kabuto remained silent. Karen also fell silent. The sounds of poisonous insects and beasts echoed in the forest, and at this moment, it seemed less important. Chapter 55. Luck is also a part of Strength Forest of Death. High Tower. The deadline was on the last day, and all teams had been confirmed. Rain Village. Lin Xian, Hydrangea, Conan. Sand Village. Gaara, Temari, Kankuro. All Konoha teams advanced. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. Niji, Tintan Lee. Hinata, Kiba, Shino. The Sand Village had the perverse Gaara providing protection. Although the Konoha kids were bullied by Lin Xian, fortunately, they managed to gather the scrolls in the end. Kabuto voluntarily gave up his qualification. He had other matters to attend to. Orochimaru's Sound Village team also forfeited, since Lin Xian was protecting Uchiha Sasuke. What could a few Sound Ninjas do? Cough cough. First, congratulations to everyone for passing the second exam. Next is, a Konoha ninja walked to the main stage and began announcing the rules of the preliminary rounds. In previous years, the number of passers was in single digits, but this year it was nearly 20. To prepare for the third Chunin exam, the third Hokage quickly confirmed the start of the preliminary rounds. In the final exam a month later, the daimyo of the Land of Fire and nobles from various countries would observe the event, and Shio, the acting fifth Kazekage, would also appear. Due to various reasons, participants must be limited to 10. By the way, Hinata Hyuga was seriously injured during the exam, and, even if she passes, must give up the upcoming Chunin exam. The preliminary round format is one-on-one, and any means are allowed in battle. When one side falls, concedes, or dies, the battle is deemed over. However, cough cough cough, if I believe the outcome of a battle is very clear, I will stop the match immediately cough. To avoid unnecessary casualties, Mizuki Kazekage explained the rules. This seemingly frail man was the referee for the exam, giving off a vibe of someone on the verge of death. The first match, Conan versus Hydrangea. While Lin Xian was considering who Konoha would arrange as his opponent, Mizuki Kazekage's words caught him off guard. What a coincidence. It's actually a ninja civil war from the Rain Village. Playing tricks, huh? Everyone in the arena couldn't help but shift their gaze. Hydrangea had previously ambushed and killed the current top genius Uchiha Sasuke, while Conan seemed to have an even stronger aura than Hydrangea. The two girls were clearly Lin Xian's subordinates, but their strength was not simple. Anyone with eyes could see that Konoha was testing the Rain Village. No need to compete, Chief Examiner. I concede. Hydrangea waved to Mizuki Kazekage. Conan was her teacher. From any aspect, she wouldn't agree to this battle. Mizuki Kazekage nodded expressionlessly and directly announced Conan's advancement to the preliminary round. Followed by the next match, the second match, Ino versus Sakura. After Mizuki Kazekage announced, the two girls quickly entered the arena. This battle was filled with a hint of suspense. Both sides had a chance to win, and the strength difference was not significant. However, no one expected that it would end in a draw. Yamanaka Ino successfully used the mind-body switch technique on Haruno Sakura, but at a critical moment, Sakura's mental backlash occurred. A draw? What should we do now? Do both advance? Naruto Uzumaki scratched his head. Naive. Sasuke looked down at the arena with a hint of regret. Sakura Haruno was so close to winning. But a tie is a tie, which means neither girl could advance, as there was no victor in this match. As expected, Moonlight Gale quickly announced that Ino and Sakura were eliminated and immediately started the third round of the ninja competition, Temari versus Tenten. This match was almost a complete domination. Temari excelled in wind release techniques, which perfectly countered the ninja tools that Tenten practiced with. No matter how many weapons were thrown, they could only be blown back by the fierce wind. In the end, Temari won decisively. In the fourth match, Uchiha Sasuke faced Nara Shikamaru. As soon as Moonlight Gale finished speaking, Nara Shikamaru immediately raised his hand and forfeited. Although Sasuke often seemed to take a beating, his own strength was not lacking, especially compared to Shikamaru. Furthermore, Shikamaru was lazy and didn't want to fight hard anyway. After all, there would still be the Chunin exams in the future. In the fifth match, Kankuro faced Akimichi Choji. The puppeteer from Sunagakure was up against the heir of Konoha's traditional noble clan. The outcome proved that Choji was indeed not suited for solo combat. Facing a puppet covered in blades and poison, Kankuro calculated a couple of moves and knocked Choji out with a tranquilizer, successfully advancing in the preliminaries. In the sixth match, Uzumaki Naruto faced Inuzuka Kiba. In the earlier battles, Naruto was bullied. Even with shadow clones, he couldn't defeat Kiba. However, at a critical moment, Naruto used a forbidden technique. suddenly releasing a foul odor that knocked Kiba out due to his enhanced sense of smell. Naruto advanced in the preliminaries. In the 7th match, Lin Xian faced Hyuga. Moonlight Gale declared the end, and the competitors were ready in the arena. One side was a cheerful young man with black hair from the Rain Village, while the other was a genius from the branch family of Konoha's Hyuga clan. Oh, this genius was humiliated by Lin Xian just a few days ago. "Hey kid, do you want to fight?" Lin Xian casually made an inviting gesture to Niji. "No fight. I forfeit." Hyuga was filled with anger and had to reluctantly refuse the challenge. He had personally experienced that in human strength and speed. What good would it do to accept the challenge? It would only lead to further humiliation. The remaining genin were Xiao Li, Shino, and Gaara. The final match was about to begin, and the genin who was left out would advance directly to the preliminaries. The world is so strange. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino used all their strength to fight to a draw, and in the end, neither of them advanced. Yet some people could advance just by having good luck. "It's not fair, Kakashi-sensei." Uzumaki Naruto complained for Sakura. Hearing this, Sasuke looked at Naruto with a somewhat subtle expression. "Are you really in a position to talk after you knocked Inuzuka Kiba out with your stink? Luck is also a part of a ninja's strength." Kakashi glanced at Naruto. At that moment, the contestants for the final match had already been announced. Rock Lee versus Gaara, the battle between Might Guy's student, a taijutsu master, and the Jinchuriki of the One Tail from Sunagakure. Having an advantage is exhilarating, but the next day brings consequences. Xiao Li, under the condition of opening the 6th gate, still lost to Gaara. If it weren't for Guy's timely intervention, he might have been killed on the spot by Gaara. Undoubtedly, it was an incredibly spectacular and highly enjoyable battle. Even Lin Xian was happily munching on 2 bags of chips while watching. The cost, however, was painful. According to the preliminary diagnosis by the medical ninja, that young man's future might have nothing to do with being a ninja. I've said it before, youth is about knocking on Grandma Li's door, not burning out. Lin Xian silently watched as Xiao Li was carried away, with the last battle over. The list of those advancing has been finalized, and the opponents have been randomly assigned. Xiao Hunan will face Naruto. Lin Xian faces off against Shoju. Sasuke faces Gaara. Shino faces Kankuro. The time is 1 month later at the venue for the 3rd round of the Chunin exams. The genin have enough time to rest and even train specific ninjutsu tailored to their opponents, which enhances the excitement of the matches. Behind the Chunin exams lies a massive gambling operation, with countless wealthy individuals and nobles placing bets, all under the tacit approval of the Hokage. Chapter 56, Burning Youth, Vest Limitations. Hospital. Many ninjas come to visit Rock Lee, and upon hearing the news, they fall into silence. Even Konoha's best medical ninjas are at a loss. Perhaps only Lady Tsunade has a slim chance of treating Rock Lee's injuries. If he can't become a ninja in the future, it would be a devastating blow for him. Hinata Niji also rarely falls silent. He is a teammate of Rock Lee and has fought alongside him multiple times. A strange bond of friendship has formed between them. Just thinking about that fool who trains hard every day, facing such misfortune, makes Niji feel uneasy. He clearly understands Rock Lee's tragic fate, which is not inferior to his own. He is also unfortunate, but at least he is a natural genius, while Rock Lee has nothing. He started from scratch. Daily hellish training, carrying over 200 pounds of weight for his routines and life. Yet he has finally made it to this day, only to end up in such a dire situation. When a rabbit dies, even the fox sheds a couple of tears. Moreover, Rock Lee is a friend who has been by his side day and night. "Teacher Guy, is there really no way to save Rock Lee?" Niji's voice is low. Perhaps Lady Tsunade can help Rock Lee. Guy slowly closes his eyes. Rock Lee's left hand and left foot were broken by Gaara's sand, and due to forcibly opening the 8th gate to the 6th level, his spine was also severely affected. The medical ninjas at Konoha are helpless and can only suggest they seek out one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. How could this happen? Sakura and the others are in despair. Especially Sakura. Her feelings are extremely complicated. Rock Lee has pursued her, but she did not accept him. This boy is not her type, but he's a good ninja, polite, and his hard work and training is admirable. She never expected Rock Lee to end up in such a tragic state. "Lady, can you treat such injuries?" Kirigakure's Manatsu blinks at Lin Xian, beginning the performance as planned. Since Lin Xian's identity has been revealed to Konoha as the leading jonin, Kirigakure's Manatsu does not hesitate to directly address Lin Xian as lady. Perhaps it can be tried. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lin Xian squints and then nods. Seeing this, Kakashi and Might Guy both show expressions of joy. "Don't rush. I can't guarantee I can save him 100. It's just a try. Lin Xian waved his hand and dodged the green spandex-clad man who wanted to hug him. Kai seemed to realize his own gaffe and scratched his head, smiling as he spoke. Then I'll leave it to you, my friend. Whether or not you can save Shaoli, you will always be my eternal friend. Kakashi felt a bit skeptical. This guy is proficient in medical ninjutsu? Considering how excited everyone was, Kakashi could only temporarily suppress his confusion and watched as Lin Xian entered Xiao Li's hospital room. In the quiet watch of the ninjas, Lin Xian began to examine Xiao Li's physical condition. Kakashi's guess was spot on. He didn't understand medical ninjutsu at all. But what does saving a life have to do with studying medicine? The answer is none at all. Since he had crossed over, Lin Xian had excellent equipment, ample lifespan, and even learned ninjutsu he had previously looked down upon. In reality, his greatest reliance had never changed. It was the blood within him, inherited from ancient deities. The divine blood with the essence of the Emperor Jiang. It is the most potent poison and also the best elixir in the world. The divine blood permanently reduces Lin Xian's lifespan limit by 90% while granting him an almost perfect physical body, capable of regrowing severed limbs. After a long time, the young Rain Ninja's brows furrowed tightly and then relaxed. He was lost in thought one moment and then sparkled with insight the next. Senior, how is it? Is there hope for Xiao Li's injuries? Hinata Niji asked tremulously in a low voice. Thinking about Xiao Li's situation, he even addressed Lin Xian with a respectful title. Indeed, humans are fickle creatures, quickly forgetting their own humiliations. Xiaonan, how much blood ginseng do we have left? Lin Xian ignored Ning Ci and calmly asked a question, seemingly pondering a drug formula. Xiaonan's mouth twitched. What blood ginseng? How come I didn't know we had such a thing in our collection? What on earth is my brother doing? Is it really that fun to fool the Konoha ninjas? 30 pieces. Xiaonan casually mentioned a number. What about the Tianshan Snow Lotus? Lin Xian asked again, a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Can't you see my brother is doing something important? How can you say 30 pieces? Doesn't that make our herbs seem worthless, like cheap goods? Just 2 left. Xiaonan wasn't slow-witted and instantly understood Lin Xian's meaning. To put on a show, she deliberately revealed a hint of heartache, as if that so-called Snow Lotus was an extremely precious item. The main materials are gathered, and the rest of the materials can be provided by you. Right, Konoha? Lin Xian stared at Kakashi and Guy, her tone much more relaxed. No problem. As long as it's something Konoha can provide, I'll spare no expense to heal Xiao Li. Guy readily agreed. Xiao Li was not only a student, but also regarded as his own child, and any cost would be worth it. Side quest, Rekindled Youth. Quest content, heal Xiao Li's injuries after opening the 6th gate. Quest difficulty, average. Reward, Burning Youth Limited Vest. Burning Youth Limited Vest. Origin, Derivative Dimension Naruto. Quality, Precious Green. Equipment requirement, none. Details, obtained by completing the side quest Rekindled Youth. Equipment attributes, Soul 3. Equipment skill, the owner will rekindle their youthful spirit and awaken their innermost true desires. Equipment rating, 114. Prepare these herbs according to the quantities and give them to me. I'll brew the medicine tomorrow morning. Leaving a note, Lin Xian left the hospital room with Xiaonan and Hydrangea. The Konoha ninjas looked at each other. With the mindset of trying anything as a last resort, no one gave up, and Xiao Li himself, upon waking, expressed willingness to take the medicine. After all, who knows where Tsunade is right now? That lady seems to have not returned to Konoha for over a decade. Rather than waiting for an elusive hope, it would be better to try the prescription Lin Xian provided. Konoha. The night deepened. In a hotel room. Lady, that prescription is fake, right? Hydrangea felt a bit sad for the Konoha ninjas. Goji berries, deer antler, Angelica, jujube, just a glance, and she knew the prescription was unreliable. Are you making soup? What kind of prescription is this? Lin Xian smiled mysteriously and replied slowly, of course the prescription is fake. Nissen, how do you plan to save Rock Lee? I don't remember you learning medicine over the years. Xiaonan looked a bit gloomy. It seemed that her brother was a bit reckless this time, focusing only on fun and shouldn't have agreed to those people to treat Xiao Li. Don't call me Nissen, call me Oni-chan. Lin Xian flicked his sister's forehead. Xiaonan immediately puffed up her cheeks in grievance. I'm not a child anymore. The girl stared at the man with a resentful look, cutely pouting her lips. You have to believe in your brother. I am the greatest medical ninja in the world. As long as you drink my blood, you can be cured of any terminal illness. Lin Xian was unconvinced and reached out to mess up Xiaonan's hair. The chakra interference disrupted Xiao Nan's transformation technique, and the 16-year-old girl instantly matured several times, her charming face slightly flushed, with a pair of snow-white peaks towering into the clouds that attracted Lin Xian's gaze. That was not a medical ninja, it was more like a walking feast, right? Being tightly held in her brother's embrace, with a hydrangea peeping in, Xiaonan suddenly felt so shy that she couldn't lift her head. I'm not a feast, I'm a venomous snake. Lin Xian smiled self-deprecatingly. The bitter blade cut her finger, and a few drops of bright red liquid fell onto the potted plant on the table. The vividly colored flowers, dripping with beauty, burned out in just 2 seconds, as if a mini bomb had exploded due to the intense heat, leaving only a small amount of carbon ash on the soil. Hydrangea and Xiaonan suddenly realized an issue. It was a question they had thought about many times. Is Lin Xian really human? Chapter 57. Orochimaru wants immortality. What about you? The next day, the medicine arrived. In fact, it couldn't really be considered medicine, just something with a few drops of Lin Xian's blood added. Thank you, Senior. Xiaoli looked at the bowl of black liquid with determination on his face. Under the watchful eyes of Might Guy, Kakashi, and others, the boy on the sickbed drank the unknown liquid, and a tremendous power spread through his limbs and bones, making Xiaoli feel as if he was enveloped in flames. A large amount of sweat flowed from the boy's body. His skin turned red, and some steam even appeared, as if he was being reborn from the fire. Huh. Xiaoli endured the pain within, his brows tightly furrowed. However, under the observation of Hinata Niji's Byakugan, it was a completely different scene. Xiaoli's body was healing at a visible speed. Congratulations, Xiaoli. Lin Xian smiled and waved at the young man. Side quest. Reigniting youth. Completed. Rewards have been issued. That guy really knows how to keep a low profile. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the ninja from the Rain Village, his gaze filled with a bit more admiration. Not only is he powerful, but he's also skilled in medical ninjutsu. The senior is a good person. Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura were also very happy. Rock Lee, as a fellow Leaf Ninja, was their companion too. I will not forget the senior's kindness to Lee. The proud Hyuga surprisingly lowered his head. To be honest, he really didn't care that Hinata got hurt. He still hadn't learned the truth about his father's death. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, the proud azure beast of Konoha will face death without hesitation. Guy hugged his fists, feeling a mix of emotions and excitement. Thus, Lin Xian was constantly praised as a good person, receiving dozens of compliments throughout the morning. And even this news reached the Hokage and the Wind Shadow. Lin Xian just smiled, seemingly not taking it to heart. He could not only let his disguised identity resonate with others, but also complete tasks and receive rewards. He had already gained enough. That vest had great use, especially for certain types of people. At this moment, there was still a month until the Chunin exam finals. That person, Yakushi Kabuto, looked at a grain of sand gold floating in midair, murmuring softly. He was still a Konoha ninja, his identity temporarily undisclosed, currently hiding in an inconspicuous corner of Konoha with Karen. 2 minutes later, a guest arrived at Kabuto's room. Compared to Kabuto's calm reaction, Karen was a bit nervous, clutching her small hands tightly. Kabuto's wisdom and depth were the most terrifying things Karen had ever seen. What kind of person would her superior be? Good afternoon, you too. Would you like some juice? A slightly lazy, magnetic voice sounded. Immediately after, a plain-looking man's hand pushed open the door. It was a young man wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, appearing to be about 20 years old, with clean-cut black hair, a pair of bright black eyes, calm and unfazed. He had a tall and slender figure, tan skin, and beautifully soft muscle lines, like a sculpture crafted by an artist. His face was not stunning, but exceptionally pleasing to the eye, clean and gentle, with a warm smile that was very infectious. Thank you, sir. Yakushi Kabuto honestly accepted the cup of chilled watermelon juice. He then nudged Karen's shoulder. Aren't you going to thank the sir for his gift? Thank you. Karen, as if waking from a dream, trembled as she accepted the cup of juice. The young man seemed not to mind this slightly naive girl, walking into the spacious and bright hotel room and pulling up a chair to sit down. Besides the 3 cups of juice, he also brought a bag. Casual, lazy, gentle. This was Karen's first impression of the man. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he didn't seem sinister at all. Instead, he seemed like a good person. Karen felt a bit confused. Hey Kabuto, how's the white Zetsu research going? Lin Xian took a sip of watermelon juice and casually asked a question. Replying to you. The experimental research is all conducted privately by me, so the progress is limited, and I haven't discovered anything worth noting. Do stood a few meters in front of Lin Xian and answered, "Come on, that thing is supposed to be at Orochimaru's experimental base, right? What stage are you at in your research?" Lin Xian was drinking juice by herself, casually revealing the disguise of Do. Sure enough, just as Lord Orochimaru guessed, this man knew from the beginning that Do would betray him. So why did he still come to me? Do fell into deep thought. White Zetsu's body has a strong acceptance, seemingly able to merge into the bloodlines of various people, making it an extremely special creature. Lord Orochimaru plans to start the wood release experiment again. Looking at the calm Lin Xian, Do ultimately revealed part of the results. "It seems you're not foolish." Lin Xian put down the juice and suddenly laughed. Baiju is actually the most suitable body for not being reincarnated as a corpse, capable of accepting various bloodline limits, including the wood release represented by Hashirama's cells. He gave this gift to Orochimaru to make him give up on Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke is a piece he has set his sights on. Of course, in a sense, Orochimaru is also his piece. What is the adult really wanting to do? Do mustered the courage to speak. If Lin Xian intended to kill him, he would have acted during their first meeting, and there would be no need to go around in circles until now. Lin Xian glanced at Xiang Lin, then looked at Do. "I want your loyalty." Do didn't know how to respond to this question. Lord Orochimaru was his life's guide, and his dreams were Do's dreams. One could even say Do was Orochimaru's shadow. How could he possibly betray Orochimaru? Time ticked by, and cold sweat dripped down Do's face. If he told Lin Xian that he could never be loyal to him, would Lin Xian kill him on a whim? "I know you respect Orochimaru, but what he can give you, I can also give you." Noticing the unpleasant expression on Do's face, Lin Xian took another sip of watermelon juice, a half-smile on his lips. "As mere mortals, our lifespans are only a few decades. Lord Orochimaru pursues immortality and truth. He seeks to know everything and obtain everything to become a true god, while I will be Lord Orochimaru's witness. If I ally with you, what can you offer me?" Do took a deep breath, and at that moment his gaze was so sincere. Even a liar has moments of honesty. Liars are also human. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. "Eternal life? That means nothing to me. Orochimaru wants eternal life, but what about you? What do you want?" Do was momentarily shocked by the man's boldness and excitedly pushed up his glasses. I want. Suddenly, Yashidu fell silent. He had always been Orochimaru's shadow. If you crossed out Orochimaru's name in his life, he seemed like a blank sheet of paper. The youth's face suddenly turned pale, losing its color. In the distance, Xiang Lin, who was quietly listening to the conversation, had a complex expression. Does even Do have this side? The usually proud face was confused and sad at this moment, lowering his head like a child who had made a mistake. "Come on, Do. Put on the gift I chose for you." Lin Xian finally took out the item from the bag. It was a grass-green vest with the words "Burning Youth" written in large red letters, exuding a strong sense of teenage angst. Burning Youth Vest Limited Edition. Chapter 58. The Heart of Pharmacist Do. "Sir, what is this?" Do's face revealed bitterness. Was this random piece of clothing meant to make a fool of him? This adult really had a twisted sense of humor. "You'll know once you put it on." Lin Xian shook his head mysteriously. This equipment could be useless, or it could be a divine artifact. Its basic attribute only increases 3 points of soul, but allows one to see their true inner self and follow their most authentic desires. Sasuke's dream is to kill his brother. Naruto's dream is to become Hokage. Sakura's dream is to marry Sasuke. Cough, cough. For some people, this equipment is of no use because they are not lost. However, for Kabuto, this equipment can influence him. After losing the name Orochimaru, what does the real Kabuto truly desire? This equipment can give him the answer. Silence. After a few seconds of silence, Kabuto, under the watchful eyes of Lin Xian and Karen, took off his shirt and then put on the equipment Lin Xian had given him. The moment he donned the strange green vest, something deep in Kabuto's mind suddenly shattered. Long-sealed memories surfaced after many years. Tears unexpectedly flowed down the young man's face, wetting his glasses. During the Third Shinobi World War, Kabuto, unaware of his parents and name, was taken in by the director of the Konoha orphanage, Yakushi Nanoyu. Kabuto was exceptionally gifted as a child, but due to poor eyesight, the director gifted him her glasses, and he learned medical ninjutsu. During an incident where he helped a Konoha ninja heal, Kabuto first met Orochimaru, who recognized his talent. Later, Shimura Danzo, along with Orochimaru and a member of the Oil Woman clan, suddenly appeared at the orphanage, threatening the director, known as the Walking Priestess of the Intelligence Department, to conduct long-term reconnaissance on the Rock Village to see if they had plans for a large-scale operation. Upon noticing Kabuto eavesdropping outside the window, Danzo claimed that they needed children to become Konoha ninjas to replace the fallen subordinates of Danzo who had sacrificed themselves for this information, successfully bringing Kabuto under his wing in exchange for funding. From then on, Kabuto was trained as a ninja spy, gathering intelligence in the villages of Cloud, Mist, Sand, and Rock. 5 years later, while on standby in the Rock Village, Kabuto was attacked due to a mistake, and the enemy ninja he fought and severely injured turned out to be the director. He tried to call out to her, but the dying director did not recognize him. And then Kabuto was forced back by other supporting enemy ninjas. Confused, Kabuto went to the riverbank alone, pondering why he had been forgotten by the most important person. At that moment, he encountered Orochimaru, who revealed the truth to him. Danzo had told the director that Kabuto had sacrificed himself for their funding by joining Root as soon as he left the orphanage. At the director's request, Danzo claimed that if she killed a certain person, Kabuto would be freed, and that person was actually the real Kabuto. It turned out that Danzo had initially assigned them to different places to prevent their meeting, and the director could only understand Kabuto's growth and safety through photos. However, the photos were switched halfway with someone else's, leading the unaware director to kill Kabuto, whom she thought was a double agent and was trying to save. Orochimaru was originally ordered to eliminate Kabuto and the director, but he didn't want to carry it out because he admired Kabuto's talent. Upon learning the truth, Kabuto decided to accept Orochimaru's invitation to join the Sound Village, which was not affiliated with any country, and returned to Konoha using the identity Orochimaru had fabricated for him. Director, don't die. Director, I am Kabuto. Danzo lied to you. I am Yakushi Kabuto. Director, the young man trembled, curled up on the ground. In that moment, he truly understood his dream. Power? Status? Immortality? Strength? No, he didn't want anything. He just wanted the peaceful and quiet life he once had, wanting the director, who had already passed away, to come back to life. Watching the scene, Karen felt a bit worried, but dared not say much. Mr. Kabuto, do you now know what you desire? Lin Xian looked down at the young man, who was weeping on the ground. Right now, Do was like a dead fish. Sir, can you bring the Dean back to life? I mean, truly bring him back to life, not through impure world reincarnation. A light shimmered in Do's eyes. Some incredible force supported him as he stood up. He didn't mind the strange clothes he was wearing at all. He was just staring fervently at the adult across from him, as if he were an omniscient and omnipotent god. Why did Do deliberately mention impure world reincarnation? The answer is quite simple. Because impure world reincarnation uses living people as sacrifices to allow the soul of another deceased person to possess them, then wraps the exterior in the dirt of the underworld to form the appearance of the deceased as they were in life. This forbidden technique is essentially a desecration of the deceased soul and, strictly speaking, does not count as resurrection. This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be silent. There does exist a true resurrection technique in this world. Chiyo of Sunagakure has mastered the technique of life transfer, which requires the deceased body to be preserved intact. Then one life is exchanged for another to bring the deceased back. But this method is clearly not feasible, as the pharmacist Nanoyu does not have a complete body preserved to this day. Excluding impure world reincarnation, what remains is the external path, reincarnation heaven-born technique. Activating that technique requires the reincarnation eye, and the user must sacrifice their own life, which Lin Xian currently cannot do. True resurrection techniques require the reincarnation eye. You will need to wait for a while. If you remain loyal to me, I promise I can bring that Dean back to life. Lin Xian ultimately made a promise to Do. Uchiha Obito will eventually be resurrected, and at that time, it will just mean one more person on the list. Yakushi Do swore at that moment to be loyal to his master for life. The youth's eyes seemed to burn with fierce flames at that moment. He found his life's goal. He is not a shadow of Orochimaru. He is Yakushi Do. I want to resurrect the director and live a peaceful life with him. And I will also kill Shimura Danzo. Do clenched his fists, filled with passion. At this moment, it seemed that a shadow of Shao Li appeared behind him. A legacy of youthful will. All right, give me back my clothes. This thing is a divine artifact. Lin Xian smiled. This thing could help him recruit many subordinates in the future, so he couldn't just give it away casually. Yes, my lord. Do respectfully returned the equipment. With a new life goal, he naturally would no longer follow Orochimaru. His only true superior would be Lin Xian. From now on, you will be responsible for monitoring Orochimaru. Contact me only if there are important matters. As for Danzo, you can use the excuse of wanting to make a deal with Orochimaru to contact him. Discuss the meeting place, and then come find me. He has something I want, and I am more than willing to help you take revenge on Danzo. Lin Xian finished the last sip of juice and casually tossed the empty cup aside. He clearly remembered how Danzo once colluded with the Akatsuki's Hanzo, nearly leading to the complete destruction of the original Akatsuki. Even for Conan's sake, he would make Danzo wish he had never come into this world. Sir, under the respectful gazes of Kabuto and Karen, the young man walked briskly, disappearing into the streets of Konoha. The sun outside was warm, and a gentle breeze brushed through his hair. It was a perfect day for couples to date. Karen, forget everything you saw and heard today. Yes. Chapter 59. Can the matters of a scholar be called peeping? With the help of his tool, Lin Xian was in a great mood, humming a little tune all the way. Next, he needed to find a way to make the protagonist Naruto turn dark. For this task, Lin Xian had been prepared for a long time. He couldn't persuade Naruto, but he could make Naruto choose to betray the village on his own. As long as Naruto was completely disappointed with Konoha, he naturally wouldn't want to continue being a ninja of Konoha. Didn't he want to become Hokage? Well then, Lin Xian will let Naruto know what being Hokage truly represents and how many dark, unsightly things are hidden behind it. Whether it's what Sarutobi Hiruzen has done or not done, as long as the dirt is thrown, that is all that matters. When Naruto discovers that his dreams have become a joke, and that he has been used, scorned, and despised by the village since he was a child, realizing that it's all part of a conspiracy, and even his parents were killed by people from the village, will Naruto still stay in Konoha? At that time, if Lin Xian just gestures with a finger, it will be a natural outcome for Naruto to join Akatsuki. Konoha, Ichiraku Ramen. Lin Xian was suddenly stopped while passing by, facing an old man and a young boy. What a coincidence. Lin Xian, do you want to eat ramen? It's on me. Naruto Uzumaki flashed a bright and cheerful smile, completely unaware that the man across from him was plotting against him. Naruto, this is Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, right? Lin Xian also revealed a subtle smile on his face. Standing next to Naruto was a tall, white-haired old man with an inexplicable aura of authority. You must be Lin Xian. I've heard about you from Naruto. Jiraiya observed the young man, his expression gradually softening. Consistent with the intelligence reports, this was an outstanding young man who was very friendly towards Konoha. The perverted sage is guiding my training because he got rid of my original teacher, Naruto Uzumaki said with a big smile, pulling Lin Xian into a ramen shop to sit down. Since Kakashi was busy training Sasuke, Uchiha, and Chidori, he left Naruto in the care of Ebisu. However, Ebisu coincidentally ran into Jiraiya, and then Naruto simply saw Jiraiya for training. Just yesterday, Naruto had learned the summoning technique and used the chakra of the Nine Tails to summon Gamabunta. I'm your teacher. Jiraiya tapped Naruto on the head. This kid had given him the nickname Pervy Sage. What kind of ridiculous title was that? Did he really look that perverted? He was a serious person. Even secretly observing young girls bathing was for literary creation. There was no evil intent. Could a writer's endeavors be called peeping? Naruto treated Lin Xian to a bowl of ramen. During the meal, Naruto was particularly talkative, constantly praising Lin Xian for his skills, saying he had quickly resolved injuries that Konoha's medical ninjas could not heal. Jiraiya also became interested in this young man and couldn't help but think of his disciples in the Rain Village. He had heard that his disciples had died, and he hadn't been back to the Rain Village since. He wondered how it had fared over the years. Kid, actually I know another amazing medical ninja, Jiraiya said with a smile, looking at the young man. Is it Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin? Lin Xuanyu spoke respectfully, clearly knowledgeable about the various matters in the ninja world. Indeed, the title of the 3 ninjas was bestowed upon us by Hanzo. A hint of nostalgia appeared on Jiraiya's face. At that time, Orochimaru had not yet betrayed the village, and Tsunade had not left Konoha to travel the world. The 3 of them were the pride of Konoha ninjas. How is Senior Hanzo doing? I heard you are the heir of the Rain Village. Jiraiya began to change the subject. Aside from Naruto, Kakashi had also informed him of quite a bit about this young man in front of him. The Rain Village had continued its isolationist policy over the years, and many matters were entrusted to Lin Xuanyu, who also referred to himself as a diplomatic envoy. Lin Xian's response was very humble. Lord Hans is in good health, and I will convey Lord Jiraiya's concerns. Besides, I'm just helping Lord Hans with his work. Not an heir. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was silent for 2 seconds. Have you heard of the name Nagato? No. Lin Xian looked at Jiraiya with some confusion, as if she did not understand why he was mentioning a stranger's name. Well, if she had not heard of him, then she had not heard of him. Jiraiya felt a bit nostalgic. It seemed that Nagato had indeed died. He did not know what had happened in the years following his departure. Initially, he thought Nagato was the prophesied child, but it seemed he was mistaken. Days passed one by one. After teaching Naruto, Jiraiya left the Hidden Leaf Village. While beneath the calm surface, dark currents surged. Yukike's, who was terminally ill and had little time left, received his final command. Precisely because he did not have long to live, he took on this mission voluntarily. During the mission, Kabuto, representing Orochimaru, met with Maki, representing Tsunagakure, and their conversation was overheard by Yukike's. Yukike's did not survive to report the information and died that very night. His body was discovered the next day by the Umbu of the Hidden Leaf. The world gained another sorrowful woman, Yukike's girlfriend, Yuzuki Yugao. Of course, Lin Xian is not concerned about this. He is finalizing the execution plan with the pharmacist Do, planning to induce Naruto Uzumaki's star transformation. The death of a Jonin in Konoha has nothing to do with him. How about my transformation technique? Lin Xian repeatedly checked his appearance and outfit in front of the mirror. He had transformed into Uchiha Obito, wearing the orange swirl Akatsuki outfit, while Kabuto Yakushi had transformed into the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Is there a connection between Uchiha Obito and Hiruzen Sarutobi? No, there's no connection. But they wouldn't mind having one more blame on their shoulders, would they? Have you memorized the lines? Lin Xian's eyes were wicked, and even the 3 Jade Sharingan of the Earth were mimicked. Yes, my lord, I've remembered everything and will ensure there are no mistakes. However, I'm a bit confused as to why you're so invested in a personality-impaired Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Wouldn't it be better to just capture him directly? Do repeatedly confirmed his disguised appearance while asking. Lin Xian's strength is more than enough to forcibly capture Naruto Uzumaki, but doing so would be a bit superfluous. No, I must make Naruto Uzumaki choose to betray Konoha willingly. Only then will he trust me completely, because it is I who generously accepted him, a traitor to the village, and guided him towards the right path in life. In this story, I am the role of the good guy. Lin Xian had a mysterious expression and shook his head with a light laugh. Although Naruto Uzumaki was foolish, his potential was no less than that of Sasuke Uchiha, making him a tool worth cultivating. The adult was far-sighted, and his subordinate admired him. Do laughed. Upon careful consideration, he understood Lin Xian's meaning. If he forcibly took Naruto Uzumaki away, even if Naruto eventually turned to the dark side, he would not be grateful to Lin Xian. But what if Naruto Uzumaki chose to betray the village on his own and was saved by Lin Xian in his most desperate moment? That would yield a completely different outcome. Naruto Uzumaki's potential far exceeded your imagination. Do not underestimate anyone, Do. Lin Xian pushed the mask on his face, and a sinister voice echoed in the darkness. Yes, sir. The disguised Orochimaru, as Sarutobi Hiruzen, took out a pipe and placed it in his mouth. The smoke dispersed, and the 2 figures had vanished without a trace. Chapter 60. The truth from back then is actually, it was late at night. The moon was full. There were no Umbu members monitoring near Naruto's home, and Lin Xian and Do approached the area with ease. The blonde teenager lay on his bed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard footsteps. What's the situation? The third Hokage, disguised as Do, suddenly spoke. Naruto's body jolted. He didn't expect the Hokage of the village to appear outside his window in the middle of the night. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. My Sharingan can see clearly. Uzumaki Naruto is already asleep. Uchiha Obito, played by Lin Xian, spoke arrogantly. Uzumaki Naruto quietly opened a slit of his eyes and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, draped in a ceremonial robe, conversing with a masked man whose eyes were the Sharingan. The same eyes as Sasuke's. Wasn't the Uchiha clan exterminated? Why was the Hokage talking to an Uchiha at such a late hour? Naruto quickly closed his eyes completely, pretending to be sound asleep while keeping his breathing steady. Naruto really was a useless idiot. After all these years, he still couldn't use the power of the Nine-Tails, a complete failure as a Jinchuriki. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, showing no signs of hiding his deep-seated disdain. Naruto felt a surge of anger, wishing he could jump up and knock that masked man down immediately. But soon, Naruto's anger morphed into shock, sadness, and confusion. So what if he was a failure? There were no other suitable containers in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually agreed with what the masked man said. Why would the kind and gentle Hokage treat him this way? Naruto couldn't make sense of it all. For years, I've had Umbu monitoring this brat. Although he shows no signs of rebellion, he also has no talent for controlling tailed beasts. I had you create chaos, eliminate the 4th Hokage couple, and for that, the village sacrificed many ninjas, and yet this Jinchuriki performed so poorly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was cold and harsh. Ha! The 4th Hokage never imagined it was the 3rd Hokage who set me in motion. If it weren't for the inside helping Konoha, how could I have smoothly found the place where Kushina gave birth and incited the Nine-Tails rampage? That fool Minato died without ever knowing the truth. He sacrificed his life using sealing techniques to help us seal the Nine-Tails into his son, and now his son is being used by us, unaware of who his real parents are at 12 years old. Uchiha Obito laughed wildly. The original plan had no omissions, but I still miscalculated. Uzumaki Naruto has Kushina's bloodline, but lacks the talent to control the Nine-Tails. The power Konoha gained is nowhere near enough to compensate for the losses. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. At least the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is loyal to the Hokage. Isn't that enough? The masked man said recklessly. Naruto, pretending to sleep, had already soaked his pillow with tears, but he remained motionless, even keeping his breathing steady. There are many brainwashing jutsu that can make people lose their memories. If they find out he eavesdropped on the conversation, he would surely be brainwashed and forget everything, right? Naruto absolutely did not want to forget the truth he heard. That hero, the fourth Hokage, is his father, and the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina, is his mother, and they were killed by the higher-ups of Konoha. Killed by the higher-ups of Konoha in collusion with the Uchiha. Suitable tailed beast containers are hard to find. Otherwise, I would have eliminated that brat and replaced him with a puppet long ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen said quietly. It's precisely because Uzumaki Naruto is an idiot that he is easy to control. The Hokage should be pleased. Jinchuriki are a double-edged sword that is difficult to control. So the Hokage has prohibited the villagers from interacting with Uzumaki Naruto, isolating him, with only a few ninjas knowing his background. Your subordinates interact with him under the guise of being good people. Now you are an idol and hero in the Jinchuriki's heart. Uchiha Obito said sarcastically, for the sake of the village, this is a necessary sacrifice. Jinchuriki are too dangerous. They must be kept within the range that the village can control. Let Kakashi, who has the Sharingan, continue to monitor him after he graduates. It seems Naruto has been performing well lately. The Hokage continued. Aren't you afraid Kakashi will betray you? The masked man asked again. Kakashi was once your teammate. Obito, I trust you just as I trust him. He also knows the truth from back then, but he doesn't dare tell Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen said everything was under control. I will give Naruto a few more years. If he still can't master the Nine-Tails, we can collaborate to create another Nine-Tails rampage. Mastering the Nine-Tails will allow Konoha to once again become the #1 ninja village. The Hokage added, a pleasant cooperation, Hokage. As a reward for protecting me all these years, I will help you find excellent containers. Uchiha Obito's voice revealed an air of arrogance. Indeed, the world thinks he is a drowning dog that everyone wants to beat, but he sleeps soundly every day, eats well, and even if he gets into trouble, the Hokage will protect him. Why shouldn't such a person be arrogant? The Chunin exams are about to start. You should behave yourself during this time. Last time, you instigated the civil war in the Land of Rain. If you cause trouble this time, I won't be able to help you either. The Hokage ordered before leaving. It quickly quieted outside the window. Just as Uzumaki Naruto was waiting for the masked man to leave, that voice rang out again. Brat, I know you're not asleep. Do you naively think the Sharingan can't tell if someone is asleep or not? Uchiha Obito coldly pushed open the window. Bastard. Uzumaki Naruto, tears streaming down his face, finally couldn't help but jump up from his bed. The raging chakra seemed ready to unleash the Nine-Tails, causing his eyes to turn into blood-red slits. His dreams, his life, his expectations, all shattered tonight. His past efforts and love for the village were nothing but the most ridiculous joke. I will kill you. Uzumaki Naruto glared at the three Tomo's scarlet eyes, filled with rage. The murderer who killed his parents stood right in front of him. You should thank me. If I hadn't deliberately arranged for the Hokage to chat with me tonight, you would never know the truth. Uchiha Obito's expression was cold, showing no concern for the furious boy in front of him. Join me. In my eyes, the third Hokage and Konoha are worth far less than you. That old man is just a self-righteous fool. Only he would think you are a waste. Working under me, I can make you stronger and help you take revenge. The masked man extended a hand. In Naruto's eyes, this Uchiha man was both detestable and laughable. Did he think revealing this would make him join him? No matter what, he was still the one who killed his parents, even if he was ordered by the third Hokage. Get lost. I will not cooperate with you. I must kill you with my own hands. Naruto, Uzumaki roared in anger, his arms bulging with veins. You will come for me because this is fate, Naruto. Only I can give you the power of revenge in this world, no matter how much you hate me. The figure of the masked man disappeared into the night. The moon was full tonight. A cool breeze flowed in through the window, but it couldn't stir even a hint of emotion on the boy's stiff face. His heart was 1,000 times, 10,000 times colder than this wind, destined for sleeplessness. Chapter 61. The Patient Naruto, Sealing Space. Naruto's spirit appeared again, looking at the blood-red-haired Nine-Tails fox. You're called the Nine-Tails, right? You want my body? The boy radiated a dark aura, clearly consumed by negative emotions, having lost his rationality. He gazed at the gigantic creature sealed within him. Only the Nine-Tails could give him power. Interesting, haha. Little brat, if you give me your body, I promise to help you take revenge and kill those guys. The Nine-Tails lured him, its tone full of calmness and confidence. It wasn't entirely sure about killing the third Hokage and Obito, but the immediate priority was to take control of Naruto Uzumaki's body, to have a chance to break the seal. As for the conversation between Obito and the third Hokage, the Nine-Tails was also surprised. On that night 12 years ago, it was indeed that masked man who manipulated the Nine-Tails sealed within Kushina to go on a rampage. But it didn't expect that there was actually a command from the third Hokage behind it. Indeed, humans are foolish creatures. Little brat, what do you want to do? As long as you give me your body, there aren't many people in this world who can match us. The Nine-Tails was very confident, like an older brother taking care of a bullied younger brother. Except for the two rare freaks, Madara and Hashirama, most ninjas were no threat in the eyes of the Nine-Tails, and it particularly disliked the despicable Uchiha clan. Its first step was to lure Naruto into falling, and then continuously use its chakra to corrode the seal. When the seal weakened to a certain extent, it would be the time for the Nine-Tails to see the light of day again. Naruto did not immediately answer the Nine-Tails. The dark aura surrounding him grew thicker. Even his spiritual eyes turned completely black, his face devoid of expression, showing none of his usual sunshine. Konoha was no longer a place he could stay. The Hokage did not represent light and justice. In fact, the third Hokage himself was a dark, power-hungry old man. His first half of life had been so tragically deceived, and all the mistakes lay with this village. The self who once shouted to become Hokage must be a joke in the eyes of those ninjas, right? Even Kakashi had deceived him, hiding the truth from him, being his teacher just to monitor him and prevent any accidents with the Nine-Tails within him. Sasuke? Sakura? For a moment, Naruto could only think of these two friends. Perhaps they were the only ones in Konoha he could still trust. Even Iruka-sensei might also be a person of the third Hokage. Nine-Tails, how should I take my revenge? I want to kill them right now, but Naruto Uzumaki was lonely and desperate. From last night until the dawn, he had been considering whether to storm into the Hokage building and let the Nine-Tails directly kill that damn old man. But could he really defeat him? What if he died? Who would take revenge for his parents? Who could clear his name? Thinking of how the hypocrites at the top of Konoha lived better than anyone else, Naruto Uzumaki's anger erupted. Little brat, don't humans have a saying? A gentleman's revenge is not too late after 10 years. The more anxious you are now, the happier your enemies will be. Due to the seal, even if you agree to accept my chakra, you won't be able to gain complete power. Now is not the time to act against Konoha. Find an opportunity to defect. In the future, when you have strength, we can destroy Konoha at any time. The Nine-Tails knew that Naruto could only rely on it now, and quickly came up with a plan. No matter how the process developed, as long as Naruto Uzumaki fell into darkness, it had a great chance of corroding the seal. As for Naruto's matters, it also disliked the Konoha ninjas. At that time, it could just give the village a super-tailed beast bomb. The last-tailed beast bomb was blocked by Minato Namikaze, who would block it this time. Days passed by, except for the two schemers, Yakushi Kabuto and Lin Xian. No one knew about Naruto Uzumaki's changes. Kakashi was busy teaching Sasuke the Chidori and was currently not in Konoha. Jiraiya had already gone to gather materials to write his novel after teaching Naruto the summoning technique. As for Sakura, that girl had never cared much for Naruto. So how could she notice that he hadn't trained but had been staying at home all these days? In fact, Lin Xian also didn't care much. Even for the sake of revenge, Naruto Uzumaki would choose patience, which was the path of defection. The darkened Naruto, whose strength was still insufficient, didn't worry Lin Xian at all. Even if Naruto wanted to die, the Nine-Tails didn't want to die either. And Ai-chan, can we ensure a kill? In the hotel room, Konan showed a hint of worry. To reassure her sister completely, Lin Xian would almost always explain the capabilities of the mission objectives, especially when the enemy was a shadow-level ninja. Shimura Danzo had once collaborated with Orochimaru and had transplanted an arm made from Hashirama cells. Due to the terrifying corrosiveness of Hashirama's cells, this arm, which was filled with 3 Tomo Sharingan, was usually sealed and only unsealed by Danzo during crucial battles. Relying on those Sharingan, Danzo could use a forbidden technique called Izanagi. This Sharingan technique could only be used by someone who possessed both Senju and Uchiha powers. And with this technique, it was equivalent to Danzo having dozens of lives that could be revived. However, this was not Danzo's greatest trump card. Danzo's right, I was the Manjiki Sharingan he had taken from Uchiha Shursui, and that I housed the strongest ultimate illusion, Kodo Tsukumi. This illusion could alter human memories and will, making it theoretically an invincible ninjutsu. The only drawback was probably the cooldown time of this ninjutsu, which required at least 10 years before it could be activated again. As Danzo's deepest hidden trump card, he kept Kodo Tsukumi for emergencies, only using it when he faced life and death situations. This was exactly what Conan was worried about. Even someone as strong as Lin Xian could not be without flaws. Jinjutsu was his weakness, and Kodo Tsukumi was almost the most powerful Jinjutsu in this world. In terms of single target control, it was even superior to Infinite Tsukuyomi. After all, Infinite Tsukuyomi could only put people into a permanent sleep, but could not alter their memories and will. Chapter 62. Instant Kill Danzo. There is no perfect technique in the world. Every ninjutsu has a way to be countered. Compared to Conan's apprehension, Lin Xian looked down on Danzo entirely. Kodo Tsukumi was like a supreme artifact. Even characters like Hashirama and Madara could easily trip over themselves if they were not careful. But the master wielding this supreme artifact was just a kindergarten child. So what did Lin Xian need to fear? The impressive part was that Manjiki Sharingan, not Danzo's own strength. The meeting place was outside Konoha at the old root base. Danzo was well aware of Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha and took this meeting very seriously. He could never have imagined that someone had set a trap to wait for him there. Lin Xian gave several more instructions. Do is an important confidant of Orochimaru, and Danzo is aware of his identity, so he could not possibly suspect this meeting. Konoha, the underground base outside the village. This was a place that Root had once abandoned and ceased to use, occasionally serving as a meeting point for Danzo and certain individuals. Tonight, Shimura Danzo's mood was somewhat subtle. He understood Orochimaru's plans better than anyone else, and he was even responsible for connecting Orochimaru and Shio, helping both sides to complete this cooperation. The sand-hidden village aimed to weaken Konoha. Orochimaru was glad to send away his teacher. Danzo's target was the Hokage. Everyone had their own needs, and all had a bright future, at least for now. That was the plan. Danzo was already 70 years old this year. Yet, this elderly man still dreamed of the Hokage position, even willing to kill his fellow disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and disregarding the sacrifices of Konoha's ninjas. Root remained indifferent during the Nine-Tails rampage that night, and naturally would not take action now. The target was the third Hokage, which made Danzo very pleased. Where's Orochimaru? Danzo returned from his thoughts to reality. The time had already reached the agreed midnight hour. Why had the other party not shown up? Orochimaru was not someone who would be late. Where's Orochimaru? Danzo squinted his eyes, looking at the guard at the entrance of the secret chamber. He often collaborated with Orochimaru, exchanging what each wanted, so he had no real wariness towards Orochimaru. After all, that man only cared about forbidden techniques and would not attack him for no reason. Of course, the guard was also necessary. Yamanaka Toryun was an excellent subordinate he trained en route, serving as his personal guard. With a thud, the guard fell to the ground. But this elderly man had no heart to care about that capable subordinate anymore, because he himself was facing a greater crisis. Damn it, when did he get so close? Is he a ghost? Danzo's pupils suddenly constricted as he looked in disbelief at his fallen right arm. The person who attacked him from behind had brutally dug out his right eye and then cut off his right arm with a kunai imbued with wind-release ninjutsu. The arm implanted with over a dozen Sharingan cells was lost. The Manjiki Sharingan with the Kodo Tsukumi technique was lost. Danzo had never told anyone these secrets over the years, but the attacker seemed to know him inside out. Could the other party truly be a ghost? Otherwise, how could he have appeared behind him without him noticing? The only technique capable of such a sneak attack was the Flying Thunder God technique invented by the second Hokage. But both the second and fourth Hokage had long since died. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God technique still required a technique coordinate. Who could have set such a thing on Danzo? Lord Danzo is truly too polite. Why bring gifts when meeting? Lin Xian wore a playful smile, completely unbothered by the elderly man's ashen face. In his hand was the eye belonging to Uchiha Shursui, harboring the most powerful, single-target genjutsu in the world. Unless the opponent's mental strength and ocular power far surpass that of the caster, even the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, would have to kneel. Rather than saying Lin Xian desired this power, it was more about being prepared to prevent unforeseen circumstances from allowing others to acquire it. Damn it! How dare you! Rain Ninja! Danzo spat out a mouthful of old blood, and upon seeing Lin Xian's face, his head felt like it was about to explode with rage. He had thought it was some great deity, even imagining that Orochimaru had resurrected the second Hokage to ambush him. He had turned out to be just a kid from the village hidden in the rain. What is your relationship with Orochimaru? The old man stared fixedly at Lin Xian, as if he would die without knowing the answer. He knew he was doomed today, but at least before dying, he wanted to uncover the truth. Sir, I have already surveyed the outside. There are only 2 people who came here tonight. Kabuto opened the secret chamber and walked over slowly, adjusting his glasses. Did Orochimaru and the Rain Ninja team up? Or did you betray Orochimaru and secretly follow the Rain Ninja's orders to harm me? Danzo, being a legendary schemer, still retained his rationality even in this situation. No comment, Lord Danzo. Kabuto merely smiled slightly. Lin Xian would naturally say what needed to be said. He did not dare to interrupt. Allow me to introduce my other identity upon our first meeting. A formal member of Akatsuki, codename Lin, one of the few who has survived since the organization's founding. Lin Xian patted his clothes and revealed the ring engraved with Lin. After all, the dead won't leak secrets, and he didn't mind this old man knowing part of the truth before he died. Xiao! Danzo's gaze was somewhat complicated. So was that group of little ghosts. He never expected that in these years, he wouldn't receive support from Hanzo the Salamander, but instead, the ghosts from back then came to seek revenge on him. Is this karma? Walking by the river often, how can one not get their shoes wet? Lord Danzo, many people must be hoping to see your death, and the director would surely be happy. Orochimaru admired Danzo's pitiful and helpless expression, his smile darkening. It was this bastard who caused the director's death, and even before dying, he couldn't recognize that the person in front of him was Orochimaru. People like Danzo deserve to die 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The last question, how did you know my weakness? Did Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha leak information to you? Danzo sighed and lowered his head. As for the secret of the 10 tails, probably only Itachi Uchiha, a friend of Shursui Uchiha during his lifetime, knew a thing or two. As for the Hashirama cells and Izanagi, only Orochimaru's people might understand. How many people truly want to see his death? Besides Itachi and Orochimaru, who else could tell me this information? Lin Xian casually replied. After all, he was just teasing Danzo, and he wouldn't say everything out loud. Could it be that he was a time traveler who could foresee everything? Continuing along with the speculation was pointless. Who would care about Danzo's thoughts? Danzo fell into silence. After a long time without speaking, no one knew what this old man's heart was thinking before he died. He spent his entire life aiming to be Hokage, ruling the shadows of Konoha with an iron fist, fantasizing about unifying the ninja world under his leadership. But in the end, he was the most naive person of all. In the grand chess game of the world, Shimura Danzo wasn't even a qualified piece, let alone someone who could play the game. Chapter 63. Senju bloodline injection. The old man self-mockingly smiled and suddenly spoke. Hizashi is the light of the village. I am the shadow of the village. At least before I die, eliminating 2 threats for Konoha, I have no regrets. As soon as he finished speaking, blood began to spurt rapidly from Danzo's body. This blood was black. Leaf 4 symbol seal. Eshonk Forbidden Technique. Using the user's body as the medium at the moment of a user's death. Black blood is sprayed in all directions, sealing everything within 100 meters into the yellow spring, another dimensional space. Faced with such a threat, Kabuto remained calm, allowing the black blood to spray. The reason was simple. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry, so why should he be? Could Lin Xian really be killed by such a ridiculous sealing technique? After all, this was his new boss. What I hate the most is clever tricks. If you die, then die. Why still think about dragging others down with you? A mere lowly dog's life wants me to accompany you in death? Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Lin Xian sneered, and his aura gradually surged. The pharmacist, though, standing beside him, witnessed the man's eyes turning a faint red. With just a casual wave, it was as if the entire world acknowledged him as its master. At that moment, he resembled a supreme emperor. Stop struggling, There is no one who can prevent the activation of the sealing technique. Danzo looked grimly at the 2 people in the secret room. This was truly the ultimate forbidden technique that meant mutual destruction. If it could be easily cracked, it wouldn't be an S-rank ninjutsu. Senju Tobarama is powerful, right? Even Senju Tobarama cannot break the close-range explosion of the inner four-symbol seal. But Danzo soon froze. The blood in his body suddenly stopped surging, and even the chakra within him was no longer under his control. The reason gods are gods is that they can master everything, and you are merely a laughable insect. Lin Xian remained as indifferent as ever, as if what he was doing was insignificant. Second stage of bloodline, the ability to control elements. Danzo, in his dying state, had such a pathetic self-destruct method that it couldn't even stir a ripple. The time before the forbidden technique took effect was enough for Lin Xian to eliminate that chakra. Lin Xian. Danzo felt an unprecedented rage towards this rain ninja tonight. Even if he had only one breath left, he still roared with wide, bloodshot eyes. If Konoha had such an enemy, could Konoha continue to exist? He actually failed to kill this dangerous man. Sarutobi Hiruzen would soon accompany you to hell. You won't be lonely there. Goodbye, Lord Danzo. Lin Xian lightly smiled and made a hand gesture to Do, signaling him to handle the aftermath here. There was still about 2 minutes left, during which Do could do anything he wanted to that old man. Aza superior. It's important to sometimes consider the feelings of subordinates. After a moment, Do followed closely behind Lin Xian as they left the underground chamber. Although his hands were covered in black blood, the young man was clearly very happy tonight, his steps lighter with excitement. The new boss is really great. It hasn't been long, and he has already helped him achieve revenge on Danzo. Is he dead? Asked Conan, who had been waiting nearby for a long time. Danzo was indeed an enemy of Akatsuki, and it was a deep-seated grudge from many years ago. Killing that bastard was also a wish of Conan's. Nagato would be happy to hear this news as well, right? Lin Xian nodded. For the cleanup, he used fire-release ninjutsu to destroy the entire underground base, turning the 2 corpses into ashes. Even if the ninjas from Konoha were highly intelligent, it was impossible for them to guess who was behind it. They could only speculate about potential suspects based on this advanced fire release technique. Uchiha Itachi's fire release was impressive, and of course, Uchiha Bito's fire release was also remarkable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, had top-notch skills in fire release as well, but how could he possibly act against Danzo? Investigating the murderer was the responsibility of the Konoha ninjas, and Lin Xian didn't care anyway. Mission accomplished. Eliminate Shimura Danzo. Reward. Senju Bloodline Injection. Senju Bloodline Injection. The injector awakens the bloodline of the Senju clan. The injector's level reaches 15 to awaken would release, and reaches 25 to awaken Sage Mode. Lin Xian naturally did not hesitate to choose the injection. He had previously sought Orochimaru to transplant Hashirama's cells, and the benefits he gained this time would far exceed the last. Absorbing the Senju bloodline, Awakening would release, and Awakening Sage Mode. Blood Chi 10, Constitution 40. Divine Blood Development Level, 5,100. Current Lifespan, 3860. Having gained would release and Sage Mode, Lin Xian's mastery of ninjutsu reached a new level, even to the extent that he could be considered like the peak Hashirama Senju. His level remained at 26, which was a bit disappointing. Due to Lin Xian's significant actions in using fire release to destroy the evidence, the ordinary Umbu arrived at the scene that night. Of course, nothing could be discerned from the ashes, but from the root, it was learned that Danzo had gone missing, making the owner of those ashes very obvious. A powerful fire release ninja had killed Shimura Danzo during their meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not find any clues and could only speculate that it was either Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Bito. The Chunin exams continued and were not significantly affected. After all, most of the local ninjas in Konoha did not know Danzo, and outsiders were even less likely to understand. 5 more days passed. The 1-month period was up, and the Chunin exams commenced smoothly as expected. Disu dealt with Orochimaru without revealing any flaws, while Lin Xian had Conan's paper clones monitor Naruto's recent movements. The darkened boy had not escaped Lin Xian's grasp, and had been unusually obedient lately. He used the identity of the masked man to provoke Naruto once again, even threatening him that if he did not join his forces, he would directly kill Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. In such a desperate situation, Naruto could only bear everything alone, solidifying his determination to betray the village and seek revenge. Konoha must be destroyed. That masked man must be killed. Sasuke and Sakura would be protected by him. Noon. Exam venue. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the center of the viewing seats, with Chiyo, the acting 5th Kazekage, beside him. Chiyo could be considered an old relic from his era. Who would have thought that Sunagakure would fall to such a state that even she had to be pushed out to wield power? Oh, Lord Kazekage, how rare. You must be tired from the long journey? Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted with a gentle smile. Both shadows had their own guards beside them. Not all. Thankfully, the venue is in Konoha. Although you are still young, it must be quite tiring for you to attend this specially, Chiyo replied leisurely. Since you are out of retirement, why not take over as the 5th Kazekage? I plan to continue for another 5 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a chuckle. It sounded like casual conversation, but it seemed to be a kind of probe. Let the young ones have this position. It's just that the little ones in the village haven't grown up yet. I, an old lady, am not as adept at managing the village as Lord Hokage. Chiyo began to subtly mock Sarutobi Hiruzen. You ridicule me for retiring in my later years and coming back. I can also comment on what your management of Konoha has turned into. When the 1st and 2nd Hokage were alive, Konoha was undoubtedly the #1 ninja village. How did it become distorted under your leadership as the 3rd Hokage? The competition is about to start, right? This time, there are quite a few little ones in the games. Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly did not mind Chiyo's mockery and continued to smile. Chapter 64. The plan for the destruction of Konoha begins. As the competition was about to start, Uchiha Sasuke still had not appeared on the scene. However, the other participants were already ready. From Sunagakure, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro. From Amigakure, Lin Xian, Konan. And from Konoha, the Genin Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Sasuke, and Aburame Shino. The first match was Naruto Uzumaki versus Konan. On the competition stage. Hey Naruto, why do you have such obvious dark circles under your eyes? Lin Xian waved his hand with a cheerful smile, looking at the Konoha Genin with a concerned expression. It's nothing. Naruto calmly glanced at the Rain Ninja. In the first 12 years of his life, he had been played around like a fool by the higher-ups of Konoha, but now he wouldn't make the same mistake again. After initially communicating with the Nine Tails, he had learned some insider information. Orochimaru was very likely to cause trouble during this exam, and that target ninja might even be his enemy, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for Sunagakure and Amigakure, their attitudes were currently unclear amidst the chaos. Naruto had communicated with the Nine Tails several times and planned to take advantage of the chaos to kill the Umbu ninja under the 3rd Hokage. This would be the first gift he presented to the Konoha higher-ups after learning the truth. Naruto-kun, are you really okay? The usually silent Shino surprisingly showed concern for Naruto. It was quite unusual to see this idiot suddenly become serious. After all, he had been Naruto's classmate for 6 years, making it easy to notice. I'm Fine. I just drank some expired milk yesterday, and my stomach still hurts. Naruto forced a smile, holding his stomach and appearing to be in genuine discomfort. Hang in there, Naruto-kun. Shino didn't ask further. He wasn't a particularly warm person to begin with. Uzumaki Naruto might have been rejected by Haruno Sakura, or he might really have a stomachache. But how much did that have to do with him? Another 2 minutes passed. Naruto suddenly turned to Lin Xian, revealing a strange smile. Lin-kun, today I'm definitely going to surprise you. Lin Xian smiled and nodded in response. Of course it would be shocking. After all, not everyone has the chance to see Naruto Uzumaki fall into darkness. This was a level A plane with a level cap of 50. As the chosen protagonist of this plane, Naruto possessed the strongest verbal ninjutsu in history, making it exceptionally difficult to induce his dark transformation. No need to wait for Sasuke. Let's start the match directly. If he hasn't shown up by the time it's his turn, he'll be considered to have forfeited, announced the proctor, Kazan Uchiha. The first match quickly began, with Konan from the Rain Village facing Naruto Uzumaki from the Leaf Village, while the other participants could only watch from the spectator platform on the 2nd floor. Are you going to surrender? Shadow Clone won't work on me. Konan calmly used her paper jutsu to destroy Naruto's shadow clones. Her true strength was at the shadow level, and without the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto posed no threat to her. Kid, this woman is very strong. It would be better for you to surrender. The Nine-Tails immediately relayed this to Naruto, warning him not to act recklessly. Give me chakra. I need to prove my strength right now. Didn't you say something was off with the wind shadow? You sense killing intent, right? Let the chaos begin with me. Naruto's darkened spirit replied with a sneer. The Nine-Tails had told him many things, giving Naruto a clear understanding of his trump cards. In the Four-Tailed state, with the Nine-Tails' help, he could maintain some rationality. At Six Tails, he would have to let the Nine-Tails control his body, and beyond that, the seal would break, and he could die. In the chaos of the Chunin exam venue, the Four-Tailed state was sufficient. Are you going to surrender, Naruto Uzumaki? Kazan Uchiha watched as Konan destroyed Naruto's last shadow clone. The shadow clone technique was a more advanced form of the clone jutsu, consuming a lot of chakra. Naruto should have little chakra left, while his opponent only spent a few detonating tags. It's over. Conan had already received a signal from Lin Xian and would naturally not hold back against Naruto. What they wanted was for Naruto to go dark and explode. Hundreds of detonating tags were thrown by Conan, and she herself transformed into paper, scattering into the air. Boom! At the last moment before the explosion, Naruto Uzumaki was enveloped in a bubble-like liquid red chakra, forming a tail behind him at an incredible speed. 2 tails, 3 tails for tails. The skin on Naruto's body was torn open, and the red chakra became denser, ultimately forming a crimson-tailed beast cloak around him. 9 tails chakra mode, 4-tailed state. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the ninjas at the exam venue changed dramatically. The third Hokage stood up, smashing his own chair. What is happening with Naruto Uzumaki? Why did he suddenly use the power of the 9 tails? Did the Jinchuriki lose control? What could be the reason? The mysterious death of Danzo flashed through his mind, and Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the Leaf Village was shrouded in layers of shadow, with the attacker being more than just Orochimaru. Other forces were involved. Is this the 9 tails of the Leaf? This power is truly terrifying. Chiyo showed no concern for the rampaging Naruto, her expression one of glee. The more chaotic and dire the Leaf Village became, the more advantageous it was for Sunagakure. Contact the sealing team. First, ensure the safety of the daimyo and nobles. Umbu ninjas, come with me to suppress the Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. In a crisis, one must remain calm. As a leader, he could not lose his composure. If it were just a 1-tailed chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen could suppress it easily. But now it was 4 tails, with even more potential for loss of control. The worst-case scenario was the 9 tails breaking free from its seal, repeating the chaos from 12 years ago. The entire scene fell into chaos and unrest, with no one daring to look directly at the crimson-clad beast. Especially the ninjas who had experienced the 9 tails disaster, feeling this evil chakra made their legs feel weak. Hokage-sama, we can't let you destroy everything. A leaf ninja behind Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly pulled out a kunai and held it to the Hokage's neck. This sinister voice could only belong to his former disciple, Orochimaru. Lord Chiyo, let us begin the plan. Orochimaru summoned the Sound Ninja for as planned, establishing the 4 purple flames formation on the rooftop, blocking the 3rd Hokage's chances of calling for help and preventing him from suppressing the rampaging 4-tailed Jinchuriki. The signal for chaos had already sounded, and ninjas from the Sound Village and Sunagakure began to act. The Umbu ninjas of the Leaf not only had to face enemy attacks, but also had to stop the rampaging 4-tailed Naruto, risking their lives to buy time for the Leaf, with casualties increasing by the second. And Sarutobi Hiruzen could only watch helplessly as all of this happened. Do you like my gift, teacher, Sarutobi? Orochimaru chuckled as he stepped back a few paces, his long tongue licking the kunai, slime dripping down. Looking at his once most proud disciple turned into this, the 3rd Hokage felt a twinge of self-mockery. Ultimately, he had failed to guide his student onto the right path, leading the Leaf to such suffering. But even if he could start over, could he bring himself to kill Orochimaru with his own hands? Chapter 65. Uchiha Obito. Everywhere the situation on the battlefield was not optimistic. The number of Leaf ninjas was far greater than the enemies, and reinforcements were constantly joining. Yet they were suffering the highest casualties. First, there was the 3rd Hokage and Orochimaru. Due to the 4 purple flames formation, the outside ninjas could not interfere with the internal battle. The most troublesome were the 2 rampaging Jinchuriki. Naruto, with 4 tails sprouting from his back, was single-handedly dealing with over 30 Umbu from the Leaf. Meanwhile, Gaara from Sunagakure had used his ultimate move, summoning the complete form of Shikaku, and was currently engaged in battle with Jonin, such as Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma. The collaboration between the ninjas of Sunagakure and the Sound Village put even more pressure on the Leaf. The son of the White Fang of the Leaf, Chiyo looked grimly at the battlefield where Kakashi was. If it weren't for Shikaku being indiscriminate, she would have wanted to personally kill that so-called copy ninja. The war had entered a fever pitch, and the stance and attitude of the Rain Village became quite crucial. But Lin Xian proved to be a true friend of the Leaf, not taking advantage of the situation, but instead helping the Leaf. Lin Xian's water release, combined with Conan's detonating tags, was assisting the Leaf ninjas in suppressing the erupting Shikaku, alleviating a considerable amount of pressure. Hozuki Mangetsu was protecting the safety of the hydrangeas amidst the chaos, and the 2 were helping to protect the civilians in the Chunin exam venue, along with Hirano Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, and others. The Leaf's lower ninjas were not able to help much on the front lines, so they were assigned to protect and evacuate civilians. Summoning technique, un pur world réincarnation. After Orochimaru and the third Hokage warmed up, the battle reached its final stage. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, were summoned from the afterlife by Orochimaru to the real world, immediately tipping the scales of battle. The Edo Tensei technique is not perfect, and the two Hokage only possess about 20% of their strength at their peak. Even so, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no chance of winning and could only summon the Monkey King to hold on. Lincoln, I'm counting on you to deal with the One Tail. I'll handle Naruto, Uzumaki. Might Guy gritted his teeth. The usually sunny and cheerful boy, who had aspired to become Hokage for years and was even the child of a Hokage, was now betraying Konoha at the most dangerous moment. Since the start of the chaos, Naruto Uzumaki had killed over 30 Umbu of Konoha. Don't worry, Guy, Kakashi is here too. We'll hold off the One Tail. Lin Xian responded and unleashed the water-release ninjutsu again, teaming up with Konan's countless explosive tags to suppress Shikaku. Shikaku felt utterly wronged by this. Damn it. Last time I came out, I got blown up by you, and after all this time, I finally get to breathe again, only to find you a human here. Do I have a grudge against you? Shikaku was so angry it nearly exploded on the spot. However, the clever little raccoon quickly realized something. This man didn't seem to have any intention of blowing it up. Those terrifying water releases in the eyes of the Leaf Ninjas were merely hindering its movement and posed no real threat to it. On the other side, Might Guy directly opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates and engaged in close combat with Naruto Uzumaki. It wasn't difficult for Guy to defeat Naruto, but if he exerted too much force and accidentally killed the Jinchuriki, the consequences would be unimaginable. Losing the Nine Tails would be far more terrifying than losing the Hokage. Guy understood very well the value of tailed beasts to a ninja village, especially since this was the strongest of all tailed beasts, the Nine Tails. 6th gate, the Gate of You, open. 7th gate, the Gate of Shock, open. Finally, after sacrificing 2 more Umbu from Konoha, Might Guy decided to show no mercy. Even if he had to cripple Naruto Uzumaki, he couldn't let him continue killing. Run, kid. The Nine Tails sensed the change in Might Guy's momentum and panicked. In this state, not to mention Naruto, with 4 tails, even with 6 tails, it would be tough. That guy named Might Guy definitely had strength at the level of Kage. Among the Kage, he was also one of the best. Give me chakra. I'll kill him. Naruto, already red-eyed with killing intent, didn't think about escaping at this moment. After all, he was still a simple-minded youth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tricked so badly by someone. You fool. The Nine Tails cursed and forcefully took control of Naruto's body. If they didn't escape now, they would really be crippled by Might Guy. Dying wasn't out of the question either. Although tailed beasts could be revived after a few years of death, the Nine Tails didn't want to experience death at all, nor did it want to leave behind a dark history. Even Shikaku had never died, and if it were killed, where would its face go? Day Tiger. Might Guy relentlessly pursued and unleashed his ultimate move. Focusing on Naruto, he unleashed a super-speed straight punch that compressed the air and then rapidly expanded it. The shape of the air cannon resembled that of a tiger, and a shockwave could even be felt by people several miles away. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Naruto Uzumaki, who had just grown 6 tails, was blown out of his tailed beast form. His left arm was completely shattered, and he almost got blown apart into countless pieces, excluding the critically injured 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The overall situation on the battlefield gradually tilted in favor of Konoha. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, was heavily injured and unconscious, and Shikaku couldn't withstand the pressure and finally returned to Gaara's body. Just then, Might Guy stared blankly at the kunai that pierced through his abdomen. No matter how many calculations he made, he didn't anticipate being attacked at this moment. The opponent's stealth techniques were exceptionally clever. The true protagonist always appears last, don't you think, friends from Konoha? The masked man sneered and casually kicked the severely injured Might Guy away. Uchiha Obito. The Konoha ninjas quickly recognized this S-rank rogue ninja from the wanted poster. Truly, misfortunes never come singly. Konoha was having the worst luck today, and everyone seemed to want to take a kick at them. Obito, what do you want to do? Kakashi, with a cautious expression, hurried to rescue the severely injured Might Guy. Even though Obito was once a teammate, as long as he opposed Konoha, he was Kakashi's enemy. Kill this traitor. Watch out for his phasing ability. Kill him. Many clans spoke up, including Hayashi Hyuga, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, Ai Yamanaka, the clan leader of the Yamanaka clan, Shikaka Nara from the Nara clan, and the Akimichi clan. The Chunin exam venue was the most crucial place, and it was related to the Hokage. Konoha's support would certainly arrive quickly. A group of ants aren't worthy of my effort. Uchiha Obito grinned wickedly. He held the unconscious Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, and turned to leave. Suddenly, a figure in black emerged from the ground, leaving Obito to cover their retreat. We can't let the Jinchuriki escape. Chase. Shikaku Nara frowned and decisively ordered. When the Hokage was absent, he was the acting leader of the ninjas. After all, he was a well-known strategist, and Kakashi and the others were very willing to cooperate with his orders. Even Hayashi Hyuga was no exception. Hee. The masked figure in black suddenly let out an eerie laugh. The ever-present Uchiha Obito had once again made him take the blame today. One of his clones had just helped Konoha suppress Shikaku, while another clone transformed into Uchiha Obito to take away Naruto, and his main body disguised itself as Obito to leave behind subordinates for the retreat. Suppressing Konoha, deceiving Konoha, playing with Konoha. In the end, Konoha's people would still have to be grateful to him, treating him as an honored guest. This world is truly wonderful and magical. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying, everyone present is trash. Chapter 66. The Death of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Magnet Release. Sand Gold Burial. As the dozen or so Jonin from Konoha rushed to attack, Lin Xian decisively used a large-scale sand gold ninjutsu. To avoid exposing his identity, he wouldn't used taijutsu. 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin. Hayashi Hyuga, as expected of the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, established a defensive wall centered around himself, carving a path through the giant wave of sand gold. Since it was related to the Jinchuriki, every ninja was doing their utmost, leaving no room for error. Mind turn technique. From a distance on the battlefield, Ai Yamanaka completed his hand seals, but the next second he spat out blood and fainted. This scene was seen by Kakashi and others, adding to their worries. Obito's subordinates were simply absurdly strong. No wonder they were left behind to cover the retreat. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. Wind Release. Great breakthrough. The ninjas crossed through the sand gold and launched an unscrupulous attack on the enemy. Being able to stand before me is commendable, but this is where it ends. Wood Release. Birth of the Tree World. Lin Xian took a deep breath, feeling that half of his energy had vanished. This time, he would not hold back against the Konoha ninjas. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. If he didn't push Konoha into a real desperate situation, how could he gain more trust from them? Lin Xian's clone immediately took Xiao Nan to escape, while the ninjas of Konoha were not so lucky. The trees grew at a visible speed, rapidly reaching heights of over 20 meters, 30 meters, and finally soaring to a staggering 50 meters, casting a shadow over the land. Such an area was not just targeting a few high-ranking ninjas. It nearly engulfed 1/5 of the entire Konoha village. If viewed from a kilometer high, one would find the center of Konoha village resembling a vast sea of green. This was no mere ninjutsu. It was a miracle. Hyuga Hizashi could only think of 2 phrases. One was MMP, and the other was what the hell. A ninja this powerful, casually mixing with Uchiha Obito and using the first Hokage's would release, was truly unbelievable. Father, clan leader. Hundreds of meters away in the ruins of the Chunin exam venue, the members of the Hyuga clan began to panic. What would happen to the clan if Hizashi were to be in danger? Their eldest daughter, Hinata Hyuga, was only 12 years old. Hizashi was indeed in trouble. Even to complete the mission, Lin Xian would not let this guy go. It wasn't just Hizashi who would die. That would be too unfair to everyone else. If everyone got hit head-on, why should only he die? If someone could hear Lin Xian's thoughts, they would probably kneel down and cry that such fairness was unnecessary. Yamashiro Kaichi was killed. He had already been backfired by his own ninjutsu, and at the critical moment, he couldn't escape and was pierced by the rapidly growing trees, turning into a sieve. Hizashi also met a similar fate, but it was more brutal. Not only was his head separated from his body, but even his limbs were dismembered. There were many other victims as well. The people from Sunagakure and Otogaikure couldn't escape either. Just one ninjutsu swallowed the lives of thousands of ninjas. Even the 4 purple flames formation was crushed by these trees. Compared to the wood release of the man in black, the first Hokage resurrected by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei looked like a counterfeit, leaving both Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen dumbfounded in the midst of their battle. Your experiment? Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped and asked. No, Orochimaru replied darkly, watching the man in black warily. A ninja capable of using such powerful wood release shouldn't be an unknown figure. Yet he didn't recognize him. Just then, Kabuto appeared. Master, that guy is a subordinate of Uchiha Obito. Upon hearing Kabuto's explanation, Orochimaru's expression shifted between green and purple. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Was Uchiha Obito aiming for him? He was currently engaged in a tug-of-war. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have used some forbidden technique, intending to devour his soul, while the Edo Tensei first and second Hokages had already been sealed by his shadow clones. However, Orochimaru became confused as he listened. Obito had already taken Naruto Uzumaki away, leaving behind a man in black who had not made a move against him. Don't get me wrong, I have no intentions towards you. The man in black glanced at Orochimaru and Kabuto before walking straight towards the third Hokage. At this point, Orochimaru finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian calmly took out a kunai and first decapitated the summoning beast of the third Hokage, Monkey King. Killing a Hokage is one thing. Casually slaughtering a summoning beast is another. Who exactly are you? Why must you be our enemy in Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed bitterly. Even in his final moments, he did not give up. He was determined to take Orochimaru's soul to the belly of the Shinigami. Otherwise, Orochimaru would continue to pose a threat to Konoha. But because of this man in black, he could not ensure Orochimaru's burial alongside him. Why? Why are there so many questions in this world? Haven't you 5 great ninja villages always looked down on others? Now that you have become the oppressed, you start talking about reason? When you bullied others, why didn't you introspect whether you were being reasonable? Lin Xian scoffed. Whether he showed up or not, the death of the third Hokage was inevitable. If it weren't for the generous mission rewards, he wouldn't even bother to personally kill this old dog. Don't be fooled by Shimura Danzo's dirty deeds. How much better could Hiruzen Sarutobi, who has been covering for Danzo, be? Ha, you are right. Quickly kill this old man. Be careful, or things might change. Orochimaru laughed loudly, hinting for the man in black to act quickly. He didn't want to maintain his current soul state for even a second. Damn old fool, still thinking about going down together at the moment of death. The escape technique was meant for the physical body, and against this kind of S-rank ceiling ninjutsu at the soul level, Orochimaru had no way out. If it weren't for the third Hokage's old age and frailty, Orochimaru might have truly faced defeat this time. Goodbye, Hokage-sama. Lin Xian slightly lifted his mask, revealing a delicate and fair face, while at the same time, the kunai pierced through Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. The young man's clean smile felt like a breath of spring. The third Hokage's eyes bulged, staring in disbelief at everything before him. This was clearly the man who had helped suppress the rebellion in Konoha. This was clearly the man who claimed to be a friend of the village. Is this how you conduct yourself? If hatred could kill, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have killed Lin Xian hundreds of times in these few seconds. What was Orochimaru compared to this? Lin Xian, that shameless dog, was the real threat. What are you looking at? Did I owe you money or abduct your daughter? Lin Xian looked disgusted. She pushed the old man aside and stomped on his corpse a couple of times to vent her anger. This Hokage, who had ruled Konoha for decades and held great power, witnessed the peak of Konoha and single-handedly led it into darkness. If he had ruthlessly killed Orochimaru back then, if he had resolved Danzo and the Root organization early, if he had not followed the second Hokage's orders to target the Uchiha clan, if he had stopped the higher-ups from sentencing White Fan to death, if he had seen through Lin Xian's deep disguise, would Konoha be different today? Main quest, Land of Fire arc completed. Side quest, Burning Will completed. Rewards have been issued. Obtain the Divine Robe, rare. Turning around. The man in black had already put his mask back on. Orochimaru couldn't see his expression, but he knew that this guy was feeling smug at that moment, because after stepping on the Hokage's corpse, he even hummed a little tune. How lonely it is to be invincible. The man in black left leisurely, leaving Orochimaru and his subordinates in disarray in the wind. Is there anyone so pretentious as you? Although you do have the qualifications to be pretentious. Chapter 67, Naruto's Choice, joining Akatsuki. The war ends here. Amidst the chaos, Orochimaru disappeared, and from Sunagakure, Chiyo and Gaara escaped, while Konoha suffered heavy losses. The third Hokage fell. The Jinchuriki went missing. Many high-ranking officials and Umbu ninjas sacrificed themselves, and the village center turned into a sea of trees, as if submerged by a green ocean. Meanwhile, kid, join me. Only I can give you the power of revenge. In a tree hollow, the masked man looked mockingly at the severely injured boy. Using the Nine-Tails chakra comes at a cost. Uzumaki Naruto now felt sore all over, barely managing to move a finger. I refuse. Naruto remained silent for 2 minutes, but ultimately did not yield. This bastard was the killer of his parents. How stubborn. Naruto, there are only eternal interests in this world. No eternal enemies. Don't you want revenge? The masked man sneered. Kid, why not just yield temporarily, at least survive first? Even the nine tails within him began to speak for that person. Naruto fell into deep thought for a moment. He suddenly understood Sasuke's feelings. Why he always had a cold face, as if he cared for no one. He was a vengeful spirit. A vengeful spirit needs no bonds and no love. Just the completion of revenge. I will take my own path to revenge. This is my ninja way. Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes again, filled with a determination that feared death. Truly worthy of being the main character of this world, his willpower is extraordinary. Lin Xian squinted her eyes in appreciation. Increasingly satisfied with the tool she had cultivated, it was time to extend an olive branch as a member of the Akatsuki. You traitor, you're living quite comfortably, aren't you? The familiar voice of Naruto Uzumaki echoed. Wait a minute, isn't that Lin Jun's voice? A figure appeared at the entrance of the tree hollow, dressed in a black robe with red clouds, emanating an aura of danger. Lin Jun, are you having fun playing house? Uchiha Obito slowly turned his head, chuckling softly. Even Naruto Uzumaki, no matter how foolish, should have realized by now that the two were acquainted. I'm happy, why wouldn't I be? Naruto and I are friends. Good brothers from different parents. Please hand him over to me. Lin Xian provocatively curled her finger. Naruto Uzumaki noticed the extremely angry gaze of the masked man, who seemed to be wary of something and did not make a move. Naruto, do you want to join Akatsuki? It's not a good organization. Sooner or later, you'll betray it like I did. Obito glanced at Naruto. The more he tried to obstruct, the greater Naruto's curiosity about Akatsuki became. What is Akatsuki? Why is Lin Xian a member of Akatsuki? What can be gained by joining Akatsuki? In any case, it's at least better than Uchiha Obito. Naruto is prepared for a life-and-death struggle and will not cooperate with that guy. Lin, I hope that when we meet next time, you won't regret today's decision. I'll give you the nine tails as a gift, as the leader of those foolish people. The masked man's body slowly sank into the trees. Naruto recognized this as a high-level earth release technique, similar to the methods used by Orochimaru back then. What a mess, Naruto-kun. I didn't expect you to suddenly defect from Konoha. Lin Xian didn't seem surprised at Obito's choice and walked slowly to his side. Uzumaki Naruto felt that his mind couldn't keep up and couldn't understand the current situation. There were too many questions he wanted to ask, but when it came to his lips, he didn't know what to say. Obito was actually right. Akatsuki was not a good organization, especially for you Jinchuriki, because our goal is to hunt down the Jinchuriki. Lin Xian sat down and spoke to himself. Although what he heard was terrifying, Naruto surprisingly did not feel any malice. The Nine Tails, having suffered for 1,000 years from war, hatred, and betrayal, was a collection of negative will. If even the Nine Tails did not sense malice, it meant that Lin Xian was indeed friendly towards him. Naruto trusted the Nine Tails, and naturally, he also trusted Lin Xian. Why do you want to save me? Since Akatsuki's goal is the Jinchuriki, you should have just captured me directly, like the masked man. Naruto's expression was complicated, unsure of how to face Lin Xian. If they were to identify as Rain Village and Konoha ninjas, they should be good friends. But now Lin Xian was a member of Akatsuki, and his strength even frightened Uchiha Obito. As for Naruto Uzumaki, he had betrayed Konoha and become a rogue ninja. What were the two of them now? Calling each other friends, Naruto himself found it hard to believe. You're right, Naruto. If you had the complete nine tails inside you, I should indeed capture you immediately and present you to our leader. But what if you only have half of the nine tails inside you? Or what if half of the nine tails is enough? Lin Xian looked at Naruto with a half smile. The information contained in his words was substantial, and Naruto pondered each word and sentence repeatedly. Do I only have half of the nine tails inside me? Naruto felt confused. That's right. The fourth Hokage sealed half of the nine tails chakra within himself, and then entered the belly of the death god. If you had the complete nine tails inside you, you probably wouldn't have lived past 12. The answer is obvious. We can find a way to retrieve the fourth Hokage's soul and obtain the other half of the nine tails from there. And you, Uzumaki Naruto, will no longer be an enemy of Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately confirmed the truth with the nine tails inside him and received an affirmative response. What he had inside was the young nine tails. The fourth Hokage, who is his father, had the nine tails inside him. So, Lin-kun, what do you mean? Naruto followed the clues guessing Lin Xian's goal in saving him. Opportunities don't just fall from the sky. This man must have his reasons for saving his life. Naruto-kun, you could join Akatsuki. In our organization, you will receive comprehensive training and a 100 guarantee of safety. What we need is for you to dedicate yourself to our organization. When necessary, we might even send you to assassinate the leaders of great nations or capture Jinchuriki. Apart from assigning tasks periodically, Akatsuki will not interfere with the personal lives of its members. Lin Xian's words sparked a lot of interest in Naruto. There's no harm without comparison. Uchiha Obito's invitation was completely insincere, and he was even his enemy. But look at Lin Xian. Isn't this full of sincerity? Lin, are we friends? For the first time, a smile appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's face, and he suddenly felt that life wasn't so bad after all. The world is full of people scheming against him, but at least there are those who treat him sincerely. Of course, Lin Xian nodded with a smile, and Naruto also nodded in agreement. The Akatsuki organization. Sounds pretty good. Naruto-kun, happy cooperation, this is your ring. When necessary, the leader will contact you through it. Lin Xian took out the standard ring for Akatsuki members, which was engraved with the character Ming. Uzumaki Naruto examined it closely and indeed found that Lin Xian wore a similar ring, but the engraving had changed to Lin. Please take care of me, Lin-kun. Hee. What are you laughing at? It's nothing, I just remembered something happy. Chapter 68. The sadness and joy of people do not communicate 3 days later. After this period of rest, the cleanup work on the battlefield of Konoha was more than halfway done. On the other side, Lin Xian also completed the work arrangements, with Hozuki Mangetsu as Naruto's guide. The two first returned to the Akatsuki headquarters in the Hidden Rain Village. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Konan, as representatives of the Hidden Rain Village, continued to stay in Konoha to do what they could. Every time Konan saw those ninjas with tears of gratitude in their eyes, she felt incredibly guilty. Can you be any more hypocritical, Inai-chan? You killed the people, you blew up the houses, and now they are crying and kneeling to thank you? Aren't you just bullying honest people? Konan couldn't stand it anymore. Having such a shameless brother, it's hard to say whether it's bad luck or good fortune. If you're going to bully, then bully. I can bully you too. Lin Xian reached out and pinched her sister's cheek. The latter's gaze immediately became even more resentful. Those who didn't know might think it was a pair of young lovers flirting. Konoha, temporary office building. Mito Gate Yin, Zhuin Qinshun, two high-ranking elders of Konoha. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. This meeting was indeed highly significant, and they even invited Lin Xian, the representative from Rain Hidden Village. Little Lin, thank you so much for your help this time, Jiraiya said with a grateful smile. This could be considered true friendship in times of trouble. Rain Hidden Village helped Konoha in its time of need, so Konoha naturally had to reciprocate. Perhaps they couldn't provide much material assistance, but signing an alliance contract was definitely possible. Not at all. I'm just doing what I can. Lin Xian is very humble and sensible. Not only Jiraiya, but even the two elders are quite satisfied with his attitude. Initially, they were a bit worried that Lin Xian might turn against them later and extort Konoha for certain resources, making it difficult for them to refuse or accept. However, this kid is quite understanding. As long as there is an alliance contract, he hopes that Konoha will support the Rain Village in becoming a major ninja village in the future and recognize the leader of the Rain Village as the Rain Shadow. Even if such a treaty is signed, Konoha would suffer no loss if they later regret it. How could the higher-ups of Konoha not be happy about this? Isn't this just getting something for nothing? They didn't have to pay a single penny in material terms. This little girl looks somewhat familiar. Jiraiya observed Xiao Nan, who was beside Lin Xian. Although Xiao Nan transformed into a 16-year-old girl and wore a mask, her blue-purple short hair still gave Jiraiya a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. This is my younger sister, and it's both of our first time coming to Konoha, Lin Xian casually explained. Jiraiya didn't think much of it and quickly got to the main topic. The alliance treaty between the two villages included the following points. Essentially, if Konoha is in trouble, Amage Cure will assist. If Amage Cure is in trouble, Konoha will assist. Ninjas from Konoha and Amage Cure are not allowed to fight privately. In the future, when Amage Cure has its first leader, Konoha must recognize the leader's position. As for Akatsuki, a dangerous organization that betrayed Hanzo of the Salamander, Konoha must help in the eradication of Akatsuki. This treaty seemed reasonable from every angle. Even the two elders couldn't find any flaws and gladly accepted it, signing their names alongside Jiraiya. Until the fifth Hokage is officially determined, the representatives of the village are the elders and the three Sannin of Konoha. A pleasant cooperation. A pleasant cooperation. Lin Xian couldn't stop laughing. Damn the mountain pepper fish Hanzo. He probably died many years ago, and they're still trying to hunt down the Akatsuki? The future leader of the Akatsuki, leading the 5 great nations ninjas to hunt down the Akatsuki. That scene is too beautiful to imagine. 1 word. 2 words. 3 words. Cough, cough, cough. Laughs, Jiraiya chuckled. The 2 elders chuckled. Even his own brother was grinning foolishly. Conan's feelings were extremely complicated right now. Those pigs from Konoha, what kind of ridiculous treaty did they just sign? Are they trying to get the Akatsuki members to join in the hunt against the Akatsuki? Those Konoha ninjas, so proud and grinning ear to ear, must think Lin Xian is an idiot. But who is really the stupid one? Isn't it obvious? With Lin Xian, this insider, around, it's a miracle if they can succeed in the hunt. The meeting ended amid laughter. Konoha thought they had everything under control. Lin Xian got what he wanted, successfully infiltrating the 5 great nations as the heir of Amagakure. Everyone had a bright future. Outside of Konoha village, Lin Xian and Xiao Nan found Yakushi Kabuto. In addition to having Kabuto take care of Karen, he had other tasks for him to do. Looking at the entire Naruto world, Yakushi Kabuto ranked at least in the top 5 in Lin Xian's mind as a tool. Uchiha Madara is powerful, right? The main characters Naruto and Sasuke are impressive, right? In Lin Xian's eyes, they are just a bunch of fools. Yakushi Kabuto is the real smart one. Perhaps his strength and talent aren't that great, but a person like him is exceptionally intelligent, making him the perfect subordinate. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't spend so much time just to gain Kabuto's loyalty. What are your orders, my lord? Yakushi Kabuto half knelt on the ground, listening to the command. My lord. The girl Karen imitated his actions, half kneeling and obediently lowering her head. Even now, she still didn't understand why Lin Xian saved her, but why bother with that? Life now is much better than before. I will stay in Konoha for a while. During this time, you can talk to Orochimaru about enticing Uchiha Sasuke. The experiments related to White Zetsu's Edo Tensei won't succeed in the short term. Capturing Uchiha Sasuke is also a form of insurance for Orochimaru. He will agree to it. Lin Xian said slowly. Just as he took out a cigarette, it was knocked to the ground by Xiao Nan before he could light it. Under Xiao Nan's glare, the man ultimately caved in and handed over the cigarette and matches to the little girl. Isn't Uchiha Sasuke a pawn of the adults? Why give in to Orochimaru? Do, seemingly oblivious, expressionlessly inquired about his mission. Karen couldn't help but want to laugh. This adult also had moments of being slapped in the face, but she still managed to keep her composure on the surface. Of course, I wouldn't give in to Orochimaru. I just want Orochimaru to lure Uchiha Sasuke into defecting, and then I'll intercept him halfway. This way, for the people of Konoha, Orochimaru would be taking the blame from me, right? Lin Xian had a look of obviousness on his face, although he knew that his boss was a terrible bastard. Yakushi Kabuto still felt a sense of sadness for Orochimaru at this moment. Poor Lord Orochimaru being toyed with by Lin Xian. What about Uchiha Sasuke? Should we invite him to join the Akatsuki like Naruto, Uzumaki? But Uchiha Itachi was also in the Akatsuki. Yakushi Kabuto was pondering viable methods. He needed to cultivate Sasuke's growth, use Sasuke to do tasks for the boss, and ensure that Sasuke was 100 loyal to him. This was no simple task, especially since Uchiha Itachi's true identity was a spy planted in the Akatsuki by Konoha, and he was an incurable brother complex, willing to do anything for his brother. The thought of having both Sasuke and Itachi in the Akatsuki, even as colleagues, was something Kabuto didn't dare to imagine. Kabuto, do you think Sasuke is our friend? Lin Xian didn't answer directly, but instead smiled mischievously. Sasuke is not a fool like Naruto. He is more realistic. He doesn't need friends. He only needs the power for revenge strong enough to kill Itachi Uchiha. Kabuto analyzed what he believed to be Uchiha Sasuke. If Sasuke is a child who likes candy, then let's give him candy. Don't even mention joining the Akatsuki. He'd willingly become a host at a brothel. The adult is wise. Listening to the unscrupulous conversation between the boss and the subordinates, Conan felt her worldview shatter. Oni-chan is such a bad person. Sasuke's fate is so tragic. He is like the protagonist of a tragic novel. You bastards not only lack sympathy, but also think of ways to manipulate others into working for you. Right now, Lin Xian is a hero in the eyes of the Leaf Ninjas. Perhaps at this very moment, Uchiha Sasuke is admiring Lin Xian. It turns out that the joys and sorrows of humanity do not communicate. Chapter 69, Obtaining the World Crystal Konoha. After holding the funeral for the third Hokage, many ninjas began to ponder why Naruto had betrayed them. After all, Uzumaki Naruto was not just an ordinary well-behaved child in his 12 years of life. He was always mumbling about wanting to become Hokage. His ears must be calloused by now. Who pushed him to betray Konoha? Kakashi, as a teacher, still couldn't figure it out. However, the investigation was not without results. The bad deeds that Sarutobi Hiruzen had secretly done over the years, along with certain hidden documents and intelligence, were discovered in his home. Jiraiya, busy traveling the world and writing novels, was completely unaware of these matters. Now, seeing the dark and corrupt side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the image of a good teacher in his heart completely collapsed. Not to mention anything else. Just take the Uchiha massacre as an example. Who would have thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly supported it? That was Konoha's strongest clan. In the end, they were all killed, leaving only a pair of brothers. At this point, Jiraiya probably guessed the reason for Naruto's betrayal of Konoha. As long as Naruto learns about the darkness of this village, he could never stay in Konoha. Speaking of which, the intelligence scrolls found in the third Hokage's home were actually arranged by that guy, Kabuto Yakushi. If you're going to do it thoroughly. Just having Uzumaki Naruto hear about the third Hokage's dirty deeds is not enough. They want the whole world to know about the bad things Sarutobi Hiruzen has done. Even in death, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha should lose face. Nichan, did the third Hokage really do so many dirty things? Conan asked curiously. Amigakure is a small village with a simple system, unlike the complicated big ninja villages. The bad deeds that Sarutobi Hiruzen did would be more than you think. Although he indeed did not harm the fourth Hokage and did not have no feelings for Uzumaki Naruto, in other aspects, who knows how many unscrupulous things he has done. Lin Xian is not without reason for criticizing the third Hokage. Many of the bad deeds done by Shimura Danzo involve the participation or tacit approval of the third Hokage. Danzo has taken the blame for countless things on behalf of the third Hokage. This is probably why the third Hokage has been unwilling to kill Danzo for decades. If the person taking the blame dies, wouldn't it tarnish his reputation as Hokage when he continues to do dirty work in the future? Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Lin Xian and Xiao Nin ordered 2 servings of luxurious seafood ramen. The funeral of the third Hokage was just held yesterday, and Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki arrived in Konoha at this time. During periods without missions, the Akatsuki organization does not interfere with the actions of its members. It seems like a coincidence that they came to this village, but in reality, Uchiha Itachi intentionally made an appearance. He informed the higher-ups of Konoha that Uchiha Itachi is still alive. This way, those guys wouldn't dare to target Sasuke. What a coincidence, Mr. Itachi and Mr. Kisame. Are you here for ramen? Lin Xian waved his hand. The newly arrived Kisame and Itachi exchanged glances before entering the ramen shop. Their outfits were quite conspicuous. But so far, it seemed that the ninjas of Konoha had not realized the infiltration of the Akatsuki members. The ninjas in the village were busy with reconstruction work or carrying out missions. Lincoln, you really are quite relaxed. The 5 great nations are currently very concerned about you. The heir of the Rain Village, Kisame said, rubbing his hands, his tone neither warm nor cold. Although he was Lin Xian's subordinate, he still had to put on a show during normal times, pretending they weren't very familiar with each other. Senior, I heard you abducted the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Itachi Uchiha said in a deep voice. While others didn't know where Naruto Uzumaki had gone, he certainly did. That Jinchuriki was currently at the Akatsuki's headquarters in the Rain Village, being looked after by Kisame. It wasn't really abduction. I don't know what Obito told Naruto, but he suddenly defected from the village, and I was quite shocked at the time. Later, I followed that guy and took the Jinchuriki away from Obito. Lin Xian casually spoke. Uchiha Itachi appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was cursing Uchiha Obito fiercely. That guy was not only a traitor to Akatsuki, but also a traitor to the Uchiha clan. Itachi had high hopes for Naruto Uzumaki, but now, due to Obito's interference, Naruto had even become his enemy, the enemy of Konoha. Uchiha Itachi was contemplating whether to use his Kotoeme Tsukumi on Uchiha Obito. That guy was becoming increasingly dangerous. The 4 did not communicate for long. Lin Xian's current public identity is that of an enemy of the Akatsuki organization, and he is also the designated next leader of the Rain Village. So the Konoha ninjas must not discover that the 2 sides are working together. The development of events was also within Lin Xian's expectations. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki encountered Kurenai Yuhi, Kakashi Hitaki, Asuma Sarutobi, and Might Guy while preparing to leave Konoha. A fierce battle ensued, but there were no casualties. Kakashi was trapped in Tsukuyami for 3 days and nights, and after the battle, He immediately fell unconscious and was admitted to the Konoha ICU. Itachi conveyed the information that he was still alive, and Konoha became aware of the danger posed by the Akatsuki. Later, Uchiha Sasuke heard the news and rushed over. He had been worried about Naruto Uzumaki, but upon hearing about Itachi, revenge was all that occupied his mind. After 5 years, the two brothers met again. Uchiha Sasuke used Chidori, but was still beaten up by Itachi and even fell victim to Tsukuyomi. The number of hospitalized individuals increased by 1. Itachi and Kisame left Konoha. How prepared is Orochimaru on his end? Lin Xian and Do talked about Uchiha Sasuke. The White Zetsu experiment continued as usual, and the task of inducing Uchiha Sasuke to betray the village had been handed over to the Sound Ninja 5, with an additional member, Kimimaro. Yakushi Kabuto replied with his head down. Kimimaro's life was nearing its end, and he hoped to help Lord Orochimaru with one last task before he died. Although Naruto Uzumaki had already betrayed the village, it seemed that the plot had not changed. However, this time, Naruto was not part of the team sent by Konoha to search for Sasuke. I wonder what Haruno Sakura will think when the time comes. Both Naruto and Sasuke betrayed the village and did not want to take her along. I really look forward to seeing her expression when she hears the news. Lin Xian thought with a wicked sense of humor and quickly issued a new order. You continue to follow Orochimaru. I will call for you when necessary. Now is not the time to turn against him. Yakushi Kabuto still retained a certain respect and feelings for Orochimaru, but he did not dare to disobey Lin Xian's orders. Anyway, it seemed that Lin Xian did not intend to completely eliminate Orochimaru. Perhaps he would even recruit him as a subordinate. Side quest. Historically, the darkening is 3 times stronger. Completed, rewards have been issued. The reward is a crystal of the derivative dimension of the world of Naruto, and possessing this item makes one the master of this dimension. However, Lin Xian does not plan to leave this dimension in the short term. He intends to fully conquer this dimension before going to the reincarnation space to consider the next world. Side quest, The Fallen White. Task content, gain Hinata Hyuga's loyalty. Progress, 25100. Task difficulty, difficult. Reward, Otsutsuki bloodline injection. Naruto and Sasuke, the 2 main characters, have been schemed against by Lin Xian, and Hinata Hyuga will not be spared either. Compared to darkening Naruto, making Hinata fall is incredibly easy. After all, she is just a timid girl. Previously, he had not taken action because he was busy with other matters, but now that everything has been dealt with, it is naturally time for Hinata. After all, that is a Tensigen, a dojutsu on par with the Rinnegan. Even Lin Xian would be tempted by such power. The cost of using Divine Blood is high and is essentially a life-risking endeavor. Having more trump cards is always better. Chapter 70. Hinata has been messed up. 2 days have passed in Konoha. This is an important day, especially for the Hyuga clan. Ever since the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the Hyuga have proclaimed themselves the strongest clan in Konoha, but this time their clan leader was sacrificed in the war. The main house has 2 sisters, Hinata and Hanabi. The elder sister is only 12 years old this year and has only graduated as a genin for less than half a year. But with the clan leader gone, the one who should take over must take over. As the saying goes, a country cannot be without a ruler for a day, and naturally, the same goes for a family. Today, Hinata Hyuga will complete the succession ceremony of the clan leader and begin handling affairs with the assistance of the clan elders. Venue. All members of the Hyuga clan are present, including Niji, who has already learned the truth. His father voluntarily went to his death and was not forced to die by Hyuga Hayashi. Niji no longer harbors hatred towards the main house and supports Hinata, the new clan leader. Thank you for your support. Hinata Hyuga bows deeply. The ceremony is not complicated. She just needs to go through the motions. The family's power still lies with the elders, and at least until she comes of age, she will not be assigned too many tasks. A pretty little girl. Ajisai also came to the scene today, along with Lin Xian and Konan. It must be said that Hinata Hyuga is quite calm today, at least on the surface. She appears somewhat like a leader. The once timid and fearful girl now has a determined and refreshed gaze. If it weren't for having seen Hinata in the Chunin exam, Ajisai might have thought she was a completely different person. The change is truly immense. After the ceremony, thunderous applause erupted. Many clan leaders from prominent families stood up, and Hinata's sister Hanabi was also present. Want to take action? Konan glanced at the girl on the stage. Regardless of the reason, what Lin Xian intends to do will never change. No matter how glorious Hinata Hyuga seems now, her fate is determined by that man. Tonight, then, Lin Xian also smiled and applauded, looking relaxed and carefree. He is now quite a famous figure, especially recognized by the Konoha ninjas. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been invited to participate in this ceremony. Xiao, Nan, and Hydrangea were silently observing. Soon it'll be time to go home. This lively village, after staying for a while, doesn't feel so endearing anymore. The quiet, rainy place is still more comfortable. That night, in the Hyuga clan's territory, Miss Hanabi, it's time to rest. The maid Hinata Natsu advised the clan's eldest lady. Since Hanabi was born, she had been watching her grow up, responsible for taking care of Miss Hanabi. No, I want to play with my sister. 7-year-old Hanabi had just advanced to the 2nd grade of the ninja school and was still somewhat oblivious to the world. Her father's death was sad, but today was indeed a day worth celebrating. Her favorite sister had succeeded the clan leader, so of course, she should be happy. Huh, is sister asleep? Hanabi and Hinata Natsu went to the front yard and found that Hinata's room had already turned off the lights. Miss, let's also rest, Hinata Natsu urged again. This time, Hanabi didn't act willfully and obediently nodded. Her sister had indeed been busy all day and was tired. Although Hanabi liked to act cute towards her sister, she could be quite understanding at times like this. But what the two didn't know was that just a minute after they left, the lights in Hinata's room were mysteriously turned on again. Inside the room, the atmosphere was eerily silent. 2 figures sat beside Hinata, dressed in black with several red clouds embroidered on them. One was tall and thin, while the other had a mesmerizing figure. Next to them was a beautiful, youthful girl. Miss Hinata, my patience is running thin. Lin Xian tapped the table with his fingers, his expression not friendly. Xiao Nan remained silent, choosing to selectively ignore the bullying of the innocent little boy. Hydrangea was very interested, staring at Hinata while standing behind Lin Xian to massage his shoulders, her nimble hands applying just the right amount of pressure. If I join the Akatsuki organization, will you spare my sister and the Hyuga clan? Hinata bit her lip, her originally fair face now devoid of color. She trembled with nervousness. Lin Xian is someone she knows. When they were very young, Lin Xian helped her once. But Hinata only felt malice. He looked down on her way of living. Then they met again during the Chunin exams, where she was beaten up by Lin Xian and ended up in the hospital. After that, Lin Xian came to threaten her. It turned out that this guy was not a friend of Konoha at all. He was a member of the Akatsuki organization. When Hinata heard this news, it was like a bolt from the blue. Before she could react, the man threatened her to join the Akatsuki and work for him in the future. If Hinata refused, Lin Xian would wipe out the Hyuga clan that very night, and even her 7-year-old sister would not be spared. I can guarantee Hanabi's safety, and I can also ensure a maid's safety, but for your family, I can only guarantee that my people will not act against the Hyuga clan. Lin Xian's reaction was very calm. He wasn't worried at all that Hinata would reject him. Hinata's little hands clenched the hem of her clothes. Did she have a choice? No choice at all. She never expected that just half a day after inheriting the position of clan leader, she would have to betray the village. How ridiculous and tragic that was. Her family and the people of Konoha would be furious, right? Thinking of that scene, Hinata Hyuga felt her heart fluttering like snowflakes. This man is truly ruthless. Lady Angel, your nail polish is really pretty. Hydrangea noticed Conan, who was painting her nails, and seized the opportunity to flatter her. Do you like it? I'll bring you a bottle when I go back. Conan focused seriously on her hands, continuing to apply her nail polish. The blue suited her and looked beautiful, but the vermilion red was nice too. She was a woman and had always taken good care of her appearance, knowing that her brother had a preference for long hair. So she had chosen to keep her hair long over the years. How are you considering it? Lin Xian smiled and took a sip of the watermelon juice bought from the street. The task completion rate had reached 50,100, and tonight's threat was very effective. I joined Akatsuki. Hinata's bright eyes dimmed considerably, as if something was extinguishing. This world was more complicated than she had imagined, and even more ruthless. How could a big shot from Akatsuki bully a minor like her? Wouldn't they be laughed at for that? Lin Xian is naturally not afraid. If having thick skin were useful, what would be the point of having strength? This is a world where the strong are above the law. The one who killed your father is a subordinate of Uchiha Obito. I have some good news for you. Obito has betrayed Akatsuki and is our enemy. Lin Xian reached out to stroke Hinata's hair. At this moment, he wore a bright, sunny smile and continued, "Only by becoming my subordinate can you protect your sister's life. In the entire ninja world, the only person who can help you take revenge is me. Those bastards won't provoke someone as dangerous as Uchiha Obito for a blind girl with no connections. You'll understand this in the future. Thank me, little girl. You will surely be glad for your choice tonight." The man's words came one after another, leaving Hinata bewildered, and she already believed about 70% of what he said. Why? Is there a need for the strong to deceive the weak? When you can easily crush an ant, would you still consider the ant's feelings? Soon, Hinata firmly believed in Lin Xian's words. Logically speaking, from a results-oriented perspective, it seemed she was the one benefiting. Thank you, my lord. Hinata bent down, half kneeling on the ground. Seeing the white-eyed girl whose expression had turned grateful, Conan's mouth twitched slightly. In this situation, as her brother would say, it was the legendary art of language. Art? What a load of nonsense. This is just brainwashing and scamming. The target is a naive young lady from a prominent family. You've completely discredited the faces of the big shots in the ninja world, lowering the quality of the entire ninja world by your own actions. Oni-chan really has no bottom line. Hinata has been played. Chapter 71. The most untouchable person in the Akatsuki organization after leaving Konoha. Hinata, Hyuga, mysteriously disappeared along with Lin Xian. However, no one suspected him. Konoha's ninjas witnessed a masked man abducting the young lady in the middle of the night. That guy was clearly the one at Uchiha Bido. How could it possibly be related to Lin Xian? Who are these two? Hinata timidly asked. It wasn't that she was timid. It was just that Uchiha Itachi's reputation was too frightening. He single-handedly destroyed the strongest Uchiha clan in Konoha and was recognized as an S-rank rogue ninja. She never expected he was also a member of the Akatsuki. Moreover, not long ago, the rogue ninja Naruto Uzumaki was also present. Seeing the boy in a red cloud black robe, Hinata suddenly felt the world was so small. Even joining an Akatsuki organization could lead to meeting a classmate. His arm? Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki looked at the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in surprise. Hadn't his arm been severed? I made a deal with Orochimaru and repaired it using the first Hokage's cells. Lin Xian casually mentioned that Naruto Uzumaki, as a piece he had his eye on, was treated quite well, with a recovery surgery arranged after a few days of healing. The new arm indeed came from the first Hokage. But Lin Xian did not collaborate with Orochimaru. Instead, he had Kabuto secretly complete the procedure. As a reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, Naruto could naturally accept the power of the Senju clan. Who was the target they were trying to recruit this time? Surely not weaker than this Jinchuriki. Kisame seemed to be getting interested. Although he already knew the answer in his heart, he couldn't neglect the surface work. The reason he and Itachi hadn't left the Land of Fire was that they had received news from Lin Xian about recruiting a newcomer with potential not inferior to Naruto Uzumaki into the Akatsuki organization. Pain naturally agreed, allowing Itachi and Kisame to cooperate with Lin Xian's actions. The 4 official members of Akatsuki appeared to make the invitation, and one had to say that this newcomer had quite the influence. Itachi was also considering, but couldn't think of a suitable candidate. Was there really still a genius in Konoha today who could match the potential of a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Naruto was being closely monitored by Akatsuki, making it difficult to act, but that newly joined guy wouldn't be so lucky. Itachi planned to find an opportunity to assassinate him to prevent the emergence of a second Orochimaru in the future. Valley of the End. Water cascaded down from the cliff, with huge stone statues on either side representing the legendary figures of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, which is also the origin of the Valley of the End's name. It is said that Hashirama Senju defeated Madara Uchiha here back in the day. After waiting for half a day, Lin Xian and the others finally saw Uchiha Sasuke, who had defected from the village. Sasuke. The darkened Naruto's mouth slightly curled up. It turns out Lin's target is the strongest genius of Team 7, the top rookie of this generation in Konoha, and one of the few friends he still acknowledges. That fool. Uchiha Itachi appeared unfazed on the surface, but inside, a storm was brewing. Mr. Itachi, what do you think about this newcomer joining the Akatsuki organization? After all, he has inherited the Uchiha name. Lin Xian seemed to value Sasuke's potential very much. After all, the abilities of the Uchiha clan are well known in the ninja world. Once the Manjiki Sharingan is unlocked, controlling tailed beasts would be a piece of cake. Compared to Itachi Uchiha, the Akatsuki organization naturally hopes to cultivate a loyal subordinate. It's not that Itachi is suspected, but Lin Xian is clearly more greedy. Both brothers are workers that Lin Xian has his eyes on. Itachi took a deep breath, his eyes already turning crimson, revealing the ripples of the Manjiki. This was the greatest crisis he had experienced since infiltrating the Akatsuki. Even the time he almost got killed by Yagura's tailed beast ball was not as alarming as this. His own life was not worth much, but Sasuke absolutely could not have any accidents. Lin, perhaps you think too highly of him. My foolish little brother lacks even a tenth of the strength of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If it weren't for the fact that he could help me train my ocular jutsu, I wouldn't have deliberately spared his life back then. Itachi's cold voice carried a hint of mockery. On the surface, it really seemed that way. But Lin Xian and Kisame were not ordinary people. They already knew the essence of this brother complex. They just hadn't exposed the truth. So he just a waste, huh? Then let's kill him. Naruto, can you take care of this matter? As for training ocular jutsu, let pain accompany you. I still need to give the leader some face. Lin Xian also imitated Itachi and spoke up. Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression darkened. Can't you say something sensible? Asking Naruto to kill Sasuke. You really know how to pick your targets. And seeking pain to train your ocular jutsu? What a joke. Itachi had already started taking medication over the years. Otherwise, his body would collapse and he would die. And he absolutely could not die before seeing Sasuke grow up. Seeking a fight with pain at this time was no different from seeking death. Lin-kun, Itachi-san, actually, Sasuke is not as bad as you say. I believe his talent is not inferior to mine, and may even be stronger, Uzumaki Naruto said sincerely. He was just a reserve member of Akatsuki now. But because of his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, his treatment and speaking rights were not much different from those of official members. The organization would not assign him too many difficult tasks, and mainly focused on training him. Ah, I smell the scent of romance. Hydrangea transformed into a little Fujoshi, giggling and revealing a meaningful look. Uchiha Sasuke was already very close. Orochimaru's Sound Ninja helped to block the Konoha ninjas sent out, and with Sasuke's speed, he would arrive here in just 2 minutes. During this time, Akatsuki would decide the boy's future fate. Everyone, stop joking. Is Uchiha Sasuke really suitable to join Akatsuki? I need a satisfactory answer right now. If he truly lacks talent, then there is no need for him to live. Akatsuki does not support useless members. Conan's gaze was icy. Everyone fell silent. Don't be fooled by the fact that Lin Xian is stronger than his sister. All members of Akatsuki knew that the person you absolutely should not provoke in the organization was Conan. If you ask why, Lin Xian was actually quite easy to get along with. He had been honestly helping the leader work without being greedy or power-hungry, and in many aspects, he was easy to talk to. But Conan was different. If you offended Conan, Lin Xian would make you understand the art of torture. Years ago, Kakuzu saw Conan burn millions of explosive tags in a battle and casually commented on her being a wasteful woman. As a result, in just a month, Kakuzu had to replace 11 hearts. Those who were taught a lesson included Haiden. Haiden, who had just joined Akatsuki and was still a rookie, foolishly criticized Conan's fighting style. Killing requires a sense of artistry. Especially his cult rituals were the most exquisite. Were explosive tags considered killing? That was simply an insult to murder. The outcome was naturally disastrous. Haiden's head had fallen off over 30 times, stitched and restitched, and to this day, his neck still bore Kakuzu's special thread, making it easier to secure his head. After a long silence, Uzumaki Naruto was the first to speak. I believe in Sasuke. He is definitely not inferior to me. The last time he saw that little brat, his attitude towards Itachi was quite bad. I vote to kill that useless brat. Kisame Hashigaki chuckled, as if he was considering Itachi. Even Itachi's calm demeanor visibly reddened, almost unable to contain his anger. What a good teammate you are, Shark. Do you need to care about me so much? Since Naruto-kun has spoken, I support him. Let Uchiha Sasuke stay in Akatsuki. Lin Xian patted the boy's shoulder and said with a light laugh. Such a decision. The Hydrangea and Hinata naturally could not participate. They weren't even considered reserve members. Chapter 72. Hey, you're really something. Before I use him up, I'll spare his life first. Itachi finally spoke. Originally, his plan was to let Sasuke grow steadily in Konoha, waiting until he at least awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan before executing the plan. He intended to achieve his brother's Mangekyou with his own death, and then use his eyes to help his brother obtain the eternal Mangekyou. Even though the future of the ninja world is hard to predict, at least Sasuke would have the power to protect himself. By then, he could leave with peace of mind. However, the actions of Lin Xian and the others completely disrupted Itachi's plan. Letting Sasuke join the Akatsuki? What a joke. Sasuke would definitely be ruined by that group of crazy lunatics. Uzumaki Naruto, for the first task assigned to you by the organization, you are responsible for recruiting Sasuke. Shounen ordered. Naruto was planning precisely that, so he naturally wouldn't disagree. He was still uneasy about others handling it carelessly. The matter of Sasuke and Itachi was complicated, but they would take it one step at a time. At least, let Sasuke survive for now. Time passed slowly. The battle between Naruto and Sasuke ended quickly. Nowadays, Uzumaki Naruto could not only utilize the Nine-Tails chakra, but also use basic wood release. making Sasuke's defeat utterly predictable. The overcast sky suddenly began to rain. Lin Xian and the others chose to take shelter in a cave from the rain, bringing the unconscious Uchiha Sasuke along. Naruto, you bastard! Sasuke, who had just regained consciousness, immediately started cursing. But before he could finish, his gaze swept over the shadows of the people around him, and he instantly began to doubt his life. There are so many members of Akatsuki. The sight of Vortex Naruto, this rogue ninja, wearing Akatsuki's uniform, was expected by Sasuke. After all, Akatsuki is an organization that accepts rogue ninjas from various villages. But what the hell is Lin Xian doing here? Aren't you the next heir of the Rain Village? Is it really appropriate for you to be here? Lin, Naruto, what the hell is going on? Why are you stopping me from looking for Orochimaru? Sasuke asked in confusion. Lin Xian appeared in the Akatsuki uniform, and this sense of horror and excitement is almost akin to the announcement of a couple between Barbie and Iron Man. On the surface, she publicly opposes the Akatsuki with a deep-seated hatred, joining the coalition of the 5 great nations to denounce the Akatsuki, but in a blink of an eye. She puts on the Akatsuki's clothes again behind the scenes. Hey, you're really something. Don't mind the details, as long as you can gain the power for revenge, right? The Akatsuki can give you everything you desire. Lin Xian smiled with a malicious intent. Sasuke took a few deep breaths and eventually nodded slightly. That's right. No matter what Lin Xian was plotting, it had nothing to do with him. He only needed to kill Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, your brother seems to have calmed down. Lin Xian waved at the shadow. Sasuke widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at that person. How could he forget? The shark-faced Kisame Hashigaki had appeared with Itachi Uchiha last time. And since he was here, Itachi must be here too. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. Enemies meeting, particularly intense. Uchiha Sasuke lost his reason for a moment. What power difference? What Sharingan and Manjiki? What Chidori learned in a month? Nothing mattered more than killing Itachi at that moment. How foolish and weak, Sasuke. Why are you so weak? Why? Itachi Uchiha mercilessly slapped Sasuke twice. This guy had just fought Naruto with barely any chakra left and still dared to fight. How stupid could he be? Did someone like this really deserve to inherit the Uchiha name? Lin Xian and Kisame's eyes clearly showed a hint of schadenfreude. Itachi felt a bit angry inside. As his brother, Sasuke's brain was truly hard to describe. It felt his talent was not as good as a Jinchuriki. Xianghua muttered softly, truly worthy of Mr. Itachi, being so cold-hearted towards his own brother. Kisame grinned. If it weren't for your remaining value to be used, I would vote to kill you, foolish Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi kicked Sasuke again. The latter was injured and unable to move, helplessly staring wide-eyed at Itachi. If you're going to act, you must act to the end. The harsher you are and the colder your attitude, the more you truly protect Sasuke. Akatsuki is a place where strength is paramount. Although it officially prohibits members from fighting each other, considering your and Uchiha Itachi's special situation, we will not interfere with your brotherly duel. Here, you can attempt to kill your brother at any time. Lin Xian began to play the role of the good guy. Uchiha Itachi took on the role of the villain. And he had to play the villain too, so he would take on the role of the good guy. Sasuke, don't fall behind. Naruto was happy about Sasuke's addition. Just as he decided to betray Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke had his own choice, which was to kill his brother. It's all for revenge. Joining Akatsuki is actually a good thing for Sasuke. Sasuke gritted his teeth and looked up. Who would lose to you? Don't get too cocky. Naruto smiled and began to introduce Sasuke. Lin Kuan and Xiao Nane have known each other for a while. They are formal members of Akatsuki. The hydrangea is Xiao Nane's student. The previous guy, Hozuki Mangetsu, was a reserve member of Akatsuki, just like me, and the elder Kisame Hashigaki, Itachi, they're also formal members. Considering his friend's feelings, Naruto didn't add the honorific elder when referring to Itachi. He didn't know much about Uchiha Itachi, but if he had to choose, he would definitely pick Sasuke. I see. So, I'm also a reserve member now? Sasuke gradually calmed down. Considering the gap in strength between him and Uchiha Itachi, there was no need to act right away. A ninja is someone who can endure things that ordinary people find hard to bear. What I say, few years of patience for revenge. It's better than having no hope at all. Uchiha Itachi's strength was greater than he had imagined, but the Akatsuki organization was completely beyond his comprehension. Powerful ninjas like Itachi seemed to be quite common in Akatsuki. As long as Sasuke could receive guidance from those people, killing Itachi shouldn't be too difficult. Why would Akatsuki agree to let a 12-year-old boy duel to the death with Uchiha Itachi? Even considering both their values as equivalent, Sasuke wasn't a fool. He understood this as soon as he calmed down. Whether it was Sasuke killing Itachi or Itachi killing Sasuke, it wouldn't have much impact on Akatsuki. This organization just needed workers, and they needed the strongest workers. As for whether the one who stayed to work was the brother or the younger brother, others really didn't care. How many formal members are there? Uchiha Sasuke honestly began to ask Naruto for information. Excluding Orochimaru and Obito, who had previously betrayed Akatsuki, there were currently 10 formal members. Naruto was also happy to educate Sasuke. Only by joining Akatsuki would one realize how terrifying this organization was. If these madmen wanted to, they could even destroy a great nation overnight. Even a fire country wouldn't be an exception. However, according to Hozuki Mangetsu's information, Akatsuki hadn't fought a team battle since its establishment. Tasks were structured for two-person operations, and it was rare for multiple people to act together. Chapter 73, Being a Person. You can't be too much like Sasuke Xiaonan. Xiaonan is a formal member? Sasuke looked at the side with suspicion. He glanced at the calm and meditative Itachi, and then at the mature and sexy woman next to Lin Xian. Is there a problem? Naruto scratched his head. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's confusion increased. Is this formal member status of Akatsuki a bit questionable? Sasuke had seen the methods of the hydrangea, and he had also watched Xiaonan fight Naruto during the Chunin exams. They seemed to just simply use explosive tags. Anyway, in a fight, they just threw explosive tags. Is this a proper ninja? This is cheating, right? Born into the legendary Uchiha clan, Sasuke's pride was ingrained in him. Uchiha Itachi, who possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, was actually compared to a ninja who used explosive tags on the same level. Purely discussing strength. Wasn't Uchiha Itachi just crushing Xiaonan? Thinking about it this way, why can Xiaonan be a formal member? Uchiha Sasuke subconsciously asked. When Sasuke came to his senses, he found that everyone had subtle expressions. Even Naruto Uzumaki was shrinking back, not intending to plead for his former good buddy. Do you dare to question Xiaonan? Don't you know how to write death? At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki was extremely grateful for Hozuki Mangetsu's reminder. Never discuss Lady Xiaonan at any time. Otherwise, Haiden and Kakuzu would be the best counterexamples. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Uchiha Sasuke scanned the Akatsuki members. At that moment, he felt extremely innocent. He had already joined Akatsuki. What was wrong with discussing the strength of formal members reasonably? Why were they looking at him with such deadpan expressions? Itachi, can I help you discipline your little brother? This kid has no filter. If he offends certain elders in the future, those people won't be as easy to talk to as I am. Lin Xian stood up, rubbing his fists, with a smile on his face that resembled the devil's. What's wrong with using explosive tags? 1,000,000 wouldn't kill you. What about 100,000,000? 1,000,000,000? To take a step back, even if Xiaonan is just a vase, publicly questioning someone else's sister's strength is just slapping them in the face, isn't it? Speaking of Uchiha Sasuke himself, Kakashi was already a jonin at your age, and your brother became a formal member of Akatsuki at 13. Sure, Naruto Uzumaki might be a bit slow, but he has the strongest tailed beast. The 9 tails, half of it at least, inside him. Sasuke is playing house with lower-ranked kids. Doesn't he feel ashamed? Who gave you the courage to slap others in the face? Liang Jingru? You're really just a novice, love to play, and unnecessary, even full of nonsense. Not only are Kisame and the others speechless, but even Itachi Uchiha, as the older brother, furrowed his brows. As the saying goes, a clever person often makes foolish mistakes. Sasuke, who thinks he's smart and a genius, is actually the one most likely to suffer losses. To put it simply, he lacks strength but insists on showing off. Itachi Uchiha wouldn't dare to show off, but Sasuke would. Naruto Uzumaki wouldn't dare to show off, but Sasuke would too. It's either showing off or on the road to showing off. As long as he doesn't get beaten to death while showing off, he can keep it up. What do you call this? If you want to say it nicely, it's called the protagonist's halo, royal privilege. If you want to say it bluntly, it's just 2 words, fool. Sigh. Itachi Uchiha sighed softly. He tacitly accepted Lin Xian to teach his brother a lesson. Let them fight. He couldn't bear to look at Sasuke anymore. This fool just needs a good beating. If others take action, his psychological burden will be lighter. Crack. The sound of bones cracking came clearly from Sasuke, who was already covered in wounds. Ma. Sasuke let out a pig-like wail. This isn't a fracture. It's a crack in the bone of his arm. Don't even talk about a kid like Sasuke. Even an old senior like Kakashi would be in so much pain, he couldn't help but cry out. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, this is my first lesson for you. In Akatsuki, you must learn to respect your seniors. Lin Xian sneered. The gentleness on his face had long since disappeared. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth tightly. This wasn't the first time he had been beaten by Lin Xian, but this time he couldn't swallow his anger. Just when Lin Xian was about to crush Sasuke's other hand, the bandaged body of Kisame Hashigaki blocked Lin Xian's path. Although they were enemies, they were still brothers by blood. So give Itachi-san some face, Lin Kuan. Kisame's shark-like face revealed an unsightly smile. Uchiha Itachi appeared unmoved, but in his heart, he remembered Kisame's kindness in speaking up for him. The pain inflicted on him hurt his heart. This was a true reflection of Itachi's feelings. Itachi truly cared for his brother. Even Konoha couldn't compare to Sasuke's position in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his entire life and done so many things to take the blame. What brotherhood? It's better to break this useless person's limbs. It wouldn't affect training the Sharingan. Itachi seemed completely unconcerned about the face that Kisame mentioned. In that moment, Kisame couldn't help but admire Uchiha Itachi's acting skills. If he hadn't learned the truth from Lin Xian, he would never have guessed that Itachi was so protective of his brother. TCH, I don't need the face of such scum. Sasuke naturally wouldn't yield. If he had to rely on Itachi's face to survive in the Akatsuki organization, it would be better to just kill him decisively. Lin Kuan, Sasuke should know how to speak appropriately now, so let's leave it at that. Naruto approached when he saw the situation was about right. Lin Xian casually tossed aside Sasuke and sat back down as if nothing had happened. In the cave, the members of Akatsuki silently began their dinner. Sasuke and the word genius can hardly be said to be related. They are more like unrelated. He feels even less impressive than Naruto. As the saying goes, one shouldn't be too much like Sasuke. Nearby, in Orochimaru's underground base in the Sound Village, in a dimly lit room, Orochimaru lay on a sickbed, looking anxious. Why hasn't Uchiha Sasuke returned yet? The experiment with White Zetsu had made some progress, but it was not fully successful, especially since White Zetsu has very clever hiding techniques. Even knowing of their existence makes it difficult to capture them. Despite Orochimaru's efforts, he had only managed to catch one live specimen during this time. He was somewhat reluctant to take the risk of using White Zetsu as a target for the impure world reincarnation. Perhaps Sasuke was intercepted on the way. Kabuto Yakushi wiped the sweat from his face, his voice equally anxious. There are more shadowy figures in the ninja world than just Uchiha Itachi. He, Kabuto Yakushi, is not inferior to anyone in terms of acting skills. Who dares to oppose me? Orochimaru laughed in anger, his eyes filled with rage. Lin Xian bullying him is one thing, but does he really think anyone can just ride on his head and shit? It could be Uchiha Bito, or perhaps someone from Akatsuki. Yakushi Kabuto analyzed carefully. Whatever, Orochimaru took a deep breath. His body couldn't hold on any longer. He had to use the impure world reincarnation. Bring a living White Zetsu as a vessel. Orochimaru ordered. Do we need the first Hokage's cells? Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses. The reason White Zetsu is suitable for Orochimaru's ninjutsu is that it can accommodate many bloodline limits, including the first Hokage's would release, which Orochimaru covets. A trace of hesitation and doubt flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but soon he regained his rational decisiveness. No need. We can't take risks before the experimental results are thoroughly out. No matter how powerful the strength, you have to be alive to use it. He doesn't want any accidents during his reincarnation. After all these years, he can wait. He doesn't lack this bit of time. Chapter 74. Look at Konan, she really understands art. 2 days later, Akatsuki's base, officially welcoming the 2 new members of the organization. All members were present. The members from Amage Cure attended in person, while those outside used the body flicker technique to appear. All official members were gathered. Pain, Zetsu, Lin Xian, Konan, Kakazu, Haiden, Deidara, Sasori Kisame, Itachi. The provisional members, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hozuki Mangetsu. The likes of Ajisai and Hyuga Hinata were temporarily not at this level of meeting, so they did not appear. After all, they weren't even provisional members. Oh, is this the new blood of the organization? Do they qualify to join us? Deidara was the first to jump out and express his dissatisfaction. Back then, he was a rebellious youth from Awagakure, tinkering with his explosive art when he was approached by Akatsuki. How could Deidara accept being taken down by Itachi with just a glance? But he didn't have the guts to go against Itachi. After all, Itachi was his senior. However, he thought, it's fine to bully Itachi, but bullying a 12-year-old Uchiha Sasuke is no problem, right? Deidara had long been displeased with those Uchiha. Akatsuki is a war organization, not a school. Why are they all just kids? Kakuzu also complained. Uzumaki Naruto has a special identity as a Jinchuriki, and his father is the 4th Hokage. But what about Uchiha Sasuke? This guy has no impressive performance. And even now, he only has a two-tomo Sharingan, far inferior to his brother. All right, let's have the newcomers introduce themselves. After Pain spoke, the cave immediately quieted down a lot. For some reason, the meeting place of Akatsuki is always in such a damp and cold cave. Uchiha Sasuke. I joined Akatsuki to kill Itachi and gain more power. As long as I can kill Itachi, nothing else matters. Sasuke, who was recuperating, spoke loudly. Although his left arm, wrapped in bandages, looked somewhat comical. Not many people mocked him. Uchiha, is Akatsuki run by your Uchiha clan? Deidara complained. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and now another Uchiha Sasuke. How many positions do the official members even have? Damn Uchiha. Hey, Akatsuki is indeed run by the Uchiha clan. If we calculate according to Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu's plan, those two are the real founders of Akatsuki. What Yahiko and Nagato are just pawns of the behind-the-scenes big shots. Of course, Deidara didn't know any of this. He simply found the Uchiha people displeasing. The Akatsuki members exchanged glances. Many people knew that Sasuke was Itachi's brother, but they didn't expect Sasuke to be invited to Akatsuki one day. How will this pair of mortal enemies, who are also brothers, coexist in Akatsuki in the future? Itachi remained calm. The more everyone tried to read his expression, the colder his face became, as if Sasuke was just a dispensable tool, to be drained of his last value. Lincoln, what kind of game is this? Is it really necessary to recruit an enemy? Hayden couldn't help but take another look at Sasuke. There was no way. Everyone wanted to see a good show of brotherly conflict, and such a performance was not something one could see every day. Lin Xian shrugged. Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless and gave his reason. I need someone with the Sharingan to assist in training, and Uchiha Sasuke just happens to be that tool. Secrets like the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and the ways to unlock the Manjiki can't be revealed to outsiders. So Itachi uses the excuse of training to protect Sasuke, while also being able to obtain custody of Sasuke later. Danger and opportunity coexist. If Sasuke can safely get through these years, it might not be a bad experience for him. Let Itachi and Kisame take care of Uchiha Sasuke. As for Naruto Uzumaki, who do you want to be with? Pain's gaze shifted to the blonde boy. He was very interested in this Jinchuriki. After all, he was a disciple of Jiraiya and the child of the fourth Hokage. I want to be with Brother Lin. Naruto answered without hesitation. There are many powerful figures in Akatsuki, but he has no emotional foundation with them. Only Lin Xian treats him well and respects his opinions. On the other hand, Lin Xian's strength is unquestionable, while Naruto has no specific concept of the other members. Pain nodded. Lin Xian, what do you think? Let Naruto act with Manyu. Akatsuki has always been a two-person team. I won't casually break the rules. Lin Xian blinked, rejecting the proposal in Naruto's surprised expression. Teaching Naruto ninjutsu occasionally was fine, but having a little follower behind him every day, especially one who was a darkened, hot-blooded idiot, was something he was definitely not pleased about. Brother Lin, am I that annoying? Naruto rolled his eyes. Newcomers should start from the bottom. He should learn from the full moon for a while. Lin Xian advised in a senior's tone. Let's arrange it this way. With Kageyaki Mangetsu and Uzumaki Naruto as a team, following Zetsu's arrangements for the tasks. Pain agreed to the suggestion. Yes, leader. Zetsu replied calmly. Kids, remember to respect your seniors in the organization. This Deidara beside me is the type who won't live long. Scorpion also began to educate the newcomers from the perspective of a senior, speaking earnestly. He had had enough of Deidara's bad temper. If two more disrespectful guys like him joined the organization, he might not be able to hold back his murderous intent, regardless of who it was. Patience has its limits. And what kind of behavior is all this noise? Hey, Brother Scorpion, I've always respected you, Deidara said, extremely displeased. Shouldn't we be laughing and scolding the newcomers together? Why am I being brought up in this? Cursing a 16-year-old kid for not living long enough, that was quite harsh. Who told you to mess around with bombs all day making noise? That's not just any bomb. It's art. Art is eternal beauty, like my puppet technique. You little brat don't understand art at all. No, art is a moment of beauty, an explosion. Deidara, are you asking for a beating again? Even if it's Brother Scorpion, I won't back down on this. Explosions are the only true art in the world. Just look at Conan. She understands art very well. You. Scorpion almost slapped him. The youth has no sense of martial ethics. Is this how you play? Bringing up Conan. Aha. Deidara made a ridiculous face and hopped out of the cave. This carefree and cheerful fool was practically a one-man atmosphere team. Scorpion followed behind gloomily. What could he say? Should he claim that Conan is just someone who produces detonating tags, knowing nothing about art? He didn't have the guts to say that. Let's end the welcoming ceremony here. I'm going to gather intelligence. Zetsu cut off the technique of the projection. Soon, Pain and the others also canceled their ninjutsu. Uchiha Sasuke left with Itachi and Kisame, while Uzumaki Naruto followed Kageyaki Mangetsu. Finally back in the Rain Village, Lin Xian completely relaxed and took Conan home. The life of a behind-the-scenes big shot was also exhausting, having to scheme and consider various situations, making it difficult to arrange something like fate properly. Who could empathize with the troubles of a big shot like him? Ordinary people really couldn't make Uzumaki Naruto turn dark. Chapter 75. Candidates for the kaleidoscope transplant. Zetsu claimed to be going to gather intelligence, but privately he had other plans. Uchiha Obito causing a ruckus at the CHNIN exams? Subordinates of Uchiha Obito using techniques at the level of the first Hokage? How could he not know that Obito was so powerful? White Zetsu's clone monitored for 24 hours. It was impossible for him to have no information at all. Who is that mysterious person? Is the one who appeared in Konoha really Uchiha Obito? Zetsu secretly arranged to meet Lin Xian and immediately bombarded him with questions. If we talk about trust, he believed that Obito's loyalty was higher than Lin Xian's, and even suspected that Lin Xian might have been the one causing the trouble. It was Obito. I saw that person use Kimui with my own eyes. Lin Xian patted his chest with a look of certainty. Seeing him like this, one might question whether his black Zetsu had been compromised. Damn it, could Obito really be a traitor? Thinking about it, it's quite possible. White Zetsu's clones can be mass-produced, but each clone's strength is quite average. If Obito really wanted to deceive the white Zetsu monitoring him, it wouldn't be that difficult. Was it really Obito who appeared that day? Black Zetsu, feeling uneasy, asked again. Obito was a pawn that he and Madara had cultivated for so many years. It was psychologically hard to accept that he would suddenly betray them. It was definitely Kamui. I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Xian's face didn't flush, and she didn't gasp for breath, directly opening her eyes to speak nonsense. Kurojitsu didn't stay any longer, thinking that Obito might really have some issues with his mindset. The Uchiha clan scoundrels are all pretty much the same. Each one thinks highly of themselves, considering themselves the center of the world, believing the entire universe should revolve around them. 1 week later, Land of Rice. Lin Xian only brought Xiao Nan for this operation, without making a big fuss. The official plan of Xiao hasn't started yet, so the days are very leisurely. Just applying for a vacation to greet the leader is enough. Bro, who are you planning to mess with this time? Xiao Nan's eyes flickered. Every time Lin Xian leaves the village, someone is bound to have bad luck. Girl, what are you laughing at? I'm doing serious business here. Lin Xian scratched his sister's delicate nose with his finger, a hint of indulgence in his expression. Of course, it was impossible for them to be wandering aimlessly. They were in the sound-hidden village, and on the way, they had noted down several locations of White Zetsu's hideouts, which they would later hand over to Kabuto. Once Kabuto received the information, he would discreetly have Orochimaru or his subordinates capture the White Zetsu, with enough White Zetsu for experimentation. Orochimaru's Edo Tensei technique would soon be perfected. After a while, with the help of the magnetic release ring, the two met Kabuto in the sound-hidden village. Since they were in casual clothes and wearing masks, the ninjas and civilians of the village did not notice anything unusual and did not recognize Lin Xian and Conan. What orders do you have, sir? Kabuto and the late-arriving Karen half knelt on the ground. Karen, how have you been lately? Are you still getting used to living here? Lin Xian did not issue commands immediately, but instead showed concern for her subordinates. To be honest, Xiang Lin, as a sensory-type ninja, has a very strong talent. She can sense all chakra-bearing beings within a radius of several dozen miles and can basically remember those she has encountered once. However, this is not her true value. Lin Xian's request for a person cannot be as simple as just a scout. In fact, this point is also being considered by Do. Returning to the adult. My life is perfectly normal, and I am much happier than before. Xiang Lin was taken aback. She lowered her head even more, and a slight tremor appeared in her voice. From Do's words, she had deeply understood this adult's strength and depth, and did not dare to have any disrespectful thoughts. As long as you are happy. Lin Xian shifted his gaze to Yakushi Kabuto and took out the map. Following the address on it, they would be able to find White Zetsu. These items were gifts for Orochimaru. As for how Orochimaru discovered the treasure, you know what to do, right? Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and smiled confidently. My subordinates understand and will definitely not disappoint you, my lord. After all, isn't it just a matter of calculation? This is his strength. He can perfectly arrange almost everything that can be solved with a little thought. In fact, this is also what Lin Xian values most about him. If he handles everything personally, then he, as the boss, would lose his value. Having a smart subordinate is very necessary. Let's prepare for the surgery. I want to transplant Uchiha Shirsui's Sharingan into Uzumaki Karen. Lin Xian suddenly spoke again. Not only was the pharmacist shocked, but even Xiaonan looked at her brother in disbelief. Uchiha Shirsui's Manjiki Sharingan, the eyes that house the strongest dojutsu, were just given to a little girl who had only been taken in for less than 2 months? Isn't this a fairy tale? It doesn't seem reliable at all. What if Karen turns against them, even if there's just a 1 in a billion chance? Lin Xian and Xiaonan can't find a way out no matter who gets caught. Even the six-path sage can't save them. And Master, could you reconsider? Yakushi Kabuto's throat moved slightly, his expression bitter. This is truly not something that can be taken lightly. The stakes are too terrifying. And Master, I am not that. As the person involved, Kankuro was more anxious than anyone else, not knowing how to start. Refusing isn't an option, accepting isn't either. It seems that whatever they do will provoke hostility. Not only needing to implant the Sharingan, but also giving Kankuro a new arm, just like Naruto Uzumaki's surgery. Lin Xian continued speaking to herself, seemingly oblivious to the unpleasant expressions of the three. The Uzumaki clan has a naturally strong vitality, with Nagato being a good example. He transplanted Madara's Rinnegan. Konin, also from the Uzumaki clan, combined with the first Hokage cells, is nearly a perfect vessel for the Sharingan. The cooldown period for the ultimate illusion, Kodo Emetsukami, which exceeds 10 years, could potentially be reduced to within 5 years, or even 3. Indeed, this approach is somewhat risky, as Konin's loyalty is still questionable. So why not transplant it to Konin? Or to Hydrangea? For those not from the Uchiha clan, transplanting the Sharingan comes with significant burdens. Otherwise, why did Madara choose Nagato as a pawn instead of just picking someone off the street? Forcing Konin and Hydrangea to use the Sharingan would affect them in many ways, even leading to a lack of control over opening and closing their eyes. Kakashi, who transplanted 3 Tomo, has not increased his chakra levels over the years and can't even train in ninjutsu. He can only use the Sharingan to copy others. On the surface, he is the copy ninja, but in reality, Kakashi has been hindered by the Sharingan. With such a precedent, how could Lin Xian bear to let her own people bear the pressure of the Sharingan? That's why she would utilize Konin, the most suitable candidate. If the adults insist, leave the brainwashing of Konin to me, Kabuto volunteered. After a moment of silence, he too was pondering Lin Xian's reasoning, simply discussing whether Konin is suitable for the Sharingan. Her bloodline combined with the transplanted Hashirama cells indeed makes her a perfect choice. However, considering loyalty, choosing Konin seems rather hasty. Suitability is innate, and no one can change that. Loyalty can be cultivated or achieved through necessary means, such as brainwashing, hypnosis, or planting a bomb in the heart. Thus, Kabuto guessed Lin Xian's plan and proactively offered to control Konin. I am willing to cooperate. Konin glanced at Kabuto and then at her expressionless boss, feeling a sense of despair. It makes sense. How could someone like her have a happy ending? All right, you two, making me look like a villain. Do you think my heart is as dark as Orochimaru's? Lin Xian smiled with annoyance. Singing a tragic play? This guy Do is clearly doing it on purpose. He must have guessed that things would develop this way before saying it. Acting confused while knowing full well in front of the boss, and then going all out in the performance. He must be really into acting, motioning for his 2 subordinates to stand up. Lin Xian pulled Xiaonan into his arms and gave her a reassuring look. You know how loyal this girl is to me, right, Do? If you don't betray me, how could Xianglin possibly do anything against me? This is an unchangeable fact, as solid as iron, that even Jesus can't alter. After all, in this world, the only person Xianglin loves is you, Do. Chapter 76. I am the master of this world, huh? Really? Yaoshi Do looked innocent and seemed very surprised. Xianglin, on the other hand, was in a panic, clutching her clothes, her face flushed, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan also understood. Is this moral coercion? No matter how strong Xianglin becomes in the future or what valuable investment she receives, this girl will never betray. Why? Because the person she likes, Yaoshi Do, is Lin Xian's subordinate. It's not just a simple liking. Seeing Lin Xian so confidently chatting and laughing, Xianglin's love for Yaoshi Do is devastating. Love is indeed the most intense and unhesitating poison in this world. All right, we are all on the same side. Just playing around with the act is fine. I won't interfere with your relationship. Young people will be like this during puberty. Let's arrange the surgery as soon as possible. Lin Xian smiled mischievously and patted Do's shoulder. Xiaonan took out a transparent, exquisite glass vial from the ceiling scroll, inside which was a green solution soaking a single eyeball. Yes, sir. Pharmacist Do retracted his smile and respectfully took the vial. He didn't particularly like that kind of thing. And to put another way, he didn't dislike Xiang Lin either. Being inexplicably liked by a girl for such matters didn't bother Pharmacist Do at all. But now it was different. He used to have little interest in women. But now it seemed he had to be interested, as if it was a mission to pursue girls. Thinking about how Xiang Lin had dramatically increased her strength after implanting the kaleidoscope, Pharmacist Do felt an overwhelming pressure for the first time in a while. All right, don't be too nervous. It's just one eye. In the future, you'll have more resources. And getting stronger is just a matter of time. As a considerate boss like me, I won't let you be weaker than your girlfriend. Lin Xian had a kind expression, but her words did not bring joy. After all, Yakushi Kabuto had no feelings for women. However, Lin Xian was not speaking carelessly. The impure world reincarnation technique, which would later be handed over to Kabuto, encompassed countless powerful individuals. In addition, there were various forbidden techniques and research results from Orochimaru, as well as the opportunity to learn Sage Mode from the White Snake Sage in the Richi Cave. Compared to subordinates like Kisame Hashigaki, Kabuto truly had limitless potential. Thank you, my lord. A hypocritical smile squeezed out of Yakushi Kabuto's face. Thank you, my lord. In contrast, Karen's reaction was much more genuine. Her pretty face flushed with excitement. The surgery was her chance, a formal opportunity to turn her life around. This time, she would not only gain strength, but also be allowed to pursue Yakushi Kabuto. So what if she was treated like a tool? Being chosen proved her potential was exceptional. How many people didn't even have this opportunity? The young girl was overwhelmed with happiness, her worldview unknowingly warped. Seeing this, Conan's expression became strange. The simple-minded girl already had a low IQ, and after being immersed in love, her intelligence was forcibly lowered, making her the perfect tool. It wasn't an exaggeration to say the little girl, with her excellent lineage, was one in a million, and yet she was caught. Sometimes, reality is more magical than human imagination. That night, the surgery was naturally completed without any surprises, performed by Orochimaru's prize student. The girl's left arm was replaced with a new arm made of Hashirama cells, wrapped in bandages to conceal its whiteness, and her new left eye was quickly mastered. Based on Karen's own experience, the cool-down time for the Kodoe Mitsukami was currently 3 years. The little girl replied seriously. Lin Xian looked at Xiang Lin with appreciation. The timing was not much different from his prediction. Let's rest for a few more days. Our target is Uchiha Bito, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Lin Xian tapped the table, no longer delaying the world of Do and Xiang Lin, and returned to their resting hotel. Under the premise of mutual eye contact, the heavenly god is theoretically invincible in illusion, unless the enemy's mental strength far exceeds that of the caster. If Xiang Lin were to control the Sage of 6 Paths, that would indeed be Lin Xian, putting her in a difficult position. If she cannot deal with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan user Obito Uchiha, then that is a problem with Xiang Lin herself. 2 days quickly passed. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto captured White Zetsu, starting a new round of experimental research. In contrast, Lin Xian's side encountered a different scene. Hey friend, do you know how to get to the Rain Village? I'm lost. The voice came. Transforming into an ordinary person, White Zetsu looked up in confusion. Rain Village? You're really lost, huh? How many miles is it from the land of rain to the land of rice? Hiss, are you Lin Xian? White Zetsu suspiciously looked the young man up and down. He didn't recognize him at first because he wasn't in the Akatsuki uniform, but upon closer inspection, isn't this the pawn they have control over? Just like Obito Uchiha, believing in the Eye of the Moon plan. Guess right. Lin Xian maliciously extended his fist. Soon, with a snap, White Zetsu was captured. They demanded information about Uchiha Obito. White Zetsu was handed over to Kankuro. The Jinjutsu of the Sharingan was clearly not something this mindless creature could resist. Almost effortlessly, Kankuro extracted intelligence, revealing the location of Uchiha Obito. Lin Xian, you despicable bastard. You dare to deceive us. White Zetsu, just regaining consciousness, shouted angrily. Not foolish. It quickly guessed that this guy was the traitor, and that Uchiha Obito's downfall was likely orchestrated by the man before it. When Obito was leaked and wanted by the 5 great nations of the ninja world, the abilities of his Sharingan were laid out one by one. How much did this traitor know? Where did he get his information? White Zetsu was deeply aware of the threat this guy posed and desperately tried to escape. This struggling appearance looked like a clown in Lin Xian's eyes. Deities are lofty beings, adorned with various accolades, sacred and inviolable. But what people do not know is that even gods can be humble, shrinking like ants underground, molding and rotting in dark, filthy corners for thousands of years, unchanged. Lin Xian's gaze was calm, as if he were recounting the most ordinary of events. Kurizetsu is a fragment of Otsutsuki Kagaya's consciousness, possessing independent thought and ideology. In a sense, it can be considered her child, and in another sense, it can be seen as a split of her own self, though this split is rather unique. Kagaya is a deity, and Kurizetsu represents the will of the deity. What difference is there between the lofty gods and the despicable, selfish humans? What do you really know? You little beast. You are nothing but an ant. Shirazetsu was both angry and frustrated, wishing he could devour the human before him. But what he felt more was fear. How dare he mock Kurizetsu's plans? How does he know so much? Lin Xian walked slowly closer, elegantly and gently extending her hand to touch Baiju's neck. The noble young man spoke softly, a gentle smile on his face. I just want to tell you that those things called gods are not great at all. The so-called god is just an old relic from thousands of years ago, a foolish woman who gave birth to two useless sons and was backfired upon. With a snap, the head of the white, unknown creature fell to the ground. Xiang Lin pushed up her glasses on the bridge of her nose, her crimson left eye returning to normal. Xiaonan silently laid down white paper as a burial item for Baiju, ensuring both the destruction of the corpse and a performance art that did not interfere with each other. I am a master of this world. The young man calmly watched as Baiju disappeared, his black pupils reflecting the flames of the explosion. Chapter 77. Lin, I want to create a world with you. Country of fire, deep in a forest, valley. This place is not far from Konoha village, spacious and quiet, seldom disturbed. After being wanted, Uchiha Obito secluded himself here, occasionally sneaking into Konoha to offer a flower at Lin's tombstone. Obito sensed that Lin Xian was approaching, and he brought Xiaonan and a red-haired girl. Baiju's clone emerged from the ground to report the situation. Lin Xian is looking for me? Obito was somewhat surprised. He was well aware of how the Akatsuki organization had developed over the years from Black Zetsu. Lin Xian, as a participant in the current Moon's Eye plan, is in some sense a companion. But what does it mean for him to come looking for me out of the blue? Does Black Zetsu know he is looking for me? Obito glanced at White Zetsu's clone. No, if Black Zetsu knew, he would definitely have informed us in advance. The clone said calmly. At this moment, the White Zetsus were just as confused as Obito. Lin Xian's physical skills are strong, but he is obedient in front of Kurojitsu and lacks ambition. He has no ties with Obito, so why seek him out? Could it be a task from the Akatsuki organization? After all, Obito, you betrayed the Akatsuki, and Nagato still hates you. Maybe it was Nagato who sent Lin Xian to look for you. A White Zetsu analyzed it thoroughly. Nagato? Obito frowned and thought that there is indeed a possibility. Nagato may not know the specific truth from back then, but he already knows that Obito has deceived him for so many years. So it is normal for him to want to find him and uncover those secrets. Well, then let's meet. Lin Xian had no intention of hiding her whereabouts. Sneaking around would only raise the vigilance of White Absolute and Obito, so it was better to appear openly. As long as Obito dared to show up, Lin Xian was ready to give him a heavenly god. Hey, Lin Xian. Suddenly, a White Absolute emerged from the ground. It greeted Lin Xian with a smile, and she waved back like an old friend. Is Obito here? I need to see him. Lin Xian straightforwardly stated his request. Baiju was not surprised by this. After all, they were all participants in the Eye of the Moon plan. Obito is waiting for you. Then please lead the way. After a short while, under Baiju's guidance, Lin Xian and the other two arrived at the center of the valley, similar to Orochimaru's underground base. Uchiha Obito had also built an underground structure here. After navigating through the maze-like paths, they finally reached their destination. It was a relatively spacious room, adorned with several candles, and the dim light highlighted the ancient gods depicted in the murals. The masked man held a goblet with a rich, vibrant red liquid slowly flowing down the sides of the cup. This was no imposter. It was the real Uchiha Obito, the wielder of the Kamui Sharingan, right eye. Long time no see, Obito-kun. Lin Xian chuckled and patted Xiaonan and Kankaro's heads. As he sat down on the sofa beside Obito, the two women obediently took their seats at the edge. How does this busy man, Lin, have time to find me? Obito smiled, concealing his knife behind a smile. White Zetsu's clone thoughtfully poured Lin Xian a glass of red wine. This little girl has great potential. Lin Xian did not answer directly, but instead pointed to the red-haired girl next to Xiaonan. Obito squinted his eyes and observed carefully. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline was indeed impressive, but it shouldn't warrant a special visit from Lin Xian, right? They weren't descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, so is it really worth making such a fuss over? What's your name? Obito asked curiously. Upon hearing this, the girl trembled slightly, seemingly nervous as she raised her head slightly, under Obito's somewhat expectant gaze. The red-haired girl's lips curled into a strange smile. One of her eyes was a deep crimson, more profound and enchanting than her red hair. Kagura. The moment the Sharingan revealed itself, Obito realized he had fallen into a trap. This was the Uchiha Sharingan. It had been implanted in the girl with the Uzumaki bloodline, ambushing him when he was at his most relaxed. The timing was almost perfect. Obito never expected Lin Xian would dare to scheme against him. He had no way to use Kamui, with no means of resistance. Lin Xian. White Zetsu's mind went blank, watching helplessly as Obito fell for the trap. Kankuro remained silent, a few drops of sweat trickling down his forehead. The only exposed right eye of the masked man was vacant, his body like a stone statue. Bastard! You traitor! You deceived us from the very beginning. He was definitely not a fool. This guy had set traps targeting Obito before. It was not the first time. Over the years, Obito had taken the blame for many things, and there was no need to say who the real culprit was. And yet, such a big liar had earned Black Zetsu's trust. Black Zetsu still had no idea about Lin Xian's true identity. Come on, you're really weak. Lin Xian casually pointed, activating the wood-release ninjutsu, and the white Zetsu, who attempted to escape underground, was immediately caught by the vines. It was too naive to play such tricks in front of him. Every white Zetsu he killed thought about sending out information before dying. But how could Lin Xian give them that opportunity? Despicable scoundrel, you won't have a good death. Seeing that escape was hopeless, and Obito still hadn't awakened. White Zetsu simply cursed out loud. Lin Xian, you're not human. You speak sweetly, but stab from behind without mercy. And you've really been fooled by him for so many years. The one who loves to deceive, Black Zetsu, has also had a day of being deceived so badly. White Zetsu's clone is in despair at this moment. Until it was killed by Lin Xian's wood release, its face still held disbelief and deep fear. Black Zetsu has been plotting for 1,000 years, and now it has entered the game of another player. Can they really succeed in reviving Kagaya? The room fell into silence as Lin Xian and Conan waited for Sharon to awaken, also staring at her. Suddenly, Sharon let out a mournful cry, and blood trickled from her eye sockets. Uchiha Obito's mental power was surprisingly difficult to deal with. He could not resist Kotoa Mitsukumi's modification of his will, but he surprisingly held on during the memory modification. Even Lin Xian, at this moment, couldn't help but look at Obito a few more times. Those with talent chosen as pawns are indeed not easy targets. Rin. The masked man slowly opened his eyes, his face already wet with tears. The world says he is a pawn, a fool used by Black Zetsu from start to finish. But is that really the case? Clearly, he could choose to let Nagato revive Rin. So why did he still choose Infinite Tsukuyami? Rin, I want to create a world with you. That's right. Obito once said this. But after all these years, does he really not understand Rin's feelings? Rin loves Kakashi, and no matter how much he loves that girl, it is just unrequited love. After all these years, does he really not know that Black Zetsu and Madara are hiding things from him? He personally planned the event of Nagato's corruption, and his own corruption. Who could say it wasn't a scheme against him? Yet Obito still chose this path without hesitation. At least, Infinite Tsukuyami truly exists. The truth of a ninja world was understood by him on the night Rin died. Kakashi didn't want to kill Rin, but he still did. Rin didn't want to die, but she still died. Those who don't want to kill their companions are forced to kill them, and those who want to survive commit suicide for their village. This ninja world forces those in love to kill each other, forcing ninjas' ideals to turn into nothingness. Isn't this ninja world hell? Everyone is a butcher, everyone is a victim, everyone is a puppet manipulated by invisible threads. Such a world is false. Infinite Tsukuyami is the true salvation. This novel can be downloaded through the open-source free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the seller did not provide the software source code or open source address, please request a refund immediately and report the seller. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https t. Me FQ Tool, Chapter 78. Obito who knows the truth. Sir, this guy. Sharon covered her bleeding left eye and recounted what happened in the illusion space. She failed while trying to modify her memory. No worries, as long as he follows the orders in the future, you did well this time. Lin Xian did not blame Xiang Lin. The kaleidoscope itself belonged to the Uchiha clan, so it was expected that Xiang Lin could not fully utilize it. Lin Xian, did Black Zetsu send you to kill me? Obito's gaze was indifferent, influenced by the heavenly god. He had to obey the man in front of him in all his actions from now on. Fortunately, he still had his sanity. Black Zetsu? It's not even worthy of using me. Just another fool tricked like you. Lin Xian shook his head. What does it mean? Did you even deceive Heiju? Obito found it hard to understand. You must have questioned your past, like the truth behind Rin's death, but you didn't care about those things. Because it no longer mattered whether Rin was alive or dead. From that night, you saw the truth of this world clearly. Even if you resurrected Rin, you couldn't protect her happiness in this world. So why resurrect Rin at all? You began to believe in the Moon's Eye plan, in the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi. Am I right? Lin Xian lightly smiled as she poured a glass of red wine for Obito. After a long silence, Obito bitterly spoke. That's right. I believe in Kagaya and Madara. Even if they use me, as long as the infinite Tsukuyomi is real, it's enough. As long as it can change this world. Being used is just part of it. After saying this, the masked man removed his spiral mask, revealing a scarred face. Obito drank the red wine deeply, then slumped onto the sofa. The dim candlelight illuminated his face. The once proud Uchiha was now left with only exhaustion and bitterness. What do you really know? Tell me. Reveal the truth to me. Obito cast a desperate and hopeless gaze. Conan and Karen sat nearby, also waiting for Lin Xian's next words. The infinite Tsukuyomi is a real ultimate illusion technique that, once activated, can trap all of humanity in an illusion. In a sense, Kagaya did not deceive you. However, Lin Xian changed her tone. The infinite Tsukuyomi is not a ninjutsu that saves all humanity. It exists to enslave and destroy humanity. Humans trapped in the illusion will fall into beautiful dreams, unknowingly have their memories erased, and ultimately become disgusting beings like White Zetsu. Just like those White Zetsu you saw before. Have you heard of the 100,000 White Zetsu? Those White Zetsu were once living humans thousands of years ago. Obito was completely speechless. It turned out that Kagaya and Madara had deceived her. They lied to him that the infinite Tsukuyomi would create a hypocritical and beautiful world. But in reality, the infinite Tsukuyomi would kill all humanity. The Moon Eye plan is fake. What he yearned for does not exist at all. Did Kagaya and Madara tell you this? They think you are a truly trustworthy companion, revealing the real plan to you. Obito gave a self-deprecating smile. As he downed glass after glass of red wine, he drank as freely as if it were whiskey. No, you underestimate Kagaya. For thousands of years, Kagaya has never revealed the true plan to anyone, not even Madara Uchiha, who was played like a puppet, completely unaware of Kagaya's goals. My position in Kagaya's heart is even lower than yours. How could she possibly tell me these things? Lin Xian raised a finger and gently shook it a few times. Then how do you know so much? Obito was even more confused. I don't seem to have the obligation to tell you too much, Lin Xian shrugged. As my new subordinate, I hope you are sensible enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind collaborating with Orochimaru to have him bring that girl named Noira Rin back to life with impure world reincarnation. Mr. Obito is a smart person, and surely wouldn't want her to suffer in this world. Lin Xian was talking to himself, his right hand gathering blue chakra. This was the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. The man, sitting paralyzed, stood up with a pale face, allowing Lin Xian to leave a black Magatama mark on his shoulder. Since Lin Xian obtained the God robe, he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and everyone around him would be affected by this technique. I didn't expect you to learn this technique. Obito had a resigned look on his face. Kagaya had rewritten his will, preventing him from doing anything that would harm Lin Xian's interests. Everything had to comply with him. There are many things you don't know. Lin Xian took out a magnetic escape ring identical to the one in his pocket and gave it to Obito as a double insurance. If he couldn't activate the Flying Thunder God technique, he could still know his location through this ring. Obito honestly received the ring. This was almost a reflexive reaction of his body. Now, I give you your first mission. Eliminate all of White Zetsu's clones in this base and announce your betrayal of Black Zetsu. Lin Xian can be considered quite blunt. Cooperation? Don't make me laugh. He and Black Zetsu have never been allies. It's just mutual deception, seeing whose trickery is superior. Sir, may I ask the reason for this? Obito has quickly adapted to his new identity. Black Zetsu deceived him for so many years, so now betraying him comes with no psychological pressure at all. Although there is no evidence, Lin's death is definitely related to Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. How many people know about the Eye of the Moon plan? Lin Xian retorted. Kurizetsu, Uchiha, Kisame, me, and the master. Obito replied calmly. He glanced at Conan, but in the end, he still did not add her name. These were the people on the surface. Kisame's task is to monitor Itachi, and your task is to help the Akatsuki collect the tailed beasts. If you betray Kurizetsu, who else can trust? It was originally supposed to be your responsibility. Who will assign to do it? Lin Xian looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. As a villain, Obito had decent talent in combat, but unfortunately, he lacked a bit in brains. I understand, my lord. Obito seemed to have thought of something and respectfully bowed. If Black Zetsu knew that he would also be deceived by humans one day, his expression would surely be quite spectacular. Let's get started. Lin Xian seemed to be tired and left the valley with Xiao Nan and Rin. The flames soared into the sky, and explosions erupted, with over 100 white Zetsu dying tragically in Obito's fire techniques. It was unclear how much time had passed. Lin Xian and Obito have long gone their separate ways. A half-black, half-white figure emerged from the ground in the valley. After receiving reports from nearby white Zetsu clones, it was confirmed that Obito was responsible for this massacre. Black Zetsu's expression darkened to the extreme. The only ones who knew about this place were Zetsu and Obito, who happened to be hiding here. From the horrific state of the bodies and the traces of ninjutsu at the scene, it was clear that it was Obito's handiwork. Uchiha Obito betrayed Zetsu. Didn't he want to realize the Eye of the Moon plan? We have trusted Obito too much over the years. We thought he was a puppet, but he treated us like fools. The main body of white Zetsu shouted angrily. It wasn't he that it cared about these expendable clones, but its hatred for Uchiha Obito was at its peak. Perhaps Lin Xian was right. It was indeed Uchiha Obito who appeared in Konoha, and he had done many things behind our backs. Black Zetsu's voice was also filled with resentment. If there was a chance to kill that traitor, it would definitely not hesitate. What should we do now? Obito wouldn't he announce the Eye of the Moon plan everywhere, would he? What about the plans to capture Jinchuriki if the 5 great nations unite in advance? The main body of white Zetsu was very worried. First, find a way to track Obito's whereabouts. If we can kill him, we will. Secondly, figure out why that bastard betrayed us and what plans he is making. Black Zetsu was clearly calmer. If Obito did not expose the Eye of the Moon plan, then Akatsuki would continue to operate according to the previous plan. First, go find Lin Xian and Kisame and inform them of Obito's betrayal. From now on, let them be careful when interacting with Uchiha Obito. Chapter 79. Inside, there are all talented individuals, and their words are pleasant. Sound Ninja Village. Lin Xian and Xiao Nen are on vacation, but unexpectedly, Heiju comes to inform them about the news of Uchiha Obito's betrayal. What? Obito betrayed? But I am the one who instigated his betrayal. Lin Xian's mood is really a bit subtle right now. Looking at Black Zetsu's expression, which seemed like he wanted to eat Uchiha Obito raw, Lin Xian chuckled lightly. Alright. Zetsu, it's just an Uchiha, right? Uchiha guys have always been unreliable. They should have been kicked out long ago. Lin Xian may not care, but he will never accept such comfort. If they are to abandon their pieces, it should be them who declare that Obito has been discarded. But now it is Uchiha Obito who has betrayed them. Oof. In the future, if we encounter Obito, we will kill him if we can. Lin Xian, you should also be careful of that bastard plotting against you. The Uchiha are a bunch of heartless dogs. He said coldly. I will be careful. Lin Xian was obviously very confident in his own strength. The Moon Eye plan will require your efforts in the future as well. I still need to notify Zetsu to see what the situation is on his side and whether he is as steadfast as you. Black Zetsu glanced at Lin Xian a couple of times. Look at him, then look at Uchiha Obito. Obito had been in contact with Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara since he was 12, yet his betrayal was so sudden. On the other hand, Lin Xian is loyal, at most just a bit of siscon. This made Black Zetsu even doubt his own judgment of people. Previously, Uchiha Sasuke was actually a test for Uchiha Itachi. In the end, Itachi chose to let Sasuke live. That person's loyalty to Akatsuki is questionable. Lin Xian started chatting with Black Zetsu. Ha ha ha. The truth is exactly the opposite of what you said. Uchiha Itachi kept Sasuke alive to make him awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. And then he would take Sasuke's eyes to obtain the legendary eternal Manjiki Sharingan. These are cold facts written on the Uchiha stone tablet. It's normal for you to have doubts since you don't know these. Speaking of those Uchiha brothers, Black Zetsu laughed heartily and felt much more relaxed. Uchiha Itachi might not be loyal enough to Akatsuki, but there is no bond of friendship between brothers. Black Zetsu instinctively believed that Itachi was plotting for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Okay, Lin Xian scratched his head, suddenly realizing that Kurizetsu's intelligence was just average. Not being human, he ultimately could not understand human emotions. Uchiha Obito is a brother complex. Why can't Uchiha Itachi also be a brother complex? Should it be said that Kurizetsu's scheme was a miscalculation or that Itachi's acting was just too brilliant? After a moment, Kurizetsu left Lin Xian to find Kisame Hashigaki. The Flying Thunder God technique can ignore spatial distance, but the greater the distance, the greater the consumption, so Lin Xian chose to activate the ring. First, he used the body flicker technique to contact Nagato, then had Nagato contact Kisame. They would meet in a cave in the Rain Village. Kurizetsu would later come to you with news of Obito's betrayal and then test your loyalty. You must show obedience to the orders and arrangements. Lin Xian spoke directly and to the point. Guo Jiao was taken aback for a moment, then guessed a lot of things. Lin Xian has transplanted the kaleidoscope of the otherworldly deity to Keirin. He is aware of this matter, and it seems that Uchiha Obito has already become a puppet of the boss. I know what to do, my lord. If there are any abnormalities with Black Zetsu, I will notify you immediately, Kisame Hashigaki said in a deep voice. The only participants left in the Eye of the Moon plan are him and Lin Xian. In a sense, Black Zetsu, the commander, is quite the puppet of the king. Fortunately, Black Zetsu still believes everything is under control. It is the ultimate winner. What a joke. The headquarters has been hollowed out by others. Even the traitorous Uchiha Obito is a subordinate of Lin Xian. My lord, Kabuto, having completed the task given to him by Orochimaru, quietly approached Lin Xian. How is Orochimaru's experiment going? Lin Xian casually asked. Baiju is very suitable for the impure world reincarnation technique, but because the modern Hokage's soul is inside the belly of the death god, Lord Orochimaru cannot summon the former Hokage of Konoha, which also makes Orochimaru feel quite troubled. Do has no reservations about these matters. He is a ticking time bomb buried beside Orochimaru, and his only truly loyal superior is Lin Xian. Let Karen enter Orochimaru's sight. As an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, it's normal for her to know some secrets. For the time being, let her appear as your girlfriend, and remember not to expose the Sharingan. Lin Xian had just given the order when Xiang Lin playfully wrapped her arms around Do's. Yes, I understand, my subordinate. Do pushed up his glasses, his expression a bit dazed. Was he selling his looks now? There was no choice. After all, the boss's orders were everything. He was still counting on Lin Xian to resurrect his dean, and besides, Xiang Lin was quite cute and had a good figure. In a sense, wasn't he the one benefiting? All right, let's get down to business. The ruins of the Uzumaki clan hide a death god mask in the Namion Hall. With that, by sacrificing a living person as an offering, one can extract the sealed soul from the belly of the death god. Lin Xian spoke in great detail, understanding the Uzumaki clan even better than Xianglin. Xianglin kept nodding, and Do was also carefully noting the details. The boss knew an extraordinary amount of information. Although he had witnessed it many times, he still felt astonished each time. This master seemed to have a grasp on something called fate. The conversation did not last too long. Lin Xian will let Orochimaru obtain information when necessary, and that will also be the best time to recruit Orochimaru. Now he and Conan are going to do something else. Lord Angel, just back in the Rain Village. The Hydrangea team has been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Hydrangea even ran up and threw herself into her master's arms, acting spoiled in front of Sui Run and Fu Rong. Watching Conan being surrounded by the three girls, Lin Xian smiled and walked towards the other side of the village. Sasuke and Naruto, the two main characters, are both in Akatsuki, so he has to keep a close eye on them. Training ground. As soon as he entered this spacious underground slaughterhouse, Kaigetsu welcomed him. Sir, Brother Lin. Kaigetsu greeted Naruto. Kaigetsu's respect and admiration for his superior contrasted with Naruto's warm smile, like that of family. How is Naruto's recovery? Lin Xian had a gentle smile on her face, like a reliable senior. In fact, Naruto really enjoyed life in the Akatsuki organization. First, Lin Xian taught him the technique for the Rasengan. Secondly, due to his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, many members wouldn't trouble him, but instead offered him benefits. Once Naruto mastered the power of the strongest tailed beast, he would be among the top ranks of the Akatsuki's official members. Because of this, the stingy Kakuzu increased the funding for Naruto's team significantly, while Itachi Uchiha would occasionally come to guide Naruto's training, and even Pain cared about his junior brother, often visiting him. How could Naruto not like this kind of life? He absolutely loved the Rain Village, Going back there felt like going home, with talented people everywhere and pleasant conversations. Chapter 80. There is no fairness in this world. Lin Xian didn't stay with Naruto for too long. The truly important plot has yet to begin, and his task interface hasn't been updated for a while. For now, getting Hinata Hyuga to completely submit is the most important thing. However, before looking for Hinata, he plans to check on that little brat Sasuke Uchiha. This is probably the tragedy of being a behind-the-scenes boss. On the surface, one holds the fate of the world. Yet in life, one is often too busy to even find time to rest. There is no extravagant lifestyle as one might imagine. There are only endless tasks to complete. Whether it's Kurizetsu or Lin Xian, those who play the game don't have much time to enjoy. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The young man reached out from under the black umbrella, feeling the coldness brought by the rain. Fortunately, there's the flying thunder god. Otherwise, escaping would be a huge hassle. Feeling the mark left on Kisame Hashiguchi's shoulder, Lin Xian activated his space ninjutsu, instantly crossing over a distance of more than 200 miles. If Naruto Uzumaki is the beloved pet of the Akatsuki, then Sasuke is the trash that the organization looks down upon. There's no helping it. His brother Itachi Uchiha is just too eye-catching. At 13, Itachi was so outstanding that it's difficult for Sasuke to gain anyone's recognition, let alone their affection. Everyone, just like Kurizetsu, believes that Sasuke will eventually be killed by Itachi. After all, they're all dead anyway. Why should they bother to build a good relationship with you? Hey, sharp face, long time no see. Lin Xian's voice rang softly. Dry persimmon Kisame's body trembled slightly. Then he turned his head and smiled, nodding as a greeting. Itachi was training with his younger brother, and I was helping them with security, clearing away the mosquitoes nearby. Kisame briefly explained the situation. Following his gaze, Lin Xian noticed a small battlefield 100 meters away. Uchiha Itachi was personally overseeing the battle, allowing Sasuke to deal with the enemies, and occasionally, he would showcase his skills himself. How's Sasuke's training going? Naruto's Tree Realm technique seems to be coming along quite well. Lin Xian began to compare the two protagonists in his heart. Under Naruto's guidance, he darkens and is temporarily able to utilize the Nine Tails chakra, and he also gains an arm made of Hashirama cells. With the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, being the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, and the child of the fourth Hokage, Naruto finds it very easy to practice wood release. He just needs a guide, and Lin Xian is playing that role. It can't be said that Sasuke is foolish. He has already worked very hard at this age. Kisame expressed his thoughts somewhat indirectly. Effort. Effort is a standard requirement for becoming strong, but simply working hard does not guarantee strength. This world has never lacked hard-working ninjas. One could even say that effort is the least valuable quality. Sasuke is far from having matured. His mindset is still at a childlike stage, merely overshadowed by hatred. Itachi could think about the ninja world from the Hokage's perspective at the age of 7, and by 13, he opened his Manjiki Sharingan and joined Akatsuki. Apart from his contemporary Uchiha Shursui, he stands at the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan. Even the same-age Uchiha Madara could not have done better than Uchiha Itachi. Having such an outstanding older brother, Sasuke is truly fortunate. Lin Xian was deeply moved. Upon hearing this, Dry Persimmon Zabuza couldn't help but mumble to himself. Is Sasuke really that happy? Compared to Naruto's treatment, it's almost like he's treated as livestock. Aside from Itachi Uchiha himself, there aren't many in Akatsuki who see Sasuke as a person. Zabuza, we can't just look at the surface of things, and we certainly can't just compare Naruto and Sasuke. How many people in the entire ninja world work as hard as Sasuke does? But in the end, can those people achieve more than Sasuke? Lin Xian smiled meaningfully. Fairness? This world has never known fairness. It didn't exist before, and it won't exist in the future. Commoners like Shaoli, no matter how hard they train, can only reach the level of opening the 8 gates like Might Guy, and will never touch the realm of the 6 paths. Characters like Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha are destined to become strong from the moment they are born. In the future 4th Great Ninja War, even the Sage of 6 Paths will appear to bestow them with powerful gifts. Sasuke used his last kunai to kill the 13th enemy. To train him, Itachi chose opponents who wouldn't be too strong, but not too weak either. This time, the opponent was a group of 30 Chunin forming a wandering ninja collective, with their leader's head worth 20 million ryo. After killing the enemies, Sasuke was panting and exhausted like a dog. It was a miracle he survived. He had used every means available. Useless. At that moment, Itachi slapped Sasuke's face, not even letting him have a moment of respite after his victory, humiliating him and trampling his dignity underfoot. The reason? because he sensed Lin Xian's presence. It took so long to crush a few ants. And your Sharingan has embarrassed the Uchiha clan. Itachi didn't care at all about the hatred in Sasuke's eyes. One slap wasn't enough, followed by a second and a third. After facing his brother's brutal beating, Sasuke quickly turned into a swollen mess. Itachi, I will kill you one day. Sasuke's hoarse voice rang out. He clenched his fists tightly, awkwardly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ever since he activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, Itachi's training tasks for him had been almost hellish. He showed no consideration for Sasuke's physical limits, and didn't care if he could bear the mental strain. It was as if he aimed to push him to the brink of collapse. But the more he was squeezed, the more determined Sasuke became in his desire to kill his brother. Every time Itachi fought, his Sharingan was fixed on Itachi's movements. He was copying Itachi's combat experience, copying his ninjutsu and taijutsu, using the enemy's strengths against them. It must be said that Sasuke's efforts brought huge returns. Except for Itachi's Manjiki abilities that couldn't be imitated. He was getting stronger in the fastest way possible. Was Itachi training like this all along? Lin Xian asked curiously. Uchiha Itachi, this film emperor, has acting skills comparable to Kabuto, but unfortunately, he cannot be used as a pawn. However, Lin Xian didn't really feel it was a pity. As long as Sasuke becomes his pawn, no matter how unwilling Uchiha Itachi is, he will have to obediently work for him. It's just like how he uses Karen. He doesn't need Karen to be very loyal. He only needs to ensure that Kabuto won't betray him. Then Karen will definitely not betray him. Mr. Itachi is actually a gentle person. I vaguely remember that back in Konoha, when facing Kakashi, Mr. Itachi's hand seal speed was 6 seals in 1 second. But in front of Sasuke, when he eliminated enemies, his hand seal speed was so fast that it was 6 seconds for 1 seal, clearly allowing Sasuke to learn his skills. Kisame also felt a bit emotional. If he hadn't learned the truth from Lin Xian, he probably wouldn't have doubted Itachi. After all, Itachi's actions do have reasons. He wants to train Sasuke to open the Manjiki and take his eyes, and being biased for that purpose is not excessive. Anyone who knows the secrets of the Uchiha would not doubt it. However, who could have imagined? The truth is that Uchiha Itachi achieved Sasuke's power with his life. Chapter 81, White Snake Sage. I curse you, Sage. Side quest, Fallen White. Quest content, gain Hinata Hyuga's loyalty, progress, 75-100. One nice view. Grass Ninja Village. Brightly, Explosion Erupting. The Byakugan girl is responsible for destroying this village under the orders of the Rain Village. The dull sounds of falling bodies announce the end of vibrant lives. In a world without light, flowers only wither. The paper angel hovers in midair. The paper jutsu of the god. Countless explosive tags transform into a tide of butterfly swarms. Conan is the main culprit in the destruction of the Grass Ninja Village. Compared to the high-profile Conan, Hinata is inconspicuous. With the help of her Byakugan, she uses shuriken to take lives, moving nimbly through the crowd. Since the day she agreed to join Akatsuki, she had anticipated this day. It is said that this operation is for a little girl named Karen. Hinata doesn't quite understand the reasons behind it, but she doesn't need to understand. With the destruction of the Grass Ninja Village, the first to suffer is the small country of the grass. Losing their own ninja village, countries are eager to take action, especially the neighboring Fire Country and Earth Country. After all, no one would complain about having too much territory. Just as the ninja world is in a state of alert, Lin Xian found the base of a certain slippery snake. Side quest, Summoning Pact. Quest content, sign a summoning contract with one of the 3 Great Sage Lands. Quest difficulty, normal. Reward, World Reputation 20,000. Side quest, Master of Nature. Quest content, learn Sage Art. Inorganic Rebirth. Quest difficulty, hard. Reward, Soul 50. Why did Lincoln come to me? Orochimaru slipped out of the lab, looking somewhat helpless at the unexpected guest. His strength has increased significantly recently, and he started learning would release. However, facing this taijutsu monster, he still lacks confidence in winning. Take me to see the White Snake Sage. I want to sign a summoning contract with it. Lin Xian got straight to the point. Myoko Mountain is looking for Jiraiya, and Wetbone Forest is looking for Tsunade. After a bit of comparison, Lin Xian still thought that Orochimaru was easier to deal with. You want to find the White Snake Sage? Orochimaru's expression was strange. He had been to the Dragon Cave once before, but failed to pass the test there and did not successfully sign a contract with the White Snake Sage. I'll take you there, but what do I get in return? Orochimaru retorted, his gaze flickering slightly. You get a chance for me to spare your life. Lin Xian had a look that suggested she was completely confident, giving off a sense of intimidation as if to say, if you don't agree, I'll make you regret it. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Fine, I'll take Lin Jun to the Dragon Cave. Orochimaru revealed an ambiguous smile. You have a lot of confidence in the strength of the White Snake Sage, huh? Lin Xian saw through Orochimaru's scheme. Using the power of the White Snake Sage to kill him, and Orochimaru wouldn't have to take any risks, because it was Lin Xian who sought the White Snake Sage. Haha, not at all. I certainly hope that Lin Jun can return safely. Orochimaru waved his hand, his smile tinged with a sense of gloating. The White Snake Sage has lived for thousands of years, and no one knows how much natural chakra it can control. Lin Xian, no matter how powerful, can he really be stronger than an immortal? Xiao Nan is in the Rain Village, responsible for training Hinata, while Lin Xian is out alone this time. He has been traveling with Orochimaru for 2 days. They finally arrive at the Dragon's Cave. In the dim entrance of the cave, small white snakes are crawling around, and the two intruders are immediately noticed. Half an hour. The cave seems endless, and Lin Xian and Orochimaru appear to be trapped in an illusion. How much longer do they have to walk? Lin Xian stared at Orochimaru with ill intentions. This bastard is the one leading the way. He can't be going the wrong way, right? It wasn't like this when I came before. Orochimaru was also confused. Although he didn't pass the assessment last time, he wasn't unable to even get inside. Maybe the White Snake Sage is in a bad mood today and doesn't want to see us. After pondering for a long time, Orochimaru could only come to this conclusion. He had originally wanted to watch a good show, but now felt a bit regretful. In a bad mood? Just because you're in a bad mood, you can refuse to see guests? Do you know my time is precious? Lin Xian was also a bit annoyed. I don't care. If you don't come out, I'm going to take action. The man sharpened his knife, staring at the guy leading the way with ill intent. Orochimaru felt like cursing. I've already brought you to the door. If they don't want to open the door to see you, what can I do? Can beating me up solve the problem? Do I look that easy to bully? And that bastard who won't open the door, claiming to be a sage but too scared to even meet. What kind of sage is that? Orochimaru was filled with resentment. Not coming out, huh? Really not coming out? Lin Xian shouted twice in the empty cave. In fact, he had already realized that the White Snake Sage's ability was not an illusion. The White Snake Sage mastered the sage art, organic rebirth, possessing the ability to manipulate and alter the terrain. Simply put, while he and Orochimaru kept walking, the White Snake Sage was continuously changing the entire cave, putting them into a bizarre loop. Don't even think about getting out of this maze in an hour, let alone a lifetime. Let us go, Lin Kuan. It seems the sage really doesn't want to see you, Orochimaru advised. Unfortunately, Lin Xian did not listen to the advice and instead formed a blue orb, wind release, spiraling shuriken. A massive amount of chakra gathered in his right hand, quickly transforming into the shape of a windmill. The powerful tearing sensation made Orochimaru's pupils slightly constrict. A spiraling ball with a change in chakra nature? Even the fourth Hokage, who developed the spiraling sphere technique, couldn't do this, yet Lin Xian managed to achieve it. When did this guy's ninjutsu talent become so abnormal? To hell with the White Snake Sage. Lin Xian let out a roar. The blue glowing vortex windmill was thrown deep into the cave, and the earth-shattering explosion sounded as if it would blow up the mountain range. Deep in the dragon's cave, a giant white snake held a pipe in its mouth, its long, thick body coiled around the throne. With orange hair and yellow eyes, it had a green cat's eye stone on its chest, a purple silk ribbon as a headband, adorned with military green horn-shaped ornaments at the front, a red luminous pearl embedded on its head, and 2 golden rings on its tail. The White Snake Sage, the master of the Dragon's Cave. Only those who sincerely seek it can meet it, and there are subordinates specifically responsible for screening those who enter the Dragon's Cave. It watched everything happening in the Dragon's Cave, its brow furrowed deeply at this moment. Having lived for over 1,000 years, the sage mastered all mysterious ninjutsu that foretold the future, able to catch glimpses of what is to come. That young man beside Orochimaru is very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Frankly speaking, the White Snake Sage did not wish to deal with such a person. Even more shameful is Orochimaru. He clearly knows that person is dangerous, yet naively wants to use him as a tool to kill, truly believing it would willingly become that knife. After the explosion, the damaged cave strangely returned to normal, with no traces left of the ninjutsu explosion. Lin Xian cursed again. Can you see or not? Just give me a straightforward answer. White Snake Immortal. I curse you, immortal. Orochimaru. Chapter 82. Like a heavenly emperor descending to the world. Lin Xian's face grew increasingly grim. Orochimaru was also alarmed, fearing that Lin Xian would pull out some ultimate move. The interior of the cave was too narrow. If anything too impactful happened, the two ninjas would be the first to be affected by the explosion. The Dragon Cave? The three great sacred lands? Are they all cowards? Lin Xian's voice echoed deep into the cave. The increasingly angry young man simply grabbed a small white snake from the ground, nearly crushing it to death, and shouted, "Let the white snake immortal come out to see me, or I'll blow up the Dragon Cave." Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white snake widened its eyes, filled with anger and showing no fear at all. Lin Xian's mind suddenly flashed with inspiration, as if he had realized something. "That's right. You are the will of the white snake immortal, aren't you?" The young man grasped the small snake. Although the white snake immortal hadn't appeared, it had surely been watching this place all along. Perhaps the will behind this small snake was indeed it. Poof! Lin Xian gently applied force, crushing the little snake's head. "Orochimaru, the Dragon Cave is really not hospitable at all. I don't like this place." The young man took out a white handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. Orochimaru was extremely frustrated. "Hospitable? That only matters if you are a guest. If someone is threatening to blow up the Dragon Cave, it's strange that others would welcome you. Kill." A gloomy, aged female voice sounded. Lin Xian narrowed her eyes and suddenly felt three giant pythons appear in front of the cave. Dian Xin Shenzi, Shi Chujimaji, and Tuanjinji, the high-ranking members of Longdi Cave, held positions similar to that of the likes of Miao Mushan's Ganma Wentai. Their speed was impressive. Lin Xian did not forget to praise his opponent. Three python snakes attacked one person together. Even a shadow-level fighter would be in danger, let alone here in the Dragon Cave, which was already suitable for snake groups to battle. Would release, with dragon technique. At the critical moment, a lifelike giant dragon appeared in front of Lin Xian. The entire cave space was filled, crushing the three pythons with an invincible posture. Bang! One of the giant snakes reacted slowly, almost having its head crushed by the wood dragon. The giant snakes were covered in blood, being pursued and beaten by the giant dragon, a scene that made Orochimaru doubt his life. "Stop it!" The previous voice sounded again, with a hint of helplessness. The three giant snakes unwillingly glanced at Lin Xian before disappearing into the white mist. The entire cave underwent drastic changes, as if an earthquake was occurring. Lin Xian and Orochimaru clearly stood still, yet it felt as if they had traversed a long distance. This was a spacious and bright cave. The sound of dripping water echoed within the stone cavern, surrounded by a multitude of snakes. A massive white serpent coiled around the throne at the center, its eyes revealing a hint of anger. "You have already mastered the wood release technique of the first Hokage, and naturally, you can comprehend Sage Mode. Why have you come to my Dragon Cave?" The white snake sage flicked its tongue. Although it was displeased, it did not immediately attack Lin Xian. "And you, Orochimaru, what is your intention in leading such a dangerous human to my Dragon Cave?" The white snake sage regarded Orochimaru with even less favor. "Lin hopes to sign a summoning contract with the sage. If I don't bring him here, he will beat me up. I am merely responsible for guiding him and have absolutely no disrespect towards the sage." Orochimaru feigned innocence. After all, it was Lin Xian who caused the trouble. He didn't want to offend the white snake sage for no reason and preferred to shift the blame onto that guy. "That's right. I came here today to make a contract. Sage, would you prefer to be beaten by me or beaten by me?" Lin Xian didn't mind Orochimaru's scapegoating. He was confident that he could defeat the white snake sage, even completely erase its existence, even if this was its stronghold. For thousands of years, humans had learned sage techniques in the Dragon Cave, and some had formed spirit contracts with ordinary snakes, yet no one had ever signed a contract with him. No matter how good-natured the white snake sage was, it couldn't hold back any longer at this moment. "Die, human, you will pay the price for your arrogance." As soon as the words fell, the entire cave transformed instantly. Countless spikes erupted from the ground, seemingly conscious as they lunged toward Lin Xian and Orochimaru. The whole world was their enemy. Orochimaru didn't want to resist, nor did he care to. These spikes restricted his movements, but had no intention of killing him. And they couldn't kill him. However, Lin Xian was facing a particularly fierce onslaught. The white snake sage was clearly intent on killing him, making it look quite perilous. In terms of speed, Lin Xian was almost comparable to Might Guy at the 8th gate. Yet even so, he couldn't escape. The white snake sage controlled the entire power of the Dragon Cave and was determined to encircle him. Even if it couldn't kill him, those stone pillars would create a sealing effect, exploiting his mobility, potentially leaving him to starve to death here. So dark. This was the last thing Lin Xian said before being sealed. Now, he felt like he had encountered the Earth explosion star. completely surrounded and sealed by the power manipulated by the White Snake Sage. As the rock layers continued to descend, he might eventually be sealed 1,000 meters underground, or even deeper. Lin Xian suddenly remembered facing the fourth Kazekage, Rasha, many years ago. That foolish thing also tried to use a similar method, wanting to leverage the power of nature to extinguish his life. Why? Why, after all these years, are his enemies still so naive? The power of nature is the power of sealing, and also the power of breaking seals. The majesty of the Dragon Cave cannot be provoked. The White Snake Sage squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Orochimaru curled his lips, somewhat unwilling to believe that Lin Xian had died just like that. After all, he was a man who could explode him with a single punch. To be killed so easily by the White Snake Sage would make Orochimaru look worthless and trashy. Humans are such complex creatures. One moment they are happy about their enemy being killed, and the next they hope that the enemy doesn't die so easily. Although Orochimaru can no longer be considered human, he still retains some human ways of thinking. Unfortunately, Lin Xian doesn't know this. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. The sage art, inorganic resurrection used by Kabuto, is simply not on the same level as what the White Snake Sage used. Is this the foundation of the Holy Land? Lin Xian was trapped, but not at all anxious. Instead, he teased his subordinate. The apothecary doe was a good seedling, but still needed more cultivation. Does anyone know what it's like when divine blood erupts 1,000 meters underground? But now Lin Xian has seen it. White mist began to spread around him. Due to the high temperature, the moisture turned into steam the moment it was expelled from his body. The young man's body resembled a piece of burning red metal. On his expressionless face, a pair of black eyes gradually turned red, transforming into the color of blood. The rock layer sealing him began to flow, as if it were liquid, emitting a nauseating, sizzling sound. Divine blood, second-tier state backflow. His body temperature approached 200 degrees, his bones and muscles shattered and rebuilt, evolving in a certain direction under the baptism of divine blood, unexplainable rules rewriting the laws of reality. Like an extreme, evil spirit from the underworld, like a celestial emperor descending to the world. He returned from hell, alone, yet as powerful as 1,000 troops. Under the gaze of those eyes in the blood mist, the White Snake Sage trembled uncontrollably deep in his soul, and his noble head unknowingly bowed to the ground. That 1,000 years had ended. Satan must be released from his prison. He was the true demon. How could he be compared to weak and powerless humans? Chapter 83. The Spirit Communication Scroll of the Dragon Cave. Orochimaru fell into silence. He suddenly felt that the Uchiha bloodline was nothing special. Why not study that monster's body? The most perfect and worthy vessel in the world was right before him. Unfortunately, he did not dare. The White Snake Sage was completely subdued. He did not believe he could stir up any waves in Lin Xian's hands. Are you really human? Or is your sage technique more profound than mine? The giant serpent squinted its eyes, observing Lin Xian. The seal, which should have been impossible to break, was so easily undone. It felt that the world it controlled no longer obeyed its commands. This was the first time it encountered such an extraordinary human. Yet the White Snake Sage could never have imagined that the young man standing before him was not proficient in sage mode. The divine blood flowing within him was that of an ancient deity's descendant. His elemental control talent was merely a trivial aspect among countless powers. Truly worthy of being one of the sacred places, the sage's methods were more profound than I had imagined. Lin Xian was also somewhat impressed by the strength of the giant snake. A monster that has lived for thousands of years possesses extraordinary depth. With the help of the power of this world, chakra, the White Snake Sage in the Dragon Cave has already approached the 6 paths level. With unlimited chakra and having the advantage of time and place, both offense and defense are nearly perfect. Human, you may leave. I will consider today's events as if they never happened. The White Snake Sage looked over with cold eyes, seemingly not intending to continue the battle. It had not yet used its full strength, but this human was clearly hiding something as well. Continuing the fight could be dangerous. Are you saying you forgive me? Lin Xian said coldly. Just now he wanted to seal and kill him. But now he is issuing an eviction order. Does he really think he is easy to bully? If the spirit contract is not signed today, he won't leave. Wood release. Advent of the tree world. Wood release. Wooden man technique. Wood release. As the Dragon Cave became filled with frenzied plants, the White Snake Sage had no choice but to counterattack. Sage art. White surge technique. A torrent of rapidly flashing white light appeared before Lin Xian in an instant. A small trick. Lin Xian remained unfazed and casually waved away this ninjutsu. In the second stage of the divine blood state, The elements of heaven and earth obeyed his command at this moment and would no longer submit to the white snake sage. Sage arts? Without natural chakra as a supplement. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. This grudge, I, the dragon cave, will remember it. The white snake sage was extremely unwilling, and his voice gradually faded away. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with a hint of cold, killing intent that was not easily noticeable. The appearance of this giant serpent was highly deceptive. Although its body coiled around the throne, that was merely a disguise created by celestial magic. Its true form was hidden within a massive amount of chakra, with various substances concealing its exterior. The giant snake that Lin Xian and Orochimaru saw was actually just a clone. Although it contained a certain amount of chakra, it was not a flesh and blood body and was no different from the rock and soil. Lin, it seems we have reached the end here. It wants to escape, and we can't stop it. Orochimaru licked his lips with lingering excitement, developing a greedy desire for Lin Xian's body. If he could use the technique of impure world reincarnation with this body, wouldn't Orochimaru be able to soar to new heights? Unfortunately, he only dared to think about it in his heart. Escape? Did I say it could escape? Leaving the dragon cave would greatly diminish its strength, and the outside world isn't so peaceful. Lin Xian stared motionless at a certain spot on the rock wall. He wasn't sure how big the dragon cave was, but he knew one thing well enough. The white snake sage was hiding, not really escaping. Even if it was hiding, there was nothing we could do about it. Can you blow up the entire dragon cave? Orochimaru spread his hands, expressing his confusion. The three great sacred places exist in a different space, separate from the ninja world. They're just vastly different in scale. The mask of the sacred place in the ninja world would probably be similar to a small country like the Land of Rain. Now that they want to hide, what can you do? Blow up the entire space? What a joke. Do you think you're the sage of six paths? Sage art would release true thousand hands. Lin Xian took a deep breath and, under Orochimaru's shocked gaze, used the strongest would release technique of the first Hokage. The rapidly growing trees broke through the confines of the cave, ultimately transforming into a 100-meter-tall humanoid figure, seated like Guanyin, with 1,000 wooden hands behind it, each about the same size as those created by the wood dragon technique. Orochimaru was already numb. Damn it, is this kid the reincarnation of the first Hokage? How does he have so much wood release? Don't think I can't find your location, you white snake little bug. Lin Xian clasped her hands together and then clapped, causing a giant wooden figure to smash into the rocky ground, with countless fist shadows intertwining. The evil god bracelet. Without this equipment, Lin Xian would truly have no way to deal with the elusive white snake immortal, at least not in her current divine blood state. But there's no use in saying what if. Equipment skill. Any attack will carry a curse effect, dealing an additional 1 maximum health damage. You can dodge countless times, evade countless times. But as long as you make one mistake, those torrential fists will instantly consume your life. In a daze, Orochimaru seemed to hear a faint wail. In this dark world, it was so clear. The scenery around suddenly changed. The wooden figure vanished, and the dragon cave returned to its previous state as if the battle had never happened. Thud! An ancient white scroll floated down gracefully. Lin Xian reached out to catch it, and he and Orochimaru exchanged glances. The white snake sage dare not fight anymore, and even lacked the courage to escape. The master of the sacred land, an immortal who had lived for 1,000 years, actually knelt down like this, still kneeling in the hands of a human youth. Orochimaru couldn't imagine this scene, but today he witnessed it with his own eyes. Lin, sign your name. From now on, you will be a distinguished guest of the Dragon Cave. The white snake sage's voice was somewhat helpless. Unable to fight, unable to escape, in the end, it could only yield. Otherwise, could it leave the Dragon Cave and give up its 1,000-year foundation? In other places, its combat power was not this strong. Only here was it the safest. Those who know the times are the true heroes. Lin Xian chuckled and opened the blank scroll, writing his name at the top. A certain invisible contract was formed, and the surrounding snake swarm seemed a bit more agreeable. Side quest, Spirit Summoning Pact completed. Rewards have been distributed. From now on, if it is Lin Jun's summoning, I will not refuse. The white snake immortal opened the exit to the Dragon Cave and left one last remark. Spirit beasts can refuse summoning. If it is Lin Xian's summoning skill, it naturally would not dare to refuse. If it were someone else, sending a subordinate would suffice. After all, it is an immortal, which is different from merely being a simple enforcer. This is also its final dignity. After a moment, Lin Xian and Orochimaru finally returned to the ninja world. The young man hummed a little tune while carrying the scroll, but the man on the other side didn't have such a good expression. He had planned to rely on the White Snake Sage to eliminate a dangerous character, but instead, the White Snake Sage was taken out by someone else, and even reduced to a lackey. How could Orochimaru feel happy about that? What's going on in this world? Why are there such perverse monsters? Today, Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 Sannin, rarely experienced the emotion called jealousy. The self-proclaimed genius found that one day he could also be overshadowed in front of someone. As they parted today, he wondered when they would meet again. He hoped there would still be opportunities to rob Mr. Orochimaru in the future. Otherwise, this world would be too lonely. Lin Xian smiled brightly and patted the shoulder of the person next to him before leaving. Orochimaru gritted his teeth in frustration, but still wore a hypocritical smile to bid farewell. Take care, Lin. Damn, Uchiha. I want to take over Lin Xian. Chapter 84. The Legendary Fat Sheep Explorer No. 5146-5145 level, 26 lifespan, 3860 blood chi, 20 soul, 32 strength, 305 constitution, 142 agility, 140 charisma, 1 luck, 1 reincarnation points, 199700 world reputation, 58500 bloodline, divine blood, incomplete. Rating, SS. From the thin bloodline of the divine Emperor Jiang, it fully enhances physical attributes and has strong compatibility with other bloodlines. Current attribute bonuses: Soul 10, Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 20. Development level, 5100. Negative buff, Divine Punishment. Lifespan limit permanently reduced by 90. Evaluation: although an SS level bloodline, it is truly a life-draining player. Equipment: Magnetic Escape Gold Ring. Origin: Derived Dimension Naruto. Quality: Rare Blue. Wearing conditions: Level 20. Details: has a chance to drop upon killing the Kazekage of the Wind Country. Equipment attributes: Agility 10. Equipment skill: Magnetic Escape Sand Gold Type Ninjutsu is fully open to the wearer. Equipment rating: 350. Blackheart Ring. Origin: Derived Dimension Naruto. Quality: Rare Blue. Wearing conditions: Level 20. Details: has a chance to drop upon killing Haiden. Equipment attributes: Charisma -5, gain 30 distributable attribute points. Equipment skill: recover 10 energy when receiving a fatal blow, cooldown period of 90 days. Equipment rating: 200. Evil God Bracelet. Origin: Derived Dimension Naruto. Quality: Rare Blue. Wearing conditions: Charisma 10. Details: has a chance to drop upon killing Haiden. Equipment attributes: Constitution 20. Equipment skill: any attack will carry a curse effect, dealing an additional 1 maximum health damage. Equipment rating: 260. Burning Youth Vest Limited. Origin: Derived Dimension Naruto. Quality: Precious Green. Wearing conditions: none. Details: obtained from completing the side quest Rekindled Youth. Equipment attributes: Soul 3. Equipment skill: the owner will rekindle the will of youth and awaken the truest desires within. Equipment rating: 114. Divine Robe. Origin: Derived Dimension Naruto. Quality: Rare Blue. Wearing conditions: Luck 1. Details: has a chance to drop upon killing the Hokage of the Fire Country. Equipment attributes: Agility 50. Equipment skill: Flying Thunder God Type Ninjutsu is fully open to the wearer. Equipment rating: 980. Warm reminder: when world reputation exceeds 50,000 points, the equipment drop function is unlocked. New addition: depending on the strength of the enemy killed, drops of different levels of equipment, reincarnation points, and one-time items will vary. Unlock hidden quests. Main quest: Ruler of the Dimension. Quest content: world reputation exceeds 100,000 points. Quest difficulty: hard. Reward: all attributes increase by 100 points, excluding charisma and luck. Konoha. Tsunade, who has just taken office as Hokage, is extremely busy. The Land of Grass has become a big cake, with both Konoha and Awagakure eyeing that piece of land. Although the Land of Rain is adjacent to the Land of Grass, it has not participated in the struggle. And other ninja villages also seem to have no intention of taking action for the time being. As it stands, the probability of war breaking out is quite low. What gives Tsunade a headache are the 2 rogue ninjas, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Both of them can be said to have extraordinary backgrounds and immense potential, but unfortunately, these 2 have defected and are now messing around with the Akatsuki organization. Leaving such a mess for her to deal with, Tsunade really wants to curse. Konoha. Lin Xian took Xiaonan and Hinata out for a trip. Both girls used transformation jutsu to change their appearances. After obtaining the summoning contract from the White Snake Sage and having Uchiha Obito fall under Kotoa Mitsukami, It was indeed suitable to keep a low profile for a while. The first stop was the gambling house in the wood industry street. Lin Xian was in a good mood today, always feeling like she might meet someone here. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, came from the former leading clan, the Senju clan. Her grandfather was the first Hokage, and her teacher was the third Kazekage. She herself had risen to the position of the fifth Hokage. This legendary woman, besides her mastery of ninjutsu and taijutsu, was also proficient in medical ninjutsu. However, Tsunade's weakness was quite evident. She was a compulsive gambler. Ever since her first love, Kato Dan, died in the Great Ninja War, she had wandered between countries, accruing massive gambling debts, and decades had passed in the blink of an eye. This had also earned Tsunade another title among the common folk, the legendary cash cow. That lady was betting big today, having already lost 300,000 Rio. TSK, truly deserving of the title of the legendary cash cow. She'll keep it down. The gambling den was packed with people. Once at the gambling table, no one cared if you were the fifth Hokage. Everyone only cared about the outcome of the bets. Tsunade. Conan's expression was somewhat complex. The three Sannin of Konoha lost to Hanzo of the Salamander from Amage Cure during the war, leading to the period when Jiraiya took on his disciples. She had met Tsunade once, more than 20 years ago. That blonde woman still had a voluptuous figure and a radiant glow, drawing attention wherever she went. However, it seemed that something was different. The past Tsunade was a serious and strong woman. It was hard to associate the blonde girl joyfully celebrating at the gambling table with that image. Side quest, the legendary cash cow. Quest objective, win against Tsunade in a gambling game once. Quest difficulty, hard. Reward, 10,000 reputation. A drunken Tsunade began to sway, her gaze moving up and down as she scrutinized her assistant, Shizen. Shizen, do we still have money? Tsunade stood up, swaying left and right. Shizen could only help her steady herself while responding softly. Lady Tsunade, we've lost 400,000 Rio. That money was supposed to be for paying off debts. Although she wanted to advise Tsunade not to gamble anymore, Shizen only dared to think about it. Lady Tsunade had been under a lot of pressure recently. It was better not to say too much when she was out to relax. Hey, cash cow girl, want to gamble with me? Just as Tsunade was about to leave the gambling den, a voice called out. A tall, slender young man with black hair stood there, exuding a gentle and refined aura, flanked by two masked girls. What did you call me? Tsunade's already flushed face turned even redder, but it was just an angry flush. The blonde woman clenched her fists, glaring at the young man. Which village are you from, brat? For some reason, Tsunade felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Years ago, it seemed she had seen him somewhere, but he probably wasn't an important person. Lady Tsunade, we have no money left. Shizen helplessly tugged at her Hokage. As the saying goes, work is work, and life is life. Even as Hokage, Tsunade remained a gambling addict, always betting and drinking whenever she had the chance, getting drunk to the point of oblivion and losing everything. It's okay, I can lend money to Lady Tsunade. Lin Xian smiled slightly, took out half of her gambling funds. Exactly 500,000 taels. You not bad. Someone as bold as you. Not many left. Tsunade sat down again at the gambling table. Lin Xian sat in the opposite seat, a confident smile on her face. Isn't it just about winning this fat sheep girl once? It's as easy as pie. 1 hour later, gambling house. Lin Xian was almost petrified, turning into a statue. Tsunade, on the other hand, was much more awake, with the corners of her mouth wildly lifted and her eyes sparkling with excitement. You're that little brat from the Rain Village, right? I've heard about you. You're truly a rare talent. Hanzo has a good eye for people. The woman counted the money in her hands, not forgetting to mock the young man opposite her. It's been a long time since I won so easily. 1 million, oh 1 million. I once lost a few million before, but I've never won this much money. Today is simply Tsunade's lucky day. Lin Xian rested his chin on one hand, lost in thought. He was beginning to understand why the system classified this task as difficult. Over the years, his luck attribute had remained at 1 without change. Indeed, those with poor luck should stay away from the gambling table. Tsunade had bad luck in gambling, but he was even worse than her. Winning against Tsunade in a game was truly not an easy feat. Chapter 85. A day at the hot springs. Goodbye, kid. Welcome to come play in Konoha next time. Shizun, let's go buy some alcohol. Lady Tsunade, you can't drink anymore. No, I want to drink. Tsunade's boisterous laughter could be heard from 2 streets away. Lin Xian and the other two had expressions that were both amusing and exasperated. Tsunade, how about we gamble again? The young man waved from a distance. Huh, The little brat has been unusually mischievous lately. Tsunade turned around, her drunken face beaming with a smile. Do you still have money on you? The blonde woman chuckled, her snowy white waves undulating, making passers-by swallow their saliva. Talking about money is boring. How about we bet on the future of Konoha instead? Lin Xian seemed to casually mention a minor matter. Tsunade squinted slightly, unsure of what this rain-hidden youth was up to. Little brat, don't joke too much. The voice of the fifth Hokage became noticeably colder. Lin Xian smiled faintly and said, Lady Tsunade, do you think Konoha can reclaim its Jinchuriki? Although I don't know why the topic turned to the Nine Tails. This question doesn't require much thought. Tsunade's attitude was very firm. Naruto Uzumaki is a ninja of Konoha. Is that so? Then I bet Naruto Uzumaki will become an enemy of Konoha and be taken in by the evil Akatsuki organization. Lin Xian's words clearly angered the Hokage. What do you mean by that? Tsunade asked in a deep voice. The young man from the Rain Village chuckled, as if he had seen those so-called dangerous individuals with his own eyes. The Akatsuki organization far surpassed the Hokage's imagination, especially that bastard Uchiha Bito. The five great nations, high and mighty, still had not realized the impending crisis even to this day. The three from the Rain Village vanished into the night. Tsunade had sobered up quite a bit. Tsunade, let's go back. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The Hokage had won money, but felt no joy at all. It wasn't that he was intimidated by Lin Xian. Tsunade, who had always lost when gambling since she was young, knew that every win represented bad luck. Winning money would lead to unfortunate events. Winning $1 million tonight from that young man named Lin Xian, she couldn't help but wonder what would happen in the future. The Nine Tails? Hot springs. The bustling Konoha certainly had no shortage of hot springs. Lin Xian is leisurely soaking in the pool, with two girls in swimsuits on either side. Hot spring play in swimsuits. Xiao Nan can accept a higher level of intimacy, but Hinata would probably be so shy that she would faint, so it's better to just have them wear swimsuits. It seems like something is still missing. Lin Xian held a glass of juice, lost in thought. Compared to the calm and composed Xiao Nan, Hinata's mood was much more anxious. The adult actually lost a bet. That's $1 million Rio, and it was lost to Tsunade, the legendary and notorious big spender. So Lin Xian also has vulnerable aspects? Does tonight's hot spring have some deep meaning? Why was the juice replaced with red wine? And why did the adult specifically choose me to accompany him on this trip? Hydrangeas, hibiscuses. Hinata Hyuga's mind was in turmoil, her head lowered, her small hands clenched tightly, her flushed face resembling a ripe apple. Drinking wine. The taste is quite nice. Lin Xian didn't forget the girl with the white eyes and poured her a glass of wine. Hinata was taken aback and trembled as she took it, quickly thanking him over a dozen times. Brother, don't gamble anymore. If you spend a whole day at the casino, the Akatsuki organization will go bankrupt, Conan earnestly advised. Lin Xian nodded, not sure if he really absorbed what was said. The temperature of the hot spring was just right, but the red bean cake from the snack street was too sweet, and the roses from the Inoue family in the mountains were beautiful. The siblings chatted about their daily, trivial matters. Hinata didn't dare to interrupt, nor did she want to. She suddenly felt that this man wasn't so terrifying after all. In the Akatsuki organization, there were no requirements for training, and she could directly reimburse expenses with Conan. They generally didn't interfere with her normal life, only forbidding her from leaving Amigakure on her own. When it came to Lin Xian's demands, the only real one was to involve her in the massacre of the Grass Ninja Village. However, the main force in that operation was Conan. She felt more like a bystander. She had been abducted, but it seemed she hadn't lost anything. Unfortunately, she couldn't see her sister or Natsu, her sister's maid, often in the Akatsuki. Life here was much easier than in Konoha. Hinata, do you want to visit Konoha once to see your sister? Hearing the young man ask words, Hinata was slightly taken aback. Can he hear her thoughts? Why are you looking at me? Do I have something on my face? Lin Xian looked at the soft and adorable appearance of the girl with the white eyes and couldn't help but reach out to pinch her face and touch her hair, just like a loving older brother. Hinata didn't know what the concept of a loving older brother was, but she understood what a loving older sister was. Lin Xian looked at her with eyes like she was looking at fireworks. Is he actually a good person? No, he's a bad person. He's from the Akatsuki organization. He threatened me, and he even made me wear a swimsuit. Tomorrow we will leave Konoha, and before we go, I can arrange for you to meet your sister Hanabi. Now, she has taken your place as the head of the Hyuga clan, even though she is still attending the Ninja Academy. You can talk about anything, but you know what you can't say. Conan glanced at Hinata and said, Lin Xian values this girl very much. Although she doesn't know the reason, Hinata Hyuga has her worth anyway. Kankuro is the best example. Thank you, Sister Conan. Thank you. Lord Lin Xian. Hinata became even more shy. She awkwardly leaned against Lin Xian, allowing him to stroke her hair. Is the Akatsuki treated so well? I heard that Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha have it tough, training day and night. No, wait. Hinata suddenly realized something. It wasn't that the Akatsuki was generous to her, but rather that Lin Xian and Conan had given her this kind of free life. Lord Lin Xian, may I ask a question? The girl cautiously looked up at the young man. Lin Xian was amused by her cautious demeanor and patted her head, signaling her to continue. What is the adult plan for me in the future? To kill? Hinata asked her deepest confusion. Ever since she joined the Akatsuki organization, she had fallen behind in her training. No one asked her to improve her strength, and no one cared about her meager Byakugan bloodline. Was it for her beauty? This man seemed frivolous on the surface and acted recklessly, yet privately he was surprisingly upright. At most, he would just pat her head. After being in the Akatsuki for so long, she had never seen any woman particularly close to Lin Xian. The only one who seemed favored was Conan, but she was his sister, and it was said that they had joined the Akatsuki together since its establishment. Hinata couldn't help but wonder what it was about her that caught his attention. If it was about being pretty and cute, then Tintin was also great every day. If it was about family background, Ino was also a family heiress with an excellent figure, and there was also Haruno Sakura, who was popular with Naruto and Lee. Why was it her? A pretty vase? Lin Xian blinked, seemingly explaining seriously. My family lacks a beautiful vase. I've had my eye on you since you were 5 years old. You see, in ordinary wealthy families and royal nobles, who doesn't have a couple of pleasing maids? I can't be outdone here. Trust me, you are very suitable to be a vase. Fighting and killing is not good. Sweeping, cooking, and doing laundry is your true calling. Hinata, let this little princess of Konoha be a maid? You really dare to say that. But upon careful thought, it didn't seem unreasonable. Fighting and killing is indeed not good. Chapter 86. This wasn't her first kiss with Lin Xian. 2 days later, Konoha. A shocking piece of news leaked from somewhere. The 5th Hokage hoped to hold a meeting with the Mist Village and Sand Village to form an alliance and occupy the Land of Grass. In fact, it should be Konoha unilaterally acquiring the Land of Grass, but would compensate the 2 major nations in other aspects. The 2 major nations gladly accepted. The Sand Village was weak and was looking to improve relations with Konoha again. The Mist Village had been closed off for many years, and the newly appointed 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, was said to be a woman with 2 bloodline limits. The Land of Water is an island nation, adjacent to the Land of Fire. Forming an alliance with Konoha was also the intention of the high-level officials of the Land of Water, and Tsunade's invitation was just right. Shizen, tell Granny Chiyo to firmly support our acquisition of the Land of Grass. I can assign more commission tasks to them, Tsunade said calmly. Konoha did not lack commission tasks. In fact, it could be said that they were short on manpower. Meanwhile, the Sand Village urgently needed their ninjas to take on tasks to gain wealth, and this deal was just right for both sides to exchange benefits. Let's add the Rain Village to the invitation list. After a few minutes of silence, Tsunade spoke again. Although the Land of Rain was a small country, it was also adjacent to the Land of Grass. However, Tsunade had another reason for inviting them. The Akatsuki organization was once founded in the Land of Rain, gathering many rogue ninjas from various major nations. Unfortunately, Hanzo the Salamander had not had the chance to utilize it before being intercepted by Uchiha Obito, and it was said that the current Akatsuki organization was under Uchiha Obito's control. Although no one confirmed this news, similarly, no one refuted this claim as incorrect. At least it seemed that the Land of Rain tacitly accepted this statement. At this moment, Rain Village, a luxurious black rain curtain fell, and a girl holding a white umbrella waited at the village gate for a long time. Lord Angel, Lord Lin Xian, Miss Hinata. Hydrangea revealed a sweet, flower-like smile. What kind of weird weather is this? I'm not used to the sudden quiet after being accustomed to the hustle and bustle. Lin Xian rarely complained about the weather in the Rain Village. Hinata, Hyuga, silently watched this scene, thinking that her boss had probably soaked in the hot springs too much and lost her mind. Of course, she only dared to think this in her heart. When leaving, she met Hanabi, and the 2 sisters chatted about a lot of things. Hanabi repeatedly asked about her sister's whereabouts and the strange reasons for her disappearance. But Hinata could only smile wryly and shake her head. She didn't dare to casually talk about Lin Xian and Conan, let alone reveal anything about the Akatsuki organization. Although they only met for half an hour, Hinata was already very satisfied. Hanabi was excited to know her sister was alive, crying and laughing at the same time. while Hinata felt a mix of emotions. How long until they meet again? If only Hanabi could join the Akatsuki like her. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Hinata was startled. It turned out she wasn't completely useless. At least she had the talent for being a rogue ninja. To hell with the will of fire. The mission of the main family's descendants can die. Why did she and her sister have to be ninjas? The higher-ups of Konoha were plotting, and the Akatsuki was also not leisurely sipping tea, starting their own meeting. As usual, they would move to the village's main body. Not in the village, but using the body flicker technique through the rings to descend. Pain, Zetsu, Lin Xian, Konan, Itachi, Kisame, Deidara, Sasori, Kakazaiden. Everyone. The negotiations between Konoha and Iwagakure have failed. Both sides are dissatisfied with the proposal of each getting half. In response, Konoha has summoned the land of wind and the land of water, and we, the land of rain, have also been invited. On the Iwagakure side, they have recently contacted our organization S-Base in the land of earth. The land of lightning has not expressed any opinions for the time being. Pain spoke eloquently. The situation was tense and clear. The land of fire hoped to gain 70% of the land of grass, while the land of earth boasted about taking 80%. A large-scale war was inevitable. If not handled properly, it could even prematurely ignite the Fourth Great Ninja War, dragging all 5 great nations into it. Currently, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, hoped to use the influence of the Land of Rain to put pressure on Iwagakure, especially since Hanzo the Salamander was still officially alive and Lin was Hanzo's heir. On the other hand, the Land of Earth hoped to cooperate with the Akatsuki again, offering a high price of 5 billion ryo, requesting that we send at least 4 formal members to the Land of Grass to disrupt the meeting initiated by Konoha. If they could kill Tsunade, they would be willing to offer another 50 billion as a bounty. As an information officer of the Akatsuki, Zetsu also spoke up to analyze the situation. In the dark cave, everyone's expressions were somewhat subtle. They hadn't expected Lin Xian's disguised identity to actually be of use. Now, the Akatsuki could be said to be eating from both sides, choosing to stand with Lin Xian on Konoha's side, or considering accepting the old man Inoki's offer to make a fortune from war. I hate these meetings the most. I'm not suited for formulating strategies, and I don't want to see that old man. Deidara complained. The third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Inoki, was indeed the grandfather of his enemy. He was thoroughly annoyed by that old man who didn't understand art. Does the leader have any thoughts? Itachi Uchiha looked at Pain. The leader had a lot of say in the Akatsuki. Generally, he made the decisions, and the formal members just followed orders. Let's first hear your thoughts. Pain examined everyone expressionlessly. By cooperating with Iwagakure, we can gain a large fortune. Kakuzu stepped forward without hesitation, choosing the path of money. Speaking of which, he had a grudge against the first Hokage of Konoha. He had risked his life to assassinate Hashirama Senju, prepared to be killed. But after fighting for most of the day, Kakuzu found out it was just a wooden clone, and the guy didn't even glance at him. This grudge had been held for decades. I second this. I want Tsunade's corpse. It's been a long time since I made a puppet out of an elite. Hee hee. A sinister laugh echoed from the puppet body. Sasori also chose the Land of Earth. Killing, as long as I can kill, I don't care. Haiden sat on the ground with his scythe, showing little interest in the meeting's content. I obey the organization's orders. Kisame also did not express any particular opinions. Perhaps we can try to agree with both sides. Sending 4 people to carry out the commission from the Land of Earth, while Lin participates in the meeting as scheduled, adapting to the situation based on the subsequent battle. Itachi Uchiha subtly expressed his thoughts. He naturally favored Konoha and was unwilling to help the Land of Earth. Everyone's gaze gathered on the pair of siblings who hadn't spoken. I'll listen to my brother. Konan said calmly without changing her expression. Huh, you stole my line. I was going to say, I listened to you. Lin Xian reached out to mess up his sister's hair, turning her meticulously styled long hair into a tangled mess. Xiaonan blushed a little, but did not stop her brother's childish behavior. If you ask why, it's probably because she was used to it. Ahem. Kenny Payne cleared his throat. The playful brother and sister slowly stopped and tidied up their appearance. I actually think Itachi's suggestion is quite good. This is not a multiple-choice question. The bounty from the Land of Earth is ours, and the Konoha side will also promise benefits to the Land of Rain. Who knows? We might even get some land that the big nations look down upon. Only children would make a choice. Adults want it all. Lin Xian put away his playful demeanor and proposed seriously, with Xiao Nan supporting him. This proposal counted as 2 votes. Tian Dao Pain considered the opinions of the members and what role the Akatsuki should play in this war, and soon reached a conclusion. Itachi, Kisame, Haiden, You four are responsible for the mission in the Land of Earth, to eliminate the Konoha ninjas. Lin Kuan and Xiao Nin will attend the meeting, while Deidara and Sasori will provide support and follow Lin Xian's orders at that time. The meeting concluded. The tall, slender young man with an umbrella held the hand of a woman with blue-violet long hair. The streets of the Rain Village were always sparsely populated, with rain pouring down, unchanged for decades. This rain was not the same as before. The once young children had grown up. Don't catch a cold. The man patted his sister's head, adjusting her slightly messy collar and long hair. It's not your fault. The woman mumbled softly, but still leaned on his shoulder, holding his hand. Her gentle eyes resembled stars dampened by dew, and her cute, soft lips slowly moved closer. The distance was short, and her kiss came unexpectedly. Xiaonan opened her arms to embrace him as the black curtain of rain continued to fall. Time seemed to stand still, and something overwhelming ignited in her heart. This was not her first kiss with Lin Xian, but each time felt like the first. Something too precious always made one hesitant to approach casually. Sigh. The man appeared heavy-hearted, yet smiled blissfully. Chapter 87. A battle on the brink of eruption. This was probably the first group battle in Akatsuki's history. Aside from the information officer Ju and leader Pain, a total of 8 official members participated in the same war, along with 3 reserve members. Sasuke and Itachi acted together, while Naruto and Hozuki Mangetsu followed the orders of the art group. Hinata Hanabi left the hydrangea in the care of the Rain Village and did not come along. Ready to depart, everyone. Call me by my code name when we are outside. Lin Xian changed into the uniform of the members and wore a straw hat. This task was assigned to him, and the members were not surprised by the leader's command. After all, everyone has witnessed this man's physical skills. The land of grass. Entering from a border, they headed towards the direction of the Leaf Ninja. Lin Xian is completely confident in this mission. With 8 official members, it's possible to take down a major country. Not to mention that the Konoha ninjas are just a small part of it. Ju's shadow clones are responsible for scouting ahead and providing intelligence at irregular intervals. The mission went smoothly without a hitch. They encountered several Konoha patrol teams along the way, but without exception, they were all subdued by Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. The training in the Akatsuki was not in vain. Some Chunin are no different from children in front of Naruto and Sasuke now. I didn't expect we would have another day to fight together, Sasuke. Naruto wiped the sweat off his face. With his arm implanted with Hashirama cells, he was able to use would release, but consumed a lot of chakra. Having gained a lot of knowledge and experience from Lin Xian, Naruto was determined not to overly rely on the power of the Nine Tails. At least until he tamed the Nine Tails, he couldn't use it multiple times. TCH, last place. Sasuke still had a proud look on his face, but his eyes couldn't hide his satisfaction. Life in the Akatsuki was simply hell. Having such a foolish teammate by his side made him somewhat happy. That idiot was the only friend he acknowledged. Sakura? What Sakura? Not to mention Sasuke. Even Naruto's impression of Sakura had faded a lot during this time. Another white Zetsu clone emerged from the ground. Ahead, they discovered Konoha's defensive camp, predicting that the meeting place of Konoha was not far away. The ninja responsible for the defense was the copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki, along with Jonin Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi, and Ibiki Marino. In addition to 52 Konoha Chunin and 10 hidden Ambu, White Zetsu quickly relayed the intelligence he had gathered. The Akatsuki stopped and waited for Lin Xian's next order. Itachi would handle a few of Konoha's Jonin. Kisame was responsible for the group of Chunin, and Kakuzu would clean up those Ambu ninjas who might leak information. But it was essential to leave one alive to gather information on Konoha's defensive deployments. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian assigned tasks to each of the 4 main attackers. What about me? A certain cultist of an evil god immediately voiced his dissatisfaction, wondering why his name was not included. After all, he was also a member of the main attack team. Fade Wan Kun, feel free to express yourself. Any objections? Lin Xian casually replied, and many people flashed smiles in their eyes. Low emotional intelligence. It doesn't matter whether you're here or not. High emotional intelligence. Feel free to express yourself. This is the art of language. Kakashi-sensei? Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke exchanged glances, considering their past feelings if given a choice. They would naturally be willing to spare Kakashi's life. Unfortunately, they could not make decisions for Akatsuki. They were roles governed within this organization, and no one cared about the childish thoughts of the 2 kids. Land of Grass. Central Plain. The former Grass Ninja village had turned into ruins. And just a few miles away, Konoha Ninja were preparing for a meeting. Kakashi Hitaki, responsible for defense, was still unaware of the looming crisis. The patrolling ninja teams had been disappearing one after another, but they had no leads, not even knowing who the enemy was. Another patrolling team, perhaps. Lin Xian and others noticed the CH Nin team ahead. As long as they passed this, they would be behind Kakashi and the others. Let me go. Uchiha Itachi surprisingly spoke up. Was he trying to prove his loyalty to the Akatsuki? On the contrary, he planned to inadvertently create some accidents during the killing, making Kakashi aware of the enemy's attack. With so many Akatsuki members deployed, these Konoha ninjas were already doomed. Itachi chose to act himself, in a sense, to reduce the losses for Konoha. He hadn't forgotten that he was essentially still a Konoha ninja. Let's go. Lin Xian understood without words and smiled at Itachi. As soon as the words fell, Itachi appeared in front of the 5 CH Nin and activated his Sharingan. Under the power of the Manjiki, not a single CH Nin could escape the Genjutsu, and they were easily dispatched by the Kunai Itachi threw, which slit their throats. However, it seemed that something unexpected happened. The corpse of a certain ninja triggered a nearby trap, which was a burning, explosive tag. A loud explosion rang out. The members of Akatsuki knew that the assassination mission had to be completed quickly. Kisame immediately rushed out to find the group of CH Nin, while Kakuzu split his doppelganger into 3 to look for the Umbu who might relay messages. Haiden was probably the most inconspicuous, wielding his ordinary scythe. Sorry, Lin. I didn't know there was a trap there. Uchiha Itachi's face was ashen as he bowed his head in front of Lin Xian, seemingly regretting his mistake. This acting was so good that it would be a shame not to give him an Oscar. Your target is waiting for you. Lin Xian had a blank expression. Itachi also knew not to go too far, nodded slightly, and followed Kisame and the others. On the other side, the Konoha ninjas were completely thrown into chaos. Akatsuki. The Akatsuki organization is invading. Hurry and notify Lady Tsunade. The members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, including Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha, appeared in view. The Konoha defenders felt a chill in their hearts. Akatsuki, a war organization made up of S-rank rogue ninjas, had 4 members appear here. How could these ninjas handle them? At that moment, Kakashi was deep in the camp. He had just heard the faint sound of explosions. An enemy attack? Asuma's face looked grim. Let's head to the front. Yugao's brow was tightly furrowed, feeling a bad premonition. But no matter what, they were still Konoha's Jonin. They couldn't run away without even seeing the enemy. It's Akatsuki. 4 of them have come, including Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. A chunin rushed over. Akatsuki. The Konoha Jonin turned pale upon hearing the name. Last time in Konoha, Itachi had killed Kakashi with just a glance, leaving the latter in the hospital for 7 days before waking up. Now, with 4 members of Akatsuki appearing, could this camp hold out? The answer was no. Yugao goes to deliver the message. Ibiki, Asuma, and I will cover the rear. Kakashi made a firm decision. Yugao's strength lay in Genjutsu, but with Itachi Uchiha among the enemies, she had no opportunity to use her abilities. In a frontal battlefield, she would only sacrifice herself unnecessarily. She was the most suitable to escape and deliver the message. Understood. The Jonin accepted the orders. They couldn't afford to waste a moment on the battlefield. Yugao immediately fled from the rear, while Asuma and Ibiki followed Kakashi to the front lines. What lay before them was Kisame using water release to drown the crowd, with sharks in the water claiming the lives of Konoha ninjas. Long time no see, Kakashi. A man's deep voice echoed from several meters away. The flames of war were already close at hand. Long time no see, Itachi. Kakashi raised his ninja forehead protector, revealing his crimson left eye. Chapter 88. Last Night's Enemy. Today's friend Kisame's shark bomb technique was very effective. The Konoha Umbu had all met a grim fate at his hands. Haiden's harvesting efficiency was slow as a snail, using a scythe to collect blood, then initiating his curse technique to kill enemies, and then having to wait for a while. After dragging on for more than 10 minutes, he had only taken down 1 chunin. No wonder Lin Xian didn't arrange anything for him, letting him do as he pleased. Damn it, that shark is getting bigger. Kisame's shark bomb technique could absorb chakra from physical attacks. The more the Konoha ninjas used ninjutsu, the larger the shark became. His ability was born for group battles. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Kakashi and Itachi were engaged in a major clash, while occasionally Asuma and Ibiki would throw ninjutsu at Itachi. Though it seemed intense, Itachi was completely holding back. Aren't we going to deal with that guy? At this rate, all 3 of those Jonin will escape. Conan was quite dissatisfied with Itachi's leniency. Let it be. It's not good if Konoha suffers too much. Lin Xian shook his head. The ninja world needs a balance point. If Konoha becomes too weak, it may provoke attacks from other major nations, and then the Fourth Great Ninja War will break out ahead of time. This is not what he wants to see. Earth style, Earth Spear. Lightning style, False Darkness. Wind style, Pressure Damage. Fire style, Head Hard Work. Water style, Water Curtain. Kakuzu unleashed his full power, harvesting lives with techniques of 5 elemental natures. He slaughtered the Umbu ninjas, completely forgetting to leave any survivors, and then joined Kisame to start killing the Chunin. Kakashi, along with 2 Jonin, barely dealt with Itachi, feeling both grief and helplessness. Staying behind served no purpose. They couldn't save anyone and could only watch as the Konoha ninjas were slaughtered, with their own lives also hanging by a thread. Let's escape. Whoever can escape is who can escape. The 3 Jonin exchanged a glance of understanding and made up their minds to leave. Snap! Itachi, who was supposed to stop Kakashi and the others, suddenly knelt on the ground, blood trickling from his left eye. He didn't expect someone to break free from the Manjiki Sharingan's illusion. Uchiha Itachi spat out a mouthful of blood. Kakashi felt as if he suddenly entered a familiar space and then exited again, only to see Itachi spitting blood, but there was no time to think. He could only escape immediately. Water style, 5 Hungry Shark Technique. Just as Kakashi thought he could escape, a chill came from behind. Kamui, with no choice. Kakashi's 3-Tomo Sharingan instantly transformed into a Manjiki, and a strange vortex swallowed Kisame's jutsu. What a strange ninjutsu. Kisame was momentarily stunned. It was the first time he encountered a situation where a jutsu was swallowed. In the distance, Naruto and Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi was much stronger than they had imagined and had not been killed by Akatsuki. Itachi, are you okay? Ignoring the 3 departing Jonin, Kisame turned his concern to his teammate. I'm fine. Itachi slowly stood up. His injuries were not feigned. He had genuinely activated Tsuki no Mi and interrupted his own jutsu. It's over. Conan watched the battlefield from afar. The Konoha ninjas here were completely wiped out, with only the Jonin escaping. The next day, land of Grass Daimyo's residence. Tsunade listened to her subordinate's report with a gloomy expression, her face shifting between dark and light. The meeting hadn't even started, and Konoha's casualties were nearing 100. Iwagakure was truly willing to pay. Iwagakure had previously hired Akatsuki during the war, although there was no evidence for this attack. It was likely orchestrated by Iwagakure. Akatsuki usually operates in pairs. Did they send 4 people this time? Jiraiya, who was in the room, was also furious upon hearing this news. Konoha needed him, so Tsunade had called him to the land of grass. But he didn't expect the problem to be so tricky. Tsunade, should we change the meeting location? Otherwise, Akatsuki will continue to cause trouble. Jiraiya tentatively asked. Their targets are not only Konoha. They might also attack Sunagakure and Kirigakure ninjas. Kakashi expressed his concerns as well. Jiku, send someone to the allied countries to warn them about Akatsuki's attacks. Tsunade immediately ordered. Akatsuki works for money. Whoever pays them gets help. When they wiped out the Uchiha clan, Danzo collaborated with Akatsuki, and this was tacitly approved by the 3rd Hokage. Let's gather Konoha ninjas at the daimyo's residence and temporarily abandon other locations. Tsunade quickly issued her second command. Doing so would allow Iwagakure to seize a lot of land. But it was the only way. Continuing to disperse ninjas would only lead to Akatsuki picking them off one by one, just like the outpost Kakashi guarded last night. The meeting location remains unchanged. It will still be held at the land of Grass Daimyo's residence. Yes, everyone accepted their orders and went about their tasks, while Tsunade sat in her office in a daze. Akatsuki is truly a troublesome enemy. They should have anticipated that Inoki would contact Akatsuki. That old man is notoriously shameless. On the other side, Akatsuki members were also in a meeting. 5 billion. What a pity I didn't get the chance to kill Tsunade. Kakuzu laughed widely. Because of Akatsuki's appearance, Konoha chose to gather all ninjas near the daimyo's residence, while other locations were quickly occupied by Iwagakure. And Inoki sent over 5 billion ryo in cash as promised. Kakuzu and Haiden took the money back. Lin Xian glanced at the so-called immortal duo and sent them away. The characteristic of this combination is that they are hard to kill, but their combat power is actually not strong. It's enough to have them escort the money back. Itachi, can your body still fight? Lin Xian turned his gaze back to Uchiha Itachi, who had previously coughed up blood. The questioning look made Itachi feel somewhat guilty. I can fight. Itachi nodded affirmatively. Of course, he could fight, but how much he would hold back was another matter. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to talk about him anyway. After all, there were no expectations for him, as long as he didn't cause trouble. Itachi and Kisame should take the little ones and leave. The upcoming battle was not something they could participate in. Yes, Itachi, Kisame, Manyue, Naruto, and Sasuke were then sent back to Amigakure. Others thought nothing of it, but Itachi didn't think so. He felt that Lin Xian suspected him and was worried that he would leak information to Konoha. Indeed, his battle yesterday was too unusual, and he needed to be more careful in his actions moving forward. Lin Xian took off Zhao's uniform, revealing the standard vest of a Rain Village Jonin. Deidara and Scorpion disguised themselves as Jonin from the Rain Village and set off to attend the meeting, waiting for my orders to act. They took out the Rain Ninja headbands and put them on. Their identities completely changed. Transformation technique. Konan also discarded her uniform, transforming into a slender short-haired girl, and put on a patterned mask over her face. Deidara and Scorpion were also following orders, disguised as Rain Village Jonin. Yesterday, the Akatsuki was an enemy of Konoha, but today they were changing their appearance to attend a meeting initiated by Konoha, where they might witness Lin Xian and Tsunade reaching some consensus at the conference table. The members of the Akatsuki were actually discussing how to deal with the Akatsuki organization alongside the leaders of the 5 great nations. Just thinking about that scene is ridiculous. Chapter 89. Konan is not bad either, and she is more obedient. Land of Grass, Daimyo's residence. It was noon, and representatives from various countries were arriving at the meeting location. Konoha Village, 5th Hokage Tsunade. Mist Village, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Sand Village, acting 5th Kazakage Chiyo. Rain Village, heir to the leader Lin Xian. A total of 4 people entered the daimyo's residence, and the young man at the front clearly had a displeased expression. Long time no see, 50-50. Lin Xian greeted the copy ninja from Konoha, who was in charge of receiving guests today. I'm not 50-50, Kakashi Hitaki said helplessly. Does this guy have a problem with his brain? Why does he like giving others nicknames? Little ghost from the rain, we meet again. A proud and clear voice rang out. Without needing to turn around, Lin Xian knew the person was Tsunade, that arrogant woman who seemed to enjoy calling him Little Ghost. So this is Lin Xian from the Land of Rain, truly a genius of the younger generation. Another woman's voice, different from Tsunade's, followed. Her tone was softer and more charming, evoking imagination. Lord Hokage, Lord Mizukage. Lin Xian slightly nodded. The woman wearing the Hokage hat was Tsunade, and beside her was another woman with a Mizukage hat, whose figure was just as impressive as that of the cow-like woman, with an overall coordination that even had a greater aesthetic appeal. Her long, reddish-brown hair was styled in a way that resembled a palm tree, with strands covering her right eye. Her emerald green eyes seemed to hide stars within them. With pink cherry lips, a delicate nose, and a tall, sexy, mature figure, there was not an ounce of excess flesh around her waist. Her long legs, resembling a piece of art, were tightly wrapped in fishnet stockings. She wore a blue strapless dress, a belt with a jade-like texture, and deep blue nail polish. Ahem, staring at others for a long time is quite impolite. Sheen coughed lightly. Oh. The 2 women came back to their senses, their faces slightly embarrassed. Lin Xian was surprised to see Xue Ying, who had grown into a great beauty after many years. Zhao Meiming was not far off either, captivated by Lin Xian's appearance. There are not many young people in high positions. Not everyone is the 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato, the golden-haired handsome man, a young genius who created the Rasengan, known for his incredible speed, with a wife from the Uzumaki clan and a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Lin Xian is quite similar to the 4th Hokage. Both handsome and strong, very much in line with Tsunade Mei's aesthetics. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, Tsunade Mei would have wanted to issue a challenge. If Lin Xian could block her dissolution and boil release head-on, perhaps the Rain Village could even arrange a political marriage with the Mist Village. Everything is for the sake of the village. Hokage-sama, may I have a private chat with Lin Kuan? A charming smile curved at the corner of Tsunade Mei's mouth. Lin Xian suddenly had a bad premonition. Am I being treated as prey? Please feel free. Tsunade didn't pay much attention to the matters of the 2 young people. In her eyes, both Konan and Lin Xian were juniors. It was normal for young people to have their own topics. As long as it didn't harm the interests of Konoha, they could chat about whatever they liked. Konan silently watched her brother enter a secret room, while Deidara and Sasori, disguised as Rain Shinobi, had strange expressions behind him. Lin Xian won't have any abnormal relationship with Terumi Mei, right? On the other side, Nagato and Ao also looked quite grim. They are well aware of their Water Shadow Lord's unreliability. Terumi Mei, who is 28 this year, is still far from marriage. And with things like this, it seems she has taken a liking to that young man. Hopefully, it won't lead to any fatalities. Rinkun. The Akatsuki organization comes from the Rain Village, but was intercepted by Uchiha Obito. Terumi Mei said seriously. Lin Xian thought she would be flirted with today, but unexpectedly. She was preparing to discuss serious matters, which left her a bit disappointed. Well, it's like this, the man replied casually. How did the Mist Village get this news? Of course, it was through Akatsuki's full moon. The full moon, suffering from serious illness, should have died outside under the guise of carrying out mission. But not only did he survive, he also successfully infiltrated the Akatsuki organization. Over the years, the full moon has maintained contact with the Mist Village, providing them with some intelligence about the Akatsuki organization. In return, Terumi Mei had her subordinates take care of the ghost lantern Mizuki. However, Terumi Mei never expected that the moment the full moon left the Mist Village, he had already betrayed them. All the information he received was what Lin Xian wanted her to know. Akatsuki is the enemy of everyone, and also the enemy of the ninja world. Actually, I have some channels to obtain information, but my understanding of Akatsuki is still very limited. They have 10 official members, but each one is very mysterious. There are some whose code names I still don't know. The Mist side hopes to share intelligence with the Rain Village. What do you think of this proposal, my lady? The woman smiled seductively, exhaling a fragrant breath, her moist aura blowing onto Lin Xian's face. Is this woman out of her mind? She actually wants to get secret information about Akatsuki from Lin Xian? Doesn't she know that the young man in front of her is an official member of Akatsuki? And even a veteran? Well, she really didn't know. Regarding the information on Akatsuki, I can only disclose it to Lord Mizuki with Lord Hanzo's approval. Additionally, I don't think the Mist side has any information that we cannot grasp. I believe Lord Hanzo will definitely not accept this proposal. Lin Xian slightly shook her head at the woman who was so close. You all know, we all know, and what you don't know, we also know. What is the actual significance of this so-called information sharing? Are you treating our Rain Hidden Village like a joke? Is there anyone who behaves like this? This woman is simply too much. Even if it's seduction, at least you should implement it seriously. I haven't gained anything at all. Teishka mai ming bautet. A hint of resentment flashing in her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so hard to deal with. Logically speaking, young people are usually easy to deceive. After all, they haven't experienced the harshness of society. Unfortunately, it was Mei Ming who hadn't been battered by society. While you're still plotting how to deal with the Akatsuki organization, the members of Akatsuki are actually sitting right across from you, even openly admiring your long legs and quietly giving you a score of 97. The reason they don't give you a perfect score of 100 is not out of fear of making you arrogant, but out of concern that you might get beaten up by Conan when you go back. Ahem, Lord Shuang, do you have any other matters? Lin Xian reluctantly retracted his gaze. This woman was simply a work of art, with an excellent figure, face, and temperament. But unfortunately, she didn't seem very smart. He still preferred obedient and cute little girls. Xiaonan wasn't bad either, and she was more obedient. She could act cute and be spoiled. A little lowly was very appealing. Transforming into a queen with black stockings, Your Majesty, I'm in trouble again. Actually, I have one more thing to ask. Are you confident you won't be melted by my ninjutsu? Is this a challenge? Delicious things can only be understood after tasting. The woman suddenly leaned in, pinning the young man against the wall, her cute pink tongue licking her lips. Lin Xian, coming to his senses, felt a bit confused. Was this woman teasing him? Chapter 90, but, Your Excellency Hokage, what is the price? Fighting and killing is not good. I refuse. The young man ignored the woman with a flirtatious expression and expressionlessly pushed her away. You, Mai Terumi va shum watanoid. Was her charm really that lacking? Your Excellency Mizuki, you should give up the idea of making me your son-in-law. I admit you have some beauty, but I am a man you cannot have. Lin Xian flicked her forehead with her finger and hummed a little tune as she left the secret room. When would it be a woman's turn to choose him? Did he ever say he was interested in shimmy? This girl is really too much. Does she think of him as a fish to catch? What a low quality. Damn it. The usually composed Shuei couldn't help but curse as he watched her figure disappear. The harm wasn't great, but the insult was very strong. Outside the room, the ninjas had been waiting for a long time. Lin Xian walked out first, followed closely by Mei Ming. The two high-ranking meeting participants exchanged a smile, but beneath their seemingly friendly gazes lay a hint of danger. Mei Ming, give it up, don't chase after me anymore. We are impossible. Lin Xian spoke up first, leaving Terumi Mei stunned on the spot. She had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. It was truly thick-skinned and brazen. By the time she regained her composure, everyone around her had strange expressions, and the Rain Village ninja had already disappeared. Qing and Jur looked at their unreliable Mizukage with resentful eyes. This was the venue for the Allied Nations Conference. Not only was the face of the Land of Water at stake, but even their dignity was about to be lost. Lin Xian. Second floor. Negotiation meeting. With an angry expression, Terumi Mei rushed into the room and sat down in her position under the flag of the Land of Water. All representatives of the Allied nations were present, and the meeting naturally began. Tsunade, Terumi Mei, Chiyo, and Lin Xian. One must admit that fate is a strange thing. The third Kazekage of Sunagakure died at the hands of Sasori, and the fourth Kazekage was killed by Lin Xian. The fourth Hokage of Konoha was killed by Obito, and the third Hokage was picked off by Lin Xian, who even obtained a top-tier piece of equipment. The Mist Village fared poorly as well. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was controlled by Obito, leading to the horrific blood mist incident, while the current fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, was toyed with by Lin Xian. The three great nations participating in the meeting, as well as the Akatsuki organization, all had deep-seated grudges. Yet here was Lin Xian, sitting in this position, laughing and chatting, even taking the time to exchange glances with Terumi Mei. However, Terumi Mei's gaze didn't resemble that of a lover. It looked more like she wanted to kill him. The Land of Rain was just a small country. Did Konoha really want to acknowledge the Land of Rain as being on equal footing with the five great nations by having their representatives sit in the same chairs as them? Terumi Mei was unceremonious. Women are indeed vengeful beings, never letting go of an opportunity. Lord Hokage, I also agree with Lord Mizukage's opinion. The Land of Rain is merely a small nation. Hanzo has been guarding the Rain Village for decades without showing himself to the outside world. What contribution can they make by joining the alliance? Chiyo took the opportunity to strike. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, was killed by Lin Xian, further diminishing the already weak Sunagakures standing among the five great nations. If it weren't for that, she should be living a leisurely retirement life now. Lady Chiyo, please mind your words. Lord Hanzo is the guardian deity of the Rain Village, tirelessly protecting the village for many years. He is the greatest ninja of the Land of Rain, a demigod among ninjas. If you insult the Rain Village again, I wouldn't mind having Sunagakure choose a new acting Kazekage. Lin Xian didn't care at all about their remarks, and even threatened Chiyo in return. Behind her, Xiaonan slightly raised the corners of her mouth beneath her mask. Deidara and Sasori were astonished, gaining a clearer understanding of Lin Xian's shamelessness. Half a word from Hanzo. Half a word from Hanzo. The man has been dead for so many years, yet you still use someone else's reputation to swagger and deceive in the ninja world. Where's your conscience? Where's your quality? Can you act like a human being? This is simply a disgrace to the Akatsuki. Oof. Chiyo's face turned ashen as she coldly snorted, the previous threat fading away. They came this time to discuss important matters with the Leaf Village, not to settle scores with the Rain Village. That's enough. This is a meeting of allied countries, not a place to settle past grievances. Tsunade smashed a huge hole in the table in front of her. Speaking of grudges, the ninja world has gone through so many wars. Who among us has clean hands without a single death on their conscience? Just recently, Sunagakure even allied with Orochimaru to attack Konoha. And now, they have also been invited by Tsunade to attend the meeting, right? Everyone here represents their respective nations, not just one person's will. Here, anyone's words and actions will affect the fate and lives of countless people. We must set aside our prejudices to cooperate with each other, at least in this meeting. I hope no one will deliberately provoke conflicts again. Tsunade, as expected, exuded a trace of pride from her bones. After all, she is the granddaughter of the god of ninjas. I support the Hokage. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. The Hidden Mist Village came with sincerity, unwilling to cause trouble. Terumi Mei glanced at Tsunade and then at Lin Xian, wondering why this man was so annoying. She just wanted to slap him twice. Unfortunately, she couldn't. The Hidden Sand was willing to support Konoha in gaining more territory in the Land of Grass, but Konoha also had to agree to our conditions. Chiyo began to discuss serious matters, no longer paying attention to the irritating young man from the Hidden Rain. What was the use of hatred? When it came to the past, Lin Xian only wanted to heal his subordinates, but that ambitious fool, Rasha, actually set an ambush to kill others. At that time, there were rumors that the Land of Rain was in a civil war, and he wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill the heir of the Hidden Rain. But in the end, he lost his own life, almost not even retrieving the Jinchuriki. No one could be this foolish. Because the hidden grass village was destroyed, the land of grass is now a no-man's land, and the assailants might be from Akatsuki. There is currently no concrete information on the true culprit. After negotiating with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, Konoha and the Hidden Stone are at a stalemate in land ownership negotiations. Tsunade briefly explained the situation. Both the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth would not yield in the struggle for the Land of Grass, and it would depend on whose methods were more clever and whose strength was greater. Konoha hoped to gain support from the Land of Wind and the Land of Water to force the Land of Earth to give up more territory. In exchange for interests, Konoha would compensate the two great nations in other aspects. She urged the allied nations to collectively pressure the Land of Earth. We must at least obtain 70% of the territory of the Land of Grass. Once the goal is achieved, the Hidden Sand would receive more mission commissions, and the Land of Water and the Land of Fire would form a strategic alliance, with mutual non-interference in interests and support for maritime trade. Tsunade's statements were consistent with what had been discussed beforehand. The representatives of the Land of Wind and the Land of Water nodded in agreement. Terumi, Mei, and Chiyo came here for these interests, collaborating with the Land of Fire to obtain what they wanted. Would the Land of Rain support Konoha? The gaze of the fifth Hokage fell on the young man. The latter was teasing his subordinate, a young girl with a lace mask, as his smooth, pale hand repeatedly rubbed against her, revealing some enticing pink. What a lewd young man. Helping Konoha suppress the Hidden Stone is fine, but Your Excellency, Hokage, what is the cost? Lin Xian replied without raising her head. Deidara and Scorpion transformed into silent wooden figures, watching this comical scene, their little hearts struggling to hold on, really unable to resist bursting into laughter. The four official members of Akatsuki were right in front of the three shadows, and a certain pair of siblings even publicly displayed their affection, throwing dog food everywhere. Lin Jun is truly a remarkable person. His excellence is refreshingly unique, the kind that shatters people's worldviews. Chapter 91. The Twists and Turns of the Allied Nations Conference. Konoha can promise material assistance. As far as I know, the common people in the Land of Rain do not live in affluence, and many are displaced. Tsunade blinked innocently, speaking in a very naive tone. Upon hearing this, Conan's face turned green with anger. Fortunately, no one could see her expression behind her mask. As the battlefield of your great nation, who has killed those common people in the Land of Rain? Who has driven them to ruin? Who has left countless war orphans in their wake? Lin Xian patted Xiao Nan's shoulder, calming her down. Many years ago, the 5 major countries turned the small country into a battlefield for their conflicts, while their own lands remained unharmed, resulting in hundreds of thousands of casualties in the Land of Rain for no reason. Such hatred must be avenged, especially since Lin Xian and Xiao Nan themselves were war orphans, having gone hungry and wandered the streets during their childhood. If there is any gratitude to speak of, it is only from Jiraiya towards them. The high-ranking officials of these major countries have dark hearts. Thank you very much, Lord Hokage. The Land of Rain does not need material assistance. Lin Xian sneered and decisively rejected Tsunade's humiliating proposal. After so many years of recuperation in the Land of Rain, there are almost no living people starving to death. To continue improving living conditions, it couldn't be changed just by a little charity. Behind the small country is the most terrifying organization in this world. Does Akatsuki lack money? Just from Conan, there are over 20 trillion explosive tags, a truly astronomical figure. From here to here, Lin Xian picked up a pen and drew a few black lines on the map spread out on the table. Give 30 of the land of the grass country to the rain country. If we agree to this condition, we can help Konoha drive out a Wagakure. As soon as the words were spoken, the meeting room fell silent. How could such a small country as the rain country dare to challenge the fire country? Besides the demigod ninja Hanzo and the new generation genius Lin Xian, did the rain country have any other noteworthy ninjas? Koharu chuckled softly, waiting to see the spectacle. Naive. Chiyo naturally did not have high hopes for the rain country. A major power is not just about having a large territory. Each major power can muster tens of thousands of Chunin-level combatants, with many experts emerging, including those of the Kaga level. And there are Jinchuriki as a kind of cheat weapon in war. For a small country like the Rain Country, all ninjas combined, including genin, might not even exceed 10,000, and perhaps it's even less. When war breaks out between a major power and a small country, the outcome is undoubtedly overwhelming. 30%? The Rain Country wants 30%? Kid, do you even know what you're saying? Tsunade was amused and angered by the black lines Lin Xian drew. If it weren't for the proximity of the rain country to the grass country, she wouldn't have invited Lin Xian to this meeting. This bastard really dares to speak up. The territories that both the fire country and the earth country are eager to compete for. Even being given a bit of participation is already a grace from the major powers. It seems that your Hokage does not like my proposal. Let's end the negotiations regarding the grass country here. The rain country should not get involved in this muddy water. Lin Xian cast a disdainful glance at Tsunade. The granddaughter of Hashirama? It seems like she inherited the not-so-smart genes of Hashirama. Back then, Senju Hashirama suppressed an era with a flick of his hand, and the entire ninja world lived in his shadow until the major nations confirmed his death, which led to the outbreak of the First Shinobi World War. Does Tsunade think that Lin Xian is inferior to Senju Hashirama? Looking at the 5 Hokage, only Senju Tobarama could be considered wise and sensible. Lord Kazekage, Lord Mizukichi, please immediately send rumors and dispatch reinforcements to join the Konoha ninjas in suppressing Iwagakure and seize as much territory as possible. Tsunade no longer paid attention to Lin Xian and turned to the other two. The combined strength of the 3 major nations would force that old man Inoki to swallow his pride, regardless of whether Amigakure was involved. Hey, it is indeed important, because behind Amigakure is the Akatsuki organization, and this world's chaos is dictated by them. Unfortunately, Tsunade was unaware of this and severely underestimated Lin Xian's strength. Those who underestimate Lin Xian usually pay a price. Even Kurizetsu and his mother couldn't escape. Can you, Tsunade, be any exception? Agreed. Agreed. Koharu and Chiyo were clearly enjoying their conversation. After a while, the meeting moved on to the second topic, regarding the Akatsuki organization that is poisoning the ninja world. Can Amigakure share some intelligence? Rumor has it that Akatsuki originated from your Amigakure village. Tsunade seemed unfazed, wearing a smile on her face. What origin? Are we going to hold someone accountable? Lin Xian's expression slightly turned cold. Akatsuki was established in the Rain Village, and its process was fraught with difficulties. Along the way, it was intercepted by Konoha ninja Uchiha Obito, who even instigated a civil war in the Land of Rain. It is well known that after betraying the village, Uchiha Itachi joined the Akatsuki organization. Now, after the Chunin exams, Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, has joined Akatsuki. The Nine-Tails is the most dangerous tailed beast in the entire ninja world, and Uzumaki Naruto is also the descendant of the 4th Hokage. Furthermore, another member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke, has surprisingly joined Akatsuki and is hanging out with the dangerous Uchiha Itachi every day. What on earth is going on? Isn't this a joke for the entire ninja world? Lin Xian questioned loudly with a hint of sarcasm, each sentence piercing Tsunade's sensitive nerves. Shouldn't Konoha have a clearer understanding of the Akatsuki's intelligence? Why ask us from the Land of Rain? Bang! The young man widened his eyes in anger and slammed the table, creating a huge hole in front of him. It was obvious he was getting angrier as he spoke, unable to control his emotions. The people present felt a bit awkward. How many people are there in the Akatsuki? It's estimated to be less than 20, possibly even under 15, and among them, there are 4 rogue ninjas from Konoha, a number that is still known. Chiyo and Terumi may look strange. Kakashi and Narashikamaru, behind Tsunade, were too ashamed to lift their heads. The Akatsuki's current arrogance and power are inseparable from Konoha's strong support. On the other hand, several Rain ninjas were almost laughing madly. Konan was amused, trying hard to hold back her laughter, her mouth still crazily curling up. Even behind the mask, outsiders could feel the girl laughing so hard she was shaking. Ha 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 ha! Oh my god! Deidara was crouching on the ground, holding his stomach, tears of laughter streaming down his face. Scorpion trembled all over, and at this moment, he was not much better than Deidara, who was usually serious. Wasn't it you who kidnapped Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha back then? Those 2 brats still have to call you big brother when they see you. And now you dare to bite back, leaving the newly appointed Tsunade speechless. Naruto and Sasuke must have had an interesting expression upon witnessing this scene. Enough! The Rain ninjas promised to work together against the Akatsuki. Are they now unwilling to share intelligence? Tsunade was extremely angry, slapping the table 3 times. These Rain ninjas were excessively arrogant, even daring to laugh like that in front of several subordinates. If it weren't for Lin Xian's face, she would have slapped them right then. I never said I wouldn't share intelligence. Lin Xian had a calm expression. Today's discussion topic also included the Akatsuki organization, and all the major countries present had grievances with that organization. Lin Jun, don't forget our part, Mei Ming said softly. The intelligence gathered by the Mist Village is not very useful. Mei Ming, we won't have a conclusion, so you should give up. Lin Xian seriously rejected Shuaying. You, the charming woman, gritted her teeth and could only pat the table in frustration. Especially feeling the gaze of Zhuro and Qing behind her, Mei Ming's resentment deepened. This matter that had no basis suddenly took on a different flavor when it came out of Lin Xian's mouth, and even her subordinates believed the rumors to be true. The more angry she got, the more it seemed to her subordinates like a revenge act of a woman who had failed in love. Did she, Mei Ming, really seem that unreliable? Thud. A large stack of materials was thrown onto the table. Lin Xian revealed some information about Akatsuki, but the truly important details were not included. Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Deidara are all names that have been publicly exposed, so he could share some information about them. However, certain things can be summed up in just a few sentences. For example, the leader, who is suspected to possess the Rinnegan, is extremely mysterious, and no one has ever seen him in action. Then there are the members with the codenames Lin and Bai. These two formal members have never appeared, and even Amage Cure has no clues about them. Furthermore, there is also the Akatsuki informant, codenamed Xian, who has never fought in front of others. The great endeavor to eliminate the Akatsuki organization will not lack support from the Land of Rain. It is only in this regard that Amage Cure will strongly support Konohagakure. And I hope Lady Tsunade will not forget the promise to support Hanzo to become the first generation of Amagekage. Lin Xian's words were very eloquent. The alliance treaty was signed before Tsunade inherited the position of Hokage, with the signatures of two elders from Konoha and Jiraiya. You are right. The Akatsuki organization is the public enemy of the entire ninja world, and Konoha will not forget its previous commitments. However, Tsunade then shifted her tone, saying that Hanzo, at such an advanced age, still wants to become the Rain Shadow. His ambition is truly undiminished from his younger days. This woman, lacking in tact, is being sarcastic. It should be noted that Hanzo is from the same era as the old Lady Chiyo. So calling him an old relic of the old times is not an exaggeration at all. How much strength does the former demigod of the ninja world still possess? Lin Xian still has hope to become a Rain Shadow, but it's uncertain how many more years Hanzo can live. As far as I know, the Akatsuki organization has harmed many villages over the years, yet they never caused trouble in the Hidden Rain village because their leader fears Lord Hanzo. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Just these two sentences almost made Deidara and Scorpion burst into laughter again. Xiaonan was very glad she wore a mask today. Otherwise, her silly smile would have been exposed. Usually, she is a very serious person. It must be said that Lin Xian has a knack for manipulating people's mindsets. The Akatsuki organization would certainly not cause chaos in the Rain Village, because the Rain Village is Akatsuki's home. Chapter 92. The Revenge of the Film Emperor Lin Xian. It is said that Akatsuki has been active in the Land of Grass recently, and Lady Tsunade should take care of herself. According to rumors in the black market, your head is worth 5 billion ryo. Ignoring Tsunade's face full of black lines, Lin Xian threatened again. If Konoha agrees to the conditions and gives up 30% of the land, he wouldn't mind bypassing them once. But Tsunade, this proud woman, didn't take Lin Xian seriously. Hate. If there's hate, it should be directed at your Hokage for being so foolish. After all, I did give an opportunity. Goodbye. The young man, with a gloomy smile, left the conference room. Soon, Chiyo and Konan also took their guards and left. Lady Tsunade, proposing such conditions to the Rain Village, is really, Narashikaku said with some concern. Morally speaking, the major countries should provide some compensation to the minor ones. After all, they have turned others' homes into a battlefield and destroyed them. But morality is not law, and even law cannot restrain the rogue behavior of the 5 great nations. It's better not to mention the past, but Tsunade wants to support this in terms of money, rather than conditions. It is more like intentionally insulting Lin Xian and the others. The Land of Rain is not stable. Hanzo is an ambitious bastard, and his chosen successor is not much better. Our alliance is only based on dealing with Akatsuki. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and waved her hand nonchalantly. As the Hokage, one must consider all aspects of the interests of the Land of Fire. This does not mean that developing oneself is enough. Suppressing opponents is also very important. The 5 great nations are the 5 great nations. There is no need for a 6th great nation to emerge. Once there is such a trend, the entire high level of the 5 great nations will probably unite to deal with that unfortunate person. This world does not need too many people trying to share the cake. In the Land of Grass, Akatsuki's group left the daimyo's mansion. Halfway, Lin Xian stopped and issued a new order. Now it's your turn to officially make your appearance, guys. I believe the carefree Hokage is dreaming of reclaiming the land of grass. Yes, boss. Deidara and Scorpion smiled widely, showing great obedience. This duo usually loves to create art, but art also requires an audience. Those who were killed are the best audience. Deidara's clay giant bird can fly, making it an excellent ninjutsu for both ambush and escape. There is no other like it in the entire ninja world. Coupled with many peculiar explosive clay creations, he is like a human-shaped bomber. Scorpion masters the 100 machine manipulation, able to control over 100 advanced puppets simultaneously. The two most excellent puppets are the third Kazekage and the fourth Kazekage, with bloodline limits of magnet release, iron sand and magnet release, gold sand, respectively. Moreover, Scorpion himself has been transformed into a puppet, immune to all Jinjutsu. As long as the core is not destroyed, everything else can be repaired. He is truly a one-man army with no flaws. Let's go. We still need to meet someone. Lin Xian sent off Deidara and Scorpion, then turned around to contact his subordinates. This time, he came to the land of grass. And he had prepared quite a few methods in advance, such as a certain guy named Uchiha Obito who liked to take the blame. Brother, your bad taste is getting worse and worse. Xiaonin couldn't help but comment. This man repeatedly refreshed her concept of minimum quality. If this guy weren't her brother, she would have wanted to knock him out. He was simply too shameless. Hey, Obito, do I look like a person with bad taste? Lin Xian patted her face and asked the masked man in front of her. Uchiha Obito, feeling frustrated yet cautious with his words, said that great achievers do not sweat the small stuff, and everything adults do is for peace. Sister Conan just cannot fully understand your intentions yet. This was beautifully said, avoiding offense on both sides while also flattering her. After becoming Lin Xian's subordinate, Obito suddenly found that his emotional intelligence was rapidly increasing, and his acting skills had improved significantly. It seems that the next movie star will always emerge next to the current one, like some strange contagious disease. Oof. Conan rolled her eyes. She realized that no matter how ambitious a person is, once they submit, they tend to start flattering others. The former Yakushi Kabuto was like this, and so was Uchiha Obito. All right, back to business. This time, I want you to disguise yourself as an umbu sent by Konoha and cause trouble in the Wagakure camp. My abilities have been exposed. If I use Kamui, they will know it's me. Obito felt even more frustrated. He couldn't hide Kamui? Then he would have to explain it during the ambush mission. Kamui was his biggest trump card. Although this technique couldn't help him resist Koto Tsukumi, it still remained powerful. So what if they know it's you? Even if you have nothing to do with Konoha, you were once a ninja from Konoha, and the anger of a Wagakure will inevitably fall on you. After taking the cup of water from Conan, Lin Xian drank it all in one go. Got it. What about Konoha? Do you need me to cause trouble there? Uchiha Obito dared not be complacent. This man, aside from being very fond of her sister, was not merciful to others. If Lin Xian wanted him to go on a killing spree in Konoha, or even personally kill Kakashi, it was not impossible, because this new boss really might do that. Obito-kun is really working hard, Lin Xian said with a surprised expression, as if it was her first time meeting Obito. Since that's the case, you should go and dig out Kakashi's eyes. After all, they originally belonged to you. As for whether or not to kill the lovable Hatake Kakashi, you could decide, Obito-kun, since he is also your old flame. The youth's words seemed to mock, yet carried a hint of malice. That Mangeki Sharingan was a birthday gift Obito gave to Kakashi, holding significant meaning for both of them. Over the years, Obito had not retrieved his eyes. Aside from not wanting to see that guy, he also wanted to protect his friend. Rin is already dead, and Kakashi is the person Rin liked, and also his best friend. Even if Obito would never admit it on the surface, he was actually the one who wished for Kakashi to survive the most. Go ahead, Obito-kun. Although you used to be a hot-blooded idiot like Naruto, today is different. You have grown into a qualified pawn, a proud worker. You wouldn't want to disturb Rin's life in the afterlife, would you? Lin Xian's smile was casual and relaxed. However, this heart-wrenching statement truly made Obito lower his head, and the only glimmer of hope in his heart vanished. He could endure the torment, even if it meant doing things he was unwilling to do. But Lin absolutely could not be disturbed. He had to either obediently act as a tool or watch Lin suffer humiliation through Edo Tensei. Was there a choice? No. After a few thoughts, Obito nervously raised his head. Lin-kun, my soul has long since fallen. From now on, I will work for you without complaint. But regarding Lin, you must promise me that you will never use Edo Tensei. Uchiha Obito did not address him as Lord, but instead referred to him as Lin-kun for the first time in a long while. This title reminded Lin Xian of many old memories. Back then, in the Akatsuki organization, he and this young Uchiha had also been colleagues for many years. Lin Xian's expression remained as calm as an ancient well. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't care about a girl with a tragic fate. Her destiny is in your hands, not mine. Chapter 93. The war-torn land of grass, Kakashi and Obito's secret meeting. The entire Iwagakure was in celebration. Recently, they had gained control of 9/10 of the land of grass. Except for the area near the daimyo's mansion, all the land was guarded by their ninjas. Yet the crisis erupted within this peaceful tranquility. On no account could Inoki have imagined that the first to declare war was not Konoha, but the mysterious masked man. Uchiha Obito, fire style, exploding wind dance. As Kamui distorted space to create a storm, Obito unleashed fire serpents that mixed within, ultimately turning the camp into a sea of flames. He wore the attire of Konoha's Umbu, but anyone with keen eyes recognized his identity. Physical attacks bizarrely failed. This ability belonged to Uchiha Obito. A member of Akatsuki, a rogue ninja from Konoha, chose to ambush Iwagakure's stronghold at this time. By the time Inoki received this news, the casualties among Iwagakure's ninjas had already exceeded 200, and this number was still rising. Damn Akatsuki, they just took my money not long ago. Inoki's face turned pale with anger, his aged body trembling uncontrollably. Old man, could it be that Konoha hired Akatsuki? The dirt was also quite frustrated. Konoha has always been proud, and it would never collaborate with Akatsuki. Moreover, the one who ambushed them was only Uchiha Obito. Perhaps that bastard acted on his own. The third Tsuchikige's gaze flickered. Obito's ambush targeted only dispensable strongholds, and he bizarrely donned the attire of Konoha ninjas. Is this guy trying to provoke a war between the land of earth and the land of fire? Meanwhile, Konoha was not at ease either. Centered around the daimyo's mansion of the land of grass, over 2,000 ninja troops gathered here. C3. Deidara dropped clay puppets from the sky, which enlarged during their descent, and soon reached a height of 2 stories, turning the small puppets into white giants. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A few ninjas reacted quickly, attempting to encase the explosive puppet in mud. Do you want to understand art? Art is an explosion, Deidara shouted, and the puppet, sealed by layers of earth walls, erupted with a towering flame. The ridiculous earth flow wall was utterly ineffective. The explosion affected nearly 30 people, with 7 ninjas instantly turned to ashes. Enemy attack. Quickly report to Lord Hokage. It's Akatsuki. The screams of ninjas echoed through the night sky as countless figures sprang into action. The furious Tsunade rushed to the scene as quickly as possible, while Nara Shikaku and Hatake Kakashi gradually appeared. Bring those 2 bugs down. The 5th Hokage gritted her teeth. Deidara controlled the clay dragon, soaring at a height of 100 meters, leisurely dropping bombs. At this height, the vast majority of ninjutsu couldn't reach him. Even if they could, Deidara had a puppeteer, Scorpion, by his side, with hundreds of advanced puppets forming an indestructible defense line. Go notify Jiraiya. Tsunade's expression darkened as she waved her hand at Nara Shikaku. Today, she intended to slay the 2 members of Akatsuki here, to strike a blow against the organization's arrogance. Don't underestimate Konoha, bastard, summoning technique. As the 5th Hokage bit her finger and formed hand seals, a massive white creature descended. The 3 Great Sage regions, Surebone Forest, the Snail Sage. Surebone Forest was enormous, but the only creature inside was a single snail. The snail summoned by Tsunade was just a part of the giant body of the Snail Sage. The 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha each had their opportunities, but only Tsunade truly gained the power of Sage. The White Snake Sage looked down on Orochimaru. The Toad Sage wasn't interested in battle, merely treating Jiraiya as a junior. Lady Tsunade, do you have any orders? The snail's attitude towards Tsunade was very gentle. Bring that bug down for me. The blonde woman felt intense hatred towards the clay dragon. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The snail nodded slightly. In addition to helping Tsunade defeat the airborne enemy, the giant snail's huge body also produced numerous human-sized clones. These small snails could use medical ninjutsu to heal the injured Konoha ninjas. Brother Scorpion, the situation is not good. Deidara felt a chill on his back. His clay dragon was already quite exaggerated, but in front of that giant snail, it looked like a bug. Prepare your clay explosives. Leave the defense to me. Scorpion said darkly and summoned both the 3rd and 4th Kazekage. Magnet style, sand iron wall. Magnet style, sand gold wall. The 2 former Kazekages simultaneously used wide-range ninjutsu. creating a grand spectacle with a momentum that could swallow mountains and rivers. The snail didn't dare to slack off, spitting out a waterfall of yellow, acidic liquid. The clay dragon flew quickly, but the acidic liquid spewed by the snail was endless, soon landing on the black walls, visibly corroding them at a rapid pace. This highly corrosive liquid made Scorpion frown tightly. They estimated they needed to kill 100 Konoha ninjas. They had only killed less than 40 so far, and Tsunade's summoning beast had them fleeing in panic. It was said that Jiraiya was in a land of grass and could provide support at any moment. This place is not suitable for staying long. Let's go, Deidara. Scorpion urged, manipulating more puppets to deal with the acidic liquid. Getting touched by this liquid could be fatal. I still have C4 unused. That's my ultimate art. Deidara's eyes widened, his face full of defiance. How much clay do you have left? Scorpion impatiently pointed to Deidara's clay pouch. The clay used to create explosives must be prepared before the battle. At this point, those things were long gone. Unless Deidara was to self-destruct here. Konoha was lucky. The once arrogant youth suddenly looked defeated. The Uchiha bastard is still alive. He can't die here. If he self-destructs, it must be to take out the Uchiha. Sorry, Lady Tsunade, they got away. The snail's voice sounded low. Its abilities leaned towards healing and recovery, and the acidic liquid was one of the rare offensive means it had. It could do nothing as the opponents escaped. Damn Akatsuki! Tsunade clenched her fist tightly, unable to endure any longer, and slammed it down onto the ground. A crack several dozen meters long spread across the earth, startling the distant ninjas who were taken aback by their Hokage's display of power. The brief battle seemed to have come to an end. The injured from Konoha were treated one by medical ninjas, assisted by slug clones, while the death toll was being tallied. A new round of defensive deployments unfolded in an orderly manner, with increased vigilance against aerial threats to prevent the Akatsuki from using the same tactics again. In the daimyo's mansion, Kakashi wearily removed his mask and took off his Konoha ninja forehead protector. It was already 4 in the morning, and he finally had a chance to rest. The events of the night had left him feeling helpless as he watched the enemy drop bombs. Kimui could strike from a distance, but he hadn't fully mastered the technique yet. A target moving rapidly at a height of 100 meters was not easy to lock onto. In any case, he couldn't do it. Va? Kakashi sighed, staring blankly out the window. Just then, an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly emerged. An enemy had infiltrated his room. It had been a long time since they last met. The visitor did not conceal their presence, pushing open the wooden door and slowly closing it behind them, their red cloud-patterned black cloak billowing in the wind. The masked man's eyes glowed with a terrifying crimson. At that moment, the moon outside was full. It's been a long time. Obito. Chapter 94. Reforge the glory of Konoha. Kakashi will not back down. Upon reuniting with an old friend, neither of them appeared happy. Instead, they each reluctantly drew a kunai. Obito, so was you manipulating the Akatsuki from behind? Kakashi's expression turned grim as a Sharingan quietly activated. Defeating Uchiha with Uchiha's power was the only way Kakashi could achieve victory. The Akatsuki is a wonderful place, filled with madmen, antiques, and schemers. The Akatsuki is the greatest organization in the world, and you, foolish as you are, will never understand that. Obito's lips curled slightly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. How far can those eyes of yours see? Who the true master of the Akatsuki is, what those people's goals are, and most importantly, their strength. Kakashi knew nothing of this. You said you wanted to change the world with power. Is it because of Rin's death? Kakashi suddenly recalled that day many years ago when he first saw Obito come back to life. Perhaps it was only the death of a beloved person that could turn a passionate youth into a cold-blooded schemer. Did I say such a thing? Obito's expression suddenly stiffened. He realized an important issue. Kakashi believed he had said it, and that it had happened in front of him, so it must have occurred. Yet there was no such memory in his mind. The answer was about to reveal itself. A tall, slender figure of a rain ninja appeared in his mind. Had he already been schemed against by someone since that time? This new boss really wasn't a good person. Obito's expression fluctuated between dark and light, his fists instinctively tightening. Kakashi spoke again. Obito, if Rin knew, she would definitely not want you to betray Konoha. Turn back. Don't make a mistake again. Obito's gaze remained flat. Kakashi, you used to be a genius in my eyes, but now you only make me feel foolish, he scoffed. In your eyes, Rin's death is just Rin's death. No different from the deaths of other ninjas. You only see the cruelty of war and hate your lack of power. But have you ever thought about how this dark world continuously produces tragedies? The Mist Ninja attacking Konoha for resources, status, and fame, yet their plans failed. Rin wanted to survive, but for Konoha, she chose to commit suicide under your jutsu. You and I, who wanted to protect Rin, could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. The fault lies with the high-ranking officials of the various countries, with the ninja system itself, with this world. If we don't change this world, tragedies will keep happening. Kakashi's hand gripping the kunai began to tremble. For years, he had firmly believed in the will of fire, but at this moment, he felt a hint of wavering. Was Obito necessarily wrong? Was Konoha necessarily right? This was the first time Kakashi Haruno felt confused about the village. I am a sinner, a killer. But who forced me to become what I am today? Kakashi, have you ever thought about this? Obito's laughter sounded somewhat tragic. Unfortunately, Kakashi would probably never understand his mindset or grasp his motivations. Turn back. Obito, if you could cooperate with the Hokage to eliminate the Akatsuki, perhaps. Kakashi's face was filled with bitterness. In the end, his wavering heart chose Konoha. Maybe the truth was as Obito said, that this world was wrong. But even so, he would not acknowledge that Obito's actions were correct. Ah, you really are just a mediocre talent, Kakashi. The opportunity to join the Akatsuki is right in front of you. Why not consider it? This might be the only chance in your life. What you seek is only the peace of Konoha, while the Akatsuki's goal is the peace of the entire world. Obito slowly extended his right hand. The kunai fell to the ground with a clatter. Lin Xian's order was to take back the eyes, but it didn't stop him from doing other things. Moreover, if he could persuade Kakashi to join Akatsuki, regardless of how the future of the ninja world would unfold, at least Kakashi's life would be safe. Do you think I would betray you? Kakashi tightened his grip on the kunai. No matter what the future of this world holds, the Akatsuki organization is absolutely wrong. I have given you a chance. Obito's expression darkened, and in that moment, countless killing intents enveloped his former friend. Fire release, great fireball technique. Earth release, earth flow wall. A great battle was about to break out. The speed of both sides forming hand seals was dazzling, and surging chakra caused explosions inside the building. High temperatures evaporated a large amount of water, creating a thick white steam that spread out, triggering alarms of enemy attacks in the Konoha camp. Time was not on Obito's side. He had to take back his eyes within 2 minutes, or else a group of ninjas, including Tsunade, would arrive. Obito anticipated this, but he still had a solution. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm chatting with Kakashi. Both of them possessed a Sharingan. Kakashi's left, I could teleport something to another space, allowing him to enter that space himself, but the speed was slower. Obito's right, I allowed him to become intangible, transferring his body to another space to evade physical attacks. But the drawback was that it could only be maintained for 5 minutes, and he had to grab the opponent to transfer objects. When 2 different Kamui abilities appeared in the same space, the scheming ninjas entered the space to fight simultaneously. Obito wanted to take back his eyes because it was the boss's order and also to protect Rin. Kakashi chose to enter the Kamui space because it was the only way to confront Obito directly. Otherwise, once Tsunade and the others arrived, Obito would escape without anyone being able to stop him. Most importantly, Obito could not become intangible in the Kamui space. During that year's Ninja World War, he lost his most important friend at the Shimanobi Bridge. At that time, Rin and he sat on a rock, weeping inconsolably. In that moment, he thought that if he had a chance to change fate, he would protect everything. Now the chance to defeat Obito and save him was right in front of him, and he had to consider whether this would be the only opportunity in his life. He believed that the Minato team could have the past glory, and it was Minato-sensei's responsibility. Rebuilding Konoha's glory, it was Kakashi's duty. It was time to end this. Obito, yes, stupid Kakashi, in a dark space. The 2 men drew kunai for the second time, looking at each other with full battle intent. The past grievances no longer mattered at this moment. Damn, did we arrive too late? Tsunade and a group of Konoha ninjas looked at each other in confusion. Uchiha Obito and Kakashi had vanished. No one knew where they were or what was happening. Of course, the instigator was well aware. Could Obito win without becoming intangible? A woman's voice echoed in the darkness. A barbecue rack was set up over a bonfire, with pieces of grilled meat emitting an enticing aroma, wafting into the air. Obito would definitely win. The firelight illuminated the side profile of the man. In the distant background, a giant white dragon spread its wings, and 2 men in black descended lightly, heading towards the flame. Why? Because he loved Kakashi deeply. Chapter 95. The Akatsuki's action begins after the war. Konoha's side. A ninja with a bleeding left eye walked limping in front of Tsunade, looking lost. Obito had won, but he only took his eyes and did not take his life. The attacker was Uchiha Obito. Tsunade confirmed repeatedly, while signaling Shizun to help Kakashi treat his injuries. Although they couldn't find a Sharingan for reimplantation, they could still transplant a normal eyeball for Kakashi. Yes, Kakashi nodded dejectedly. Obito was no longer the Obito of the past. Now he resembled a fervent cultist. Perhaps Naruto's talk no jutsu could persuade that fallen guy, but that would never happen. The son of the fourth Hokage, as a rogue ninja, was very fond of Akatsuki, treating it as his home. Lincoln, I have retrieved the Sharingan. The masked man appeared somewhat disheveled before the youth. Clearly, his battle with Kakashi had not been easy. He held a bottle in his hand, inside which was Kakashi's left eye. Find someone to put it back for you. This is your power. Lin Xian waved his hand. Yes. Obito responded with some surprise. He thought Lin Xian had taken a liking to the pair of kaleidoscopes and wanted to use them himself, but he didn't expect him to just give them away so casually. In fact, it wasn't that Lin Xian looked down on Kamui. On the contrary, he was very concerned about this pair of kaleidoscopes. The problem was that he didn't have the Uchiha clan's bloodline. After transplantation, it would easily lead to a situation like Kakashi's. Although he would gain the ocular technique, the burden on his body would be even greater, making it completely not worth it. He would only take Obito's eyes under suitable circumstances. However, another problem arose. How much combat power could Obito Uchiha, who had lost the power of Kamui, exhibit? That was still a question mark. But wasn't there still Orochimaru? Mr. Orochimaru was a noble. He passed down all his skills to Kabuto. Otherwise, where would they find such an excellent tool? The ship will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. The script was clearly arranged. A month later, Land of Grass, the daimyo's mansion, forced by external pressure and the predicament of Konoha itself. A weary Jiraiya and Tsunade chose to surrender. The members of Akatsuki have been causing chaos everywhere, and many strongholds were slaughtered within just a few hours. When Konoha arrived, there were thousands of ninjas, but now there were less than 600 left. As for the Land of Water and the Land of Wind, the agreement was clearly stated. Their task was to put pressure on Iwagakure, not on Akatsuki. Iwagakure could be said to be the most favored power. They didn't even have to lift a finger. Tsunade was already in a mess due to Akatsuki's people, handing over data points despite some sacrifices. But compared to Konoha, those losses could be ignored. Many people thought Inoki had spent money to hire external help. But in reality, the old Tsuchikage had long been driven crazy by poverty and was still waiting to collect taxes from the Land of Grass. Even if Akatsuki collected money, it was from someone else's pockets. As the battle situation grew increasingly tense and intense, it became even more unfavorable for Konoha. Finally, today, regarding the territorial division of the Land of Grass, Tsunade had to make the worst plan. The negotiations concluded. The Land of Earth successfully occupied 80% of the land, while the Land of Fire only obtained a pitiful 20%, and all of it was barren and desolate. This work not only drained the people and resources, but also tarnished the reputation of the fifth Hokage. Frankly speaking, the damage to the Land of Fire's reputation was the most severe, and many ninja villages were itching to move. However, they were only itching to move. Not everyone dared to act recklessly like Akatsuki. Without strength to back it up, one would only end up being taught a lesson by the 5 great nations in no time. At this moment, Lin Xian has returned to Yuin Village. There isn't much to do in this village, but there are many attractive women. He talks to Xiao Nan about life goals when he has something to discuss, and also chats with her about life goals when he has nothing to do, wondering when they can set a wedding date. Ahem. Actually, I'm a decent man. Lin Xian's words reached someone's ears, and the latter still maintained a flattering gaze. My lord, many powerful nobles and royals have multiple wives and concubines, and there are countless canaries they keep in secret. You are far superior to those people, so having more women is quite normal. The girl speaking was Water Lily, a teammate of Hydrangea. Just as Hydrangea respects Xiaonan, the rain-hidden ninjas also respect Lin Xian, and Water Lily naturally falls into that category. To Xiao, the outside world is a terrorist organization, but this group of people is the guardian of the village, the heroes of the village. As for Hydrangea, it seems Xiaonan is going to teach her some ninjutsu. Lin Xian changed the topic. I'll go find it right now. The Water Lily disappeared in a flash. The ninja world was once again calm, but this was just a brief respite before the storm. The war that would truly affect the world was still to come. Akatsuki had already revealed its claws and formulated plans to capture the tailed beasts, capturing the Jinchuriki, extracting the tailed beasts, and sealing them in the outer path golem. Currently, operations for the 4 tails and 5 tails Jinchuriki had been arranged. Except for the most powerful 8 tails and 9 tails, The remaining tail beasts didn't need to be sealed in order. According to the intelligence provided by Ju, the four tails and five tails were the most suitable targets. Lao Zi, the Jinchuriki of the four tails, son Wukong, was a stubborn old man who didn't get along with Noki and had been wandering for years, living as a monk. Iwagakure planned to recapture the four tails after his death, but it seemed there was no chance now. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki would be responsible for capturing the four tails Jinchuriki. Han, the Jinchuriki of the five tails, was a powerful taijutsu ninja who could manipulate steam in battle, known as the Steam Ninja and an excellent jonin of Iwagakure. After discussion, Nagato decided to have Pain's Six Paths take action to capture Han during his journey out of the village. The two battles were without suspense. The Land of Earth had no idea who was behind the attacks. Even the Iwagakure ninja dare not boast about it, claiming to the outside world that Han was in seclusion for training. The Land of Grass had just been acquired, and it hadn't even warmed up yet. If news spread at this time that two Jinchuriki from Iwagakure had gone missing, other major countries would definitely take advantage of the situation. This world is so cruel. Yet those who orchestrate conspiracies didn't seem to think so. Sealing, what a load of nonsense. Standing on the palm of the outer path golem, he stood there for a whole 3 days and nights. To seal two Jinchuriki, it took a total of 6 days. Lin Xian hasn't slept for 6 days. Lord Angel, Lord Lin Xian. The two sisters just returned home, and the two youthful and adorable girls hurried over to help, named Hydrangea and Hinata. Wake me up at 10 tonight. After giving the last instruction to the girl with the Byakugan, Lin Xian closed his eyes and fell asleep at lightning speed. The physical aspect is secondary. The mental fatigue is what is truly unbearable. He is neither an Iron Man, nor a puppet, nor a deity. Even he must have a certain amount of sleep. On the other side, Hydrangea settled Xiao Nan. When she walked into the room, she caught a glimpse of the Byakugan girl covering the young man with a quilt, and her expression was somewhat strange. Hinata Hyuga was brought here against her will. This former Konoha aristocrat, a girl inheriting the bloodline of the main family, has been treated like a decorative vase in this household. But she has become so docile, like a tamed lamb, without knowing when it started. Chapter 96. Changes over 2 years. The peaceful ninja world lived through a year without incident, with a shocking piece of news spreading like a virus worldwide. All ninjas were discussing that man. Sage Mode would release ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, wind release and fire release nature transformation Rasengan. Forbidden techniques emerged one after another. A mysterious figure in black attacked the land of water, the land of lightning, and the land of earth within a few short weeks, defeating the leaders of the 3 great villages. Even the ninja god Senju Hashirama was nothing compared to this. Using the flying thunder god technique to counter the 3rd Tsuchikage's dust release, he subdued him with powerful taijutsu amidst thousands of troops. He fired off 10 nature transformation Rasengans in quick succession, forcing the 4th Raikage to flee in panic, while the 8 Tails Jinchuriki killer beat joined the battlefield. Trapped in the hands of a giant wooden figure, the wood release would world erupted throughout the hidden mist village, with trees growing wildly and sweeping across the entire island. Terumi Mei, in front of everyone, had a character drawn on her face with black ink. To this day, no one knows the whereabouts of that ninja, nor do they know who he is. In the 2nd year, many significant events occurred. The rogue ninjas of Konoha, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha, appeared in the Land of Fire, accompanied by ninjas like Ao, Kisame Hashigaki, and Itachi Uchiha. 5 Chunin squads on a mission were ambushed, with over 30 people killed by the Akatsuki organization. Rumors say Tsunade was furious, and Jiraiya didn't return to Konoha's tavern all night. 2 days later, Naruto Uzumaki was labeled an S-rank rogue ninja, while Sasuke Uchiha was considered an A-rank rogue ninja. Meanwhile, the Sand Village announced Chiyo's abdication, and Gaara officially became the 5th Kazekage of the Land of Wind. Theoretically, Kankuro was more suitable to inherit the position of Kazekage. However, in reality, Kankuro was pitifully weak. As a puppet master, he could only play with the antiques left by Sasori decades ago, failing to meet the strength requirements. Supporting such a puppet master as Kazekage would make the Land of Wind a laughing stock in the entire ninja world. Among the short ones, they chose Gaara, who had settled down a lot in recent years and seemed to have developed a sense of belonging to the village. A Kazekage under 15 years old is probably the youngest in the history of the ninja world. In terms of age, he is younger than the former Minato Namikaze by a few years. In terms of strength, it seems he is not even worthy to touch the Yellow Flash. The ninja world was bustling. Some places, however, remained as quiet as ever. In the land of rain, in the hidden rain village, a young man was fishing by the lake outside the village, chewing on a piece of grass whose name he couldn't recall. After beating up all members of the Akatsuki organization, including Pain and Zetsu, and even taking down 3 shadow-level ninjas, Lin Xian leisurely returned to the village. After all, he is a righteous and friendly man, not a violent muscle man. There are reasons for doing these things. Main quest, Land of Water chapter completed. Task content, defeat the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Difficulty, hard. Rewards, 30 distributable attribute points. Charm 1, Rebirth points 15, 000. World Reputation 5, 000. Main quest, Land of Earth chapter completed. Task content, defeat the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki. Task difficulty, hard. Rewards, 30 distributable attribute points. Agility 20, Rebirth points 20, 000. World Reputation 10, 000. Main quest, Land of Lightning chapter completed. Task content, defeat the 4th Reikage, A. Task difficulty, hard. Rewards, 30 distributable attribute points. Strength 30. Rebirth points 15, 000. World Reputation 10, 000. Completing 3 consecutive main quests earned Lin Xian a significant number of attribute points. And that's not all. Side quest, Master of Nature completed. Learning Sage Arts from the White Snake Sage went very smoothly. Both Kabuto and Lin Xian learned the Sage Art, Organic Rebirth. And Lin Xian additionally gained 50 points in Soul Attribute. Main quest, Ruler of the Dimension completed. To complete the task and gain over 100,000 world reputation, Lin Xian acted out of character, leading to the subsequent events where he defeated all members of the Akatsuki organization, including Zetsu, and even affected the shadows of 3 great nations. One does not act for oneself, and heaven and earth will punish. With tempting attribute points in front of him, Lin Xian couldn't refuse. Explore number 5146-5145 level, 26 lifespan, 40, 600 blood chi, 120 soul, 182 strength, 525 constitution, 242 agility, 260 charm, 2 luck, 1 rebirth points, 265, 000 world reputation, 124, 500 bloodline, SS divine blood, incomplete, equipment, magnetic release gold ring, black heart ring, evil god bracelet, burning youth vest, divine robe. Due to not killing enemies in battle and not receiving equipment-related tasks, Lin Xian did not acquire new equipment over the past 2 years. However, even so, his gains were substantial. The most troublesome lifespan limitation was perfectly resolved after increasing all attributes by 100 points. Divine blood could continue to be cultivated and improved, and he could attempt to unlock the 3rd or even 4th stage. Moreover, new system functions are about to be unlocked. Side quest, Master of the Dimension. Task content, reach 150,000 world reputation. Task difficulty, hard. Reward, unlock equipment forging function. If it weren't for this seemingly tempting new function, Lin Xian wouldn't have been in such a hurry to defeat various powerful foes. He got scolded a lot after beating Zetsu. Now, while solving some problems, new troubles have arisen. This is a task concerning a girl with Byakugan, requiring her 100 loyalty. What was initially thought to be simple has seen the task progress stuck at 8100, seemingly reaching its limit. Clearly, the opportunity to gain the rebirth eye is right in front of him, yet he can only watch and cannot obtain it. Lin Xian was in great distress. He had sent flowers, gone to the movies, chatted about life, and exchanged gifts during holidays. Hinata honestly played the role of a vase, and over the years, her initial surprise at someone's care gradually became commonplace. She could even comfortably serve as a pillow or a massage therapist. If it weren't for Conan's disapproval, she might even warm the bed. The little girl with the rolling eyes was overly obedient. Sending her to kill a Konoha ninja might not even raise an eyebrow. However, Lin Xian's task progress remained unchanged, steadfast as the sea and rocks. 80 was still 80. Unchanging was unchanging. Where exactly had the problem occurred? Was it my charm that was lacking? The young man leaned back in his chair, looking gloomy. In the dim room, 2 figures knelt on the ground. Sir, perhaps you can consider the needs of the other party. Some people wish to become flowers. Some wish to possess a flower. And some just want to admire flowers from a distance. Toby couldn't quite understand why his boss was so obsessed with pursuing women. But a boss is a boss. He had no choice but to think seriously and offer advice. He didn't know what kind of woman it was. But seeing his boss's gloomy face made him feel that he had been rejected. With this boss's capabilities, he could even pluck stars from the sky. Was there really anything in this world that Lin Xian wanted but couldn't get? Toby found it puzzling. He got along well with Karen, but unexpectedly, the matchmaker Lin Xian had his own romantic problems. I don't like all kinds of flowers. A good vase is beautiful enough on its own. Lin Xian fell into a long contemplation. Hinata Hyuga, in his eyes, was a simple, timid, and easily bullied little girl. For many years, she had developed just as he had expected, finally playing the role of a beautiful vase well. However, this lustful vase could never be placed in the right position, and it was even a bit annoying and bothersome. It was like a nouveau riche who, unable to read, spent money on blue and white porcelain but had nowhere to use it. Unlike the nouveau riche, Lin Xian was literate, and his subordinates were even more astute. The dimly lit room was silent. At that moment, Xiang Lin pushed up her glasses, gathered her courage, and spoke, "Sir, although you do not like flowers, there's something that is inevitably needed. A vase that does not hold flowers is like a teapot that is not used for brewing tea. No matter how beautiful the vase is, it ultimately lacks a soul." Chapter 97, Destruction. Hurry up. Yakushi Kabuto came to meet to convey important news. Lin Xian had no choice but to temporarily put aside Hinata's task and choose to leave the rain-hidden village. Orochimaru had prepared the perfect Edo Tensei technique, and under the guidance of Karen and Kabuto, he discovered the secret of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. The man was preparing to unravel the God of Death's sealing technique. Once this technique was completed, Orochimaru would obtain the 4 previous Hokage at their peak strength. Along with the collection Orochimaru and Kabuto had amassed over the years from digging up graves, he had already acquired the second Mizukage, Jinjetsu H-Zuki, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, the 3rd Reikage, A, the 2nd Tsuchikage, Mu, as well as the 3rd and 4th Kazekage he obtained during the Akatsuki period. Just the Kage from each village had already reached double digits, with countless other powerful ninjas. Although they were a group of dead people, this force even surpassed the Akatsuki. Just the names of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could instill despair in the major nations. There was no doubt about it. This was Orochimaru's closest encounter with world authority. In the past, it was Kurizetsu who played chess. Lin Xian was the 2nd, and Orochimaru was likely to become the 3rd. The land of whirlpools. Once the territory of the Uzumaki clan, this country had become a mere name after the genocide event. When Lin Xian and Conan appeared here, the island was desolate, with ruins everywhere. The two did not rush to act, but found a secret room, hiding their presence in the shadows. The moment Orochimaru sacrificed himself to unravel the God of Death seal would be the time to strike. This was very close to Kabuto's speculation. Soon, Orochimaru appeared here, accompanied by Kabuto, Yakushi, and Karen. After nearly 2 years without seeing each other, Orochimaru still maintained his eerie appearance, his Edo Tensei allowing him to remain youthful and immortal. "Thank you very much, Karen. If it weren't for your clues, I would never have thought that the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques could be unraveled." Orochimaru squinted his eyes, scanning the wall of masks in the room. The Shiki F gene technique, originating from the long-established sealing experts of the Uzumaki clan. The user summons the God of Death and perishes along with the enemy, with their souls entering the God of Death's belly. However, this ninjutsu could actually be unraveled by having a ninja wear the death mask and summon the God of Death to assimilate, while cutting open their own belly to offer their life. The soul sealed inside the God of Death's belly would also escape. As the unsealing technique of the Shiki F gene, this ninjutsu still required the sacrifice of a user. But Orochimaru had numerous escape methods. He could switch to a new body as long as he had a white Zetsu clone. This feeling, is it? Orochimaru extended his long tongue and took down that special death mask from among the many masks. "My lord, the offering has been prepared." Kabuto glanced at the 5 white Zetsu clones lying on the ground. 4 containers for the Edo Tensei of the previous Hokage, and 1 was for Orochimaru to use after the sacrifice to switch bodies. He, Lin Xian, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Bido. Soon you will understand the terror of the abyss. Orochimaru slowly put the mask on his face, and a chilling laughter echoed from beneath the mask. A massive phantom of the God of Death appeared behind him, resembling a purple-skinned demon draped in a white robe, with grotesque horns on its head and biting a pitch-black short knife. This was the God of Death of this world. The last time the God of Death appeared was when the 3rd Hokage sealed away the 2 Hokage who had been resurrected through Edo Tensei before his death. And the time before that was when the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sealed half of the 9 tails. What would happen this time? Orochimaru intended to release those sealed souls. With a puff, the Kusanagi sword sliced through his abdomen, and a large amount of blood sprayed from Orochimaru's belly. At the same time, the god of death's phantom behind him also burst open, and 4 blue orbs floated in the air, representing the 4 previous Hokage of Konohagakure. Orochimaru's aura weakened to its limit. The expression of the god of death behind him gradually turned sinister as it removed the short knife from its mouth and licked its lips. Orochimaru's soul was like dessert for this demon. Having released the souls, there had to be new souls entering the god of death's belly. This was the price of the transaction. However, the god of death probably never expected that such a cunning human would exist. As long as you escape fast enough, the god of death cannot kill you. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A small white snake slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeve, with agile and delicate vertical pupils gleaming with brilliant gold. This was the body that housed Orochimaru's soul. In a sense, this was Orochimaru's true form, capable of transforming into the 8-headed serpent when the power was sufficient. But in its current extremely weakened state, it could only manifest as a small snake of a few centimeters. The little snake's target was the white Zetsu clone. This was a specially prepared container for him, already implanted with Hashirama's cells. As long as it resided in this body and gained enough chakra, it would soon return to its former appearance. But this path is blocked, Orochimaru-sama. The kunai thrown by Karen pinned the little white snake's tail. The usually gentle girl revealed a devilish smile. Damn it, this woman dares to betray him. The small white snake's vertical pupils reflected anger, staring fiercely at Karen. Fortunately, he had brought Kabuto today. Although she was relatively close to Kabuto, he was always sensible and would definitely not give up his superior for a woman. What did women matter? Once he mastered this world, he could reward Kabuto with as many women as he wanted. Karen, how impolite. One should remain humble towards Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, gently removed the kunai from the white snake's tail, and cradled the little white snake like a pet. This action seemed harmless. Kabuto was still Orochimaru's loyal tool. The small white snake flicked its tongue, and although snakes cannot smile, it gave the impression of mocking Karen. But was Kabuto being too slow? Kill that traitor, or hurry up and let him reside in the white Zetsu clone. What was Kabuto stalling for? As time passed, the body of the white snake stiffened. A bad thought floated into his mind. The small white snake slowly raised its head, just in time to meet Kabuto's loving gaze. Orochimaru-sama, for the sake of our past friendship, I will ask the boss to spare your life. Damn it, Kabuto. At that moment, Orochimaru was truly furious. He suddenly realized that the little girl Karen dared to betray him. Karen was an excellent tool, recommended by Kabuto. Since Karen had a problem, how could the one who introduced her not have issues? Moreover, from the words the boss mentioned by Kabuto, it was likely that Kabuto had betrayed him a long time ago. This trap against him had been planned for many years. Who was the bastard behind this? Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Itachi? Or that Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru's mind was filled with the detestable Uchiha gang. How could he not hold a grudge against them, all being masters of Genjutsu, which naturally countered Orochimaru's abilities? My lord, the mission has been successfully completed. The pharmacist Do handed the white snake in his arms to Xianglin for handling. The girl, expressionless, clasped her hands together, and vines emerged from the ground, transforming into a cage that imprisoned Orochimaru within. It was just a simple use of wood-release ninjutsu. It was at this moment that the imprisoned Orochimaru finally saw the man stepping out of the shadows. Long time no see, Mr. Orochimaru. Lin Xian friendly extended a hand. The white-scaled little snake's eyes almost seemed to burst into flames, widened to the extreme, hissing and flicking its tongue. Although it was unclear what Mr. Orochimaru wanted to express, it must have been because he was too excited to see an old friend. Mr. Orochimaru is truly an emotional and kind person. It must be so. The young man squinted slightly, and the woman beside him twitched the corner of her mouth. Destroy it. Hurry up. This world is about to become my brother's toy. Can't anyone resist? Chapter 98. The true darkness of this world is Mr. Orochimaru satisfied with my welcome ceremony? I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. The young man smiled as he looked at the white snake in the wooden prison. Sacrificing oneself to deceive death, Orochimaru succeeded, but that was why he was so weak now. Not to mention Lin Xian. Even a lower ninja could easily crush this little snake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The enraged Orochimaru seemed to lose his sanity, desperately trying to crawl out of the wooden prison. But he could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly as his hard-earned results were stolen by this guy. He had worked hard to liberate the 4 former Hokage, and now he was about to become someone else's puppet. Kabuto was his most trusted and admired subordinate. If even Kabuto were to betray him, Who in this world could he trust? The hissing sound continued, and Lin Xian gradually felt a bit impatient. That's enough, Karen. Let our Mr. Orochimaru take a nap. Yes. The red-haired girl nodded slightly. The technique of impure resurrection developed by Orochimaru grants immortality, but also makes Orochimaru's soul very fragile. This is also why Orochimaru is so afraid of the Uchiha and covets their power. Jinjutsu is Orochimaru's greatest weakness, and to solve this problem, using impure resurrection to obtain the body of an Uchiha clan member is the most suitable method, which is why he targeted Sasuke a few years ago. He couldn't defeat Itachi Uchiha, and Obito Uchiha was elusive. Only Sasuke was easy to manipulate and kidnap. Unfortunately, Sasuke Uchiha was intercepted by Lin Xian and instead joined the Akatsuki organization, spending his days under Itachi surveillance. The kaleidoscope in Karen's eyes glowed red, and in an instant of eye contact, the white little snake fell into a coma. Even without Tsukuyami, ordinary Sharingan Jinjutsu was still difficult for Orochimaru to resist, especially in his weakened state. Sir, Orochimaru has an exceptional talent for scientific research as my teacher. Why don't we wait for Karen's Tsukuyami technique to recover and let him become the second Obito? Kabuto aptly pleaded. It is true that Orochimaru used him, but the favors he granted were also real. Without Orochimaru's guidance, he would have learned so much to get to where he is now. It is unrealistic to ask Lin Xian to spare Orochimaru, but the request to spare his life is still worth mentioning. Kabuto understands his boss's personality very well. His boss values his ability to get things done, and as long as he does what he needs to do well, he is quite free in other matters. Lin Xian shook his head, saying that the candidate for the heavenly god is someone else, and Orochimaru is not worth wasting such a precious spot on. However, you are right that having Orochimaru help me with my tasks would be the best. I don't want to kill him. How to make him obediently play the role of a tool is up to you. If Mr. Orochimaru is unwilling to submit no matter what, then I will have to deal with him, as you are currently more capable than he is. Frankly speaking, if I encounter problems that even Yakushi Kabuto cannot solve, Orochimaru would be of no use. So whether Orochimaru lives or dies ultimately depends on what Kabuto decides. Of course, that is a matter for the future. Today's topic is resurrecting the previous Hokages. Whether Orochimaru is loyal or not is hard to say, but the reanimation jutsu can ensure the Hokage's loyalty. The subordinates understand. Yakushi Kabuto had anticipated this response. In fact, there is currently no good way to persuade Orochimaru. Kabuto knows very well how ambitious Orochimaru is. A man who dreams of conquering the world and knowing all truths would not easily become someone else's dog. But there is no rush. He still has plenty of time. After witnessing the boss's strength, the clever Lord Orochimaru will make the right choice. Lin Xian indeed has many flaws, such as liking to engage in schemes and plots, deceiving the 5 great nations' ninjas, and being a bit of siscon. However, when it comes to the treatment of his subordinates, few can compare to Lin Xian's conscience. To treat Ghost Lantern Man Yu's illness, he specifically went to the Wind Country and even killed a Wind Shadow. Who else in the entire ninja world can do that? Even Senju Hashirama wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Hashirama really wouldn't dare. The legendary god of ninjas that people talk about is a pure-hearted good person who even bows and thanks others when giving them tail beasts. How could someone like that bully the weak? The first Hokage and the second Hokage. One is invincible in strength, but lacks intelligence, while the other is clever, but slightly lacking in strength. There are no perfect people in the world, but at least Lin Xian is very tolerant and trustworthy towards his own people, and that's enough. Hey, Do, Lin Xian said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. What do you think about inviting Obito and Naruto over? The 4th Hokage would surely be overjoyed to see his child and apprentice. Speaking of which, his master, the 3rd Hokage, is also present. This heavyweight figure has taken a lot of blame for us, even if his actions weren't exactly clean. By the way, since so many people are here, why not revive Kushina? The family can have a reunion and happily eat a meal together, and we can even take a family photo. Yao Shado. Damn, this boss really has no humanity. Is that helping others? The impure world reincarnation technique is an insult to the souls of the deceased. If Minato sees Kushina revived in this way, he would definitely fight Lin Xian without a second thought. Luckily, I'm not the victim. Do wiped the sweat from his face, relieved by his choice. Sir, let's first revive the Hokages. We R&T prepared for the 4th's wife's remains, and also, cough cough cough, we didn't notify Naruto and Obito in advance. Notify? What the hell? If Naruto sees this scene, he would go crazy. This is not something for the young ones to see. Let them bear the true darkness of this world. Naruto can just play his darkening game obediently. TCH. Then let's get started. Lin Xian ignored the strange gazes around him and began to form hand seals with both hands. With a perfect spy Yakushi Kabuto, he naturally obtained the complete Edo Tensei technique, and with Orochimaru now a thing of the past, the puppets in his hands would each become Lin Xian's exclusive tools. The preparation time was not long. He had already captured 4 living white Zetsu clones in advance, as well as the remnants of the first Hokage's corpses. And the souls of the Hokages had been liberated by Orochimaru. What Lin Xian needs to do is to simply use ninjutsu. Summoning technique, impure world réincarnation. The young man completed the hand seals, and the impure earth from the underworld gradually wrapped around the 4 sacrificed white Zetsus. The appearance of the 4 white Zetsus changed at a visible speed, gradually evolving into the forms of the 4 Hokages during their lifetimes. Since the impure world reincarnation technique brings forth the summoner at their peak period, the manifestations of each Hokage are different. Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, and Senju Hashirama all appear in relatively younger forms. In contrast, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appears in his elderly state before death. The elderly 3rd Hokage is stronger than in his youth, with more and better ninjutsu reserves. But his weakened physique and reduced chakra limit his ability to unleash his full power. Now, these restrictions will be lifted. His body is immortal, and his chakra is infinite. The impure world reincarnation version of the 3rd Hokage is the strongest 3rd Hokage. Chapter 99, Hihikonen. The 4 Hokages of Konoha appeared in their strongest forms, and their powerful aura made Kabuto Yakushi feel somewhat breathless. Especially Senju Hashirama. This man, known as the god of ninjas, is simply a monster. Even though Kabuto has mastered Sage Mode, he still feels so small in front of him. Hashirama and Tobirama wear ninja uniforms. Hiruzen Sarutobi is in the black outfit he wore before his death, while Minato is draped in a magnificent ceremonial robe. This power is indeed somewhat difficult to grasp. Lin Xian rarely frowned. The reanimation jutsu is not unbreakable. If the summoned ninja knows this technique, they can escape the control of the user. Uchimadara is one such person. Secondly, it's about the ninja's soul power. If a ninja's will and soul are strong enough, they can also break free from the user's control. The more puppets controlled by the reanimation jutsu, the greater the demands on the user. This is one of the reasons why Lin Xian personally subdued the 4 Hokages. If all the tools were left to Orochimaru to handle, his mental strength might not be sufficient. Has he been resurrected again? Or is it that brat named Orochimaru? The main character and Tobirama slowly opened their eyes and began to survey their surroundings. Since the user's soul power is much higher than theirs, the 2 Hokages briefly tried to struggle before giving up. Lin Xian and Orochimaru are simply on a different level. If Lin Xian does not allow it, even if Hashirama and Tobirama were to move their fingers, they would not be able to do anything. Your methods are truly impressive. How is my disciple Orochimaru doing now? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was complicated. He had thought Lin Xian was a friendly figure towards Konoha, who would have known this guy would take advantage of the chaos, making it impossible for him to perish alongside Orochimaru. Now that the reanimation jutsu is in Lin Xian's hands, there's no need to guess Orochimaru's fate. He is living well. Orochimaru pointed to the pitiful little snake lying unconscious in the nearby wood-release prison. Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched his mouth and decided not to ask any further. I'm not dead. Compared to the few Hokages who have encountered the reanimation jutsu, Minato Namikaze looked a bit dazed. Who are you? The brothers Hashirama and Tobirama looked at the blond young man with suspicion. It's the 1st Hokage and the 2nd Hokage. I am Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of Konoha. Minato had a starstruck look, smiling and scratching his head. Turning around, the few black characters on his pure, white ceremonial robe were clearly visible. 4th Hokage. Already the 4th Hokage? Who is the 5th Hokage? Tobirama furrowed his brows, trying to analyze Konoha's current situation from the limited information. The 5th Hokage is Tsunade, the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, and has become well known in the ninja world in recent years. Lin Xian smiled slightly. He indeed had a reputation, but whether it was good or bad was hard to say. Tsunade was trying to be a good Hokage, but unfortunately, managing the mess that is Konoha was not something that could be done casually. Kid, what's your name? What is your intention in resurrecting us? The 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, snorted coldly. Orochimaru had a gloomy expression, looking like a bad character, but the polite young man in front of him felt even more dangerous than Orochimaru. He possessed a soul power far beyond Orochimaru's, making him a mysterious presence. The second Hokage is really anxious. Allow me to introduce myself. Lin Xian slightly loosened his control over the Hokages, revealing a malicious smile. This is my little sister, Konan. She usually enjoys making origami and flowers. She can be considered a formal member of Akatsuki. And over here is Orochimaru's student, Kabuto Yakushi. He usually helps me with some dirty work. Don't be fooled by his young age. His potential is much greater than Orochimaru's. Speaking of which, I must criticize the third Hokage. Your judgment really needs improvement. Oh, and this lovely little girl is Karen, currently Kabuto's assistant. The young man spoke like a boss, confidently addressing his employees, and Konan was a well-connected insider. Dear Hokages, I look forward to your future guidance. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and offered a friendly smile. I look forward to your guidance. Karen mimicked him, pushing up her glasses and smiling. Only Konan remained silent throughout, too lazy to engage with her brother's dark humor. These tools might very well end up personally killing the ninjas of Konoha. Didn't they hate Lin Xian to death? Look forward to your guidance. Nonsense. You haven't introduced yourself, young man. Tobirama Senju smiled honestly. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well be optimistic. What if Lin Xian was a kind ninja? While Tobirama was deep in thought about how to escape control, his brother had already given up. It wasn't that Hashirama was afraid. It was that there was truly no way out. The moment he was summoned, Hashirama exerted all his effort to regain control of his body. But Lin Xian's soul power was like an ocean, and he was merely a leaf boat in it. Even his former rival, Uchiha Madara, could not exert such pressure on him. In the face of godlike power, what was the use of resisting? It would be better to communicate and chat with the other party. My name is Lin Xian, and I am a chess player. Kabuto respectfully brought over a chair, and Lin Xian sat down without hesitation. Konan used a specially made paper cup filled with water from the water release technique, handed it to Lin Xian, and obediently stood behind the chair to massage his shoulders, then subtly took away the matches and cigarettes from Lin Xian's pocket. Playing chess. The four former Hokages of Konoha exchanged glances. What is this all about? Why did you summon us from the underworld? Do you like playing chess with corpses? Damn it. Where's my cigarette? Lin Xian was about to continue telling a long story when he felt his pocket and realized he was out of cigarettes. Damn. Just trying to act cool here. Can't you understand the situation? Oni-chan, didn't Tiwi agree before that smoking is not allowed? Xiao Nan slightly bent down, hugging Lin Xian from the side before he could be reprimanded, and then pretended to be cute as she blinked her eyes, her fair and soft hands wrapping around his neck. A soft and sticky voice of coquetry reached his ears, causing his sister complex to flare up, gradually clouding his mind. What blinded my eyes? White and soft. He, Xiao Nan. He, Xiao Nan. Ahem. Pharmacist Do coughed twice. Boss, can you be a bit more serious? This isn't the time for showing off your affection. This performance. Don't say he's the behind-the-scenes boss. He looks more like someone who just escaped from a mental hospital. Boss, wake up. Aren't you the one who loves to act cool the most? Where did your Chinibi go? Don't show such a foolish smile that looks like a pervert. Women only slowed down my speed in drawing my sword. But a rich woman can buy me the most expensive sword. Who could refuse a world's richest sister who is cute, has a great figure, and can act spoiled? The youth's smile gradually twisted, even becoming a bit perverted. No, very perverted. Damn it. Stiff. The four Hokage looked as if they were petrified. Chapter 100. The world where only Orochimaru is injured is completed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's staff meeting is concluded. I look forward to your performance in the upcoming Ninja World War. The young man clapped his hands, and slowly, for prepared coffins rose from the ground. The Edo Tensei technique is usually sealed in these coffins, only summoned when needed, serving as a sort of alternative summoning beast. Little ghost, what exactly is your goal? To dominate the ninja world? Senju Tobirama said coldly. There are 4 Hokage just from Konoha, and there are definitely many shadow-level ninjas from other villages as well. With so many strong figures reduced to the henchmen of this young man, can the 5 great nations really contend with this force? Lin Xian sighed softly and said, Lord Jiraiya, I can also be considered from the Konoha faction. I was also a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, and my sister studied basic ninjutsu with Jiraiya for 2 years. Time flies so fast. I was only 16 when I first met the legendary Sannin and was considered someone who couldn't cultivate ninjutsu. But it seems Lord Jiraiya misjudged me. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled bitterly. He didn't expect this Rain Ninja youth to have such a connection with Konoha. You might find it ridiculous to say this, but the original intention of Akatsuki was world peace, and it still is. Lin Xian calmly looked at the four Hokages. Their expressions varied. Some were deep in thought, some were gloomy, and some felt that Lin Xian was talking nonsense, yet they could not control their bodies as they walked into the coffin, subsequently sinking into the earth. The journey to the land of whirlpools came to a perfect end. Lin Xian has obtained a tool person, and the Hokages have been resurrected in this world. Kabuto and Karen have received praise from their superiors, and Konan bought many gifts on her way back. Only the world where Orochimaru is injured has been completed. Poor Lord Orochimaru, being toyed with by boss Lin Xian. Kabuto, a certain little snake, wishes he could eat Lin Xian alive. His most trusted subordinates have been plotting against him all these years, and he is completely unaware of it. He thought this was an opportunity to dominate the ninja world, but unexpectedly, he almost met his end due to a miscalculation. If I remember correctly, this is Orochimaru's body tissue, right? Are you planning to transplant it into yourself? Lin Xian cast a curious glance. The corpse abandoned by Orochimaru was not wasted. Part of its flesh and blood had been sealed within a space scroll and taken away. Having already learned Sage Mode, would Kabuto still choose the old path of snake transformation? Is it fate or something else? Yes, I really like Orochimaru's ninjutsu. Only by transplanting his cells and merging his chakra can I perfectly master those techniques, Kabuto said candidly. Orochimaru's body replacement technique, cursil technique, étended serpent technique, an impure world reincarnation. You could say Orochimaru isn't strong, but you absolutely cannot say his life-saving abilities are weak. Even if that white snake is killed, Orochimaru can still resurrect, and it's a 100 guarantee. Each cursed seal contains a fragment of Orochimaru's soul, and as long as you use the reverse summoning technique on it along with a portion of Orochimaru's corpse, you can resurrect the dead or sealed Orochimaru. How many ninjas or experimental subjects in this world possess cursed seals? Still, the same saying applies. To truly kill Orochimaru, you'd have to blow up the earth. No matter how strong you are, it won't matter. This is also one of the reasons why Kabuto admired Orochimaru so much in the past. Researching an immortal ninjutsu, only Orochimaru would dare to do it, and actually succeed throughout 1,000 years of history. Announce the fact of Orochimaru's death to the outside world, and you will become the second Orochimaru in the ninja world, a civilian genius inheriting Orochimaru's legacy. Mastering the impure world reincarnation forbidden technique and Sage Mode as the third player in the game. Lin Xian explained the subsequent arrangements. Kabuto plays a very important role in the ninja world war, and Kurizetsu must cooperate with him to bring back Uchiha Madara in the Edo Tensei state, and then continue with the following plans. The subordinate understands. Kabuto is very smart and knows what he should do. The boss has let him inherit the legacy, which naturally includes the Edo Tensei ninjas that Orochimaru had previously revived. Lin Xian controlled the four Hokage to help share the pressure, leaving the rest for him to handle and control. During this time, he needed to perform a transplant surgery and master Orochimaru's ninjutsu. Was this a trap for Black Zetsu? Konan began to ponder the deeper meaning behind her brother's actions. He wanted Kabuto to become the second Orochimaru and to make an appearance in the ninja world, which seemed like fishing. Uchiha Obito, controlled by the Kodoame Tsukumi technique, could no longer turn the tide. Uchiha Madara was said to be a formidable figure, but unfortunately, he was still waiting to be resurrected. As for Uchiha Itachi, her brother's assessment was that he was a deeply hidden, dangerous person, but unfortunately, he was overly protective of his younger brother. He sacrificed his whole life to pave the way for his brother, leaving no time to play chess with the mastermind behind the scenes. A simple process of elimination leaves only Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu once trusted Obito, but Obito became mine. Black Zetsu now trusts Kisame, but Kisame is also mine. Black Zetsu will trust Kabuto in the future, but in reality, Kabuto is also mine. Lin Xian's smile grew increasingly unrestrained. Xiao Nan's expression darkened. In fact, there was much more to it than that. Kurojitsu believed that the Akatsuki was established by him, and the Akatsuki had been working towards his schemes, but in reality, it was hard to say who the Akatsuki was truly working for. The god that Kurojitsu was desperately trying to resurrect seemed to be of little concern to someone. Compared to Lin Xian's schemes, it was actually that unfathomable power that the subordinates feared the most. Continue digging the graves that need to be dug, but if you inexplicably discover Uchiha Obito's corpse, remember not to resurrect that bastard. You can only attempt to resurrect him with my permission. Before leaving, Lin Xian gave his final instruction. Yakushi Kabuto didn't understand the reason, but he would carry out his boss's orders diligently. What needs to be known will eventually be known, and it's better not to ask about what shouldn't be known. The future of this world belongs to that man, though the means of obtaining it are unclear. Yakushi Kabuto believed in his own judgment. It was time to go back. Karen, let's get married after this ninja world war is over. Raising flags can lead to death, you know. Hearing Yakushi Kabuto's cheesy love talk from a distance, Lin Xian felt goosebumps all over. He seemed serious on the surface, but in the end, he couldn't resist the allure of a beautiful girl. What is a flag? Xiao Anan murmured softly. Her brother occasionally blurted out some inexplicable terms. When war comes, there are always soldiers who say they will go home to get married after this battle. But those who say such things often end up dead, because they are merely expendable side characters. Lin Xian gently touched his sister's hair. So, does Big Brother think that Yao Shido will die? Xiao Nan simply leaned her head on her brother's shoulder. No way. Lin Xian gave a positive response. Today's Toby is completely different from the one in the original timeline, especially with him as the boss providing protection. Death is not an irreversible matter. Chapter 101. Good night. Oni-chan, my name is Lin Xian, 40 years old. I live in a luxury apartment area in the center of Rain Hidden Village, unmarried. I work in the Akatsuki organization. I have to work overtime until 8 p.m. every day before I can go home. I, reluctantly, do not smoke, and my drinking is limited to just a taste. I go to bed at 11 p.m. and must get a full 8 hours of sleep each night. Before sleeping, I definitely drink a cup of warm milk, have Conan give me a 20-minute massage, and then fall asleep immediately. I sleep until dawn, never leaving fatigue and stress for the next day. The doctors Scorpion and Kankuro all say I'm perfectly normal. However, I recently have a sudden worry. I don't want something like a white-eyed, beautiful girl suffering from Stockholm Syndrome to happen. Early morning, Rain Hidden Village. After 2 knocks on the door, a maid in black stockings entered the room and skillfully woke up the young man in pajamas on the bed. Good morning, Hinata-chan. Lin Xian stretched and glanced out the window, finding that it was indeed raining. Good morning, master. The white-eyed girl served the man gently, her calm eyes showing no emotion. Sister Xiao Nan was having breakfast, and Lord Jiao Du came to see you yesterday. This afternoon's schedule includes invitations from Mr. Itachi and Mr. Kisame, seemingly regarding Uchiha Sasuke. By the way, Naruto-kun visited you 2 days ago. Recently, the girl has been playing the roles of a maid and secretary. Although she doesn't know the reason for this arrangement, Hinata is more than happy to take on this job compared to being just a decorative vase. Lin Xian hummed in dissatisfaction, saying that Jiao Du directly rejected it, which was just to take Xiao Nan's explosive tags to sell for money. When did our Akatsuki fall to the point of robbing our own people? Despicable. The matter of Sasuke and Naruto will be dealt with later. I have other plans for the next few days. Yes, master, Hinata nodded slightly. Let's go. After changing into a refreshing, casual outfit, the young man in a white short-sleeve shirt wore a sunny and cheerful smile. Hinata was somewhat confused about what this meant. She had been studying knowledge about maids and secretaries, staying at home for several days. Now suddenly, he wanted to take her out? This world has already forgotten the fear of being dominated by the Akatsuki organization. Let's go make some big moves. Lin Xian smiled broadly. Hinata seemed to suddenly realize something. Last time, this man had left several Kuga-level ninjas in a sorry state with no ability to fight back. It seemed he was going to replicate that scene, but it was unclear which village would be unfortunate this time. Let's go on a date, and by the way, we can go to Konoha and sell your sister. Hinata Hyuga. Rather than a date, let's make her shy. Take her first kiss and add her to the harem. After repeated contemplation, Lin Xian understood a lot of truths. As a subordinate, Hinata's loyalty is completely acceptable. However, to fully gain a person's loyalty, merely having a subordinate relationship is not enough, and it is far from sufficient. The contract he previously signed with Hinata was a labor contract, with one side being the boss and the other being the employee. To fundamentally change the status quo, he must first sign a new contract with Hinata, at least something akin to a contract of servitude. Otherwise, how can this task be completed? Not to mention incorporating her into the harem, but dating is definitely something worth trying. Are you going out, Lord Lin Xian? I will take good care of my master. Hydrangea popped up from somewhere, affectionately linking arms with Conan, looking less like a disciple and more like a sister. I don't need you to take care of me. Conan smiled irritably. This disciple has good cultivation talent, but her clinginess is somewhat exasperating. Who has a disciple that clings to their master for affection every day? If it weren't for Hydrangea's adorable innocence, she would have been reprimanded long ago. When will you be back? Conan calmly looked at her brother and his maid, not feeling jealous. This man seems unreliable. But the things he does behind the scenes always carry meanings that are hard for ordinary people to understand. About a week, Lin Xian answered somewhat uncertainly. Since coming to this world, it was his first time flirting. After all, Xiaonan's favorability had been maxed out long ago. It would never turn from 100% to 1000%. For someone who gets serious, capturing Hinata was almost a foregone conclusion. The problem was, how much time would this take? 2 days later, Konoha, the 10-year-old head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hanabi, was feeling a bit overwhelmed. She had actually been kidnapped. Kidnapped by a ninja from the Rain Village. Kidnapped by a ninja from the Rain Village in collusion with Hinata. And they didn't even spare her maid. Good evening, ladies. Since you both know me, I'll skip the self-introduction. The young man smiled lightly, while Hinata stood silently beside him, scrutinized by her sister's gaze. Welcome to Akatsuki. You will no longer have anything to do with Konoha. What do you mean? Hinata Hanabi was confused. Her sister's betrayal almost caused her brain to crash, losing her ability to think. Well, just like Hinata-chan, you'll work as a vasen part-time maid in my home. This is a notification, not a discussion. Lin Xian arranged things for herself. Hinata opened her mouth several times as if wanting to say something, but swallowed her words. Hanabi would understand. Everything that happened today was a pre-written script, and no one could refuse the fate that was arranged for them. There is nothing wrong in the Hidden Rain Village. Hinata Hanabi's value lay in her special eyes, and Lin Xian promised Hinata that after obtaining the pure white eyes, she would transplant a pair of normal eyes for Hanabi. As night fell, everyone set up tents in the forest, with Hanabi and Natsu in one group, and Lin Xian and Hinata in another. Natsu, am I still your sister? Hinata Hanabi questioned her life a bit. Hinata-sama must have her reasons for doing this, Natsu comforted. She didn't know why Lin Xian dared to act against Konoha. But one thing was certain. Hinata would never do anything that could harm Miss Hanabi. If Miss Hanabi were in danger, Hinata-sama would not stand by. It was precisely because Hinata remained so calm that Natsu was calmer than Hinata Hanabi. On the other side, wearing pajamas, Lin Xian rested her head on Hinata's lap. Hinata-chan, have you ever been fishing? The young man asked casually. I played it when I was a child. It was a boring game, but it was easier than training. Hinata blinked, her soft little hand touching the young man's face. Lin Xian is a very easygoing person in daily life, and it's actually not that bad. Is fishing for the sake of fishing? Lin Xian asked a puzzling question. Hinata was taken aback, randomly pondering whether there was some hidden meaning or implication behind words. Could it be that with sister Xiao and not around, someone was unable to hide their true nature and was about to go wild? Thinking of this made the girl blush a little, and her long, straight legs shifted slightly. Some people fish just to fish, while others simply want to sit there and space out. It's like drinkers. 1,000 drinkers have 1,000 reasons for getting drunk, and until you count them clearly, you'll never know how many layers the milk-fight really has. Lin Xian spoke slowly. What does the master mean? Hinata calmed down a bit. She thought she was going to serve the night, but looking at the situation now, it seemed that someone just wanted a pillow. I need to apologize. Lin Xian spoke seriously. If you weren't lying down, this apology might seem more sincere. When you were 5, I called you a vase, and I repeated it when you were 12. The young man seemed lost in some memories, a puzzling smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I don't like fishing. Just like you, I think fishing is a boring game. In fact, I don't really like you either, after all. I'm a decent man and have some suspicion of being a sister con. Suspicion? You're hopelessly a sister con, okay? Hinata couldn't help but complain in her heart. At this pace, is Lin Xian trying to confess? It seems like this kind of plot always appears in some novels. Hinata's face turned crimson at the thought, her heart racing like a deer. From now on, just call me brother. I like little girls who sweetly call people an icon. The young man gently stroked the girl's hair and slowly closed his eyes, listening to the long, calm breathing. The girl's gaze gradually shifted from confusion to reassurance as she buried her head in his embrace, the dim light reflected in her eyes. Language can sometimes be a powerless thing. This world is full of wonderful things. Occasionally, it is also filled with love. Good night, Onaikin. Side quest, Fallen White completed. Chapter 102, the beginning of the wind transmission. 3 years of the promise passed in the blink of an eye. The torrent of fate pulls countless people's futures. Uchiha Sasuke still lives in the hell created by his brother, leading a dark and sunless life. Uzumaki Naruto's training is astonishingly fast. Learning would release, comprehending Sage Mode. Merging the nature transformation of Rasengan, try to master the Nine Tails. It has been a year since Orochimaru's death, and also a year since Kabuto's debut. Many people applauded, thinking Orochimaru deserved it, but they soon found that Kabuto was even more difficult to deal with. The thousand-year family ethics drama Black Zetsu saves his mother continues to update weekly. Unfortunately, too few people watch it, and most are unaware of the show's existence. A certain monster continues to play the role of a pig to eat the tiger. After Conan, he accepted 2 new younger sisters from the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan sisters, and obtained a Tsutsuki bloodline serum after completing a mission. With the Tsutsuki clan's bloodline and transplanting Hinata Hanabi's pure Byakugan, a new eye technique called reincarnation eye was developed. After years of patience, Akatsuki recalled all its members, preparing to collect all the tailed beasts. 1-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara from Sunagakure, 2-tails Jinchuriki, Yuzuki from Kyomobikure, 3-tails sleeping in the lake of Kirigakure. 4-tails and 5-tails have already been captured. 6-tails Jinchuriki, rogue ninja from Kirigakure, Foam, 7-tails Jinchuriki, Kid from Takigakure, 8-tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee from Kyomobikure, 9-tails Jinchuriki, Half, Uzumaki Naruto, official member of Akatsuki, 9-tails Jinchuriki, Half, Minato Namikaze, suspected to be controlled by Kabuto's Edo Tensei technique. For Akatsuki now, collecting tailed beasts is not difficult, but they need to be wary of disruptors. Who could that be? Uchiha Obito. Obito knows Black Zetsu's secrets and part of his plans, and he knows he is deceiving Nagato. It's like a ticking time bomb. But Black Zetsu has no way to deal with Obito. Obito's strength may be unstable and not comparable to someone like Uchiha Madara, but when it comes to the ability to escape, there are few in the entire history of the ninja world who can catch him. It is said that Uchiha Obito has retrieved his eye from Kakashi, making him even more terrifying now. In desperation, Black Zetsu can only go find his pawn to discuss. Only magic can defeat magic. Only a pawn can defeat another betraying pawn. With this in mind, Black Zetsu found that young man in Amigakure. Lin Xian, I want you to find someone to join Akatsuki. Our Moon Eye plan needs fresh blood. Black Zetsu's face was serious. Who? Lin Xian looked at Black Absolute in surprise. But she already had an answer in her heart. Yakushi Kabuto. Black Absolute indeed provided this answer. If it knew that Yakushi Kabuto had been Lin Xian's subordinate many years ago, I wonder if it would regret today's choice. Yakushi Kabuto is an underestimated genius. He not only inherited Orochimaru's forbidden techniques, but also trained in Sage Mode, stealing corpses from various places to develop the Edo Tensei. No one knows how many shadow-level powerhouses he controls. Black Absolute's statement sounded quite plausible. White Absolute's clones are spread throughout the ninja world, so they can naturally gather some information about Yakushi Kabuto. One of the White Absolutes even had the fortune to witness Yakushi Kabuto using the Edo Tensei technique firsthand. Originally, the plan was to have Nagato use the Rinne Rebirth technique to revive Uchiha Madara, but now that they need to collect tailed beasts, Nagato decided that he must not die, so they had to compromise and revive Madara using the Edo Tensei, with Madara at his peak helping him. Obito couldn't stir up any trouble. As for the limitations of resurrection, how could the mere Yakushi Kabuto control Uchiha Madara, a being infinitely close to the Six Paths level? Black Absolute's judgment is never wrong. To win over Yakushi Kabuto, Lin Xian seemed to be contemplating the feasibility of this proposal. Orochimaru's ambition would only be greater than that guy's. How could we convince him to cooperate with us? A question was raised. Beat him hard. A strong malice appeared on Black Zetsu's face. Of course, this was not directed at Orochimaru. This was hatred towards Uchiha Obito. Lin Xian, I know your taijutsu. Orochimaru probably wouldn't even have a chance to form hand seals against you, as long as we can catch him. How to deal with him is just a matter of our words. Black Zetsu clearly hadn't forgotten to observe Lin Xian over the years. Although the recorded battle scenes were few, they didn't affect his rough estimation of Lin Xian's strength, at least close to the level of Uchiha Madara. Maybe a bit lacking, but not by much. Slaughtering ordinary Kaga-level opponents was like playing house. I understand now. Lin Xian nodded gloomily. Of course, he could defeat Deidara, but Deidara was his subordinate. He would only listen to Black Zetsu's orders if he was feeling particularly bored, asking me to beat up the pharmacist Deidara and then coerce him into joining Akatsuki. Black Zetsu must have taken the wrong medicine today. The young man's complaints went unheard. In fact, having the pharmacist Deidara join Akatsuki wouldn't be bad for him either. However, considering Black Zetsu's plan to resurrect Uchiha Madara early, Lin Xian had to be cautious. After all, it was still too early. Uchiha Madara was better off staying in the afterlife for now. The summoning technique was activated, and a golden-haired handsome man draped in a divine robe stepped out. Flying Thunder God, Minato reluctantly became a tool for Lin Xian. as long as they were in the same space. The Flying Thunder God technique could ignore distance and teleport to marked objects, and it could even bring people along. However, the farther the distance, the greater the chakra consumption. Fortunately, with Minato's infinite chakra from the Edo Tensei, he could use the Flying Thunder God without limit, as long as there was a marker, no matter how far away. It would be done in the blink of an eye. The scenery around them quickly changed, from a dim room to a brightly lit laboratory. Master. The pharmacist Deidara sensed the two presences in the room and slightly bowed in greeting. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. He carried kunai marked with Minato's Flying Thunder God seal, allowing Lin Xian to appear at his side anytime. Black Zetsu asked me to invite you to join Akatsuki, and also to participate in the Eye of the Moon plan. It seems it wants you to resurrect Uchiha Madara, and then have Madara eliminate Uchiha Obito, who betrayed them. What does the master mean? Deidara adjusted his glasses. Refuse it. Lin Xian did not hesitate. Indeed, the identity of Yakushi Kabuto as a member of Akatsuki is not harmful and can even be seen as beneficial. However, Kabuto's existence is similar to that of Obito. His role is to make Black Zetsu wary. The true war has not yet begun, and joining Akatsuki prematurely means Kabuto must act according to Akatsuki's will. It may not be difficult for Kabuto to join Akatsuki, but if he betrays them once, it won't be easy to rejoin. Things that come too easily are often not cherished. Considering multiple factors, Lin Xian does not intend to let Black Zetsu gain the assistance of this chess piece, Yakushi Kabuto, so quickly. Recently, actions have been kept discreet, hiding in places unknown to White Zetsu, so he won't be able to cause trouble for me. The subordinate understood. The conversation in the darkness ended. Under the eerie night, the wind in the laboratory seemed to have grown a bit colder. Chapter 103. From this moment on, let the world feel pain. Akatsuki. Meeting. Regarding Uchiha Obito, Black Zetsu. Do you have anything else to say? Pain's gaze swept across everyone. Naturally, he harbored a deep hatred for that traitor, but there was nothing he could do without capturing him. Collecting the tailed beasts is the current priority. Everyone, please be extra careful during your missions. If there's an opportunity to kill Obito, that would be best. He might have sold our information to the 5 great nations and could potentially ally with them to besiege us. Mercy towards a traitor is cruelty towards oneself. Black Zetsu's face was grim. As an intelligence officer of Akatsuki, his suggestions were still listened to by many. Pain then issued the mission. First, the one-tailed Jinchuriki from Sunagakure and the two-tailed Jinchuriki from Kyomobikure. The tailed beast capture operation must not fail. Lin Xian, Konan, Deidara, and Scorpion are responsible for the one-tail, while Itachi, Kisame, Haiden, and Kakuzu will handle the two-tail. Originally, it was supposed to be a 2-person team, but under Black Zetsu's persuasion, Pain was much more cautious. Uchiha Obito's abilities are exceedingly strange. If he truly joins forces with the ninjas of the 5 great nations to harm Akatsuki, 2-person teams would indeed be insufficient. Even if 4 formal members of Akatsuki fell into a trap and were ambushed, escaping wouldn't be difficult. From this moment on, let the world feel pain. In the dimly lit, spacious cave entrance, the leader with the Rinnegan stood on a finger of the Outer Path's golem. Shadows of red clouds and black cloaks fluttered like butterfly wings. Is the clay ready? Scorpion urged. He only needed to bring the puppet scroll, while Deidara had to prepare enough special clay before the battle. Let us fly directly to the land of wind. My art is unparalleled in the world. The young man smiled, spreading his palms, and the white clay expanded at an exaggerated speed, forming a clay dragon with wings that had reached 20 meters in length. If one overlooks the ugly dragon head and rough craftsmanship, it would indeed be quite suitable as a flying tool. Then let us set off and capture Shikaka back as soon as possible. Lin Xian yawned. Just thinking about standing still to seal for 3 days and nights made his waist ache. Collecting tailed beasts was indeed a tiring job, not something a human should do. How long would it take to fly from here to the land of wind? Conan was the first to reach the back of the giant dragon. This thing was ugly, but there was quite a bit of space on it, enough to build a few houses. My artworks never disappoint. It can be reached in half a day's time. Deidara stood at the dragon's head, quite satisfied. TCH, Scorpion clearly did not approve of Deidara. How could such an unappealing, easily explosive thing be called art? Only eternal beauty is art. For example, puppets. Everyone, whether standing or sitting, arrived on the back of the giant dragon, as the clay dragon flapped its wings and soared, gliding over a height of thousands of meters. The land of wind. Sunagakure. When a tiny white dot appeared in the sky above this land, the sky had completely darkened. The dragon landed gently, and several figures disembarked. I have my spies inside Sunagakure. If he collapses the defense from within, we can quietly approach a Jinchuriki. Scorpion said slowly. The famous Sunagakure Jonin, Chiyo, is his pawn, controlled by the puppet technique. Isn't it better to fly straight in? Deidara scratched his head, looking confused. The village's defenses are set up with a large number of crossbows, specifically against potential aerial invaders. If surrounded by a lot of sand shinobi, the probability of completing the mission would be quite low. Scorpion maintained his usual cautious demeanor. Of course, perhaps being too careful made it seem like he was deliberately holding back. After all, this is Scorpion's hometown. Most ninjutsu cannot target high-altitude targets. Or is it that even the Scorpion of the Red Sand is wary of things like crossbow bolts? Conan snorted coldly. Yes, Sister Conan is wise. We can just bomb our way to the Kazakage's building and be done with it. Deidara danced with glee. While dancing, he even made a face at Scorpion. Scorpion, I understand that you are reluctant to make a move. Don't worry, we are just the Kazakage's porters and won't harm the innocent. Lin Xian smiled and advised. With Gaara's personality after becoming the Kazakage, if Deidara dropped bombs on this village, he would use sand to protect the villagers. How long can Gaara's own chakra last without Shikaku's help? Don't look at me like that. I never said I would favor this village. Scorpion was somewhat humiliated and angry. Deidara, remember this. A brat who doesn't understand how to respect his seniors won't live long. Can't provoke those two freaks. But can't you deal with the golden-haired one? The four of them boarded the giant dragon again, heading aggressively towards Sunagakure. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Hurry and notify Lord Kazakage. The outer guards of Sunagakure immediately sent out the message, and the entire village entered a state of battle readiness. Civilians headed to the underground base to avoid the battle, and all the ninjas in the village acted in an orderly manner. No matter what that flying white dragon in the sky was, it definitely was not their friend. Whoosh! A massive black crossbow bolt, as thick as an arm, whizzed past Lin Xian. Countless crossbow bolts were launched into the sky without hesitation. Fortunately, Scorpion was sensible, allowing the third and fourth Kazakage puppets to float in midair, blocking the crossbow bolts with sand iron and sand gold. The dragon was over 200 meters above the ground, and even the strongest crossbow bolts had difficulty breaking through the Kazakage's defensive jutsu. Art is an explosion. C3. Deidara presented the Akatsuki's first gift. Infusing his highest level of chakra into explosive clay, he created a doll-like figure. The doll grew larger and accelerated as it fell, and once it exploded, the shockwave could affect a radius of 100 meters. Damn, Gaara, who had just arrived on the rooftop, furrowed his brow. The situation was urgent. The fifth Kazakage couldn't afford to hesitate for a second. The Kazakage is there to protect everyone, not to be protected by everyone. If he didn't step up to stop that dangerous explosive, the casualties would be a terrifying number. Countless yellow sands rose from the ground. After expending a large amount of chakra, Gaara intercepted the bomb before it landed. A massive wall of sand over 10 meters thick blocked the explosion. The damage was minimized. Only a few buildings collapsed, which was unacceptable for Deidara. Not bad, this Kazakage. Deidara squinted his eyes. Akatsuki. Gaara stood on the sand floating in the air, his expression darkening as he clearly saw the silhouettes of several people opposite him. Just Deidara alone made him feel troubled. His sand granted him the ability to fly, but it was challenging to catch up to the opponent. If the opponent dropped the bomb, he would have to waste chakra to stop them. But besides Deidara, there was Scorpion, and besides Scorpion, there were two masked mysterious individuals, seemingly one male and one female. Did Akatsuki send out 4 members for this? Gaara truly didn't know whether to feel honored or unlucky. Being the Kazakage of Sunagakure was indeed a high-risk profession. The third mysteriously disappeared. That cheap old man fell into the gutter, and now the fifth was also in a precarious situation. Unfortunately, I must protect my comrades in the village. I must protect this land because this is what it means to be a Kazakage. Chapter 104. Deidara versus Gaara. The battle was about to begin. The ninjas of Sunagakure could only watch through telescopes, observing the fight from hundreds of meters away. Their Kazakage was fighting alone, with a troublesome-tailed beast in his belly. Akatsuki was not friendly and didn't play by the rules, with 4 people targeting Gaara. Although for the time being, it was just Deidara and Gaara in a one-on-one fight. To prevent friendly fire, the crossbow bolts had to stop firing unless the two sides created distance. Thousands of ninjas watched eagerly. Brat, take this move from me. Deidara created a mini flying white bird, resembling a dove. Lin Xian and the others continued to watch the play, while Deidara rode alone on his clay white bird, battling the one-tail Jinchuriki back and forth. The gourd behind Gaara transformed into a sphere, wrapping around him, using a ninjutsu called the Third Eye to gain external vision. This was specially made sand infused with a large amount of chakra, proving to be remarkably effective in battle, whether used for offense or defense. It was far more powerful than ordinary sand, which was precisely why Daidora's explosives had no effect on Gaara thanks to this seemingly inconspicuous round sand protection. Sand's monster arm, the swirling yellow sand condensed into the shape of the guardian crane's claw, attempting to grab Daidara from over 100 meters away. There were at least 7 or 8 gravel arms of this size, creating a perilous situation for Daidara, who almost got caught by the sand several times. But almost was still almost. Gaara failed to grasp Daidara each time. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity to kill Daidara would leave him with the energy to deal with the other 3 Akatsuki members. If he couldn't even defeat Daidara, he would probably not last until reinforcements arrived. Chiyo and Chiyo's elder brother. They were once renowned strong figures in the ninja world. And once they arrived on the battlefield, they could share the pressure and help him eliminate the 4 in front of him, or at least drive them away. Damn, this turtle shell is tough. Daidara's expression turned somewhat ugly. After more than 3 minutes of fighting, he still hadn't taken down the one-tail Jinchuriki. Wasn't he just making a joke of himself? Brother Scorpion had no patience. He would definitely get scolded when he returned. Wind Shadow Brat, I'm getting serious. Daidara put away his playful expression and became unusually serious. Scorpion assassinated the 3rd Kazekage, and Lin Xian killed the 4th Kazekage. If he didn't take down this 5th Kazekage in front of him, how would he establish himself in the Akatsuki in the future? The Akatsuki had its past glory thanks to the contributions of Senior Scorpion and Senior Lin Xian. And now that the opportunity to kill a Kazekage was right in front of him, he had to consider whether this was the only chance in his life. Conan? What Conan? She's a pay-to-win player and has connections. Daidara felt he couldn't provoke her. This is my art. Huh. Daidara began to bomb indiscriminately. Of course, the target of the bombing wasn't Gaara, but the unfortunate villagers of Sunagakure below. Even if the evacuation speed was fast, it was impossible to completely withdraw in just a few minutes. As long as Daidara dropped high explosives below, Gaara would have to expend corresponding or even more chakra to stop it. Is the battle unfair? Battles in the ninja world have never been fair. While Daidara had 3 old seniors who might intervene at any time, Gaara had to defend the village all by himself. That bastard Daidara, always forgetting the time when fighting. The thing I hate the most is waiting for people. Scorpion's faint voice came from beneath the puppet. Daidara, who was only 18 this year, looked like a little kid in his eyes, acting very childish. Mr. Scorpion, the organization needs young talents to have vitality, right? Lin Xian had a nonchalant expression. Like Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, both fun and interesting young people, they were the perfect candidates to be nurtured as tools, and a little brainwashing wouldn't hurt. Without them, the world would be too dull. The weak and small Sunagakure unexpectedly managed to cultivate a puppet master like Scorpion. A hint of sympathy appeared in Conan's eyes. So many ninjas, yet they could only stand below with telescopes, pitifully watching their Kazekage. There was a reason why the Land of Wind was at the bottom of the 5 great nations hierarchy. Cough, cough, cough. Actually, Sunagakure had its glorious days too. Scorpion's old face flushed slightly, feeling a bit guilty. Well, he was a puppet and couldn't blush. If he had to say why he felt guilty. Since the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, Sunagakure had become increasingly desolate, practically in a state of despair. It seemed he had to bear this black pot. Did he really owe this village too much? Scorpion examined his own heart. His parents had died on the battlefield, but he believed it was the Kazekage's incompetence that led to their death. In a fit of rage, he assassinated the Kazekage and joined the Akatsuki organization as a rogue puppet master. In the Akatsuki, he obtained better materials and created numerous excellent puppets. Now, he had become the most powerful puppet master in the world, and his companions were the most dangerous group of lunatics. Yet, upon arriving in this land, he always felt that something was missing inside. Can't Daidara finish this quickly? I'm already itching to kill. Scorpion looked up at the moon at the edge of the clouds. The battle had been predictable from the start. It was just a matter of seeing how Gaara would lose. He looked down on the blonde, but he wasn't worried about that kid's safety. After all, he was a member of the Akatsuki. If this continued, it would never end. Appreciate my art. Daidara glanced at the remaining clay in his bag, calculating his remaining chakra. There was no need to continue a war of attrition. He could exploit Gaara's weaknesses, forcing him to waste a lot of chakra to protect the village below, but dragging it out like this was uncertain. The intelligence clearly stated that the one-tailed Jinchuriki couldn't control the tailed beast's power. But what if Shikaku suddenly lost its mind and decided to transfer chakra to Gaara at a critical moment? Deidara's war of attrition would instantly become meaningless. More importantly, only Deidara understood Scorpion's temper. Being hated by Scorpion was not a good thing. Useless. No one can break my absolute defense. Gaara remained calm. Deidara's offensive seemed fierce, but it couldn't harm him at all. It's over. The young Kazekage gradually clenched his fist. After entangling with several sand monsters for so long, he finally managed to catch a flaw in Deidara's defense, and the agile and powerful sand spread to Deidara's right arm. Sand binding coffin. Deidara's escape speed was quick, but he was still gruesomely torn apart, losing his right arm. The intense pain made the young man grit his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. And even the white bird beneath him seemed to slow down a bit. Lord Kazekage. Lord Kazekage has won. Gaara. The crowd of ninjas was extremely excited. Just 2 more minutes. As long as Gaara could hold on for 2 more minutes, Lady Chiyo and Lord Ibiz would arrive, having already dealt with one enemy. All that was left was to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. The dawn of victory for Sunagakure seemed to be right in front of them. What a pity. Cough, cough, cough. Deidara wiped away the blood, quickly staunched the bleeding, and barely stood up. At this moment, he looked a bit disheveled, but an oddly sinister smile hung on his face. Ibun, Deidara shook his hair flamboyantly and shouted. Suddenly, Gaara hadn't realized what Deidara was saying, and flames appeared in his pupils. The sand that was supposed to protect him was mixed with tiny white clay. In that moment, he understood everything. But it was too late to do anything. Deidara had intentionally exposed his flaw. To ensure attack efficiency, Gaara would definitely use special sand to grab Deidara's body, as this sand flew faster and consumed less chakra. Considering the situation, Gaara had to deal with the other Akatsuki members after defeating Deidara. Any waste was unacceptable. Deidara saw through all of this, deliberately luring Gaara to attack, and took the opportunity to embed miniature bombs in the special sand. As long as this sand returned to a sphere, it would complete the kill on Gaara. Boom! The explosion echoed in the silent night sky. The sand and gravel seemed to lose their master and gradually fell, while the seriously injured and unconscious Gaara was successfully captured by Deidara during the fall. One tail, capture successful. Chapter 105. A War Without Hope. Scorpion. Lin, Conan. Did you see that? I soloed the Kazekage. Deidara was as happy as a child, completely ignoring his empty sleeve, excitedly returning to the back of the giant dragon with his spoils. The severed right arm was left there, as if due to victory. Even the pain in his body had disappeared. Damn, they're really ISNTing normal person in the Akatsuki. Deidara, you made me wait impatiently. I'll let you off this time. Scorpion snorted coldly. After all, Deidara was injured, and it was interesting to bully him now. He could give him a beating after he recovered. Scorpion, now you admit my art, right? Deidara trembled with excitement. Gaara would be the 3rd tragic Kazekage to die at the hands of the Akatsuki, and this achievement was accomplished by him, Deidara, at the age of 18. What a load of nonsense, Uchiha Sasuke. After a few more years, Deidara even considered soloing Uchiha Itachi. That's how arrogant he was now. Art my ass. Are you going to treat your injury or not? If you miss the best surgical time, that arm will be useless, and don't blame me then. Scorpion still had a cold expression. As one of the earliest ninjas to join the Akatsuki, his seniority was established. He had once made a name for himself in the ninja world, and was later invited to join the Akatsuki by Lin in a friendly manner. At that time, Uchiha Itachi hadn't even been born, let alone this Deidara in front of him. Huh? Deidara's excited expression suddenly stiffened. Why didn't you say so earlier? Scorpion, hurry and perform the surgery on me. The blonde's voice grew anxious, and it seemed that his accomplishments weren't so important anymore. After all, health came first. Kid, I didn't bring any anesthetics. Scorpion smiled sinisterly. Less nonsense. I can endure it. Deidara showed incredible willpower at the critical moment. Lin couldn't help but look at him more closely. No one who could join the Akatsuki was useless. Quick, chase after Lord Kazekage. Don't let him escape. Bastard. Notify Lady Chiyo. Request the collection of troops. As the white dragon gradually flew away, the entire Sunagakure became a complete mess. There was no time to grieve now. The Kazekage represents the village and, more importantly, the entire land of wind. If a Kazekage who protects the village is captured and dies, while all the ninjas remain indifferent, then is there any need for this village to continue to exist? We must fight, even if we cannot. This is a war that must be fought, even if it means betting the entire village. Chiyo gazed quietly at the fading white dot on the horizon, lost in thought as she watched it disappear. The Land of Wind is weak and has been on a downward spiral for years. Akatsuki is not something they can contend with. Just one member can defeat the Kazekage in a one-on-one match, and Akatsuki's official members are expected to be more than 10. Even if they find Akatsuki's base, the probability of retrieving the Kazekage is still infinitesimally close to zero. The only option now is to seek help from the other 4 countries. This is a serious matter. Those old geezers better remember the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Chiyo and Eyes can only pin their hopes on other ninja villages. If they abandon Sunagakure, the next unfortunate village could very well be theirs, but in reality, those old geezers are very likely to do just that. The ninja world knows Akatsuki is dangerous, but they don't understand just how dangerous they truly are. The 5 great nations high above always think that Akatsuki will be eliminated. It's just a matter of time. Since ancient times, justice has triumphed over evil, even if it occasionally comes at a heavy cost. The sacrifice falls on the Land of Wind. To put it bluntly, why should they care? If we consider it from another angle, if the Land of Lightning were to be destroyed by Akatsuki, would the Land of Wind send reinforcements? Chiyo and Eyes both know the answer, so they don't hold out much hope. In fact, the situation is just as Chiyo predicted. The various countries did not react much. Konoha sent a decent number of reinforcements, but the other great nations had no response at all, completely ignoring the plea for help from the Land of Wind. 2 days later, Temari, who had been discussing the CH-NIN exams in Konoha just recently, finally hurried back to the village today. Along with her returned the Konoha reinforcements, led by 2 J-NIN, Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy. Kakashi had lost his Sharingan, but as a result, his chakra was no longer restricted by his eyes, and he maintained his usual excellent strength, being able to use thousands of jutsu he once copied with the Sharingan. As for Might Guy, there's no need to mention him. He is a hidden powerhouse in taijutsu and can be considered one of Konoha's most underestimated men. Next were Rock Lee, Niji, and Tenten. All 3 are students of Might Guy. Lee has already managed to open the 6th gate of the 8 gates, and Niji's strength has been steadily improving over the years. As for Tenten, one can only say that a cute girl's luck is unlikely to be bad. So what if her strength is a bit lacking? Perhaps a fortunate turn of events could allow her to survive until the end, much better than some characters who put an effort only to be written off. The last ninja is Sakura. As Tsunade's disciple and the medical ninja in the team, the arrival of 4 Akatsuki members, just one of them defeated the Kazekage. After hearing the details of the battle from 2 days ago, Kakashi couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his face. If they go this time, they might trace back to Akatsuki's base, leading the troops over there. Would it not be like sheep entering a tiger's den? There seems to be no glimmer of hope for victory in this war. Ai's body seems to have some issues, and he can no longer fight on the battlefield like Chiyo, although Chiyo's own abilities are also questionable. Their side is old, weak, and sick ninjas, while the enemy has very little intel. One rides a bird dropping bombs, another is a master of puppetry, and there are 2 other Akatsuki members they have never seen before. The usually optimistic Guy fell silent at this moment. One of the ninja villages from the 5 great nations has been beaten to the point of having almost no ability to fight back. If the enemy were to attack a small village, wouldn't it be easy to wipe them out? Report to Lady Tsunade. Request more reinforcements from the various countries. It is essential to make the 5 great nations take this incident seriously. Akatsuki is the enemy of the entire ninja world, and we cannot let those madmen continue to wreak havoc on this world. Kakashi sighed with worry. He also knew the chances were slim. Humans are selfish, and they never worry until the fire reaches their own eyebrows. But he still wanted to give it a try. This time, it was the Land of Wind that fell. He did not want the Land of Fire to be next. By the way, we can go to the Rain Village to find Lin Xian. Might Guy suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind and unconsciously spoke up. After the incident at the CH-NIN exams, Lin Xian represented the Rain Village to sign a treaty with Konoha, becoming allies in the matter of eliminating Akatsuki, working together to combat and eradicate Akatsuki. Now that the opportunity to eliminate Akatsuki is right in front of them, the Rain Village would not miss this chance. Speaking of Akatsuki, the Rain Country has also suffered greatly from them. Even Hanzo the Salamander was once deceived terribly by Uchiha Obito. These matters are no longer secrets in the ninja world. Chapter 106, Sealing the One-Tail Shikaku. Yes, how could I forget this? As long as the request for assistance reaches the Rain Village, they will definitely send reinforcements. Kakashi felt as if he had grasped a lifeline in the depths of despair. Lin Xian is their friend. He is a friend of Konoha. He is a partner of justice. He has witnessed that man's taijutsu with his own eyes, and it is definitely not inferior to Guy's. Lin Xian can at least deal with one or even two Akatsuki members without having to pay a huge price like Might Guy does when opening the 8 gates. Other Rain Village ninjas aside, as long as Lin Xian arrives on the battlefield, he can change the situation. This time, they have the chance to reclaim the position of Kazekage. They might even eliminate some members of Akatsuki. Li Yun, finally going to meet that man. A fervent admiration surfaced in Rock Lee's eyes. Justice, strength, politeness, and a taijutsu ninja. He is simply Lee S. idol. I know. He asked that guy who is very popular among girls. Tenten's smile was somewhat ambiguous. The once naive girl has grown up, and her interest in romantic topics has deepened. That person, Sakura's reaction was relatively subdued. The members of Team 7 have continuously betrayed the village, and they didn't even include her in their plans. Now her expression carries a hint of disillusionment. Sigh. Compared to the two teammates, only Niji wore a bitter smile. The Hyuga clan has fallen. The clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, died in the Chunin exams war, and afterwards, Hyuga Hinata mysteriously disappeared. Even 10-year-old Hyuga Hanabi played the disappearing game a year ago. The entire Hyuga clan's bloodline has been severed, leaving only the pitiful branch family. Without a leader, oh no, without a head among the swarm of bugs. 15-year-old Hyuga Niji has to temporarily take on the role of clan leader, bearing the mission of revitalizing the clan. He has been increasingly understanding Uchiha Sasuke's feelings lately. Meanwhile, at Akatsuki's headquarters in the Rain Village, 2 days ago, Lin Xian's team and the artistic duo successfully captured the One-Tail Jinchuriki. At this moment, the other 4 members sent to capture the Two Tails are still far from the target location and can only stop halfway. Everyone is working together to seal the tailed beast. After the 4 tails and 5 tails, this is the 3rd tailed beast sealed by Akatsuki. The sealing order of the 1 tail and 7 tails is arbitrary. However, after sealing these 7-tailed beasts, the 8 tails must be sealed first before the 9 tails. For now, Akatsuki's work is going exceptionally smoothly. Oh, and there's another important thing. Uzumaki Naruto has officially become a member of Akatsuki. Although he hasn't been sent out on missions yet, he participated in the sealing of the tailed beasts this time. Meanwhile, Naruto's old buddy Uchiha Sasuke is still training hard. 3 days have passed in total. The severely injured and unconscious Gaara has not had another chance to open his eyes. As the One Tail enters the body of the Outer Path Golem, the 5th Kazekage closes his eyes forever. Deidara is filled with a sense of accomplishment. Bang bang. Just after finishing the sealing work, everyone heard the stone door of the cave being knocked on. Lord Lin Xian, a ninja named Hatake Kakashi, is currently waiting for you in the village, and he has brought a letter scroll from Tsunade. They want you to help the Land of Wind participate in this war. The voice of Kisame Hashigaki echoed from afar. Upon hearing this news, everyone in Akatsuki looked at Lin Xian with eyes of a monster. This world is just too absurd. Are the Leaf Ninjas brainless? Lin Xian has been a member of Akatsuki since the day it was founded. Yu Konoha and Sunagakure actually tried to have Lin Xian defeat Akatsuki. Where did you learn such sorcery? You like using magic to defeat magic, right? How funny. Manu, your information is correct, right? Deidara swallowed hard. Suddenly, he felt that this world was so strange, so bizarre, so unbelievable. Komin, the Rinnegan of Pain, stirred slightly. Tsunade's letter is right here. In front of everyone, Manu opened the communication scroll and skillfully translated its contents. The gist was to have Lin Xian persuade Hans to send reinforcements. After all, everyone had signed a treaty to help each other when facing Akatsuki, and that was written in black and white. Are the ninjas of the 5 great countries pigs that have cultivated into spirits? Fortunately, these intellectually challenged humans weren't allowed to join the cult of the evil god. Otherwise, the evil god would definitely punish me. Haiden waved his scythe, mockingly without restraint. You are the biggest fool. Kakuza showed no regard for his teammate. Haiden is a good teammate because he can't be killed, and his strong abilities are hard to guard against. Taking the enemy's blood is victory. But Haiden is also a liability, as he never thinks during battle. Lin Kuin always surprises people. Kisame grinned a zombie-like smile. Itachi Uchiha ignored these lunatics and silently considered his collection of the Kodo Amatsukami Mangeki Sharingan. Should I give Lin Xian a shot? Let him inherit the will of fire of Konoha in the future? With such a guy around, Konoha's future is concerning. There's no helping it. The man's gaze flickered, as if he had made a certain decision and walked out of the cave. Don't touch Gaara's corpse. It is a necessary prize for the Wind Shadow competition. Now, I want to meet my lovely ninja friends. Lin Xian was followed by Xiao Nan, and soon after, Gue Dang Man you also left. In such a simple sentence. No one actually moved the body. Xiao Du wanted to change money, and Scorpion wanted to create the 5th generation of the Wind Shadow puppet. But they both chose to give up at the same time. Offending Lin Xian was, in a sense, more terrifying than offending the leader. Only the members of the Akatsuki organization truly understood the extent of that terrifying man's power. If one day the leader retired, the next leader would definitely be Lin Xian. This was a consensus among everyone. Moreover, was Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan, stronger than Lin Xian? This was a question worth pondering. Konoha, Kakashi-sensei, Uzumaki Naruto smiled, reminiscing about those past times. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had already passed. Becoming an official member of Akatsuki and gaining power that was countless times stronger than before, he could no longer wait to participate in the revenge against Konoha. Those high-ranking officials from back then all deserved to die. Not a single one should be spared. Naruto's murmurs echoed in the cave. Uchiha Itachi, who was contemplating how to use Kodoe Mitsukami, was suddenly awakened. While others did not care about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he had to. Perhaps there were better options. A blurry image of his younger brother appeared before him, gradually transforming into a cold-faced Naruto. A mysterious smile crept onto Uchiha Itachi's lips. He bore the blame to reach this point for the village and the will of fire, but also for his brother. It is hard to have both sides satisfied in this world. Using Kodoe Mitsukami to eliminate Lin Xian was a good choice, but Konoha's enemies were far from just him. Wasn't Uchiha Obito also dangerous? Wasn't the leader with the Rinnegan dangerous? Speaking of harming Konoha, Uchiha Obito's actions were 1,000 times worse than Lin Xian's. And if the target of Kodoe Mitsukami was Uzumaki Naruto, Konoha would regain the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a strengthened version of Uzumaki Naruto who was 100 loyal and would never betray. Furthermore, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke shared an unbreakable bond. In the future, to guide Sasuke onto the right path of a ninja, Naruto was definitely the best choice. He had an emotional foundation and was strong enough. Even if he couldn't persuade Sasuke, with Naruto's strength, he could still defeat him. Polite Sasuke, my death could bring more value. This thought arose in Itachi's mind. Chapter 107. I finally got to be the Shadow Emperor once, but you. Rain-hidden village. Outside the village, Kakashi, holding an umbrella, patiently waited, and beside him were 2 representatives from Sunagakure, Gaara's older siblings, Kankuro and Temari. The one in charge of the reception was Hydrangea, and her ninja team had been assigned some light work by Xiao Nan. After all, she was Xiao Nan's prized disciple. If something happened to her during a mission, it would definitely cause a huge earthquake in the ninja world. Lin Kuan, you finally made it, Kakashi said with a delighted smile upon seeing the newcomer. Unfortunately, he had barely been happy for 2 minutes when his excited face almost turned to stone. Lin Xian is the only person leaving the village. Noticing this, Temari and Kankuro immediately showed despair, as this had already revealed a lot of information. I'm sorry. To the friends from the Sand Village, it seems we will disappoint you this time. Lin Xian shook his head regretfully. Despite my best efforts to persuade him, Lord Hanzo still rejected my proposal, and the Rain Village refused to send reinforcements. The young man seemed somewhat self-reproachful, lowering his head in sadness. The cool raindrops fell among his damp forehead hair. The sorrowful atmosphere was subtly highlighted by the rain. Has the Land of Rain already denied the original treaty? Kakashi's face instantly turned bitter, still unwilling to accept it. He had been summoned in a crisis precisely because of his good relationship with Lin Xian. But now, Lord Hanzo had directly shut the door on him. Right? There's also the treaty. Temari and Kankuro nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, they had forgotten a certain truth. All crows in the world are black. Not only the high-ranking officials of the 5 great nations, but these small countries are equally selfish. No, the Land of Rain acknowledges the original treaty. Lord Hanzo expressed his willingness to form a strategic alliance with the Land of Fire to jointly attack the evil Akatsuki organization. However, the Land of Wind is the one being invaded, right? Lin Xian helplessly shrugged, mimicking the tone of a cold ruler performing it vividly. This statement made Kakashi's bitter face turn green with anger, glowing green. Temari broke down in tears on the spot, sobbing uncontrollably, while Kankuro's fists clenched until they turned white. There really is nothing to say. The treaty was signed between Konoha and the Rain Village, having nothing to do with the Land of Wind. Their refusal left you without a reason to refute. Moral Corción? The land of thunder, the land of water, the land of earth. These great nations remain indifferent. What right do you have to impose moral pressure? What can be done now? Nothing can be done. In their journey of more than a decade, Kankuro and Temari felt such helplessness and anger for the first time. What use is the child of the wind shadow? Others don't care who your parents are. I understand. I truly understand you. You have done your best, Lin-kun. Kakashi forced a smile that was more painful than crying. How many years have passed, and this ninja world remains as indifferent and cruel as ever? Thank you. Temari choked, unable to finish her words. She knew Lin Xian had tried his best. He alone could not change the will of a village. Everyone, we are friends. We haven't given up yet. Lin Xian patted Kakashi's shoulder, revealing a cheerful and sunny smile. The black rain curtain fell with a crash, but the forehead protector on his forehead seemed to be shining. His gentle eyes were also sparkling. It's a rare opportunity to become famous. How could I possibly let it slip away? Lin Xian encouraged the man who was feeling down. At that moment, he resembled a savior from a fairy tale, like a deity descending to earth or a hero making an entrance. In that moment, he was a partner of justice. In this ninja world, ninjas who are unwilling to break the rules are considered good ninjas. But giving up friends and life for the sake of rules is something I absolutely cannot acknowledge as justice. What do you call this? Is this called acting? This is truly an Oscar-worthy performance. Kakashi and the others were taken aback. They looked at Lin Xian with curious eyes, as if they were meeting him for the first time, which gradually transformed into admiration and respect. Without further ado, we should set off. Every second of delay could put Lord Kazakage's life at risk. The young man's voice, filled with a sense of justice, rang out. He wasn't joking. He was a true hero of the ninja world. In this world, those who break the rules are seen as worthless. But those who do not cherish their companions are even less than worthless. Lin, you remind me of a friend of mine. Unfortunately, he has already died. Kakashi sighed, feeling a sense of sadness after speaking. Is that so? What a pity. Lin Xian showed a regretful expression on the surface, but couldn't help but curse inwardly. How could someone do such a good job using a Beto as a tool, only for it to turn into dead people in your mouth? Kakashi, why are you so despicable? Damn, how can there be such shameless people like Kakashi in this world? Lin Jun, thank you so much this time. Shikamaru was extremely grateful. Looking at her cute little face flushed red, with charming eyes and all kinds of allure, Lin Xian began to suspect if it was a beauty trap. What kind of people are these? I kindly help you, but you actually want to use a beauty trap to get my body? The world has changed, and people's hearts have declined. This is simply outrageous. Thank you, Lin Xian. You really helped a lot this time, and you are welcome to visit Sunagakure in the future. At this moment, Kankuro also set aside past grudges and truly regarded Lin Xian as a friend. After all, Lin Xian was the heir of the Hidden Rain Village, a future leader, and if things went smoothly, establishing the sixth great nation and becoming the first generation of the Rain Shadow didn't seem impossible. Yet under such circumstances, he risked offending Hanzo of the Salamander and selflessly helped Sunagakure. What is this? This is the legendary righteous partner. Kankuro could only feel ashamed and let go of past prejudices. However, these words sounded different in Lin Xian's ears. Let me visit Sunagakure more? It's all sand. What the hell is there to play with? Are you asking me to play with your little princess? After getting tired of playing, I could just sleep, no problem, and then tell me there are good things in Shikamaru's room. Directly fast-tracking to marriage alliance? Huh? Damn it, what kind of messy friends are these? Each one is lusting after my body. Despicable. This world is really terrifying. The journey was not boring. This statement seemed redundant. With an energetic actor bouncing around beside him, how could he possibly be bored? Traveling at full speed, Lin Xian and the others reached the tracking team of Sunagakure in just one day. Looking at this group of ninjas who were fearless in the face of death, he really wanted to remind them. Gaara's body was as cold as it could get. He was right there watching at the time, and even participated in this cruel murder case. That feeling was quite thrilling, just a bit tiring, having been sealed for 3 days and nights without sleep. Luckily, my will is strong, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on. Lin Xian sighed softly. Why are these people in such a hurry, rushing to offer incense for Gaara? It's making it so he doesn't even have time to sleep. Li Yun, we are already very grateful for your help. No matter what, you will always be our friend from the Wind Country. Shumaru looked at the young man with emotion. I just want to sleep. Lin Xian opened her mouth, wanting to say she had misunderstood. But before she could finish her words, Shumaru spoke again. Sleep? No, our relationship is still not. We can't do that kind of thing now. The girl went from shock to confusion, then to joy, and finally to shyness. This process took less than 2 seconds. Lin Xian, you're the real drama queen, aren't you? Actors who casually add their own scenes are asking to be kicked out. Miss, has your integrity dropped? This is not how you should throw yourself at someone. The readers are going to scold me again. Wait, I seem to have no readers. Boo-hoo kiss, although that can't happen, but this is my first kiss. The figure of the girl fleeing in panic disappeared from view, and the warm, wet lip mark still lingered on my face, as if it had just happened a second ago. But that second felt so long. Long enough for Lin Xian to question his life. Hiss, I finally got to be a movie king once, and you made me lose so completely. Damn. Chapter 108, this is just a lovesick girl. The competition for the Wind Shadow. Day 5. Morning. Senior Lin Xian, long time no see. Haruno Sakura greeted with a humble smile. This little girl has grown up quite a bit, and when she smiles, she looks like a nun. Wait, aren't you a ninja? Oh. Lin Xian waved his hand in an extremely perfunctory manner. He had finally managed to find some time to rest, and his physical strength had almost recovered, but he was too lazy to put on an act in front of Sakura. Just performing a hand seal was already a test of his acting skills. He really didn't dare to be any more mischievous. If this continued, he might end up having his legs broken by Xiaonan. Which leg it would be was still uncertain. Just thinking about that chilling image made Lin Xian feel like he was done for. Lin-kun. Mike Guy gave a standard thumbs up and patted the shoulder of the rain-hidden youth. This must be how men greet each other. Lin-kun. Rock Lee and Guy were practically carved from the same mold. Thumbs up, shoulder pats, and when they smiled, their teeth sparkled. Even their outfits were that same green jumpsuit, radiating youthful energy all over. Youth is like Grandma Lee knocking at the door. Open up. However, Xiaoli hadn't learned that part yet. Long time no see, Guy. Xiaoli. Elena Xuan Smilat Supli. This smile had the flavor of a scheming girl, but unfortunately, everyone present was blind, each having a talent for performance. The seniors were truly popular. Every day, they watched the young man in the center of the crowd from a distance. The ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure surrounded him, making him stand out like the main character. Be confident, he is the main character. ISNT that Tion. Still that cute little girl with a bun hairstyle. Lin Xian is not stingy with his praise. Since everyone is friends, it's normal to compliment each other, especially since these people have been praising him as well. The rain-hidden village did not send reinforcements. But Lin Xian came. He alone is like an army. The small talk did not last long. As Granny Chio appeared and took out the map, the atmosphere immediately turned serious. The enemy is Akatsuki, the most dangerous group of madmen in the entire ninja world. Even though the elite from the 3 countries have gathered here, it cannot be guaranteed that they can defeat the enemy. Based on the limited clues, we only know the general route that Lord Kazekage was taken that night, but we do not know if Sir Lin Xian can provide any useful information. Chio felt a bit frustrated. They haven't been idle these days. While Kakashi and Temari went to find Lin Xian, a large group of ninjas nearly searched the Wind Country, almost digging 3 feet into the ground, but still did not obtain any effective intelligence. The intelligence department from Konoha is also working, but there is no good news either. Akatsuki's actions have always been secretive. We can only ensure that they do not dare to easily offend the Rain Country, as they are not mind readers of the Akatsuki organization. Lin Xian furrowed her brows, her face tense, as she replied with difficulty. We are certainly not the parasites in the Akatsuki's belly. We are the Akatsuki itself. It's been 5 days. If this continues, Lord Kazekage will. Kakashi's face was filled with grief and anger. He had heard about Gaara. That boy has grown into a competent Kazekage, steady calm kind. As the great 5th Kazekage, he sacrificed his life to protect the village. If we can't bring Gaara back, it would be a loss for the entire ninja world. Actually, I have a bit of news. Lin Xian suddenly spoke up. It seems that the dark side of Yuin village has seen Yakushi Kabuto appear in the Wind Country area, and it was exactly 5 days ago. Yakushi Kabuto? The ninjas on site were slightly taken aback. The rogue ninja from Konoha, Orochimaru's disciple. Does that guy have a connection with the Akatsuki organization? I haven't heard of that before. A hint of an imperceptible smile flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Kakashi, you know, right? Huh. Kakashi pointed at himself with a finger, looking a bit confused. It is well known that Orochimaru is a ninja who conducts human experiments to develop forbidden techniques. He secretly hides numerous bases across the entire ninja world, in both large and small countries. We once discovered an experimental base left by Orochimaru near the Rain Village. I thought you and Konoha were aware of these matters. Lin Xian spoke as if it were a matter of fact. When it came to deceiving, he was completely in his element. Why? Because there really was a laboratory of Orochimaru in Yuin village. That base was established not far from the village in the forest. And back when Orochimaru was working for Akatsuki, he conducted many secret experiments there. If Kakashi was interested, Lin Xian could even take him for a visit. What does this have to do with the Akatsuki organization? Chio was pondering something. The timing of Kabuto's appearance and the Akatsuki organization was too close. I have enough reason to suspect that Kabuto is collaborating with Akatsuki. As Orochimaru's successor, Kabuto knows all of Orochimaru's experimental bases, and members of Akatsuki might be right under our noses in some secret underground base in the Land of Wind. Lin Xian narrated the carefully crafted story. It's all about leading the protagonist into a trap, emphasizing the realm of deception. The highest level of lies is to tell you about something that truly exists, and then distort your perception of that thing. It is precisely because of that element of truth that the lie becomes convincing enough for people to easily believe it. For example, Orochimaru's experimental base really exists. Moreover, Orochimaru indeed has several secret bases in the Land of Wind, and members of Akatsuki might appear there with Gaara's corpse. The Land of Wind is vast. Are we going to search every inch of land? We must rescue Lord Kazekage as soon as possible. That's right. We can't delay any longer. The ninjas of Sunagakure were anxious. Silence. Listen to Lord Lin Xian's opinion. Chio tapped the table. The room quieted down, and Lin Xian calmly continued his analysis, mapping out places where there had been a large number of missing persons over the past 5 years. Based on this part of the map understood from the existing clues, they could determine the location of Akatsuki. The white dragon flies at a high altitude, but it doesn't prevent some ninjas from having good eyesight. Sunagakure could only ascertain that the members of Akatsuki roughly took a certain route that night. This intelligence, combined with Lin Xian's information, ultimately revealed what Lin Xian wanted them to see, a real, abandoned base of Orochimaru's. According to the plan, the 4 actors had already arrived with Gaara's corpse. Scorpion and Itachi, the 2 who liked to hold back in battle, along with the rebellious blonde Deidara and the shadowy protagonist Kisame Hashigaki. All departments were ready, just waiting for Lin Xian, the leading actor, to take the stage. Regarding the fact that I am an elder of Akatsuki, yet leading ninjas from the 5 great nations to hunt down the Akatsuki organization, this is not a world-famous painting. What is it? It's a twist. Lin Xian wants everyone to remember the joy of childhood, not to indulge in power and wealth, which is why he goes to great lengths to play house and hide and seek with the 5 major countries. He is really so gentle. I am crying. The reason behind it is heartwarming. I don't know if it's heartwarming, but it is quite white and extremely soft. The young man's calm gaze swept over Shoju. The latter held him tightly, as if she wished to crush his hand. Damn it. This woman smiles like a lovesick fool. I feel like I'm the one at a disadvantage. I need to be more confident. This is just a lovesick fool. Lin Xian wiped off the 3rd wet lip print from her face. Chapter 109. The Battle for Wind Shadows. The search operation went smoothly, as if it had been scripted. Yes, it was indeed scripted. A team of over 20 people marched towards the target location. With Hinata Niji's Byakugan assisting, the underground laboratory was completely exposed. Just the next day, the group successfully discovered the traces of the Akatsuki organization and even saw signs of a giant creature descending along the way. That white clay giant dragon had indeed lingered in this vicinity. It appeared, the one who kidnapped Gaara, that bastard who calls himself Deidara. The Sunagakure ninjas spotted a white giant bird flying high in the sky. At the same time, it seemed they were also noticed by the other side. Who would have thought that the ninjas from the Land of Wind had such abilities? It was not easy to detect this place. Deidara spoke in an appreciative tone. However, he looked so punchable that the sand ninjas wished they could swallow him whole, their eyes blazing with fury. Foolish ninjas from the Land of Wind. You will regret your reckless actions today and be completely wiped out here. The blonde stood on the white bird, shouting. His tone was arrogant, yet he maintained a distance of at least 100 meters, clearly cautious in his approach. The ninjas here had thoughts of getting closer, but he would immediately escape to the high sky. You want to save that useless Kazekage, right? I'm so sorry. He's pitifully weak, truly the worst Kazekage I've ever seen. Deidara laughed heartily. The only Kazekage he had seen alive was Gaara, who gave off a feeling of being weak and naive, leading him to subconsciously think he was the weakest Kazekage. If you want to save him, come chase after me, if you have the courage to seek death. Chase. The ninjas naturally would not retreat at the last moment. Everyone came here with the determination to fight to the death. This was a special mission to rescue the fifth Kazekage. Magnet release. Sand iron barrier. A loud shout echoed. Suddenly, the ground beneath them turned into black sand, and even the trees above were disguised as sand iron. The pitch-black barrier sealed off the space for escape, with countless spears aiming to slaughter all the ninjas inside, piercing them like hedgehogs. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. Kakashi reacted the fastest, and the other ninjas also began to perform earth release techniques. Among the many earth walls, Kakashi's wall stood out the most. When chakra was scarce, his earth flow rampart was carved with a dog's head. Now that chakra was abundant, the dog's head naturally would not be absent. An earth flow rampart without a dog's head has no soul. Interesting. Scorpion snorted coldly. Lin Xian watched the farcical battle scene, his mouth twitching slightly. They had already set up an ambush. Couldn't they at least let the fourth Kazekage use a couple of ninjutsu? This was letting things go too easy. Scorpion. I never expected my grandson to go astray and one day stand on the opposite side. Chiyo, that old woman, smiled a bit sadly. Scorpion had come this far, and she bore an undeniable responsibility. If she had done a better job educating her grandson, perhaps, just perhaps, the third Kazekage wouldn't have died. And things wouldn't have come to this. Who is your grandson? Old lady, stop being so self-righteous. Scorpion glared fiercely at the old woman. He was the strongest puppet master in the world, an immortal puppet, the very essence of art. His human identity was already irrelevant. I'll personally send you on your way today, old lady. Scorpion slowly took out a scroll from his tail puppet. Chiyo was not to be outdone and took out her own scroll that sealed her puppets. White secret technique, Chikamatsu 10 puppets. Chiyo summoned the 10 strongest puppets she mastered, each with unique weapons, ninja tools, and attack methods. The combat strength of a puppet master depended on how powerful their puppets were, and this was Chiyo's confidence. Although she was old, it didn't hinder her from showcasing her strength with puppets. Grandma, you really haven't changed at all. Scorpion slowly stepped out of the scarlet puppet exterior. The real Scorpion was a handsome young man with red hair. He transformed himself into a puppet in his youth and still maintained his youthful appearance. You. Chiyo pointed at Scorpion in disbelief, her finger trembling slightly. Her grandson was not only cruel to others but also to himself. He had turned himself into a puppet. Eternal beauty is art, and now I have become art itself. Now I am capable of single-handedly opposing a nation. Red secret technique. 100 machine manipulation. Scorpion summoned hundreds of puppets dressed in red robes, each connected to the regeneration core within him, manipulated by his will. Even without chakra threads connecting to the puppets, Scorpion could control them smoothly and effortlessly. Hundreds of figures who were at least jonin in life had been turned into puppets, all controlled by Scorpion. In the art of puppetry, Scorpion had reached the pinnacle, creating a form of impure reincarnation in another sense. One person became an army. One person could oppose a nation. The battle intensified. The puppets from both sides clashed together, and it was difficult to determine a winner in an instant. Hundreds of red-robed puppets surprisingly could not break through Chiyo's 10 puppet defense. Lin Xian's face darkened. One moment's search. Kakashi. My guy couldn't hold back his impatience and rushed out. But just as he approached Deidara, a shark-faced man stepped forward. Your opponent is me. Kisame Hashigaki grinned as he drew his sword, the Samahada. A great battle was about to erupt. Guy, be careful. Kakashi's heart leaped to his throat. Since Kisame had appeared, Itachi Uchiha was surely nearby. The Akatsuki organization always operated in pairs. It seemed there were 4 members of Akatsuki here in total. You're quick to react, Kakashi. Itachi slowly walked out from behind some trees. Upon seeing Kisame, he immediately realized he was also on this battlefield, which was quite surprising. Leave it to me, Mr. 50-50. This guy is troublesome, and you've lost your Sharingan, right? It will be troublesome to deal with him. Lin Xian took the initiative to step forward. Thank you, Lin Kuan. Kakashi nodded slightly. Having lost his Manjiki Sharingan, he was not qualified to fight Itachi. Defeating Deidara as quickly as possible and finding a breakthrough was the best solution for the current situation. Come chase me if you want. The corpse of that Kazekage is right here with me. Deidara prepared to take off on his clay bird, with Gaara's corpse placed in the bird's mouth. No way you're escaping. Kakashi led the remaining ninjas in pursuit. Scorpion was currently trading blows with the old Lady Chiyo. Kisame, this humanoid-tailed beast, and Konoha's Azure Beast were also at a stalemate for the time being. Immerse yourself in the darkness of the Mangeki. Similarly, in this performance, Itachi's facial expression showed no flaws, staring at Lin Xian with blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. So, Itachi, do you really want to kill me? Lin Xian walked over calmly, seemingly unaffected by any obstacles. Was this Konoha spy testing him? Ridiculous illusion. Itachi, how far can your eyes see now? The young man smiled playfully. Uchiha Itachi did not respond, only quickly forming hand seals at a dazzling speed. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Chapter 110. That really makes one happy. What are you all doing as ninjas? Isn't it better to debut as actors? Lin Xian was feeling a bit depressed. He was sparring with Itachi, half serious and half playful, with ninjutsu flying back and forth. But what was Scorpion doing? You're facing an enemy, after all. Even if that guy is your mother-in-law, you can't act so fake, can you? Surrender. Lin Kuan, our leader, has always welcomed the joining of geniuses. Itachi didn't forget to tease during the break in the battle. Is that so? Lord Hanzo wants me to wipe out all of you traitors. Lin Xian was certainly not swayed. After all, he was a partner of justice now. How could he be tempted by the evil Akatsuki? The battle continued. After 5 minutes, there were no casualties, only a mutual depletion of chakra from both sides. Don't get caught up in the fight. Go find Kakashi and regroup. Upon hearing Lin Xian's command, Chiyo and Guy nodded silently. The pressure on Kakashi's side was the least. Over 20 elite shinobi were surrounding Deidara, having bought enough time. If this still couldn't save Gaara, it can only be said that it was fate. I'll hold the rear. Thank you, Lin Kuan. Thanks. Guy and Chiyo chased after the direction Deidara had left. Not long after they departed, Lin Xian yawned and walked towards the Akatsuki. Seriously, wasn't there 1,000 chances to kill Chiyo just now? Lin Xian's scrutinizing gaze fell on Scorpion. This guy's current achievements were inseparable from the training provided by the Akatsuki organization, with the annual maintenance cost for the puppets being an astronomical figure. Letting go was a violation of discipline. In Chiyo's puppets, there were 2 that were my parents. That was my doing, Scorpion said in a deep voice, his expression slightly heavy. Joining the Akatsuki meant that actions had to revolve around the interests of the organization, obeying the leader's orders. You shouldn't have let Chiyo go. I won't tell the leader about this incident, but I hope there won't be a next time. Lin Xian casually rolled up his sleeves. Yes. Scorpion regained his calm. I wonder when I'll see Chiyo again. He certainly won't show mercy to anyone else. Deidara was in a bad mood. This swarm of insects was incessantly circling around him, with different ninjutsu attempts to bring him down every second. Was it really necessary for just a dead, useless wind shadow? A bunch of fools, since you all want the corpse of that garbage so much. I'll generously return it to you. The blonde youth opened the mouth of his clay bird, and Gaara fell from the sky. Kakashi, Temari, and the others stopped releasing ninjutsu, and Deidara took the opportunity to escape to a higher altitude. The brief confrontation ended here. Aside from a few ninja from Sunagakure who unfortunately died in the explosion, there weren't the exaggerated losses that were expected. However, the mission still failed. Gaara was dead. Even if they successfully forced the Akatsuki to retrieve the Wind Shadow. What use was a dead Wind Shadow? Lord Wind Shadow. Gaara. No, how could this happen? The Sunagakure ninja's eyes were red from crying. Temari and Kankuro, as Gaara's relatives, could not accept reality even more. They had witnessed their brother's changes and growth over the past few years, and their hearts were filled with pride. Gaara was going to revive the glory of Sunagakure. But Gaara was dead. He died before he could grow up. Kai and Lin Xian, who rushed back to the scene, were silent. Granny Chiyo had made a certain determination, reaching out to pat the weeping girl. Granny? Temari's tear-streaked face showed a hint of confusion. It's all my fault. One misstep leads to another, or perhaps this entire ninja world is flawed, Chiyo said with a self-deprecating smile. What has happened cannot be changed. She can no longer discipline her grandson. Sunagakure cannot lose its wind shadow. Let me save Gaara. The old woman looked firmly and lovingly at the corpse on the ground. Perhaps his strength was lacking, but he had already done his best. What more could be asked of a 15-year-old boy? Gaara is a great wind shadow. I, an old relic of the past, am not worth mourning. Let me trade my life for the wind shadow from the Grim Reaper. Forbidden technique, self-resurrection. Condition for activation. The corpse must remain intact. Granny Chiyo slowly formed hand seals, her gaze sweeping around the crowd. Everyone was speechless. Originally, Scorpion's parents died in the Great Ninja War, and that child could not bear such grief. Later, I studied this forbidden technique to resurrect Scorpion's parents. But Scorpion had already turned the 2 corpses into puppets, and I had no time to do anything before Scorpion disappeared. Chiyo's hands glowed with a faint green light as she gently pressed them on the corpse's chest. This was the last thing she could do for the village. After all that had happened, Sunagakure was on the brink of collapse, and Gaara could not die, no matter what. Granny! Granny! Kankuro and Temari burst into tears again. Granny Chiyo was the most respected elder in the village, as well as the ninja they respected the most. She had witnessed the former glory of Sunagakure and also the village's gradual decline. Don't cry, children. I've lived for over 70 years and have lived enough. It's a happy thing to be able to do one last thing for the village before I die. Gaara is a good child, a good wind shadow. He will inherit everyone's will, inherit my will, and continue to protect Sunagakure. The old woman's breath visibly weakened. In contrast, Gaara miraculously regained his color, and his breathing gradually became faintly detectable. Lin Xian from Amagakure, Kakashi from Konohagakure, and everyone, I truly appreciate you this time. The world always belongs to the young. Chiyo smiled with relief, her eyes slowly closing. Lin Xian quietly stayed in the crowd. Side quest, the glory of the pioneer, completed. By witnessing the process of using forbidden techniques once, he could obtain the cracked version of the forbidden technique, rebirth of oneself. This task was finally completed. His acting skills did not go to waste. The scene was filled with cries. The Sunagakure ninjas were weeping uncontrollably, and the Konohagakure ninjas also expressed their respect. Sacrificing one's life to help the village, and it was done by an elderly person. What a noble realization. Am I not already dead? After Gaara awakened, he looked around in confusion. Granny Chiyo used forbidden techniques to bring you back, Kakashi explained kindly. Gaara was momentarily stunned, looking at the elderly person beside him who had already closed his eyes. As for Lin Xian, he was completely ignored. After being captured by Deidara, he was taken directly for sealing, completely unaware of how he died, and it was impossible for him to discover Lin Xian's hidden identity. After a while, the emotions of the ninjas gradually stabilized. Gaara thanked each of the ninjas who helped Sunagakure, bowing deeply to everyone. Without the help of these friends, he would have never been able to resurrect. Lin Kuan, Sunagakure will be a loyal ally of Amagakure, Gaara said seriously as he shook hands with Lin Xian. I came as an individual and haven't consulted with my superiors, so let's skip the ally part. Lin Xian shrugged indifferently. A genius from Amagakure, a powerful taijutsu master. The enemy who killed his father. These identities made Gaara wary of Lin Xian. However, after learning about the recent events from Temari's embellished stories, Gaara chose to put aside past grievances. Sunagakure will be a loyal friend of Lin Kuan, Gaara said gently, cleverly rephrasing it. That really makes me happy. Everyone is easy to get along with. Lin Xian politely looked at the ninjas from Sunagakure. Sai, what a wonderful group of people. So kind, so full of justice, and so easy to deceive. Happy. Temari instinctively leaped toward someone, her delicate white hands wrapping around his neck. The beauty offered a fragrant kiss. A soft pop sounded on Lin Xian's cheek. Kankuro had a strange expression. Gaara narrowed his eyes, and the ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure began to chuckle. The atmosphere suddenly became much less sorrowful. Lin Xian, are you happy? It seems a bit happy, but also not that happy. Chapter 111. Lin Xian, a lovely ninja powered by love. Grandma Chiyo's funeral will be held the next day. Lin Xian presented a bouquet of white flowers with a heavy heart. It was truly strange that a man who had personally killed the previous Wind Shadow would attend such an occasion. Mr. 50-50, it's a pity that it didn't rain. The young man suddenly spoke up. I'm not called 50-50. Kakashi had already lost count of how many times he had refuted this. All right, Mr. 50-50. Lin Xianyan waved his hand lightly. Is that the legendary genius of the Rain Ninja? Indeed. Thanks to Lord Lin Xianyan, we were able to save Lord Kazekage. He is said to be a very powerful taijutsu ninja. The Sunagakure ninjas were discussing among themselves regarding that young man as a hero of Sunagakure. The fourth Kazekage is a matter from a long time ago, and very few ninjas know the truth from back then. If we must settle old scores, it was still Raza who provoked the conflict. Who can we blame for that? Ninjas are smart people, skillfully avoiding certain topics. Soon, it was time to part ways. The Konoha ninjas, led by Kakashi and Guy, had completed their mission and had no reason to stay. As for Lin Xianyan, he acted without applying for permission from his superiors, and he is likely to be punished upon returning. This is also a concern for the Sunagakure ninjas. Lin Xian is a good person. If he can become the leader of Yuin Village in the future, it would definitely be something that all villages hope to see. If this incident leads to Hanzo the Salamander changing his heir selection. I must go back now, my friends. I'll look forward to our next meeting. Lin Xian maintained his usual calmness and humility. That bright smile was so dazzling, like a little sun that made people feel warmth in their hearts. Take care, Lin Jun. The Konoha ninjas and Sunagakure ninjas waved goodbye, evoking a sense of tragic heroism, as if they were warriors going away never to return. On one side was returning home to collect mission rewards, and on the other side was going back to face scolding. Lin Xian is truly a pitiful ninja powered by love. But it's precisely this that makes her worthy of being everyone's friend. In the cruel world of ninjas, they can only be recognized by following the rules. But if one gives up friends and life for the sake of rules, I absolutely do not acknowledge that as justice. Temari's mind suddenly conjured the image at the entrance of the rain village. The sound of raindrops seemed to still linger in her ears, and the young man's confident demeanor seemed to freeze in the previous moment. The girl's gaze softened a little. Naruto, Lin-kun. I'll be waiting for you in the Sand Village. Rain Village. Akatsuki's base. When Lin Xian leisurely returned to the village, the sealing of the two tails had already been completed. After all, Naruto Uzumaki had also become a formal member, sufficient to take over the position Lin Xian had vacated. The sealing process went very smoothly. With the work completed, the next tasks to arrange were the 3 tails and 6 tails. According to the intelligence collected by Black Zetsu, the 3 tails Isabu was in a wild state, sleeping in a lake near the Mist Village. The host of the 6 tails, F, was a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. White Zetsu's clone was currently tracking. I'll handle the 6 tails. As for the 3 tails, I plan to have Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha carry out the mission, while Itachi and Kisame will oversee the operation, and they are not allowed to intervene unless it's a critical moment. After a successful operation, Sasuke Uchiha will become a formal member of Akatsuki. Pain seemed to casually glance at Itachi. The matter of Itachi and Sasuke was no longer a secret within the Akatsuki organization. These 2 brothers would eventually end up in a life-and-death struggle. And according to Itachi's request, this trial was specifically aimed at Naruto and Sasuke. Itachi didn't have much time left, relying on medication to force himself to stay alive. He needed to complete his plan as soon as possible. There was a place nearby called the Temple of Fire, and a guy named Jiraiya had a bounty of 30 million ryo on his head. I'll take my leave for now. The shadows of Kakuzu and Haiden gradually faded away. How to arrange for the 2 little brats was up to the leader. Kakuzu just wanted to make money, while Haiden was also very interested in killing. It seemed that the immortal duo would have a pleasant journey ahead. I have no objections. Kisame grinned. This shark man always gave off a sense of being honest and simple-minded. Just arrange it as you like. I'm like Brother Scorpion. Scorpion had a blank expression, and Deidara also seemed uninterested. They were both artists. What interest could they have in 2 little brats? Should Tiwi ask Sasuke for his opinion? He probably doesn't know about this arrangement yet. Naruto felt a bit awkward. Everyone here casually decided Sasuke's fate with just a few words, and it felt strange. It seems you care a lot about my foolish little brother. Itachi smiled ambiguously. Sasuke is my partner, Naruto said in a tone that implied it was self-evident. The names Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke together are like a multiple-choice question. Everyone has high hopes for Itachi, but Naruto firmly believes that Sasuke can survive until the end. Partner? Naruto really is childish. Deidara began to speak sarcastically. Akatsuki is made up of madmen. Can madmen still call each other partners? I'll go inform Sasuke to prepare well. Naruto knew his opinion wouldn't matter and left tactfully. This was a relatively dangerous mission, but also an opportunity to prove strength. Someone like Sasuke could hardly refuse. He was just a bit frustrated with how everyone was handling things. The members of Akatsuki gradually disappeared. In the cave, only Lin Xian, Conan, and the artistic duo remained. Scorpion, there's news. Lady Chiyo has chosen to use forbidden techniques to resurrect the Kazekage. She has died. Lin Xian suddenly spoke up. He made quite a few friends at the funeral, and to be honest, he quite liked those sand-hidden ninjas. As for Temari, he hasn't told Conan yet. Really? It has seemed like something that old lady would do. Scorpion's reaction was more subdued than expected. A broken village, a useless wind shadow, a wind country that ranks at the bottom among the 5 great nations. What is there to be nostalgic about in a place like this? How can mortals understand the eternal beauty of art? Scorpion was full of sarcasm. He did not regret the path he chose. In the Akatsuki organization, he could truly unleash his talents. In terms of pursuit, the Akatsuki's goal is to dominate this world. Isn't that much more fun than reviving the wind country? No. The beauty of a moment is art. Explosions are art. Deidara, that little brother, is just too quick to slap back. Everything else is fine. But as soon as the topic of art comes up, Deidara dares to argue in any situation. Young and impetuous, little D. Lin Xian sneered with glee. Xiaonan was already used to such scenes and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the two arguing artists. If young people aren't hot-headed, are they really young? Deidara was unconcerned, openly challenging Scorpion. Scorpion's expression gradually shifted from anger to calm, as if he had come to terms with something. Young people are just so good. The puppet master took leisurely small steps, leaving under Deidara's puzzled gaze. This little brat Deidara is the most fun one. Everyone joined the Akatsuki for various reasons. But Deidara joined simply because it was fun here. It's just that simple and unadorned reason. In Scorpion's eyes, Deidara was too innocent like a child. Today, Scorpion seemed a bit different. The golden-haired one muttered softly. Chapter 112. Do you want to be a partner, Justice? Or we go to the grilled fish restaurant in the East District? Xiaonan, that little girl in her 20s wearing black stockings, owns the place, right? Lin Xian, hydrangeas have been raising flowers lately. Beautiful pink roses. Oh, your disciple? I saw her patrolling the streets in white stockings yesterday, along with the two girls. Water Lily and Hibiscus. Hinata and Xiao Huahua said yesterday they wanted to have a barbecue, and the funds came from your wallet. I know. I even told them to buy a few more pairs of stockings. The movie Windflower and Snow is about to be released. Do you want to go watch it? Brother? The famous actress who often plays princesses. I've heard of her. Why aren't you talking about stockings? Because I haven't seen it yet. I'm planning to watch it with you tomorrow. Brother, are you a pervert? Every ordinary day spent in the Rain Village might be a series of continuous miracles. Xiaonan always thought so. After all, her brother is a neurotic. Let's go find Itachi and have a chat. Lin Xian walked into the bedroom without knocking, sitting on the edge of the bed and playing with her sister's hair. Xiaonan, dressed in pajamas, looked very cute. The loose-fitting clothes accentuated her figure. Rather, it could be said that, in short, she was incredibly adorable. Now, Xiaonan looked out the window with some doubts about life and glanced at the imposing clock. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Even dogs must be asleep at this time. Did Uchiha Itachi betray Akatsuki? Are we going to deal with the traitor now? That didn't seem right either. If it were such a serious matter, Lin Xian should be more anxious or have gone to deal with that guy right away. Instead, she suddenly woke her up in the middle of the night to change her clothes. No, we're just giving him a warning. If he dares to go against me, I will send his beloved younger brother to meet the Grim Reaper. Lin Xian flashed a standard smile, her 2 rows of white teeth glimmering. Can't this kind of thing be left until tomorrow? Xiaonan coldly stared at her brother. If life is a painting, inspiration is the best brush, and no artist can refuse that. Lin Xian blinked innocently. You're not an artist, brother. You're a rogue. Doesn't threatening Itachi lead to some serious consequences? No one knows better than Conan the bad intentions Lin Xian harbors. This man is rotten inside and out, from soul to flesh. Mr. Itachi is a smart man, and because he is smart, he doesn't dare to take risks with Sasuke. Lin Xian is very confident. Itachi's plan is very complicated and very dark. It's a long story that could be talked about for 3 days and nights. But to summarize it in one sentence, Uchiha Itachi hides the truth and dies at Sasuke's hands. Sasuke awakens the Manjiki Sharingan, and then transplants Itachi's eyes to awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. This world is complex and deep. For example, Uchiha Madara proved that the eternal Manjiki Sharingan is not invincible. But Itachi's goal from the beginning was not to make Sasuke invincible. He just wanted Sasuke to have the strength to protect himself in this ninja world. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came, and Uchiha Itachi silently opened the door, feeling a bit puzzled by the siblings visiting at midnight. Is Itachi still not asleep? Lin Xian and Xiao Nan each chose a chair to sit down. Uchiha Itachi didn't even take off the Akatsuki robe and didn't seem to have been awakened. Recently, he had been having some insomnia. Itachi expressionlessly picked up the teapot, poured tea for the 2 guests, sat down in the position opposite them, and then poured a cup for himself. Insomnia, huh? It seems you're not heartbroken, Itachi. Are you perhaps trying to send information to Konoha, which is keeping you awake at night? Shaking his teacup, Lin Xian stared intently at Uchiha Itachi. Lin Kuan is joking. Itachi remained expressionless and spoke little. Actually, I've been a bit happy lately, joyful. Sunagakure and Konoha. Everyone is really fun, and I don't want anyone to ruin my pleasant mood. Do you understand this? Lin Xian continued to sway the teacup in his hand, as if talking to himself. In fact, I know that Itachi is a truly righteous partner. Someone like me, an inconspicuous actor, probably seems like a clown in your eyes. However, in this world, everything comes at a price. If Itachi were to reveal my identity, to Konoha. I guarantee that the kid named Uchiha Sasuke would die. Even so, do you still want to be a righteous partner? The smile on a man's face grew stronger. Conan was right. He is a thoroughly bad guy. A soul-searching question lay before Uchiha Itachi. But this is not a multiple-choice question. This is a question that could cost him his life. Did Lin misunderstand something? I have nothing to do with Konoha. Even if there was, it is in the past. As for Sasuke, I will kill him myself. Threatening me with him is meaningless. Uchiha Itachi slowly raised his eyebrows, as if he was confused by Lin Xian's words. The exaggerated acting had reached an absurd level. What a whimsical world of flowers and snow. The film crew's failure to invite Uchiha Itachi is truly a loss for the entire entertainment industry. Is that so? Then I'll go kill Sasuke right now. Chop him up and throw him into a meat grinder to feed the dogs. Think carefully before you answer. Lin Xian picked up the teacup and took a small sip. Uchiha Itachi's face had completely darkened, his gaze flickering restlessly, yet he remained silent. Xiaonan further shattered Itachi's psychological defenses, reminding him that the Uchiha clan was a cursed lineage, and you just happened to know the secret of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Everything you did was for your brother. Itachi felt like a transparent person, not in the physical sense, but in terms of mental defenses. Could these people really read his memories from afar? He believed he was cautious enough, and his acting had no flaws. But why was he still exposed? Itachi felt like a true clown. To avoid suspicion, he had never held back when beating Sasuke. Broken hands, broken feet, and fractures were commonplace, and his heart as an older brother was practically bleeding. But now he realized that his previous disguise was meaningless. He had unconsciously played the clown for several years. He took 5 deep breaths in succession, barely calming his emotions. He could not fight, and he absolutely could not act on impulse. Even if he was humiliated and ridiculed, he must not. Death was not scary. Dying without value was the most terrifying. He had given everything to Sasuke. Even his own death was part of the plan. Lin Xian Senpai, Xiaonan Senpai, I will not do anything detrimental to you. Uchiha Itachi referred to them with the honorific senpai after a long time. It was like how he used to address them on his first day in the Akatsuki, always like that. His attitude was resolute because he was already a dying man. Since that night at 13, Itachi had seen his future death. He must die, and he must die in the way he wanted. If someone disrupted that, he wouldn't mind taking the most vicious revenge. So, please at least let me die with dignity as a member of the Akatsuki, not as a traitor. Now Itachi had only 2 paths left. One was compromise, and the other was also compromise. The children liked the names on the memorial stone. They were their idols. Heroes who protected the peace of the rain country. Every week, white and yellow chrysanthemums lay quietly, their fragile petals soon to be submerged by rain. But new flowers would appear the next week. It sounded like a fairy tale. Itachi was unclear why Lin Xian wanted to tell him this. Are you trying to pick a good burial site for me? After holding back for a long time, Uchiha Itachi still couldn't understand that statement. Oh no, I just wanted to tell you that your name will never be written on Konoha's memorial stone, but the children of Amigakure will bring flowers every week after your death. This world is truly wonderful. Lin Xianin smiled contentedly, though it was a bit manic. Xiaonan, Itachi, just when you think you understand Lin Xuanin's limits, he always manages to break the record with a cheeky grin. I'm really sorry. This man has no such thing as limits. Chapter 113. The fate of the Uchiha brothers. The night grew deeper, but Uchiha Itachi could not sleep. He still didn't understand how he had been exposed. In terms of qualifications and strength, there are many people in this world stronger than him. Itachi is very clear about his position. However, is there really someone in the ninja world who can see through his acting? Kisame, I'm about to rest. What do you want with me? Itachi sat alone on the edge of the bed, speaking to a corner of the room. Although I understand your choice, have you really considered other options? You are one of the most outstanding ninjas I've ever seen. Kisame stepped slowly out of the shadows, his expression particularly heavy. Since he started monitoring Itachi, it was probably destined that this day would come. But it was still hard to accept. Don't you already know the answer? Itachi smiled silently. The best ninja is still a ninja. And as a ninja, one always has to bear certain burdens. He was grateful to Kisame, but his fate was something that had long been decided. What kind of person Uchiha Itachi is and what he should do. Kisame, you should be very clear. If you really want to do something for me, take care of Sasuke. Kisame had a connection with Lin Xianin and was likely his subordinate. Itachi guessed this and accepted the fact very easily, not caring much about it. Morning. In a room in the rain-hidden village. Perhaps it was because they had worked together for too long. Kisame had truly come to regard Itachi as a friend. The shark man actually sought out his boss for a chat on his day off. Boss, does Itachi have to die in your plan? Kisame seemed a bit melancholic. Naruto would support Sasuke at all times, while Kisame was the one who disliked Sasuke the most. If only there were no Uchiha Sasuke in this world. Then a genius wouldn't meet such a ridiculous end at the hands of his own brother. But reality will not change. Itachi's death is not part of my plan. If he wants to die, how can you say it makes me a bad person? Lin Xian casually sipped his juice. Kisame remained silent. This boss had done many bad things, but Uchiha Itachi's matter had nothing to do with him at all. To put it bluntly, it was already a stroke of luck that Lin Xian didn't cause any trouble. Relying on Lin Xian to save Itachi was akin to dreaming. If there's something to report, do so. If there's nothing, withdraw. Lin Xian waved his hand. The tool he was interested in was Uchiha Sasuke, the future powerhouse of the ninja world and the chosen one of the current dimension. As long as Itachi was alive, Sasuke couldn't grow quickly. He would be crazy to try to stop that. The subordinates withdrew. In fact, there were quite a few people concerned about the Uchiha brothers. Just as Kisame left the house looking disheveled, a pitch-black entity emerged from the ground. Lin Xian, what do you think about Itachi's battles ahead? Kagaya Otsutsuki's presence always made the atmosphere inexplicably eerie. No matter who wins, we just need to ensure that the victor remains loyal to the Akatsuki organization. Who survives isn't important to us. Lin Xian's thoughts were completely in line with what Black Zetsu was thinking. Indeed, it seems that your character has grown a lot over the years. Black Zetsu wore a look of satisfaction, as if silently conveying that the child can be taught. Damn it, do you see me as a reckless fool? Lin Xian felt a bit depressed. That kid Yakushi Kabuto seems to have evaporated from the world recently. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find him, so he temporarily gave up on recruiting him. Your recent performance has been very good. As long as you continue, the Moon's Eye plan will definitely be realized. Black Zetsu incessantly detailed various matters. This scene was actually somewhat bizarre. Uchiha Itachi believed that his acting skills were unparalleled and that no one could see through his disguise, but in Lin Xian's eyes, he couldn't hide any secrets at all. The current Black Zetsu was the same. It was plotting the biggest scam in history, but it seemed like it was just performing a monologue. Yes. You're right, okay. Lin Xian heard the upper and lower eyelids arguing. Since Black Zetsu was already like this, why not just comply with it? Black Zetsu felt that this world belonged to that old woman, so let it continue to have its sweet dreams. Why? He was already in the late stage of paranoia, so why bother with him? However, Naruto Uzumaki did not think so. Lin Xian can indulge in the performance of Heiju, but Naruto cannot just stand by and watch Sasuke walk down the path of no return. Sasuke, is there really no other path for you to choose? The darkened Naruto rarely shows a hint of sadness. His good friend has just returned from training, with still dry blood on his clothes. Another dangerous mission, killing quite a few ninjas. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing more to say. After the mission to capture the tailed beasts, I will personally kill that man. Sasuke coldly stares at Naruto. It is precisely for revenge that he has worked so hard to reach this point. He is no longer that powerless child. Since the organization has tacitly approved this battle, he must face Uchiha Itachi in life and death. The blonde boy weakly lowers his head. He seems to have grown stronger, yet there are still things beyond his control. Can Sasuke really defeat Uchiha Itachi? Whether it's Deidara, Haiden, or Scorpion and Kakuzu, it seems that everyone doubts Sasuke. Naruto wants to do something, but he finds he doesn't know how to persuade Sasuke. What are you worried about? The bottom of the class. Sasuke suddenly smiles. Seeing Naruto's worried expression inexplicably lightens his mood. This guy is still the same. Even after joining the Akatsuki, he has still that familiar taste, that familiar formula, that familiar Naruto Uzumaki. This guy is his only friend. Naruto's face is left with bitterness. This time is really dangerous. Sasuke. Sasuke's gaze flickers slightly, suddenly glancing into the distance. We're friends, right, Naruto? If we're still friends, then don't stop me. People can never choose their own fate. They're chosen by fate. My fate was decided that night. My fate is to kill that man. The only way you can stop me is to kill me before that. This cold statement leaves no room for rebuttal. Fate? Does such a thing really exist? Uzumaki Naruto lets out a long sigh, his eyes becoming somewhat confused. Power. Now he has obtained enough power, and he has become an official member of the Akatsuki. Perhaps one day, with a command from the leader, he can fulfill his revenge, just like Orochimaru did 3 years ago, and he swears to be 1,000 times more vicious than Orochimaru. But power cannot change certain things. Like the relationship between Sasuke and Itachi. It's truly helpless. Yet Sasuke doesn't seem to be pessimistic. He even looks a bit excited. Naruto, do you understand my feelings? In just one night, my parents and clansmen were brutally slaughtered. The guards were training just yesterday. The old lady who saw me off to school this morning, everyone was living such a good life, but they all died, blood spilling across the streets, turning into cold corpses. The culprit behind all this is my brother, the ninja I admire the most. Isn't that ridiculous? I hate Konoha for not stopping that tragedy. I hate others for calling me the brother of that rogue ninja. I hate my own youth and weakness. I hate my powerless eyes. Every step I take is to kill that man, no matter what method, no matter what price. After hearing all this, do you still want to stop me? Sasuke's calm gaze falls on his friend. No. Naruto seems to have come to a realization. His parents were also killed by Konoha. He has been deceived as a Jinchuriki since birth until he was 12. If it weren't for a certain accident, he would still be used by that village, right? If anyone tries to stop him from killing those bastards, Naruto would kill that person first. Their fates are so similar. Chapter 114, Kirin. Super large Rasen Shuriken. 2 days off blink by. The immortal duo slaughters the two land at the Temple of Fire, then takes down Sarutobi Asuma, raking in quite a bounty. There doesn't seem to be anything interesting. The 6 paths of pain set off to capture the 6 tails Jinchuriki, with Ju serving as Nagato as bodyguard, alongside countless white Zetsu clones in the shadows. The team heading to the land of water, Kirigakure, is also ready. Target for assessment: Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Supervisors: Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki. Oh, and a talented person from the Land of Rain has also joined in. Lin Xian, regarded as the second Hanzo of the Salamander by the 5 great nations. Just like the West cannot lose Jerusalem, Lin Xian is indispensable. Won't the ninjas of Kirigakure stop us? Upon entering the Land of Water, Sasuke asks the crucial question. With his and Naruto's cooperation, capturing the 3 tails should be easy. The Sharingan naturally restrains tailed beasts, but this must be under the condition that there are no other enemies. The supervision of wild-tailed beasts in Kirigakure is not strict. Only a small squad is assigned. A white Zetsu clone responds. The location of the tailed beast is a top secret. Ordinary ninjas cannot know such high-level intelligence. And even if they did, they wouldn't dare to capture a tailed beast, as it would provoke the endless wrath of the entire Land of Water. But the Akatsuki not only has intelligence, but is also not afraid of the Land of Water's retaliation. Naruto, here, wait a minute, like this. 2 assessment members discuss the battle plan in advance. There is also intelligence about the tailed beast. The 3 tails, Isabu, a gigantic creature resembling a turtle, with 3 tails behind it. Isabu's defenses can block most physical attacks, which is the most troublesome aspect. Without causing effective damage, it cannot be captured, and the battle requires good cooperation between Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto, I can't wait to kill Itachi. Sasuke puts his arm around his brother's shoulder, not caring that Uchiha Itachi is just 10 meters in front of him. After killing that man, let us have a good fight. And then I want to ask you about your taijutsu, Senior Lin Xian. Kisame. Itachi. Naruto. Why is Sasuke starting to get cocky? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Alright. I can't wait to see Sasuke's progress over the past 3 years. If you can survive until then. Lin Xian smiled brightly, feeling a sense of admiration for the youth. On the other hand, the expressions of Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha were somewhat awkward. Lake, the resting place of the 3 tails. When the Akatsuki organization arrived here, it was a gloomy and rainy day, which made Sasuke secretly relax a lot. Don't let me down, tailing behind. Sasuke slowly formed hand seals and notified Naruto Uzumaki to prepare. Would release. The advent of the tree world. Naruto Uzumaki put his hands together, launching a big move right from the start. The tailed beast was sleeping at the bottom of the lake. The first step was to force it out, and only then would the battle begin. This little brat, Kisame Hashigaki, was clearly surprised by this would release. This was a technique of the god of shinobi. No matter how many times he had seen it, he would still feel deeply shocked. Using would release in sage mode, Naruto Uzumaki exuded a terrifying aura. Even so, this was far from the boy's limit, as he had yet to tap into the power of the 9 tails. What a genius. I must say Lin Xian indeed has a sharp eye. Interesting. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, not sure if he was evaluating Naruto or Sasuke. Roar. Umans. Countless frenzied trees finally disturbed the tailed beast, and a massive creature leaped out from the bottom of the lake. The fully wild-tailed beast glared with eyes larger than a human body, filled with utmost hatred for the humans who disturbed its sleep. Not causing any trouble, not doing anything bad, and still getting beaten up just for trying to take a nap. Where can the Three Tails seek justice? Do tailed beasts have no human rights? No. If you must hate, then hate your own weakness, you foolish giant. Sasuke's eyes transformed from pitch black to crimson red, with three black tomo revolving slightly around his pupils. Although he hadn't evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan in the years he was away, he had developed the three tomo to their utmost limit. With his ocular power, he could control a tailed beast. Even if it was only for a brief moment of less than 10 seconds, that would be enough. Lightning release. Kirin. As Sasuke raised his hand high, it seemed like the thunder echoed throughout the sky. The power of thunder and lightning in nature was being harnessed by Sasuke, quickly condensing and merging to form a massive thunder beast. This was the power of heaven and earth, the ultimate lightning. It was Sasuke who tamed this lightning. Sage Art. Super Large Rasengan. Naruto created two shadow clones, each holding up an enormous blue sphere. Just as the thunder beast struck towards the Three Tails, Naruto's two spheres exploded on the turtle shell of the Three Tails. In an instant, the sound of the explosion spread for miles around. The Three Tails wouldn't be killed, would it? Kisame felt somewhat gloomy. The progress of these two brats was simply frightening. Under the enhancement of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, the Three Tails was almost instantly defeated before it could even fully surface. The battle process was not only not exciting, but it seemed boring. It won't die. Lin Xian shrugged. Tailed beasts are inherently tough-skinned and tough-meat creatures with high defense. The Three Tails is one of the best in terms of defense among tailed beasts. So how could it die so easily? A splendid ninjutsu. Itachi remained as cold as ever. Sasuke was lucky. Today was a thunderstorm day. Otherwise, the chakra consumption of that lightning release technique would be nearly incalculable. Although the conditions for use were difficult, creating an S-rank ninjutsu was enough to prove something. Naruto's two super large Rasengan had a power equivalent to only about 1/10 or even 1/20th of Kirin. It was Sasuke's Kirin that truly defeated the Three Tails and left it unconscious. Prepare to collect the spoils, Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun. Congratulations on becoming official members of the Akatsuki. Please find a leader to get your exclusive rings when you return. A hypocritical smile squeezed out of Kisame's shark-like face. He originally thought Sasuke would just control the tailed beast with his Sharingan and leave the attacking task to Naruto Uzumaki. But he didn't expect Sasuke to be the main output today. Lightning release. Kirin. This may be the most powerful lightning release technique known in the ninja world. Even if its activation conditions are troublesome, it cannot hide its destructive attack power and speed. And this comes from a merely 15-year-old Uchiha Sasuke. Saying this feels a bit bittersweet, but Kisame suddenly felt that Itachi's choice wasn't so bad after all. Sasuke, we did it. Naruto Uzumaki deactivated Sage Mode, visibly excited. Many ninjas wanted to join the Akatsuki, but there had been no fresh blood over the years, and now he had done it. And with his friends, tailing behind. Look how excited you are. It's too early to hold a celebration dinner now. I would rather hold it at Itachi's funeral. Sasuke sneered twice, not hiding the murderous intent in his words. It's just a tailed beast. For any action group of the Akatsuki, capturing tailed beasts is second nature. So there's really nothing to be happy about. Unlike Naruto, he didn't feel any sense of belonging to the Akatsuki. For Sasuke, this was merely a place to hone his strength, a place that could provide a fair duel for him and his brother. Looking forward to more surprises from you. My foolish little brother. Itachi, as always, looked down on Sasuke, as if he was already the inevitable victor. This high and mighty posture made the young man show a more furious expression. Certain things seemed to have already ignited. Chapter 115. Naruto, protect this village for me. The mission in the Land of Water was successfully completed. The reinforcements from the Hidden Mist village had not yet arrived, and their tailed beast had already been captured. Pain summoned all members with the body flicker technique and immediately began the sealing work for the tailed beasts. This time, they needed to seal both the Three Tails and the Six Tails at the same time. Naruto Uzumaki, come with me. Just as they were on the way back, Itachi suddenly called out to Naruto in the middle of the night. His actions were very discreet, even using a Jinjutsu to deceive Kisame. What does brother Itachi want with me? The straightforward Naruto was still unaware of the seriousness of the matter. In his view, Itachi was about to have a life-and-death battle with Sasuke, and since they were all part of the Akatsuki, he wouldn't attack him. After becoming official members, conflicts rarely broke out. Naruto, do you think your parents were harmed by the higher-ups of Konoha? Itachi's gaze was somewhat complicated. He had delved into the reasons for Naruto Uzumaki joining the Akatsuki. Otherwise, what could it be? I personally heard the conversation between Uchiha Obito and the third Hokage. Mentioning this topic, Naruto's face immediately turned cold. I see. Itachi shook his head with some regret. As far as he knew, the third Hokage had not fallen to such a degree. He was seriously training Naruto. When Danzo was alive, there was a proposal to brainwash the Jinchuriki of a Nine-Tails from infancy, turning him into a true puppet and tool for war. But this proposal was rejected by the third Hokage. If the third Hokage really wanted to use Naruto Uzumaki and treat him as a tool, why would he disapprove of that proposal? Something is wrong. Perhaps someone is deceiving Naruto Uzumaki, even though Hiruzen Sarutobi has done dirty deeds. Considering Naruto's reasons for betraying the village, that Hokage is most likely being slandered. Naruto-kun, do you know? Sometimes the truth doesn't matter, because people only want to believe what they want to believe. Itachi Uchiha's smile was filled with helplessness. Yes, he guessed correctly, but he couldn't convince Naruto Uzumaki to return to Konoha, because Naruto would see him as a liar, thinking he was trying to whitewash the third Hokage. Mr. Itachi? What are you talking about? Naruto frowned, looking at Itachi in confusion. His limited intelligence couldn't comprehend what this man was trying to express. It's okay, Naruto. No matter who is plotting against you, I will help you return to the right path, and you will eventually find the truth from back then. You are the child of the fourth Hokage. Itachi smiled rarely, a gentle smile, like a senior looking at a junior. A big tree watching a small seedling growing. Naruto instinctively took a few steps back as crows suddenly appeared in groups around him, their cries overwhelming. The black flock of crows swirled like a tide, swallowing the world. And at that moment, the blonde teenager felt so small. At that moment, he couldn't use Sage Mode, couldn't use the hard-earned would-release Jutsu, couldn't use Shadow Clone Rasengan, and he didn't have time to call the Nine-Tails inside him. At that moment, he saw the crow's blood-red eyes, for black windmills spun around the crimson pupils, and a piercing light instantaneously shone into Naruto's eyes. Thank you, Shursui, for giving me this power to protect Konoha. The Jinjutsu dissipated. Itachi slowly summoned a special crow to land on his shoulder, the blood-red Sharingan slowly closing. This time using Kodoame Tsukumi, he wouldn't be able to use it again for at least 10 years. But Itachi had no regrets about his choice. He wanted Naruto Uzumaki to return to the path he should walk, to do what he truly should do. If Shursui is watching from above, he would surely feel gratified at this moment. Mr. Itachi? How? How did I end up here? Naruto Uzumaki opened his eyes again, feeling so confused. He seemed to have forgotten something important. Go back, Naruto. Your mission is complete. If you continue to stay with the Akatsuki, you will be very dangerous. Itachi patted the boy's head reassuringly. Kodoame Tsukumi can directly alter a person's memories and will, and he used this to reshape Naruto. In this new memory, Naruto's betrayal was manipulated by the Akatsuki's Jinjutsu. He had never done anything to wrong Konoha himself. Even if a ninja were to pry into Naruto's memories, they would only find these modified things. This is the terrifying aspect of Kodoame Tsukumi. Itachi, won't you come back to Konoha with me? Naruto seemed a bit sad. In his memory, after being threatened to join the Akatsuki, he discovered that Itachi was a spy sent by Konoha. They appeared to join the Akatsuki, but in reality, they were Konoha ninjas. Take that information back. Tsunade is a good Hokage. She will forgive what has been done. When she investigates your memories, please don't resist. Okay? Naruto-kun, please live on with the will of fire and protect this village for me, Itachi said, as if giving his last instructions. Naruto Uzumaki's memories contained a lot of information about the Akatsuki. The leader with the Rinnegan was a man with orange hair, and the information gatherer was half black and half white, seemingly not human. Kakuzu actually had 5 hearts. Deidara needed to prepare clay for every battle, and even Haiden had to draw blood to activate his forbidden technique. He knew all of this. However, regarding Lin Xian and Konan, Itachi deleted everything. This was a prior agreement. He couldn't do anything detrimental to those two. For Sasuke, he could only conceal this information. The flames of Amaterasu burned silently. A blood-red eyeball fell from the crow and quietly turned to ash. Naruto has gone missing? The next day, everyone received this news. Kisame looked at Itachi suspiciously. Sasuke was completely bewildered, and only Lin Xian seemed to understand something. Forget him. Let's head back to the Rain Village first. Lin Xian seemed indifferent. Naruto's brainwashing was very effective. It was impossible for him to run away without saying a word. Besides Itachi's Kodoame Tsukumi, are there other jutsu that can achieve this? What on earth is that guy thinking? Sasuke pondered deeply, but could not figure it out for a long time. After seeing Lin Xian's attitude, Kisame also became nonchalant. Since the boss wasn't worried, he, as a worker, had even less reason to worry. Lin, Shin senpai. Naruto wouldn't have gotten into trouble, right? Sasuke, overly concerned about his friend, finally couldn't help but seek out Lin Xian. Kisame didn't like him, and Itachi wouldn't give him a good face either. Now, he could only ask Lin Xian about the situation. Don't worry, he won't die. No matter who tries to use Uzumaki Naruto, they can't kill him. Lin Xian reluctantly comforted Sasuke. It was somewhat surprising, yet understandable for him, to see Itachi's choice. Using Kodo Amatsukami on Sasuke would definitely have a good effect, but that would be too cruel. Itachi, who cared for his younger brother, wouldn't let Sasuke live his whole life in a false illusion. He hoped Sasuke would inherit the will of fire instead of choosing revenge, but he wouldn't force Sasuke to do anything. Excluding Sasuke, Naruto was a good choice. Uzumaki Naruto had great potential and was almost impossible to resist Kodo Amatsukami. And it would also allow Naruto to guide Sasuke back to the right path in the future, which was quite beneficial. Chapter 116. Little D. My big bird is already eager. When Lin Xian returned to the Rain Village, the entire ninja world had begun to sense something was off. The tailed beasts were disappearing one after another, and the culprits seemed to all be members of Akatsuki. The Jinchuriki of the 7 tails from Takigakure and the 8 tails from Kumovikure were the only 2 survivors left. The atmosphere in the ninja world had become very strange, with the 5 great nations keeping a close watch on the Akatsuki organization, and there were even vague hints of wanting to cooperate. The proud great nations seemed to finally be planning to work together to eliminate Akatsuki, but it seemed they were a bit late. During this delicate period, a shocking secret suddenly emerged from Konoha: Uzumaki Naruto's return. At first, no one believed in Uzumaki Naruto's loyalty, and some even wanted to kill him. But Tsunade and Jiraiya appeared and suppressed those voices. Ninja from the intelligence department extracted memories, and Tsunade and Jiraiya personally confirmed whether Naruto was a traitor. The conclusion was that Uzumaki Naruto had been controlled before. Konoha announced that they had regained the 9 tails Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki organization had also been quite lively recently. Uzumaki Naruto's betrayal made everyone a bit uncomfortable, but it was limited to discomfort. Could a 9 tails Jinchuriki turn the tide? They had already captured 6-tailed beasts from the 1 tails to the 6 tails, and during the process, they hadn't encountered a decent resistance even once. The 7 tails Fu was to be captured by Kakuzu and Haiden. Meanwhile, the immortal duo continued to reap a large amount of wealth outside. Taking this opportunity, Lin Xian found his most capable subordinate, Yakushi Kabuto. Uzumaki Naruto's betrayal had opened up a position, making it a suitable time for Kabuto to join the Akatsuki organization. By contacting the White Zetsu clone, he was able to reach out to Black Zetsu. This way, Kabuto's joining became a logical thing. And Lin Xian didn't even need to intervene. Black Zetsu would find a way to persuade Nagato himself. This is Yakushi Kabuto, the inheritor of Orochimaru, currently acting together with Fu. Nagato, controlling the Deva Path Pain, agreed to Kabuto's joining. This ninja, who mastered the reanimation jutsu, could play a significant role in the future Ninja World War, so he had to be taken seriously. Please take care of me in the future. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Behind him, a red-haired girl mimicked him well, also fiddling with her glasses. In fact, not many people paid attention to Kabuto. Everyone was more focused on another matter: the decisive battle of the Uchiha brothers. Such a level of drama was rare in 100 years. After the 7 tails was successfully sealed, the Akatsuki organization took a day off. Deidara was so happy that he was dancing around. The cheerful and carefree artist actually hated the Uchiha, and hearing about the brothers turning against each other made him happier than New Year's. No matter who died, it was good news for him. Every owner of the Mangeki Sharingan was his nemesis, so he wished for the Uchiha's evil little brats to be exterminated. Watching a free show was quite nice. Sasori was quite optimistic. Strictly speaking, he was no longer considered human, so he wasn't afraid of Jinjutsu. He neither disliked nor liked the Uchiha. Itachi, when do you plan to proceed? With us here, at least there won't be any outsiders interfering with this duel. Deva Path Pain showed a hint of concern for the old members. Sasuke and I have already decided at that mountain stronghold. Itachi replied calmly. The so-called mountain was actually a stronghold left behind by the Uchiha clan, which had been abandoned for many years. It seems you are quite satisfied with your grave. Sasuke taunted. No matter what, he would seek revenge. He had lived until now for that purpose. The next day, morning, the Uchiha brothers each walked out of their rooms, armed with their prepared weapons or scrolls. Gather, gather. My big bird is already eager. Deidara was wildly waving from the head of the white dragon. Everyone had strange expressions. The leader, Deva Path Pain, Intel Agent Zetsu, Lin Xian, Konan, Kaka, Haiden, Deidara, Sasori Kisame, Yakushi Kabuto, Reserve member Hozuki Mangetsu, as well as the Hyuga sisters Hinata and Hanabi, Konan's disciple Ajisai, and Yakushi Kabuto's girlfriend Karen. Today, the Akatsuki organization was fully mobilized, bringing their families along, just waiting for the Uchiha brothers to perform. This is a brotherly slaughter, not a circus performance. Is this twisted interest too much? We are supervising the battle to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from disrupting this fair duel. Lin Xian spoke with a serious expression. Oni-chan is right. Xiao Nan and Hinata Hanabi nodded in agreement, looking deeply convinced. Actually, I hope you both perish together. Deidara chuckled. If you're willing to stand in front and sign a body donation agreement, I think the bounty exchange will give a good offer after all. You are both S-rank rogue ninjas. Kakuzu was fixated on money. For him, money was the most important thing. If there really is a heaven, it must be a place filled with gold and coins. Ahem, and me. I can help you finish off those who are dying in battle and then pray to our evil god with my ritual. Haiden acted like a devout religious follower. Nothing made him happier than performing rituals after killing someone. Puppets represent immortality. Puppets are art. I can turn the bodies of the fallen into puppets to continue serving the Akatsuki, allowing you to keep shining and existing in this world. If you're willing. Sasori was not to be outdone. He didn't have any Uchiha clan members in his collection, and the bodies of these two would be priceless to him. Is everyone so happy? The Akatsuki seemed more harmonious than he imagined, like a family. Actually, my Edo Tensei technique can bring people back to life. If you want to continue shining for the organization, you can come talk to me in advance. Orochimaru chimed in. Everyone expressed their unconventional opinions, and he didn't mind being unconventional once, although he had already gotten used to being unconventional with his boss. I naturally hope Mr. Itachi can survive. Kisame smiled slightly. Today is the day of Mr. Itachi's liberation, but for me, it's the day my friend leaves. Amaterasu, the strongest physical attack ninjutsu, will continue to burn as long as the target isn't completely incinerated. Surely no one would want to miss such a battle. Zetsu rarely showed an expression of anticipation. Seeing these guys getting excited, Sasuke and Itachi suddenly felt a bit complex. The good brotherly duel atmosphere was ruined by you all. In the Hidden Rain village, heavy rain continued to pour down. Figures wearing black cloaks with red clouds stood on the back of a white giant dragon, holding black umbrellas and standing straight, while the white dragon's wings seemed to stretch beyond the horizon. At first glance, it looked like a funeral, but this group was laughing and joking. In silence, the Uchiha brothers climbed onto the giant dragon's back. The young man with golden hair threw away his umbrella, bathing in the black rain, looking up at the sky with both arms raised. Let us go, everyone. Witness the fall of the Uchiha. Deidara joyfully and erratically started dancing, and the atmosphere that should have been somber was thrown into chaos by this goofball. The white clay giant dragon flapped its wings that hid the clouds and flew towards its target. Chapter 117, Refund. The journey was not long, lasting less than 3 hours. During this time, the two brothers adjusted their states to welcome this most important battle. Hey, find a good spot to watch quietly. Have some decency. Deidara had the clay giant dragon stop about 20 meters from the top of the mountain. How far can you see with those Sharingan? Itachi's dark pupils glowed crimson. You asked how far I can see? What I can see now is you, Itachi, dying in my hands. Sasuke stared at his brother with madness and hatred. The moment their Sharingan met, the battle of Jinjutsu began. In what way will I die? Then prove it to me. Chidori. People rely on their own knowledge and understanding, which binds them, calling it reality. The relationship between knowledge and understanding is ambiguous. The reality based on these may just be an illusion. People live within their own perceptions. Don't you think so? The Jinjutsu competition ended. Uchiha Itachi looked calmly at his younger brother. What do you want to say? Sasuke's breathing grew heavier, clearly indicating that breaking free from Itachi's Jinjutsu was not so easy. You mistakenly think you can kill me, just like you once thought I was a gentle older brother. Itachi's expression was somewhat sorrowful, with a hint of disdain flashing across his face. That night's events, for me, as a child, I could only regard everything as an illusion. Although I wanted to convince myself that it was just a cruel Jinjutsu, everything was undoubtedly real. Now my eyes are different from before. My Sharingan can see through Jinjutsu. With a flash of lightning, Chidori appeared in Sasuke's hand. You haven't severed all ties and emotions to unlock the Mangeki, yet you stand in front of me with naive thoughts? When emotions fluctuate to a certain extent, Uchiha clan members will unlock the Mangeki. And Sasuke was facing Itachi, who possessed the Mangeki with his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Instead of mocking me, why not use your Mangeki Sharingan to kill me quickly? Or do you think I'm not worthy yet? Sasuke's face was indifferent. The Akatsuki members quietly watched the show. Itachi was overly calm, while Sasuke was exceptionally arrogant. These two really didn't look like biological brothers. What impressive confidence. Itachi remained nonchalant. The Mangeki Sharingan is a special eye. The more it's used, the more it gets sealed. Uchiha Madara once transplanted his brother's Mangeki Sharingan to unlock the eternal Mangeki, which would never go blind. But Madara is dead. He was a failure. The one truly reaching the peak of Uchiha is me, because I will take your eyes. Sasuke, you are my new light. If before this, there was still a trace of fantasy deep in Sasuke's heart, it has now completely shattered. No matter how you use those eyes, I will turn the illusion into reality with my hatred, and your reality is death. Chidori extended and elongated. Sasuke unleashed a flurry of lightning. Taijutsu clashed, shurikens flew. Genjutsu collided. For a moment, the battlefield grew intense. Sasuke threw a shuriken with a shadow clone. Itachi cleverly dodged the trap, but the shuriken exploded, shooting out metal shards. This time, Itachi couldn't avoid it, and was left bleeding from his thigh. Zetsu was stunned. Kisame was baffled. Almost everyone present had a somewhat bewildered expression. How could Itachi not dodge such a toy-like thing? Black Zetsu pondered in confusion. Uchiha Itachi had learned shuriken, throwing from Shunshin no Jutsu. How could he not dodge? No. It must be the side effects left by Tsukuyumi, right? Heh. In the battle, Sasuke did not realize that Itachi was holding back. To him, using the Mangeki Sharingan itself would reveal flaws, and this attack had no weaknesses. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke and Itachi simultaneously unleashed flames that collided with each other. The two massive waves of fire radiated tremendous heat and energy in all directions, almost reaching the clouds above. This stronghold was built on a high mountain, just a stone's throw from the clouds. It seemed that the dark clouds above were increasing. No way. Is Uchiha Sasuke's fire-style proficiency actually superior to Itachi's? Even the most ridiculous Deidara seemed to sense that something was off. Fire style, huh? Hee. A glint of light flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. Uchiha's fire-style ninjutsu is famous worldwide, and Itachi is a once-in-a-century genius even within that clan. Sasuke's fire style is good, but Itachi, should we say he is in poor condition or his performance is a bit exaggerated? Hoshigaki Kisame remained silent throughout, only quietly watching the battle. He was one of the few who knew the truth. Sasuke was being cautious to avoid Itachi's ninjutsu. Itachi was careful because he was afraid of accidentally killing his brother with too much force. It was a ridiculous and tragic scene, and he could only watch. Amaterasu. After losing the fire-style clash, seeing Sasuke's flames about to burn him, Itachi had no choice but to use Amaterasu. A large mass of black flames erupted, almost instantly engulfing Sasuke's fire. Amaterasu continued to move toward Uchiha Sasuke, and in an instant, it consumed him. Was the battle coming to an end? Bang! Under the gaze of the Akatsuki members, Sasuke's body wrapped in Amaterasu began to melt away bit by bit, but it was clearly not a human flesh and blood body. This was Orochimaru's substitution technique. Scorpion frowned tightly. This substitution technique exclusive to Orochimaru was convincing enough to be mistaken for the real thing, making it very troublesome. But the question was, why did Sasuke learn Orochimaru's ninjutsu? Who knows? Lin Xian chuckled. Yeah, who knows? Yakushi Kabuto also chuckled. Over the years, Sasuke has completed quite a few missions and naturally gained some opportunities. Some of the things he obtained were given to him by Lin Xian and Yakushi Kabuto. For example, the summoning contract for ordinary snakes from the Dragon Cave, and some forbidden techniques from Orochimaru. You've grown, Sasuke. Itachi's smile was somewhat eerie, making those who knew the truth feel a sense of sadness. Are you disappointed that you couldn't see through my true form? Sasuke's true form stepped out from behind a wall, sneering continuously. See through what, damn it? Lin Xian wanted to slap him twice. Itachi dared to use Amaterasu so recklessly because he sensed that it was not Sasuke's real body. Otherwise, Sasuke would have died hundreds of times by now. This had gone beyond the level of holding back. It was like releasing an entire Pacific Ocean. Did I celebrate too early? Deidara's expression gradually turned unfavorable. Itachi wanted to lose. But why did he have such thoughts? Even the immortal who had lived for over 1,000 years felt immense confusion at this moment. Is Uchiha Itachi insulting our intelligence as the audience? What kind of nonsense is this? Is this worthy of us? Refund me. Chapter 118, forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I don't know when it started, but the dark clouds in the sky slowly began to rain. Although it was cloudy today, there were clearly no signs of rain before. Why did it suddenly start? Many people noticed this detail. After releasing Amaterasu, Itachi was gasping and half-kneeling on the ground. After using Tsukuyomi multiple times, along with one use of Amaterasu, and failing in the fire style competition, his legs were injured and bleeding, and he consumed a lot of chakra. Sasuke leaped to stand on the high wall, looking down at Itachi, whose eyes were now bleeding from the corners. You've always been so proud to the point of never looking at me as an opponent. Perhaps you thought my lightning release, Kirin, had major flaws. Perhaps you never consider me a rival, but now. The lightning in the entire space gathered according to Sasuke's will. Lightning release. Kirin, how is this possible? Why can he use this ninjutsu? Haiden's eyes widened in disbelief. Many members of Akatsuki were in shock. They had heard of this technique, which could only be used during a thunderstorm, but it was clearly not that kind of weather a moment ago. Could it be that Sasuke can manipulate the weather? He really can. It's fire release. It's the previous fire release collision. Pain analyzed calmly. Uchiha Itachi, of course, would not back down, pouring chakra into his fire release without hesitation. Thus, both sides released a massive amount of energy and heat, and right at that spot beneath the clouds, a man-made thunderstorm quickly formed. I didn't expect that kid to calculate this. Kakuzu sighed. Did I underestimate that guy before? What an impressive performance. Kill him. Sasuke. Deidara jumped up in joy again. What they fought before was just nonsense. Now this kind of battle finally has some semblance of a fight worthy of the Akatsuki organization. Roar. The lightning gathered in the sky, formed a giant beast that roared and howled. Deidara's giant dragon flew nearly 100 meters away to avoid being caught in the explosion. Accompanied by the thunder, disappear. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's heart-wrenching voice rolled with the thunder, swinging his arm to point at Itachi. That massive lightning beast fell swiftly, crashing down toward the mountaintop. At that moment, the entire top of the mountain trembled, and an explosive force akin to the end of the world kicked up countless clouds of dust. Even the deafening explosion could be heard 10 miles away. Is it over? The exhausted Sasuke could no longer support his body, barely crawling out from the ruins. No matter how strong Uchiha Itachi was, he was still human. How could a human resist the fury of the heavens? No one could survive the Kirin technique. Is this what you wanted to see, my death? A faint voice echoed from the ruins. It was Itachi's voice. Sasuke's pupils trembled and widened. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How could he survive such an attack? However, the next scene revealed the truth to him. A massive red skeleton surrounded Uchiha Itachi, shielding him from lightning release. Kirin. Susanoo. Is that Itachi's Susanoo? What a powerful aura. Absolute was in awe. Very strong. Pain's evaluation was brief and powerful. As expected, the victor is the elder brother. Deidara bit his lip, seemingly reluctant. The best outcome would have been for both of them to perish together. But it looks like Sasuke has already lost. Sasuke, you have really grown. Just a little bit more, and you would have killed me. Truly astonishing. Itachi was coughing blood, yet wore a comforting smile. He manipulated Susanoo step by step towards Sasuke, showing no intention of killing him. Hard work is insignificant in the face of talent. Sasuke still couldn't win against his outstanding brother. Kakuzu seemed to foresee the scene of Sasuke being killed and having his eyes taken. Kurizetsu sighed, as if he too recognized this notion. Susanoo, how long can Mr. Itachi continue using this ninjutsu? Kisame's voice was somewhat melancholic. No one knew Itachi's body better than him. Years ago, Itachi had already contracted a terminal illness, and his eyesight was continuously nearing blindness. If not for the medicine keeping him alive, and not for paving the way for his brother, Itachi should have left this world long ago. Get away! Get away! Don't come closer! Don't come closer! Sasuke lost his rationality. With the appearance of Susanoo, his years of effort felt like a joke. Nothing could change. The crazed youth even began to stab Itachi's Susanoo with kunai. As expected of the second pillar. Only he could perform such beautiful acts of art. Damn. Stabbing Susanoo with kunai. Under the tense gaze of everyone, Itachi finally walked in front of Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi slowly extended his finger. Is it starting? Is it starting? Uchiha Itachi is going to take his brother's eyes. He wants to reach the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan, perhaps even become a second Uchiha Madara, and maybe even lead the Akatsuki organization in the future. Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time. Itachi gently touched his brother's forehead with his finger, drops of blood sliding down from the youth's forehead. After saying this, Itachi's outstretched hand fell weakly. That pressure-filled Susu dissipated as if it had never appeared. And the Itachi who had been speaking a moment ago had already lost focus in his eyes, collapsing onto the cold ruins with a thud. What's going on? Itachi is dead? Whether it was Kurizetsu or pain, at this moment, their eyes were filled with confusion. Where's the director? Did we get the wrong script? Something's off. But the body of Uchiha Itachi on the ground told everyone. This brotherly duel had ended, with Uchiha Sasuke emerging victorious. What did Itachi say to Sasuke before he died? Has that kid gone mad? Faden looked up and down at the surviving Sasuke. Just now, the distance was too far, and no one heard what Uchiha Itachi said before he died, which left the victor, Uchiha Sasuke, with no hint of joy at all. Itachi had already explained the reason himself. His Manjiki was nearing blindness, his chakra couldn't last long, and his body had reached its limit, so his death was quite normal. Yakushi Kabuto stepped forward to speak without blushing or skipping a beat. The crowd was disheartened and didn't really care about how Itachi died. After all, his death had already become a fact. There was no point in investigating the cause anymore. Let's give Sasuke a moment to calm down. We can head back first. Deidara, this is proof of your official membership in the Akatsuki. Pain handed a ring engraved with blood characters to Sasuke's hand. Sasuke still stared blankly at the sky, as if in a vegetative state. The cold rain soaked through his clothes, dripping on his hair and cheeks. Itachi asked me to preside over his burial. This was a promise I made with Mr. Itachi while he was alive. Deidara manipulated a giant dragon, leading the main Akatsuki forces back to the Rain Village, while Kisame stayed behind. Lord Orochimaru used to like Uchiha Itachi very much. I can't miss this funeral. Yakushi Kabuto and Karen also chose to stay. Konan wanted to say something, but after seeing Lin Xian's eyes, she left with the Hyuga sisters. Thus, there were 3 official members of the Akatsuki left to handle Sasuke and arrange for Uchiha Itachi's burial. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Chapter 119. The Painful Truth Mister. Itachi didn't like being conspicuous. Just find a quiet place to build an ordinary grave. Kisame looked at Itachi's corpse with some sadness. What was he thinking? Why didn't he kill me? Sasuke felt as if he had just awakened from a dream. The details before were hard to understand, but that final scene, clearly Uchiha Itachi could have killed him with Susanoo. He could have killed Sasuke, yet Itachi only gently touched his forehead. What does this mean? If we told you that Itachi didn't hold back, would you believe it? Kabuto said with a playful smile. Do we believe it? Itachi clearly wanted to kill me. He even used Susanoo and Amaterasu. All these years he made me live a hellish life. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't accept the reality. How could he accept the fact that Itachi had shown mercy? Clearly he was an enemy. How could an enemy show mercy? Because Itachi was protecting you. If it weren't for Itachi, do you think you could have survived that night? Lin Xian's calm tone drove Sasuke completely crazy. Be quiet, kid. Although Mr. Itachi doesn't want you to know the truth about the past, you will understand sooner or later. Kisame simply bound Sasuke to prevent him from making any reckless moves. Do you really understand the Uchiha clan's past? Do you really know the reason for the Uchiha massacre? No, you know nothing. It's precisely because you don't know that you can act against Itachi without any reservations. Lin Xian continued to speak to herself. Since the founding of Konoha, the Uchiha clan had been unable to touch true power. The second Hokage even arranged for the Uchiha clan to serve as a guard force, forcing them to live on the outskirts of the village. Only during the Ninja World War could the internal situation of Konoha be considered harmonious. Once there was no war, 2 completely different opinions would arise within Konoha. The third Hokage, learning from the second Hokage's lessons, continued to prevent the Uchiha clan from entering the center of power and would never allow a member of their clan to become Hokage. The Uchiha, though strong and famous, naturally could not accept their lack of power. Finally, decades of resentment erupted. The entire Uchiha clan wanted to initiate an internal war to claim the power and status that belonged to them. Konoha would not allow such a thing to happen. Even if Konoha could eliminate the Uchiha, it would undoubtedly pay a heavy price, and at that point, Konoha would fall from heaven to hell, possibly even being destroyed by alliances from other great nations. For this reason, Shimura Danzo's plan was born. With the tacit approval of the Hokage and the high-ranking elders, Danzo found the 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi. Danzo? What did he say to Itachi at that time? Sasuke eagerly questioned. Tears streamed down his face, and he already had some guesses in his heart. He wasn't really stupid. That's right. Danzo's request was to kill all the Uchiha clan members and then let you survive. Itachi clearly could have walked a better path, clearly had a brighter future. But he chose his beloved younger brother, bearing all the dark blame for it. And he didn't want you to know the truth until his death. Kisame's voice was filled with resentment. He really didn't like Sasuke. But some things cannot be easily changed. No, impossible. You are all lying to me. What you said is all false. Itachi, how could he be that kind of person? You are all lying to me, right? The boy painfully held his head. If what these people said was true, then wouldn't it mean that he himself had killed the brother who loved him the most in the world? Where had he been living for all these years? Was he the biggest joke in this world? Sasuke, we don't need evidence, because the evidence is right in front of us. Lin Xian seemed to be a bit sentimental and depressed. Itachi is already dead, and you are still alive. This is the best evidence. The pharmacist, Do, calmly declared. Crack. It felt like something inside was shattered, a mistake as heavy as iron, an irretrievable mistake. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were red from crying, his tears mingling with the rain, indistinguishable. Itachi had been taking medicine. Only that way could he extend his life, and he did it just to die at his brother's hands. Allowing his brother to awaken the strongest Mangekyou Sharingan of the clan, and then transplant his eyes to gain the eternal Mangekyou, a legendary eye that only Uchiha Madara possessed. When I realized that Itachi had chosen his own death, I wished I could kill that person named Uchiha Sasuke. You know, kid, I couldn't help but want to smash your head countless times. Because you were dead, Itachi would have a truly bright future. The shark eyes of Kisame Hoshigaki were crazily releasing killing intent. His big hand seemed ready to crush Sasuke's shoulders. This was not an act. In fact, this was his true thought. He had regarded Itachi as a friend. If he had to carry out missions without Itachi's company in the future, it would be very boring. So he really wanted to kill Uchiha Sasuke. He just couldn't do it. All right, Shark, don't scare Itachi's brother. After all, Itachi's will. Lin Xian solemnly warned Kisame, who gritted his teeth and released Sasuke. Did Itachi say anything else? A glimmer of light reappeared in Sasuke's dull eyes. It seemed that his life had regained a bit of meaning. Do you remember Naruto, Uzumaki? The path Itachi prepared for you is just like Naruto's, but even safer and more secure. Lin Xian gently helped Sasuke to stand up, looking at Itachi's cold body on the ground. The expressions of the people present were not good. Leave Akatsuki, Sasuke. This is what Itachi hoped to see, and it's the last thing he entrusted to us. The Akatsuki organization does not lack strong members, so the leader will not chase after a traitor. Just like Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito in the past, we will not hunt you down. You only need to live your life in peace and happiness, without anyone disturbing your life. This is Itachi's final will. Lin Xian spoke eloquently, while Sasuke's gaze flickered uncertainly. If you're unwilling to accept this choice, Naruto Uzumaki will surely guide you on the right path. That boy has inherited the true will of fire. He will definitely persuade you. If you refuse to heed the advice of us seniors, then that is Itachi's second preparation. Kisame began to recite his lines. This was something Lin Xian had instructed him to do in advance. Naruto? Sasuke hesitated and felt confused. But then he suddenly remembered the matter of Naruto Uzumaki's disappearance. Could it be related to his brother? And it was a backup plan prepared for him. Sasuke, Itachi's talent and wisdom far exceed your imagination, and you may find it hard to comprehend just how exceptional and great a ninja he is. Naruto Uzumaki's talent is not inferior to yours, and he is a friend you acknowledge with whom you share a good relationship, which is why Itachi would help Naruto escape from the Akatsuki. Lin Xian revealed a warm and loving smile like that of an elder. It was the first time Sasuke felt that this man was so friendly. Live happily. Sasuke, do not let hatred blind your eyes. Chapter 120. The Avenger Awakened in Darkness. Itachi, did he only want me to live like this? Sasuke cried uncontrollably, feeling empty inside. His most important brother, the person who loved him the most in this world, chose to die by his hand in this way. The dangers of this world far exceed your understanding. Sasuke, even Itachi could not accomplish certain things that cannot be predicted. He gave you strength, hoping you could protect yourself. Even if you can't be like Naruto, you should still live a safe and happy life. Lin Xian continued to persuade. A fabricated will unknowingly became a real thing. Yes, Itachi, my brother, he would do such a thing. Sasuke's voice gradually lost its warmth. Countless memories flashed before him. Itachi bore so much darkness, sacrificed his life, and had no dreams. Itachi's dream was to protect his younger brother, to give everything to him, because only in this cruel and merciless ninja world could his brother survive. And he didn't even want his brother to take revenge for him. He just wanted his brother to live well. Yes, Itachi was gentle, a gentle brother, the best brother in the world. But what is this world? What is Konoha? What is the will of fire? Everything that forced Itachi to death. What is it all? The boy's blood-red eyes suddenly transformed into a flower-like pattern. The next second, Uchiha Sasuke collapsed unconscious. After a long sleep, in a dimly lit cave, 3 men sat on stone chairs. Nearby was a corpse, and further back was the recently awakened Uchiha Sasuke. The boy had slept for a day and a night. Senior Lin Xian, I will not hide my identity, nor will I stop. For Itachi, I am the person he loves the most. I bear his life and everything. He just wanted to protect me. But for me, Itachi is equally the most important person. A pair of beautiful kaleidoscopic eyes silently appeared. Sasuke indeed activated the Manjiki. This is the eye that inherited the Amaterasu technique. Itachi died for me. His death must not be meaningless. Those who once persecuted Itachi, I will not spare a single one of them. This is my decision. You can treat me like a rebellious child. It doesn't matter because my actions will prove everything. If anyone tries to stop my revenge, then I will kill their closest ones one by one, so they can slightly understand my hatred and pain. Everything sacrificed for Itachi will be destroyed by me. As the will of hatred grew, Sasuke's Manjiki became increasingly bright, blood dripping from it. The eyes that only awaken in madness and despair. Whenever a member of the Uchiha clan activates their eyes, the lost things are already irretrievable. Thus, this is the cursed power, the fate of a cursed clan. Manjiki. Kisame Hashigaki and Kabuto Yakushi exchanged glances. Itachi's sacrifice truly helped Sasuke grow. Now, just a look from him exuded pressure. The life that Itachi could not complete. Let me inherit it. Itachi's past dreams and regrets will be completed by me. And those who once harmed Itachi, I will kill them all. The boy caressed his bleeding cheek, the blood mixed with tears falling onto his brother's clothes. Itachi was already dead. The fact of death will not change. Sasuke, Itachi did not wish for you to walk this path. He has already borne enough darkness, and he does not want you to fall into the abyss as well. Lin Xian's way of speaking is very much like that of a green tea bitch. Gue Jiao almost couldn't help but want to hit his boss. Clearly, you're the one who wants to lead Sasuke to ruin the most. Can't you just speak properly? Itachi is already dead, and you still want to calculate how to use someone else's brother. Can you be a decent person? Yes, Itachi wouldn't let me take revenge for him. But if time were to turn back and give me another chance to choose, I still wouldn't agree to Itachi doing so much for me. Sasuke's eyes were completely filled with hatred and anger. I couldn't see through Itachi's illusion, couldn't see the falsehoods he created. I wouldn't even follow the will he left behind. But this is what I will do for Itachi. I want to inherit all of Itachi's legacy and continue to fulfill the dreams he didn't complete in the Akatsuki. Sasuke almost shouted these words out. In the depths of Lin Xian's eyes, a subtle smile flashed secretly. Who could refuse a perfect tool? Before the burial, let's take out Itachi's kaleidoscope, Sasuke. Once you master the power of these eyes, transplanting Itachi's eyes will grant you the eternal kaleidoscope. Lin Xian's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. The pharmacist, though, thoughtfully removed the eyes and placed them into a pre-prepared bottle, which he then handed over to Kisame. Mr. Kisame is a longtime friend of Mr. Itachi. You can completely trust him. Although he dislikes you, he will follow Itachi's last wishes to take care of you. Lin Xian spoke beautifully. As time went on, it seemed that he had also become a good friend of Itachi. Sasuke believed these lies without a doubt, as he learned the truth from these people. Inheriting Itachi's position is not so easy, Sasuke. I have said that your brother is an excellent and great ninja. Having the Manjiki Sharingan is just the starting point. It does not mean you have surpassed Itachi of the past. Itachi is a ninja who deserves the respect and admiration of everyone in the Akatsuki organization. I hope you can achieve that too, Sasuke. Lin Xian gently patted the boy's shoulder. Sure enough, he had a bond with his brother. What story does this man named Lin Xian have with the past Uchiha Itachi? Sasuke was not clear, but Sasuke knew that this man had always been considering him. And after Itachi's death, he continued to carry out Itachi's will. Itachi was already dead, but many of Itachi's friends were still concerned about him. Thinking of this, Sasuke's nose began to feel sour again. I know, I will do everything right. Itachi's dream is my dream. After wiping away his tears, Sasuke completely adjusted his mindset. It is impossible to leave the Akatsuki organization. To hell with a peaceful life. Those who harmed Itachi back then. The ninja system and this world that made Itachi feel despair. Let Uchiha Sasuke change it. Kisame Hoshigaki and Kabuto Yakushi silently watched this. Who would have thought that, just a day after Itachi's death, Uchiha Sasuke decided to walk the path of revenge? This path was even prepared for him by Lin Xian. Sasuke thought everyone was Itachi's friend, that everyone cared about him because of Itachi's entrustment. But in reality, the contingency plan prepared by Uchiha Itachi was just Naruto Uzumaki. These people were simply deceiving Sasuke. They were using his desire for revenge. Lin Xian's words are not entirely false. This world is far beyond Sasuke's imagination. Even Uchiha Itachi could not comprehend the dark depths of certain things. Even he had entities he dared not provoke. It is normal for Sasuke to be deceived in this situation. Lord Lin Xian truly has a wicked sense of humor. On that day, Kisame Hoshigaki and Kabuto Yakushi were reminded of the fear imposed by that man. Young Sasuke, do you really understand what fate is? The things your brother once failed to see, the realities that even the kaleidoscope cannot comprehend. How far can you go now? Chapter 121. This world has already fallen into extreme decay. Itachi's funeral was extremely brief. After his eyes were taken, the body was placed in a coffin made of wood release by Lin Xian. Sasuke, Kisame, Kabuto, and Lin Xian each offered flowers. The coffin slowly sank into the underground of the Uchiha stronghold, eventually being covered by soil. Senior Lin Xian, Senior Kisame, I will definitely inherit my brother's wishes and complete the things he could not finish in Akatsuki. Sasuke's tears fell again. The heavy truth drove him to madness. And only the thought of avenging Itachi could ease his pain a little. Those once self-righteous things were all arranged by Itachi for him. Therefore, the hatred in the darkness will not dissipate. He is a true avenger. Sasuke, Itachi believed your talent surpassed his own, though he never told you. He always thought that you would surpass him in the future. Lin Xian seemed to be touched by the scenery, with a hint of nostalgic light in her eyes. Sasuke wiped away his tears and stood up straight, quietly listening to the stories from the senior. In the 40th year of Konoha, I was only 18 at the time when the founder of the Akatsuki organization invited me to join, along with my sister, and in the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. The organization has been preparing for its true plan up to today. In the 55th year of Konoha, the Uchiha clan massacre occurred, and Itachi Uchiha chose to join the Akatsuki organization. Even at the age of 13, Itachi was someone that even the leader found somewhat wary of. Sasuke, your brother was truly an extraordinary person. Lin Xian generously expressed her admiration and respect for Uchiha Itachi. As Sasuke listened to these stories, it felt as though he was transported back to that bloody night in his memories. But this time the recollection was no longer cold and distant. Itachi cared for his younger brother, and that was why he did what he did. After that ninja chose the Akatsuki organization, he encountered Senior Lin Xian, Senior Kisame, and the members of Akatsuki. Itachi was a once-in-a-thousand-years genius of the Uchiha clan. However, there were two hurdles in his life that he could never overcome. The first was Uchiha Izumi, the girl Itachi liked. Under pressure from the higher-ups in Konoha, Itachi, in order to protect his brother, painfully killed all of his clan members, including that innocent girl. Out of guilt for Izumi, Itachi used a 60-year-long Tsukuyomi when he killed her. In that illusionary world created by the Genjutsu, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi were married and had children, living in a peaceful and happy era without war or rebellion. It was to fabricate this 60-year memory that Uchiha Itachi paid an extremely heavy price. Itachi fell ill with a terminal disease at a young age, which was inextricably linked to that 60-year Tsukuyomi. The second was Uchiha Sasuke, the person Itachi loved the most. After joining the Akatsuki organization, Itachi was recognized and valued by everyone, and he made many friends there. His ideals were extremely similar to those of the Akatsuki organization, to change the world and bring peace to it, even through somewhat extreme means. However, Uchiha Itachi was destined not to walk that path. His life was perfectly planned by himself, including his own death. He had to make plans for his brother, so he did not have time to complete those things. Before his death, Itachi entrusted his friends to take good care of Sasuke. He also advised Sasuke not to stay in the dangerous Akatsuki organization and to live a safe and happy life instead. This story came to life, vividly portraying a tragic and lonely ninja. That person was Uchiha Sasuke's brother, Kisame Hoshigaki. Since Uchiha Itachi joined the Akatsuki, I've been his teammate for 8 years. How the hell did I not know these things? When did Itachi become good friends with Lin Xian? Even sworn brothers? In Kisame's memory, Itachi never got close to anyone. At most, he would just call them senior. Kabuto Yakushi's reaction was much more subdued. He had grown accustomed to this man's manipulation of fate and lying. Although Lin Xian's fighting style was quite brutal, her acting was truly impressive. Uchiha Sasuke was now completely deceived. In fact, Itachi was not wrong at all. Sasuke, the protagonist, had talent that could surpass Itachi's, and his future achievements were beyond even Itachi's imagination. However, Sasuke's IQ might not be very high. Sasuke, do you know? The Akatsuki organization's goal is world peace. We have prepared for nearly 30 years for this. The fundamental flaw in this world is the ninja system. If we cannot change the fundamental aspects, no matter how many wars we start, various tragedies will continue to unfold. The Akatsuki exists for this reason. Once, Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village clearly had the opportunity to negotiate peace, but chose to set a trap to kill the original Akatsuki. And Konoha. Why doesn't Konoha give power to the Uchiha? Because they fear falling from top. Uchiha Madara's strength is not much different from Hashirama's. Yet no one wants him to become Hokage. Uchiha Shursui was also a genius, but was secretly harmed by Danzo. The fate of the Uchiha clan has never been coincidental. From the moment Uchiha Madara chose to join Konoha, the day of destruction was destined. The power-hungry high-ranking ninjas would never allow any danger to exist and would do anything for it. And these issues do not only exist in Konoha, nor only in the 5 great nations. Wherever there are ninjas, tragedies will inevitably occur. This world has already decayed to an extreme. This voice of resentment seemed to resonate with Sasuke. At that moment, the soul of the young man seemed to be sublimated. Yes, even if he could kill the murderer who caused Itachi's death, would that prevent the next Uchiha Itachi from appearing? How many ninjas in the world have tragic stories like Itachi's? He suddenly understood what the Akatsuki organization was pursuing. A group of madmen wanted to start a war to destroy the 5 great nations. That was his past impression of the Akatsuki organization. But now, he understood why these madmen wanted to start the Ninja World War. Those old bastards wouldn't reason with you. If merely talking could bring world peace, then the ninja world would have been at peace long ago. The funeral ended. 3 members of the Akatsuki left this sorrowful place. Kabuto Yakushi's presence was very low-key, while Kisame Hashigaki wore a look of both hatred and relief. He hated Sasuke's existence, but had to take care of him out of respect for Itachi. One must admit that Kisame's acting had improved significantly. He looked quite convincing. As for how much of that performance was genuine emotion, perhaps only Kisame himself knew. Mr. Itachi, you never imagined you would become like this after your death, right? Mr. Itachi, it is still raining in the Rain Village. But the rain is so heavy that we can no longer return. The Shark Man held an black umbrella. Lin Xian patted the head of the hydrangea and stroked her hair, while the little couple, Yakushi Kabuto and Karen, were chatting and laughing. Uchiha Sasuke went back to rest alone. This world is truly wonderful, Mr. Itachi. We will meet again. Chapter 122, Late Night with Itachi. Rain-hidden village. Tall tower. At the place where Nagato's true body is located, a white Zetsu clone is responsible for guarding. Has Uchiha Sasuke opened his Manjiki? That was quick. Both Nagato and the white Zetsu clone express surprise. Uchiha Sasuke not only performed well, but is also willing to continue working for the Akatsuki organization, which is something to be happy about. Although, I don't know why, Lin Xian always manages to do something unexpected. Like now, is a sacrifice ready? Do, the young man from the rain-hidden village, sits in a chair with his legs crossed, while Hinata Hyuga obediently massages his shoulders. The room is lit by candles, and the dim light makes the scene a bit eerie. Sir, it's ready. The pharmacist Do drags out a living white Zetsu clone with its mouth blocked. It's freshly captured. Before long, the flying Raijin Kunai on the ground begins to fluctuate. The Edo Tensei technique brings forth Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, along with a coffin, which contains the body of Itachi Uchiha. As long as there's a flying Raijin seal, the 4th Hokage can serve as a portal, and Lin Xian has come to enjoy this thrill. All right, let's prepare for the welcoming party. It won't do for Mr. Itachi to be lonely in the afterlife for too long. Lin Xian snapped her fingers with a smile. Yakushi Kabuto nodded slightly and began to slowly form hand seals with both hands. The corpses of Itachi and White Zetsu serve as offerings to summon the soul of Uchiha Itachi from the underworld using the impure world rebirth technique. Hinata Hanabi hid far away. It was her first time witnessing such a scene. Conan gently stroked the little girl's hair. Kisame Hashigaki found it somewhat amusing yet frustrating. The good news was that they could see Itachi again. The bad news was that Itachi might not be too keen on being resurrected, especially as a tool for Lin Xian. What are you thinking, Kisame? Are you too excited to see an old friend? Lin Xian swayed a cup of juice in his hand. His subordinates were indeed a bit excited. Dry Persimmon Zaki smiled bitterly. There was nothing he could do. He could only watch as Itachi was resurrected. At that moment, Kabuto's preparations were complete, and the summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. The impure earth from the underworld wrapped around the surface of White Zetsu's clone, gradually transforming into Itachi's appearance from when he was alive. Finally, Itachi's soul descended into this body. A pair of scarlet Sharingan slowly opened, looking around in confusion. Uchiha Itachi was not in a good mood. Seeing Kabuto, who was manipulating his body, then glancing at the honest and simple shark man beside him, and the man who seemed to be sitting on a throne. It was not surprising that Kabuto could use impure world reincarnation. But why were Lin Xian and Konan appearing in a place like this? Did they have a partnership with Kabuto? Welcome back, Itachi. Your old friend has been waiting eagerly. Lin Xian looked at the two with ill intentions. Dry Persimmon Zabuza. Uchiha Itachi. Senior Lin Xian, weren't you going to write my name on the memorial stone of the Hidden Rain Village? How could you collude with Yakushi Kabuto? Itachi frowned tightly. Yakushi Kabuto had not lifted the restrictions on his body, only granting him the ability to speak. Itachi-kun, did you misunderstand something? Lord Lin Xian is my superior. I am just following orders, Yakushi Kabuto said lightly. The memorial stone, yes, Itachi. You are certainly a hero of the Land of Rain. I've already had Ajisai take care of it, Lin Xian affirmed with a nod. I truly feel honored. A hero? Is this the treatment a hero receives? Uchiha Itachi felt somewhat overwhelmed. Our agreement has been fulfilled, Itachi. Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. You can die with dignity as an official member of the Akatsuki without putting your brother Uchiha Sasuke in a difficult position. And the name on the memorial stone? Am I not doing enough? Lin Xian admired Itachi's gloomy expression. For a moment, Uchiha Itachi really had nothing to say. After all, Lin Xian had not guaranteed that he would not use Edo Tensei on him. How is Sasuke doing? After holding back for a long time, Uchiha Itachi could only express concern for his younger brother. Being used is whatever. His life has already been terrible enough. A little worse doesn't he matter. As long as Sasuke is safe and sound, that's all that matters. Itachi, your brother, he is truly a stubborn child. I want him to leave the Akatsuki organization, and I even advised him not to let hatred cloud his eyes, but he refuses to listen to my suggestions no matter what. He is experiencing the power of the Manjiki and is preparing to destroy Konoha one day. Lin Xian chuckled lightly, hugging the girl with the white eyes and gently smoothing her hair like a cat. Hinata slowly closed her eyes and leaned against her brother's embrace. Sasuke is going to take revenge for me. Itachi was actually not too surprised by this outcome. However, he was curious about what exactly Lin Xian had embellished during his persuasion of Sasuke. Itachi-kun is so calm. Is this composure because of your arrangement with Naruto Uzumaki? The lenses of Kabuto's glasses glinted coldly. What does that mean? Itachi felt a sudden ominous premonition as his thoughts were guessed. Very few people are aware of the existence of Kodo Amatsukami, such as Uchiha Shursui, Shimura Danzo, and him. And since Shursui and Danzo are already dead, it should be impossible for anyone in this world to know about the existence of the Kodo Amatsukami technique. It's nothing much, Mr. Itachi. Perhaps the boss will even have us fight together, so please take care of us in the future. Karen smiled slightly, her left eye revealing a crimson color, with 4 black pinwheel patterns surrounding her pupil. Without a doubt, this is Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan, the same eye that Shimura Danzo possessed. I see. Danzo was killed by you, so you understand this ninjutsu, and then guess that I caused Naruto Uzumaki's betrayal, right? Itachi finally felt a bit unsettled. The girl of the Uzumaki bloodline, implanted with Senju Hashirama cells, and then the eyes of the Uchiha clan. This is simply a perfect vessel. Actually, we didn't learn the information by killing Danzo. It was precisely because we knew in advance that Danzo possessed this Manjiki that we went to kill him. Itachi-kun, don't get it wrong. Kabuto pushed up the glasses on his nose, as if everything was under his control. Itachi's heavy heart added a few more points of despair. These madmen. Unfortunately, the eye I had has already been burned away by Amaterasu. If you plan to gather a pair of Manjiki from me, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Itachi felt regretful, yet somewhat relieved. These people were terrifying beyond his imagination. Fortunately, he had eliminated that thing in advance. Kodo Amatsukami is powerful, but not as important as you think. Whether it belongs to me or not is actually irrelevant, but it must not be controlled by others. This is what I care about. After you use that power, you will destroy it. This does not deviate from the fate I arranged for you. Just as I know you will inevitably choose Naruto Uzumaki. Itachi, you will witness this world enter a new era. These arrogant words left Itachi momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had seen Lin Xian in such a posture, frighteningly unfamiliar. Chapter 123, Playing with Fate. Itachi, I know you're not happy because you're loyal to Konoha, but you must understand that every move, every word, and every action of yours will affect the fate of Uchiha Sasuke. Lin Xian's threat made Itachi even more depressed. The village and his brother, of course. He would choose his brother Sasuke. In the past, he tried to balance both sides, but Lin Xian clearly wouldn't give him that opportunity. If he dared to help Konoha, Sasuke would be in danger. He couldn't afford to gamble with Sasuke's safety. Mr. Itachi, I will take good care of your brother. But the premise is that you have to listen to the boss, otherwise it will be difficult for me too. Kisame took out Itachi's pair of eyes from his lifetime. These eyes will be temporarily kept by him and transplanted to Sasuke when needed. Upon seeing this, Itachi's last glimmer of hope vanished. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan was meant for Sasuke, and no accidents could occur. Since these eyes had been obtained by this group of madmen, it seemed that the extent of Sasuke's deception was far beyond his expectations. Why would Sasuke trust these people? What did Lin Xian and Ghost Shark really say? Is Itachi-kun confused about Sasuke's choice? Why not listen to my answer? Yakushi Kabuto chuckled with glee. There are no perfect ninjas. Even Uchiha Itachi cannot account for everything. He prepared a path to strength for his brother, yet deep down hoped that the powerful Sasuke wouldn't seek revenge on him. The one in the situation is confused, while the observer sees clearly. Sasuke's choice of revenge was inevitable, and these people were merely going with the flow. The one who truly led Uchiha Sasuke to this point. Isn't it you, Itachi? Lin Xian naturally questioned. Itachi loved his younger brother dearly, but it seemed he forgot that Sasuke also loved him in return. Once he learned the truth, what kind of crazy actions would that beloved older brother take? So it was my fault. I miscalculated Sasuke's feelings for me, which allowed him to be used by you. Uchiha Itachi smiled bitterly. Thinking from Sasuke's perspective, it was easy to understand how this scheme could succeed so easily. The identity of being a friend of his brother during his lifetime was very useful. How could Sasuke doubt it? You know, Mr. 1 against 7. I told Sasuke to live a peaceful and happy life, away from this cold and cruel ninja world, and not to fall into the abyss. But the more I advised him, the more he wanted to stay in the Akatsuki organization to complete what you did not finish. He called me Senior Lin Xian. Uchiha Itachi. Damn, are the Uchiha really cursed? The person he once called Senior is now someone his brother must also call Senior, obediently becoming a tool for the Akatsuki. Thinking back to the night of the massacre, he had been working for the Akatsuki all along. After his death, his brother took over this job, and he, as a dead man, was resurrected to continue working. What kind of ruthless boss could do such a thing? Itachi felt a bit desperate. Uchiha Itachi was a great and excellent ninja, joining the most terrifying organization in the world at the age of 13. In this place filled with artistic madmen and murderers, Itachi earned everyone's respect. Of course, Itachi also gained friendship like me. A friend who wrote his name on the memorial stone after his death, carrying on Itachi's would have changed this decayed and corrupt ninja world. Listening to Lin Xian's grandiloquence, Itachi's expression had already become numb. A film emperor, this guy is no less than his own film emperor. The Uchiha are tragic, from the day they established Konoha. And with the various policies introduced after the second Hokage took office, the Uchiha situation became increasingly difficult. After experiencing these tragedies, Uchiha Itachi, a ninja who slaughtered his clan for his brother, finally discovered the path to changing the ninja world, a path that the Akatsuki was paving. But Itachi could not achieve his goal. His brother was being watched by countless people, and with the slightest mistake, he could be killed by enemies. Moreover, Itachi's body could no longer hold on, his ocular power exhausted, his life drained, plagued by illness. Itachi could only give up his dream. He had to give up his dream. So he entrusted everything to his friends, wanting his brother to stay away from this cruel world. Lin Xian's story is vivid and eloquent, as if it were a real event rather than a fabricated falsehood. The highest level of lies often contains elements of truth. The pharmacist, though, respectfully gazed at the man seated in the chair. Xiang Lin learned well, and also slightly lowered her head. How excessive, Lin Xian. Is this how you play with my life? Uchiha Itachi chuckled self-deprecatingly, as if mocking himself for not having seen through this man's true nature before. Lin Xian knows a lot. The history of the Uchiha, the secrets of the Mangekyou, the the stories of Madara and Hashirama, the policies of the second Hokage, the long-standing grievances of the Uchiha that inevitably led to rebellion. It was he who killed Itachi's parents. It was he who killed his lover. And it was also he who used the time rewind of 60 years. Most of this story is true. Lin Xian seems to be like an omniscient god, dissecting his life and seeing everything clearly. In this world, only Itachi knows that he used the 60-year time manipulation on Quan. But even this matter has been uncovered. For many years, Uchiha Itachi only knew that Lin Xian had tough skin and strong physical skills, but he never realized that he was such a schemer. Kisame is his subordinate, Kabuto is also his subordinate, and Konan goes without saying. Thinking about it this way, Orochimaru's death is definitely related to him, and those reanimated strong ones are also all under this guy's control. It's hard to imagine how powerful this man's influence is. Knowing that I might use Kotoeme Tsukumi to help Naruto break free from your control, you still let me do it, because Uzumaki Naruto is not important to you at all, right? Itachi seems to have given up on treatment. No. Actually, I care a lot about Naruto. You can't even guess how far Naruto's future can develop. He's been a pawn I've had my eye on since birth. Lin Xian denied Itachi's statement. Although knowing this answer was of no benefit to Itachi, Lin Xian, how many more lives do you intend to toy with? What is your ultimate goal? Uchiha Itachi was unable to control his emotions today. Sadness, despair, anger. All these things that were usually unseen emerged through his blood-red eyes. The former acting emperor was actually losing his composure like this. Didn't Toby already tell you the answer? Itachi, the best lies must contain a truth. Lin Xian sat in the chair, his calm voice revealing an undeniable authority. The girl with white eyes in his arms was already asleep. The young man pinched her cheek and suddenly smiled gently, just like in the story I told Sasuke. The purpose of Akatsuki's existence is to bring peace to the world. Why do you doubt it, Itachi? Clearly, I have already told you the truth. I am doing it for peace. I'm tired. Destroy this world. In the moment before being received into the coffin, Itachi closed his eyes. Chapter 124. That guy is so benevolent that he is almost endearingly foolish. Land of Fire. Konoha. The secret negotiations regarding the Akatsuki organization were in full swing. Although the villages did not hold a meeting, they were continuously sharing intelligence, trying to find out Akatsuki's headquarters. At that moment, news came from Takigakure that a Jinchuriki had gone missing. Among all the Jinchuriki in the ninja world, only Killer Bee and the recently returned Naruto Uzumaki remained. With just two more, Akatsuki could collect all the tailed beasts, and the situation was critical. While Tsunade was busy handling various matters, Jiraiya suddenly jumped in through the window. Jiraiya? Why aren't you with your disciple? What are you doing here? Tsunade asked, confused. Ever since Naruto Uzumaki had turned away from darkness, Jiraiya had been responsible for guiding Naruto's thoughts and training him. Let us put Naruto aside for now. I have something more important to report. Do you remember the information we found from Naruto's memories? Jiraiya said, unusually serious. Go on, Tsunade replied, also becoming more serious. There are probably about a dozen formal members in the Akatsuki organization, no more than 15, and we know some information about them, except for the code names Lin and Bai. Moreover, we can confirm through Naruto's memories that the leader of Akatsuki indeed possesses the Rinnegan, Jiraiya explained calmly. The Rinnegan, a legendary ocular technique possessed only by the sage of 6 paths. It would be too much for the leader of those madmen to have the Rinnegan, right? Tsunade pondered Jiraiya's words. Each formal member of Akatsuki has at least the strength of a Kage, so it is indeed normal for their leader to possess the Rinnegan. The key point here is, do you remember the Second Great Ninja War? After the war, I took on a disciple in the Land of Rain, where I lived for 3 years. There was a little guy named Nagato who possessed the Rinnegan. I am absolutely certain, Jiraiya stated with conviction. The great sage Toad once made a prophecy that his student would change the world. He believed Nagato was the prophesied child. The 3 disciples Tsunade seemed to recall part of the scene. She had seen those 3 children, although it was just a brief encounter. Orochimaru had even suggested killing those children, but Jiraiya took them as disciples instead. But didn't your 3 disciples die a long time ago? Tsunade asked, even more confused. A few years after Jiraiya left, news came from a Land of Rain that Hanzo the Salamander had eliminated the traitors. The so-called traitors included Jiraiya's 3 disciples. For many years, Jiraiya was unwilling to return to the Land of Rain. His disciples were already dead. Why would he go to that sorrowful place? I don't know. It's possible that Nagato didn't die back then and became the leader of Akatsuki. It's also possible that someone took Nagato's eyes, Jiraiya said, his expression grim. Speaking of which, his life has been full of failures. His teacher, the 3rd Hokage, was killed. His friend, Orochimaru betrayed the village. The woman he likes, Tsunade, doesn't he like him back? Even his student, the fourth Hokage, died young. It's highly likely that Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, was also killed years ago. I know that child Nagato very well. He could not lead Akatsuki to do such things. There is only one answer. Someone took my student's eyes and used the power of the Rinnegan to become the leader of Akatsuki. Jiraiya continued his analysis. Tsunade frowned, feeling a headache coming on. The identity of a mastermind seemed so close yet so far. Nagato is a ninja from Amigakure. He could have been killed there. As for who stole those eyes, I believe Amigakure must have some intelligence. Jiraiya snorted. He had previously asked Lin Xian if he had heard of Nagato, to which the latter replied no. But now that he thought about it, that was completely a brush-off. Akatsuki was established in Amigakure, but was intercepted midway by Uchiha Obito in some way. What role did that mysterious person with the Rinnegan play in all of this? The Rinnegan is not a trivial matter. How could Amigakure not be aware of the intelligence? Regarding Akatsuki, that bastard Lin Xian has hidden a lot of information. Do they want to secretly deal with the leader of Akatsuki, seize the Rinnegan, and deliberately conceal this information? Tsunade pondered. She did not doubt that Amigakure and Akatsuki had colluded. After all, Akatsuki had betrayed Amigakure. The two sides could not come together. It can only be said that Amigakure had its own selfish motives, likely coveting the power of those eyes. The Rinnegan is countless times more precious than the Sharingan. It's normal for Amigakure to not want to expose such intelligence. But I must find out what happened back then. Who exactly took Nagato's eyes? Jiraiya angrily pounded the table. The three students from back then are probably all dead, but when they died, their teacher knew nothing. Now someone is using Nagato's eyes for evil deeds. Can I just stand by and watch? I will infiltrate Amigakure to find out the truth of what happened back then. Jiraiya made up his mind. No. Tsunade immediately rejected him without hesitation. Amigakure and Konoha are allies. How can you secretly infiltrate that village? This will create unnecessary misunderstandings. I will personally write a letter and send it urgently, asking them to clarify your disciple's situation. Jiraiya, don't do something so foolish. Tsunade remained calm. Letting Jiraiya infiltrate Amigakure for intelligence was simply the most foolish choice. What kind of alliance is this? Sending ninjas to sneak into my home to steal intelligence? How is that an alliance at all? Is it beneficial for Konoha to provoke Lin Xian for no reason? Tsunade, you should know better than I do that if a letter could get the information we want, would Amigakure have hidden it for so many years? The secrets they want to hide will never be easily revealed to the public. Hearing Jiraiya's judgment, Tsunade fell into silence. If Nagato were a ninja from Konoha, she wouldn't choose to tell others about the Rinnegan either. To obtain the intelligence, it was necessary to send ninjas to infiltrate, and Jiraiya happened to be the most suitable candidate. Strong in strength, with no obvious weaknesses and exceptional escape abilities. Tsunade is actually quite good, but as Hokage, she must oversee the big picture. Gathering intelligence is not something a village leader should do. Jiraiya, you should know the risks of this. No nation would forgive someone who inexplicably infiltrates their village to spy. Tsunade's voice rarely softened. This Hokage was worried about Jiraiya encountering an accident. Among the legendary Sannin, only the two of them were left. If one more died, Tsunade would be left all alone. Hey, have you forgotten about Lin Xian? That guy is very reliable at critical moments. Jiraiya comforted Tsunade, thinking of certain things. The two ninjas couldn't help but picture a sunny and cheerful young man from the Rain Village. To save the fifth Kazekage, Lin Xian chose to face the Akatsuki organization alone, ultimately forging a deep friendship with the Sand Village and even developing a somewhat ambiguous relationship with the Sand Princess. If one gives up their life and friends for the sake of rules, that is certainly not justice. Tsunade softly recited Lin Xian's line. Recently, this line had become very popular in the ninja world, known by everyone from 80-year-old old men to 3-year-old kids. With Lin Xian around, even Hans would find it somewhat difficult to kill me. That guy is so benevolent that he could be a bit foolish. The cold, hard rules cannot hinder the friendship between men. Jiraiya was confidently inflated to a certain degree. In this world, he was not invincible. But how many ninjas could stop him if he wanted to escape? Moreover, there was a new generation of good youths waiting for him. However, Tsunade was still hesitating. I have made up my mind. I must know what Nagato and the others went through back then. Tsunade, aren't you always losing when it comes to gambling? Then bet that I won't come back this time. You're the legendary fat sheep. Ha, goodbye. The carefree man jumped out of the window, just like he had come in. Chapter 125, Jiraiya's infiltration. Absurd reality. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. The black rain curtain fell, and the croaking of frogs perfectly blended in. Patrol teams passed by the streets, but found nothing unusual. But this extraordinary frog did not escape the notice of Pain. Rain Tiger Free Technique. Merging chakra into the vast rain curtain, sensing the things touched by the raindrops, Jiraiya thought he was hiding in the frog's belly. But he didn't realize he had been discovered from the very beginning. The message from Pain came. Jiraiya-sensei is in the village. Conan hurriedly ran to Lin Xian. In such a sensitive period, infiltrating the rain village, her former teacher was practically courting death. Go talk to Nagato. Lin Xian helplessly pressed his temples. He had been quite busy lately. Couldn't he just rest peacefully in the gentle embrace for a couple of days? If possible, could he not kill the teacher? Xiaonan rarely pleaded for a ninja, especially when it was an enemy. Lin Xian did not answer immediately, just lost in thought as she looked at the heavy rain outside. She hoped Jiraiya wouldn't be frightened by the news he might hear. Meanwhile, in the rain village, when Lin Xian and Conan went to the tower to find Nagato, Jiraiya had already begun his intelligence-gathering mission. A frog slowly made its way to the corner of the street, and then Jiraiya's body gradually crawled out. The hidden in the toad technique from Mayaboka Mountain allowed him to move hidden inside the frog, which could be said to be exclusive to Jiraiya. This ninjutsu was good, but it still seemed navi in the face of the defense measures in the rain village. The raindrops falling like a ticking clock were constantly monitoring Jiraiya, yet he was completely unaware. Not bad. Jiraiya sat in a restaurant, somewhat emotional. The rain village was quieter and more peaceful than he had imagined. It felt like a mysterious paradise. There were very few people living there, but it seemed they had no survival pressure. I haven't seen you before. Are you from out of town? The old woman at the bun shop curiously observed Jiraiya. Outsiders rarely appeared in the village because access was restricted. Actually, I'm a wandering author, traveling while introducing the beautiful scenery and local customs in magazines. Jiraiya chatted with the old woman with a smile. I see. How my buns taste? The old woman asked again. Delicious, ha ha ha. I'll feature this place in my article. Speaking of which, the atmosphere here is really nice. It's precisely because the demigod Hanzo protects this place that there's this hard-won peace, Jiraiya remarked with a smile, hoping to open a conversation about Hanzo. However, to his surprise, the old woman and the other customers in the restaurant cast strange glances at him. Everyone around was staring at Jiraiya, as if he had just said something extraordinary. Did I say something wrong? Was there something wrong with what I just said? Excuse me. I'll take my leave. Jiraiya, understanding the situation, decided not to ask further. He had already been regarded as an outsider. The secrets hidden in this village might be more than he had anticipated. He ran quickly. A group of ordinary people could not catch him. Not long after, the white-haired old man sat down in a small snack shop. Near the shop's sign hung a paper doll made of white paper, and it was a very special doll with wings. What is that? Jiraiya curiously pointed at the object. This type of doll seemed quite popular, as many shops had such mascots hanging in front of them. Don't you know? That is the Angel Sama. It's said that hanging the origami of Angel Sama in front of the shop will bring good luck, the waitress sincerely replied. From the eyes of this young girl, Jiraiya saw strange superstition and worship. Just who is this so-called Angel Sama? The locals spoke of Hanzo with great caution, as if it were a forbidden name. There were so many odd things. At a cozy hotel, Jiraiya leered at a certain entertainment venue. It seemed that to gather intelligence, he indeed needed to go to such places. In the hotel, Jiraiya ordered a plump woman named Shokan. Taking advantage of her drunkenness, he pried out quite a bit of useful information from the companion girl. Since Lord Pain took over, the village has gotten better and better, and there have been no more conflicts. Lord Pain is a kind person, and both Angel Sama and Lin Xian Sama are very friendly to the common people. It is said that Lin Xian Sama is quite popular outside. I wonder if that is true. Hearing these words, Jiraiya felt a mix of emotions. Lin Xian he knows, and is even somewhat familiar with. But what the hell are that Pain and Angel? Shouldn't the leader here be Hanzo the Salamander? Or has Hanzo already abdicated? Guest, what's wrong? If you want to sleep here, there will be an additional service charge. The waitress looked at Jiraiya with concern. What exactly is going on with Lord Pain and Lord Angel that you mentioned? Jiraiya gloomily downed his drink. Lord Pain is the ruler, and Lord Angel is Lin Xian's sister. The waitress looked at this customer strangely. Isn't that common knowledge? Pain is the leader? What about Hanzo the Salamander? Has Hanzo abdicated? Or did he change his name to Pain? Jiraiya poured himself another drink and finished it again. His intuition told him that the truth of this world seemed to be just within reach. It's quite strange to learn the truth of the world through a cheap waitress. Sure. Hearing Hanzo's name, the waitress turned pale. Fortunately, this was indoors, not in the rain. Otherwise, their conversation would surely be known. Guest, you can't mention that name in the village. The waitress, regaining her composure, patted her chest in fear. Why? Jiraiya looked at her in confusion. If you're seen as Hanzo's accomplice in the village, you'll definitely be killed. Anywhere with rain is under Lord Payne's surveillance. The waitress warned cautiously. Although Hanzo had been dead for many years, discussing him was still prohibited in the Rain Village. Any slip-up could lead to being killed by Payne. This is an absolute taboo topic. Huh? Is that so? Jiraiya was shocked, his mouth agape. You can't talk about Hanzo the salamander in the Rain Village? Being mistaken for Hanzo's accomplice could get you killed? But isn't this Hanzo's village? Guest, actually my husband is a genin in the village. When Lord Payne killed Hanzo the salamander, many people witnessed the horrific state of his corpse. It was said to be a battle that crushed from start to finish. The waitress warned the guest again. As long as you don't seek death, the village is generally very peaceful. The new leader is kind and tolerant. Cough, cough, cough. Jiraiya almost choked on his drink upon hearing this. What? Hanzo is already dead? From this lady's tone, it seems he died many years ago. How is that possible? That shouldn't be the case. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Lin Xian, the heir of Hanzo the salamander, personally appointed by him, is living proof. The heirs of Hanzo have been very active over the years. Who in the 5 great countries doesn't know this ninja? How could Hanzo possibly be dead? How could he have died many years ago? Guest. The waitress nudged Jiraiya, who was slowly coming back to his senses from his daze. That's right. This is not an illusion, nor a lie. An ordinary person absolutely cannot lie so calmly in front of him. Everything this woman said is true. Even if it sounds absurd, this is reality. Chapter 126. Adding insult to injury, you just said that Lord Payne killed Hanzo the salamander, right? When did that happen? Jiraiya swallowed hard. A terrible guess was slowly forming in his mind. According to the Konoha calendar, it probably happened around the 40th year of Konoha. My husband was only 9 at the time and saw Hanzo's corpse with his father not far away. The waitress said calmly. She was still unaware that she had revealed one of the most terrifying secrets in the world to a Konoha ninja. The 41st year of Konoha? The 41st year of Konoha? The 41st year of Konoha? At this moment, Jiraiya was no longer just shocked, but in a state of panic. This year is already the 63rd year of Konoha. If this is true, it means that the so-called demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo the salamander, died 22 years ago. 22 years. The entire ninja world still thought the demigod was alive and was even amazed by his heir. But all of that was a lie. Jiraiya's scalp went numb, and he felt a deep chill in his soul. The land of rain deceived the whole world, and Lin Xian toyed with the ninjas of the 5 great countries at will. A ninja who claims to be a paragon of justice is actually a shameless and unprincipled liar behind the scenes. Such a thing would probably be considered slander if spoken out loud. Jiraiya's image has long been ingrained in people's hearts, and it's not something that can be easily overturned. Unless I can provide evidence. The smile on Jiraiya's face looked like he was crying. He was too exhausted to comment on the horrifying reality. Over the years, many ninjas must have come to this village to try to gather certain intelligence, but those people undoubtedly died. If he were to escape right now, given his strength, he might have a chance of survival. But if he runs away, he won't obtain any evidence and won't be able to get closer to the truth. He still doesn't know what the so-called true face of Payne looks like, nor does he know how his 3 students died. Investigate, no matter how dangerous it is. He must continue to probe. Suddenly, the bartender came into the room to call someone. Sorry, guest, I have to step away for a moment. The waitress smiled apologetically and walked away. After hearing so much, Jiraiya didn't stay there for long, since the so-called Payne could sense through the rain. His current position was definitely exposed, and he needed to move quickly. With this in mind, Jiraiya once again stealthily entered the belly of a frog. There were countless frogs in the entire village, and this ninjutsu would not be discovered, provided that Jiraiya remained inside the frog's belly the entire time. Is that how it is? Did he disappear after gathering the intelligence? Lin Xian listened to the report from her paper clone. After knowing that Jiraiya had appeared, her paper clone was watching the man's movements in midair. After entering a certain hotel, he then seemed to have evaporated. It appeared to be one of those ninjutsu techniques that allowed him to hide inside a frog's belly. It's fine, he won't give up easily. All 6 paths of Payne are mobilized, and as long as he dares to show his face again, he won't be able to escape. Lin Xian said softly. In response, Xiaolan could only remain silent. Her teacher was indeed a warm-hearted person, a brave and passionate person with a bit of lechery. So Jiraiya would definitely choose to continue gathering intelligence, most likely targeting the ninjas of the Rain Village. Only ninjas understand more secrets. After all, we owe him a favor. Jiraiya vontaidi. Lin Xian felt a bit reluctant to see Xiao Nan in such a sorrowful state. In his plan, Jiraiya was indeed meant to be controlled by the impure reincarnation and could become a tool to control Naruto. But making Xiao Nan sad was not in line with his plan. Forget it, it's just Jiraiya. He won't affect the overall situation. Then let's hurry to see the teacher. Xiao Nan's eyes once again brightened, and behind him, white paper wings began to form. He might not be too happy to see us right now. Lin Xian stepped onto a flying carpet made of sand gold and floated into the air. In the rain-hidden village, in a certain drainage pipe, Jiraiya was contemplating life inside the body of a frog. The amount of information was overwhelming, and these facts were too horrifying. Even novels wouldn't dare write such things. Since Lin Xian and the rain-hidden village were lying, was there a possibility that the Akatsuki organization had never betrayed the rain-hidden village? The Akatsuki was not the betrayer. They ruled the land of rain. It was clearly just a possibility, yet it made Jiraiya tremble at the thought. Lin Xian was a partner of justice, even if he lied. His essence was that of a good person. How could he possibly collude with the evil Akatsuki? Jiraiya kept comforting himself, but reality hit him hard. After ambushing two patrolling rain-hidden ninjas from the shadows, Jiraiya tossed the two guys into the frog's belly. Initially, the rain ninjas were quite resilient, shouting that they would never betray their comrades. However, after one of the ninjas was transformed into a frog by Jiraiya's jutsu, the other couldn't hold back and confessed everything. After all, no one wanted to live the second half of their life as a frog. Lord Pain was said to be in the tallest tower to the west. Said to be? Jiraiya was not satisfied with this answer. In fact, no one had really seen Lord Pain, or those who were unwilling to admit it. No one knew his appearance. Orders were occasionally transmitted, and there were rumors that he continued the bloodline of the Wind Demon clan, while others said that Lord Pain didn't actually exist. The lower ninjas seemed to know only this. When I was shopping earlier, the people of this village respected the one called Pain quite a bit. Don't lie to me. Jiraiya frowned. Lord Pain was like a god. Whether he existed or not didn't matter. Everyone believed that it was Lord Pain who protected the land of rain, and since Lord Angel and Lord Lin Xian truly existed, Lord Pain must exist as well. The captive became agitated. Aren't you comrades? Why do you have to hide so much from your comrades? Jiraiya's headache intensified. The leader of the rain-hidden village was like the Kage of each village, yet the people living on this land had never even seen their ruler. This situation was simply unheard of. If you ask why, it's to deal with the current situation. The captive looked pitifully at the old man in front of him. Jiraiya then realized that this was done to prevent information leaks. Even if someone captured a rain-hidden ninja, they wouldn't be able to extract any useful information, because even the rain-hidden ninjas only knew a name. How dare you call yourselves gods? Huh? What exactly is your god planning? Even a small minion should know something, right? Jiraiya said coldly. What god does? How could I possibly understand? The captive's pulse quickened a bit. The walls of the frog's interior not only bound his hands and feet, but also sensed whether he was lying. Then surely you know something about the Akatsuki organization, right? Jiraiya's voice turned colder. I don't know anything about that. This guy still didn't answer honestly. Detecting this, Jiraiya's already heavy mood became even worse, his pale face looking frightening. In the worst-case scenario, the Akatsuki organization itself was the ruler of the rain-hidden village, and even Lin Xian was a member of the Akatsuki. This attitude of the lower ninja could explain the relationship between the Akatsuki and the rain-hidden village. Chapter 127. How many pits Danzo dug for Konoha? Is Lin Xian playing both sides? Diving into the Akatsuki while performing in front of the 5 great nations? He was involved in the assassination of Gaara and also made a significant move in the battle for the Wind Shadow. His thought process is simply baffling. By infiltrating the inner circles of the 5 great nations, he can gain opportunities for the nations to target the Akatsuki and even gather information on Jinchuriki. After much contemplation, Jiraiya can only attribute it to this aspect. No matter what that man's goal is, his danger is undeniable. He must not be allowed to continue his disguise. Hidden Rain Village. Sewage system. An ordinary rain ninja seems to be on routine patrol. However, 2 figures silently observe the shadow of that rain ninja from above. Folk shadow manipulation technique. Hiding one's body within another's shadow and controlling that person's body to act is an almost perfect disguise technique. It's time to meet with Master Jiraiya. Lin Xian, Xiao Nan, the information he obtained is catastrophic. The animal path pain is riding on a strange bird. Actually, I can take him on one-on-one. Lin Xian shrugged nonchalantly. Don't underestimate Jiraiya. After all, he is one of the legendary 3 ninjas and masters the sage techniques of Mount Mayaboku. The animal path, Pain, calmly advised. Let's go greet him first. Lord Jiraiya will definitely be very happy to see us. It's been a long time since the master and disciple met, hasn't it? Lin Xian revealed a mysterious smile on his face. Nagato was somewhat amused and exasperated by his optimistic attitude. After meeting again as master and disciple, they had both turned into enemies. Could this really bring happiness? Clearly, it was a sad and heavy matter, yet Lin Xian seemed to think otherwise. Lord Jiraiya's ninjutsu is quite powerful. If it weren't for Pain's ninjutsu, you might have really escaped. A faint voice echoed. The Rain Ninja stopped in his tracks and then clearly saw a figure appear before him. An old man with white hair emerged from the shadows, looking at the ninja in front of him with an unusually complex expression. He was dressed in a red cloud black robe, representing the Akatsuki organization, and he was the fraud who claimed to be the heir of Hans. Lin Xian, I didn't expect you to be a member of the Akatsuki. I thought you were a friend of Konoha, Jiraiya murmured bitterly. What an excellent and sunny young man. Just like Minato Namikaze. It turns out all of that was an act. Of course, I am a member of Akatsuki. From the day the organization was established, I have been a member of Akatsuki. Lord Jiraiya, do you know why? Because Akatsuki was founded by your 3 students, and, as Conan's brother, how could I possibly be absent? Lin Xian adjusted his uniform. It was indeed quite dashing. However, Jiraiya had no intention of admiring it. He only felt as if another bomb had detonated in his mind, the sheer volume of information overwhelming him to the point of being unable to process it. Suddenly, he recalled a memory from many years ago. Conan, as a student, had once had an older brother. The first time he met that young man, he had been deemed incapable of cultivating chakra, and thus, unable to practice ninjutsu. Lin Xian is that person from back then. It turns out they had already met decades ago. What do you mean by that? The Akatsuki organization was created by my students? That's impossible. I know Nagato is a kind child. Jiraiya denied Lin Xian's words. This guy's full of lies. Who knows if he's just lying again? Why are you people always unwilling to believe the truth that is right in front of you? It's really troublesome. Lin Xian was amused by Jiraiya's reaction. Having heard too many lies, she was reluctant to believe the facts right in front of her. Lin Xian, since I know you're a liar, why should I believe you? Jiraiya snorted coldly. So stingy, this old man. His personality is too terrible. If it weren't for my great mercy. Does Lord Jiraiya think he could smoothly obtain so much information? From the moment you stepped into the rain-hidden village, your life no longer belonged to you. Lin Xian looked up at the sky as 2 figures floated down. Long time no see, Jiraiya-sensei. The animal path Pain descended from the sky, and the striking Rinnegan made Jiraiya's heart sink. The Rinnegan wielder riding on the strange bird, and the woman in Akatsuki attire with paper wings extending from her back, was undoubtedly Conan. You've changed, Conan, Nagato. Jiraiya mistakenly took the animal path Pain for Nagato. The change in appearance was quite significant, but the Rinnegan would not change. That guy was definitely Nagato. Let's get started, Lin Xian. Jiraiya cannot leave this village alive, the animal path Pain urged. To achieve that great goal, Nagato had already paid a hefty price. As long as peace could be realized, then everything was worth it. With differing ideologies, Jiraiya would never acknowledge Akatsuki's plan. Therefore, he could only kill him. Don't be in a hurry, Nagato. After all, Jiraiya-sama is already a dead man. At least let us allow him to understand some truths before he dies. Lin Xian took a few steps calmly. With such confidence, I really underestimated this kid. Jiraiya felt like he was facing a great enemy, preparing for battle every second. Lin Xian, that bastard full of lies, is someone whose words can't even be trusted, including punctuation. I once thought you all had died in the war, but I didn't expect you to still be alive. Even creating the dangerous Akatsuki organization that poisons the ninja world, committing such heinous acts. I can hardly recognize you anymore. Nagato, Conan. Jiraiya's voice was filled with sorrow. Before coming here, he wondered if someone had stolen Nagato's eyes, but it turned out that the leader of the Akatsuki organization was Nagato himself. The group of madmen who have been persecuting the ninja world in recent years is actually led by his own disciple. The past leads to the present. Before knowing the truth, Jiraiya-sama should refrain from complaining. Lin Xian gave a reassuring glance to the 2 people behind him, then continued speaking to himself. The Akatsuki organization becoming like this is still thanks to Konoha. Jiraiya was left confused. Is this guy trying to deceive him again? What does Akatsuki have to do with Konoha? Lord Jiraiya, do you still remember when you taught Nagato and Yahiko? After you left, the original Akatsuki organization was quickly established. The Akatsuki's mission is to bring peace to the land of rain and peace to the world. This is the dream of your 3 students. Isn't it great? Lin Xian spoke as if he had experienced those events. In fact, he was indeed a witness. Jiraiya's skeptical gaze began to waver little by little. The beginning of this story was perfect and aligned with the dreams of his disciples. The Akatsuki organization developed rapidly, and including myself and Conan, the organization quickly recruited hundreds of ninjas. Even Hanzo of the Salamander could not ignore our influence because we gained the people's hearts in a way that Hanzo could not. The organization was growing stronger every day, but unfortunately, the original Akatsuki came to an end here. Lin Xian shook his head with some regret. What happened? What exactly happened back then? Jiraiya couldn't help but ask. Lin Xian is actually right. It is almost certain that this is the Akatsuki's stronghold, and Jiraiya's chances of escape are nearly zero. Out of respect for their past relationship, at least let him know the truth before he dies. This guy is likely talking about things that really happened, and neither Conan nor Nagato beside him refuted it. Danzo, Shimura Danzo from Konoha, found Hans the Salamander. Danzo hopes for Hans' support to become the 5th Hokage, while Hans demands that Danzo send Konoha's Umbu to eliminate Akatsuki. Shimura Danzo. Upon hearing this name, Jiraiya's expression turned extremely grim. When Konoha was in danger, Danzo would go missing, and he never missed an opportunity to harm Konoha. Jiraiya was so angry he felt like spitting blood. How many pits has Danzo dug for Konoha? Chapter 128. The Battle of Master and Apprentice. Hans outwardly requested to negotiate with Akatsuki for future cooperation, but in reality, he united hundreds of Umbu ninjas from Konoha's route. That night, the original Akatsuki was nearly wiped out. The original leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko, died just like that. Lin Xian calmly narrated. Lord Jiraiya, you spent 3 years teaching everyone ninjutsu and the pursuit of peace, but Shimura Danzo is even more formidable. In just one night, he made the Akatsuki understand the truth of this world. The young Rain ninja's mouth curled slightly, as if mocking Jiraiya. The beast path Pain remained silent, while Conan lowered her head in sorrow. Even if Jiraiya suspected Lin Xian might be lying, he could not question his former disciples. So, to take revenge for Yahiko, did the Akatsuki become what it is now? Jiraiya's expression was almost one of despair and anger. If he could relive his life, he would definitely charge into the route and kill that bastard named Shimura Danzo, without hesitation. That's not it. Teacher Jiraiya, Conan sighed. If it were for revenge, why would the Akatsuki endure for so many years? Hanzo the Salamander and Shimura Danzo have long been dead. The Akatsuki's goal is to change this world, to fundamentally alter the ninja system. Even if it means provoking war, even if it means countless bloodshed, all of it is worth it. At least, Nagato believes so. That's enough, Lin Xian. Let's stop this conversation here. Since you don't want to kill Teacher Jiraiya for Conan's sake, let the Pains handle it. The Beast Path Pain's voice turned colder. Are you still pitying me at a time like this? Lin Xian, you truly are a shameless bastard. Jiraiya did not appreciate such remarks. The most important thing right now was to get the information out. What he had seen and heard today would change the entire landscape of the ninja world. Secondly, he could not let these dangerous individuals' information slip away, especially that pair of Rinnegan. He still did not know what abilities those 6-path sage eyes possessed. Summoning jutsu. The Beast Path Pain no longer hesitated and directly summoned the other 5 pains. The 6 paths of pain gathered, determined to kill Jiraiya as quickly as possible. No, this is impossible. These 6 people actually all have Rinnegan. Jiraiya looked at the group of puppets in disbelief. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. One of them was actually Yahiko. So that's it. These people are all like puppets, right? They are being manipulated by Nagato from behind, which is why there are so many Rinnegan. Jiraiya saw through the essence at a glance. As one of the few ninjas to see the 6 paths of pain appear simultaneously, he immediately discovered this secret. Teacher Jiraiya is truly impressive, even able to guess this. It's a pity you can only take this information to hell. Nagato's voice came through the Deva Path Pain. Since the Akatsuki's actions are not for revenge, then what are you really after? Wasn't the founding of the Akatsuki aimed at peace? Yet you have been committing the most evil deeds in the world for years. Jiraiya questioned loudly. At the same time, he used the summoning technique to call forth Fukasaku and Shima from Mount Mayaboku. The 2 small toads stood on Jiraiya's shoulders, and the Sage mode was silently activated. To put an end to this war-torn world, That is the duty of a god. The Akatsuki's goal is to achieve peace. That has never changed. We have merely adopted a more effective method, a method that will inevitably lead to peace. The Deva Path Pain's gaze was icy. The 6 paths of pain all moved to attack, with Lin Xian and Conan nearby, and other Akatsuki members outside the village. With such a net laid out, even a god would find it difficult to save Jiraiya. If it is to achieve peace, then why are you collecting the tailed beasts from each nation? Knowing the hope was slim, Jiraiya still wanted to persuade his former disciples, using the collected tailed beasts to create new forbidden jutsu, as long as that jutsu is used. Even a major nation can be destroyed in an instant. This is the most powerful weapon of war. Billions of humans could be wiped out by a single ninjutsu. The entire world will come to know this pain and fear the coming of war, and that will be the time peace arrives. Only through pain can one grow, just like I did in the past. To make this world grow and move forward needs the assistance of a god because the world is just a child. Nagato explained the Akatsuki's philosophy with extreme seriousness. To help the world grow, you must teach it pain. Is this the mission you have set for yourself? Jiraiya gritted his teeth. He would never agree with the Akatsuki's philosophy, but he also couldn't persuade Nagato. Just as Orochimaru chose to betray Konoha, Jiraiya believed that was wrong. Yet he could do nothing about Orochimaru. I am a god of pacifism. The Deva Path Pain observed Jiraiya, who had entered Sage Mode. As expected of one of the legendary Sannin, a renowned Kaga-level powerhouse in the ninja world, this sense of oppression is quite strong. However, in front of the 6 paths of pain, you still seem so small. You become quite the joker, Nagato. Jiraiya gave a secret signal to the 2 toads, clearly preparing for battle. A joke? This is no joke, Teacher Jiraiya. In my eyes, you are merely a small existence that will never grow. The 6 paths of pain, led by the Deva Path, fixed their gaze on Jiraiya. Before we begin, I have one last question. Uchiha Obito is the true leader of the Akatsuki. Is that news also a lie? That person was expelled from the Akatsuki. He is just a stray wild dog. Boom! The battle was about to begin. It was sudden, yet within Jiraiya's expectations. The human path and the hell path were at the back, while the hungry ghost path was responsible for protection. The beast path summoned hellhounds, hell crabs, and other summoning creatures, while the Azura path's limbs began to evolve into remotely tracking projectiles. The strongest Deva path moved freely and engaged Jiraiya head-on. The 6 puppets were individually powerful, but not outstanding enough. Yet when the pains gathered together, they became an omnipotent god without flaws. Damn it, Jiraiya had been escaping ever since the battle began. Relying on the enhancement of Sage Mode, his movements had surpassed human limits, allowing him to narrowly evade those lethal attacks. The summoning beasts of the beast path seemed endless, with one appearing right after another. The projectiles from the Azura path were even more excessive. The firepower suppression never ceased. The strongest Deva Path Pain was still watching the show, but at this moment, Jiraiya already felt he was nearing his limit. As expected of the Rinnegan, little Jiraiya, run, Fukasaku and Shima urged, helping to fend off the attacks from the pains. No matter how important the intel was, surviving was more important. Jiraiya deeply understood the mission he must carry to live. Doit conseiller une technique. After diving into a drain again, Jiraiya entered the belly of a frog. This time, the pains wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Chapter 129, Trapped in Despair. To infiltrate the most dangerous place in this world while thinking of fleeing has come to an end, Jiraiya-sensei, as Nagato, who was controlling from behind, gave the order. The 6 paths of pain cautiously pursued him through the drain. On the other side, the members of the Akatsuki organization received the news. Lin Xian and Xiao Nen were flying towards the exit of the sewer. To prevent any accidents, the pain members were cautiously taking defensive positions. It turned out to be the right approach, as a sudden croaking sound echoed from the pipeline. A highly sophisticated sound wave illusion that even the Rinnegan could not be immune to. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya surprisingly counterattacked. Hidden above the passage, Jiraiya attacked one of the pains and captured him into the belly of a frog. This was not the time for interrogation. He could only take this pain's corpse with him. Jiraiya dared not even think about staying behind. The enemies were simply too numerous, even with Sage Mode. He could only escape and hope for enough luck to survive and bring the information back. If it really came down to it, he could only let the frogs take the information and leave, sacrificing himself here. Unfortunately, fate is often unfair. As an outsider, Jiraiya could not compare to Lin Xian and Xiao Nan, who were familiar with the terrain of Amigakure. While this old man was still running around in the pipeline, The Akatsuki members had already gathered, waiting to intercept him at the exit. Jiraiya, there are many dangerous chakra signatures ahead. They are probably all Akatsuki members. Let's fight back. Senjutsu Fukasaku suggested. Rather than being surrounded at the exit, it would be better to have a decisive battle with the pains here. Before coming here, I was already prepared for death. How long can we escape? It was only a matter of time before we were surrounded. If something unexpected happens to me today, please make sure to send the message back to Konoha. Amage Cure has been under the control of Akatsuki from the very beginning, and Lin Xian is a fraud. Their leader is Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, my former disciple. The Rinnegan's ability is to control puppets in battle, and each puppet has a very singular ability. Jiraiya rambled on. The frogs could cancel the summoning at any time and return to Mount Mayaboku. It was difficult for him to survive today. Little Jiraiya. Both Fukasaku and Shima couldn't help but shed tears. They had watched Jiraiya grow up since he was a boy, like grandparents to him. It's not time to despair yet. Little Jiraiya, you must survive. What the old lady said is right. You must survive. Both sages tried to remain optimistic. No matter how strong the enemy, they could not easily admit defeat. Jiraiya showed a relieved smile, feeling immensely comforted. As the sage of Mount Mayaboku, I cannot fall here. Naruto has escaped from Akatsuki. How can I, as his teacher, be outdone by my disciple? Approaching that glimmer of light, Jiraiya charged out fearlessly. The long sewer led directly outside the village. When Jiraiya appeared here, he stood right above a lake formed by accumulated rainwater. What a warm welcome ceremony. Jiraiya stood firmly on the water's surface. Facing the members of Akatsuki, Tendo, Kisame, Sasuke, Haiden, Deidara, Scorpion, Lin Xian, and Shao Nan, including the relentless pains behind him. All members of Akatsuki were present. How despairing. Is this the true face of Akatsuki? In sage mode, Jiraiya felt the last shred of hope disappear. This lineup was enough to destroy great nations. Killing him would be as easy as pie. Orochimaru's legacy has been inherited by you, Kabuto, and you chose to join Akatsuki. Jiraiya gained another important piece of information. Unfortunately, he cannot personally relay this news back to Konoha. Lord Jiraiya, Akatsuki has great ambitions. The world I dream of and the world Akatsuki desires do not conflict. Why not consider joining us? Kabuto smiled slightly. This young man seemed like the former Itachi, always polite at any moment. So you're Naruto's teacher. Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly and fell silent. Change inevitably brings sacrifice. Choosing Akatsuki means accepting the bloody reality. Uchiha Sasuke, yet another ninja who chose to betray Konoha. Jiraiya could only feel sadness. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke. Konoha has many excellent ninjas. Why must they always oppose the village? Where did this world go wrong? Or is it that the Konoha he wants to protect is actually the wrong side? Is Akatsuki doing the right thing? Is Jiraiya's heroic tale finally coming to an end today? As long as the will of fire still burns, I will not fall. My story is far from over. Sage Art Gomen. Even in the face of Akatsuki, Jiraiya still chose not to sit idly by. The two frog sages worked together to use ninjutsu, spewing out toad oil and wind release from their mouths, which combined with Jiraiya's fire release to create a powerful force. But Akatsuki would not fear a mere fire technique. Water release, exploding water shockwave. The Sharkman Kisame, known as a human-tailed beast, used water release to counterattack. Even in a place without water, this Sharkman could create a lake out of thin air, let alone in the water-rich Amage Cure. A massive amount of water collided with the fire release ninjutsu, sending steam rising over the entire lake's surface. Yet Jiraiya's resistance was far from over. Even if death was an inevitable outcome, he would take down some members of Akatsuki before he died. Sage Art, super large-tailed beast spiral. Just as Jiraiya was about to fight with his life on the line, a cold voice from behind echoed through the sewer. A tremendous force, so powerful that even Sage Mode could not resist, struck him, sending Jiraiya flying backward. It was like an invisible hand of death. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, Jiraiya was knocked down before he even realized what had happened, spitting out blood incessantly. Tendo Pain's combat power was on a completely different level from the other Pains. Even in a one-on-one battle, Tendo Pain was at the peak of Kage level. This is the Rinnegan. Uchiha Sasuke was deeply shocked by this scene. Not just him. Even Deidara and Haiden were watching with great interest. All 6 Pains were deployed. Such a scene might not be seen even once in many years. This is the leader of Akatsuki. This is the power of a god. Little Jiraiya. 2 Toad sages are powerless. They have also been injured internally by Shinra Tensei. They can return to Mount Mayaboku, but Jiraiya has no way to escape. Is the future of the ninja world going to be entirely entrusted to Naruto? In fact, Naruto is the child of prophecy. I really am not a competent master. I'll leave everything to my disciple. To the two sages, I entrust the matter of intelligence. Pain's Shinra Tensei showed no mercy and nearly shattered Jiraiya's internal organs. He has completely lost the power to fight, and there is no hope of escape. Annoying toads, two black rods extended from the sleeve of Devapath Pain. A strong killing intent locking onto those two annoying toads. The information of the Akatsuki organization must not leak out. Jiraiya, you must come back alive. Unsure if he was comforting himself or Jiraiya, the two toad sages could only tearfully cancel the summoning technique. If they die here, the information that man exchanged for his life will never be known. Whoosh! As the black rods cut through the air, the two toad sages had already vanished. At this moment, only Jiraiya, drenched in blood, stood alone on the surface of the sea. Chapter 130. The end of Master and Apprentice, it's about to end. With no enthusiasm, he shook his head. Jiraiya is quite good, but unfortunately, his enemies are too strong and too numerous. No spy can leave Amigakure alive. It's about to end. Konan rarely showed a hint of smile. She believes in her brother. Lin Xian said that Jiraiya would not die. So Jiraiya definitely wouldn't die, even if his current situation was so dire. Goodbye, Teacher Jiraiya. Pain of the Six Paths calmly observed the white-haired old man. He stepped forward, ready to use his Yin-Yang release black rod to take his life. It seemed that everyone in Akatsuki foresaw that brutal scene of blood splattering. However, a magnificent golden light suddenly burst forth. This golden light appeared so quickly that it vanished in an instant. The entire process took less than half a second. The atmosphere fell eerily silent. The rain continued to pour down. A living person, Jiraiya, disappeared without a trace before everyone's eyes on the lake where he stood. However, Akatsuki is still Akatsuki, and soon someone understood what was happening. The golden light, moving at incredible speed, was enigmatic and belonged to a powerful ninja with a high aptitude for space-time ninjutsu. This is definitely the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze of Konoha, right? The yellow flash should be dead. Pain of the Six Paths' face changed from green to purple. Well, Absolute cast a glance at Kabuto Yakushi. It is well known that the one researching the impure world reincarnation technique in the ninja world is Orochimaru. Now that Orochimaru is dead, the one inheriting that ninjutsu is Kabuto. If anyone in this world could resurrect the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the suspect is clearly right there. Minato sealed the Nine Tails using a special sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan, the Shiki F gene, which sacrifices the user's soul. This means that the fourth Hokage absolutely cannot be brought back with impure world reincarnation. Kabuto calmly adjusted his glasses and began to deflect responsibility. After all, he doesn't have control over the four Hokages of Konoha. No matter how much they investigate, it can't be his fault. That figure was clearly Minato Namikaze. Absolute said coldly. This means someone freed Minato's soul from the belly of the Shinigami, and that person also mastered impure world reincarnation. Kabuto shrugged. He had been with the main force all along and hadn't done anything sneaky from start to finish. Plus, he didn't know Jiraiya would appear in Amigakure or that Jiraiya would run out from this exit. So it wouldn't be hard for him to wash away suspicion. Alright, now is not the time for internal strife. Pain of the Six Paths stopped the argument between Black Zetsu and Kabuto. For some reason, at that moment, Nagato's mind conjured the name of that bastard, Uchiha Obito. My Rinnegan sees clearly. Kabuto has no suspicion of making a move, and he has no reason to do so. Pain of the Six Paths said calmly. Akatsuki does not forgive any traitors, but will not wrongfully accuse anyone either. I can attest to this. My Mangeki can prove Kabuto's innocence. He has not used any ninjutsu from beginning to end. Uchiha Sasuke raised his hand in agreement. With two people testifying, even Absolute began to trust Kabuto a little and no longer suspected him. Is it possible that it was Uchiha Obito's doing? Kisame Hashigaki said with a smile. He received Lin Xian's order from the magnet release, Sand Gold Ring, and planned to have Uchiha Obito take the blame. Obito? The members of Akatsuki fell into contemplation. The traitor Orochimaru is already dead, and another traitor in Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito, is indeed still alive. That bastard has been relatively quiet over the years, so it's been a long time since they heard about his movements. Could it be that Obito has been busy resurrecting the Hokages all these years? The impure world reincarnation technique is recorded in Konoha's forbidden scrolls, and with Uchiha Obito's abilities. Acquiring those things shouldn't be difficult. However, I'm very curious how he extracted those souls from the Shinigami's belly. Kabuto added fuel to the fire. Kisame merely expressed confusion, but he directly threw the blame onto Uchiha Obito, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Obito. Sasuke gritted his teeth in hatred, knowing the truth about the massacre. He also understood what kind of person Obito was. On that night, the one who truly killed most of the Uchiha clan was Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi actually killed very few, but he bore the entire blame alone. If it were that guy, it would indeed be possible for him to do such things. Black Zetsu's hatred was no less than Sasuke's. If it weren't for his and Madara's cultivation, Obito would have long been a worthless thing crushed by a rock. But Obito actually betrayed the Eye of the Moon plan. Over the years, that guy has intentionally or unintentionally opposed Akatsuki. It's like dancing on Black Zetsu's neck. Once Madara is resurrected, his first request will be to have Madara clean up the house. Alright, no matter what, today's events cannot be changed. Jiraiya was rescued by the resurrected 4th Hokage, and those 2 toads also escaped. The exposure of Akatsuki in front of the 5 great nations is already an unavoidable fact, including Lin Xian's identity. The plan must be advanced. Before my arrangements are finalized, everyone take this little time to rest. The pains then disappeared. The members of Akatsuki did not linger here and each returned to their resting places. Except for Lin Xian's group, no one could guess who saved the seemingly doomed Jiraiya. Kabuto did not have the opportunity to use ninjutsu, but Lin Xian did. Kabuto did not know the end of Jiraiya's escape route, but Lin Xian was very clear. Long before he pursued, Lin Xian had summoned the impure world reincarnation 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to wait for Jiraiya in that lake. So everything coincidentally aligned. The yellow flash saved that doomed person at the most critical moment. Brother, am I being too willful? Back at home, Konan lowered her head in shame. If it weren't for her pleading, Lin Xian could have killed Jiraiya before he entered Sage Mode. If it weren't for her pleading, Jiraiya wouldn't have been able to leave Amage Cure alive. But Jiraiya would still oppose Akatsuki. That would never change. Helping an enemy who is 100 on the opposing side. Does such behavior have any meaning? Rationally speaking, I think Jiraiya absolutely deserves to die, but I don't want my sister to feel uncomfortable. That is my answer. Lin Xian gently patted Xiao Nan's head as if comforting a child. Regardless of whether this choice was right or wrong, he just wanted to do it. Many times, people are not unaware of what is good or bad. People just want to do what they want to do. Chapter 131, Where the Leaves Dance. The fire also endures. The land of fire, surrounding Konoha. Using the flying thunder god to traverse thousands of miles, Minato Namikaze appeared with Jiraiya. Initially, Jiraiya was a bit confused, but when he saw who had saved him, his face looked even more bewildered. Teacher, Minato Namikaze looked at the severely injured Jiraiya with shame. The two master and disciple met again, but it was already a matter of life and death. One old and frail, the other turned into a puppet. One was a legendary figure among the 3 Sannin, while the other was the former genius of the 4th Hokage. Edo Tensei, Minato, you're controlled by someone to save me, right? Jiraiya forced a bitter smile. Escaping from a desperate situation and seeing his disciple should have been a joyful thing. But seeing Minato being controlled, he couldn't be happy no matter what. What had Minato experienced over the years, and who was controlling him? The Akatsuki organization had already driven Jiraiya to the brink of despair. Now there was more bad news. Teacher, this time your intelligence gathering will cause the Akatsuki organization to act early. Inform Konoha to prepare for war. Minato Namikaze helplessly spoke according to Lin Xian's instructions. He certainly wanted to protect Konoha, but he couldn't resist any orders given to him by Lin Xian. Yeah, Jiraiya adjusted his body with chakra. To survive a direct hit from Pain Shinra Tensei was already a miracle. However, time was running out, and the Akatsuki could attack Konoha at any moment. He had to hurry back to the village. No matter who was controlling the Edo Tensei behind the scenes, he was really grateful this time, even though he would probably become enemies in the future. Jiraiya smiled broadly. Mastering Edo Tensei could not be the work of a good person. Therefore, such a person must stand against Konoha and become Jiraiya's enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lord Jiraiya, are you interested in joining me to eliminate the Akatsuki organization? Minato Namikaze stiffly uttered a segment of speech. This was the technique master controlling the puppet, making him say what he wanted to say. Eliminate the Akatsuki? Who exactly are you? Jiraiya began to consider the identity of this mysterious person. Powerful, mastering forbidden techniques, and having a grudge against the Akatsuki. Could it be Uchiha Obito, who was expelled from the Akatsuki? It seems you already have an answer in your heart. Minato Namikaze sneered. Jiraiya became even more certain of his guess, but had no good feelings towards this mastermind. It was Obito who manipulated the Nine-Tails attack back then. How could he have any good feelings for him? Lord Jiraiya, don't label me too definitively. You only remember the Nine-Tails attack. But did you know that I am actually an elder member of the Akatsuki organization? It was I who caused Minato's death. Why couldn't it be me who caused Yahiko's death? Why couldn't it be me who led Nagato astray? And your poor disciple, Naruto Uzumaki, became an orphan because of me. Uchiha Obito recklessly provoked Jiraiya's sensitive nerves. Jiraiya gritted his teeth in hatred but felt somewhat numb. This world had given him too many surprises. Lin Xian is a liar, not a righteous partner. Uchiha Obito has nearly ruined all of his students, yet Uchiha Obito manipulated Minato Namikaze to save his life. This world is too absurd. You saved me to use Konoha against the Akatsuki, didn't you? Jiraiya barely maintained his composure. What good is getting angry? Even if he were furious, he was still severely injured and couldn't kill Uchiha Obito. Yes, I need Konoha's strength to deal with the Akatsuki. If you ask me why, I can only tell you that the Akatsuki has slipped out of my control. It should have been guided by me towards greatness, but Nagato no longer trusts me. But it doesn't matter, Nagato doesn't trust me, yet he still believes in the plan to collect tailed beasts. Trust is powerful, Rinnegan. The idea of collecting tailed beasts to create forbidden weapons was just a lie I fabricated. The truth of this world is far beyond what Nagato can touch. Uchiha Obito is so arrogant, belittling his former disciple in front of a master. It's quite delightful. Obito, how did you turn into this? You were clearly Minato's student. You used to be a good kid. Jiraiya looked sadly at the reanimated Minato Namikaze. Was the leader of the Akatsuki the one with the Rinnegan? Actually just a pawn being used by others? What is the true nature of this world? Who is pulling the strings behind the scenes? And what are those guys really planning? This was destined to be the darkest day of Jiraiya's life. Lord Jiraiya, do you think the truth is something very important? Even if you understand that I'm using Konoha against the Akatsuki, even if you realize that I saved you to exploit you, what can you do? You can only watch everything happen helplessly, because this is fate, an unchangeable fate. Minato Namikaze's words left Jiraiya in a long silence. This guy tells him all this with absolute confidence, knowing that even if Jiraiya understands the truth, he cannot change anything. Uchiha Obito, forget it. Knowing your identity is useless. Jiraiya seemed to doubt the caster who claimed to be Uchiha Obito, but eventually shook his head. Protecting Konoha is the task that must be completed. As for the identities of those bastards, there's no time to play a puzzle game now. If fate really exists, let me, the great sage, amount my Boku, Jiraiya, break it myself. Even if I can't, there's still that kid Naruto. In fact, his talent might far exceed what you guys can imagine. Speaking of Naruto, the old man seemed to regain some confidence. The great sage of Mount Maiboku once prophesied that one of his students would bring great change to this world, either rebirth or destruction. He once firmly believed that student was Nagato, but now he understands that the prophesied child is Uzumaki Naruto, a boy who has faced many hardships, inheriting the will of fire. Naruto, I actually value him greatly. Lin Xian's will descended upon this puppet, and it suddenly felt a bit ridiculous. Does Jiraiya really need to tell me how powerful Naruto Uzumaki is? What a joke. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire continues to burn. Obito turned back quickly. It's not too late. The man's figure gradually disappeared from view. He walked unsteadily, struggling to move, but he still insisted on returning to Konoha to protect that village. After a moment, I don't know how many minutes passed, the consciousness of Minato Namikaze slowly returned to this body. Reflecting on the conversation that just happened, Minato's expression clearly wasn't good. Teacher Jiraiya, you also couldn't see the true nature of this world. Obito has never left the chessboard. How could he possibly become the chess player? That man wasn't using you. He really just spared your life for the sake of a certain woman, yet you still insist on opposing them. Chapter 132. Jiraiya, I'm not dead yet. The village hidden in the rain was not quiet. Obito Uchiha, who presumably mastered the Edo Tensei, reappeared after many years and even saved Jiraiya. If Obito cooperates with the 5 great nations, it could very likely hinder the Akatsuki organization's efforts to collect tailed beasts. Nagato was in a bad mood, and Black Zetsu was in an even worse one. Now Lin Xian's identity has been exposed, and the outside world will know that the Akatsuki's collection of tailed beasts is to create terrifying war weapons. We must capture the 8 tails and 9 tails as soon as possible. That damn traitor. In the dark conference room, Black Zetsu angrily pounded the table. If it weren't for Obito Uchiha, the Akatsuki's plan would not have been so greatly affected. If I had acted sooner, perhaps Jiraiya wouldn't have had the chance to leave Konoha alive. Lin Xian pounded his chest in self-reproach, looking heartbroken. Yakushi Kabuto stroked his chin, and Jiraiya chuckled dryly. Damn, if it weren't for you, boss, summoning Minato Namikaze, whether Jiraiya would even leave behind ashes is debatable. And now he's starting to play the victim in front of Kurizetsu again, lowering the quality threshold of Akatsuki single-handedly. Truly impressive, Lin Xian. This can't be blamed on you. It's all Uchiha Obito's fault. Kurizetsu wore a cold expression, shifting the blame to Uchiha Obito. The person he was most annoyed with right now was that bastard. Do you need me to speed up the resurrection of Uchiha Madara? I want to prepare a perfect Edo Tensei for him. Yakushi Kabuto appeared very calm. After joining the Akatsuki organization, he gained Kurizetsu's trust in the shortest time and became a part of the Eye of the Moon plan. This is the basic operation of an actor, right? Madara is strong. As long as he can be resurrected, a mere Obito can't stir up any waves. Kabuto, prepare quickly. Kurizetsu agreed to this proposal. In fact, he had long wanted Uchiha Madara to be resurrected to take over the Akatsuki organization. But Yakushi Kabuto insisted on preparing some perfect Edo Tensei technique, and he couldn't rush him. Being too enthusiastic might cause unnecessary misunderstandings with Yakushi Kabuto. Just a lackey of Orochimaru, Kurizetsu wondered if such a guy could really be trusted. Lin Xian suddenly questioned. He had always been skeptical about Yakushi Kabuto's involvement in the Moon Eye plan. This made Kurizetsu feel somewhat exhausted after a long time of persuasion. He finally got Lin Xian to temporarily accept Yakushi Kabuto. Don't worry, I've arranged for Kisame to monitor Yakushi Kabuto, and Kabuto is also eager to express his loyalty this way. Kurizetsu replied sincerely. Everyone is just a tool for me. There must be no internal conflicts. Right now, the only ones he could trust were Kisame, Lin Xian, and the newly joined Yakushi Kabuto. He could only implement that plan with these 3 ninjas. I will resurrect Madara as soon as possible. Kabuto smiled slightly. The premise is that the boss agrees to resurrect Uchiha. Of course, he wouldn't tell Kurizetsu this. The war is about to come. Everyone, please be prepared. We are now in the most critical period. As long as Madara is reincarnated with Edo Tensei, even Yakushi Kabuto won't be able to control him. No matter what Kabuto is thinking, as long as Madara is revived, Kurizetsu's plan will be half successful, which is why he is so eager to recruit Yakushi Kabuto. Morning. Konoha, Hokage's office. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima were at the Hokage's desk, next to Tsunade, Shizune, and Konoha ninjas like Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno. What is it that you need me for? Naruto Uzumaki said impatiently. He was busy training or executing missions and had no time to chat with the 2 frogs. These 2 are the sages of Mayaboka Mountain and are Master Jiraiya's teachers. Kakashi warned. Hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki perked up a bit. How should I put it? In fact, little Jiraiya is very likely dead. The Toad Sage mentioned the most important point first. This news struck the ninjas like a bolt from the blue. Naruto Uzumaki helplessly dropped his arms, standing in place in a daze, almost petrified. Tsunade nearly lost her balance and had to be supported by Shizune to stand. What do you mean he is very likely dead? What on earth did Jiraiya go through in Amage Cure? Tsunade looked at the Toad Sage in disbelief, her eyes still holding a glimmer of hope. When we were summoned to fight by little Jiraiya, he was confronting the leader of the Akatsuki, that powerful man with the Rinnegan. Moreover, it wasn't just him. Jiraiya was facing the entire Akatsuki, over 10 elite ninja. In a desperate situation, we had to return to Mayaboka Mountain. Otherwise, we would have been killed too. A severely injured Jiraiya faced those guys alone, and the chances of survival were less than 1 in 10,000. The 2 sages recounted regretfully. Jiraiya was someone they had watched grow to this day, and experiencing such a thing made them feel very saddened. The Konoha ninjas felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, despairing to the extreme. What kind of battle had taken place in Amage Cure for Jiraiya's strength to be unable to even escape? Impossible. The perverted sage can't die. Didn't you see him die? The perverted sage promised to guide me and treat me to ramen. How could he possibly die? The blonde boy broke down. Hatred and anger resonated with the 9 tails, faintly emanating that dangerous chakra aura. Naruto, I understand how you feel about little Jiraiya, but reality cannot be changed. At that time, little Jiraiya had already reached his limit, nearly having his organs shattered by a strange technique. How could the Akatsuki let him go? The Hokage's office was terrifyingly quiet. Tsunade couldn't stop the tears from falling, and Naruto Uzumaki was also in tears. Time is urgent. Please tell us the specific situation, you two sages. Tsunade held back her sorrow. Jiraiya had been her comrade for decades, the same as the student of the third Hokage. Her sadness was no less than Naruto's. But she was the fifth Hokage. She had seen too many partings, including that of her lover and brother. Now was definitely not the time to cry. They must cherish the information that Jiraiya had risked his life to bring back. Grandma, what are you talking about? Naruto Uzumaki couldn't understand Tsunade's words. Teacher Jiraiya sacrificed himself, but you're already discussing intelligence? Speaking of which, why did Teacher Jiraiya go to Amigakure? Was it Tsunade's mission? Calm down. Naruto, do you think Lady Tsunade doesn't care about Jiraiya? They have been friends for decades. Kakashi couldn't help but reprimand Naruto. Kids still don't understand. No one's feelings are easy to bear. But now we must cherish this hard-won information. It is something that Master Jiraiya exchanged his life for. I understand. Naruto clenched his fists, choosing to acknowledge Kakashi's words. Yes, now is not the time to be sad because they have more important things to do. That is also what Teacher Jiraiya would want to see. The perverted sage left. How could he let down his expectations of me? I am sorry, Grandma. I was impulsive just now. The will of my master. I will inherit it. Naruto wiped away his tears and looked steadfastly at the toad sage. Just then, bang, the door was pushed open. An old man with a white beard covered in blood staggered into the Hokage's office. He walked unsteadily, moving with difficulty, but he still used his fist, larger than a sandbag, to hit Naruto on the head. You little brat, I'm not dead yet. Chapter 133. The Exposed Hypocrite Perverted Sage. Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya. The entire Hokage office erupted in cheers. Despair swept away. Although his injuries seemed quite serious, there was no doubt that Jiraiya was alive and had successfully returned to Konoha. Perverted Sage. Naruto Uzumaki excitedly embraced his teacher. The Konoha ninjas and the two-toed sages also felt relieved. You need to treat your injuries quickly. Don't just focus on being happy. Tsunade approached and, after carefully examining the injuries, came to a shocking conclusion. Jiraiya's internal organs were nearly shattered. It was a miracle that he managed to escape. There's no time to waste now. The Akatsuki knows I'm not dead, so they will definitely accelerate their actions against Konoha. Their target is Naruto. Jiraiya silently watched Tsunade treat his injuries. Understood. Tsunade tried her best to use medical ninjutsu to treat Jiraiya's wounds. This incident was indeed terrifying. Jiraiya had been attacked by the entire Akatsuki in Amigakure. Little Jiraiya, how on earth did you come back? It's so good that you're alive. Shinozaki and Shima were very concerned about this. At that time, the situation was such that even divine beings would find it difficult to save, yet Jiraiya really survived. It was Minato, the fourth Hokage, who was brought back by Uchiha Obito through Edo Tensei at a critical moment to save me. And he even sent me to the outskirts of Konoha. Otherwise, I would have long been a corpse. Jiraiya chuckled bitterly. This story is too absurd and bizarre. Yet actually happened. What? The fourth Hokage? Kakashi, Shizune, and the other ninjas exchanged glances. The fact that Uchiha Obito controlled Namake's Minato was already surprising enough. But Obito even chose to save Jiraiya. Don't worry, I will reveal all the truths I know. In fact, from a moment I entered the Hidden Rain Village, I was discovered by the Akatsuki organization. It seemed to be the ability of the Rinnegan, which could sense the situation of the entire city by merging chakra into the rainwater. My toad concealment technique couldn't hide from the Akatsuki, and soon I learned the first shocking secret. Hanzo of the Salamander is dead. Jiraiya slowly closed his eyes. Hanzo is dead? Was it done by the Akatsuki? Tsunade and Kakashi's faces turned extremely grim. The Hidden Rain was an ally of Konoha, especially with that excellent young man, Lin Xian, around. The thought of the Hidden Rain village being destroyed by the evil Akatsuki brought a sense of sorrow to the group. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki, who had been brainwashed by Itachi Uchiha, was directly concerned, asking about how his senior Lin Xian was doing and if he was safe. Seeing the reactions of everyone, Jiraiya felt it was absurd. You are all wrong. Hanzo of the Salamander was killed by the Akatsuki, but that was 22 years ago. Jiraiya said softly. 22 years. How many 20 years can one have in life? This time is enough to accomplish too many things. For example, to cover up a historical truth. To fabricate a so-called heir of Hanzo. For instance, to have a senior member of the Akatsuki infiltrate the 5 great countries. What? Hanzo has been dead for so many years. As the fifth Hokage, Tsunade quickly associated this with some ominous matters. Compared to the astonished crowd, she grasped the reality of the situation faster. Lin Xian is lying. Lin Xian has been deceiving the five great nations. So Jiraiya, Lin Xian. Tsunade only had a bitter smile left on her face. It can't be. Lin Xian clearly. Lin Xian clearly. He's a good person. Kakashi felt as if struck by lightning. He personally participated in the Kazekage battle, personally took part in the Chunin exam incident, and felt that man's charisma countless times. What a gentle and kind person he is. He couldn't bear to think any further. But Jiraiya would help him see the reality. Lin Xian is a member of the Akatsuki organization. He has never been Hanzo's successor. It has always been this way. Amage Cure is the Akatsuki's stronghold, so the entire ninja world cannot find any trace of the Akatsuki. The most mysterious codenames in the Akatsuki, Lin and White, actually refer to Lin Xian and Conan, who have always been in the sight of the five great nations. There was one thing Jiraiya didn't say. In fact, Conan had seen him many times, either using transformation techniques or wearing a mask. As a teacher, he couldn't even recognize his student. Tsunade, do you remember? When we encountered Hans with Orochimaru in Amage Cure. After the war, I stayed in that village and took in 3 disciples. Yahiko was the leader of the original Akatsuki. Nagato with the Rinnegan is the current leader of the Akatsuki, and Conan is the 3rd student, and her brother is Lin Xian. Jiraiya painfully recounted the past. The ninja world is really small. The mastermind behind the scenes is not far away at all, not mysterious at all. The most terrifying organization in this ninja world was actually created by a student. It's truly tragic. His disciple was misled by a thief, yet he, as a teacher, knew nothing. His disciple was killed by Danzo, yet he, as a teacher, still knew nothing. He wasn't in Konoha the night Minato died. He had no idea when Minato was reanimated by the impure world reincarnation, and even Naruto was controlled by the Akatsuki's Genjutsu for 3 years. In fact, I really am not a good teacher. Jiraiya wiped the corners of his eyes with a sense of bitterness. Just like Uchiha Obito said, he deliberately saved Jiraiya so that Konoha and the Akatsuki would fight each other, and even knowing this, he could change nothing. And now that he knows the true face of the Akatsuki, he still cannot change anything. This is a long story. From the beginning of Jiraiya teaching his students, to the Akatsuki's downfall due to Danzo and Hans, and then to the Akatsuki being led down the wrong path by Uchiha Obito. But why did Obito do that? Who was giving orders to Obito from behind? The confusion was resolved, but new confusion arose. And this question is destined to have no answer. Just the fact that Lin Xian is a member of the Akatsuki is enough to drive the 5 great nations crazy. Lin Xian is the idol of countless ninjas, but that man has always been a member of the Akatsuki organization, which is simply outrageous. If Senior Lin Xian really is a member of the Akatsuki organization, then the battle for the Wind Shadow would just be a joke, right? Haruno Sakura's worldview shattered. 1 second, she was wearing Akatsuki's clothes, heading to Sunagakure with her comrades to kill the Wind Shadow, and the next moment, she changed her appearance and pretended to be generous as a rain ninja, returning the Wind Shadow to them. At that moment, she suddenly thought of Temari. What kind of expression would she have when she learned this news? The Akatsuki organization is full of lunatics. They cannot be treated as normal people. That bastard Lin Xian deceived everyone. If it weren't for Lord Jiraiya suddenly infiltrating Amage Cure to investigate his disciples' affairs, this secret might have continued to be covered up. And at that time, we would have been living in the hypocritical world constructed by Lin Xian. Kakashi felt both ashamed and pained, but more than that, he felt fortunate. Being able to see Lin Xian's true colors this time would bring the 5 great nations closer together, choosing to stand on the same front. Chapter 134, seeing this list, made my hands tremble. Naruto, you must never trust that guy again, since he is a member of the Akatsuki organization. He must have been watching you during those 3 years when he controlled you to join Akatsuki. That guy can't possibly be a good person. Jiraiya's warning made Uzumaki Naruto even more frustrated. The Konoha ninjas deeply understood that the Rain Ninja youth who was once an ally could never return. The next time they meet might be on the battlefield. In fact, Uchiha Obito was using my power this time. He saved me just to have me deal with the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya began to explain the information he obtained from the Edo Tensei of Namake's Minato. He knew nothing of the truth. He survived because of Conan, and he probably would never understand this point in his lifetime, letting the Akatsuki and Konoha go to war. Then Uchiha Obito reaps the benefits. Tsunade gritted her teeth in hatred. But no matter how much she hated it, there were only a handful of ninjas in this ninja world that could threaten Obito. Uchiha Obito, possessing a complete pair of Mangekyou Sharingan, had already reached a level of terrifying power. The soul of the Akatsuki is Nagato, followed by Lin Xian. As long as the 5 great nations can kill them, then Uchiha Obito would have the chance to regain control of the Akatsuki organization, even take over the tailed beasts that Akatsuki has collected. This is Obito's plan. But even if we know this, it cannot change the impending future. Jiraiya truly felt helpless to the extreme. Konoha and the Akatsuki were like 2 planets destined to collide. War was inevitable. The Akatsuki would definitely strike Konoha for the 9 tails, and it would happen soon, and we cannot hand Naruto over. At this moment, Tsunade deeply regretted her choice to become the 5th Hokage. Isn't it better to be a free person wandering around? Gambling, drinking, eating barbecue, soaking in hot springs every day, with a well-behaved disciple, Shizen, serving her. What a comfortable life that would be. What a waste to be Hokage. This means that defeating the Akatsuki organization is not enough. We must kill Uchiha Obito and any potential people behind him. Kakashi felt a strange sense of a fate circle. A nested doll game, huh? After defeating the Akatsuki, then it's Obito, and after Obito, there's the mysterious person. Is there more than one mysterious person behind that so-called mysterious person? The answer is yes. If Lin Xian heard Kakashi's thoughts, he would definitely laugh uncontrollably. After the Akatsuki comes Obito, and after Uchiha Obito, it is the secret of the 10 Tails. The 10 Tails is involved in the Moon Eye Plan, and the Moon Eye Plan was determined by Kagaya and Uchiha Madara. Back then, Kagaya modified the stone tablet left by the Sage of 6 Paths. And this is not the end. Even if Uchiha Madara is defeated, there is still the terrifying ancestor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki. After Kagaya, the final position belongs to that man, Lin Xian. The truth of the world is shrouded in layers of fog. The people of Konoha cannot be said to be unlucky. They can only be said to be destined to be out of touch with the truth. Uchiha Itachi is smart, right? Unfortunately, he cannot see the essence of this world because he is a brother complex. He has already exhausted himself to protect Sasuke. How can he focus on solving the world's mysteries? Kagaya is also very clever. It has been plotting for thousands of years. But even Kagaya cannot see through the essence of that man, Lin Xian. Inform the 5 great nations, Tsunade, especially the side of Kumogakure. They will definitely be attacked by the Akatsuki. The number of Akatsuki members can now be confirmed, and much intelligence can be shared with them. Regarding the future of this world, Jiraiya had to be careful. This time, everything he saw and heard in the Akatsuki organization was almost entirely recorded, including the identities and abilities of those members. The situation is urgent. The 5 great nations can only work together to minimize the cost of destroying the Akatsuki organization. No major nation would choose to fight internally at such a time unless it seeks its own destruction. After a long time, Narashikaku, who rushed over upon hearing the news, immediately began to analyze the intelligence he had already mastered. Seeing this list made my hands tremble. Shikaku felt a bit melancholic. Akatsuki, leader Nagato, whose ability is to control 6 puppets named Pain. Each puppet has very powerful abilities. Among them, the Animal Path can summon a large number of summoning beasts. The Azura Path missiles are also troublesome, and the Deva Path Pain's ninjutsu is incredibly strange, almost killing Jiraiya. The intelligence officer, Zetsu, has always been very mysterious. Jiraiya did not obtain much information about Zetsu and did not understand his abilities. However, this is somewhat reassuring because Zetsu does not seem to participate in any battles. Lin Xian, a powerful taijutsu ninja with a brilliant record. As the one who killed the 4th Kazekage, no ninja in the ninja world dares to underestimate this man. Konan, skilled in paper jutsu, possesses the ability to fly and is adept at using explosive tags. Due to insufficient intelligence, her combat power cannot be estimated at this time. Deidara, who defeated the 5th Kazekage, uses explosive clay and is said to be the grandson of Inoki from Iwagakure. Sasori of the Red Sand, a puppet master who killed the 3rd Kazekage, can control hundreds of puppets at the level of Elite Genin and an uncertain number of shadow-level puppets simultaneously. Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from Takigakure, has unknown abilities and killed Asuma alongside Haiden. Haiden, a cultist of the Jashin religion, possesses bizarre curse abilities and killed Asuma. Kisame Hashigaki, a rogue ninja from Kirigakure, is part of the 7 ninja swordsmen and excels in water-style ninjutsu. Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru's successor, is suspected of mastering the reanimation jutsu. Aoidri, a rogue ninja from Kirigakure, is also part of the 7 ninja swordsmen and has a special bloodline limit that allows him to turn into water. Sasuke Uchiha, a rogue ninja from Konoha, has unknown abilities but is estimated to be at the shadow level. The Akatsuki organization, a gathering of madmen, has been a headache for the 5 great nations for a long time. Nara Shikaku, no matter how clever he is, must carefully consider every move. Konoha cannot afford the consequences of failure, because failure is almost equivalent to village destruction. Sasuke, Haruno Sakura's eyes showed some emotional fluctuations. He was her past teammate, the boy she once had a crush on and still does. But Sasuke has walked further and further away, taking a path of a ninja that is completely opposite to hers. Rest assured, Sakura, I managed to escape from hell with the help of Itachi. I must inherit his will and save Sasuke. Naruto comforted Sakura, but it didn't have much effect. The moment Sasuke is mentioned, the girl seems to lose her soul. Itachi is truly a great ninja. Kakashi couldn't help but admire. Tsunade and Jiraiya personally confirmed Naruto Uzumaki's memories, and thus learned the truth from back then. The 2 high-ranking elders of Konoha did not deny that Itachi was always a ninja of Konoha. The hero standing in the darkness is still a hero of Konoha. The fact that Naruto Uzumaki was freed from the Genjutsu was also thanks to Itachi before his death. In reality, Itachi modified Naruto's memories. I will definitely save Sasuke and pull him out of the darkness. Naruto Uzumaki vowed. This is not only Itachi's entrustment, but also because of his obsession with his comrades. After 3 years, the boy who once indulged in darkness has finally reignited the will of fire, together with his master and comrades. Naruto, how far can your eyes see again? A young man in the Rain Village said. Chapter 135. We have an absolute reason not to lose. Tsunade has been feeling a bit down lately. The relationships among the 5 great nations are far more complex than she had thought. The intelligence of the Akatsuki organization has been fully shared, creating a frenzy throughout the ninja world. Konoha should have united with the other 4 great nations to deal with the Akatsuki organization. However, the reality is, Iwagakure refuses to ally. Kumogakure refuses to ally. Iwagakure's official ninja force exceeds 30,000, making it the undisputed #1 ninja village today. The greater the losses for Konoha and Kumogakure, the happier Inoki, that old man, becomes. As for the 4th Raikage, his attitude is ambiguous. After all, the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails in their village is also a target of the Akatsuki organization. But now is not the time to delay. The Akatsuki might come knocking at any moment. The actions of Kumogakure seem like self-destruction in Tsunade's eyes. In the end, only Sunagakure and Kirigakure are willing to send ninjas to support Konoha. Just like Uchiha Obito, don't expect those bastards to help. The 2 elders frowned. The battle between Konoha and the Akatsuki organization is exactly what those people hope for, to weaken Konoha's strength. Humans are beings that can abandon everything for their own interests. How naive of me. Alliances among the 5 great nations have never happened in history. Tsunade sighed, feeling exhausted. Is it okay if the victims are not oneself? The 5 great nations are truly despicable. But from another perspective, don't the 5 great nations also act like this when bullying and suppressing small countries? It's just that this time, Konoha has become the object of bullying. The Akatsuki organization's goal is world peace. Could it be that we so-called great nations are the real villains? Tsunade chuckled self-deprecatingly. A bunch of madmen talking about peace. The 5 great nations, claiming to be the pinnacle of justice and morality, are unwilling to lend a hand for their comrades. Lady Tsunade, Mizukage, and Kazekage have arrived. Shizen's voice rang from outside the office. Let's go to the conference room. Yes. After a moment. Konoha Hokage building. Conference secret room. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade. The 5th Kazekage Gaara, and the 5th Mizukage Meitorumi. The shadows of 3 great nations are gathered here to discuss how to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Is the intelligence from Konoha confirmed? Is Lin Xian a liar? Gaara's expression darkened to the extreme. He was killed by the Akatsuki organization and then sent back to the village by them. This so-called good person Lin Xian has been deceiving him all along. When he learned this news not long ago, he almost fainted from anger. His sister Temari is in a tragic situation, almost suffering from depression. Locking herself in her room all day, staring blankly at the wall for an entire day. Lin Xian. Jiraiya infiltrated the rain-hidden village to obtain this hard-won intelligence, almost paying with his life for it. The information is definitely reliable. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Seeing her attitude, Terumi Mei's expression also turned sour. She had been obtaining intelligence about the Akatsuki organization through Aoizumi Minatsu all these years, but Minatsu had never mentioned Lin Xian. Did Minatsu actually betray the Mist-Hidden Village? The thought of being deceived by the Akatsuki organization all these years made this Mizukage wish she could eliminate that traitor. I have already instructed the ninjas in the village to carry out the evacuation of civilians and arrange for safe locations. Additionally, I have called back the ninjas who are out on missions to fully prepare for a potential attack by the Akatsuki. Tsunade began explaining the defensive arrangements for the war. The enemy is the Akatsuki organization. We must not let our guard down. We cannot overlook any small detail. The number of enemies is not important. The Akatsuki's advantage lies in their individual strength, using powerful ninjutsu to crush their opponents. Gaara knocked on the table. The battle with the sand-hidden village was just like this. The enemy flew high in the sky, constantly dropping bombs below, regardless of how many ninjas were in the village. Most ninjutsu posed no threat to enemies in the air, leading to a brutal battle where the entire sand-hidden village became a burden for Gaara, who was eventually defeated by Deidara in a one-on-one fight. The situation in Konoha is different from that of the sand. Even if the enemy appears in the sky, we have countless ways to force them down to fight. Tsunade rejected this proposal. Her summoning beast, the Toad Sage, and Jiraiya's summoning beast, the Toad, can handle this flaw on their own. Konoha has never lacked smart people and experts. So, how does Hokage-sama plan to handle the protection of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Terumi Mei is very concerned about the two remaining Jinchuriki in the ninja world. Since the Cloud-Hidden Village does not intend to cooperate with them, they only need to protect the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As long as the Akatsuki organization cannot gather all nine-tailed beasts, they cannot create that war weapon. And the final victory still belongs to the 5 great nations. Therefore, Naruto Uzumaki is especially important. Naruto has already learned Sage Mode and would release. I plan to let him participate in the battle. Tsunade answered without hesitation. Naruto Uzumaki is a part of Konoha Village, and naturally he should participate in the defense of Konoha. Moreover, this war was started because of him. Directly letting the Jinchuriki participate in battle? What if he is defeated and captured by the Akatsuki? Gaara snorted coldly. If Naruto Uzumaki is taken by the Akatsuki, it would be a major event that would affect the future of the entire world. The 5 great nations can accept sacrifices, even the death of a Kage, but they absolutely cannot allow the Akatsuki organization to collect all the tailed beasts. Despite appearing scattered, the great nations will not surrender on such fundamental issues. According to rumors, the Cloud-Hidden Village seems to have chosen to cooperate with the Stone-Hidden Village. That's why they abandoned support for Konoha, believing that the strength of the 2 great nations is enough to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Naruto Uzumaki is already strong enough. He does not need our protection. Moreover, Naruto Uzumaki is a Konoha ninja, and Konoha ninjas should participate in this war. Tsunade left no room for negotiation. During the battle, everyone can fight centered around Naruto, and we can fully trust Nara Shikamaru and Nara Shikaku for strategy planning. Naruto is no longer a child. He is one of the most talented geniuses in the entire ninja world. Naruto is not an object to be protected by Konoha. He should protect Konoha to prove himself. And this is also what Naruto Uzumaki himself hopes to do. Then let S arrange according to Hokage-sama's decision. Terumi Mei and Gaara could only agree helplessly. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki on the battlefield is indeed a good fighting force and should be able to handle at least 2 members of the Akatsuki. But this is also a gamble. If Naruto Uzumaki is defeated and captured by the enemy, this war would undoubtedly be a failure for Konoha. Even if there were no casualties, it would be a failure for all 5 great nations. It is well known that Tsunade always loses when it comes to gambling. As the leader of the world, we have an absolute reason not to lose. Gaara's mind floated to the image of a man from the Rain-Hidden Village. That guy who deceived the entire Wind Country so badly. Played with my fate in the palm of his hand. Lin Xian, I won't let you go, even if it's just for my sister. Chapter 136. The Nine-Tails capture operation begins. Rain-Hidden Village. 2 days after Jiraiya's escape, all members of the Akatsuki organization were holding their final battle meeting. That old man, Inoki, seems to be with the ninja from the Land of Lightning. I don't want to go there. Deidara would rather destroy Konoha. Since that useless Wind Shadow has been revived, let me completely kill him this time. The teammate Scorpion of the Red Sand also expressed a preference for the Konoha battlefield. Seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't sit still. Konoha is my target for revenge. I absolutely have to go there. There's no way around it. Then I'll go with Sasuke Koen. Kabuto is acting according to Lin Xian's orders. And me. Karen naturally follows Kabuto. In this way, the division of labor within the Akatsuki organization was almost immediately determined. On the Konoha battlefield, led by Pain, Nagato, Pain's six paths, Zetsu is responsible for protecting Nagato's main body, while the Pains are the main offensive force. In addition, the participating members are Deidara, Scorpion of the Red Sand, Uchiha Sasuke, Kabuto, and Karen. Meanwhile, Lin Xian is in charge of the battlefield in the Land of Lightning. Lin Xian, Xiaonan, Danzo, Haiden, Jaegon, and Kaku. If we ignore Lin Xian, Nagato's lineup is actually more luxurious. But if we include Lin Xian, the lineup from the Land of Lightning is truly invincible and unbeatable. Leave the center of the battlefield to me. The Pain bodies are sufficient to handle all enemies. Nagato completely looks down on the alliance of the three great nations. The Rinnegan is the eye of the gods, and with the power of the Rinnegan, victory is a matter of course. Deidara and Sasori naturally do not dare to refute the leader. They are also curious about where the leader's limits lie. As for Kabuto and Karen, they were actually sent by Lin Xian to take care of Uchiha Sasuke, fearing that guy might act too pretentiously and get himself killed. And as for Uchiha Sasuke himself, he has already considered himself a member of Akatsuki, with the leader helping to deal with those powerful enemies. He can recklessly slaughter and destroy Konoha. Foolish mortals, let them witness the strength of Akatsuki. We are the dawn before the arrival of the day. We are the rulers of this world. The next day, noon, Konoha is on high alert, with a tightly secured defense line protecting the village. However, they would never expect the way Akatsuki would appear. This is Konoha village. Shadows leisurely come from the distance, planning to attack from the front gate of Konoha. Akatsuki. Pain six paths. Akatsuki has appeared. Hurry and inform the Hokage. Enemy attack. Konoha ninjas immediately fired signal flares and sent out informants to notify the specific number of Akatsuki members appearing. Besides the legendary Pain, there were also many familiar or unfamiliar figures. Among them was Uchiha Sasuke from Konoha, Kabuto who had been lurking in Konoha, as well as Deidara and Sasori who had appeared in Sunagakure. As for Karen and Kurizetsu, their presence was so weak that almost no one noticed them. Summoning technique. The animal path Pain summoned creatures like the Yata, no Kagami, and Hellhounds. They began to break through the defense line, starting from the main gate of Konoha, and each summoned beast could cause great trouble for the Konoha ninjas. It seems that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is in this village. The human path Pain extracted the soul of a Konoha ninja and read his memories. From the memories, it was revealed that Konoha had received reinforcements from two great nations, and Uzumaki Naruto was currently in the village. Only those 6 puppets are responsible for the attack. Are the other Akatsuki members not attacking? Tsunade was somewhat surprised. She thought Akatsuki would go all out, but it seemed that only their leader Nagato had been mobilized. I've already taken care of one of those puppets. Did they manage to create new replacements so quickly? Jiraiya felt helpless about the Rinnegan's abilities. As long as Nagato's true body ISNT captured, even destroying those puppets would be a fruitless effort. The intelligence department is still studying that corpse, and it's hard to come up with anything useful in a short time. No matter what, we must stop them. Get ready, Naruto. Jiraiya summoned 2 Toad Sages, preparing to enter Sage mode at any moment. To protect Konoha, this time we can only win, not lose. Nara Shikaku formulated the battle plan, taking on the role of battlefield commander, while Nara Shikaku focused on analyzing Pain's weaknesses and locating Nagato's true body. The Akimichi clan, the Yamanaka clan, the remaining members of the Hyuga clan, and the Konoha Umbu, along with ninjas called back to the village, were all engaged in battle or on their way to the battlefield. Hellcrabs, chameleons, Yata no Kagami, hellhounds, bulls, pandas, centipedes, rhinos, and fighting bulls. Just these summoned creatures were already troublesome, putting Konoha ninjas in a tough battle. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki members watched the spectacle from Deidara's clay dragon. Since Pain wants to deal with Konoha by himself, let him do it, and it's a good opportunity for everyone to witness the terror of the Rinnegan. I hope things don't go wrong. I'm really looking forward to this battle, Kabuto murmured, instinctively pushing up his glasses. What kind of extent can a legendary sage of 6 paths eyes achieve? Nagato is invincible. Kabuto, don't underestimate the Rinnegan. Hearing Kabuto's murmurs, Kurizetsu confidently replied, Nagato is the ultimate tool chosen by him and Obito. How could he lose to a bunch of Konoha's mediocre ninjas? Is that so? Then I'll wait and see. Kabuto's smile was somewhat eerie. To be honest, he and Karen's appearance on this battlefield was because Lin Xian believed that Nagato would lose. So they were actually here to protect Sasuke and help Akatsuki clean up the mess. Lin Xian believes that Nagato will lose, but Kurizetsu thinks that Nagato is invincible. This is really interesting. That's it for you, Nagato. Let me send you off one last time today. Sage Art, Super Giant Rasen Shuriken. The first Kaga-level powerhouse from Konoha to appear is Jiraiya. However, his attack has no effect. Hungry Ghost Path Pain stands at the forefront, directly absorbing and neutralizing his ninjutsu. Quite a few people have come, huh? Deva Path Pain calmly surveys the surroundings. Koru, Gaara, Tsunade Jiraiya, Might Guy, Kakashi, Shizen Ebisu Asuma. Among the younger generation are Naruto Uzumaki, Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and others. More than 2,000 ninjas formed the first encirclement. Across the entire battlefield, the number of ninjas has already exceeded 10,000. They should be thankful that they are facing Nagato. Hehe. Kurizetsu's attitude is even more arrogant than Nagato's, showing no concern for Konoha. If Uchiha Madara, who possesses the Rinnegan, were present today, even if these ninjas multiplied tenfold, it would be useless. For strong individuals, the strategy of overwhelming numbers is a joke. Even if it's not Madara himself using those eyes, it would still be enough to easily handle these ignorant ants. Those who do not understand pain cannot comprehend what true peace is. Jiraiya-sensei, this time I won't let you leave alive. Deva Path slowly steps forward, ignoring the countless gazes around, and slowly extends his right hand. From here on, let the world feel what pain is. Chapter 137, Shinra Tensei. Goodbye, Naruto and Sasuke. Sage Mode. Naruto Uzumaki, like Jiraiya, enters Sage Mode. Unlike Jiraiya, he prepares shadow clones in advance to gather natural energy, and when he needs to enter Sage Mode, he dispels the clones, allowing the vast natural chakra to pour back into his body. One shadow clone can absorb enough chakra for Naruto to release 2 Rasen Shuriken. A maximum of 3 shadow clones can be stored at any time. Guy Lee, go deal with that pain who can absorb ninjutsu. Narashikaku's voice comes through. 6th Gate. Gate of View, open. The youthful master and disciple exchange glances and activate the 8 gates. If he can absorb ninjutsu, then how about taijutsu attacks? Sandstorm Burial. Doton, Dissolution Technique. Sage Art, 5 right gates. Mokutan, Advent of the Tree World. Shadow Clone Technique, Sage Art, Super Giant Rasen, Shuriken Barrage. Countless ninjutsu divide the battlefield into 2 parts. Deva Path Pain faces the Kaga-level strongmen, while the remaining 5 pains are being beaten by thousands of Konoha ninjas. Even so, the pains still appear very calm. Hell Path can quickly repair the shattered pains, while Deva Path possesses the most powerful ability among them. With both taijutsu and ninjutsu attacks completely shattered, how many floors can a bag of rice carry? A bag of rice can carry to the 2nd floor. I gave you too much rice, I washed this bag of rice. I washed so much mud. Each grain has mud. Who gave you a bag of rice? Deva Path Pain looks indifferent, facing countless ninjas alone. The 5 pains fall to the ground, all their chakra poured into this one puppet. Let's experience a little pain. Shinra Tensei. An incredible repulsive force erupts centered around the pains within Konoha. Almost in an instant, the invisible shockwave destroys everything, lifting dust to a height of 1,000 meters. This moment is the time of destruction. In this crisis, Tsunade can only split the Toad Sage into countless copies to try to save the ninjas on the battlefield. The explosion radius is the entire Konoha. One ninjutsu can destroy a city. No building survives in the shockwave, and the ninjas who were just beating the pains suffer countless casualties. The entire battlefield falls silent. This is the power of a god, the power of the Rinnegan. Do not resist, Jiraiya-sensei. Challenging a god is foolish. Deva Path Pain calmly watches the remaining ninjas. Except for a few, this move has almost annihilated the ninja forces on the battlefield. Why? Why is this happening? You speak of peace, but what you're doing now shows no sign of peace. Furious emotions, under the control of the Nine Tails, influenced Naruto. Before the war began, no one thought the Rinnegan would be so powerful, capable of destroying a village with a single technique. You see only the trees, but not the forest. Naruto, your death will become a bridge to peace. Nagato shows no mercy. Since Naruto Uzumaki chose to betray Akatsuki, he has already become Akatsuki's enemy. Stay calm. Naruto, don't let the Nine Tails control you. Jiraiya pats Naruto on the shoulder, somewhat worried. The situation is already severe. If Naruto Uzumaki loses control now, the situation will completely spiral out of control. I will defeat pain. A flash of red appears in Naruto's eyes as he overcomes the nine tails within him with his will. He is the target of Akatsuki's war, and because of that, he must defeat the enemy and protect Konoha. Such a tenacious bug, Konoha Ninja. As chakra flows back into the pains, the six paths of pain stand up again. Deva Path Pain activates the Super Shinra Tensei and enters a ninjutsu cooldown period. So he stands at the back, protected by the five pains. The strongest pain should not be able to use his abilities now. Let's defeat them while we can. Narashikaku's voice is weary. The sacrifices in this war have already been great. Although civilians were evacuated in advance, all the buildings in the village have been destroyed, and the entire village has turned into a big pit, with over 1,000 ninjas dying under the Shinra Tensei. Tsunade's summoning beasts are not omnipotent. They can only try to save more people. The war has just begun, everyone. Summoning technique, impure world réincarnation. Yakushi Kabuto leaps down from the giant clay dragon in the sky, having activated Sage Mode in midair. 3 coffins explode in the air. Second, Suchikage-mu. Second, Mizukage Kageyama, Mangetsu. Third, Reikage, boss. Let me take over the battlefield for now. Yakushi Kabuto pushes up his glasses, revealing an elegant and gentle smile. The 6 paths of pain nod in unison and step back a few paces. Although they had previously stated that they would challenge the ninja forces one-on-one. With Deva Path Pain unable to act, the other 5 truly cannot measure up. Victory is impossible. Yakushi Kabuto's timing is perfect, allowing time to delay until Deva Path Pain regains his strength. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Another figure jumps down from the clay dragon, activating a massive purple Susanoo in midair. Burning black flames condense into arrows and shoot out. Would release, with dragon technique. Naruto Uzumaki recognized Sasuke at a glance and immediately used ninjutsu to block him. The 2 ninjutsu collided, causing another clash, and the quiet battlefield could erupt into a great battle at any moment. Damn you, Kabuto! That guy actually dared to insult the souls of our predecessors. Tsunade and Konan had just been happy for less than 3 seconds when their expressions turned cold again. A Uchiha with a kaleidoscope. 3 previous Kaga-level figures resurrected by Edo Tensei. This lineup was too luxurious and far too despairing. Attack now. Tsunade gritted her teeth and made a desperate plan. Instead of waiting for pain to recover, the only chance to win was to attack immediately. Ayo, CHJR, let's stop the second Hokage. Konan frowned, leading the Mist Village ninjas to confront the summoned second Mizukage, Yagura. The Sand Village ninjas were given orders in a crisis, with Gaara, Maki, and others facing the second Suchikage, Mu, while many Konoha ninjas assisted. The 7th gate, the Gate of Shock, opened. My guy opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates, joining forces with Rock Lee and Kakashi to deal with the 3rd Reikage. However, the 3rd Reikage was stronger and more terrifying than they had imagined, and Tsunade had no choice but to join this battlefield, or else my guy would be forced to open the 8 gates. Nagato. Jiraiya took a deep breath, looking at Pain, who had once brought him to the brink of death. No one knew the outcome of this war, but not a single ninja was willing to give up. Do you understand some of the pain now? Jiraiya-sensei. The pains remained unperturbed, watching Jiraiya with calm expressions. The 5 pains, excluding Deva Path, were enough to handle this man. Jiraiya's ninjutsu had been thoroughly studied. They just needed to be careful of that Toad Soundwave Jinjutsu. Perverted Sage. I'm coming too. Naruto Uzumaki, worried about his master's safety, wanted to help Jiraiya deal with the pains. However, a massive purple skeletal monster blocked his way. Your opponent is me, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke sneered. Naruto was probably swayed by Itachi, but unfortunately, he would never accept Itachi's arrangements. He would take revenge for Itachi. To hell with the will of fire. Sasuke, don't stop me. Naruto entered Sage Mode for the 2nd time. Sasuke was still his friend, still the person he wanted to save. But now it was war, and he needed to help his master defeat those puppets. That was the most important thing. Is that so? If you dare to leave, I'll kill Sakura. The boy's devilish whisper made Naruto shudder. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha ignored Naruto's furious gaze, tilting his head back and laughing at the sky like a madman. Let me see how much you've grown, Naruto. Let me see what exactly you've inherited from Itachi. Naruto. Chapter 138 Konan, go say hello. The Hidden Cloud Village. This village is built on the peaks of mountains, with the sea below, among the 5 great nations. The Land of Lightning has the most fierce customs. Not only is the living environment perilous, but there is also a culture that reveres the strong. Because of this, the proud Land of Lightning is unwilling to cooperate with the villages of Konoha, and most just making a deal with the Land of Earth. At an altitude of several thousand meters, a village is established on the rocky summit. The Land of Lightning finds beauty in black. So most people have dark skin and muscular builds comparable to rock, even to women. Regardless of gender, the more muscles one has, the more they are favored. Damn, are these guys' brains made of muscle too? Does the evil god really like this kind of offering? Haydn complained endlessly. Shut up. Completing the mission and trading heads for money is the priority. Kakuzu was fixated on money. Kisame Hashigaki and Mangetsu were relatively silent. The boss was right next to them, so it wasn't the time to speak out of turn. Over there is the Raikage office building in the Hidden Cloud Village. Kisame pointed towards the target location. According to the information from White Zetsu's clone, Killer Bee was inside the village. And the 4th Raikage and most of the Land of Lightning's ninjas were ready to start a war at any moment. Conan, go say hello. Lin Xian looked indifferent. With Devapath Pain over in Konoha, they couldn't be lacking in courtesy here. The Akatsuki organization's fine tradition must not be lost. To what extent should we go? Conan blinked, waiting for her brother's orders. Speaking of explosive tags, she actually had an exaggerated amount stored, enough to blow Uchiha Obito to smithereens. Provided he didn't use Izanagi. The benevolence of the Akatsuki organization would spread throughout the ninja world, and that day would be the day of peace. Lin Xian chuckled. Both Kisame and Manu had dark expressions. How can you still say others have a Chinibu when you're not much better yourself? This boss is really something. Understood. I will cover the entire Hidden Cloud Village. Xiaonan transformed into a flurry of white paper and flew high into the sky. The paper jutsu of the god of paper. Countless explosive tags appeared out of thin air, falling like snowflakes in the wind, covering the entire Hidden Cloud Village. Haydn had a somewhat indifferent expression, while Kakuzuka's heart was bleeding. Damn, how great would it be to sell all these explosive tags for money? Hidden Cloud Village. The 4th Raikage AI was in his office handling documents. Just then, a piece of white paper suddenly stuck to the window, with a flamboyant character for explosion written on it. Hey, big brother, this thing seems to be an explosive tag. The Office Killer Bee noticed something unusual. He opened the window and saw that not only had the white paper landed on this building's window, but everything visible within his sight was covered in white paper. From a distance, it looked like a snowstorm was falling, and there were countless snowflakes. They kept falling. Raikage-sama. Raikage-sama. This is not good. The entire village seems to be submerged in explosive tags. Raikage's secretary Mabui hurried into the office. She was a beautiful woman with dark skin and a great figure. Explosive tags. Who on earth would be bored enough to scatter explosive tags over the Hidden Cloud Village? The 4th Raikage AI felt very stifled. Explosive tags are usually used for sneak attacks. If one knows that a place is going to explode, it's very easy to dodge the blast zone. The Hidden Cloud Village values martial arts. Even children can perform beautiful physical techniques, making such sneak attacks almost meaningless. Don't be fooled by the explosive tags everywhere outside. It might not even be enough to kill someone. Raikage-sama. The situation is really bad. There are too many explosive tags. Mabui anxiously pointed outside. When the 4th Raikage noticed the seemingly endless explosive tags in the sky, his expression truly changed. Indeed, a small number of explosive tags would be useless. Even children know how to avoid explosions. But what if explosive tags are everywhere? What if explosive tags cover every piece of land in the Hidden Cloud Village? Crazy. How many explosive tags did Akatsuki throw in? Did they buy all the explosive tags in the world? The entire Hidden Cloud Village's ninjas became busy. Those who could use Earth Release immediately built defensive walls, while many others guided children and women into shelters, as no one knew when these explosive tags would be detonated. 1 billion? 100 billion? 1 trillion? No, none of that. 20 trillion explosive attacks. I hope the Land of Lightning appreciates this gift. Lin Xian couldn't stop smiling. Xiaonan had prepared a total of 50 trillion explosive tags over the years, spending nearly half of them just to send this greeting. But seeing this scene still felt worth it. Looking down at the entire Hidden Cloud Village from above, all the places with buildings were submerged in explosive tags. Some ninjas buried the explosive tags using Earth Release, some tried to use Water Release, and others wanted to blow away the paper with Wind Release. However, once they did that, the explosive tags would detonate prematurely. So instead, no one went to intercept these explosive tags. Damn it, why? Kakuzu's 5 hearts all ached. 20 trillion. Even if calculated at 1,002 per tag, that's an astronomical amount of wealth. This isn't war. This is burning money. This is the will of God. To annihilate you. The seraphim silently clasped their hands together high in the sky, preparing all the explosive tags through the paper jutsu of the god of paper. At a single command, it will be the end of the world. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the area within 100 miles. It could be said that the entire city was exploding. Similar to Konoha, almost all the buildings collapsed, reduced to ruins. Except for a few places protected by ninjas, the entire Hidden Cloud village turned into a smoky wasteland. Very well, the greeting session is over. Now, to capture the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Lin Xian clapped his hands. The Akatsuki organization, led by the youth, entered the village filled with remnants after the explosion. Standing before them were the fourth Reikage AI, the target Killer Bee, and the third Tsuchikage Anoki. It seems you all are not very welcoming to me. Do you not recognize me? Lin Xian revealed a harmless smile. Upon seeing this, the ninjas did not lower their guard at all. Instead, they looked at this despicable bastard with even more hatred. This guy has deceived and tricked for so many years, and now he finally couldn't help but show his true colors, appearing as a member of the Akatsuki organization. The intelligence seems to be true. Lin has become our enemy. Naka's expression was grim. Old man, he has always been our enemy, reminded the fourth Reikage, AI. Lin Xian was initially a member of the Akatsuki organization, always an enemy rather than a friend. With two pinnacle, shadow-level ninjas and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, don't me down. An easily obtained victory only brings loneliness. At some point, the young man's black eyes shimmered with a crystal blue hue, and a snowflake pattern as white as jade spread along his pupils. Reincarnation, I Chakra Mode. Chapter 139. Intense Battle in the Hidden Cloud Village. The chakra, refined to its utmost, formed a layer of green armor on his body. Under Lin Xian's exquisite control, this thin layer of chakra was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Sage Mode. First stage of Divine Blood. Reincarnation, I Chakra Mode. Do you know what is the most fun thing in this world? The young man wore a playful expression, completely dismissing the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages. For him, today's battle was merely an appetizer. Where's the Ninja World War at this point? Kid, the glory of the Hidden Cloud cannot be insulted. You will pay for your arrogance. The fourth Reikage, A, had a face as dark as thunder, already prepared for death in battle. Even if it meant sacrificing the entire village, he would protect Killer Bee today and kill these so-called Akatsuki members. I'm old, but you young ones really are infuriating. Anoki's expression was grim. The Akatsuki's actions of collecting tailed beasts are unacceptable to any major nation, especially since their goal is to create forbidden weaponry to control the entire world. The Hidden Stone Village chose to cooperate with the Hidden Cloud Village to eliminate the Akatsuki. Roar. A thunderous roar erupted, revealing that the Jinchuriki Killer Bee had fully activated the Eight Tails, with a body that was half bull and half octopus and 8 tentacles. This massive creature was the tailed beast Gyuki. Killer Bee had a good relationship with the Eight Tails, allowing him to utilize its full power, making him a rare, perfect Jinchuriki in ninja history. Don't underestimate the Land of Lightning. Pay the price. Usually comical and fond of rapping, Killer Bee now became serious. With his first move in battle being the tailed beast ball, only by killing Lin Xian can one find peace of mind. Deflected? Impossible. The remaining ninja forces were left pale-faced in shock at this scene. That Lin Xian actually caught the tailed beast ball shot by the Eight Tails. Just a tiny bit of gravel. The reincarnation I possesses the power to manipulate gravity and repulsion, which is consistent with the Rinnegan. Lin Xian can also use Shinra Tensei, and is even stronger than Nagato. Deflecting tailed beast balls is just basic manipulation. Rolling balls, right? Actually, I also like rolling balls. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, hundreds of Lin Xians appeared on the battlefield. Colorful balls gathered the natural chakra of this world. Fire release, Rasengan. Lightning release, Rasengan. Wind release, Rasengan. Water release, Rasengan. Even Naruto Uzumaki couldn't control so many variations of chakra nature in his Rasengan. But Lin Xian accomplished this thanks to the properties of his divine blood. He uses Sage Mode to control natural chakra and the elemental mastery of divine blood to manipulate elemental power. A high-intensity body ensures that this power won't overwhelm Lin Xian, while the powerful Rinnegan and spiritual strength precisely control these special Rasengans to form and condense perfectly. This isn't just 100 Rasengans. It's equivalent to 100 many-tailed beast balls. Madman. The old face of Inoki was filled with terror in his eyes. Even Uchiha Madara back then hadn't given him such strong pressure. As an old relic who witnessed Uchiha Madara's strength, he understood one thing very well. Lin Xian's strength has already surpassed Uchiha Madara, and it's not just a slight surpassing. It's on a different level. Dust release, terminal removal technique. At the brink of life and death, no ninja would hold back their trump cards. Inoki had no choice but to use his most powerful move. An upgraded version of dust release, original world removal technique. As a bloodline elimination ninjutsu, dust release can decompose all matter to an atomic state, making it a perfect defensive technique. One moment's search. Compare. Okay. Blazer. The fourth Raikage and Killer Bee moved in an instant. Darui, Mabui, Samui, Akatsuchi Chitetsu. Countless ninjas did not sit idly by. So this is Lin Xian's full strength. Kakuzu remained silent. Lin Xian's physical skills and ninjutsu are both at the pinnacle shadow level, having reached the same level as Hashirama and Madara. These ninjas cannot possibly win. The immortal duo, Haiden, shows no significant reaction. After all, no matter how strong Lin Xian is, he won't kill him. Whoosh! As the first Rasengan is thrown out, hundreds of shadow clones follow suit, launching their own Rasengans. This is a return gift for Killer Bee's tailed beast bomb. Lightning release, Thunderblade. Killer Bee abandons his tailed beast form and wraps his body in a red-tailed beast cloak, allowing him to move faster. He absolutely cannot let those Rasengans explode within the village. It would destroy the entire village. The fourth Raikage uses the same ninjutsu as Killer Bee. With lightning release chakra fully unleashed, he moves like a humanoid dragon, using extreme speed and power to repel those Rasengans, at least keeping their explosion far from the village. Noki is the main force in this defense. His dust release is crazily devouring the Rasengans. Everything will be decomposed to an atomic state by dust release. You are more tenacious than I expected, which excites me a bit. Lin Xian observes the resisting ninja army with interest. Out of hundreds of miniature tailed beast bombs, only 3 or 5 exploded inside the village. The number of casualties is less than 100. These ninjas are very determined to protect their village. Go for it. Old man Tsuchikage. We must kill this menace today. The fourth Raikage seems determined not to give Lin Xian a chance to breathe. Each shadow clone drains a significant amount of energy, and since Lin Xian used over 100 clones at once, it means only 1% of his energy remains. They must kill him while he is weak. Now is the best opportunity. Die, you evil brat. Noki uses the light and heavy rock technique in conjunction with the Raikage, and the already agile Raikage speed breaks the sound barrier. Killer Bee also benefits from this ninjutsu boost. Should we support Lin Xian? Ao is somewhat worried. The shadow clone technique forcibly drains energy from the body, meaning Lin Xian's strength is indeed almost gone. Have you forgotten what Lin Xian excels at? Kisame grins. Ninjutsu. Lin Xian is a tough guy who can beat up members of the Akatsuki with his fists. That man's greatest strength has always been his physical skills. Ninjutsu is just something he practices for fun. It seems the opponents are too happy too soon. Kakuzu touched his nose in frustration, almost forgetting about this. The Raikage and Tsuchikage might have celebrated too early. Lightning release, absolute bull lightning plow. The 8 tails Jinchuriki and the 4th Raikage surrounded Lin Xian from both front and back, their speed breaking the sound barrier with each step shaking the earth. This power seemingly capable of piercing mountains. Go to hell and repent, you little brat. It's over. Inoki himself used dust release to block Lin Xian's escape route, leaving that man no chance to flee. To achieve this, he had completely disregarded chakra consumption. I never said I was going to escape. Lin Xian's lips curled into a faint, calm smile as he slowly closed his hands, making no defense against the impending attack. Lightning release, lightning strike. Chapter 140. Let the fire burn even brighter. Lord Raikage's ultimate killing ninjutsu. That guy is doomed. With the assistance of Lord Tsuchikage's ninjutsu, that move is faster than before. The watching ninjas gazed at everything with fiery eyes. Extreme speed, extreme power. No ninja could survive. Even a mountain could be cleaved in two. But something unexpected happened to the ninjas. Lin Xian's body shimmered with brilliant lightning, resembling the body technique of the 4th Raikage. The power of lightning often represents the strongest speed and strength, and for Lin Xian, who possesses divine blood, controlling the thunder is as easy as flipping a hand. Even more skillful than a Raikage. Physical strength? No one's body technique is stronger than mine. Not even Guy from the 8th Gate. Wow. Karabi and the fourth Raikage were sent flying like kites cut loose. It was not Lin Xian who was defeated, but these two ninjas who brought out their ultimate techniques. Your body techniques are pitifully weak in front of me. Lin Xian's lips curled slightly upwards. Karabi and AI looked at the man in disbelief. They could split mountains. Yet they couldn't injure that man's body even a fraction. What kind of monstrous physique is that? The previous move could definitely pierce through the strongest defenses of the Three Tails. Yet Lin Xian took it head on. This man is 100 times more resilient than a tailed beast. The farsen's here. Lin Xian lightly clapped his hands and walked towards the two losers as if strolling in a garden. After taking a punch from this man, Karabi and AI were on the brink of death. Not to mention continuing the fight, they didn't even have the strength to move a finger, only able to widen their eyes and watch Lin Xian approach. In fact, Lin Xian was very clear that his physical body had already reached the Six Paths level. Without reaching that level, no ninjutsu could harm his body, which was why he could withstand this attack. Don't underestimate the shadow. Just as Lin Xian's hand was about to touch Karabi, the immobile fourth Raikage unexpectedly grabbed Lin Xian's foot. Seizing this opportunity, Noki, who had been waiting in the shadows for a long time, used his last chakra to release Dust Release. This was intended to kill both Lin Xian and the Raikage at the same time, and this was also the last chance. I'm not underestimating you. I'm just stating the facts. You are pitifully weak. Lin Xian stared expressionlessly at the approaching Dust Release. Just as the Dust Release was about to engulf him, the ninjutsu suddenly stalled, moving at a speed akin to that of an ant from the outside. How could such a ridiculous speed possibly hit someone? The young man casually left the range of this ninjutsu. The moment he exited this space, the Dust Release regained its speed, but it was destined to only strike the air. Lord Suchikage, your Dust Release is nothing but this. Lin Xian casually took out a shuriken and chopped off the arm of the fourth Raikage, then tossed the unconscious and near-death Killer Bee to Kakuzu. Go to Konoha. After doing all this, the man showed a sunny and cheerful smile to Konan. No one could stop Akatsuki. The land of lightning and the land of earth were now left with nothing but humiliation and pain. The Tsuchikage had exhausted his chakra. The Raikage was gravely injured and lost an arm. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki was captured alive, and the number of sacrifices among the other ninjas was also considerable. This was a war that had been crushed from start to finish. The enemy first attacked with explosive tags, and in the end, it was only Lin Xian who destroyed the ninja armies of two great nations. Space ability, what exactly are those eyes? Inoki was in a daze, suddenly understanding how Lin Xian did it. At the moment the Dust Release was activated, the space around Lin Xian was suddenly stretched infinitely. What seemed like only a few meters of distance was actually hundreds of miles, which was why his ninjutsu appeared to be so slow, seemingly stagnant from the outside. How many more trump cards does that man have? Can the five great nations really defeat that group of madmen? Lin Xian did not immediately summon Namikaze Minato. Instead, he first dismissed Haiden and Kakuzu, instructing them to stand by in the Rain Village, accompanied by Kisame and Mamoru. These two subordinates were expendable on the battlefield, and it was better for them to escort Killer Bee back to the Rain Village. At this moment, the Yellow Flash was finally released, and they used the Flying Thunder God technique on Lin Xian and Konan. In the blink of an eye, the three arrived in Konoha Village, thousands of miles away. At this time, the war had reached its most critical moment. Kabuto's three shadow-level puppets were drawing in a lot of vitality, and Uchiha Sasuke was facing off against his old friend Naruto Uzumaki. Meanwhile, Nagato was recovering from cooldown, while the other five pain bodies were desperately buying time. Has my guy not opened the 8 gates yet? The main event of this war has not even begun. Lin Xian was a bit surprised. He manipulated the sand gold to float in the air, watching the battlefield from a distance with Xiao Nan. What would happen when Might Guy opened the 8th gate? Xiao Nan asked curiously. Her brother rarely cared about a ninja this much, so she couldn't help but want to know the answer. He would probably annihilate Pain's 6 paths and conveniently take down those shadows controlled by Orochimaru as well. Lin Xian stroked his chin. The cost of the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia is death, and Might Guy is a genius who is trained to the 8th gate. The Death Gate Might Guy can briefly enter the 6 paths realm, and even he must take it seriously. The 6 paths Pain controlled by Nagato is still far from being at the 6 paths level. Wind Release, Spiral, Shuriken. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Sage Mode Naruto and Susanoo Sasuke are locked in an intense battle, almost causing destruction on a massive scale. The commotion is one of the loudest on the entire battlefield. Yakushi Kabuto is quite shrewd. His task is summed up in one word: drag. He controls 3 Edo Tensei shadow-level figures to restrain the Konoha army, while occasionally entering Sage Mode himself to unleash a couple of White Rage techniques. He is the one maintaining the balance, delaying until Deva Path Pain recovers. What is gay? That is a lot of fun. Naruto and Sasuke collide once again. Sasuke's eyes are bleeding from strain, and Naruto has used up his last shadow clone that was storing chakra. At this moment, Jiraiya is still cooperating with the Konoha ninjas to deal with the 5 pains. There are over 500 ninjas on this battlefield, constantly testing the abilities and weaknesses of each pain under Nara Shikaku's arrangements. Not enough, still not enough. Let the fire burn even stronger. Listening to Lin Xian's cold voice, Conan silently mourns for Konoha for 3 seconds. Someone is about to have bad luck. On the battlefield, no one noticed that the ground had accumulated some sand. Even if they did, they would probably just think it was the traces left by Gaara. The sealing team is ready, whose ninja technique can break through the defense of the third Raikage. Might Guy, Lee, Kakashi, and others heard Nara Shikaku's voice. At this moment, Guy is still hesitating. The most dangerous member of the Akatsuki organization has not appeared yet. If he opens the 8 gates just to eliminate a mere Edo Tensei puppet, that would be too unworthy. If he's going to kill, it should be the original Pains or an enemy like Lin Xian. It is this thought that has kept Might Guy only opening the 7th gate to block the third Raikage. Kakashi, Lee, let's continue to hold this guy back. Might Guy said in a deep voice. His life should be used against those bastards in the Akatsuki, so he absolutely cannot open the 8 gates now. However, an unexpected change occurs. Just as Kakashi dodges the third Raikage's attack, strange sand suddenly appears beneath his feet. These troublesome sands instantly trap him, turning him into a target for the third Raikage. Kakashi's chest is pierced by the third Raikage, and his crushed organs are clearly visible. The famous ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, didn't even have time to say goodbye or leave a last word before dying at the hands of the puppet controlled by Yakushi Kabuto. Before he could even mourn, Might Guy quickly hears the second brutal explosion of a body. His beloved disciple, Lee, who he regarded as a son, also followed Kakashi's fate, having his head exploded by a punch from the third Raikage due to the interference of that strange sand. A headless corpse, a corpse with a gaping chest, blood mist spreads, and warm liquid splatters on a guy's face. Lee, Kakashi, Chapter 141, Guy's Outburst. Night Guy, this black pot seems to be mine. Yakushi Kabuto is somewhat speechless. His task was just to hold them back, with no intention of killing. Who knew Lin Xian would suddenly interfere? Now that Kakashi and Lee are dead, the Konoha ninjas are going to go crazy, right? In a corner of the battlefield, Naruto and Sasuke both stop their hands. Kakashi is actually dead? Sage Mode Naruto can clearly sense the chakra presence of each ninja, so the moment Kakashi dies, he realizes that Lee has also died with him. There is not just one bad piece of news. Jiraiya and the Konoha ninjas have exhausted all means to eliminate the 5 pains, pushing Sage Mode to its limits. And just then, Universal Pool, the now normal Deva Path Pain, uses a technique against the 2 Toad Sages. Fukasaku and Shima are immediately pierced by 2 black rods, and Jiraiya himself cannot escape the attack of Deva Path Pain, his body turned into a pincushion by the black rods. No, perverted sage. Naruto's mind goes blank, unable to believe that both of his teachers have just died like this. However, the reality is cruel. Their chakra presence has vanished, and they didn't even have time to leave a last word. Naruto, we're the ones who will win, Sasuke says expressionlessly. Sansin a dangereux. Sasuke chooses to leave the battlefield. Yakushi Kabuto's main body is also retreating from the battlefield, leaving only the 3 puppets behind. Awaken, Ninetails, you have nowhere to run. Your death will become the bridge to peace. Deva Path Pain slowly opens his palm. A small black ball floats up into the air unremarkably, moving at incredible speed, reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters in just a few breaths. Is the leader about to unleash a big move? Deidara is not quite sure what will happen, but quickly takes cover. The clay giant dragon carries the artistic duo and Yakushi Kabuto's Kankuro, fleeing the battlefield at light speed. At the same time, Lin Xian, Conan, Uchiha Sasuke, and others are also retreating. Cannot be forgiven. I cannot forgive you. Naruto's angry emotions resonate completely with the Ninetails. The crimson-tailed beast cloak quickly forming around his body. 4 scarlet tails increase in number, and in less than half a minute, they become 6 tails. Naruto. The Konoha ninjas are at a loss as they witness this scene. No one knows whether the enraged Jinchuriki of the Ninetails is friend or foe. Do you really have to do this? Your chakra is already running low. The protector of Nagato's main body feels some worry. The battle situation is not going well. 5 of the Pains have sacrificed themselves, yet they still haven't taken down the Nine Tails. No worries, it will all be over after this move. Planetary devastation. Devapath Pain puts his hands together, and the black ball in the sky erupts with a powerful gravitational field. Almost simultaneously, Yakushi Kabuto recalls his puppets. The battlefield is left with only Devapath Pain and the ninja army, the gravitational field pulling every ninja in, and the shattered earth cannot escape the fate of being controlled by this technique. The Sage of the Six Paths originally used this technique to create the moon. In comparison, Nagato's version is just a weakened version by countless times. Roar. The irrational Naruto gathers chakra to attack the core of planetary devastation, but fails to destroy it. Tsunade, Koharu, and others also try to resist, but they are utterly powerless. The Toad Sage is forced to cancel the summoning, and the techniques thrown by Koharu are ineffective. Impossible. Gaara's sand is so weak and helpless at this moment, only able to watch the massive sphere form. The earth cracks, rocks float, and everything in the world is drawn in by the gravitational field. If this continues, everyone will die, even with the power of the Nine Tails. There is no way to break free, let alone the ordinary ninjas trying to escape from here. Finally, is it about to begin? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, the chakra of a certain ninja on the battlefield surged, distorting the space with its overwhelming might. The 8th gate of the 8 gates of Biryaku. The 8th gate, the death gate, opened. The man named Might Guy finally chose to burn his life to protect Konoha at this moment. If he did not act now, the entire army of ninjas would be annihilated. The Nine Tails would only protect Naruto. It would not care about the lives of others. How could this be? A taijutsu ninja. Pain of the Six Paths looked at Might Guy in disbelief. In his perception, the man surrounded by crimson steam was stronger than him. The space around him had already twisted. The terrifying high temperature burned his blood, forming crimson steam on the surface of his body. The last gate of the 8 gates of Biryaku, gaining immense combat power at the cost of his life. Night Guy. The man stepped on the floating rocks and instantly approached the spherical form taking shape in the sky. By striking the air to create a powerful air cannon, his speed increased from 1 to 5, and with a punch at speed 1, he created a bottomless pit, while cracks began to appear in the bones of his arm. When the speed reached its peak, at speed 5, a punch smashed down towards the Earth explosion star. With a thunderous explosion, the power of the Rinnegan was shattered, and in that moment, the man appeared so tall. The ninjas on the battlefield couldn't help but shed tears. Another brave soul had sacrificed himself. Pain, it's over. The gravitational force vanished, and the rocks gradually fell. Might Guy weaved through the descending rocks, rapidly chasing the location of Pain of the Six Paths. Using physical strength to influence space, this was an unavoidable and forceful attack. Even Uchiha Obito could not use intangibility here because the space had already twisted. Shinra Tensei. Pain gritted his teeth and opened his arms. Nagato injected the remaining chakra into this puppet body. Might Guy's explosion before death was terrifying. This man could even single-handedly defeat all 6 Pains. The deaths of Kakashi and Lee were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. And the man's endless anger erupted. Even if this was not the best time, he had to save Konoha. Night Guy. The Godspeed, red, trajectory crossed hundreds of meters. From high altitude to the ground, the distance of 2,000 meters vanished in an instant. The man kicked out, and the crimson steam condensed into the shape of a dragon's head. This was a taijutsu at the Six Paths level exchange for his life. Bang, bang, bang. The moment of collision was an overwhelming victory. In front of Night Guy, Shinra Tensei even appeared somewhat fragile, unable to withstand a single blow. The invisible defensive wall was shattered, and Might Guy pierced through the puppet's chest, creating a large hole in Pain of the Six Paths body. The last Pain's corpse fell to the ground. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but his eyes dimmed, losing connection with the chakra of the original body. Ugh! Far away, several miles away, Nagato suddenly coughed up blood. His chakra was almost depleted. All 6 Pains had been defeated, and the plan seemed to have come to an end. Va! In the end, it was Konoha's victory. Guy-sensei, Kakashi-sensei. Lee. No, no. In the desolate ruins, only the sound of crying remained. Is there really a victor in war? Chapter 142. Mad Dog Number 1, Uchiha Obito. Roar. The Nine Tails Jinch Riki howled to the sky on the battlefield. The ninja army awoke in confusion. looking at Uzumaki Naruto with complex expressions. The war was not over. What to do? The leader has failed. Deidara's mouth could fit an egg. Madara, what happened to being invincible? That might guy is simply inhuman. He could clearly destroy the entire Konoha army with a single move, the Earth Explosion Star. Yet it was smashed apart by a human fist. And it did not stop there. The last puppet of pain of the Six Paths was also defeated by Might Guy. Although Might Guy fell and died, the Akatsuki organization's combat losses seemed even greater. With just Kabuto and a few of them, it seemed impossible to take down the Nine Tails. Rage, despair, little one. Only I can understand you. Only I can give you the power of revenge. Release the seal, and then we will take revenge together. The alluring voice of the Nine Tails echoed in the mental space. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned, already numb. What exactly had he protected? Kakashi was dead. Jiraiya was dead. Lee was dead. And countless Konoha ninjas were severely injured or killed. Revenge. The boy's vacant gaze looked towards the seal cage. Open that, let the Nine Tails out, and then, bam! Just at this critical moment, a figure of a blonde man suddenly appeared behind Naruto. Calm down, Naruto. Who are you? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. When sealing the Nine Tails, Minato left a backup plan, which was his chakra and Kushina's chakra. His chakra could stabilize the loosened seal, helping Uzumaki Naruto not to be controlled by the Nine Tails. And Kushina's chakra could help tame the Nine Tails. Although that day seemed far off. Dad? Is that you, Dad? In the mental space, seeing each other for the first time, Naruto burst into tears. Naruto, no matter when, your mother and I are always watching over you. Minato's chakra soothed his son's emotions. The Uzumaki Naruto, on the brink of collapse, was pulled back to reality. That's right. He is Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. He must inherit the will of fire, the will of his master and the sacrifices. He cannot lose control, nor can he fall. Naruto. Just as he opened his eyes, he heard Tsunade and Sakura calling out to him. Looking at the surrounding ninjas, Uzumaki Naruto forced a smile. Everyone, don't worry about me. I won't be controlled by the Nine Tails. Upon hearing this, the ninja army finally breathed a sigh of relief. After finally repelling the Akatsuki organization, they did not want to deal with an out-of-control Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Let's go find Nagato. His original body is definitely not far from here, Uzumaki Naruto declared firmly. In fact, there were already some clues. We analyzed the puppet's corpse and found that the material of that black rod was very special, capable of transmitting chakra. The original body's location should be at the highest point nearby. Only at a high point can chakra be transmitted more effectively. Nara Shikamaru reliably stood up. Understood. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath. After entering Sage Mode, he inserted the black rod into his body, relying on the super strong chakra perception of Sage Mode. He almost instantly discovered the location of Nagato's original body. Go there. The ninja army moved again, selecting the remaining strong warriors to follow Naruto. And at this moment, Lin Xian is messaging Yakushi Kabuto. Is Crazy Dog number 1 ready? Yes, my lord. Preparations are complete. I will send out the Hokage. After all, they don't know who is using the impure world reincarnation. Understood, my lord. Deep in the forest, Uzumaki Naruto is moving at a remarkable speed, while Gaara directly uses sand to lift everyone and fly towards Nagato's location. Take advantage of his weakness and strike. Now is the time when the wielder of the Rinnegan is at their most vulnerable. If we miss this chance, we may encounter a new pain next time. Kai and Kakashi's sacrifices would be in vain. The Akatsuki can reorganize for another attack, but Konoha can't withstand a second battlefield. Nagato, surrender. Uzumaki Naruto coldly gazes at his senior. This misguided individual killed their master and is the root cause of this war. Absolutely unforgivable. Nine Tails, do you think you've won? Nagato glares begrudgingly at Naruto and Tsunade. Damn my guy. If it weren't for him, the Nine Tails would have been captured long ago. And I wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. Deidara and Sasori silently stand behind Nagato, ready to flee with their leader at any moment. Meanwhile, Yakushi Kabuto and Karen, along with Sasuke, remain silent. Kurizetsu is hiding deep underground to avoid detection, completely concealing his presence. Yes, do you all think the war is over? A spatial vortex suddenly appears. The masked man wearing an Akatsuki cloak slowly steps out. He wears a newly crafted white mask, revealing 2 crimson Sharingan. This person is Uchiha Obito. Damn it, why is Obito showing up now? Kurizetsu is infuriated. Will Uchiha Obito help the Akatsuki? Not necessarily. He might just be here to reap the benefits. Nagato is currently weak and can't fight Obito. The guy's already gathered a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, and his control over Kamui has reached a new level. Obito, the ninja army from Konoha, also wears grim expressions. Although the ninjas here can still fight, they just went through a major battle and have little chakra left. They thought they could easily defeat Nagato, but now Uchiha Obito has emerged. At this moment, everyone recalls Jiraiya's intel. He intentionally saved Jiraiya and was already prepared for a backstab. Protect Nagato. Yakushi Kabuto. Lin Xian is still over in the cloud-hidden village. We can only rely on you here. A white Zetsu clone suddenly pops up from the ground, loudly reminding them. The Rinnegan is too important to lose. Is that so? Lin Xian is not here. Yakushi Kabuto pushes up his glasses. Karen subtly nods. Crazy Dog number 1 has arrived. It's time to test our skills. Summoning technique. Un pur world de réincarnation. Yakushi Kabuto and Uchiha Obito form identical hand seals, while the coffin in front of Obito is summoned by Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian is hiding in the shadows, and apart from his subordinates, no one knows he is here. Yakushi Kabuto, 2nd Tsuchikage-mu, 2nd Mizukage Terame, 3rd Reikage, 4th Kazakage Raza, the gold and silver brothers from the cloud-hidden village, and the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. Uchiha Obito, 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama, 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. 7 against 4. Each ninja is a renowned figure in history, with Senju Hashirama being called the god of ninja. The real battle seems to have just begun. Chapter 143. At least we have a common enemy now. Naruto, I didn't expect to meet you in such a situation. Minato looks apologetically at Naruto. Dad, Naruto is surprised that his father has been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. His expression complex. The battlefield splits into 3 factions. Yakushi Kabuto and Nagato represent the Akatsuki, while Konoha and the Mist Village represent the 3 great nations. And Uchiha Obito is clearly taking advantage of the chaos. Nagato, that pair of Rinnegan has been in your possession for so long. It's time to hand them over to me, the true master. Uchiha Obito grins maliciously. For Rin, he must follow the boss's orders, even if he has to take the blame. You're just a traitor of the Akatsuki. You're unworthy to touch the Rinnegan. Nagato will not give a traitor a good face. No matter how dire the situation, he won't allow such a person to obtain the Rinnegan. Don't you understand, Nagato? Every time you use the Rinnegan, it consumes your life, right? This has been troubling you all along, hasn't it? Upon hearing this, Nagato's heart suddenly sinks. It seems that a significant secret is about to be exposed, one he has always been unaware of, and Uchiha Obito knows it. Even Uchiha's Manjiki, when overused, merely leads to blindness. But the Rinnegan is draining his life. This kind of ocular technique that devours its master. Do you know Hatake Kakashi? Although he is dead now, he once transplanted my eyes. Kakashi, who possesses the Sharingan, has no Uchiha blood, so he cannot control the Sharingan's closure. He can only keep the Sharingan activated, which continuously consumes Kakashi's chakra, causing his chakra to not increase for over a decade. It was until I took back that eyeball that his body returned to normal. Obito laughs maniacally. Kurizetsu feels murderous, and Nagato is on the verge of collapse. Kakashi's situation is too similar to his own. He too cannot turn the Rinnegan on or off, and the Rinnegan has become a burden on his body. Could it be that this pair of Rinnegan does not actually belong to him? In that moment, Nagato feels as if his life is being manipulated by an invisible hand. His self-proclaimed godlike existence has always been a toy in the hands of certain individuals. If we were to say, why, then Nagato, your eyes belong to Uchiha Madara. You are merely a tool. Uchiha Obito reveals this shocking secret in front of countless people. Kurizetsu's hatred surges. He has never despised a human so much. How dare this guy speak the truth? Once you collect the tailed beasts, it will be your death. The peace you desire does not exist at all. The Akatsuki has never belonged to you from the start. Even the Rinnegan was lent to you out of our great kindness. Hand over the eyes. Uchiha Obito waves his hand, ordering the 4 impure world reincarnation Hokages to charge at Nagato. Yakushi Kabuto is also unwilling to be outdone. With a total of 7 Kage-level powerhouses ready to fight, and the calm battlefield is once again ignited. What is the truth? Who is using me? Nagato murmured, unwillingly gazing at the sky. At this moment, the outcome of the war became irrelevant, and capturing the 9 tails no longer mattered. What is his life worth? Where are his dreams? Meeting Yahiko, being moved and influenced by him, joining the Akatsuki to strive for peace. After Yahiko's sacrifice, he gradually learned from Kagaya and Obito how precious his eyes are. And he also heard about the tailed beasts and forbidden jutsu weapons. Had Obito been deceiving him since that time? No, he had been implanted with the Rinnegan since birth. The death of his parents was also likely a calculated event. Fate is truly a cruel thing. The time for dazing off should end. The Rinnegan is mine. Obito Uchiha directly unleashed Kamui from a distance. Shinra Tensei. Nagato used repulsion to manipulate his body to escape quickly, finally dodging Obito's attack. After gathering the Mangeki Sharingan, Obito's Kamui could be released from a distance, making him even more difficult to deal with than before. Sage Art would release True Thousand's hands. A wooden giant the size of a mountain was summoned by Hashirama. The battlefield was completely thrown into chaos, and no one dared to approach the area where the reanimated ninjas were fighting. Hashirama Senju could almost single-handedly suppress the shadow-level powerhouses summoned by Kabuto. Damn it! How dare you insult the dead? Tsunade gritted her teeth in anger. Hashirama was her grandfather. Watching her grandfather being used as a tool of war, she felt like she could eat Obito's heart raw. Unfortunately, Obito's intangibility ability was too troublesome, and no one could threaten him. Flying Thunder God. The second Hokage Tobirama Senju and the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze suddenly flashed forward. They temporarily let Hashirama and Hiruzen face Kabuto, and the two were dispatched to attack Nagato, determined to seize the Rinnegan. Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand could not intervene in such a battle. Two ninjas capable of using the Flying Thunder God technique, both in the reanimation state, were almost impossible to catch. Ultra Shinra Tensei. Nagato used all the remaining chakra in his body for defense. The forest triggered another massive explosion, leaving a vast pit within 1,000 meters where nothing could grow. Meanwhile, Kabuto and Karen had already slipped away to a distance. Kamui. Obito Uchiha reached out towards Nagato at the fastest speed. However, at that moment, a figure flashed through the ninja army, moving even faster than Obito. The Rinnegan cannot fall into Obito's hands, no matter what his plot is. We cannot just watch the Rinnegan fall into him, or it will only bring greater disaster to the ninja world. This is the decision of the three Kages. Whether it's Tsunade, Gaara, or Mei Terumi at this moment, they all believe Obito is more dangerous. If they let Obito take the Rinnegan, wouldn't the 5 great nations be used by that guy? No one wants to be used as a pawn. So Naruto Uzumaki appeared. Are you okay? Your eyes cannot be taken. Not long ago, they were deadly enemies. But now Naruto Uzumaki was holding Nagato and desperately fleeing on the battlefield. This scene was somewhat bizarre. Thank you. Naruto, I am clearly a sinner. Nagato smiled grimly. All his actions were guided, including this attack on Konoha, including killing his teacher and those innocent people. His life and dreams were all false things. His teacher once said that even he understood that this is a world full of hatred, and hatred only gives birth to new hatred. Therefore, the task that my master could not complete has been handed to me, to protect Konoha, to guard the peace of the ninja world. I really want to kill you, to take revenge on you. This is my true thought. But if I do that, how am I any different from you, who kill my master? We are all people who create hatred. How can people who create hatred bring about peace? The perverted sage must have always felt regret. He did not guide you, his disciple, onto the right path. He died to protect Konoha, and he wouldn't blame you for killing him. He only hates himself for not being able to save his disciple. So don't die, Nagato. At least at this moment, we have a common enemy. The boy almost roared, tears of blood falling. At least for now, for the sake of my master's will, for the pursuit of peace. I will protect you well, brother. Chapter 144. The Curtain Call of Redemption. So, it is. Nagato's gaze suddenly softened, the confusion slowly disappearing. Memories of living with Master Jiraiya floated before his eyes. His teacher was a kind person, and he was an unqualified disciple. Roar. The reanimated Kin and Jin used the nine-tailed chakra and entered a state similar to Naruto's six-tailed beast cloak. The attacks of the second Hokage and fourth Hokage, controlled by Obito, also came to a halt. Perhaps it was because the main body was fighting Naruto, and the precision of controlling the puppets decreased. Seizing this opportunity, Nagato's Rinnegan suddenly became extraordinarily bright. Sensing the aura of this technique, Kagaya was furious and had a brain hemorrhage on spot. That ninjutsu was prepared for Uchiha Madara. Naruto, I deeply know my sins. However, this is not the time for repentance. When you see my master again, please apologize for me. I've been doing the wrong things all these years, Nagato smiled. a certain aura enveloping the entire battlefield. At this moment, his vitality burned wildly, and his hair turned snow white at a visible speed. I have made too many mistakes. At least let me make amends this time. The future of the ninja world is entrusted to you, Naruto. My master believes you can bring peace. So I will trust you just as my master did. This is the last thing I can do for you. If you see Lin and Conan, please help me say I'm sorry too. Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life. Nagato shouted loudly, summoning the king of hell from the underworld. The passage between the underworld and reality was opened. This was the ultimate forbidden technique to resurrect the dead. As the king of hell opened his mouth, countless soul orbs surged out. These were the ninjas killed in this war. They perished because of the Akatsuki, and now they were resurrected because of Nagato's jutsu. Jiraiya, Might Guy Kakashi, Rock Lee, retreat. Uchiha Obito let out a cold snort. The ninjas who had sacrificed themselves before were resurrected, especially that monster, Might Guy. Even though he controlled 4 Hokage puppets, he did not dare to underestimate the combined power of the ninja army and the Akatsuki organization. As Obito withdrew, the once chaotic battlefield returned to calm. King Enma resurrected the ninjas one by one, while Nagato's blood color completely disappeared, and his already emaciated body was further drained to its limit. When a ninja army learned of this from Naruto, their feelings were extremely complicated. The leader of the Akatsuki destroyed Konoha, yet he resurrected the ninjas he had killed. This was truly a perplexing situation. The first to open their eyes were Might Guy and Kakashi. Might Guy was still immersed in the pain of dying after opening the 8th gate, so his mental state was not very good. Opening the 8th gate would ruin his entire body like a destroyed machine. He absolutely did not want to experience that feeling a second time. Kakashi's emotions were somewhat complex. His soul encountered his father on the way to the underworld. Over the years, Tsukumo Ataki had been waiting on that road for him, and this time, when Kakashi died, he happened to chat with his father for a while. However, halfway through their conversation, he was resurrected. That was why Kakashi's expression was so complicated. Being resurrected was worth being happy about, but he had finally met his father to chat. Next to awaken was Jiraiya. When Naruto Uzumaki saw his teacher regain his vitality, he excitedly rushed over. And even Tsunade shed tears of joy. It was truly wonderful that he could be resurrected. Am I not dead? Jiraiya opened his eyes, confused as he scanned his surroundings. For Naruto, he quickly learned the outcome of the war. Uchiha Obito had planned to play the role of the mantis catching the cicada, only to fail. In the end, Nagato was moved by Naruto's spirit and used a forbidden technique to resurrect the sacrificed ninjas at the cost of his own life. Nagato! Jiraiya comforted Naruto for a moment and hurried to that figure. At this moment, Nagato's breath was almost gone, too weak to do anything but lie down. Deidara and Sasori honestly stood by, their expressions also very complex and helpless. No matter what, at least Nagato had once been the leader. It was still necessary to bring his body back to Amige Cure. Kabuto and Karen were also there, remaining silent. As for Sasuke Uchiha, that guy seemed dissatisfied with Nagato's actions and had already returned to Amige Cure alone. After finally taking revenge on Konoha, the leader unexpectedly resurrected these ninjas, which Sasuke absolutely could not accept. Teacher, this is the last thing I can do. I believe Naruto can accomplish what I cannot. Nagato reflected. I was wrong. I misunderstood the meaning of peace. Facing death, Nagato's voice remained calm. His life was filled with deception, and even in death, he did not know the truth, but at least there were things he could do. No, this is not your fault. I'm not a good teacher. Watching his student's vitality fade away little by little, Jiraiya could no longer hold back his tears. Nagato's true intentions were not bad. He was simply deceived and used. If he had better guided his students, better protected them, today's tragedy would not have happened. In that moment, Jiraiya felt an immense guilt. Nagato redeemed himself with his death because he trusted his master and his junior. True peace should be achieved by Naruto and Jiraiya. He was just a sinner. Goodbye. Teacher, under the gaze of the Akatsuki and the ninja army, Nagato's body lost its last trace of warmth. Jiraiya could not suppress his sorrow and tightly embraced Naruto. He could not prevent Nagato's tragic fate. Gaara and Meitorumi fell silent. The ninja army lowered their heads in unison, mourning the death of this ninja, whether they had just been resurrected or were still alive. A wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. Nagato was merely a pitiful person who was used. The true culprit behind the tragedy was Uchiha Obito. That bastard not only orchestrated the Night of the Nine Tails, resulting in the death of the 4th Hokage, but also insulted the souls of the Hokage by using the impure world reincarnation. Even today's war was plotted by Uchiha Obito. Nagato had already proven his contrition through his actions, sacrificing his life for it. Yet the real murderer was still at large. This was something everyone could not accept. The war was over. Conan stared expressionlessly at the forest, having learned what had happened from Lin Xian. Nagato's choice had long been part of Lin Xian's plan. No, the war has just begun. Mad Dog number 1 has yet to complete his mission. Lin Xian smiled brightly. The game had just begun. How could one talk of an end? The truth understood by Konoha and by the 5 great nations was merely a small part. This game would not collapse because of a few traitors. Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara were still cards yet to be played, and Lin Xian could control the Akatsuki after Nagato's departure. Do not underestimate a child who has endured for 1,000 years just to save his mother. Chapter 145. The Theft of the Rinnegan. What do you plan to do next? Jiraiya stared at Deidara, Kabuto, and the others, feeling a bit complicated. Clearly, they were enemies. Yet at this moment, both sides unconsciously chose to refrain from attacking. This did not mean that the 5 great nations had forgiven the Akatsuki. It was just that Uchiha Obito was even more dangerous. Before resolving that threat, it was better to put aside this organization as troubles. There are no eternal enemies in the world, only everlasting interests. I don't know. Let's see who becomes the next boss. For now, let's take Nagato's body back. Deidara shrugged. To be honest, today was the first time he saw Nagato's true body, and it was probably the last time as well. Lord Hokage, Jiraiya, please destroy those eyes. Gaara and Meitarumi suddenly proposed together. Nagato's sacrifice was moving, but those Rinnegan were indeed too strange, and from Obito's words, it could be inferred that those eyes belonged to a significant figure. Although no one knew what Uchiha Obito really intended, as long as they destroyed the Rinnegan. Jiraiya, calm down. Even Tsunade tacitly approved of this proposal. Jiraiya felt sad as a teacher, but they would not feel as heartbroken. They just wanted to eliminate the danger completely. The Rinnegan? Even if Lord Nagato chose this way of dying, we must take his body back to the Akatsuki. When did it become the turn of the 5 great nations ninjas to dictate to us? Kabuto immediately jumped out to oppose. Deidara and Sasori exchanged glances and also chose to guard in front of Nagato's body. The war seemed to be on the verge of breaking out again. If Uchiha Obito were to steal those eyes, the consequences would be unimaginable. It must be destroyed now. You can take the body. Zhao Meiming snorted coldly. The ninja from the 3 great nations worked in perfect harmony, directly surrounding the Akatsuki group. Just a moment ago, the Akatsuki and the ninja army were sharing a moment of mutual understanding. But in an instant, the atmosphere turned tense. Naruto, Uzumaki, and Jiraiya felt uneasy in their hearts. Can peace really be achieved? Can people truly understand each other? Suddenly, a kunai emerged from the ground next to Nagato's corpse. It was a special kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique, and its owner was the legendary 4th Hokage, the fastest ninja in the ninja world, Minato Namikaze, who was summoned through the reanimation jutsu. A flash of yellow. Almost the instant the kunai appeared, Minato pressed his hand on Nagato's corpse. From a moment, the golden light shone until it disappeared. The process took less than half a second. The ninja army, the Akatsuki. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. The potential battle that could erupt at any moment was abruptly snuffed out. Regardless, the Rinnegan had already been taken by Uchiha Obito's puppet. And whether it was the coalition of the 3 great nations or the Akatsuki, all the ninjas on the battlefield were failures. Damn it, there was clearly a chance to destroy it. Zhao Meiming was furious. Her cute face flushed red. The mist umbu around her lowered their heads in silence, clearly aware that their Mizukage had a bad temper. Let them go. Obito is 100 times more dangerous than the Akatsuki. Our remaining strength must unite against that Uchiha. Gaara had a clear understanding of the war's direction. Uchiha Obito hoped that the 5 great nations and the Akatsuki would destroy each other, allowing him to reap the benefits. This war is a microcosm of Uchiha Obito's plan. If not for Nagato's sacrifice, the number of ninjas sacrificed from the 3 great nations would not be small. Naruto, indeed you are the child of prophecy. Saving this world is your destiny. Jiraiya recalled the prophecy from the great sage of the Toads. His most outstanding students, Nagato and Minato, did not end well, so it must be Naruto Uzumaki. Nowadays, the most likely successor to the Akatsuki's leadership would be Lin Xian, right? Let him come to see us as soon as possible. Zhao Meiming seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. Senior Lin Xian is probably transporting the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Deidara was somewhat gloating. While an accident occurred on this battlefield, the other side would not be so lucky. The fourth Reikage is a strong and reckless man, but unfortunately, Lin Xian is even more reckless. Perhaps only Might Guy, with his 8 gates, would have the qualification to fight that man in close combat. Don't wait any longer. I'm right here. What's going on now? An ordinary-looking kunai fell from the sky. Today, the Ninja Coalition witnessed a third ninja using the Flying Thunder God technique. Lin Xian. Ahem, Lin Xian. Actually, it's like this. Deidara waved his hand enthusiastically and quickly began to explain the battle situation in Konoha. Starting from the invasion of the Akatsuki organization by Six Paths Pain, then to Kabuto's intervention and the subsequent events of the planetary devastation, the death of Might Guy, and Uchiha Obito's plan to take advantage of the chaos, finally leading to Nagato's choice to sacrifice himself. Although Lin Xian had already seen most of the battles, he and Conan still looked like they were listening with great interest. I know, they should have expressions full of seriousness. 3 parts sorrow, 3 parts pain, 3 parts silence, and 1 part inherent pride. That traitor Obito, how dare he show disrespect to the leader's corpse? The man clenched his fists. Tsunade and Jiraiya became a bit nervous, fearing that Lin Xian might vent his frustrations on them. This deceiver could do anything. Nagato finally reached this point. Compared to Lin Xian's dramatic reaction, Conan's response was more genuine. Nagato was once her friend, a student of Jiraiya, but for many years he had been used by Obito and Kagaya. Death must also be a form of relief for him. After a long while, seeing that Lin Xian seemed to calm down, Tsunade quickly spoke up, "Kid, do you know Obito's conspiracy?" Koharu was also very concerned about the village's war weapons. Since the war is over, when will the Akatsuki return our tailed beasts? The tailed beasts were collected under Nagato's orders. Now that the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, has turned back, shouldn't the Akatsuki also return the tailed beasts? Speaking of the tailed beasts, do you really understand the Rinnegan? There is a huge vessel called the Outer Path Golem, and only those who possess the Rinnegan can summon the Outer Path Golem. Lin Xian's smile carried a hint of sarcasm. Although he didn't name anyone specifically, everyone knew he was talking about Uchiha Obito. With the Rinnegan in Obito's hands, the thing called the Outer Path Golem must also be with him. What is the Outer Path Golem? Gaara expressed his confusion. His experience of death was all in a coma, so he didn't remember the situation when he was extracted of his tailed beast. The Outer Path Golem is a container that can seal 9 tailed beasts. Rather than saying it seals them, it's more accurate to say that the 9 tailed beasts are essentially a part of that thing. The tailed beasts from 1 tail to 7 tails are inside the Outer Path Golem, and now that Uchiha Obito has obtained the Rinnegan, those things have also become his property. Lin Xian explained patiently. Upon hearing this, the ninja army collectively gasped. Behind the Rinnegan, there was actually such power. No wonder Uchiha Obito would go to such lengths for that pair of eyes. Truly, it is a dojutsu once possessed by the sage of 6 paths. The Outer Path, the Rinnegan. Obito seemed to have mentioned something like this. He had been deceiving Nagato all these years. So what exactly did Uchiha Obito want to do? Why do you want to collect the tailed beasts? Tsunade threw out another pile of questions. Lin Xian shrugged, indicating his helplessness. How could he possibly know everything? Even if he did, why should he tell you? Chapter 146. Do the 5 great nations have inequality? We Akatsuki are also victims of war and will not forgive the actions of traitors. Hokage-sama, Kage-sama, Mizuki-sama, if you're going to hold a 5 Kage summit, don't forget about me. Of course, you can also choose not to send us an invitation. The power of Akatsuki is enough to eliminate a trivial traitor. The 5 great nations are dispensable. Lin Xian's words were undeniably arrogant. After revealing his true self, this man finally showed his proud side. So this is Lin Xian? He is not a partner of justice. He is just a member of Akatsuki. He is likely to be the next leader of Akatsuki. I won't forget to send the invitation. Tsunade felt helpless. What is going on in this world? Clearly, the Akatsuki organization is everyone's enemy. But in the blink of an eye, it has become something everyone must unite against Uchiha Obito. Damn it, where did things go wrong? Hokage-sama, I forgot to mention. I actually beat Karabi half to death, and I also disabled one of the 4th Reikage's hands. As for Anoki, I hope his high blood pressure isn't too serious. Right now, Kisame and the others should be on their way to transport the 8 Tails Jinchuriki back to Amigakure. If they're lucky, they shouldn't encounter Uchiha Obito on the way. This isn't a serious mistake, is it? Lin Xian blinked. Ninja Army. I'm also acting on the orders of our leader. Our leader is a friend of Konoha and a disciple of the 3 Sannin. Hey, look at this girl. Her name is Conan. She is a simple girl who likes origami. In fact, she is also a disciple of the 3 Sannin and my sister. Lin Xian grabbed her sister again and pinched her soft, fair face. Xiao Nan. Ninja army. So my behavior isn't that serious, right? After all, I am now half a Konoha ninja. If Reikage and Tsuchikage don't welcome me at that time, Lady Tsunade and Jiraiya-sama need to speak for me. I am sincerely participating in the 5 Kage Summit. Lin Xian blinked for the nth time, staring at this shameless bastard. The atmosphere of the entire ninja army was suppressed to the extreme. Are you a clown sent by a monkey? You didn't act like a human before, and now you still don't act like one. However, this guy's strength is truly terrifying, capturing the 8 tails alive, crippling the Reikage. And that Tsuchikage seemingly couldn't even harm him at all. No wonder it's you, Lin Xian. People can definitely understand each other. This is the future that my teacher firmly believes in, the future that my senior brother firmly believes in. It is also the future that I firmly believe in. Senior Lin Xian, let go of the past grievances and fight with me. Uzumaki Naruto looked unwaveringly at the man, stepping closer to him. I have to say this kid has grown a lot, especially in his verbal battles. For almost a second, Lin Xian was touched. Even though he had done so many excessive things to Uzumaki Naruto, even at this moment playing with his father Minato's fate. So this is Uzumaki Naruto? Truly a righteous companion. Naruto is right. A world where people understand each other will surely come, and the ninja world will welcome the day of true peace. Nagato's actions can prove that there are indeed those with bright hearts within the Akatsuki organization, and Uchiha Obito is the real enemy facing the ninja world. He used the Akatsuki organization to instigate war. Lin Xian was just utilized by Obito like Nagato. Why should we make it difficult for him? After the disciple, the Master Jiraiya also stood up. This is unavoidable. The lineup on Obito's side is too luxurious, and the Edo Tensei technique has controlled countless ninjas. Plus there are 7 tail beasts. If the power of the Akatsuki organization can be utilized, it would be very welcome by the 5 great nations. This is youth. Li. The friendship between men has not extinguished. The revived Might guy looked excitedly at Lin Xian in the center of the crowd. Yes, this is youth. Little Li's eyes brimmed with tears. It's so great to become friends with Lin Xian again. After the Chunin exams, he could become a ninja again, all thanks to the medicine Lin Xian gave him. Now he was revived because of Nagato. Clearly a sinister organization feared by the entire world. Yet it saved Little Li's life twice. If Little Li had to be enemies with Lin Xian, he really wouldn't know how to choose. Senior Lin Xian, it's so great to be friends. Please shake my hand. Excited Little Li rushed out of the crowd like a fervent fan. Yes, we are friends. Lin Xian had a complex expression filled with sighs, revealing a kind-hearted and sunny smile. Boo-hoo, senior. After shaking hands, Xiao Li cried even harder. Please shake my hand. Li Nyun. My guy also walked over, and it was clear that he was not in a calm mood either. Li, let's run around the village to carry wood and rebuild the village for the sake of youth. We need to move at least 10 tons. If we can't do it, then we'll punish ourselves with 1,000 push-ups. Yes, teacher guy. The youthful master and disciple disappeared under the strange gazes of the crowd. Seeing this scene, Tsunade felt that something was off. Damn, I've seen this plot before. When did Lin Xian's mother become friends with us in Konoha and the 5 great nations again? Isn't he a liar? It must be my illusion. Tsunade shook her head, suppressing the distracting thoughts in her mind. With Nagato as an example, who says that bad people can't turn over a new leaf. Even if Lin Xian wasn't a good person in the past, he must be a good person now. Probably. Lin Xian, do you know where Sasuke is gone? Will he come back to Konoha? Haruno Sakura squeezed out of the crowd, scratching her head awkwardly. In fact, she had not given up on Uchiha Sasuke. Or to put it another way, her obsession with that rebellious young man had never changed over the years. It was just that her strength was too weak to influence reality. I don't know. Although Sasuke is a member of Akatsuki ever since Itachi died, his goal has been to destroy Konoha. Lin Xian regretfully informed Sakura of the reality. One international joke. Uchiha Sasuke, as a rare tool, would not let it go to Sakura. I see. Sasuke's goal is revenge against Konoha. Otherwise, he wouldn't stay obediently in the organization. Since Akatsuki is no longer the original Akatsuki, Sasuke will likely leave the organization as well. Kabuto adjusted his glasses on his nose. This analysis is quite reasonable. Very beaver-like. It's okay, Sakura. I will definitely bring Sasuke back. Speak your mind. Keep your promises. This is my ninja way. Naruto warmly pointed to his ninja headband. He is now stronger and will become even stronger in the future, and he will bring Sasuke back even if it means using his fists. Thank you, Naruto. Sakura's mood was still heavy. No matter what, at least Sasuke is alive and well, which is good news. Are we done talking? I still have questions. What the hell is going on with that bastard Hozuki Mangetsu? Lin Xian, do you know? Kagaya, Mei is a crazy woman who holds grudges. Mangetsu has never mentioned that Lin Xian is a member of Akatsuki. As a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village sent to infiltrate Akatsuki, is this beaver-like? Is this normal? Well, ha ha ha. Lin Xian felt a bit guilty. Guizhong man, you was actually forced by him to betray, and has been working for him all these years. It seems he has also deceived the Water Nation quite badly. Lord Lin Xian, can you explain what role you played in the battle for the Wind Shadow? Does your behavior live up to what you have said? Sister Shimaru is so troubled that she locks herself in the confinement room, crying all day. Do you know how much the people of the Wind Nation want to kill you? Even Wind Shadow Gara can't hold back anymore. Damn, this mad is always scheming and deceiving everywhere. Clearly, he can rely on his looks to make a living, and he can also rely on his strength, yet he chooses to do such despicable things. If it weren't to deal with Uchiha Obito, if it weren't for Nagato's performance. Damn, that face is just asking to be slapped. What the hell is wrong with this world? How can such a person exist? Lady Tsunade, why don't you just handle the 5 Kage summit yourselves? I'm afraid I'll end up being ripped apart by you. Lin Xian felt her scalp tingle under the gaze of Konoha's Mei and Gara. Is the friendship boat so fragile that it can capsize at any moment? We are allies. How can we be looked at with such eyes? Do the people of the 5 great nations have no quality at all? Taka, verbally. But I refuse. This is a meeting that concerns the fate of the world. Lin Xian, do you not want to clean up the traitors? Tsunade immediately refused without a second thought. The Akatsuki is a concentrated force of high-end combat power led by Obito, and in a sense, this war can even be considered an internal conflict within the Akatsuki organization. The cooperation between the 5 great nations and the Akatsuki organization has already become an inevitable reality. Chapter 147 Sasuke. Lin Xian Senpai is a kind person. Lin Xian and others did not stay too long in Konoha. After all, Akatsuki needed to elect a new leader while ensuring the safety of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and sending him back to Kumogakure, although the probability seemed low at the moment. How could the meticulous Uchiha Obito let the 8 Tails Jinchuriki go? Uchiha Obito appeared in a gloomy cave. Nagato's Rinnegan had already been extracted, and his body was not used by the Edo Tensei technique. Perhaps this was the last thing Lin Xian could do out of respect for their past connection. Next was the 8 Tails. Obito acted like a soulless robot executing orders. For Rin, nothing mattered anymore, especially since he was under the influence of Kotoe Mitsukami, making him unable to resist. In Amigakure, at Akatsuki's base outside the village, when Kakuzu and Haiden returned with the barely alive Killer Bee, they found the base eerily quiet. Aside from Kisame and Itachi, who already knew what was going to happen, the immortal duo looked completely bewildered. What happened on the battlefield in Konoha? Why has T-Pain returned yet? And what about Deidara and the others? During this long wait, a figure appeared. It was Uchiha Obito. Hand over the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, or I won't hesitate to kill you here. Obito was too lazy to waste time and directly summoned the 4 previous Hokages resurrected by Edo Tensei. Due to Lin Xian, these puppets would temporarily obey her commands. The immortal duo exchanged glances and saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes. The strength of Kakuzu and Haiden lay in their immortality, or rather, how difficult they were to kill. But their opponents were the Hokages resurrected by Edo Tensei. True immortal bodies with unlimited chakra. Just the presence of Hashirama Senju was enough to make one gasp for breath. What should we do, Kisame? Are we really giving the 8 Tails Jinchuriki to this traitor? The usually calm Kakuzu was also a bit flustered. With the strongest forces, Pain and Lin Xian, absent, they were no match for Obito and his puppets. What else can we do? This octopus monster is yours, Kisame said helplessly as he tossed Killer Bee over. Obito caught him effortlessly, revealing a cryptic smile. Sigh. Kakuzu and Haiden once again felt the frustration after many years. Who in the world dared to bully Akatsuki? They were always the ones doing the bullying, yet today they were threatened by Uchiha Obito. But there was nothing they could do. Could they really fight for Killer Bee? They had no confidence in defeating those 4 Hokages. Meanwhile, on their way back, Lin Xian and his group encountered Uchiha Sasuke. It seems that those with the Uchiha name enjoy appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Senpai, are we really going to compromise with Konoha like this? What about the changes in the Akatsuki organization? What about our revenge against Konoha? Sasuke questioned coldly, staring intently at Lin Xian without moving. If anyone suffered the most in this war, It was definitely him, left speechless. How could a war develop to the point where the leader sacrifices himself to save Konoha? This was more nightmarish than a nightmare. It started off perfectly. Why did it end up at 0-21-0? Yasuo thinks you're great and gave a thumbs up. Senpai, have you forgotten Itachi's will? Have you also forgotten your original intentions? We need to change this world, not to sink into corruption with the 5 great nations. Uchiha Sasuke was so angry he felt like crying and cursing. Lin Xian won't always be lying to him, right? How could the promised agreement suddenly not count? Pharmacy Do, Xiaonan. Everyone. Slap. Just when everyone thought Lin Xian would drive away this disobedient guy. No one expected Lin Xian to actually slap Sasuke. This loud slap made the atmosphere even more bizarre. Sasuke, do you know who you're questioning? No one understands Itachi better than I do, and no one wants to fulfill the Akatsuki's dream more than I do. Lin Xian looked at the young man with disappointment. Her expression difficult to read. But I've heard that you all want to cooperate with the 5 great nations. Sasuke felt both confused and wronged, doubting his life after being slapped like that. This was a fact laid out before him. Why was Lin Xian able to reprimand him so naturally? Sasuke, do you know the secret of the Rinnegan? Do you know about the Outer Path Golem? Do you know how dangerous Uchiha Obito really is? If we can't eliminate the traitor, then everyone in the world will be controlled by him. Or even if we all survive, if humanity is wiped out, what meaning would there be in initiating a revolution? No matter how much you hate Konoha, go deal with Uchiha Obito now. Lin Xian's words were like a sudden enlightenment, awakening the young man. Sasuke, blinded by hatred, suddenly realized the reality. Indeed, his enemies were Konoha, the land of fire, and a ninja system that led to Itachi's tragic fate. But now, Uchiha Obito wanted to destroy the world and control all humanity under his command. If humanity were to be exterminated, any action would lose its meaning. The Akatsuki's goal, which was also Itachi's goal during his lifetime, how would it be achieved then? Sasuke realized he was still very young. No wonder he had gained strength. Yet the members of the Akatsuki still did not respect him much. It turned out that his mind was still not on par with Itachi's. If it were Itachi, he would have surely realized this point, but he was blinded by hatred. Thinking of this, Sasuke felt even more ashamed. I acted impulsively. Senior, I should not have doubted you. The young man lowered his head in shame, touching his slightly swollen face. Let hurt. This is the punishment he deserves. How could he doubt his brother's dear friend? Lin Xian is truly a kind person. In the face of his doubts, he only slapped him once. We gone home, Sasuke. For the better future of this world, we cannot give up yet. This is everyone's dream. Lin Xian's gentle and cheerful attitude quickly infected Sasuke. Yes, senior, I will do better. Sasuke felt a renewed sense of motivation. Wait for it, Konoha. Wait for it, ninjas of the 5 great nations. The day of change will surely come. Not only this kid, even Konan and Kabuto were somewhat affected, unable to help but question Lin Xian's actions and motives over the years. Lin Xian's words were truly deceptive. Could it be that the Akatsuki really existed for peace? It doesn't seem so. Only their boss could be so shameless as to speak such lies, to actually deceive a child. Ugh, what a lack of quality. But there's nothing to be done. After all, the boss is such a great, yet somewhat naive person. Kabuto pushed up his reflective glasses. Playing games is actually quite good. At least it's a gentle approach. For someone who doesn't often act with kindness, this boss is being exceedingly lenient with the world, clearly capable of conquering everything with strength. Having a gentle younger sister, perhaps being a siscon for a long time would make one gentle too. Maybe? Who knows? Chapter 148. The new leader of the Akatsuki Rain Village. When Lin Xian returned here, the members of the Akatsuki unanimously planned to hold a meeting. However, before that, someone couldn't help but find Lin Xian. Lin Xian, the situation has exceeded my expectations. Kagaya's face twisted in anger. If it were human, it would be so furious it could spit blood 30 liters, but unfortunately, it is not. Uchiha Obito actually dared to show up at this time, stealing the fruits of the Akatsuki's years of planning. Even more infuriating was Nagato, who insisted on complicating things by resurrecting those fallen ninjas. The guy named Might Guy is no ordinary person. Kagaya, I have done my best. Uchiha Sasuke recently tried to betray us, but fortunately, I managed to convince him. Lin Xian also looked heartbroken and heavy-faced. As a member of the Moon Eye Clan, how could she not be sad at this moment? She had to act it out. Don't worry, although reaching this point was not part of my plan, I have not lost yet, and the Moon Eye plan will still be realized. Black Zetsu's level of calm was better than Lin Xian had anticipated. No wonder he was a ruthless character who had been plotting for 1,000 years. Even in this moment of disarray, he could think calmly. So what should we do next? Are we really going to cooperate with the 5 great nations to eliminate Uchiha Obito? Kisame's shark eyes stared at Black Zetsu. Although he meant no harm, his face always gave off a murderous vibe. After all, he was a shark. Yes. Are we really going to fight against the ninja of the 5 great nations? Kabuto asked inappropriately. Everyone involved in the Moon Eye plan was present. And to be honest, aside from Black Zetsu, they were all Lin Xian subordinates. Didn't Obito want to steal the results of the Moon Eye plan? Then let's do as he wishes. The power of the Ten Tails is not something just anyone can control. As long as he resurrects the Ten Tails, the next step is to kill him and regain the power. And Kabuto can also resurrect Lord Uchiha Madara, who is invincible. Black Zetsu's voice relaxed a bit more. The name Uchiha Madara seemed to have some kind of magic, bringing a sense of reassurance. I'm almost done with the perfect Edo Tensei technique. I'm really looking forward to the peak period of Lord Madara. Kabuto smiled gently. Looking at these sensible guys, Black Zetsu finally nodded in satisfaction, finding a bit of comfort in his heart. Although there were idiots like Nagato and ungrateful wolves like Obito, there were also kind-hearted people. There are indeed more kind-hearted people in this world. In the upcoming meeting, you all support Lin Xian as the leader, right? We still need to control the Akatsuki's influence. This power can help us achieve our final goal, Black Zetsu instructed again. Kabuto and Kisame naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Isn't that obvious? If we don't support the boss, who else will we support? Do we want to lose our heads? Lin Xian is easy to talk to simply because everyone is in a master-servant relationship. However, that man is never merciful to enemies. Do and Gue Jiao clearly understand their own value. Those who dare to betray that man will find that death may become a luxury. That night, in the Akatsuki organization's conference room, Lin Xian changed into a clean and refreshing casual outfit and appeared in the main seat. Hinata Hyuga calmly gave her brother a massage, while the little girl Hanabi Hyuga was held on Conan's lap. It seemed that Hinata and Hanabi had been spoiled over the years. Clearly, Lin Xian was the murderer of their father and the one responsible for the decline of the Hyuga clan, yet they seemed to have no choice. In fact, this kind of life wasn't bad. Hanabi's eyes were transplanted to Lin Xian for the purpose of awakening the ocular technique, the reincarnation eye. Lin Xian's original eyes were given to Hanabi. In terms of results, it was fortunate that Hanabi hadn't gone blind. As for the Byakugan, it didn't matter much to them, as they didn't need to fight. Moreover, since that incident, Lin Xian had been even more indulgent towards Hinata and Hanabi, making it hard for the sisters to harbor any resentment. Lin Xian, Senior Lin Xian, Lord Lin Xian, Boss Lin Xian. Members of the Akatsuki organization took their seats and greeted Lin Xian. Nagato's choice surprised them, while Uchiha Obito's actions seemed to deliberately provoke them. The current Akatsuki needed a new leader. Although this man, named Lin Xian, often flirted with various women, he was actually quite reliable at critical moments. Despite such a significant event happening, Lin Xian remained calm. Seeing him so composed, Deidara and Haiden felt an immense sense of reassurance. Having spent so long in the Akatsuki, they had developed feelings for it. If the Akatsuki were to disband, many of them truly didn't know what to do in the future. Besides, the entire 5 great nations would likely choose to eliminate them after dealing with Obito. Alright, let's start the meeting. Tonight, we will mainly discuss 2 things. First, who will be the new leader, and second, what the Akatsuki plans to do in the future. As one of the longest-serving elders, Zetsu stepped forward to speak. He usually didn't like to talk, but this meeting was of great importance, and he needed to guide these madmen. Lin Xian, Xiaonan, Judo, Kisame, Full Moon, Deidara, Scorpion, Haiden, Kakuzu, Sasuke. Ignoring the Hinata sisters who were just there to fill the numbers, there are a total of 11 official members left in Akatsuki. My suggestion is for Lin Xian to become the leader, as he is the strongest. Anyone who disagrees can step forward now, said Black Zetsu, the informant, slowly. Agreed. No objections. Do, Kisame, and Full Moon are all subordinates, and there is no need to say more about Xiaonan. Adding Sasuke and the proposer Black Zetsu, Lin Xian directly received 6 votes of support. There is nothing more to say. The strongest person should be the leader, Scorpion stated calmly. Although I'm reluctant to admit it, Big Brother Lin Xian is indeed better than my art. Deidara raised his hands in agreement. As long as the Akatsuki organization can still make money, I will stay here. Having Lin Xian as the leader is also fine. Kakuzu seemed to seriously evaluate that man and eventually concluded. As a money lover, Nothing in the world is more important than making money. In fact, it doesn't matter who becomes the leader. His lifespan is eternal. He just needs to keep changing hearts, and he can do money-making things forever. Lin Xian, as the leader, can better protect the Akatsuki organization. As long as I can kill, the evil god likes the sacrifices I offer. Well, I also admire Lin Xian. He is really impressive. Haydn grinned and nodded. Truly a bizarre, immortal duo. One can make money, and the other can kill. Their combination is really well matched. In that case, I announce Lin Xian as the new leader of the Akatsuki, and all members must obey his orders. Black Zetsu declared with satisfaction. What a great organization. It's no wonder it was the plan conceived by him and Uchiha Madara. Even though Nagato is already dead, the organization he once established is still working towards the Eye of the Moon plan, and the new leader Lin Xian is also under his control. What a wonderful feeling. Just wait. Uchiha Obito, you treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. The 10 tails is not something you can covet. The corners of Black Zetsu's mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 149. The ninja world shakes. The first rain shadow Lin Xian. Hey boss, what are we gonna do next? I thought you were just fooling around with that kid Sasuke. But are we really going to ally with the 5 great nations? Deidara grinned. In terms of being annoying, except for Lin Xian, he could rank second in the Akatsuki. Stupid artist. Who are you calling kid? Sasuke retorted. Just someone who uses bombs. In front of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, he's nothing. But in fact, it was precisely because he was restrained that Deidara hated all Uchiha. Stop arguing. To me, you two are just kids. Lin Xian looked at the two of them with annoyance. Sasuke was 16 this year, and Deidara was only 19. They were the youngest official members of the Akatsuki organization. Young people, how about just killing Sasuke? His body could be used by Brother Scorpion, and he could also be reincarnated by Orochimaru, which would provide 2 sources of combat power. Deidara stared at Sasuke with resentful eyes. What an imaginative young man. Although your suggestion is quite tempting, Deidara, there is no reason to kill Sasuke. Lin Xian said calmly. In a sense, the value of the dead is higher than that of the living. After all, they can be puppets and also undergo impure reincarnation. But as long as one can live normally, who would want to become a tool controlled by others? Prepare for the Ninja World War. After this, the Akatsuki organization's goal is to eliminate the 5 great countries. Everyone, please always remember your mission. We are the winds of change in the world, the dawn before the daybreak. The entire Akatsuki organization fell silent. Lin Xian is indeed the uniquely thinking Lin Xian. Not long ago, this man was jubilantly becoming friends with the 5 great nations again. However, at this meeting, he did not hide his ambition to dominate the world. Only a man like this can become a leader. Lord Nagato's ring can no longer be used as a means of contact. Does the leader have any good suggestions? Scorpion asked. Previously, the Akatsuki organization used the body flicker technique for communication, but after Nagato's death, this method became obsolete. I also have the ability to manipulate the mind with the Rinnegan, so let's continue using this ring. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian's pupils turned ice blue, revealing a clear snowflake pattern. The Samsara Eye, as a dojutsu of the same level as the Rinnegan. Many abilities of the Samsara Eye are similar to those of the Rinnegan, such as manipulating gravitational repulsion, as well as powerful mental control. In terms of mental power, the Samsara Eye is even more advanced than the Rinnegan, capable of briefly granting life to puppets. The body flicker technique is just a piece of cake for the current Lin Xian. Bloodline limit? What dojutsu? It seems to be the first appearance in the history of the ninja world. The members of Akatsuki looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Except for a few who witnessed the battle in the Hidden Cloud Village, most members were seeing Lin Xian demonstrate his bloodline limit for the first time. Even Kagaya was taken aback. The body flicker technique was activated, and everyone could feel the mental fluctuations emanating from the ring. The meeting ended in silence. During this time, the ninja world was in a state of alarm, with a sense of impending storm. When news of the battle between Konohagakure and Kimagakure spread, both large and small nations were left in shock. The true culprit behind the war was Uchiha Obito, who, before Nagato's death, resurrected the Konoha ninja. That bastard even stole 8-tailed beasts and the Rinnegan, with only the last one, the 9-tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki, remaining. In a hidden cloud village, a strange woman scattered 20 trillion explosive tags, and Lin Xian single-handedly defeated 2 Kaga-level shinobi and the 8-tails Jinchuriki. Each of these pieces of news sounded like a fairy tale, but this was the reality that had occurred. Akatsuki's White, the world-destroying angel, Conan. Akatsuki's Lin, the first-generation Raikage, Lin Xian. Although the reason is unknown, Lin Xian has inexplicably been given the title of first-generation Reikage. And some ninja have even compared him to Senju Hashirama. On top of that, Anoki himself made a chilling remark, claiming that this man is stronger than Uchiha Madara. A man stronger than Uchiha Madara can only be the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama. Lin Xian will be the second ninja god in the history of the ninja world. Hidden Rain Village. Lin Xian sat quietly in a nondescript room, flipping through the recent rumors of the ninja world. The second ninja god, the first Rain Shadow. The next leader of Akatsuki, the world's best liar, the #1 scumbag in the ninja world. A whole bunch of titles were all referring to him. As for the title of the #1 scumbag in the ninja world, it seemed to have originated from the Land of Wind. They really have short memories. I've already killed the 4th Kazekage. Do they really want me to kill the 5th Kazekage as well? Lin Xian rubbed his temples, feeling a bit helpless and frustrated by the news. Ninjas are also human, and humans naturally love gossip. Apart from the highly likely occurrence of the 4th Shinobi World War, he is probably the most discussed person. Can you really bring yourself to kill him? The 5th Kazekage is actually Shikamaru's younger brother. Xiaonan curled her lips. Her brother is indeed at the age where he should be getting married. Well, actually he is long past that age. It's just that this man's appearance always looks so youthful that people unconsciously overlook this point and regard him as a young man. The 4th Kazekage is still Shikamaru's father. Lin Xian was unconvinced. This world is indeed somewhat strange. He once killed the leader of the Hyuga clan, yet he adopted his 2 daughters. Sigh. Sometimes he really doubts whether he is a partner of justice. It's different. When you killed the 4th Kazekage, Temari had nothing to do with you. But now the bond already exists. Conan insisted on her point of view. Lin Xian was just silent. He wasn't quite sure what kind of feelings he had for Shoju. Lord Angel, Lord Lin Xian, the Iron Country has sent a letter. After the hydrangea and knocked on the door, she entered the office. This little girl was not only Xiaonan's apprentice, but also acted as her secretary. And her work was quite relaxed. I remember that the Iron Country is a neutral small nation, a place where samurai culture thrives. Xiaonan seemed to be reminiscing about something and touched her lips. The content of the letter was very simple. The date for the 5 Kage Summit had been confirmed to be held in the Iron Country 4 days later, where the Kage of the 5 great nations would attend to discuss the war against Uchiha Obito. Lin Xian from the Akatsuki organization was also a target of the invitation, which bore the signatures of the 5 Kage. Tsunade's handwriting was delicate and elegant, while Meiterumi's was standard and printer-like, as if written by a heartless machine. Gaara seemed to have casually written his name, while Inoki and the 4th Reikage clearly weren't in a good mood when signing. Their handwriting so messy it was hard to decipher. Since they had to attend the meeting, what about the choice of guards? Xiaonan had become accustomed to such absurd matters and calmly asked. Naturally, there would need to be guards when the Kage left the village, usually ranging from 2 to 5 individuals, most of whom were elite jonin close to Kage level. It would be good to bring Hinata and Hanabi along. Your student can come too, Lin Xian replied dismissively. With the 3 lovely girls from the hydrangea team, they just happened to gather 5 guards. As for danger, he didn't believe anyone in this world could threaten him. The second god of ninja, what a joke. When could Hashirama ever be compared to him? Chapter 150, 5 Kage Summit. The hydrangea, she must want to go out and have fun. But we're not here to play. Xiaonan smiled bitterly. She quite liked the hydrangea's apprentice, a strong-willed girl with a solid sense of values. Her teammates were also excellent young people. Water Lily was a proud and aloof ninja with a gentle heart, her long green hair always messy like seaweed, wearing a black mask and rarely speaking. Hibiscus seemed to be the mood maker, lively and playful, and like Hydrangea, she also chose a short hairstyle, compensating for the shortcomings of the team. Seeing these kids always reminded her of her younger self. So, Xiaonan really liked these girls. But was it too much to let them attend the 5 Kage Summit? Is it too much? The 5 Kage are like 5 pigs. Pigs shouldn't have the right to point fingers at humans, right? Lin Xian was playing with Xiaonan's smooth long hair. When he first crossed into this world, he would have been somewhat wary of the so-called 5 shadows. But now, times have changed. There is nothing in this world to fear, not even the progenitor of chakra. He was willing to attend the 5 shadows meeting, as it was a mercy granted to the 5 great nations. The 5 shadows are not livestock. Even though she knows her brother is mentally ill, Xiaonan still feels a chill. A villain who can conquer the world with his fists chooses to use schemes. This world is beyond saving. It is normal for darkness to precede dawn, isn't it? Main quest, Tail Beast Collector. Quest content, collect all tail beasts to resurrect the 10 tails. Quest difficulty, hard. Reward, Heart of the Abomination. Heart of the Abomination. Origin, derivative dimension Naruto. Quality, secret treasure, purple. Wearing conditions, soul attribute greater than 200. Details, complete detailed beast collector quest to obtain. Equipment attributes, soul 30. Equipment skill. Abomination line exchange controls the abominable emotions of living beings, limited to level 40. Equipment rating, 1140. Main quest, 4th Shinobi World War. Quest content, initiate the war and achieve final victory to dominate the Shinobi world. Quest difficulty, L. Reward, world reputation 30. 000. Main quest, progenitor of chakra. Quest content, defeat Kagaya Otsutsuki. Quest difficulty, L. Reward, God Tree Fruit 2. God Tree Fruit. High-level fruit. Containing a vast energy akin to a star. When consumed, grants the biological body the trait of immortality. Side quest. The legendary fat sheep. Quest content. Win against Tsunade in a gambling match once. Quest difficulty. Hard. Reward. World reputation 10. 000. Side quest. Master of Dimensions. Quest content. Reach a world reputation of 150. 000. Quest difficulty, hard. Reward, unlock equipment forging function. As the game reached its final step, destiny was already predetermined. While the Shinobi world looked forward to the Five Shadows meeting, Lin Xian was arranging for Uchiha Obito and Kabuto to play the villains. Obito was busy sealing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and simultaneously reincarnating his corpse. According to Lin Xian's orders, he would initiate the 4th Shinobi World War. For days had passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, in the Land of Iron, as a well-known neutral nation, the Land of Iron was the best meeting place. The 5 great nations need not worry about treachery from alliances. The leader of the Land of Iron was a samurai named Mifyun. Although the samurai here used sword techniques, they could also utilize chakra, not just an ordinary army. It was precisely because of this military power that the Land of Iron had maintained peace with the 5 great nations for many years, without any wars occurring on this territory. The first to arrive were the representatives of the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, was accompanied by her guards Jiraiya and Might Guy. The strength of the 3 was unquestionable, especially Might Guy, a renowned Konoha Jonin who had once used his physical prowess to shatter the 10,000 Stars technique. Notably, Uzumaki Naruto and Kakashi, along with other ninjas, also arrived in the Land of Iron. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must always be protected, so he could not remain in Konoha during the meeting. Accompanying Naruto were Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, and Sai. In contrast, the lineup from the Land of Water was somewhat lackluster. The 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, was accompanied by Chojuro and Ao, whose strength could only be described as barely acceptable. The 3rd delegation from the Land of Wind had a similar situation. The 5th Kazekage Gaara was accompanied by Temari and Kankuro, 2 jonin of very ordinary strength. This meeting was unlikely to proceed smoothly, as both the Reikage and Tsuchikage were extremely stubborn traditionalists. Tsunade felt a headache at the thought of certain issues. Although the 5 Shadows meeting was held as scheduled, how to get the Akatsuki organization to cooperate with the 5 great nations and how to build mutual trust were not matters that could be easily discussed. The Akatsuki organization was temporarily an ally of the 5 great nations, sharing the same enemy. However, that did not mean they could ignore the past actions of the Akatsuki organization. Even if the Akatsuki was manipulated by Obito, weren't all its members guilty of killing ninjas from the 5 great nations? Could past grievances be overlooked simply because of a common enemy? In fact, we could lower the Akatsuki's attitude. For example, they could agree to commit seppuku in apology after the war, Kankuro muttered softly. To be honest, this proposal was truly brilliant because it possessed the quality of impossible to happen. If the Akatsuki truly was willing to bow down and apologize to the 5 great nations and even promise to commit suicide after the war, then the 5 great nations might indeed temporarily forgive these madmen for their mistakes. However, the Akatsuki organization was not the losing side of the war. When Terumi Mei proposed to destroy the Rinnegan, Deidara had already arrogantly declared that it was not the turn of the 5 great nations ninjas to dictate to the Akatsuki. Since the 5 great nations were not the victors, what qualifications did they have to make demands or even punish the Akatsuki? This was the most troublesome aspect of the meeting. In fact, Lin Xian was a good person. Temari wanted to tell the somber-faced crowd this in her heart, but she couldn't speak. From the perspective of the Land of Wind, she could not favor that man. I have a feeling that something terrible will happen, Jiraiya said, his gaze deep. Because of Nagato's incident, the three great nations had actually acknowledged the Akatsuki and were willing to form an alliance. As it stands, Lin Xian also did not intend to make the Akatsuki a war organization. But what were the Reikage and Tsuchikage really thinking? As stubborn conservatives, they held nothing but hatred for the Akatsuki, having recently been beaten up. Only by forming an alliance could they possibly stop Obito. But the shinobi world was like a loose sand, a fact that had never changed for thousands of years. Everyone knew in their hearts that the shinobi world needed an alliance, but they also knew how difficult that was. As humans, they could exploit the weaknesses of human nature so well. Obito was truly not an ordinary person. What a person, so lacking in quality. Just as Tsunade and Terumi May were contemplating that Tsuchikage and Reikage finally arrived, my back hurts. Ugh. Inoki was leaning on Akatsuchi's back. His age had caused him to frequently strain his back, which had become a chronic issue for him. The guards from the land of Earth were Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi, with Kuratsuchi being Inoki's granddaughter and Akatsuchi being Kuratsuchi's senior brother. The two guards of the Reikage from the land of lightning were Darui and Ki, also strong young people from the village. Chapter 151, Hinata, I volunteered. All 5 shadows have arrived. Where is that little brat Lin Xian? The fourth Reikage scanned the surroundings but did not see the figure he had anticipated. The 2 Tails and 8 Tails had both been captured by the Akatsuki, and countless buildings have been destroyed by explosive tags. This debt could not go unaccounted for. Lord Reikage, this meeting is not to discuss how to deal with the Akatsuki. Zhao Meiming frowned and reminded. The ninjas of Yunin Village are notoriously reckless in the ninja world. It was unimaginable for them to calmly sit down and negotiate with their enemies in the past. However, the current situation requires the land of lightning to compromise because of that bastard Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito is the root cause of all this. We cannot ignore the mistakes that Akatsuki has made, but we must also realize who is manipulating everything behind the scenes. Lord Reikage, suppose the land of lightning and Akatsuki engage in a decisive battle. How do you think Uchiha Obito would view you? Tsunade also began to advise the Reikage. All 5 great nations present have been victims of Akatsuki's violence. They can understand the Reikage's feelings, but they cannot agree because the most despicable murderer has not yet been captured, and starting a war with Akatsuki now would be meaningless. Let that little brat Lin Xian kneel and confess. Otherwise, I will never let him go. I snorted coldly. The land of lightning has never accepted any threats since its inception, or rather, they would rather perish together. This is also the most troubling point for Tsunade and others. Would that group of thugs from Akatsuki sincerely cooperate with us? Tsunade has already been deceived once. She should not be fooled a second time. Noki obviously supported the Reikage. His grandson Deidara was taken away by that group of lunatics, yet he had repeatedly utilized Akatsuki in wars. Mentioning Akatsuki truly brings him both love and hate. Lord Tsuchikage, don't forget the former leader of Akatsuki. Akatsuki is not without merit. Gar stepped forward and spoke a fair word. The events that have occurred since the establishment of Akatsuki are no secret in the ninja world. Everyone knows that Nagato was used, even having his fate arranged from birth. However, upon learning the truth, Nagato chose not to continue the wrong path, but redeemed himself with his life. He was a truly respectable great ninja, and also a disciple of Jiraiya. Conan is also a disciple of Jiraiya, and Lin Xian is Conan's brother. Considering this, Lin Xian's background is actually not bad. He was probably deceived by Obito in the past as well. Obito, it's my fault. I didn't guide my disciple properly and didn't protect him well. Jiraiya smiled somewhat forcefully. Every time he thought of Nagato's death, he felt immense pain in his heart. The truth is too heavy, making him, as a teacher, lament the cruelty of fate. Even the legendary Sannin feel powerless. Jiraiya, you are not at fault. The one at fault is Obito. Tsunade consoled her old friend. Her life has been tough, and Jiraiya seems to be in a similar situation. The Sannin have all faced dire fates. Even Orochimaru is dead. Actually, he's being cared for by Kabuto. Teacher Jiraiya, what you have taught us is enough. The only one in the wrong in this world is Uchiha Obito. Just as the scene fell into silence, a voice came from high above. A woman with angelic long hair descended, her white paper-like wings gradually dispersing. Long time no see, everyone. Lin Xian appeared, his ice-blue reincarnation bringing a strong sense of mental pressure. The ninjas who had participated in the Konoha War couldn't help but think of the Rinnegan. This strange dojutsu was almost on par with the Rinnegan. As high profile as ever. Gar's expression remained calm. On the surface, he was unfazed, but inside he was shocked by this man's abilities. Lin Xian actually had a bloodline limit, not just a simple brute. Lin Kun, I'm here. Temari's reaction was reminiscent of a fervent fan meeting their idol. However, Lin Xian did not approach. He had appeared, wielding a dojutsu that manipulated space. That ninjutsu seemed capable of rewriting space at will, allowing techniques that were within arm's reach to be instantly pulled hundreds of miles away, more terrifying than Uchiha Obito's intangibility. Inoki's expression was grave as he regarded the Rain Ninja youth as if facing a formidable enemy. Upon hearing this, the five Kage prepared themselves even more. Obito's intangibility had a time limit, and his body could not become intangible when entering another space. But Lin Xian's dojutsu was even more frightening. Theoretically, no physical attack should be effective against him. The abilities of the reincarnation were not limited to just manipulating space. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders, not caring about these serious ninjas. He wasn't here to fight. Hey, girls, line up in order to enter, and please be polite when speaking. We are all very cultured ninjas from the Rain Village. Lin Xian clapped his hands to call over the 5 little girls, the Hinata sisters, and the hydrangea team. He really took the little girls out to play, treating it like a trip. Lord Yueying, are you really here to attend the meeting? Tsunade felt a bit awkward. She was thinking about how to speak well of the Akatsuki organization, but Lin Xian casually dismissed the meeting. It was practically a slap in her face. Gaara felt the same way. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Temari and Lin Xian indeed had a subtle relationship. He subconsciously wanted to say good things about Lin Xian to help the 5 great nations better recognize the current Akatsuki. Of course I'm here to attend the meeting. Otherwise, how could you 5 Kage perform acrobatics? They're still kids. It's normal for children to have a playful heart. Lin Xianyun smiled lightly. Ahem, if I'm not mistaken. That Hinata Hyuga from the Hyuga clan who has been missing for several years. Might Guy's mood was even more awkward than Tsunade's. This guy not only deceives people, but is also a human trafficker. Seeing this scene, the 5 great nations looked at Konoha with mocking eyes. Lord Tsunade, my sister and I voluntarily joined the Hidden Rain Village. Hinata said this very plainly, a hint of regret flashing across her face. At this point, she couldn't possibly return to Konoha, and Lin Xianyun would never agree to such a request. Most importantly, life in the Hidden Rain Village was actually quite easy without exploitation, coercion, or brutal war. The Land of Rain was a place that resembled heaven more than heaven itself. Everyone, could it be that Lin Xianyun used Jinjutsu? The Hyuga sisters seemed to be severely brainwashed. What a bunch of uncivilized people looking at 2 pure and innocent girls with such eyes. Is this how the 5 great nations welcome me? Lin Xian gently stroked Hinata and Hanabi's hair. From his tone, it seemed he had no intention of starting this meeting in a normal way. Tsunade was almost fainting from anger. Anyone with eyes could see that these 2 girls had been sold by him. How could he dare to talk about quality? I have never seen such a shameless person. Shikamaru-chan, long time no see. Aren't you going to give me a big, affectionate hug? Being so shy isn't your style. The man casually ignored all the ninjas present, as if he were a lofty king facing mere mortals. It was absurd. I actually... Shikamaru blushed and clenched her small hands. On a personal level, she unconditionally wanted to rush over. But her every word and action represented the land win. What a dishonest woman. Clearly. You want to stand on my side, right? It's okay. I will protect the weak land of wind. No one noticed Lin Xian's actions. In just an instant, the girl, who was dozens of meters away, appeared next to Lin Xian, being held in his arms and teased at will. Shikamaru buried her head in the man's embrace. She was so shy, surrounded by so many people, though she didn't mind doing this in her heart. Chapter 152. Am I being too much? Enough. Lin Xian. The land of wind doesn't need your protection. I'm the wind shadow. If you came here for peace, please show your sincerity. Otherwise, get out of the land of iron. Gaara finally couldn't hold back. This guy clearly doesn't see the 5 shadows as people at all, not giving them any face. Teasing his own sister in front of so many people. How could he save face as wind shadow? Sincerity? I don't see any sincerity from your 5 great nations either. When you see me, you don't even kneel and bow. Is this your sincerity? Lin Xian threw the infatuated princess of the wind country to Hinata and retorted nonchalantly. Arrogant. One arrogant man. Seeing this so-called first-generation rain shadow's attitude, everyone present couldn't help but feel tense. Making the 5 great nations bow and greet him. Does he think he's still in the Warring States period, acting like an emperor? Clearly, it was the Akatsuki organization that made the mistake. Are the 5 Kage hard of hearing? If you want my sincerity, at least bow to me first. Lin Xian ignored the crowd with ugly expressions and continued to threaten coldly. The tension in the air was growing stronger, as if a great battle was about to break out. Damn it, Lin Xian, are you messing with us? The land of lightning will never forgive you. The irritable Raikage was the first to stand up, clenching his fists and pointing at the man. Didn't you say that the Akatsuki organization had changed? This Teemo is even more arrogant and disrespectful than the previous Akatsuki. Your Excellency, we should unite to deal with Uchiha Obito. You weren't acting like this back in Konoha. Tirumi Mai frowned tightly. She had anticipated that Lin Xian would be hard to talk to, but she didn't expect him to be this arrogant. Really? You weren't acting like this back then either. Or the 5 Kage Summit talks preparing to discuss. Are you planning to judge the Akatsuki or discuss how to punish me? Lin Xian looked disdainfully at Shui Ying's words. With the way Lei Ying and Tu Ying were acting, it would be a miracle if they could sincerely cooperate. Who knows what they were really thinking about how to backstab Akatsuki. Rain Shadow, can't we sit down and have a good talk? Any fighting that happens here will only give Uchiha Obito a chance to mock us. Tsunade looked at the young man with utmost sincerity. As Hokage, she had tried to lower her stance, but it was clear that this was not what Lin Xian wanted. You old woman, you're really stupid. Don't you realize I've already lowered my posture to talk to you? Just look at that brainless oaf Raikage and that old fossil Tsuchikage. Do they look like they want to cooperate with Akatsuki seriously? Lin Xian. Not only Noki and A felt suffocated, but all the ninjas from the 5 great nations were extremely angry. The Raikage and Tsuchikage didn't even have time to say anything. It was you who started all this, bringing a bunch of women and making it seem like a vacation, while asking us to bow to you. Otherwise, we would be seen as lacking sincerity. Isn't this your problem? How can it possibly be ours? Am I being unreasonable? Clearly, I could massacre the entire Kumogakure and Awagakure, even everyone from the 2 great nations. Yet I have benevolently spared you. Now I'm only asking you to bow to me in gratitude. Is this request too much? The man calmly narrated a terrifying fact. In his ice-blue Rinnegan, the snowflake patterns subtly brightened, resembling 2 brilliant stars. Under this powerful mental force, no ninja could meet his gaze. Lord Yuang, don't forget Uchiha Obito. Even if the 5 great nations do not pursue the past mistakes of the Akatsuki organization, the Akatsuki has no reason to suppress us in return, nor should they ignore the power of the 5 great nations. Isn't your goal peace? Tsunade gritted her teeth, filled with hatred as she looked at Lin Xian. It had only been a few days since they last met. The last time, he was a polite, elegant, and humble young man who was quite likable. But now his attitude had taken a complete turn. Lin Xian, have you been possessed? Peace, of course, is my goal, and this has been determined for more than 20 years. Lin Xian seemed to be swayed by Tsunade, and the pressure of the rebirth, I instantly vanished. A sunny and cheerful smile reappeared on the man's face. Our goal is to defeat Obito, reclaim the tailed beasts, and retrieve Nagato's body. Calm down, Lin Xian. Jiraiya spoke up at just the right moment. He felt a bit of fear in his heart. If a conflict arose with the Akatsuki here, even if the 5 great nations won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. How would they have the strength to deal with Uchiha Obito then? And how would they protect the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Senior Lin Xian, please calm down. We are sincerely forming an alliance. Naruto Uzumaki also cast a sincere, pleading look. Lin Xian finally stopped saying excessive words. The 5 Kage breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, I also hope to see the formation of the ninja allied forces. But I also asked the 5 Kage to remember one thing. Whether or not our Akatsuki organization seeks to atone for past mistakes is our own awareness. No one in this world can judge us. Lin Xian glanced around, and the ninjas he saw couldn't help but lower their heads, even without intentionally releasing mental pressure. The Rinnegan was enough to instill fear. Do you remember your evaluation of me? The second Senju Hashirama in the history of the ninja world. The god of ninjas in the new era. If I remember correctly, when Senju Hashirama was alive, you great nations were even more despicable than rats in the sewers. Your laughably pathetic way of surviving, like Tsunade, this old woman, still being a virgin decades after her first period, is disgusting. Tsunade, I am stronger than Senju Hashirama, yet you do not give me the same respect. So where is the sincerity of the 5 great nations? The man extended a finger and gently waved it, his smile playfully fixed on the 5 Kage. Strong, weak. When the cruel truth is revealed before people, not everyone will accept it, because some people are just not very bright. I see. It seems there is nothing more to discuss. We in the Land of Lightning are withdrawing from the meeting. The 4th Raikage was so angry that steam was coming out his head. If it weren't for his two guards repeatedly stopping him, he would have lost control and unleashed lightning release armor. 5 Kage talks are a joke. Even without the ninja alliance, they from the Hidden Cloud Village could definitely defeat Obito and reclaim the 2 Jinchuriki. As for Tsunade, this woman was also furious to the point of bursting alone. However, she ultimately calmed down and chose to remain silent. Lord Raikage is unwilling to cooperate. Everyone, how about I go and destroy the land of lightning instead? Killing several 100 million civilians might take some time, but shouldn't take too long, just a few hours. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Lin Xian made it clear that he wanted to threaten the 4th Raikage, whose violent temper might be hard to restrain. Once a fight breaks out, it's unlikely to be stopped, and it could be eliminated in an instant. Is one of the Kage going to die before the 5 Kage summit has even officially started? Chapter 153. The scum wants a peaceful life. Oof. To everyone's surprise, the furious 4th Raikage actually calmed down. He looked very gloomy, but didn't argue back with Lin Xian. Everyone, stop standing at the door. Let us begin the meeting. Samurai Mitsuba wiped the sweat off his face. If a battle of Kage level broke out in the Land of Iron, it would be hard to say who would suffer. But the Land of Iron would definitely be finished. Damn it. I should have known better than to agree to hold the meeting here. Lord Yagura, please. Tsunade's face turned bright red. This guy just had to drag her into his insults. She didn't seem to have offended Lin Xian before. If it weren't for her increased patience since becoming Hokage, she would have lost her temper and killed someone long ago. Lord Yagura, please. Mitsuba lowered his posture significantly. Although Lin Xian didn't seem to have any ill intentions toward the Land of Iron, he couldn't afford to be careless with this man. The people from the 5 great nations were being insulted mercilessly, and the Land of Iron didn't want to follow in their footsteps. After a while, in the upper level, the conference room, as the highest reception chamber in the Land of Iron, the spacious room could accommodate over 100 people without feeling crowded. A wooden round table was placed in the central position, with chairs prepared in advance. Samurai patrolled the floors to prevent any potential intruders. When the representatives from various nations took their seats, a white curtain with large characters reading fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, and rain was lowered from above. In fact, the influence of the Land of Rain was far inferior to the military strength, economic power, geography, and history of the 5 great nations. The leaders of small countries were not worthy to sit with the Kage of the great powers. But there are exceptions to everything. Lin Xian, this monster, seems to be able to do anything that aligns with a certain logic. After all, he is the leader of the Akatsuki organization. However, there are always exceptions. When the ninjas of the 5 great nations thought that the appearance of the 6 Shadows Conference in this world was already absurd, Lin Xian encountered an unprecedented situation. That is the 7 participants of the conference, a seemingly ordinary man. In reality, he is also quite ordinary. Who are you? Lin Xian's reincarnation eye opened again, and under a certain mysterious pressure, his divine blood broke through to the 2nd tier. With his strength, he surprisingly couldn't figure out how this person appeared. Could it be that a boss stronger than Kagaya Otsutsuki has emerged in the Naruto world? Or is this guy sent by the reincarnation space? I'm just a useless person who wants to live a peaceful life. You can call me Salty Fishcoin, a creature that lives on Penguin Star. The man looked at Lin Xian helplessly. He seemed to have no hostility, but instead showed a somewhat tired posture. Penguin, are you also a traveler? Lin Xian seemed to realize that some unspeakable horror was about to descend. This man, with a morbid sense of humor, suddenly felt that fate had slipped out of his control. Fate has never been in our hands, whether for you or for me. But there's no need to be too pessimistic, right? At least you were a winner in life, with a lovely sister and a well-behaved maid. The man sighed softly. Perhaps it's not too late to hold a wedding now. This world is always so wonderful. Lin Xian often says this. Shin Yu-jun also likes to say this. When the entire Naruto world was suddenly liberated from war, people realized that fate is a ridiculous thing. Otsutsuki Kagaya no longer needed Kagaya to rescue her because she received a wedding invitation. Uchiha's infinite Timmy also fell through because he had returned from the underworld, knowing that he was just a pitiful pawn under Kagaya's command. Uzumaki Naruto was liberated, as the truth of the ninja world was no longer a secret. Uchiha Sasuke felt a bit depressed because the resurrected Uchiha Itachi told him that Lin Xian was not his friend at all. But it was not too late, because Uchiha Itachi also had an invitation, and who knows, maybe he would become friends with that guy in the future. Lin Xian rarely does good deeds. Or rather, expecting this man to do good deeds is itself wishful thinking. However, when the wedding ceremony began, people realized that this man might not be as bad as they imagined. Of course, this is thanks to Mr. Salty Fish. If it weren't for Mr. Salty Fish's appearance, who knows how long Lin Xian would have continued to deceive everyone. Happy people like to smile, while lonely people can only watch them smile and then continue to feel lonely. Mr. Salty Fish did not attend the wedding. He just watched everything happen from a distance. The once unlikable Lin Xian finally acted like a normal person, holding the hand of his non-biological sister. The siblings smiled like they were crazy. The Hinata sisters also smiled happily, even though they didn't know why they were happy. Just like they didn't know why they would like Lin Xian. Because feelings are a complex thing, sometimes more complicated than fate. The cheerful and bright singing of the hydrangea squad floated by, drifting above the clouds and also passing through people's eyes. Tamari felt gloomy because she was not the protagonist of the day, but there were actually happy things, such as Lin Xian agreeing to let her stay in Rain-Hidden Village, and the fact that there were people at this wedding who were even more melancholic than she was. Kurogiri's mood was a bit bad. A few years ago, she was easily defeated by someone and was insultingly marked with an inked character on her face. The despicable murderer was holding a wedding, and she could only force a smile to wish him well. Lin Xian is indeed not suited to be a human. Salty Fishkoen, why not come in for a drink? Every day, he curiously observes with Jingya. When all the truths have been declared to the world, only this man remains a mystery. I don't drink. Salty Fishkoen shakes his head. If you miss me, come find me on QQ, 801064766. If you're just here to scold me, forget it. I'm already a salted fish. What more do you want from me? If in the end you still want to hear me say something, the story is not over yet. Salty Fishkoen disappeared. It seems he has never been here. Because the most terrifying thing in the world is not fate, but a creature called silence. Or perhaps it's because Salty Fishkoen once said, I'm just a useless person who wants to live a peaceful life. But it doesn't seem necessary to be pessimistic. Maybe one day, Salty Fishkoen will stand up again. Maybe, after all, the last person who wanted to live a peaceful life. Synopsis. After crossing into the ninja world, Lin Xian is told that he has no talent for chakra cultivation. What to do if he can't learn ninjutsu? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. This is a story about a monster boy conquering all realms with brute force.